I had just woken up from a coma when I witnessed a black sedan violently collide with a truck. The front of the car was severely deformed, and thick black smoke billowed into the air. Nearby stood a figure dressed in black, who glanced inside the vehicle before disappearing into the mountain forest. I noticed a man and a woman trapped inside, their situation critical. Remembering my mother's advice, I covered my face and rushed to help. I managed to pull the woman out safely, but the driver was pinned too tightly. Desperate, I tried using that mysterious healing power I had. His body repaired itself, but his heart stopped beating. As flames began to engulf the car, I had no choice but to retreat. When I came to, I heard a man snarling viciously, "No money? Then get the hell out. This isn't a charity. Who comes here for treatment without money?" A woman pleaded desperately, "I'll find a way to get the money, please, just give me a few more days." "A few more days? That's what you said last month. Take your son and get out before we throw you out ourselves." "Doctor, please." Begging 1T help. "You know as well as I do he's never waking up." "No, he will. Face reality. What's the difference between him and a corpse now?" Hearing this, I instinctively tried to clutch my side, only to find I couldn't move. Fragmented memories flashed through my mind. I recalled being an orphan, recruited into the police academy, then chosen as an undercover agent. For over a decade, I lived in constant fear until my cover was blown. The gang leader carved out my kidney and stabbed me multiple times. But then, another memory surfaced. I once had a happy family, until a car accident at age 11 changed everything. Suddenly, a woman shrieked excitedly, "Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang is awake. Xiao Zhang is awake." That was when I learned my name was Xiao Zhang. The doctor, however, shook his head, as if convinced the woman had lost her mind. He explained that 7 years ago, I nearly died in a car accident. Even after being saved, I remained in a vegetative state, kept alive only by machines. He added that this woman had borrowed millions just to sustain my life. As the doctor sighed, the woman suddenly grabbed his arm in excitement. "Doctor! Look! Look! His eyes are moving." The doctor turned, his face paling as if he'd seen a ghost. He immediately ordered nurses to run thorough tests, and the results confirmed I was truly awake. The doctor called it a miracle. The woman, barely containing her joy, asked, "He's really awake? But why does he seem dazed?" The doctor assured her it was normal after prolonged unconsciousness and that further observation was needed. The next day, I managed to speak. "Mom, water." The woman, my mother, was overjoyed and rushed to fetch some. When she returned, she brought the doctor with her. After an examination, they were stunned to see me stand and walk, albeit with support. The doctor marveled at my physical resilience, suggesting I might awaken a powerful innate ability. Later, I learned this woman's name was Zhang Lan, my mother. But after hearing the doctor's words, her expression darkened. Another day passed, and my recovery progressed so rapidly that I was discharged, further astounding the medical staff. Back home in Xinjiang, the house was nearly empty. Just a wooden table, 2 small chairs, a bed with a worn-out bamboo mat, and a nightstand missing a leg. Thinking I disliked it, my mother apologized, but I hugged her tightly and told her not to worry. Tears streamed down her face, leaving me flustered. It was my first time facing such raw emotion. Once she calmed down, she insisted on making noodles for me. When I tried to help, she refused, only to accidentally cut her finger deeply. Blood gushed out. Remembering first aid from my dreams, I looked for bandages but found none, so I tore a clean piece of cloth instead. As I held her finger, a green light suddenly enveloped the wound. Mother's expression grew even more somber. As the green light faded, the wound disappeared as well. With a grim look, she muttered, "Just as I thought." I was utterly confused. Mother then explained that this was the power of healing and sternly warned me never to let anyone know I had awakened this ability. Seeing my disbelief, she actually took the knife and cut herself again, instructing me to do as I had before. When I touched the wound, the green light flared once more, and the injury healed rapidly. I was both astonished and exhilarated, but Mother's face was filled with worry, her entire demeanor distraught. Left standing there bewildered, I couldn't understand why this healing power had her so deeply concerned. At dawn, when the sky was just beginning to lighten, I woke up. Though my body was still weak, I knew the importance of maintaining good health. After washing up, I intended to let Zhang Lan know, only to find she had already left. Left with no choice, I left a note and went out alone for a run. The gentle breeze brushed against my face, refreshing my spirits. I jogged along the roadside, but before long, my breathing became labored, and my legs grew weak. Still, I gritted my teeth and persisted, even if my pace slowed considerably. Soon, many other morning runners overtook me one by one, but I maintained my own rhythm, focusing on steadying my breath. After what felt like an eternity, I finally stopped running and slowed to a walk, my legs trembling slightly. Mentally calculating the distance, I realized I hadn't even covered 5 kilometers yet, and couldn't help but sigh at how poor my physical condition still was. It was then that I noticed I had wandered into a rather secluded area, few cars on the road, surrounded by mountains on both sides, the winding concrete path stretching endlessly ahead. Just then, a black sedan roared past me, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. As I wondered what make the car was, a deafening crash echoed through the air. A collision? The thought flashed through my mind, and my body instinctively sprinted toward the source of the sound. When the sedan came back into view, I suddenly froze. Someone's there. For some reason, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through me, and I instinctively ducked into the bushes. The sedan had collided with a truck, its front end completely crumpled, thick black smoke billowing from the wreckage. Nearby stood a man dressed in black. He made no attempt to help, merely glancing at the occupants inside the car before scanning the surroundings to confirm no one was watching. Then, he disappeared into the mountain forest. Though the man had done nothing overtly threatening, I felt an intense danger radiating from him. As I hesitated over whether to step out and help, a sharp pain shot through my head, and a series of images flooded my mind. The scene was eerily identical to the car accident I had experienced 7 years ago. In those memories, I was just a child, humming a tune in the back seat while the driver wore a grave expression. Suddenly, the car lost control. No matter how hard the driver turned the wheel, it wouldn't respond. The speed kept increasing until we crashed head-on into an oncoming truck. At the last moment, the driver tore off his seatbelt and lunged into the back seat at lightning speed, shielding me with his body. With a thunderous crash, the car was embedded in the truck, only the rear half visible. In the instant before I lost consciousness, I saw a man in a black suit walking slowly toward us, his square-jawed face marked by a scar above his left eyebrow. Clenching my fists, I snapped out of the memory. That was no accident. A torrent of hatred surged within me, and I swore to myself I would find the murderer who killed my father. No longer hesitating, I dashed toward the wrecked sedan with newfound determination. Whoever you're trying to kill, I'll save them. As I ran, I tore off my shirt to cover my face, never forgetting Zhang Lan's warning no one could know about my ability. Soon, I reached the sedan, its front still spewing black smoke. My heart clenched. I had to act fast. There was one person in the front and back of the car. The driver was a middle-aged man whose lower body was completely crushed into the vehicle. In the back seat was a woman who, despite being protected by a seatbelt, had slammed into the seat, her face covered in blood and one leg bent at an unnatural angle. Without hesitation, I immediately went to pull open the rear door. Compared to the driver, the woman would be easier to rescue. The door was jammed tight and wouldn't budge, so I instinctively elbowed the window, unlocking it with practiced ease, as if I detrained for this very moment, though my arm went slightly numb. After a quick check, I confirmed she wasn't visibly trapped and swiftly carried her to the roadside. She still had a pulse and wouldn't die anytime soon. Then I turned back to rescue the driver, but he was pinned too tightly. There was no way to free him. Damn it! No pulse. My heart sank, and I immediately attempted to use my healing power. Stop the bleeding, reconnect, seal. A green light emerged, enveloping the driver's body as it miraculously began to repair itself. In less than a minute, I felt completely drained, yet the driver's body was restored to perfect condition. But just as I sighed in relief, I realized his body had healed, yet his heart still wasn't beating. What's going on? At that moment, sparks erupted from the car. I wanted to try again, but sensing danger, I had no choice but to retreat, quickly distancing myself from the vehicle. The next second, flames engulfed the car. As for the driver, I felt no guilt. I'd done all I could. Turning back, I approached the woman and only then noticed she was around my age, with delicate, pretty features. Pushing aside distractions, I used my healing power again, realizing I couldn't summon it without intense focus. Soon, her body recovered, and to my surprise, my own stamina also replenished significantly. Seeing she was merely unconscious, I considered leaving but decided to search her belongings first. Eventually, I found her phone and dialed father. I didn't speak, just placed the phone beside her. Given her attire and the car's luxury, I trusted her father would have the means to locate her. After finishing, I swiftly left the scene, vanishing into the forest. I wasn't sure if the black-clad man had truly left, so I remained extra cautious. Navigating the woods, I found myself surprisingly adept. Dream experience seemed applicable here, as if I were cheating, employing every counter-surveillance and evasion tactic I knew. Even if the black-clad man hadn't left, tracking me would been impossible. Meanwhile, my caution proved justified. The black-clad man hadn't left. He'd been hiding in the trees, silently observing. When he saw me rescuing the woman, he made no move to interfere. His goal wasn't murder but delivering a warning to someone if necessary. He'd have saved her himself. Yet what stunned him was my ability to wield such potent healing magic. After examining the woman, he confirmed his suspicion. Restoring a severely injured person to perfect health required either extraordinary talent or a high level of skill. Thus, he abandoned any thought of controlling me. A healer of such caliber was surely the prized asset of a powerful faction. Touching them meant death. Though he couldn't claim me, he still wanted to identify my affiliation. But after only a brief pursuit, he lost my trail entirely, further convincing him of my significant background. Before long, a convoy arrived at the accident site, its grandeur rivaling that of a celebrity entourage. But I knew nothing of this by then. I was already heading home. When I arrived, Mom had breakfast ready. Seeing me return, she hurried over. "You're not fully recovered yet. Don't push yourself with exercise. What if you get hurt again? Mom had just finished speaking when her gaze landed on the bloodstains on my arm. What happened? Are you hurt? I looked down and noticed a bloody scratch on my elbow, probably from rescuing someone earlier, yet I hadn't felt a thing. By now, the wound had already begun to scab over. The speed of my recovery startled even me. I was certain I hadn't used any healing powers on myself. Seeing the scab, Mom visibly relaxed, though her tone remained grave. Even though you have healing abilities, you must never use them carelessly, and above all, never reveal them to others. Why not? Isn't this power strong and desirable? I finally voiced the question that had been weighing on me. In my understanding, whether in games or reality, healers were always highly sought after. Mom paused, as if carefully choosing her words. After a moment, she spoke slowly. If you were just an ordinary doctor or an alchemist, I'd have no worries about your future. But you're a healer with extraordinary restorative powers. Regrowing limbs, reviving the dead, reversing fatal wounds, each of these is nothing short of miraculous. Yet, a healer can accomplish them effortlessly. Imagine how terrifying it would be to control someone like that. My brow furrowed at her use of the word control. Ignoring my reaction, Mom continued, every skill a healer possesses is tied to healing. In other words, healers have zero combat ability. That means they must rely on others for survival. Isn't that a symbiotic relationship? I asked, puzzled. Mom shook her head. Perhaps at first. But eventually, people realized it's far more convenient to simply seize control of a healer rather than beg for their help every time. My expression darkened. Is that really possible? Of course. Initially, it might be been coercion or bribery. Now, poison, mind control, some even enslave souls outright. If you're lucky, you might end up with someone decent who keeps you fed and clothed. But if you're unlucky, you'll live worse than a dog, stripped of all freedom. Mom shuddered at her own words. Outwardly, I remained calm, but inwardly, I scoffed. Letting others control me? Never again. Still, I understood why Mom had been so insistent. Doesn't anyone intervene? What about the government? I found it hard to accept. Mom sighed. They do and they don't. If you're powerless, you'll be torn apart the moment you try. But if she trailed off, unwilling to finish. The grim reality hit me. Laws were often tools to restrain the weak. I've arranged for you to start school tomorrow. It's short notice, but the more you learn, the better your chances of survival. Mama's face was etched with worry. I knew what she feared, the novice zone. What exactly is the novice zone? I couldn't hold back the question. Mom wasn't surprised. Truthfully, no one knows, not me, not anyone. It has no consciousness of its own. It simply activates at a set time, transporting those who meet the criteria inside. Inside the novice zone, we can access our status panels, awaken talents, and even use talent-based skills. It sounded like a video game to me. Mom hesitated, then decided against demonstrating her own status panel. You could think of it as a game fighting monsters, leveling up. But one wrong move, and you die. Her expression turned grim. Chapter 3: Therapists are the worst existence. This return speed was something that Fang Zheng himself had not expected to be so fast. Moreover, the physical strength that had just been consumed was as if it had all come back. Don't look at his body, skin and bones now. His strength and endurance was not bad at all. Originally this is something to be happy about, but on the way back, he kept hearing about the newbie space, which drew his attention to it. This world also has cell phones and the internet. In fact, as long as a little bit on the internet, you can find all the newbie space news. Unfortunately, Fang Zhang was penniless, let alone a cell phone. After many inquiries, I learned that the news of newbie space opened on August 1st. Fang Zhang was very curious about this, because the level of discussion was no less than the college entrance examination in that world. Whether it was the conversations of passers-by or outdoor advertisements, relevant information could almost always be seen. After these few days of observation, Fang Zhang was basically certain that this place was different from the world in his dream. There were no hot weapons here, but there were more powerful and mysterious supernormal abilities. And it seemed that this kind of supernormal ability was also a household name and basic common knowledge, just like the thermal weapons in that world. No, it has to be understood. Whether it was about this world or his own abilities, Fang Zhang desperately wanted to know. Back at home, Zhang Lan had already prepared breakfast, and when she saw Fang Zhang return, she was the first to welcome him. Xiao Zhang, your body has not fully recovered yet. There is no need to rush to exercise. What if you get hurt again? Zhang Lan had just finished speaking when she saw the blood on Fang Zhang's arm. What's going on here? You got injured? Fang Zhang looked down and realized that there was indeed a bloodstain on his elbow. It should have been made when he saved someone, but he didn't notice it in the slightest, and now that he noticed it, the wound on his arm had already started to scab over. This recovery ability, even Fang Zheng himself was shocked. He could guarantee that had not used the power of healing on himself. Zhang Lan, who was originally still panicked, was also relieved when she saw the wound scabbing over. She didn't have any doubts. Xiao Zheng's ability was still unskilled, and it was normal that it wasn't completely cured. However, she still said in a serious tone, although you have the power of healing, you must not use it casually, much less expose it to others. Why? Isn't this ability very strong and popular? Fang Zheng finally asked the question that had been trapped in his heart. Haven't you ever seen a pig run before? Whether it's a game or reality, people with healing abilities like priests and doctors are very popular, and there's no worry that no one will flatter them. Zhang Lan's voice stopped for a moment. She suddenly realized that although Fang Zheng had been in a coma for 7 years, his mind did not look like it was stuck at the age of 11. She thought twice before deciding to tell the truth. If you were just an ordinary doctor, or a pill refiner, Mom believes that you wouldn't have to worry for the rest of your life, but you happen to be a healer who has mastered powerful healing abilities. Rebirth of a broken arm, birth of flesh and bone, resurrection from the dead. Which one is not a miraculous existence? But a healer can easily do it. When you can control a healer like that, what a terrifying existence that would be. Fang Zheng's brows tightened as he noticed a word. Zhang Lan was not talking about recognizing or otherwise, but controlling. Zhang Lan ignored Fang Zheng's expression and continued. She needed to make Fang Zheng realize the seriousness of this matter. Every skill of a healer is related to healing. In other words, a healer doesn't have a bit of combat power, which means that he has to rely on other strong people to survive. Isn't this complimentary? Fang Zheng was puzzled. Zhang Lan shook his head, perhaps at first, but later on, he realized that instead of asking for treatment every time, it would be more convenient to just take control of it and use it exclusively for himself. Fang Zheng's face changed. Can this really be done? How can it not? In the beginning maybe it was coercion and lure, now it's all about directly pouring poison, controlling the mind and spirit. There are even powerful ones that directly enslave the soul. When you meet the conscientious ones, you will still be clothed and fed, but when you meet the black ones, you will live worse than a dog, and be at the mercy of the people. All in all, there's no freedom is for sure. Zhang Lan herself said with some fear. She was even afraid that she would become the weakness of her son, and be forced by the bad guys to force Fang Zheng to obey. At this moment, Fang Zheng's face was as normal. In his heart, he involuntarily sneered. Being at the mercy of others is impossible, definitely won't let this happen again. However, he also understood why Zhang Lan kept emphasizing it. Doesn't anyone care? What about GJ? Fang Zheng believed that in the other world, this situation would definitely not occur, because the ZF there served the people. Zhang Lan shook her head. Manage and don't care. No power and no power dare to do this. The next second will be caught to split the body. But if it is... Zhang Lan did not say further, and did not dare to say. In fact, this kind of thing is simply impossible to put in the open. GJ to check, but also quite difficult, and dare to do so, are big forces, big families. When everyone has armed forces, even beyond the GJ machine, the law is no longer able to place restrictions on them. Besides, are there fewer people who are desperate for a little profit? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a third-rate family could immediately jump up to a second-rate family if they got a healer. How could this make people not go crazy? Fang Zheng sniffed and understood for a second. As much as he didn't want to admit it, the reality was so helpless. The laws tended to bind the weak. Especially in this world that hadn't been baptized by the 24 words of truth, the values were more or less distorted. Mom contacted the school for you. You can start school tomorrow, although time is a bit tight, but learning more will give you more life. Seeing that Fang Zhang didn't say anything, Zhang Lan didn't continue on that topic, but when she said that, the worry on her face couldn't be hidden at all. If she could, she would rather Fang Zhang wake up a few months later so that he could enter the novice space again next year. Newbie space is open once a year on August 1st. As long as you are 18 years old and healthy, you will be automatically transported into the newbie space, and even more so, you can't interfere with it, but everyone only has one chance in their life. This space has existed for hundreds of years, but still no one knows who founded it. Speaking of the novice space, Fang Zhang was now interested and immediately asked, "What exactly is the novice space?" Zhang Lan was not surprised by this question. After all, Fang Zhang had started his coma at the age of 11 or 7 years. It was normal for him not to understand. She patiently explained, "Actually, what is this, mom, is not clear, or not a single person in the world is clear. It has no subjective consciousness, it just opens at a specific time and teleports those who meet the conditions in. When we enter the novice space, we can view our attribute panel, and we can even awaken our talents and use our talent skills." Fang Zhang felt a bit out of place as he listened. How did this sound like an online game? Zhang Lan just wanted to show her attribute panel, but thinking that Fang Zhang hadn't awakened yet and was unable to see it, she stopped. You can also understand it as a game, playing monsters and upgrading in it. But it's possible to die if you're not careful. Speaking of this, her face became grave. In fact, the novice space was far less dangerous than other alien spaces, but the casualties were high every year. There were those who were killed by demonic beasts and those who were pitched to death by their own people. Anyway, in that world with no restraints, there was no safety to speak of. Chapter 4: The Worst Cheater Ever. "Mom, have you awakened any talents?" Fang Zhang was curious. "Silly child, if mom had an awakened talent, would life be like this?" Zhang Lan smiled a little far-fetched, "But your dad did awaken. It's the strength enhancement in the physique department. Although it's only D level, it's still stronger than many people. You have to know that the awakening rate is less than 10%. Back then, he relied on this to protect me through the novice space." Speaking of this, Zhang Lan had a little smile on his face. Fang Zhang nodded. This awakening rate wasn't high. 1 out of 10 people could awaken a talent, but even the same talent was divided into levels. For example, the talent of strength enhancement was divided into 8 qualities: SSS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The higher the quality, the easier it was to master the skill, the greater the enhancement, and even the upgrade speed was faster. However, the talent quality is not impossible to enhance. In the foreign space there are treasures that can enhance the talent quality. Besides, the alchemist can also refine the talent quality enhancement potion, although only effective for sea level or below, but also can be sold at a sky-high price. Maybe some people would say, why not control the alchemists so that they can't make unlimited medicines? Indeed, some people have tried, but are failed to end. The pharmacist can be different from the therapist. He has the ability to fight, and his natural skill's toughness can be called the existence of a divine skill, can be a variety of control effects to enhance the resistance of 30%. This is outrageous. Control effects are not limited to physical or mental. If it was an SSS grade talent, it was even 100%, equivalent to being immune to all controls, a domineering existence. With this kind of talent existing, you still want to control the alchemist. Isn't that looking for discomfort? At the same time, Fang Zhang also voiced out his own question. With such a low rate of talent awakening, how are the others who haven't awakened going to pass through the novice space? And what is my current situation? You, can be called the first to awaken, also known as the cheater by so many people. If what Fang Zhang awakened wasn't healing, Zhang Lan estimated that she could wake up laughing even in her sleep. Fang Zhang could be considered the most wasted cheater in history. The case of the first awakened person is not unheard of. These people awaken their talent before entering the novice space. As long as they are slightly cultivated, then they definitely have the first opportunity. The strongest people standing at the top are almost all first awakened people, so it can be seen how important this first opportunity is. It's a pity that this first awakening, but there is no law to speak of, otherwise it would have already cultivated a large number of first awakening. Actually getting stronger is not the only way to awaken talent. After entering the novice space, one can have an attribute panel, at which point anyone can gain experience to upgrade by killing other creatures, including people. Zhang Lan spoke heavily. It was that cruel in the novice space. However, it wasn't completely without constraints. Whether it was in the novice space or elsewhere, killing the same kind of people could only gain 30% of the experience value. This was also a kind of protection for the clan, right? Gifted people just have some more natural skills than ordinary people. The rest is almost the same as ordinary people, and ordinary people can also awaken their talents again in the late stage through some ways, only the probability is very low. Skills can be acquired through inheritance, learning, or skill books, so ordinary people can also become stronger, just like the Sword Saint Windchaser is an ordinary person. Zhang Lan said it easily, but Fang Zhang knew very well how much of an advantage it was to have more skills innately, the so-called one step faster. It was impossible for ordinary people to catch up with the gifted unless they put in several times the effort. As for this Sword Saint Windchaser, Fang Zhang could guess even if he wasn't clear that it was inherited and helpful. So healers can also learn skills, won't they be afraid if they become stronger? Fang Zhang said. It should have been so. Zhanglan originally didn't want to talk about this, but when Fang Zheng asked, she had no choice but to explain. A healer's skills are very counterintuitive, but they are very difficult to grow up. It's not just the external factors, it's the healers themselves. The growth attribute of a healer is very low, it simply cannot reach the minimum requirements of the skill. Most skills have requirements for growth attributes in addition to requirements for three-dimensional attributes. And because of the low fit between a healer's talent and most skills, they can't utilize their power even if they learn them. For example, if you are gifted in fire control and have to learn water or ice attribute skills, not only will you not be able to utilize the power of the skills, but it will also be possible for the skills to backfire on you. Even without external factors, it's very difficult for healers to grow up, so sometimes even if they know they'll lose their freedom, they have to seek the protection of the big families. Saying this, Fang Zheng suddenly understood a little. No wonder GJ might not be able to control it even if he wanted to. Emotionally, a lot of it was voluntary. Maybe the therapists didn't want to be controlled, but the big powers weren't cuties either. On what basis to help you? On what basis to believe that you are loyal? Only by taking the initiative in hand, they can rest assured that they can cultivate you. But whether it is voluntary or forced, the loss of the initiative, you can only let people fish and meat. Maybe some people will think that they are voluntary, they will treat themselves better. This is just self-deception. Never have illusions about the capitalists. All morning, Zhang Lan was patiently explaining Fang Zheng's various questions, allowing Fang Zheng to understand a little more about this world. This world was quite a complex existence. Not only were there humans, but there were also all sorts of alien beasts, demonic beasts, demons, etc. It could be said that there were all sorts of races, but everyone did not exist in a single world. They were connected together through the various heterospatial passages. Alien space is likewise divided into 8 grades according to the degree of danger, from SSS to F, basically connected to other worlds, but many are prohibited to pass through. And the novice space belongs to is the public space and the foreign space. The grade is F. Apart from humans, other races will also be teleported in on that day, but the novice space is relatively independent and quite large, and various races may not necessarily meet each other, depending on the rules of the novice space in that year. The rules change every year, just like the exam questions. You can try to bet on the questions, but may not be able to win. The only constant is the strength of the king. As long as the strength is strong enough, we'll be able to leave alive. Good results, there will be a variety of rewards. This is simply the otherworldly version of the college entrance exam. Only those who are eliminated will only end up with one thing: death. On the other hand, in a European-style detached villa, a man was holding a phone and was shaking his hands in anger. What the do you want? I've moved here? What more do you want? Oh, Dr. Song, take it easy, we just want you to assist in the research. On the other end of the phone, the voice came slowly. No way. Hey, don't refuse so quickly. You like this? We can't guarantee the safety of your family. Your daughter is not always so lucky at voice charming and pleasant, but like a knife against the man's heart. The man really silent, emotions also calm down. Give me some time. 1 day. No way. 1 month. 1 day. No. I don't want to say it a third time. Aha. That's right, welcome Dr. Song to this research that's about to change the landscape of the world. The man hung up the phone as if his entire essence had been drained from him. Old Fong, you've gotten me into trouble. Chapter 5, Transfer Student. The next day, at dawn, the quiet school gradually came alive with the sound of people. It was the best high school in Xincheng, Xincheng No. 1 High School, with a big sign hanging on the door, 30 days left until the big exam. This big test is the opening of the novice space. Basically every school called this big test is the most important test in life. The test is not good will die, so no one will dare to slack off. Many students have already begun to exercise in the playground. Want to survive in the novice space, physical fitness is essential. As the best high school in Xincheng, this place had almost gathered the best students in the entire Xincheng, but even so, there was no guarantee that Xincheng No. 1 High School would definitely be able to achieve the best results in this novice space. It was like opening a blind box. You never knew if there was potential until the moment you opened it. What the school can do, though, is to teach them all kinds of things to prepare them for entering the novice space and give them an extra chance of survival. At 9 o'clock, the morning practice time finally ended, ushering in the first class of the day. No one would have thought that there would be an interloper at this point in time, or a senior this big test level. The same area, into the novice space was transported to the same possibility is very great, so basically will not be in this note of time to change the environment. After all, and unfamiliar with the people together, is very dangerous. So when the teacher announced it, the entire class was filled with surprised and curious gazes. Just how stupid was this person to switch schools at this time? Not letting everyone wait long, this idiot appeared in everyone's line of sight, followed by silence after the outburst. It's just so good. Face YYDS. I declare, this is my guy from now on. Sorry, I was loud just now. You're transferring to another school is so wise. You guys are so shallow, you're looking at looks, but not me, it's my body I'm craving. When this person finished speaking, he was greeted with a gaze of contempt. How nasty, how dare you think ill of my people? Wearing a brand new school uniform figure slowly into the classroom, the same school uniform, but there is a refreshing feeling, this is the youth. The teacher then wrote down the word Song Qingling in black and white. The waterfall-like black hair hung down as the woman bent over and half bowed, her white skin was like a freshly peeled egg, and her large watery eyes seemed to speak, instantly filling the entire classroom with wolf cries. Hello everyone, my name is Song Qingling, everyone can call me Qingling or Linger. The woman's smile was very pretty, revealing mischievous and cute little tiger teeth. Her voice was even more crisp like a wind chime, as if it had the magic power to seduce the soul. Nice voice. A boy was on the verge of turning into a werewolf-like figure. The whole class was like boiling, but there were calmer ones who said coldly, despicable woman, want to come and take my virginity again? I'll take it from his, come on. For all this, Song Qingling just smiled, not angry at all. Please take care of me in the future. Ozzel. Too gentle. Spirit, sit with me, I have a seat here. The boy practically screamed out, kicking his tablemate out of the way. Tablemate? Well, everyone is very warm and friendly, so I hope you can help each other. Sure. Before the teacher could finish, there was a cheer from the stage, and the teacher pressed his hands down and laughed. Okay, Qingling, you just sit down. She was thinking about how to arrange it when suddenly a boy barged in. Sorry, I'm late. At this time the whole class gazed at this boy who was so thin that he was only bones. They were all quiet. The same new school uniform, why did it have the feeling of asking for food? Standing together with Song Qingling, this is not properly Beauty and Beast, no, it is Beauty and Monkey. Student, are you in the wrong classroom? The teacher couldn't help but ask, she didn't recognize the student yet. Fang Zhang was stunned and withdrew to look at the class name, 3rd year class 1, that's right. Hello teacher, my name is Fang Zhang, the school notified me to come here to attend school. Fang Zhang smiled, very sunny. Ha! He smiled, so lewd. Where did the beggar come from? I'm calling the police, he molested me. The one who spoke was a strong girl with a tan face full of pimples. Founder? Classmate. You're forcing people's hand. Where's the warmth and friendliness? You are Fang Zhang? The teacher just reacted. The principal did say that there were 2 transfer students arranged to her class, and she hadn't been able to see anyone in the morning, and thought that the other one wasn't coming. The teacher was a bit displeased. Why are you late on your first day? Fang Zhang nodded awkwardly, but did not explain. He couldn't say that he went for a run in the morning and forgot the time. When he remembered, he immediately went home and changed into a school uniform, not even taking a shower, not realizing that he was still late. Seeing that Fang Zhang didn't say anything, the teacher didn't continue to ask, it's done, you 2 sit in the last row. No. Many of the boys almost clapped when they heard it. Fang Zhang nodded, ignoring the others, and walked towards the last row of scum seats, which had obviously been unoccupied and piled with clutter. Okay, thank you teacher. Song Qingling revealed her signature smile. After saying that, she quickly followed Fang Zhang. This back, she always felt familiar looking at it. Fang Zhang quickly cleared his position, pulled open the stool and sat down, then looked at Song Qingling who was standing dumbly next to him. You're not sitting? Song Qingling froze, revealing an awkward smile. Well, she admitted that she had misunderstood, thinking that this boy would help her clear her place by the way. She spat out her little tongue, ghostly, then began to move the sundries to the back lockers. Several boys took the initiative to come over to help. She smiled and refused, then took out a paper towel and wiped it off before sitting down. On the contrary, Fang Zhang, after sitting down did not look up, holding a book has been reading. This behavior was all seen by the others, and they couldn't wait to go up and help themselves. I feel like you look familiar, haven't we met somewhere before? Song Qingling took the initiative to say. Only then did Fang Zhang raise his head, realizing that Song Qingling was leaning very close. Her large, soulful eyes were clear and flawless, and her body exuded a faint body fragrance. His body dodged back a bit, and in his heart he said, this is more than just having met, I even saved your life. In fact, from just entering the classroom he recognized this girl, so beautiful, want to not recognize her difficult, is the day the car accident he saved the girl. That's why he kept a low profile, afraid of being recognized. Naturally, he didn't want to be chained up as a dog. No. Fang Zhang calmly said. Really no? Song Qingling leaned closer this time, those big eyes as if she wanted to see through Fang Zhang. Fang Zhang was calm on the surface, but his heart thumped, he wouldn't be recognized right here. It's really familiar, especially the name Fang Zhang. Song Qingling was puzzled. Fang Zhang was relieved to see that Song Qingling did not say anything and continued to bury his head in his book. In fact, at this stage, basically no one would read a book to review. After all, there was no need to take a written test here, and the classes were teaching some more practical survival knowledge. Now is by Mo Xiaojun teacher taught by the wild survival. Wilderness survival, precisely for Fang Zhang, was the most useless lesson. After all, the knowledge of wilderness survival in his mind was comparable to a textbook. And wilderness survival was never something that could be learned on paper, it all needed to be practiced and mastered. Instead, the knowledge that other people thought was the most useless was what he wanted to know the most. For example, this Introduction to Basic Cultivation book in his hand right now. Chapter 6 Introduction to Basic Cultivation. It was said that it was an introduction to basic cultivation, but there wasn't much about cultivation methods. The system of talent was introduced at the beginning. It was roughly the same as what Zhang Lan had said, only here it was written in more detail. When you get the attribute panel, it will also follow the awakening of the talent. The type of talent can be viewed in the attribute panel. Generally, the talent comes with a talent skill. The talent skill is different for different talents, but for the same kind of talent, the talent skill is basically the same. But there are some people who will come with two kinds of talent skills. This kind of people are also known as buger, like a bug-like existence of people. However, these people are extremely rare, even rarer than the first to wake up, and once they are found, they are guaranteed a place in a prestigious school. According to attributes, talents can be divided into two categories, physical and spells, but people are more accustomed to dividing them by talent type into 6 major departments, namely, physique department, elemental department, sublime department, manipulation department, special department, and change department. The division of each department is not independent, like the fire control talent, belongs to both the elemental system, also belongs to the manipulation system. The talents themselves are not categorized according to strength, but rather according to commonness into general, rare, epic, legendary, mythical, etc. Most physique classes and elemental classes are general talents, which are the ones that people awaken more often, but if you awaken a secondary physique class, such as hardening, liquefaction, etc., the talent belongs to the rare class. The same elemental class is also, the second level elemental poison, wood, ice, inflammation, etc., all belong to the rare class. It's not that mythic talents are necessarily stronger than normal ones, but that's basically how everyone defaults to them. This talent system was so huge that Feng Zhang was a bit confused looking at it, so he selectively skipped through it until he saw about the healing talent. The healing talent belonged to the legendary grade talent, classified in the special department category, and the talent skill was the power of healing. Healing power, heal the wounds of the injured and reattach broken limbs. As the talent level increases, skills such as healing elf and divine healing are awakened. There wasn't much introduction about this talent. Feng Zhang looked and looked. How come there was no introduction about the changes in his body after healing? He then looked at the method about skill enhancement and acquisition. Whether it was a gifted person or an ordinary person, the methods of acquiring skills, upgrading skills, etc. were all the same. There are only 2 methods, comprehension and skill books. Of these, comprehension is the hardest and skill books are the easiest. Comprehension can only rely on their own to discover, to feel. When you really understand the skill, the attribute panel will have a new tip, otherwise are not considered mastered. Learning and inheritance, both belong to a kind of comprehension, all refers to the guidance of others, their own learning process. Of course, this will be more efficient than their own blind will be more likely to succeed. As for the skill book is much simpler, as long as you get the skill book, soul binding, you can immediately learn, completely painless and no side effects. However, the skill book will also have various restrictions, such as 4-dimensional attributes, growth attributes, etc., and some of them are limited to the degree of fit. Do not fit is unable to be bound. This point on the contrary, ordinary people have more advantages. No talent, there is no fit, all skills can learn, just the final effect of the problem of the strength of the weak. The reason for this is that the book does not say much, but Feng Zhang can also guess 1 or 2, it should be related to personal attributes. Regarding wilderness survival, the lesson is here. Tomorrow we'll start a 25-day wilderness survival training. Everyone take a good rest today and prepare well for tomorrow. Mo Xiaojun is also only in her 20s, this is her 3rd year as a teacher, that is to say, this class was brought to her from her 1st year of high school. In another month, these students will face the first test of their lives, perhaps after the big exam, some of them will never see each other again, and they are more or less a little sad. It's you! Song Qingling jumped up without warning and pointed at Feng Zhang and yelled. This shouting confused Mo Xiaojun, and the emotions that had been brewing for half a day were held back at once. To say that the most confused, naturally, is Feng Zhang, his heart at once panicked, will not really recognize it. Ahem, it's not me. It's you. No. It's you, your brother Feng. Not. Brother Feng? This time Feng Zhang was even more confused. What's with that? You really don't remember? It's me, Linger. Founder. Of course I know you're Linger. What? Do I have to give you an award? Seeing that Feng Zhang had no impression, Song Qingling became anxious, tying up her hair with one hand and grinning, revealing her sharp tiger teeth. What about me, little spirit? You also promised to marry me as your daughter-in-law. Feng Zhang froze, his mind flashed through a picture, probably 5 or 6 years old. A kid half a head taller than himself pressed himself to the ground and beat him up. He had to marry her as a daughter-in-law, forced by her lewdness. He had to cry and agree, snot smeared to a sleeve. I'm not. Don't be ridiculous. Feng Zhang felt the trembling in his soul and hurriedly denied the trifecta. Mo Xiaojun could not even look at it anymore. Song Qingling still wanted to say something. Suddenly the picture was quiet, her whole face swooshed red, so shy that she quickly walked out of the classroom. It was fine if she didn't run. This time she left. Feng Zhang immediately felt dozens of gazes shooting towards him, the kind filled with killing intent. They weren't stupid, that scene just now clearly showed that these two were related. Or that kind of dog blood plot where the scumbag starts and stops. OMG. I'm going to kill him. Me too. Dude, count me in. Scumbag. Scumbag. For a while the whole class was in a rage. This was the hatred of taking a wife. Quiet. Mo Xiaojun slapped this table, but it had no effect at all. Stop. Finally, a man stood up. His height was a full 1.8 m, directly looking down on everyone. The pressure of not being angry quickly spread to every corner. Fang Zhang did not move, but he had the feeling of being stared at by a fierce beast. Some of the timid ones were even scared out of their cold sweat. This time, the classroom finally quieted down, and Mo Xiaojun nodded, signaling the man to sit down. The man did not say more. His eyes stared fiercely at Fang Zhang, quite a warning. Well, continue with the topic just now. Mo Xiaojun continued his lecture. So scary, has Jianxiong awakened already? I almost peed in fear just now. I don't think so, he's called a killing aura, he's actually killed someone. It's also too scary, this time the school's #1 should be him, luckily we haven't offended him usually. Yeah, but that little cutie. He's dead, he dares to get his hands on the woman Jianxiong has his eyes on, he's really lighting a lamp in the toilet looking for. Several people had cast contemptuous gazes at Fang Zhang. But it's a pity that such a beautiful woman won't be able to take more than one look at her in the future. Forget it, women are important or little lives are important. After 3 years of getting along, they really understood Jianxiong's dominance too well, and their family was even the famous Sword Dao family in Qingcheng, no one dared to mess with them at all. Saying that, they looked at Fang Zhang, more like they were looking at a dead man. These words, naturally, Fang Zhang also heard, but just sneered in his heart, scoffed, this is also good enough to be called a murderous aura. The real killing spirit is not a child's plaything, it is the countless times of life and death struggle, the rain of bullets and bullets cultivated. That is the grievances of countless lives that have died in his hands. Chapter 7. Hear me say thank you. It didn't take long for Song Qingling to return, and you could tell that the blush on her face hadn't faded yet. She still half bowed in apology before quickly returning to her seat, so embarrassed that she was on the verge of snapping out of the 3 rooms. She took a deep breath and pretended that nothing had happened, but the next second she looked at Fang Zhang, she immediately broke down and puffed out her cheeks. I know you are brother Fang. Fang Zhang did not say anything and continued to read. Song Qingling was so angry that she stomped her feet. I'll make you admit it. Fang Zhang. In the latter half of the day, Fang Zhang did not even listen much to the teacher's lecture. It was Song Qingling who squeaked and talked about a lot of things that happened when the two were young. Fang Zhang believed that Song Qingling should know himself, otherwise he would not have these memories. His own father and Song Qingling's father should also know each other, as he also had a little impression in his memories. As for how their relationship was, he was not too sure. After knowing that his father's death was not an accident, Fang Zhang became more cautious. His awakening shouldn't be known by many people. Now he was not sure what consequences and impacts it would bring, and Song Qingling and those black-clothed people were related. He had to be careful in dealing with it, and not expose his identity if he could. The day's lesson finally ended. Fang Zhang was finally liberated. At this time, Mo Xiaojun came to the classroom again. She was the wilderness survival teacher of this class and the person in charge of the training of this class for the next month, so it was necessary to remind everyone once again before school ended to get plenty of sleep and be prepared. Regarding this survival training, Fang Zhang thought about it before deciding to talk to Mo Xiaojun about it. This training was really useless for him. He would rather use this month to learn more about this world and not be at a loss afterward. For example, the book said the 4-dimensional attributes, upgrading and adding points, etc. He felt there was a real need to study it. However, when he approached Mo Xiaojun to voice out the idea of not participating, Mo Xiaojun refused without even thinking about it, and in her eyes, Fang Zhang obviously felt that he was too skinny to stick to this kind of training. But if he didn't adapt to wilderness survival as soon as possible, how could he survive the big test? Don't worry, teacher is not a rough person, will take his time and won't make it hard for you. After saying that, he patted Fang Zhang's shoulder. Small is a bit small, but it's still quite hard. Fang Zhang. Seeing Fang Zhang's dilemma, Mo Xiaojun revealed a satisfied smile. The bell rang, the day's lesson officially ended, and the classroom was once again noisy, mostly discussing tomorrow's survival training. This wasn't the first survival training, it was basically held once every 2 months or so, for more than half a month each time, and everyone had already had experience with it, except that this was the last time, and I had heard that the difficulty was geometrically increasing. Seeing that there was nothing to listen to, Fang Zhang copied 2 books and prepared to leave. Song Qingling saw this and hurriedly followed. Looking at these 2 people's backs, Jianxiong's eyes were filled with anger. Jian Xiao, should we teach a lesson? A lesson must be taught, this doesn't know the sky and the earth. Jianxiong's face was grim as he gently nodded, acquiescing to the words of the 2. It's really hilarious, people who don't even dare to participate in survival training have the nerve to snatch a woman from Jian Xiao. They don't know how to die. It's open, 1 to 0.8 for a broken arm, 1 to 1.2 for a broken leg, 1 to 3 for a half-paralyzed body, and 1 to 5 for a dead body. Place your bets. The chance to get rich is here again. Seeing that Jianxiong's followers around him had followed him out, everyone was gloating, looking as if they were watching the fun. What if it's okay? A boy said. As soon as the words left his mouth, a group of people looked at him as if they were looking at a retard. Zhao Jiangshan, you don't want to see who made the move and it's still okay? Just cut the crap, how can you pay for it if you're fine? Zhao Jiangshan said. Totally fine, 1 for 100, plus I upside down. The gangly man clamored, but note less, this big master is not subject to it. Good. Since we're playing, let's play big, I'll bet $500,000. The moment Zhao Jiangshan's words fell, the whole room erupted. That's $500,000, in Qingqing you can buy half a house, it's worthy of being Zhao Jiangshan, casually taking out $500,000. Haha, if you want to send me money to spend, I have no reason to refuse. The man was very quick to agree. The one who placed the bet was Zhao Jiangshan, and the one who made the move was Jin Xiong. These two were deadly rivals, there was no way they could collude. The thought that he will soon earn $500,000 for nothing, the mood is to float up, how to spend so much money is good. Seeing the man's expression, Zhao Jiangshan couldn't help but shake his head. This level difference is too much, $500,000 is a lot. For the average person, maybe it is their salary for more than 10 years, but for those of them who want to become adventurers, $500,000 is not worth mentioning at all. A skill book are hundreds of millions of dollars, the poorer equipment are to be 4 or 500,000 off. Unless you don't want to be an adventurer and keep living peacefully, then this amount of money is enough for you to spend for a while, but once you embark on the path of an adventurer, even more money is just a number. Listening to the class discussion, Jin Xiong also took it for granted. Only Zhao Jiangshan appeared. His eyes immediately flashed a trace of coldness. Originally he only wanted to briefly teach Fang Zheng a lesson, so that he knew what to do. After all, this small arm and short leg, he didn't dare to be too ruthless. But now he changed his mind, he wanted at least one of his legs. If Founder knew that, he'd have to sing a song about hearing me say thank you. Although $500,000 wasn't much, he might be able to take pleasure in seeing Zhao Jiangshan suffer. Zhao Jiangshan naturally noticed Jin Xiong's gaze, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked in the direction Fang Zheng left. Dude, is that you? He remembered that when he was a child, there was a good brother who was also named Fang Zhang, only then he suddenly lost track of him, and he didn't even do any formalities for dropping out of school, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. When he heard the other party introduced himself as Fang Zhang, immediately recalled the childhood brother, but the person in front of him, and the childhood Fang Zhang is not quite like, mainly because now this person is too thin, skin and bones, completely without the feeling of childhood. Fang Zhang knew nothing about what was happening in the classroom, and even if he did, he would only put a smile on his face. Brother Fang, wait for me. Compared to Jin Xiong, Fang Zhang felt that Song Qingling was more of a headache at this time instead. Why is it that the ghost is still there? Chapter 8, Song Jianhe. Outside Qingqing First High School, there were many parents standing, all waiting for their children to be released from school. According to the tradition, tomorrow was the students' wilderness survival training. Although there was a teacher watching, it would definitely be a lie to say that they weren't worried. This time the wild survival is not like the previous times. The previous are in the back of the mountain they're training, after school can still go home, and tomorrow's is a period of 25 training. I heard that it is in some islands, try to simulate the environment of the novice space. All parents also understand very well, these days suffer a little bit, in the big exam will have more life, so they all cooperate with the schoolwork. But that doesn't stop them from wanting to take their kids to relax to get some good food. This time of year and the day before a big test are the hottest times for restaurants. This includes Song Jianhe, who smokes one cigarette after another. His eyes are full of uneasiness. The thought that after today I do not know when I will be able to see my daughter again, the whole person seems to be drained of soul. He actually wanted to wait until after his daughter's big test before leaving, and wanted to see his daughter come back safely before he could rest assured, but the big test lasts for 100 days, and that organization is impossible to promise. Sigh. Sighing, he looked at the direction where the students came out with a deep gaze like a lookout stone. Song Jianhe's eyes flinched, his entire face was gloomy. Who is this brat? Dare to pester my precious daughter? In his vision, a boy followed Song Qingling. Wherever Qingling went, the man went, although it seemed somewhat opposite. It must be the man pestering his own daughter. When he thought that he was about to leave, but his own daughter was being pestered by these crazy bees and butterflies, an inexplicable anger rose in his heart. He must make this stinking monkey regret coming to this world. He wants to make an example of the monkey. No, it's killing a monkey to make an example of a chicken, that doesn't seem right either. No matter what, anyway, we must let those people know what the consequences of approaching our own daughter are. Dad. At this time, Song Qingling also spotted Song Jianhe and waved her hand from afar, her face overflowing with surprise. Song Jianhe changed his face, and instantly smiled. Every time he saw his daughter smile, his heart would melt. He even sighed whether he had saved the galaxy in his past life. How could he have such a good-looking daughter? Look, my dad is right there. He and Uncle Fong are good friends. He definitely recognizes you. Song Qingling revealed a smug smile. Let's see how you can still deny it this time. As soon as Fang Zheng heard this, he instinctively wanted to leave. The target of those black-clothed people was clearly Song Qingling's father. Wouldn't he be noticed by the black-clothed people if he was close to them? How can he still play? But the next second, he realized that his hand was being pulled by Song Qingling towards her father. In that very instant, Fang Zheng saw that the man's face was terribly gloomy, and a thick killing intent enveloped him. This was not the kind of over-the-top stuff like Jin Xiong, but real killing intent. For a moment, Fong Zheng really thought that he would be killed. However, this didn't last long as they had already arrived in front of Song Jianghe. Song Jianghe had a strange expression on his face, trying to act gentle but trying to suppress his anger, especially when he saw Song Qingling holding the boy's hands. He had the feeling that his own cabbage had been arched by a pig. This was something he would never allow. "Dad, look, who did I bring over?" Song Qingling excitedly pointed at Fong Zheng, not noticing Song Jianghe's ugly face in the slightest. Song Jianghe secretly said in his heart that it was not good. "What, it's coming to the point of meeting the parents? No. You're still a child. Shouldn't you still be pregnant? Stinking monkeys. I'll castrate you." Fong Zheng suddenly felt a chill under his block. "This is rushing at my little brother? Dad, what are you doing?" Song Qingling puffed up her mouth. She clearly felt her dad's dissatisfaction. Although Song Jianghe was already trying his best to control his murderous aura, it still made Song Qingling feel it, and he immediately put away his murderous aura, replacing it with a svelte and gentle smile. "Baby, where did Dad do anything? I'll ignore you if you keep this up," Song Qingling gambled. "How can you do that? Dad promised there won't be a next time," Song Jianghe hurriedly apologized. Song Qingling also knew her father's character. Although she was full of promises, she would be like this next time. Remembering that a boy came to play with her in middle school, he was almost crippled by her father and transferred to a different school the next day, so she hadn't had many male friends since she was a child. Fong Zhang looked at the appearance of Song Jianghe's daughter slave, the temperament that was so gentle that it looked like a scholar. It was impossible for him to remember wrongly. It was really his father's friend, Uncle Song. "Alright, I forgive you." Looking at Song Jianghe's pitiful appearance, Song Qingling couldn't really be angry. "Dad, look, does he look like Brother Fong?" Song Qingling quickly forgot about what had just happened and immediately pushed Fong Zheng forward. "Brother Fong?" Song Jianghe's face subconsciously twitched. "Where are you thinking about? Uncle Fong's son, Fong Zheng. Didn't you often bring me to their house to play when I was little?" Song Qingling knew that her father was imagining things again and immediately said. As expected, as soon as he heard Fong Zheng's name, Song Jianghe's face went all serious and his eyes kept sizing up Fong Zheng. Only after a while did he say fiercely, "Brat, don't pretend to be familiar. Stay away from my family's Qingling in the future." After saying this, he pulled Song Qingling to leave, but Song Qingling didn't react. "Dad, really not?" "No." Song Jianghe looked at Fong Zheng and said, "Brat, I'm warning you, nephew Fong has been in a coma for 7 years. The doctor said it's impossible for him to wake up. There's no way you could be him." "Yeah. Brother Fong is in a coma." It was only then that Song Qingling remembered that her father had brought her to visit once before, and she hadn't been in contact since then. Thinking of this, Song Qingling's big watery eyes dimmed a bit. If Brother Fong was really still in a coma, then this Fong Zhang right now would not be the person himself. Soon, Song Jianghe pulled Song Qingling into the car and disappeared into the sea of people. Fong Zhang's face was gloomy at this time. Although he was only 18 years old, after experiencing the dreamer's life, his insight was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Just now, Song Jianghe's eyes looking at him obviously changed a little. Fong Zhang was sure that he had recognized himself, and later on, those words, it was more like he deliberately said them to himself. The meaning should be that the news of Fong Zhang waking up could not be known to others. "Dad, is that really not Brother Fong?" "Aha! Don't think about it." Song Jianghe drove the car, but the corners of his mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. There was something in this kid's eyes. "I wonder how he is now, Brother Fong? Has Dad not found them yet?" Song Qingling's mood was obviously a bit low. "There's no rush. Your Brother Fong, he's fortunate enough to have a heavenly vision of heaven." Aha! Chapter 9, Old Stories. After bidding farewell to Song Qingling and the two of them, Fong Zhang saw that the time was still early and started running for exercise again. He was still very dissatisfied with his current physical fitness. Not only was he too skinny, his physical fitness was also not up to par. However, thinness is not a day and a half cannot be solved, need to be improved with meals. Right now all he could practice was physical fitness. Where's this idiot going? Why is he running? Keep up. The ones who spoke were none other than Jin Xiang's two henchmen, Zhang De and Zhang Er, who had been watching what was happening at the school entrance, and had even secretly informed Jin Xiang. These two are blood brothers, joined the Sword family's Kendo Hall, not weak, and later became Jin Xiang's followers. In the past 2 years, those unseen things were all done by them. What is he running to the back mountain for? Zhang De was familiar with Qingcheng, and the back mountain was the place where they had survived in the wilderness a few times before, so one look at the direction and he knew the destination. "It shouldn't have found us, right?" Zhang Er said. "Shouldn't be. How dare you run to the back of the mountain if you found us?" Zhang Di revealed a teasing expression, having just received orders from Jin Xiong to remove at least 2 of Fong Zheng's hands. Jin Xiong was so angry, naturally he knew about Fong Zheng pulling Song Qingling's hand. "That's right, going to the back of the mountain is just what we want." Zhang Er also laughed. "Pat. Don't giggle, hurry up and keep up. He's going into the back of the mountain, don't lose him." Both of them were a bit flustered to see Fong Zhang running so fast. They couldn't see at all that this small body had this kind of speed. Although this back mountain was located in the city, it was not small at all, covering an area of more than the size of 10 Qingcheng first middle schools alone. It was one of the major attractions of Qingcheng, and because it was located behind the school, it was called the back mountain by the students. Every year, the survival training before the big exam was held there, whether it was in the first middle school or any other high school. That's why every Qingcheng person is too familiar with the back of the mountain. What's going on? Isn't there only one road here? How come there's no one in sight? Zhang Er was a bit flustered, originally thought that Fong Zhang was just running fast, he was following behind, he would always come across, but until he reached the top of the mountain, he didn't see any figure. Zhang De also fell into contemplation. When he entered the back of the mountain, he arranged for the back of the mountain and sent people to block the several necessary paths, but when he just made contact, he realized that Fong Zhang had never left at all. Could he have left already? Zhang Er asked. Impossible, all the entrances and exits have our men, how did he escape our sight? Zhang De asked back. Then could he have gone down the steep slopes on both sides? Zhang De glanced at Zhang Er and didn't even bother to answer, but after Zhang Er finished speaking, he also immediately felt that he was overthinking. This back mountain was in an undeveloped state except for a couple of roads. The trees were so dense that they couldn't even see the ground, even they didn't dare to enter those areas even for their wilderness survival, let alone Fong Zhang, who was just an ordinary student. Unless he can fly, it's impossible to escape. Keep looking. Zhang De somewhat regretted why he didn't do it earlier just now. If he really let Fong Zhang escape, Jian Xiao would definitely not let the two of them go. Thinking of Jian Xiang's methods, both of them couldn't help but shiver. Brother, I'll find some more people to look for them together. I don't believe he can escape. Humph. Zhang De nodded heavily. The sky was already slightly dark. Fong Zhang had already finished his workout and returned home at this time, and he was not at all concerned about the stalking of those two idiots. He actually had a simpler method, but just wanted to fool these two people a little bit, let them have a good workout as well, right? Seeing Fong Zhang return, Zhang Lan also happened to prepare the meal. It wasn't exactly sumptuous, but one could definitely tell that Zhang Lan had put some thought into it. Fong Zhang knew that Zhang Lan had to work in the evening, and hurried back in order to prepare this meal. In fact, at the beginning, Fong Zhang didn't know whether it was because he was in a coma or the experience in the dream was too real. He didn't have much feelings for Zhang Lan, but after these days, he had completely accepted this mother. In the dream, he had experienced everything but affection, and the feeling of someone being sincere to you was really good. What's wrong? Come on over and eat. How are you adjusting to your first day of school? Fine. Fong Zhang nodded and shared today's insights with Zhang Lan while eating. He admitted to himself that he was not a talkative person, but he just couldn't help but share with Zhang Lan, who also listened happily and commented from time to time. When encountering questions that Fong Zhang didn't understand, Zhang Lan would also answer them one by one. That is, if he didn't understand, he would also look up on the internet. Mom, do you remember Uncle Song? In the end, Fong Zhang couldn't help but ask. Although he did not intend to tell Zhang Lan about the suspicion of his father's car accident, he still wanted to get more information from Zhang Lan. Remember, Uncle Song and your father were college classmates. He used to come over to play when you were young. Zhang Lan recalled, his daughter used to play with you a lot. I think her name is Qingling. Speaking of these, Zhang Lan's face was all smiles. When you two were young, you were still always grabbing things, haha, every time you cried until you had a face full of snot. Founder. I don't know how they are now. Qingling should have already grown into a beauty. Although little Qingling was a bit of a tomboy, she was smart and lively, and she could love it to bits. Zhang Lan used to fantasize that the two children would grow up to be in-laws, adding insult to injury. Only later, after Fong Tianyuan's car accident, the two families had less interaction. In fact, it is not to blame Song Jianghe. When Fong Tianyuan accident, Song Jianghe busy, dealing with all kinds of aftermath, otherwise to her a woman family, simply cannot get over. And at that time, Fong Zhang was also seriously injured, she was also distracted, can be said to rely on Song Jianghe to help. Song Jianghe also gave her a sum of money to get through that difficult period. However, later, she herself had moved from place to place in order to help Fong Zhang with his treatment, so she didn't notify Song Jianghe in order to not want to trouble him again. And during that time, too much money was needed, she didn't even bother to pay the phone bill, and when everything stabilized, she couldn't contact Song Jianghe, and later heard that the family had moved away and didn't know where they were going. This matter also became a regret in Zhang Lan's heart. Why are you suddenly asking about Uncle Song? Zhang Lan was a bit curious. After listening to Zhang Lan's words, Fong Zhang felt as if he had caught something. Song Jianghe definitely knew some inside information, his moving and changing his contact information all seemed like he was hiding from something. Moreover, from Song Jianghe's words today, he does not want to recognize himself. Is he worried about something? Fong Zhang felt that as long as he investigated in this direction, he would definitely find out the truth. No, it just suddenly came to mind. Fong Zhang casually made an excuse. Our Fong family owes the Song family a huge favor. If you meet Qingling in the novice space, take care of her. Zhang Lan felt guilty in her heart. Song Qingling was only a few months younger than Fang Zhang, and counting, she was also in this year's batch of big candidates. Although she also felt in her heart that Fang Zhang couldn't take care of people for anything, but if she could meet them, she would try her best to help. Fang Zhan nodded his head, indicating that he knew. Zhang Lan was satisfied, feeling that her son had grown up quite a bit, although people didn't necessarily want you to help, but your attitude had to be put out. After the meal, Zhang Lan hurriedly went back to work. This meal exceeded her expected time. Originally she also intended to come back and then wash the dishes, but was grabbed by Fang Zhang to wash. Chapter 10 4-Dimensional Attributes. The four-dimensional attributes are strength, agility, spirit, and physique, which affect strength, speed, energy, mana, and stamina, respectively. Each person's physical quality will be quantified into these four-dimensional attributes. Strength and agility are well understood, while the spirit, in addition to affecting a person's mental fatigue, but also affects the amount of essence power, also known as mana power. The use of skills is to consume a certain amount of essence power, also commonly known as the blue bar. Physique affects the physical strength, also affects the endurance. As for the blood bar, there is no such thing. This world is like a game yet realistic, and just because you are high level, you don't have to die just because you get your head chopped off. However, in addition to their own four-dimensional attributes, there is an additional attribute, which is defense. It can be obtained by learning skills, wearing equipment. Some scholars have studied, the basic defense is also related to the physical quality, just not a clear ratio value. In addition, there is another kind of attribute called growth attribute, also called assignable attribute points. Growth attribute is related to oneself. Everyone is different. When upgrading, in addition to the four-dimensional attribute fixed enhancement, there will be additional freely assignable attribute points. This attribute point is the growth attribute. After years of research, the average value of the initial four-dimensional attributes of human beings is 10, that is, 10 points of strength, 10 points of agility, 10 points of spirit, 10 points of physique, and every time you go up a level, each attribute is raised by 5 points. And the growth attribute is currently known. The lowest is 1, the highest is 20, that is, the growth attribute of the highest people, raise 1 level, equivalent to others to rise 2 levels. This point let Fang Zhang is very broken, because 1 this record is set by the therapist, and not a half, or universal, the highest but 2. But thankfully, 20 points of growth attributes in human history, there is and only one, that is the military god Lu Chen, has been 100 years ago. Others were generally between 4-8, and those who could go up to 10 were already hailed as geniuses and focused on cultivation. Without realizing it, Fang Zhang finished the entire basic cultivation primer, and when he woke up, he had found that the sunlight was blinding. Late. Qingqing First High School playground, standing full of people, all the students of this session to meet to participate in the big exam. The principal a passionate and inspiring speech. Each class began to prepare for this field training. Each class's field location is different. The only similarity is that they all need to experience up to 200 kilometers of walking. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but let out a cry of disbelief. 200 kilometers, that's 2 to 3 hours of driving. If you walk at 5 kilometers per hour, wouldn't that be 40 hours of walking? Not counting breaks on the road. If you count all that, you won't even reach your destination in 3 days. The students have protested, but unfortunately to no avail, as it is a tradition that even the parents waiting outside the school dare not object to. If you suffer more today, you may not have to die tomorrow. This is a truth that everyone still understands. After counting the number of people, one class after another set off, this time on a class-by-class basis. Not even one person less could set off. And each class is competitive. The first to reach the destination will have extra rewards, and the last to reach the destination will also have the corresponding punishment. Each class will be supervised by 7 teachers, and it is impossible to cheat. What's going on? Fang Zhang hasn't come yet? Mo Xiaojun was in charge for the first time, and it would be a lie to say that she didn't take it seriously. From the first assembly to the end of the principal's speech, she didn't know how many times she had searched for Fang Zhang, but unfortunately, he never showed up, and the most damnable thing was that no one had Fang Zhang's contact information, and even the number on the profile was in arrears. What the hell? Mo Xiaojun was so anxious that she stomped her feet because there were already classes that had started to depart and she still had no solution at all. Teacher. I think it's better not to wait, maybe he can't even come la. The boy who opened the disc yesterday said he was in the right mood. No one thought that Fang Zhang couldn't even show up. No one even bought the option that Fang Zhang was dead. That meant that he was wildcard. How much money would he win? What do you mean? Mo Xiaojun's face suddenly grimaced, clearly sensing something in Qian Shanji's words. Of course it's literal. Qian Shanji sneaked a look at Jian Xiong. Although everyone knew that Jian Xiong did it, there wouldn't really be anyone foolish enough to put this in the open. Jian Xiong had a face that was not concerned, but in his heart, he gave a nod to Zhang Dezhang. He did not expect these two people to do such a dry and clean job, not even a little bit of trouble. He was all smiles when he looked at Zhang Dezhang. However, Zhang Dezhang and the two of them were originally a bit weak. They had almost turned over the entire back of the mountain without finding Fang Zhang, and they were all ready to be punished, but they never thought that Fang Zhang would not show up. Then it was really God's help for them. Feeling the gazes of the people around them, both of them couldn't help but lift their chests a bit. Silly Zhao, your vision is really bad. Jian Xiong wasn't polite with Zhao Jiangshan in the slightest. Zhao Jiangshan's family was just thugs, he didn't bring fear at all. Zhao Jiangshan, how about it? Willing to gamble and accept defeat. There's no refunding the money. Qian Shanji was full of ridicule, this was the happiest day since he was born. Zhao Jiangshan's face was ugly, but more than that, he felt guilty. Money and face were small things. He just realized that he might have directly harmed Fang Zheng with that bet. If he hadn't been so nosy, Jianxiong probably wouldn't have laid a heavy hand on him. That smile of Jianxiong's said it all. Mo Xiaojun had been in this class, and she wasn't a dumb white girl. From the conversation between a few people, she realized something and couldn't help but shake her head. Not to mention that there is no evidence. Even if there is evidence, it is impossible to do anything to Jianxiong. His family is still very powerful in Xincheng. Understanding this, she had to find the school administration to explain, otherwise they had been unable to leave. Hearing those words, Song Qingling's face all ugly up. Early in the morning, father left words without saying goodbye, originally brewed up today to apologize to Fang Zhang, and did not wait for people. Things do not go well, the mood is irritable. That denizen prodigal son won't appear. Qingling, don't worry, no one will harass you again. Jian Xiong took the opportunity to approach Song Qingling with a fluttering gentleman's appearance. Disgusting. Hypocritical. Song Qingling was just simple, but not stupid. People with clear eyes could see what Jianxiong had done to Fang Zhang, which caused Fang Zhang to not be able to appear. Jianxiong's smile instantly stopped, then he grimaced. In Xincheng, no one had ever dared to talk to himself like this. Don't drink a toast without a penalty. A powerful aura reappeared on Jianxiong's body. What? Do you want to kill me in plain sight? Song Qingling did not retreat in the slightest, and there was some provocation in her words. Anyone would not have thought that Song Qingling, who looked weak and luxuriant, would be so rigid. Originally just wanted to scare Song Qingling, did not expect her to come so out, let Jianxiong momentarily difficult to get off the stage. Sorry. Sleeping late. Just as the two of them, Song Qingling and Jianxiong, were at war with their swords, Fang Zhang suddenly appeared, catching the crowd off guard. Are you a human or a ghost? Many people broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of stupid words are you saying here? I'm definitely a human. Fang Zhang replied back in a good-natured manner. You're really fine, great. Song Qingling immediately reverted back to her well-behaved appearance. Jian Xiong saw, this is even more hateful to gnash teeth. You pray not to plant my hands, or I want you to beg for life and beg for death. Why are you here? Zhao Jiangxiong came over it the first time, and kept checking Fang Zhang's body, almost peeling off his clothes to study it. Fang Zhang frowned, who are you? Manners aren't polite. Zhao Jiangshan froze, then laughed, haha, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it, I forgot for a moment. As an apology, how about I compensate you $1 million? Founder? Is this guy's head not working? Yes, you bring it. Fang Zhang was not polite, and did not care whether the other party was telling the truth or not. Anyway, if you dare to compensate, I dare to take it. Chapter 11. This has you talking? Zhao Jiangshan was stunned again, obviously not expecting Fang Zhang to be so direct. I don't have so much money with me, wait a moment. You just blow. Fang Zhang thought to himself that he had seen through you long ago. What kind of tycoon are you pretending to be? Zhao Jiangshan now walked to Qian Shanji, looking at the still unresponsive Qian Shanji, cannot help but feel funny, really dark flowers and a village. Chicken, just now, but you said willing to gamble to lose? Zhao Jiangshan sneered, how much is 100 times of 500,000? As soon as the words fell, Qian Shanji was so scared that his entire body sat on the ground. Impossible. How could he be fine at all? Qian Shanji simply couldn't believe this fact. Even if Fang Zhang had only broken one of his hands, he hadn't been so alarmed. But Fang Zhang now looked like, not only did he not have a broken arm or leg, he was still intact and in good spirits. This is a hell of a thing. Did Jianxiong join forces with Zhao Jiangshan to undermine me? Qian Shanji couldn't help but think of this possibility, or else how could Fang Zhang not be hurt at all? Not to mention Qian Shanji, at this moment, Jianxiong's face was also gloomy to the extreme. These two losers, what the hell are they doing for food? He wanted to immediately arrest the two Zhang De brothers and ask what was going on. Zhang De and Zhang Er's faces were also full of astonishment. They simply couldn't imagine that Fang Zhang had already left the back of the mountain, and might have even left a long time ago. So what the hell were they doing walking all over the mountain the whole night? They looked at Fang Zhang's expression and felt like he was laughing at himself. Jian Xiao, he must be doing it on purpose. Zhang De immediately thought of something. He's obviously fine and could have come over very early, but he delayed showing up just to see us laugh. Right, that must be it. This matter can't be settled just like that. Zhang Er immediately agreed. He knew that his elder brother was trying to think of a way to make up for his mistakes. Jian Xiong's face was cold to the core. You guys watch yourselves. Hearing this, the hearts of the two Zhang Er brothers loosened up. At least Jian Xiong would not do anything to them now. If you fail again, you will end yourselves. But the next sentence made the two hearts lift up again. Chicken? You're not going to deny it, are you? Zhao Jiangshan seemed to smile. Qian Shanji looked at Jianxiong for help, but the latter did not react at all. He really panicked now, although his family also has some money, but 50 million how can he take it? Even if he can take it, none by the old man to break his legs. No matter what he said, he couldn't possibly pay out this amount of money. I don't have the money. Then use your life to offset it, although I don't think your life is worth tens of millions of dollars, it's better than nothing. Zhao Jiangshan revealed a vicious smile. No. I have money, give it some time. Shan Sanqi had to resort to stalling. Heh, you think Laozi will believe you? You really don't see the coffin. Zhao Jiangshan's face glowed fiercely, and he pulled out a knife directly from somewhere. Enough. Jian Xiong, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Zhao silly, let Chicken compensate you for $1 or $2 million, and this will be settled. When Zhao Jiangshan heard this, he immediately became furious. Who the hell do you think you are? Jian Xiong's face sank. Well then, you'll kill the mountain chicken now and explain to the teacher yourself, and you won't get a single penny, I said. When Qian Shanji heard this, he immediately had a bottom. Right, that's all the money I have, take it or leave it. Zhao Jiangshan frowned. He knew that he could no longer help Qian Shanji today. With Jian Xiong backing him up, he could not really kill Qian Shanji. To kill is not now, can only be dealt with secretly, otherwise his family is even more rich, will have to sit through the bottom of the jail. Ro! I remember you. Bring the money. After Zhao Jiangshan finished speaking, he immediately made a move to snatch Qian Shanji's card and forced him to hand over his password, after which he only needed a phone call, and his card immediately had an extra $2 million. Jianxiong saw Zhao Jiangshan's action. Even though his heart was not happy, he could only turn a blind eye to it. After all, the words came out of his own mouth, he can't hit his own face. Brother, here you go. Password 88. Zhao Jiangshan handed a bank card directly to Fang Zhang. Fang Zhang was still in a daze. This was all ing nuts. He was only a few minutes late. Did he need to put on a big show? A few $1 million just for the hell of it? There's no such thing as bragging. He didn't believe it at all, and even felt that the other party was talking comic relief, but he still took the card, in case it was true. Founder. Do you know what time it is? Mo Xiaojun saw Fang Zhang's figure from afar and immediately ran over. Seeing Fang Zhang's leisurely appearance, she hated to strangle him. Teacher is really sorry, I overslept in the morning. Fang Zhang had an apologetic face. Mo Xiaojun, you. She thought of 1,000 possibilities, and even thought that Fang Zhang had died, only she didn't think that she had overslept. This reason is true to some outrageous awe. Can you oversleep even on such a critical day? Are you made of pig brains? Isn't it true that you have to oversleep even on the big test day? Forget it, I'll keep this in mind. I'll punish you later. Let's go first. The other classes had already departed, but Mo Xiaojun was in a hurry. This was about her career. The first time she led a class, she came in last place. How could she hold her head up? Ms. Mo, just deal with it like that? That's too cheap for him. A middle-aged uncle suddenly said. I don't need Director Wang to worry about this class. Mo Xiaojun frowned. Although her seniority was light, her strength was extraordinary. She was already at the middle stage of the Earth realm, and naturally, she was also a high-minded person. As expected, when Director Wang heard this, his entire face collapsed, then he laughed back in anger. That being said, he is always a student of the first middle school. The school has school discipline. It's not something you can do whatever you want, Teacher Mo. Then what does Director Wang have in mind? Mo Xiaojun spat furiously in her heart. Dead brain. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. I don't dare to be a high opinion. In order to serve as a warning to others, I suggest that Fang Zhang's training qualifications be stopped immediately. Director Wang's afterglow sneaked a look at Jian Xiong, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Holy! What's so great about this? When Fang Zhang heard this, his heart was ecstatic. This Director Wang looked clear-eyed as well. No way! When Mo Xiaojun heard this, she immediately exploded. No way, the school has never had this kind of regulation. And it's about the life and death of the students. It can't be stopped just because you say so. Teacher, the rest is fine. I am indeed late. I'll quit. Seeing Mo Xiaojun's opposition, Fang Zhang decisively jumped out. He couldn't let her fool around anymore. Director Wang and Mo Xiaojun both looked at Fang Zhang at the same time. What the hell? Fang Zhang's reaction was completely out of their expectation. After all, no one would ever take the initiative to quit. Have you considered it clearly? Director Wang was a bit hesitant at this time. He actually just wanted to scare Fang Zhang, let him know his mistakes and give him some lessons, but he really didn't want him to quit. As Mo Xiaojun said, this is a training that can affect the life and death of the students. If he really let the students quit, it will be criticized in the future. Shut up. Is there a place for you to talk here? Mo Xiaojun bellowed, and although he was looking at Fang Zhang, Director Wang always felt that it was addressed to himself. This is impossible, you changed the punishment. Mo Xiaojun said. After Director Wang thought about it, his eyes signaled Jianxiong, who immediately understood, but he couldn't possibly go down himself, and Zhang Di immediately understood, so he laughed and said, let him carry the luggage for our whole class. Carry the luggage. Carry the bags. As soon as Zhang Da's words came out, the others instantly agreed. These people had all lost a lot of money because of Fang Zhang, so how could they not have a little hatred? Mo Xiaojun, on the other hand, frowned. Each of these students of hers was like a vacation, with big bags and small bags. It was impossible for one person to take them all. I'd better quit, Fang said as he blacked out. No way. Chapter 12 Wilderness Survival Prizes? As soon as Fang Zhang's words fell, Director Wang and Mo Xiaojun immediately refused. Fang Zhang are confused. Mo Xiaojun does not agree he can understand. But you Wang Director blind mess what we are comrades in arms No, why do you insist that I participate one more or one less does not affect it. Fang Zhang's words made Mo Xiaojun completely speechless. She had never seen a student who was so irresponsible to himself. The one who wins this time can choose a skill book, don't you want it? Wait? Skill book? Yeah, even if you don't get a skill book, there are other rewards like. I'm sorry, I admit that I just spoke a bit too loudly. Where's the luggage? Founder changed his face in a second. Ahem. Mo Xiaojun thought about it. Time can't be dragged on like this anymore. Since Fang Zhang is fine with it, then he has to hurry up and get going. Take all the important luggage yourself, and put the rest here. Mo Xiaojun gave an order. Each of those people dropped their luggage like a well and threw it in a brain at the location. Mo Xiaojun said. One suitcase piled up like a small mountain. Fang Zhang's face is black. This is too much Is it all put? Mo Xiaojun reconfirmed. Put it down. Aside from Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan, everyone else put their luggage down and waited with gloating faces to see the start. Alright then. Depart. Mo Xiaojun turned her head and simply ignored the pile of luggage. Departure? That luggage? Everyone had a puzzled look on their faces. Those unimportant ones won't be brought. Mo Xiaojun said indifferently, not paying the slightest attention to the dissatisfaction of the others. Mo Xiaojun. What do you mean? Director Wang finally couldn't help himself this time. This Mo Xiaojun was clearly trying to make him look bad. Oh, right. Mo Xiaojun looked at Fang Zhang. What are you waiting for? Why don't you carry the luggage on everyone? Oh. Only then did Fang Zhang react, and ran as kissingly to take over the small bags hanging on those people. Anyone with discerning eyes knew that they had been tricked. One by one, they stood still and refused to go. Fine. If you guys don't leave, then all of you won't participate. After Mo Xiaojun finished speaking, she walked out of the school gate without looking back. It could be seen that she was really angry now. Fang Zhang, Song Qingling, and Zhao Jiangshan immediately followed, leaving the others to look at each other in disbelief. Soon enough, there were people who couldn't help themselves and followed. Not everyone is as powerful as Jianxiong, nor as rich as Zhao Jiangshan. Most of them come from ordinary families. This time the wilderness survival training is not polite to say that it can definitely affect their state when they take the big exam. If they give up, the ones who regret it will definitely be themselves. With the first there was a second, and in the end, all of them followed, only to have the hatred of Fang Zhang deepen a little more in their hearts. Seeing all the people follow, Mo Xiaojun reveals a faintly imperceptible smile. Fang Zhang, this kid, she can't catch some, but the other brats, she is still not clear? These 3 years as a teacher, she was not a teacher for nothing. Half a day had passed since Fang Zhang's class departed, and because of their late departure time, they were already far behind the other classes. In order to catch up with the progress, Mo Xiaojun didn't dare to stop for a moment, causing every student to scream bitterly. The more tired they were, the more they hated Fang Zhang, and all of them stayed away from him, fearing that he had a contagious disease. However, this did not include Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan, a class of 50 people, hard to be divided into 2 factions. Are you tired here? Let me take some for you. No need. But you're sweating. Founder? After saying that, Song Qingling immediately regretted it. What was wrong with her today? Guilt. It must be like this. After all, he was responsible for all of this today. If it wasn't for his misunderstanding yesterday, Jin Xiong wouldn't have gotten Fang Zhang into trouble. Enough. You guys be individuals. I carried all the luggage. He's tired. Zhao Jianshan, who had big bags hanging all over his body, finally couldn't help himself. Is this still an ing human being? You just deserve it. If anything happens to Fang Zhang, are you happy about it? Song Qingling said. I didn't expect it either. Looking at Zhao Jiangshan's aggrieved expression at this moment, there was no way to associate him with being an arrogant and domineering rich second generation. It was naturally Song Qingling's idea to ask Zhao Jiangshan to accept the punishment instead of Fang Zhang. Seeing that someone was taking the blame for him, Fang Zhang definitely did not object. Listening to these 2 people yakking, Fang Zhang was a bit uncomfortable. In the dream he was used to being alone, people were ruthless and didn't talk much. Now that he woke up, he was still not completely comfortable with this identity. By the way, I'm curious, how did you manage to be fine at all? With Zhao Jiangshan's understanding of Jianxiong, it was impossible for him to do nothing. It was not uncommon for him to lay down hard hands. Even if there was a student from another class who provoked him before, he was directly broken in the arms and legs, and was forced to drop out of school. So when it was known that Fang Zhang had offended Jianxiong, everyone thought that he would end up the same way, so much so that they were so surprised to see Fang Zhang in one piece. I'm not sure, just go home normally. Fang Zheng's voice was not loud, but he didn't deliberately lower the volume either, and many people heard it. When Zhang de Zhang'er heard it, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Sure enough, when they looked at Jian Xiong, they realized that the latter's eyes were terribly gloomy. Zhao Jiangshan didn't believe in this set of words, but he couldn't find a better explanation. 200 kilometers of hasty marching is not a simple task even if you put it in the army, let alone a student. Although in order to deal with the novice space, the school had always paid a lot of attention to physical fitness exercises, but these students hadn't gained the attribute panel yet, their physique hadn't metamorphosed yet, and they were still no more than ordinary normal people, and they were already exhausted after just walking for most of the day. But at this time, Mo Xiaojun still did not let everyone stop. This 200-kilometer walk was actually more about exercising everyone's will, and in the novice space, this kind of situation could be said to be commonplace. Mo Xiaojun kept encouraging everyone, and again kept painting the cake, what with the fact that as long as they crossed this hill again, they would be able to take a break, but they didn't even know how many hills they had crossed, and they still didn't have a chance to take a break. Although Fang Zhang had experienced this kind of training in his dreams, this body did not have this quality at all. Even though he had awakened his talent, his physique had not yet metamorphosed, and to be able to hold on until now was already beyond his own limits. Why don't we rest first? Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan's state looked much better than Fang's, after all, they had received exercise since they were young. No need. Fang Zheng shook his head, although he walked slowly, his every step was firm. Zhao Jiangshan sighed, he could see that Fang Zheng was holding on strongly, but he didn't persuade him, he just looked for other topics to distract Fang Zheng. Brother, I always feel that you look familiar, have you ever studied at Qingqing Primary School before? Fang Zheng shook his head without hesitation. It was not that he didn't remember, but he really remembered too much. His elementary school was Qingqing Primary School, but he didn't want to expose too much information about himself. Is that so? I really think you look like my buddy from elementary school, even your name is the same. Zhao Jiangshan said. Upon saying that, Fang Zheng's mind conjured up a little fatty lookalike, which was indeed a bit similar to Zhao Jiangshan. He also remembered that the little fatty was a very timid crybaby who followed him all day long, and several times when he was bullied by the upper grades, he was the one who went to relieve himself. This simply couldn't overlap with the current Zhao Jiangshan. Song Qingling listened on the sidelines, her large eyes turning, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 13, Lying Shot At. Stop. We'll rest here tonight. In the evening, as the sun went down, Mo Xiaojun found a place with a wide view for everyone to rest. Finally we can rest. That was the first thing that came out of almost everyone's mouths, and they immediately paralyzed on the ground, not even bothering to move their fingers. Fang Zhang, on the other hand, was even more exaggerated, his entire body was almost wasted, his hands and feet were shaking, and even his breathing seemed labored. Look at him, what a waste, this won't work. Seeing Fang Zhang in this state, there were many more jeers coming from him. Monkeys are good at climbing trees, it's not normal that they can't walk. What bad luck, it's all because of this vermin, we don't have a tent tonight, how can we sleep? Some people looked at Fang Zhang with resentment in their eyes. Teacher also helped him too much, according to me, I should have let him quit at that time. You guys? What does this have to do with Fang Zhang? Fang Zhang could tolerate it, but she, Song Qingling, couldn't tolerate it. Obviously Fang Zhang didn't do anything, it was all those people targeting him, how come it was now Fang Zhang's fault? Humph. Because of Fang Zhang, now even Song Qingling was not well received, some people directly did not talk to the three of them and directly isolated them. Cough cough, everyone, because of someone, we're all out of food, I suggest finding a few people to join me in looking around the neighborhood to see if there's anything to eat. Kenshiro stood up at that moment, his condition seemed to be quite good. I agree. Agreed. Soon, 5 of the more physically fit students were selected out of the class. For this practice, Mo Xiaojun was the default, this nearby mountains she had already checked before and didn't find any traces of foreign beasts, relatively safe. And this was also part of the wilderness survival training. Jian Xiong playfully looked at Fang Zhang who was still lying on the ground with a provocative meaning. Originally, he didn't need to find the food himself, but he did it himself in order to perform at Song Qingling and show her which man was stronger. But he had really overthought it, and now he was nothing but disgusting in Song Qingling's eyes. You guys stay here, I'll go find some food too. Zhao Jiangshan knew that even if Jian Xiong and the others found food, they wouldn't share a portion with them, so they could only rely on themselves. Don't go. Fang Zheng shook his head at this time. It was already dark, and in this kind of mountain forest, it was dangerous to not even be able to see the road at night. And all the way he had paid attention, if there was food, he would never let it go, even he didn't have any harvest, those people were most likely to pounce as well. Besides, those 5 people were all Jian Xiong's gang anyways, Zhao Jiangshan acted alone, who knows if they would do anything to him. But, after listening to Fang Zheng's analysis, Zhao Jiangshan understood, but he couldn't help but be hungry. At this time, Fang Zheng took out a few packets of instant noodles from his bag, make do, eat this. Holy! Old Fang you can! The moment he saw the instant noodles, Zhao Jiangshan was thrilled. Is this real? Song Qingling was also incredulous. She and Zhao Jiangshan were both second-generation rich and hadn't even thought of the point of preparing dry food. Seeing the expressions of these two, Fang Zhang was also speechless. Isn't this basic common sense? Your backpacks are so big, what are you guys packing? Thinking about the backpack, Song Qingling couldn't help but blush. She had prepared quite a few clothes, skincare products and toiletries, she just didn't bring any food. And Zhao Jiangshan also brought towel clothes, a game console and some cash. This was not wilderness survival, it was clearly a vacation. After saying that, Fang Zhang took out 2 large bottles of water from his bag. The noodles are a bit dry, just eat. Everyone. At this moment, everyone's hatred for Fang Zhang had reached its peak. Even if you eat instant noodles, you still have water to drink. To realize that they not only food, even water left at the school, this whole day down, they carry a little water has long been drinking up, thirsty. Compared to food, they were more eager to drink water, but in this wild mountainous area, where could they find water? When Jian Xiong saw this, he felt even worse and had to leave with a cold snort. He didn't believe that your little bit of water and food could last for more than 20 days. Survival in the wild is not for cuties like you. Playing house. Kenshiro leaves with his men. Everyone is in different moods, they don't know what they're thinking. About an hour later, Fang Zhang's trio had eaten and drunk enough and were about to take a rest when they saw Jian Xiong's guys coming back with an excited look on their faces, their hands and arms holding a large pile of fruits. Jian Xiong's men looked at Fang Zhang intentionally or unintentionally, full of smug smiles. However, Fang Zhang just looked at them and lost interest. Mo Xiaojun also shook her head and didn't say anything. Linger, this is for you, it's very sweet. Jian Xiong took the big, round, unknown fruit and handed it to Song Qingling. He actually regretted a bit about what happened in the morning. How could he be so calm? Seeing that Song Qingling didn't respond, he revealed the smile of a fluttering gentleman. What happened in the morning? It was just a moment of anger on my part. I hope that Qingling won't be relieved. Who would have thought that before Song Qingling could say anything, Fang Zhang said first, Qingling, I suggest you just don't eat this. Jian Xiong's face immediately sank. I'm talking to Qingling, why are you interrupting? Song Qingling nodded at his words. In fact, she had no intention of accepting it in the first place, no need. The tone was still cold and icy. Jian Xiong was used to it, it was just that what made him angry was Fang Zhang. Now it was really how to look at it. Qingling, I advise you to stay away from the villain around you, he will only harm you. Jian Xiong said. There is no need for you to advise me on this, Qingling is already doing it. Fang Zhang smiled and said. Put. Song Qingling couldn't help but laugh out. Fang Zhang's mouth was so indented, obviously saying that Jian Xiong was the villain. Jian Xiong's eyes were cold, and Fang Zhang clearly felt a hint of killing intent. If before, Jian Xiong still just wanted to teach Fang Zhang a lesson, but at this moment, he was really determined to kill. There is something wrong with this fruit? After Jian Xiong left, Song Qingling secretly asked. Although she had only known Fang Zhang for a few days, she knew that Fang Zhang was definitely the kind of person who had a bargain and did not take advantage of it. Fang Zhang shook his head, not sure. This kind of wild fruit, which he had seen before in his dream experience, would cause a person's stomach to ache if he ate it, although it wasn't enough to be fatal, but the feeling of bellyache was not pleasant. However, the two worlds were different, and he was not sure if the wild fruit here had the same effect. Song Qingling nodded obediently and didn't pursue the matter further. After the crowd solved the problem of hunger, the next problem was the biggest headache. Their tents were left at the school. What were they going to do at night? Here is a wild mountain, the grass is not even over the ankles, snakes, insects and ants, not to mention, their body is delicate, how can they get used to lying on the ground to sleep? Fang Zhang did not have this kind of trouble. He pulled out a rope, a piece of canvas, found 2 more suitable trees, directly tied to it, made into a hammock. And although Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan didn't bring any useful items, but the simple tent was still brought. The method of use is very simple. A sheet is open, insert a few iron bars, and it is propped up into a tent. This kind of tent was easy as pie for Fang Zhang. With his assistance, it didn't take a few minutes, it was completely set up. Looking at these 3 people busy, the crowd hated even more to gnash their teeth, if not for Mo Xiaojun watching, are going to go to grab it. It is really too hateful. Fang Zhang, do you want to sleep here with me? Song Qingling didn't seem to think too much about it and asked directly. What about you? Fang Zhang looked at this tent that was less than 2 square feet. Song Qingling instantly blushed to the root of her ears, fearing that Fang Zhang would misunderstand. She panicked. I'll sleep in this. She pointed at Zhao Jiangshan's tent, then added, he sleeps in that hammock of yours. Zhao Jiangshan's head was filled with question marks. I can get shot even if I'm lying down? Be a man. Chapter 14, so what? Although this suggestion was appealing, Fang Zhang still refused. If it was something else, he might have agreed. It was just that this kind of hammock was not something that ordinary people could sleep in. Without training, it was difficult to even go up. Some people saw how easy it was for Fang Zhang. They also tried it. Without a rope, they used their clothes to tie it together, and it proved that it wasn't easy at all. They couldn't learn from Fang Zhang's method and didn't have a tent, so they had to take a few pieces of clothes and lay them on the ground to sleep. Some girls' relationship is not so rigid, so thick skin like Song Qingling, this person everything is good, is soft, was begged a few words on the promise, so 2 or 3 girls crowded in this small tent. The middle of the night in the wilderness is particularly cool, many people simply cannot sleep, tossing and turning. At that moment, however, there were several sudden cries of pain. It was as if the cries were contagious, growing in number and volume. My stomach hurts. Ah, I can't. Help! My stomach hurts. Fang Zheng didn't sleep very much. He woke up just after the rumor of movement. It seemed that his perception wasn't wrong. This kind of wild fruit would indeed cause a bellyache. What happened to them? Song Qingling likewise woke up as the two girls in her tent almost cried out in pain. Is it those wild fruits? She immediately realized this when she came out and saw her other classmates fall to the ground in the same pain. No wonder you told me not to eat them. You knew the wild fruits were poisonous? Fang Zheng shook his head and was about to explain, but he didn't expect Jian Xiong to directly rush over and punch. Fang Zheng's body instinctively turned with force, and the hammock immediately turned around, just in time to dodge the punch. However, Kenshiro did not intend to stop and continued to throw punches. Founder dropped to the ground in a smooth motion and stomped hard, pulling away from Kenshiro and keeping himself on his feet. Seeing this, Jian Xiong rushed forward to make up a kick, who knew that Fang Zhang, as if he had expected it, sidestepped and dodged, taking advantage of Jian Xiong's empty feet when he was off balance. He came directly behind him, causing Jian Xiong to fall into a dog's ass. Jian Xiong combat literacy is still there, hands a brace, a backflip, and stood up. See their own many times did not get, face extremely ugly, did not expect this kid flexible like a monkey. What are you doing? Song Qingling reacted and immediately stopped in front of Fang Zhang. You hide behind a woman, what kind of man are you? Jian Xiong was infuriated, the sneak attack didn't work and he was kicked back. The key was that so many people were watching. You sneak attack from behind, are you a man? Zhao Jiangshan didn't give Jian Xiong any face at all, much less spoil him. What are you guys doing? Mo Xiaojun also rushed over at this time, and Fang Zhang put away his stance, knowing that this fight was not going to happen. He just sneak attacked Fang Zhang. Fortunately Fang Zhang reacted quickly, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Song Qingling said, she knew that Jian Xiong was from a kendo family and had practiced martial arts since he was young, and the power of that punch was not to be underestimated. Mo Xiaojun immediately looked at Jian Xiong angrily. As the person in charge, she absolutely could not allow this kind of infighting to happen. Jian Xiong knew that if he didn't explain himself clearly, he would definitely be punished, so he quickly said, the reason why all of us have stomach pains is because of him. When these words came out, everyone clammed up and looked at Fang Zhang, not realizing that this was the case. You are slandering. Song Qingling said. It was clearly you yourself who said just now that he knew this wild fruit was poisonous but didn't warn us. What are his intentions? With these words, Jian Xiong directly rendered Song Qingling speechless. She knew that Fang Zhang was in the know, but he wasn't obligated to remind everyone, but she couldn't say this, or else it would cause public outrage. I do know, so what? Fang Zhang, who had been silent all along, suddenly came with such a sentence, causing everyone to fail to react. Song Qingling even wanted to directly cover his mouth. Wasn't this properly pulling hatred? You finally admit it. You know that this fruit is poisonous, but still let us eat it. What exactly are your intentions? You want to kill us all? No way. Jian Xiong was righteous, as if he had forgotten that he had brought this fruit. This wild fruit was brought back by you. I'm afraid it's not you who wants to harm everyone. Fang Zhang said. Nonsense, that's because I didn't know. You are the one who knew but deliberately concealed it. Oh, I'm trying to hurt everyone by not telling? Of course. And what if Mr. Mo doesn't say anything? That, of course, is also. Wait, Teacher Mo knows too? Jian Xiong suddenly had the feeling that he had gone up to the high ground with full confidence and was ready to push out the opponent's crystal when he realized that the other side's Han Xian was stealing his home. Mo Xiaojun also didn't expect things to go this way, originally intending to use this incident to teach these boys a good lesson, letting them know that the wilderness isn't for everything. But the purpose was not achieved, but was instead used by Fang Zhang to block the gun. Well, this kind of wild fruit is called pain fruit. It's not toxic, at most, it will give you guys a bellyache for an hour or two. Mo Xiaojun said. But, teacher, you should have told us. A boy was in so much pain that he couldn't stand it anymore. This kind of fruit has been introduced in the Botanical Encyclopedia. What did I say before? I told you guys to take a good look at this book long ago. One by one is a deaf ear. And the field, you do not know anything, clearly dare to mess with food. A little alert, you now this blame who? People Fang Zhang just transferred over, all know, so many of you, but none of you know, shame on you. Mo Xiaojun became more and more agitated as she spoke, itching to lift their heavenly aperture to see what was inside. Your own uselessness and still blame others for not reminding you, is it good? Except for Fang Zhang, Song Qingling, and Zhao Jiangshan, all others deduct 10 points. Jian Xiong even hit someone with his hands, deduct another 10 points. After Mo Xiaojun finished speaking, the underground wailed. There were those who were in pain and those who were complaining. Only now, not only did they have a problem with Fang Zhang, but they all had complaints against Jian Xiong. They just didn't dare to say anything due to Jian Xiong's lewd authority. Jian Xiong did not say anything. His eyes are going to be on fire. This night is really a loss, the opening loss of 20 points, so that he is directly out of the first echelon of the winners of this training. Although his family was rich, things like skill books were not something that could be acquired just by being rich, and even his family hadn't touched many of them. That's why his goal this time was to win the meritocracy and obtain skill books. Teacher, do you really not care about them? Mo Xiaojun turned to leave after saying that. Song Qingling couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, it doesn't just hurt. This time, Mo Xiaojun really didn't look back and disappeared into the dark night once again. Don't worry, if teacher says it's fine, it's fine. Seeing that Song Qingling was still a little worried, Fang Zheng comforted. Yawn. Hey, there's no more drama, sleep. Zhao Jiangshan had a look of disenchantment that almost made Jian Xiong storm off again. Chapter 15, Deserted Island Landing. The salty sea breeze blew head-on, the salty egg yolk like sun was half swallowed by the seawater, and the boundless sea was so refreshing that it was as if all the fatigue had been swept away. A fishing boat was slowly traveling on the calm sea. Fang Zhang and his class were sitting on this fishing boat, and since the fishing boat was not big, everyone could only sit one by one. Because of the events of the past 2 days, their class had become the last place in the 200-kilometer walk without any surprises, so they could only be worthy of this fishing boat. The place for this training was a sea island about 30 kilometers away from the land. In the past, the sirens were rampant, and many of the islands were deserted, but the sirens had been silent for many years before humans dared to return to the islands again. In order to ensure that the harshness of the wilderness survival environment was as close to the novice space as possible, the school had considered it many times before settling on this place. Of course, before setting off, it had already arranged for the teachers to check out the dangers, and with a few teachers following them, it was unlikely that there would be any danger to their lives. Half a day, the crowd finally docked. The island is very large, a glance cannot see both sides. Everyone listen, all go down to the beach to gather and run. The luggage is put on the boat first. At once there was a wail. The weariness of these 2 days of hurrying had not yet dissipated, and then to start running again, the cattle of the production team did not dare to use it like this. In the face of these complaints, Mo Xiaojun turned a blind eye. On the contrary, late to go down, but also be punished. Eggs can't touch the stone. Everyone had to do as they were told. At this time Fang Zheng realized that Mo Xiaojun's face flashed a wry smile. The salty breath of the sea breeze, stepping on the wet gravel. Running on the beach is different from running on flat ground, it's more difficult and laborious, and just for a moment, the calves, which were easily soothed a little, started to ache again. But under Mo Xiaojun's majesty, no one dares to be lazy. The boat. The boat moved. A boy exclaimed. As soon as the boy screamed, everyone realized that the boat was slowly turning around. Teacher. What to do, our luggage is still up there. Don't scream, there are still 3 minutes before the boat leaves. If you guys want to get your luggage back, just hurry up. Mo Xiaojun laughed, but remember, if you're still on the boat when it leaves, you don't have to come back. Everyone burst into cursing. They had been running for quite some time just now, their legs were shaking, and they were now almost 1 kilometer away from the ship. How could they run over there in 3 minutes? Even Bolt couldn't catch up. However, just as he finished speaking, he noticed a silhouette rushing out like an arrow. It was Fang Zheng. Reacting one after the other, Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan followed closely behind. Are these perverts? None of them are tired? Looking at the trio's backs, everyone couldn't help but question. After 200 kilometers of rushing, or almost no rest, and a few kilometers of running on the beach, even if they had enough stamina, their legs wouldn't be able to keep up, right? They are the best example. Their legs have long been as tight and heavy as if they were tied with iron blocks. Do you guys have this feeling? Your legs don't seem to be tired at all, not at all like you've walked 200 kilometers? Zhao Jiangshan said. Song Qingling nodded. Well, it's like this when I woke up from my morning sleep. After saying that, she also sneaked a look at Fang Zhang, only Fang Zhang seemed to not hear her and was still running towards the fishing boat with all her might. The more Fang Zhang was like this, the more Song Qingling felt that Fang Zhang was hiding something from her. Of course, Fang Zhang treated it as if he hadn't heard it, because he was the one who did this. While everyone was sleeping, he secretly healed himself and then healed the 2 Song Qingling. He found a problem. When he healed himself, there was no such marvelous feeling, so he got Song Qingling to try, still nothing, and finally healed Zhao Jiangshan to get that feeling. So he summarized one thing: it was only when he gave the first treatment to someone other than himself that he would get that feeling. Although it hadn't been verified to that point yet, it was close to 9 out of 10, because when he repeatedly treated Zhang Lan, he didn't have that feeling. As for why this was the case, we might have to wait until we entered the novice space to find out. You guys wait under the ship. After saying that, Fang Zhang once again increased his speed, having the feeling that Bolt was nothing more than that. Perhaps because of treating Zhao Jiangshan, Fang Zhang felt that his physique had improved again. With 3 steps and 2 jumps, he instantly came to the ship like a monkey. Mo Xiaojun's mouth was wide open. She didn't even think anyone could do it. She didn't expect Fang Zhang to be so fast. Could it be that thinness could increase the speed of movement? Fang Zhang didn't pay attention to everyone's surprise. He came to the ship and dropped the luggage of the 3 of them at the first time. Song Qingling and the 2 of them also arrived at the same time to receive the luggage that Fang Zhang dropped. Time was rushed. Fang Zhang hesitated, but still quickly dropped the others' luggage as well. As for whether to receive or not, soak or not, this he did not care. He counted the time in his heart and jumped off the boat at the last 10 seconds, and then the boat sailed away. At this time, the others also arrived one after another, and when they saw that Fang Zhang had thrown down their luggage as well, they had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. What's going on? Where's my luggage? Someone said not long afterward. Not mine either? Several people were starting to get a little annoyed after looking around and never finding their luggage. Jian Xiong looked at Fang Zhang and was not surprised by this at all. He didn't even bother to look for it in the first place because he knew that there was no way that Fang Zhang would take down his luggage as well. What a great guy. But if you took down everyone's luggage, why didn't these guys? If I'm counting correctly, you should still have time. Jian Xiong said, and sure enough, it immediately caused those few people's dissatisfaction. Originally there wasn't enough time even if it's not enough, but you obviously have enough time, but you don't help yourself, what's the meaning of this? They looked like they wanted to question and pursue the matter, but Fang Zhang didn't even look at them and didn't bother to explain. I'm not a thunderbolt, surely I have to prioritize to ensure my own interests. The others are just by the way. If you want to blame it, you should blame yourselves for putting your luggage far away. Fuck. What are you pretending? The one who spoke was none other than Zhang De. Originally he had a great deal of animosity towards Fang Zhang, and now Fang Zhang's attitude had completely angered him. The other few people were also very upset, and now that Zhang De had stepped forward, they definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Seeing that a few people were coming, Fang Zhang also prepared to meet them. But at the critical time, it was Mo Xiaojun who stopped them. Jian Xiong couldn't see much expression on his face, and compared to before, he seemed to be more calm now. However, Fang Zhang still saw indifference and disappointment in his eyes. The two relationships seemed to have reached a situation of immortality, but Fang Zhang thought that he hadn't done anything, and sighed in his heart. I just hope that the other party will not do anything stupid, or else I will have to cut off the roots. In the evening, after these few days of training, everyone was tired. Mo Xiaojun didn't arrange extra training tasks. According to her words, these few days were just a prelude. Tomorrow was the official start of the training. Tonight everyone rested well. Chapter 16, Crossing the Deserted Island. The next day, the sun had just risen from sea level, and everyone had already been woken up by Mo Xiaojun for the first training session. Traveling through the jungle. This isn't a game in a theme park, it's an actual trip across half of a deserted island. The island is in the shape of an irregular oval, with sandy beaches on the eastern and western edges, cliffs in both the north and south, and dense woods in the center, making it look mysterious and eerie. Their training content this time, it is from the eastern beach to the western beach, a straight line distance of about 4 kilometers, time is 1 day. Each person carries a flare that can be used in case of danger or getting lost, and a teacher will come to meet them, but this means that the day's training is a failure and there are no points. Those who arrive in the first 2 hours will receive 50 points, and a small amount of food. Those who arrive in the first 4 hours will receive 25 points, those who arrive in 6 hours will receive 10 points, those who arrive in 8 hours will receive 5 points, and those who arrive in more than 8 hours will be considered a failure with no points. As soon as the sun rose, the training officially began. Almost everyone rushed into the dense forest in a swarm. Fang Zhang on the contrary was in no hurry and waited outside with Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan. In fact, this level of traversing through the jungle was simply a trivial matter for him in the dream. In the academy, he had always been number 1 in wilderness survival training. Fang Zhang waited for everyone to be almost gone before he started to move. In his words, there were so many people to clear the way, so why rush? This kind of training competes not only with physical strength, but also with a sense of direction and the ability to handle obstacles. There was no beach light in the forest, most of the light was almost blocked by the foliage, so there was always a feeling of shade. This island, in fact, was already a deserted island before the invasion of the sirens, and only occasionally would some fishermen come over to fish, so there were very few traces of human activity here, but instead there were some very strange utensils. It should probably have been more than 20 minutes, and the other students could no longer be seen. Fang Zhang was not in a hurry for this training, instead he was interested in those strange vessels. Sirens were an undersea creature, they couldn't live on land for a long time, and their combat power dropped drastically on land. In this case, why would they bring these vessels ashore? The quantity was not much, but it could be seen that they were household items, as in the case of this thing in his hand right now, the shape was similar to a disc, it should be used to hold things. There was also a knife that was polished from shells. Are all sirens this poor? Zhao Jianshan couldn't help but tease when he saw the strange knife. The seabed actually doesn't have an environment for refining weapons, so their weapons are rather primitive, but in recent years, they've grabbed a lot of weapons in the hands of humans and have occupied a lot of duplicate space, and their strength has increased greatly. Song Qingling clearly had knowledge in this area. Copy space? This was the first time Fang Zhang had heard this term. Hearing Fang Zhang's question, the ones who were surprised were instead Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan. Wasn't this common knowledge? Otherworldly space should be known. Zhao Jiangshan asked rhetorically. Fang Zhang nodded. This he had read about in books. It's a separate space different from our world, or an independent world, with a spatial passage connecting them to our world. Both copy space and novice space actually belong to a type of otherworldly space, the independent space you just mentioned, not belonging to any world. Replica space can be seen as a scaled-down version of novice space, and it literally means the same thing. It's a replica with all sorts of refreshable monsters in it, and clearing it will drop special equipment, which is also one of the ways for us humans to obtain special equipment. Song Qingling continued to explain, the copy space is also divided into 8 levels according to difficulty, and their entrances are all extremely hidden, so as long as one is found, it will be protected by GJ. As of now, the replica spaces are all inexhaustible, thus each one is an important treasure trove. Fong Zhang couldn't help but spit out, wasn't this just a copy of the game? That said, does it really not matter? We're probably way behind. Because this island had already been heard of being infested by sirens before and left only a few years ago, Zhao Jiangshan was not surprised that there were traces of siren activity. Fong Zhang looked at the color of the sky. About an hour had already passed. It was true that he had fallen behind a lot. He put away the shell knife that he found from the mound of dirt into his bag. Well, you guys are following me closely. An hour and a half had passed, and on the beach to the west, there were already a few students waiting besides Mo Xiaojun. Mo Xiaojun revealed a satisfied smile. She still recognized Jianxiong's strength, it was just that the last few days had made her a little disappointed. Today's training let Jianxiong show his strength. Jianxiong and Zhang De Zhang'er and the others were the first group to come to the west beach. With their physical strength and dexterity, this less than 4 kilometers of cross-country was really hard to defeat them. So what if you can run faster? In this environment, you are still a piece of trash. Seeing Fong Zhang's delayed appearance, Jian Xiong was very contemptuous in his heart. Looks like the first batch is only a few of us, ha. Zhang De grinned, luckily we followed Jian Xiao, otherwise we would have wasted a lot of time. That's for sure, young sword is wise and valiant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Er immediately chimed in. Jian Xiong was very flattered by Zhang De's 2 men's horses' farts. Because of the previous incident, his prestige had dropped quite a bit and had to be built back up as soon as possible. Following Jian Xiao as food. That monkey is probably already lost, even crying for his mom. Ha ha ha. A few other people's horses' asses immediately followed suit. Ahem. At this time, Fong Zhang's trio just happened to come out of the woods in 1 hour and 58 minutes. Not bad. Mo Xiaojun nodded, her face looking good. The first batch plus Fong Zhang's 3, there were exactly 10, and this result was not bad in the previous sessions. Holy. So fast, I thought I wouldn't be able to catch up. Zhao Jiangshan had a look of disbelief until he saw his destination. Song Qingling also nodded instinctively, as if she hadn't accepted this fact yet. Only they knew just how outrageous Fong Zhang's speed was, as if he had memorized the terrain long ago, and the way was smooth, without any obstacles at all. If they didn't count the time they spent loitering, the actual time taken was estimated to be less than an hour. She even felt that Fong Zhang had slowed down in order to accommodate the two of them. This was outrageous. It's quite fast, it's only about half an hour slower than us. Zhang Er said proudly. Fong Zhang smiled and did not say anything, too lazy to be conspiratorial with them. Chang, you guys are bulls. Those who don't know still think that you guys went begging? Just because Fong Zhang could endure did not mean that he, Zhao Jiangshan, could endure. It was only then that Mo Xiaojun realized that Fong Zhang's trio was indeed much cleaner, not at all like they had gone through some trials and tribulations. On the other hand, Jian Xiong and these people, their bodies were covered in mud, and several of their clothes had holes in them. With this comparison, Fong Zhang and the others were more like they had come to swim in the mountains. What's the point of being clean? Is that what's being compared now? Zhang De was unconvinced. It's not comparing this, then what did you guys win more than us? As soon as Zhao Jiangshan's words came out, Zhang De immediately froze. Yes, they are all the first batch, the rewards are all the same, what's the use of being a few people faster? Dead ducks talk tough. Zhang De coldly snorted. Jian Xiong, on the other hand, frowned. Although he had taken less time than Fong Zhang, he didn't feel the joy of victory at all. Chapter 17, Survival in the Wild. The sun was going down and all the students had come to the beach. Today's training had a failure rate of 40%, with timeouts, those who got lost, and those who were in danger all failing because of the supervising teacher's outburst. In the evening, the rewards were handed out. In fact, the first batch, in addition to more points, is a few more pieces of bread. For the people who have labored all day, it is not useful at all. Even Song Qingling, a girl with such a small stomach, was so hungry that her stomach drummed, let alone the other boys. Jian Xiong, of course the bread is all yours. Without you leading the way, there's no way we could have been the first batch. Zhang De was the first to show his loyalty at this time, giving all the rewarded bread to Jian Xiong. Seeing this, the others all followed suit, even with many reluctance in their hearts. Jian Xiong originally wanted to refuse. His family is rich and noble, what mountain delicacies have not eaten, need to eat everyone's bread. But his stomach was so hungry that he really couldn't help it. They were unlike the founders' few who had eaten instant noodles and had come over hungry from the first day. So instincts did not allow him to refuse, picking up a few pieces of bread and gnawing on them. Give me all the bread. At this time Fong Zhang also spoke up. Zhao Jiangshan and Song Qingling looked at each other. In their hearts, they were a little disappointed, but they didn't say anything. After all, the reason why the two of them were able to arrive in the first batch was due to Fong Zhang. After Fong Zhang got the bread, he left the spot. Jin Xiong saw this, more peace of mind, and in his heart, Fong Zhang more disdain. Since you did it, then graciously admit it. Hiding to eat, what is it? And when in stand. The bread for the portion of 7 people all fell on Kenshiro alone, very satisfied and eating almost to the point of bursting out. Don't worry guys, I will continue to lead you to superiority tomorrow. Several people gulped a few times, forcing their hunger and said, Jin Xiao is wise. Half an hour later. What do you think Fong Zhang went for? Zhao Jiangshan finally couldn't help but ask. Song Qingling shook her head. This Fong Zhang is also, there's no need to hide to eat a loaf of bread. Zhao Jiangshan bristled, it's not like I'm robbing him. He's not such a person. Song Qingling always felt that Fong Zhang was not a person who ate alone, otherwise he wouldn't have shared their instant noodles. Qingling even if you were too simple to be fooled by his surface, that monkey is just got this kind of person, hypocritical and selfish. Song Qingling's face sank. Why is this Jin Xiong so annoying? Everywhere there is him, really psoriasis. It has nothing to do with you. How is it none of my business? I can't just stand by and watch you get cheated. Jin Xiong looked like he was pulling out his sword. You join us, I can lead you to superiority as well. Sword Xiong then looked at Zhao Jiangshan again. As for you, kneel down and scream a few times now. I might be able to consider letting you join as well. Zhao Jiangshan? I'm lying down again? Scram! Zhao Jiangshan was so hungry and weak that he didn't have the heart to argue with Jin Xiong. Song Qingling was the same, cold-faced and directly not replying. Old Zhao, go pick up some dry firewood and come over. Ha! Zhao Jiangshan was so hungry that he didn't even want to move, but he also had to be commanded to work, so he directly wanted to storm out, but when he turned around, he saw that the clothes in Fong Zhang's arms were bulging and wrapped with something. At a closer look, it was definitely fish. Nice guy. I can't believe I got so many fish. Song Qingling regained her smile, and the little devil inside wanted to loudly point at everyone's head and say, see. Fong Zhang is not at all the kind of person you all think he is. This lady's vision is not wrong. Then she was a little torn inside, if only he were brother Fong. What's wrong? Seeing Song Qingling staring blankly at herself, Fong Zhang asked. No, nothing. Song Qingling lowered her head shyly. Let me help you with these fish. Although Zhao Jiangshan was very hungry, he didn't want to eat dog food, and immediately ran to pick up tree branches, and in no time, he came back with a large pile of them. At this time, Song Qingling and Fong Zhang also dealt with the fish, put the branches on the fire, directly baked, the flavor straight to the head. Originally still complacent Jin Xiong, this time completely stunned, where in the world he got the fish? Attracted by the scent, one by one, they all gathered around, as if it wasn't them who had isolated Fong Zhang before. Big brother Fong Zhang, we were wrong before, we all know we are wrong, can you share some fish with us? The girl named Chenli was egged on by everyone to come out. She actually hadn't done anything excessive to Fong Zhang, it was just that she hadn't thought of taking the initiative to approach Fong Zhang when everyone was isolating him. Not to mention that Chenli had not done anything excessive, even if she also had a part in isolating Fong Zhang would not even feel at ease. He actually did not talk much. If it was not for Song Qingling often looking for him to talk, he could do silence for a whole day. If it wasn't for Song Qingling often talking to him, he could remain silent for the whole day. Can't. Fong Zhang replied dryly, the amount of fish was actually not much, it was just enough for 3 people to eat. When Chenli heard this, her expression didn't change much, she just let out a sigh. It was really the same as she thought. If she were Fong Zhang, she would make the same choice. But you can catch it yourself. Really? Fong Zhang's immediately following sentence, however, surprised Chenli. Fong Zhang nodded and pointed in the direction of the woods to the north. There's a small stream about 500 meters over there. Thanks. Thank you. I thank you on behalf of everyone. After hearing this, Chenli hurriedly thanked her. Although Fong Zhang didn't say all the words, the meaning was obvious. The fish was caught there. Wait, take this. Chenli was just about to leave when Fong Zhang called out, then threw a small packet of breadcrumbs to her. Chenli's eyes glistened with tears, realizing that her previous behavior was too childish. After thanking her again, Chenli was eager to tell the others the news. Looking at the nourishing oiled grilled fish, Zhao Jiangshan's mouth watered, but he still asked, is it okay to tell them about this? It's okay, but they don't have breadcrumbs, so I guess it's not a good catch. Fong Zhang's voice wasn't lowered at all. This news wasn't really a secret. Even if he didn't say it, everyone would be able to find it by following the direction he came back. He himself was just a little bit lucky to have found it in the morning. Hearing Fong Zhang's words, Jin Xiong's face was simply hard to see, and the eyes of the others looking at him more or less carried a hint of complaint. Look at others, they know how to use bread to catch fish, while you only eat alone. Watching a bonfire rise, Jin Xiong heart do not know how much regret. I should have known not to eat so full, now cannot eat fish off. He looked at Fong Zhang resentfully. He was sure that Fong Zhang had known about this creek, did not say anything at first, watched himself finish his bread before he went to catch the fish, simply wanted to see himself make a fool of himself. Abominable. You wait for me, if I don't kill you I won't be called sword. Chapter 18, The Final Project. Time unknowingly has come to the 15th day. In addition to the daily physical training, Mo Xiaojun will always engage in some competitions from time to time, and those who win will be rewarded points. So far, Fang Zheng's points have been as high as 500 points, ranking first, while the second is Jian Xiong, points only 350 points, can be said to be far ahead. Everyone's attitude had also changed from questioning in the beginning to being convinced now. Sometimes it was impossible to be unconvinced, this was simply a monster, as if no challenge was too difficult for him. Apart from that, it was more about learning how to survive, although there were a lot of resources on the deserted island, but with dozens of days to live, one had to learn to utilize and distribute them wisely. Slowly everyone is accustomed to the group as a unit. In order to survive, learn to build simple tents, fishing, hunting, collecting food, basically has adapted to the life of the deserted island. In addition to Mo Xiaojun's guidance, Fang Zheng's demonstration was a great credit. Everyone even wondered if Fang Zheng had lived in the wild mountains before, otherwise how could he know so much? After this period of training, I believe everyone has already adapted to this life. Mo Xiaojun gathered everyone together before the sun went down, but the environment here is still too much better than the novice space. At least there are no foreign beasts here, so everyone doesn't have to worry about the safety of their lives, but in the novice space, there are dangers everywhere, not to mention that there are no teachers to protect you all at all times. Everything can only rely on yourselves. Tomorrow, this wilderness survival training is the real start. After saying that, Mo Xiaojun took a bunch of electronic number plates with numbers written on them and distributed them to each person's hand. The numbers on the cards corresponded to the exact number of points everyone had. Fasten the number plates to your clothes. I believe you all know that the number on it is exactly the number of points you have, and tomorrow there will be a battle for points, so you can use various means to snatch other people's number plates. The value of the number plate in the end is your score. Mo Xiaojun's words immediately caused an uproar. This was encouraging everyone to fight privately. Time 10 days. Rules. 1. Number plates must be worn on clothing, and if they are not worn for more than 30 minutes, that number plate will expire and be void. 2. Two number tags from the same class touching can adjust the numbers any way they want, but the sum remains the same. Fang Zhang and his class were not the only ones on this deserted island. There were a total of 4 classes, and each class had a different color number plate. 3. Do not intentionally harm the lives of others. Once discovered, all results will be null and void. 4. The ratio of number plate points settlement for this class is 1:1, and 1:2 for other classes. 5. You must bring your number plate to the designated location by 10 o'clock on the 10th day, or your results will be null and void. 6. There is a button on the back of the number plate. Long press it for 3 seconds and a teacher will come to the rescue, which means losing the qualification for this test. When Mo Xiaojun finished speaking, it really drew a lot of discussion. They were not unfamiliar with this kind of number plate grabbing game, which was a variant of name tag tearing. However, in such an environment, coupled with the fact that any means can be used, this makes everyone feel a little more uneasy in their hearts, and no matter who they look at, they are a little more wary. According to Mo Xiaojun's meaning, this was the last program of the field training, so everyone had to give it their all, and only by winning the top 3 would they have the chance to enter the school's treasure pavilion to pick their prizes. The first place even had the chance to pick skill books. Tonight, even though training hasn't started yet, people are already thinking about strategies, and many of them have already split up into groups and left the beach. How about a group of 3 of us? Zhao Jiangshan said. Song Qingling also looked at Fang Zhang at this time, waiting for him to decide. Seeing Fang Zhang nodding his head in agreement, Zhao Jiangshan and Song Qingling both seemed to be relieved. During this period of time together, the 2 of them had already relied on Fang Zhang, and if Fang Zhang did not agree, the 2 of them did not know what to do instead. For Fang Zhang, Song Qingling, and Zhao Jiangshan could still be trusted, and this training would not be life-threatening, so there was no problem with teaming up. The big deal was that they were robbed of points by the backstabbing, but this was definitely a sure thing to see someone. The time came to the 3rd day. The island was not as lively as expected, as if everyone had left. The entire island was 4 kilometers horizontally and nearly 10 kilometers vertically. 90% of it was woods. In fact, as long as one hid well, it shouldn't be difficult to not be discovered for 10 days. But then it doesn't make any sense. The rewards are only given to the top few, so the ones at the back of the line, whether it's only 1 point or 1,000 points, it's of no use whatsoever. Currently, everyone was unawakened and had limited force value, so it was actually very difficult to have a chance of winning one-on-one. It was either a trap or a group fight. As of now, the one with the highest chance of winning should be Sword Heroes Group. They looked up to Sword Xiong as their leader, and just by transferring all the points of a few people to Sword Xiong alone, they were already firmly in first place. So if they wanted to get a superior win, other than taking a shot at Jian Xiong, it would be the members of the other classes. Almost everyone thought of this point, but no one dared to make a move against Jian Xiong, both in terms of financial power and force. It was a crushing existence. So these days, Jian Xiong's group of people almost do not do any hiding. Whoever they see, they chase up and beat them up. 3 days' time, Jian Xiong eliminated no less than 10 number plates. This has almost become the existence of the Great Demon King, seen from afar are avoided. As for Fang Zhang, he was in no hurry to grab the number plate or anything else. First find stable food and water source. The creek before had been occupied by Jian Xiong, and the number of fish there was not much anymore. It could not support for many days. Wow, this point of light is huge. I guess it's over 2,000 points? Zhao Jiangshan said as he looked at the number plate. This number plate actually had a positioning function in addition to displaying the points. When the points were greater than 500, it would display the positioning and all other number plates could be seen. And when two number plates are within 1 kilometer, both number plates can show each other's position. It must be Jian Xiongla who would be so flamboyant. Besides him, thinking of Jian Xiong's face, Song Qingling had a nauseating feeling. Fang Zhang nodded. Indeed, only he dared to do this, and only he had the capital. There are people nearby. Zhao Jiangshan couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw a few dots suddenly light up on the number plate. What should we do? Go! It wasn't that Fang Zhang didn't want to clash with these people, but this pool was only discovered by them, and there was enough fish in it for them to live for 10 days or so they couldn't let the others know. However, after walking for some distance, they once again found someone. At this time, Fang Zhang didn't want to clash with them so soon. His plan was to use the shortage of food to consume the others first, and when everyone was almost hungry, then he would strike again, which was in line with maximizing the benefits. It wasn't long before they went in the other direction, only to have the point of light reappear again. Chapter 19, I want to fight 10 of them. What's going on? Everyone else is out? It was the first time Zhao Jiangshan had encountered this situation. In the previous days, everyone would quickly disperse even if they encountered a point of light. Everyone's thoughts were almost the same, that is, they didn't want to encounter enemies so quickly. It seems like we underestimated Jian Xiong. Fang Zhang said. How could we? Isn't he still here? Zhao Jiangshan hadn't even finished speaking when he realized that the largest point of light was moving in their direction. That's not right. How did he know our location? All communication devices had been confiscated before going to the island, and the three of them had already split their points equally, all below 500, and were not going to show their location on their number plates. So how did Jian Xiong determine their location? It's these few. Song Qingling had been looking at the number plate, and at this moment, she pointed at a few points of light that were over 500 points. If I'm not wrong, there are people moving around them near these points of light. When the small points of light find other prey, they move closer to the large point of light and then move uniformly in the direction of the prey, and when the large point of light moves, Jianxiong, the largest point of light, moves along with it. Impossible. How did he do that? It takes a lot of people to cooperate. Zhao Jiangshan was puzzled. Banknote ability. Fang Zhang blandly said. If he was Jianxiong, he would definitely be the first to use this ability. Not everyone had hopes of obtaining the top 3. As long as proper coercion was carried out, 80% or 90% of the people would cooperate. Imagine, if you just a few dozen points, the top 3 basically hopeless. When someone is willing to pay a high price to buy your points, you are or not from? No? Then beat up and then rob, and finally no money, no points, but also to be beaten. Anyone in their right mind would accept this offer. If you raise the price again and ask you to help find the others as well, will you find them or not? Then definitely have to find do not pay also fine, we all from, only to appear to be not a wimp Think through these. Naturally it is not difficult to understand their situation at this time. The other side of the indiscriminate attack, sooner or later will find them. It shouldn't be. When did Sword Fool have this head? After Song Qingling explained, Zhao Jiangshan still couldn't believe it. To say combat power, he admitted that Jianxiong was indeed very strong, but to say brain, he thought he was a little better than Jianxiong. What now? Song Qingling asked. Now that they had clearly turned into the other party's prey, the small points of light around them were all moving in their direction, vaguely forming an encirclement. Trying to escape was basically impossible. Looking at the number of points of light, there should be 7 or 8 of them, but in fact there should be more, estimated to reach 12 or 13. Can you guys fight? Fang Zhang knew that the people in this world could not be viewed through the eyes of a dream. It's possible to fight, but you mean the 3 of us fight a dozen? Zhao Jiangshan gulped. This was crazy. You have to know that in order to increase their survival rate in novice space, everyone receives all sorts of training since they were young, including physical fitness, martial arts, and so on. If you ask what industry is the most developed in the Daxia Empire, everyone can answer without hesitation that it's the Youth Martial Arts Club, and there are at least 3 or more youth martial arts clubs in a street less than a kilometer long, and that's even with the restrictions in place. So if you say that you don't know how to fight, that's definitely a lie, but if you say that you're much stronger than other people, to the extent that you can fight 3 or more people, I guess no one will believe you either. It doesn't need to be too much, each of you can drag down 2 people. Fang Zhang thought about it. This was the minimum requirement. If he still couldn't do it, then he might as well find other opportunities to escape. With 2, it should be fine. Zhao Jiangshan said after thinking about it. Song Qingling nodded her head as well, unable to tell if she was scared or confident, but it was like she was thinking about something. That'll do. Them. Being chased like a rat, Fang Zhang also had some fire in his heart. No, you're serious, there are at least 10 of them. Sheng Ling and I are dragging down 4 of them, you still have 6. Zhao Jiangshan looked at Fang Zheng incredulously. This bastard was also too inflated. During the time when he first started working as an undercover agent, which day wasn't it more than a dozen? This point of confidence Fang Zheng still had. Moreover, these days and nights, he had taken advantage of everyone's sleep to secretly treat them, and his body had been getting stronger, and had long exceeded the physique he had when he was a police officer, and he even suspected that he had already touched the ceiling of the physique of an ordinary person. Because the latter few times, although he felt power being injected into his body never changed again. He actually wanted to see his current strength. Seeing Fang Zheng's face full of confidence, Zhao Jiangshan had no choice but to curse a crazy person. Chen Pang, they've stopped. Hee, count on them being smart and suffering less. Ugh, it's no fun one by one, they surrender when they see us. Say it like you're not. It can't be helped, who told Sword Young to give too much? Cut the crap, do it as soon as possible and finish it as soon as possible. This one called Chen Peng couldn't help but marvel at Jian Xiang's financial power. In just a few days, he had almost taken the entire class under his wing, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for the rest of the class to be taken under his wing. Their group of 5 people, and there are several groups of people close by, estimated to be 12 or 13 people. I believe that no one dares to resist. It's you guys? Soon, Chen Pang and the others saw Fang Zheng's trio. Ha, I didn't expect to meet you guys so soon. A stronger boy stretched out 2 fingers and said, 2 ways, surrender, hand over the number plate and Sword Shao will acquire it for 10,000 points. Second, cripple you guys and then grab the number plate. Choose for yourself. Oh, I forgot to say, Fang Zheng can only choose the latter. The boy revealed a contemptuous smile. I choose your mom. Zhao Jiangshan's violent temper directly scolded. Chen Pang. I can't imagine that you've become a Jiansheng traitor as well. He completely ignored the man. This was simply Sword Xiang's person. It was futile to talk to him, but Chen Peng was different. The two of them were quite chatty before, although it wasn't considered much better. They weren't enemies either. And Chen Peng's strength is still okay, he is also more recognized. Chen Peng just looked at Zhao Jiangshan and didn't say anything. Where's your backbone? Backbone? Hearing this, Chen Peng couldn't hold back completely. Fine, I'll see how long your backbone can last. Chen Peng was also unwilling to talk more nonsense with Zhao Jiangshan. He understood Zhao Jiangshan, money couldn't be bought, that could only beat them until they succumbed. Fight! The others arrived just in time, and Chen Peng no longer hesitated. He wanted Zhao Jiangshan to know that he had chosen wisely. 1, 2, 3. 13, 14. Zhao Jiangshan was dumbfounded. There were 14 people. Those 2 are mine. He looked towards the 2 at the very edge and took the initiative to run over, not forgetting to give Fang Zheng a cheering look at the end. Qingling, those 2 are yours. Seeing that Song Qingling was a bit hesitant, Fang Zheng arranged for the 2 closest to her to be given to her. I want to fight 10. Chapter 20 Who's the Prey? Fang Zheng felt his blood burning. This feeling seemed to have been long overdue. Chen Peng sneered, unconscionable. He admitted that Fang Zheng's performance during this period of time was indeed very bright, but it was only in terms of survival, and in terms of combat power, it was only speed that was possible. But this was 10 people, a mouthful of water from one person would drown you. Chen Peng went on, and the others immediately followed, but Fang Zheng wouldn't be foolish enough to wait for them to surround him, and the best way to fight more than one was to utilize the time difference. Fang Zheng ran, dodging attacks while pulling away. When one of the opponents ran out, he immediately went up with a set of combinations. With his memorized fighting skills, he could instantly find the opponent's breaks and deliver a heavy blow. It was just that what he didn't expect was that the people here were very resistant to fighting. After eating a few punches of his own in a row, they were still able to stand up. It was worthy that they had started practicing martial arts since they were young. Chen Peng was not just watching either. He saw a needle type of attack that made Fang Zheng all take a few kicks, harassing him from time to time, making it a little difficult for him. Originally, he thought that dealing with a group of students would be a breeze, but he didn't realize that he had still underestimated this world. He could only rely on his speed and agility nowadays, jumping up and down around tree trunks, kicking and dodging punches. Well, Jackie Chan emo. Chen Peng frowned. This Fang Zheng is really difficult to deal with. His speed is too fast, unusual people cannot catch up, and flexible, cannot even hit. 10 people, there were already 5 lying on the ground wailing. Surround him. Keep your distance. Keep him away from the trees. When Chen Peng finished speaking, several people immediately understood his intentions. It had to be said that this move was indeed effective. Several people kept a certain distance from Fang Zheng. No matter how Fang Zheng walked, the distance just remained the same, slowly restricting Fang Zheng to a circle. In this way, Fang Zheng lost his speed advantage. He glanced at Zhao Jiangshan and Song Qingling with his remaining light. Zhao Jiangshan and those 2 were also fighting back and forth, but his face seemed to have more bruises. On the contrary, Song Qingling's situation was a bit better. Her moves were different from Zhao Jiangshan's. Zhao Jiangshan belonged to the straightforward, powerful moves, while Song Qingling's favored dexterity, with a kind of borrowed power in Taijiquan. Those 2 originally thought that Song Qingling was the best bully, and could take advantage of, did not expect to hit her at all, but also received a lot of punches. Although her strength is not big, but the number of times she was hit, it is also very painful. Seeing that he couldn't retreat any further, Fang Zhang could only get serious at this time. The fighting he practiced was never for fighting, but for killing, real killing techniques. Chen Peng suddenly trembled in his heart. He had to say that Fang Zhang's eyes were really scary. But at this time he also has no way back, who let Jian Xiong out to 50,000 points to him, that can only sell his life. Bang! Bang! A series of muffled sounds came from the two men's fists and feet as they clashed, the sound of their fists hitting each other's flesh directly. You punch and I kick, no one lets anyone in. The bystanders are watching with grins and frowns. It hurt too damn much. You're made of iron. After several minutes, Chen Peng finally couldn't hold back. His arms were a bit numb and it felt like he was hitting a stake. Fang Zhang's arms and legs were also a little numb at this time, but he instead felt better and better. There was a feeling that his body was slowly adapting. Every time he struck, he could feel his body merging with his soul. He was enjoying himself somewhat. It was the familiarity of that dark night street fist-to-fist brawl with each other. Come together. Fang Zhang looked to the others. Being looked at small, several people were a bit furious. Let you pretend. Raining fists flew in all directions. Fang Zhang's hands immediately reacted, left block right grid, hands so fast that almost out of the stubble, but still beaten back and forth, the body even received a few feet. Again! Fang Zhang sucked in a mouthful of cool air and charged up again. This time, he used his hands and feet like he had 3 heads and 6 arms, and after taking a few punches in a row, he found an opening and kicked one of them away. The other 4 were surprised that they could still counterattack in this situation. Again! Seeing that a few people were not moving, Fang Zhang took the initiative to charge over again. You pervert. You ought to die, I'll fulfill you. Chen Peng was enraged. A few people were again fist machine guns, but this time, Fang Zhang was dodging down one by one. The punches all hit the air. Founder had a feeling that the body had been able to keep up with the head. Bang! He suddenly leaned down, and this straight punch directly sent one person flying. It wasn't an exaggerated technique, it was literal, flying several meters before stopping. What kind of power is that? The remaining 3 people's mouths were so wide open that they could almost fit into a fist, their eyes all covered in unconcealed astonishment. Don't be afraid. He's more injured than us, or let him catch his breath. Chen Peng finished speaking and was the first to strike. The other 2 took a look and followed suit. However, the current Fang Zhang was not the Fang Zhang from a minute ago. 5 people couldn't even hit him, let alone 3. Facing 3 people, Fang Zhang had been much more relaxed. In just less than 2 minutes, all 3 people had received just a few punches from Fang Zhang, and 2 of them were still kicked away. Although these 2 people have not yet reached the point of unconsciousness, but also wailed in pain, and then continue to fight only to be beaten, simply do not get up, lie down, and pretend to be dead. What are you kidding? I'll take a few 100,000, but also when you fight off. In the end, only Chen Peng was left, and the reason he was still standing had something to do with his pride. Jian Xiong was giving a lot of money, but if he was asked to sell his life, he would definitely not be willing to do so, but at this moment, he only wanted to prove that he had made the right choice, and that those who knew the time were the best. You guys quit. Fang Zhang said. At this time, Zhao Jiangshan also beat down those 2, but his face was also swollen with several lumps, and his nose was bleeding. As for Song Qingling's side, she also happened to finish, and compared to Ye to Fang Zhang, seeing that she was not in trouble at all. You won, I quit. Chen Peng was unwilling, but there was no way at all, this was no longer necessary to fight on. Those of them took out their number plates and pressed the distress button. Soon, a teacher would come to take them away, which meant that they were already disqualified in this points competition. Director Wang saw the scene in front of him and was filled with disbelief. Even if it was Jian Xiong, he couldn't do it. He couldn't help but look at Fang Zhang a few more times. Only after all these people left did the 3 Fang Zhangs breathe a sigh of relief. Zhao Jiangshan even touched his face and wailed. There was absolutely no trace of the breezy appearance just now. What next? They're all coming over. Song Qingling said as she looked at the points of light on the number plate. Counterattack and see who's the prey. Song Qingling froze, not expecting Fang Zhang to dare to take the initiative. Good. Hit the mother. Hiss, it hurts. With a big movement, Zhao Jiangshan seemed to have pulled the wound at the corner of his mouth again. After receiving a beating, he was also filled with fire inside. What are we going to do? Capture the thieves. As long as we solve those big points of light, they will lose the channel to pass information between them. Fang Zhang said. But if we take all those number plates, won't it expose our position? Zhao Jiangshan said. Then don't. The 2 of them were first stunned, then they understood what Fang Zhang meant. The big head of the points were with Jian Xiong. They would definitely face Jian Xiong in the end, and that small amount of points was nothing at all. But they will still find out when we approach. Zhao Jiangshan said. I have a method. Fang Zhang was mysterious. Chapter 21, The Hunt Begins. Everyone in our class should have been bribed by Jian Xiong. In the woods, a few men walked leisurely. It's not just our class, the next classes too. It can't be helped, they can't be beaten, and they pay a lot of money, so all the smart people are joining. It seems like the founder and a few of them haven't been found yet. Yeah, a few days ago I heard that they eliminated more than a dozen of Chen Peng's men, so fierce. What's the use of that? You see that the points are basically in Jian Xiong now, unless you can beat Jian Xiong. And there are so many of us, we're drowning them in saliva. But they are really able to hide. A man held his head in his hands, biting into a blade of grass and muttering leisurely to himself, not at all like a wilderness survivalist. Hey, why aren't they talking? The man turned around to see that his three companions were lying on the ground passed out, and in their place were the three Fangzhangs looking at themselves with smiles on their faces. When did you guys show up, and how come the number plates aren't responding? You guys lost your number plates? It was only then that the man realized that Fang Zhang's trio didn't have a number plate on them at all, and had obviously discarded it. What? Quit on your own or be like them. Fang Zhang pointed at the three people on the ground. The man gulped, you guys are just too much, how can you sneak attacks? Wang Xiaozhe, even if I get killed today, well, I'll quit. Not a moment later, Director Wang appeared and took the man a few people to leave. Seeing Fang Zhang again, he was still surprised, before he heard a few colleagues say that Fang Zhang's trio was hiding everywhere, and thought that they wouldn't show up. I didn't expect to meet again is this scene. After a few people left, Fang Zhang memorized the location of the point of light, then handed the 500 points that number plate to Song Qingling, act according to the plan. Song Qingling nodded, be careful, don't force yourself. Zhao Jiangshan. Fang Zhang nodded and left with Zhao Jiangshan, leaving Song Qingling alone. Song Qingling looked at Fang Zhang's back, again with that strange sense of familiarity. Two figures then appeared in her mind, the crying nose Fang Zhang from her childhood, and the mysterious man who saved her life in the car accident. Originally she thought that this Fang Zhang was brother Fang, but her father's words and the recent time spent together, both feel no similarity, the character difference is a little far. Just like these days, Fang Zhang kept teaching them sneak attack techniques, especially how to knock someone out with a single blow, how much force to use and which position to hit. These points of knowledge, without some practice I'm afraid are difficult to grasp. Given the situation of Fang's brother's family, she didn't think that she was in a position to learn this. Xingling, how could you? Didn't you say you wanted to marry brother Fang? How can you be double-minded? I'm not double-crossing them, I don't like them. Then why are you so nice to Fang Zhang? No, Fang Zhang has helped me so much, it's normal to be nice to him. What about the mystery man? He saved me surely I must find him to repay the favor Well, it must be like this. Song Qingling felt as if there were two little people arguing in her head, and finally nodded, it must be so. Half an hour later, Fang Zhang and Zhao Jiangshan appeared on the other side of the woods with three fainted people at their feet. When you first said that you were actually best at sneak attacks, I thought you were joking, but now it seems to be true. Zhao Jiangshan had just watched with his own eyes how Fang Zhang solved the two people in one go. The speed was even faster than him solving one. The same operation was done, and in no time at all another teacher came to carry the three away. Okay, this one's for you. The number plate was handed over to Zhao Jiangshan. Are you really okay with being alone? Don't worry, fine dog. Zhao Jiangshan? Following the location of the light spots, Fang Zhang quickly found another group of teams, also with only 3 people. Fang Zhang's method was very simple, using their method of transmitting information to guide the others to go a certain direction in the early stage, and then ambush them there in advance. Of course, if the route deviated, it would require Fang Zhang to explore the path in advance. Like this time, he changed a few positions before ambushing them. For these students, Fang Zhang used sneak attack techniques, just like an adult beating a child. The other party was simply defenseless. After resolving the last person, Fang Zhang looked at the time and it was just right. Together with the dozen or so from last time, exactly half of the class had been eliminated. Now it was time to eliminate as many opponents as possible before they could react. Fang Zhang put down his number plate. If he didn't bring it, this number plate would expire in half an hour. By then they would definitely find out the end. So it was necessary to eliminate as many enemies as possible within this half hour. Moreover, they were too confident. The wide distribution of the formation meant that it was scattered, and the transmission of information was single. Even if they found out that there was an end to it, they couldn't react immediately, and this was Fang Zhang's opportunity for them. At this time, Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan should be on their way to their next target. There were a total of 200 people in this training. The first few days before they started, about 30% were eliminated. With the ones they eliminated, it should reach 100 people, and with the ones who were eliminated one after another in the past few days, it was estimated that there were still more than 50 people who helped Jianxiong, but the points were limited, and there were still 8 more big dots that were seen on the map. Fang Zhang silently calculated Jianxiong's number along the way. Soon, he eliminated 3 more people as he did. He couldn't use this method again next. It was up to Song Qingling if the plan behind him would work or not. After eliminating 3 people, Fang Zhang put the 500 points number plate on the ground again, only this time, it would be recovered by Song Qingling. She was the light, and Fang Zhang and Zhao Jiangshan were the dark. In the past few days, they weren't just practicing seconds, they were also familiarizing themselves with the terrain and practicing their routes. West Bank beaches. A group of people were sitting together. They were the very students who had been eliminated from the program, but at the moment, they were bored to death. Mo Xiaojun was also chatting with the heads of several other classes on the side. Look, someone is coming out again. A teacher suddenly pointed in the direction of the trees and said. They only saw Director Wang carrying 2 students on his shoulders at this time and grabbing another one with each hand, walking towards them. That Fang Zhang from your class is too fierce. Teacher Li from the 3rd year 2nd class said. Fang Zhang's incident today had all been rumored, and many people were spitting on him for being despicable and shameless enough to engage in a sneak attack. Mo Xiaojun smiled bitterly. Her mood was very complicated. Now the most hopeful winners were Jianxiong and Fang Zhang. No matter who won, she, the person in charge, had the honor, but the people in her class had also been eliminated. In fact, in addition to the winning, few people have rewards. There are consolation prizes. As long as you stick to the end, you can also get some rewards. She originally did not want everyone to the end, did not say it, did not think that Fang Zhang is so fierce, all eliminated. A little bit of opportunity to turn around are not given to them. However, there is no blame for Fang Zhang. If he himself, he will also do this, keep them, is to give himself more trouble. In fact, Mr. Li is also sad. The superiority has nothing to do with his class, but even the consolation prize seems to be lost. Those who were eliminated were also quite a few from his class. That's why there was some complaining when he said this sentence. At this rate, I guess we'll have the results in the next day or two. A teacher said. It seems to be a lot faster this year. Yeah, but it's not like someone like Jian Xiong can be produced every year. That Zhuge Ming from your class isn't bad either. Teacher Zhang of the 3rd year class 4 shook his head. His brain is good, but his strength is poor. If he could awaken a combat talent, he would be able to turn into a dragon when he encounters water. Chapter 22, Something Big Has Happened. Several teachers. There's an unexpected situation, lend a hand. At this time, Director Wang came to Mo Xiaojun and the others with a serious look. When a few people heard this, they suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. It was rare to see Director Wang with this kind of expression. Several people followed Director Wang for some distance before Director Wang spoke. Just now, Xiaoli called over and said that he found Miss Sun Li's body. She was killed. What? Everyone wondered if they had heard wrong. How was this possible? Sun Li was a newcomer who had just joined this year, and her strength had also reached the early stage of the Earth realm, so how could she be killed just by saying so? Who is the murderer? Director Wang shook his head. Teacher Mo, you go watch over these students. Teacher Chen, you are responsible for informing the other teachers that this training is interrupted, and immediately bring the students back to the meeting place. The other teachers follow me to the scene to investigate. Yes. Everyone was very serious. This was no joke. Being able to kill the teacher, then it was simply easy to kill those students. The other side of the woods. Because Song Qingling was there as the bait, Fang Zhang had eliminated quite a few teams one after another. However, at this time, the situation had also changed, and those points of light were no longer moving towards Song Qingling's side. According to their previous agreement, Fang Zhang quickly found Song Qingling, but Zhao Jiangshan was late. It seemed like the cause of this change was Zhao Jiangshan. Fang Zhang, look. Song Qingling pointed at the points of light on the number plate, and instead of coming towards his side, they were all focused around Jianxiong. Let's go over there as well. Fang Zhang said helplessly. We go over? Wouldn't we be sending people to their deaths? Needless to say, Zhao Jiangshan is already in their hands, and this signal is clearly asking us to go over. There's no need for that. They wouldn't dare to kill Zhao Jiangshan. At most they'll give some torture. Fang Zhang suddenly didn't know what to say. This sounded so reasonable. Let's go and take a look. Since they have sensed our intentions, they won't give us another chance. With the points we have now, it's basically impossible to get a reward, so it's better to go and see what they want. However, Jianxiong might threaten you with Zhao Jiangshan. He has thick flesh, so he shouldn't be afraid. Pust. Song Qingling had thought that Fang Zhang would say something about his companions not being able to give up, and almost didn't hold back her laughter. The other side of the woods. Director. You're finally here. We were in a hurry. Xiaoli, don't be anxious. Where is Sun Li's corpse? It's over there, we haven't moved it. Director Wang took a look and was shocked. The body was in a different place. The break was flat and killed with one blow, and from Sun Li's expression, he could tell that he was in fear before death. Is there any clue? There is. We found some strange footprints on the nearby beach. Quick! Take me to take a look. Director Wang became uneasy inside. Several people hurried to the seashore, exactly where Xiaoli said he found the footprints, which came from the seashore all the way to the woods. Director Wang's face changed drastically. His eyes were full of fear. It's a sea demon. How long has it been discovered? The footprints were densely packed. The corpse was just found. It should have been dead for 2 or 3 hours, and these footprints were probably left in the morning. Request immediate backup. The number of sirens was unknown now, and their strength was unknown, but what was certain was that the strength was above the Earth level, which translated to a level of 10 or above. Notify Mr. Mo and arrange for half of the teachers to protect the students on the beach. Evacuate the island as soon as possible. The rest go to Jianxiong's side. The rest of you follow me to catch up. After saying that, Director Wang led a few teachers into the woods once again, following the traces left behind by the siren. They could only pray that they would find these sirens as soon as possible and not let them touch the students. There were more than 100 students on the beach, and to prevent the sirens from landing on the other side and sneaking in, a large number of teachers had to be arranged to protect them. Jian Xiong and his group were on the north side. They had also gathered a lot of students. Again, they needed to arrange for teachers to protect them. As for the other scattered ones, they could only pray that they hid better. Their training this time came to a total of 28 teachers. The beach side went to half. They have 6 people here. There are still some teachers who are farther away and may not be able to arrive at the north in a moment or two. Now they could only rely on them to find the siren as soon as possible, otherwise things would be big. Castle 1 High School. Principal Pang. Something big has happened. What's going on? Pang Tong's heart couldn't help but tighten. Teacher Mo of the third-year class called. They have found traces of sirens in their training ground. The number is unknown, the strength is above the earth level, and a teacher has been found killed so far. Clang. The cup in Pang Tong's hand couldn't help but fall to the ground. Sure it's a siren? Yes. Damn, is this thing not dead yet? Pang Tong united his palm on the table, which instantly crumbled. Anything related to sirens should never be taken lightly. Sirens are violent and cunning by nature, and generally come out in groups. Isn't there a clear investigation there? There is no danger? Yes. It was investigated, but what? Immediately notify the Demon Beheading Division, call a few more teachers with strong strength, let's go together. Yes. Damn sea demons. Still dare to offend my Dasha, do you really think we have no one? Soon after, Pang Tong received a call from the Demon Beheading Division, saying that they had mobilized the Flying Eagles and would soon be able to arrive at the scene. Hearing this, Pang Tong felt a little more at ease. Flying eagles are tamed beasts that fly extremely fast, better than helicopters, but only the Demon Beheading Division has them, which is why he had to notify the Demon Beheading Division. West Bank Beaches. Knowing that Principal Pang Tong is coming, Mo Shijuan's heart is unsettled. Although she has never seen such a creature as a siren, there are detailed descriptions in the book. Sirens are accustomed to group infestation, usually the vanguard to explore the road, and only in the end is the army out. If it's true as the book says, there are dozen or so teachers, I'm afraid they won't be able to defend it. The fishing boats weren't actually far away, but they were a few miles away, and it would take some time to drive over. One could only pray that those sea demons didn't come for real. When Mo Xiaojun was worried, he didn't know that a group of sirens were slowly landing at the place where the sirens' footprints were found. They were black in color, clad in fish scales, with tiny limbs like a dragon's claw, holding a sharp spear in their hands, with a slender tail, a gigantic head with long gills, and eyes like huge sapphires. On the other side, Fang Zhang and Song Qingling had already found Jian Xiong, and they knew nothing about what was going on outside. Finally here. Do you know how anxious I was? As soon as Jian Xiong saw Fang Zhang appear, he revealed a perverted smile, followed by a group of people who surrounded the two. As for Zhao Jiangshan, just as Fang Zhang thought, he was caught by Jian Xiong, and his face had many more bruises. Seeing Fang Zhang come, Zhao Jiangshan was indeed surprised and happy. To be honest, he and Fang Zhang's feelings were not much thick, knowing only 10 days and 8 days, and these days it was still Fang Zhang who was helping him. Even if Fang Zhang didn't come, he didn't complain. But Fang Zhang still showed up. How could he not be moved? You are Fang Zhang, huh? Your idea is indeed good, but it's a pity that you met me, Zhu Gaming. I predicted your actions from the moment Chen Pang was eliminated, and those you eliminated were nothing more than bait. A well-mannered student with short hair and gold glasses said. Somehow, when Fang Zhang first saw this Zhu Gaming, he had a feeling of a scholarly scum. However, he finally understood why Zhao Jiangshan was caught, so it turned out that their actions had been calculated long ago. This way he actually didn't lose unfairly. Young sword, I told you earlier, you and I will be invincible when we join forces and combine our swords. A little person like this is not worth my hand at all. A person like me, born in ancient times, would definitely be a top strategist. To know. Ahem. Jian Xiong directly interrupted Zhu Gaming's words. This person is good at everything, just too much nonsense. Get along with these days is simply mental torture. If it wasn't for the fact that he still needed to strike a good relationship with him, he would have already given him a few slaps. Chapter 23, One-on-One. I didn't expect it, it finally fell into my hands. Jian Xiong said smugly, ever since Fang Zhang had arrived, now was his happiest moment. Kneel down. If I'm happy, I might be able to suffer less physical pain. He looked at Fang Zhang condescendingly, but Fang Zhang was indifferent. Of course, you can also not do as you are told, but the two of them will have to suffer more. You don't want to see them suffer either. Fang Zhang took off his number plate. If I withdraw, how will your excellency respond? Jian Xiong directly confused. You do not speak martial arts. I just started. You lift the table? Zhu Gaming was also dumbfounded. He had overestimated Fang Zhang's competitive spirit, admitting defeat without even fighting. Zhao Jiangshan also suddenly cracked. Why couldn't I have thought of that? I'll quit. What can you do to me? Big deal, no points. The more he thought about it, the more he lost money. The more he thought about it, the more he was angry. How could he have been so stupid? He wouldn't quit even if he was beaten into a pig's head. Wait. Jian Xiong immediately said, then looked at Zhu Gaming. The two whispered and exchanged words, not knowing what to say anymore. Soon, Kenshiro regained his smile. Are you still a man? Fang Zheng smiled and kept quiet, letting Jian Xiong perform. The latter had an embarrassed look on his face, then added, I'll give you a chance for a fair duel now. Let's go one-on-one. If you win, take the man away. If you lose, kneel down and apologize. I'd better quit. Fang Zhang said as he was about to press the button on the number plate. Wait. The points will be given to you even if you win. Jian Xiong could be said to be betting big. Fang Zhang revealed a faintly imperceptible smile, but still had a difficult expression. That's not fair, is it? Alright, don't give an inch. Zhuge Ming said, isn't this situation what you want? Fang Zhang secretly said that this Zhuge Ming really wasn't easy to fool, so it seemed like it would be impossible for him to ask for more favors. Alright, then how to determine the winner? Torn name tags have been played, right, snap the number plate on the back, whoever gets torn loses. Zhuge Ming said. Just follow you. Fang Zhang also agreed dryly, but he also saw Zhuge Ming's intentions, but this is not important, who is the prey is still not certain. When Jian Xiong heard Fang Zhang agree, a smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. Dozens of people immediately spread out and formed a large circle, just not allowing Fang Zhang to leave. Be careful, this rule just doesn't want you to admit defeat. Song Qingling worried as she helped Fang Zhang buckle his number plate. It's fine, you keep an eye on old Zhao and find a chance to leave. Fang Zhang whispered, their target is me, they shouldn't make things difficult for you. How can they? Song Qingling said, and don't worry, it's not certain who will win or lose. After saying that, Fang Zhang walked towards Jian Xiong in the center of the circle. Looks like you're very confident, Sword Xiong sneered. You really think that you can be compared to me just because you eliminated a few people by sneak attack? How ridiculous. Crap, how did they know? Song Qingling couldn't help but worry. What Fang Zhang was best at was sneak attacks. If the opposite side was guarded, it would be the same as breaking an arm before fighting. Sorry. Zhao Jiangshan had already been released at this time, because it was no longer useful to keep it, and his family was also wealthy and powerful. The others didn't dare to offend him to death. I was ambushed by them instead during the sneak attack. I knew Fang Zhang's strength then. Zhao Jiangshan had an apologetic face. Humph. Song Qingling knew that she couldn't blame Zhao Jiangshan, but she was just furious. How could there be such a stupid person? Is that so? Fang Zhang smiled and hooked his finger. Come on. Jian Xiong was like a dynamite barrel, instantly ignited. His fists were also like cannonballs, swift and rigid. The people around him were shocked. This was a rhythm of killing. Fang Zhang is also stupid enough to be able to quit without quitting, stay and wait for death. I heard that even though Jian Xiong is not awakened, his strength and speed can be comparable to a first-level awakened person. Yeah, invincible under an awakened, 1 for a level 1 awakened. I'm afraid this punch can even kill a tiger. Young Sword is too handsome. Swordsman beat him to death. Beat him to death. Seeing that Fang Zhang had not yet reacted, Jian Xiong's smile grew even more insouciant. However, when he was about to touch Fang Zhang just slightly sidestepped and dangled the punch. Jian Xiong's face stiffened. How is this possible? Oops. That familiar feeling. It was only just reacted to when he felt a heavy kick on his back, and the whole person lost his center of gravity and fell heavily. The air suddenly froze, and time stood still in general. Everyone's mouths opened wide and their eyes bulged out. I'm not dreaming. How did he do that? They all had disbelieving expressions, and they didn't even see Fang Zhang's movements. Zhuge Ming was even more at a loss as to what he could say. All his schemes were like jokes in front of this power. There are too many breaks. Fang Zhang said blandly. When these words came out, they instantly lit up the entire room. How dare he? Aha! Once, twice. Jian Xiong felt like his dignity was being rubbed on the ground by Fang Zhang. He rolled over, his eyes filled with rage, his sanity having been swept away by his anger. I'll kill you. Jian Xiong all but exploded with power, his foot stomped and the ground dented a piece. His speed was simply extreme. Is this really what unawakened can do? The onlookers all froze. This speed, simply beyond the limits of human beings, of course here refers to the unawakened human beings. It seems that the rumor that he's already comparable to a first-level awakened is true. Fang Zhang. Song Qingling couldn't help but tense up, her fists clenched tightly as she looked like she was about to strike at any moment. But this seemingly stormy fist gesture, in Fang Zhang's opinion, the strength was too much and the skill was not enough, which resulted in a single stance, a large heart value, and many breaks. Jian Xiong's fists whirred, each punch was directed towards Fang Zhang's head, but just as Fang Zhang thought, the landing point of each punch was within his prediction range. How could this possibly hit him? Jian Xiong's face became more and more ugly, his fists were even sending out 120% force, every punch he thought he could hit, but it was dodged, still so easily. Damn it! Jian Xiong put his heart on the line and swept his right foot on the ground with force, picking it upwards, raising all the mud and rocks with it. How could Fang Zhang not expect Jian Xiong to use this kind of scruffy move in front of so many people? Before he realized it, it was already too late. The raised sand and dirt made him have to block it away. However, Jian Xiong was also prepared at this time, and suddenly had a bayonet in his hand, directly stabbing towards Fang Zhang's abdomen. This scene was beyond everyone's expectation. This Jian Xiong was really able to endure. For so many days, even when handling fish, chopping wood, etc., he had never taken a knife out, making everyone mistakenly think that he had no weapons. Watch out! Song Qingling wanted to rush over to save Fang Zhang, but it was already too late. She couldn't even reach him from this distance. Blah! Jian Xiong and Fang Zhang both stopped, all of them not daring to take a breath. You! Jian Xiong's face suddenly changed. The joy of success that he had just been experiencing instantly disappeared without a trace. At this look, everyone broke out in a sweat. The silver-white sword blade pierced through Fang Zhang's right hand and rested in front of his heart, but it could no longer advance by half. Blood flowed from the palm of his hand to the blade of the sword, and then dripped onto the ground. Fang Zhang really moved to kill this time. The dirt made him blind, and he knew that Jian Xiong had taken out a weapon, but he couldn't react at all. He didn't know where Jian Xiong would attack himself, but he was gambling that Jian Xiong was a villain, that he would kill himself. So he put his hand in front of his chest in advance. However, the result was just as he thought. Chapter 24, I'm very lucky. You're so fatal. Kenshiro tried to pull the bayonet out as soon as he finished speaking, but no matter how hard he pushed, the bayonet didn't budge. Then I wonder if your life is this big? Fang Zhang's eyes turned cold, and the palm of his hand that was tightly grasping Jian Xiong's fist suddenly exerted force and twisted violently. A click sound followed. Jian Xiong's arm rotated in a circle at a strange angle. The belated cone of pain caused Jian Xiong to sweat profusely, his feet unconsciously taking a few steps back. Dumbstruck. This was everyone's reaction. The harmless-looking Fang Zhang was so ruthless. However, this was not the end. Fang Zhang seemed to be unwilling to let Jian Xiong go. He never let go of Jian Xiong's hand, and with a forceful pull, Jian Xiong's whole body shivered in pain again. The punch that Fang Zhang followed up with made his eyes bleed even more. I'll kill you. Jian Xiong's eyes were disoriented, seemingly delirious, but he was still ruthless, and his other hand swung towards Fang Zhang again. This time, Fang Zhang didn't even dodge, grabbed it with one hand, and lashed out again. Click! The conical pain came again, and Jian Xiong instantly came to his senses, unable to move either of his hands. Fang Zhang, kill me if you have the ability. I swear. As long as I don't die, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. I will make you regret coming to this world. Jian Xiong's whole body was shaking in pain, but the immense hatred made him almost forget the pain. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. For one thing, they didn't expect Fang Zhang to be so ruthless. They also didn't expect that in such a situation, Jian Xiong would still provoke Fang Zhang. Isn't this looking for death? This pair of hands was Jian Xiong's pride. Being abolished was equal to taking his life. To this point, he had long ago not cared about dying. He knew that even if he died, his father would surely avenge his death, and Fang Zhang's end would surely be worse than his own. Then I will fulfill you. Fang Zhang couldn't help but sigh inwardly that this Jian Xiong was a ruthless person, but unfortunately, this kind of person couldn't achieve great things. Originally, Fang Zhang did not intend to really kill Jian Xiong, at least not here, but with things having developed to this point, it was no longer possible for him to let Jian Xiong leave alive. Fang Zhang picked up Jian Xiong's bayonet and without much ado, he was about to stab him in the throat. Stop! This shout didn't make Fang stop, but the next second, a stone bounced the bayonet off with such precision that even Fang's hand was numbed by the shock. Fang Zhang was shocked in his heart. What kind of strength was this? What the are you doing? The middle-aged man rushed over and grabbed Fang Zhang as questioning. You're killing people, do you know that? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Jian Xiong suddenly laughed maniacally, then looked at Fang Zhang with cold eyes. My life, it's big too. This person of mine, I never say. Do it. Fang Zhang's expression was indifferent, and he also knew that he could no longer kill Jian Xiong now. The middle-aged man frowned, although he didn't know what had happened. Judging from their reactions, the conflict between these two people was already too big to be reconciled. But now was not the time to talk about it. Everyone listen up. This training is cancelled. All follow me out of here. The middle-aged man couldn't care less. For now, he still had to get through this crisis first. A few minutes ago, he had received a call from Mo Xiaojun. A large number of sirens had been discovered and were attacking them. They had already managed to escape to the fishing boat, hoping that he and the others would speed up. What happened? Someone asked. We're being attacked by a siren. We need to leave as soon as possible. Sirens? Everyone turned pale at the smell. Follow me out at speed. The man didn't have time to explain anything further and greeted everyone to leave, while the other teachers arrived at this moment. The middle-aged man helped Jian Xiong up, only to realize that both of his hands were wasted. Both of his hands were in the shape of a twist. How much force was needed? Can an unawakened person really do it? His eyes were filled with complexity as he looked at Fang Zhang. Although this training could be done by any means, this was too much. If he managed to return alive this time, he would surely be subjected to the stormy retaliation of the Sword family. Alas! Sighing, he didn't say anything else. The group of people followed the teacher and left in a hurry, as if nothing had just happened. Suddenly, the teacher who was leading the way stopped abruptly, looked grave, and struggled again and again. All of you spread out and run away, toward the beach on the west bank, there are boats there. Teacher, stay. After this person finished speaking, before anyone had the chance to ask why, they only saw a sea demon suddenly jumping out of the woods, and there was more than one. At a cursory glance, there were nearly 10 of them. Everyone immediately understood the teacher's meaning. With these few teachers alone, I'm afraid that they can only hold them back for a while, and the students can only listen to God's fate. Run! Seeing that everyone was still frozen in place, that teacher shouted again, and then everyone scattered around like frightened rabbits. Of course, everyone's goal was always toward the West Coast beach. The crowd ran faster than one another, all of them exerting their utmost efforts to run. Dead friends do not die of poverty. The teacher couldn't help but shake his head and didn't say anything. At this time, Jianxiong and Feng Zhang exchanged a glance. Jianxiong looked at Feng Zhang, and Feng Zhang also happened to look at him, both of them showing meaningful expressions. Jianxiong knew that he had to leave and could not be stumbled upon by Feng Zhang alone, otherwise he would not know how to die. And Feng Zhang was also clear that this was his only chance to kill Jianxiong. Someone come to protect me. My father is Jian Wendian, a fellow disciple of Sword Saint Windchaser. I am the only heir of the sword family. If I die, all of you will die. Jianxiong drank at his teacher, and at this moment, he also completely stopped pretending. Everyone was stunned. They really didn't think that Jianxiong and the Sword Saint had this heavy relationship. The teacher in the lead also hesitated. If Sword Saint pursued the matter, the entire school would suffer. Even if they didn't die this time, they wouldn't feel good afterwards. After further thought, he still arranged for a teacher to follow Jianxiong. Jianxiong once again looked at Feng Zhang and revealed a smug smile, as if saying, "Come kill me." Feng Zhang suddenly had the feeling of stabbing this guy, who knew that a random villain had such a big background. But he wouldn't regret it, since he wanted his life, then be prepared to be killed. Soon, a teacher left with Jianxiong, and some students saw it and followed. Seeing that everyone had dispersed, a few teachers were relieved. All they had to do now was to try to stall for as long as possible. Chapter 25 Siren Siege. What do we do? Zhao Jiangshan asked. Follow them. Feng Zhang looked in Jianxiong's direction. For one thing, he wanted to look for an opportunity, and for another, they would indeed be safer with their teacher around. Not good. They are catching up. I don't know who shouted, and everyone turned around to see that. Sure enough, several sirens were chasing after them with pointed spears. It turned out that there were simply more than 10 of these sirens, and it was completely impossible to stop them with just a few teachers. A girl who was running slower let out a miserable scream before collapsing in a pool of blood. More and more students then fell into the pool of blood, the screams never ceasing. That teacher who was protecting Jianxiong struggled a bit internally and kicked up a stone, directly smashing it on a siren, who screamed out in pain. What are you doing? Jianxiong immediately cursed. He had sensed the siren looking at them angrily. The teacher, however, didn't say anything and then took Jianxiong and ran in the other direction. Only to see those sirens immediately chasing after him. Jianxiong had already cursed in his heart, but he couldn't leave his teacher. Compared to the sirens, he felt that Founder was even more terrifying. However, he had secretly sworn that this teacher ranked second on his must-kill list, and the first place was naturally Feng Zhang. You guys go first, I'll follow you over and take a look. Feng Zhang said to Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan. No way. Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan said at the same time. It's too dangerous, these sea demons are very strong. Song Qingling said. Old Feng. I know what you want to do, but it's not right to stay alive, it's not right to take revenge as a gentleman. Anyway, if you survive, there will be more chances in the future. Zhao Jiangshan was obviously anxious as well, afraid that Feng Zhang would do something stupid. Don't worry, I have a measure. Song Qingling, then we'll follow. Zhao Jiangshan? I'm not going. No need, you guys will only miss out on things if you follow me here. It's more convenient for me to be by myself instead, and I can still be the first to escape in case of a situation. Aha, makes sense. Zhao Jiangshan nodded his head in a hurry. It was only after Feng Zhang's repeated insistence that Song Qingling dismissed the idea of following him there. You two go quickly, it's not safe here yet. Feng Zhang urged, quickly following Jianxiong's direction himself. Feng Zhang followed the siren's trail, keeping a certain distance. He really didn't lie just now. With his sneaking skills, there was a high chance that he wouldn't be discovered, but with the addition of Song Qingling and the two of them it would be hard to say. Along the way, Feng Zhang was getting more and more questions. The sirens would still scatter to catch people before, but why did they act together when they arrived at the teacher's place? Leaving so many students alone, just because the teacher angered it? And isn't this direction exactly where the sirens' living vessels were found earlier? What is even more puzzling is that this island has not been infested with sirens for many years, so why is it appearing again at this time? Is it a coincidence or is the target them? It didn't take long for Feng Zhang to realize that the sirens' footprints were in disarray, no longer in the same formation as before, and with significantly more intensity. Was this an emergency? Soon, he stopped. There were obvious sounds of fighting in front of him. It seemed to have caught up. Look at what you've done. Jian Xiong finally fumed. He clearly had a chance to escape, but because of this teacher's tawdry maneuver, it caused them to be in danger once again. Humph. The man snorted coldly. In my opinion, your life is not as good as those students. You. Who are these mole crickets to compare to this young man? In terms of force and wealth, which one of them is comparable? Just because of that, you are a greater danger than them. Probably knowing that he couldn't live, the man didn't have the scruples he had before. You have the power and influence to completely disregard the deaths and lives of others. Is this really what the empire needs? Ordinary people like us, no matter how hard we work, we will just end up becoming your bodyguards. The man's eyes were all unwilling. What's the problem? It's been like this since the beginning of time. Is it right that it's always been this way? I don't want to bully you. Hurry up and take me away. Jian Xiong was hysterical, seeing that the sirens were going to surround them. Don't worry. You won't die before I do. Although the man disliked Jian Xiong, he had an obligation to protect both his duty and Jian Xiong's identity. Let's show you the power of us ants. The man bellowed, his entire aura instantly soaring, and his top was even bursting through by his expanding muscles. Immediately, his entire body shot out, and the ground even left pit-like footprints. Strength enhancement? Jian Xiong's eyes widened, not expecting him to be gifted. Awakened people generally referred to those who had awakened their attribute panels after entering the novice space and their physique had been metamorphosed, and those over the age of 18 were basically awakened people. The gifted, on the other hand, were those of these people who had awakened their natural abilities. Although Fang Zhang had now awakened his natural ability, he was not technically a gifted person, and his strength was simply not comparable to that of an awakened person. The man's explosive power was very strong, and the distance of a few meters was only a split second, and when he arrived in front of the siren, the other party did not seem to have reacted yet. Just a punch. The siren then flew backwards and didn't stop until it crashed through a large tree. The scale armor on its body shattered into pieces, and after struggling a few times, it still couldn't stand up. What a domineering power! Jian Xiong had both envy and disdain in his eyes. He wanted this kind of power too, but believed that he could awaken a stronger talent. The other three sirens also looked confused. Although they were the lowest level of existence, they were also very upset at being solved so easily. They raised their pointed spears, no longer giving the man a chance to sneak attack. The man frowned and charged up again, but the sirens backed off and spread out in a formation, so that when the man hit one of the sirens, the other two came forward to attack the man. This forced the man to play defense. The founder ducked far away and was just the right distance to see the fight. The sirens surrounded but did not attack, and were very cunning. The man had the feeling that his fist was hitting cotton and there was nowhere to use his energy. $. Add hashtag. Hashtag at %. Not being able to hear what the sirens were exchanging made the man uneasy. He had to find a way to break the situation as soon as possible, or else he would surely die when the siren reinforcements arrived. The man put his hands behind his back, looked like he was standing with his back turned away, holding his pride, but in reality, his right hand was tightly clenched in a fist, and a faint light was constantly converging in his fist. This was one of the skills of the power talent, storing power. West Bank beaches. This side is also in the midst of a white-hot battle. 4 ships are docked, but unfortunately 2 have already been sunk by the sirens. Some of the teachers guided their students onto the boats, while most of them struggled to fend off the sirens. It was fortunate that these sirens didn't attack from the sea, or else they would have been unable to resist long ago when they were encircled. The number of sirens had exceeded the guesses of a group of teachers, and no matter how strong they were, it was still hard to beat them with 2 fists, not to mention that these sirens also had the ability to control water and could launch water arrows from their mouths. Several teachers had suffered this loss. Have they not returned yet, Director Wang? Mo Xiaojun said anxiously. They have been notified and are on their way back. Too slow. Mo Xiaojun shook his head helplessly. The number of this siren had already exceeded 50, and under the regiment's siege, each teacher appeared tired. Consumption alone could consume one to death. Shield of light. Mo Xiaojun suddenly waved his hand, and a curtain of light appeared in front of a teacher, just in time to block the siren's fatal blow. Mo Xiaojun was also a gifted person, or a talent of light. Although it was an epic-level talent, this kind of talent was not strong in the early stages of combat. It was more suitable to be a support. When it was too late, she used the shield of light again to block the siren's attack. The frequent use of her skills was draining her energy quickly. If it wasn't for her, the other teachers were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to last 10 minutes, so how could she not be anxious? Chapter 26: The Siren's Perversity. Punch. 2x. The sirens were startled for a moment by the man's sudden outburst, but fortunately they were well trained and immediately adjusted their alignment. Originally they thought that like before, the man would give up when he was attacked, and the man didn't. He didn't pay the slightest attention to the 2 sirens behind him. He charged straight towards the siren in front of him, his right fist emitting a faint red light as if it was tethered to a rocket. Bang! A solid hit. This time, the siren didn't fly backwards like before, but stood still and didn't move, but its head exploded into a bloody mist. Terrifying as hell. The other two sea demons looked confused, this was too strong. But surprised or not, the movements in their hands didn't stop at all, only to see that in the next second, the two-pointed spears stabbed at the man at the same time. The man struggled to dodge sideways, but was still stabbed in the waist by one of them, and blood flowed out immediately. He covered his wound and hurriedly pulled away from the siren. Hurry up and finish them off and get out of here. Jian Xiong suddenly shouted. He had a feeling that the more he dragged on, the more dangerous it would become. The man's expression was a bit displeased. I didn't kill them because I didn't want to? The two sirens glanced at each other when they heard this, and immediately turned around, no longer paying attention to the man, but charging towards Jian Xiong. Jian Xiong's face changed drastically. Black as ink. The man instantly understood the siren's intentions, but he had to go back. At this distance, it's possible to catch up. Just as he was thinking this, the siren suddenly opened its mouth and two water arrows shot out at the same time. Seeing this, the man said a dark cry of bad luck, and the strength of his feet exploded, not daring to have the slightest reservation at all, not caring about the pain of his wounds. Poof! Poof! 2 in a row. Jian Xiong moved away from his arms that were blocking his front, only to see the man facing him with his hands spread out, the two water arrows all stuck in his body, leaving two clearly visible bloody holes, with blood continuously flowing out, but he was instantly relieved. The man's eyes gradually dimmed. He did not understand why he had to fight for his life to save such a person. Obviously he was not familiar with him at all, and he was not his student. Because of the sword family? It didn't seem so scary. Because of the responsibility? He felt like his brain could no longer think, and the water arrow that pierced his heart had melted into water and blood. It was ridiculous to think about it. What about his lovely son, his beautiful wife? Put. The man fell forward, and Jian Xiong hastily dodged sideways, unwilling to even step forward to help him. At this moment, one could clearly see that the two sirens were laughing. Jian Xiong's face suddenly sank, not because of the man's death, but now there was no one left to help him block in front. Rubbish! Cursed the man, not knowing if he was cursing the man or the siren. The sirens picked up their spikes this time and stabbed directly at Jian Xiong. They could sense that the human in front of them was no threat at all. See, Jian Xiong also do not run. I do not know whether it is scared silly. Two sirens, one in front of the other, very cautious. The front of the one picked up the spikes are going to stab down. Jian Xiong still did not react, not to mention dodge. The siren shrugged his head. It seems that he thought too much. The spikes pointed straight at Jian Xiong's heart, but in the next instant, the siren's face changed drastically as the spikes came into contact with Jian Xiong, and invisible energy blocked the spikes, preventing them from advancing any further. Then the energy immediately gathered into a ball, turned into sword chi, in the shape of a fan flying toward the front. Before the two sirens could react, the sword chi had already cut them apart along with the row of trees behind them. The power was terrifying. It's all garbage. Causing me to use my divine shield slash. Jian Xiong cursed and his body weakened. Even though he knew he had this killer weapon, the pressure in his heart was still tremendous. Far away Feng Zhang saw all this in his eyes. No wonder before Jian Xiong knew that he couldn't beat himself but still want to provoke, put aside fishing for law enforcement. Feng Zhang's complexion was cold. You have a big life. Jian Xiong was empty all around him, so Feng Zhang simply didn't hide anymore. Feng Zhang. As soon as Jian Xiong heard the voice, he instantly tensed up, only to see Feng Zhang looking at himself with a smile on his face. Feng Zhang said as he picked up the siren spikes, I don't know if I can continue to be destined next. Your hand? How can that be? Jian Xiong was surprised. He had clearly seen Feng Zhang's hand being pierced through with his own eyes, but now his hand was not in any trouble at all. You said this Feng Zhang purposely extended his palm out and showed it to Jian Xiong. You awakened the healing talent? Jian Xiong quickly thought of this possibility. Yeah. Feng Zhang admitted it greatly, but Jian Xiong's words also reminded him that it seemed like this healing technique really couldn't be used indiscriminately. Ha 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 ha. You punk! I'm really looking forward to seeing you turn into a dog. A ruthless look appeared on Jian Xiong's face. In recent years, healers were resources that all the great clans must grab, and if they couldn't use them for themselves, they would rather destroy him. So he had already foreseen Feng Zhang's future, which was bound to be a life worse than death. Thinking of this, he was in a much better mood. It's a pity, you won't have the chance to see it. Feng Zhang coldly said. You dare. If you kill me, the whole world won't spare you. Jian Xiong really panicked now. No wonder Feng Zhang was willing to tell his secret. He was determined to kill himself. Who said I killed you? It was the siren who killed you. A terrifying murderous aura suddenly emanated from Feng Zhang's body, causing Jian Xiong's heart to chill, as if he saw countless resentful souls in Feng Zhang's body. This was the true killing aura practiced from killing. It was ridiculous to think of his previous behavior. His own little chi had the nerve to call it killing chi. No. Don't. Spare me. I promise not to embarrass you anymore. Jian Xiong's feet went limp and his entire body crawled and rolled to escape. Although the divine shield chop was powerful and more suitable for unawakened people like him, any weapon needed energy to drive it, and his physical strength was the energy of the divine shield chop. He was very regretful at the moment, not for messing with Fang Zhang, but for not killing him earlier. Fang Zhang laughed coldly, knowing well that villains die from too many words. He picked up the spikes and directly stabbed down on Jin Xiong. Ah! With a miserable cry, the spikes directly nailed Jin Xiong's body to the ground, and no matter how he struggled, he could not take another step forward. Finally, after a few convulsions, he was motionless. His face was nothing but fear and unwillingness, until he died. I'm afraid he didn't expect that he would end up like this. Fang Zhang did not immediately leave at this time, looking for a moment on Jin Xiang's body before finding a sword-shaped ornament. This ornament was transparent, at this moment has been dimmed. This should be the source of Jin Xiang's skill. It's good stuff. After storing it away, Fang Zhang simply moved some more siren corpses to fake the scene. After finishing these, Fang Zhang didn't rush to the West Coast beach. He had noticed before that the sirens didn't seem to want them to go to the north. Several times, they forced them to change direction. When they came here, the sirens even went out of their way to cut them off. Thinking about it, Fang Zhang immediately searched based on whichever little clues he could find. He soon found some more traces of the siren's life. In fact, this is also the place that Fang Zhang has always wondered. A good sea does not stay. Go up to the land to live and suffer? Chapter 27 Siren's Treasure. Fang Zhang followed these sparse traces of life northward. In fact, the further north he went, the fewer those traces became, which made Fang Zhang have to start wondering if he had misunderstood. But soon, the sharp-eyed him found the unusual place. There looks nothing special, but the weeds are especially few, especially sparse, shorter than the surrounding circle, giving Fang Zhang the feeling that there is no grass growing there. According to the teacher's previous introduction, this island was previously occupied by the siren for a period of time, but when the siren left, no one knew. Because in the past, these islands were known as forbidden zones for the living, guarded by many powerful sirens. Several times human powerhouses attacked, but to no avail, and in the end, it was left unsettled. In such a background, no one dares to approach, but in recent years, there is no trace of the siren. People dare to reboard the island. Fang Zhang stepped on the ground with his foot, and took out his shell knife to dig again. Digging and digging and digging in the tiny wasteland, tiny knife, tiny mud. After only digging for a while, Fang Zhang felt that he had dug up rocks, and they weren't small. It was at least a meter wide. That's not normal. He immediately sped up his frequency and finally saw the true colors of the stone. It was a stone slab. Fang Zhang felt that he had guessed correctly. It was so heavy. It took all his strength to move the stone slab a bit. There was a hole? Feeling something strange, Fang Zhang continued to push, and this time, he finally saw this half-meter wide crypt. This camouflage wasn't very clever, and it was evident that it left in a hurry at that time. Fang Zhang thought for a moment, but decided to find out. The crypt was dark and narrow, only big enough for one person to pass through, but thinking about the siren's figure, it seemed reasonable. As they went deeper, the crypt opened up significantly, and steps appeared. Fang Zhang knew that he had made the right bet this time. The steps went down until they came to an underground lake. It wasn't sunlit, but it wasn't dark at all, and the cavern walls seemed to have some algae that glowed. It was said to be a lake, but it wasn't big, only less than 10 meters in diameter. In addition to this lake, there is nothing else, not to mention other passages. Fang Zhang used his hand to fiddle with the lake water and cast some stones. How to look at it? It was just ordinary water, there was nothing special about it. He pondered for a moment. I'm afraid the secret lies in this lake. Taking off his clothes and doing a brief warm-up, he flung himself into the lake. Sure enough, it was just as he had guessed, a normal lake. The lake wasn't dark at all, and there were some plants emitting a faint light that looked like streetlights on both sides of a highway. It seemed to follow these points of light to the end of the lake. Soon, he saw what appeared to be a building under the water. The building was not large, supported only by a few pillars, more like a small temple. And outside of this building, a thin membrane was faintly seen separating the water. Passing through the membrane with no effort surprised him a little. Breathing normally. That's amazing. Fang Zhang sked and praised. Instead of the film isolating the water, some sort of force pushed all the water away, creating a waterless area. The temple really wasn't that big, and there wasn't much protection. It was probably because the siren didn't expect anyone to find their way here. Indeed, if it wasn't for Fang Zhang's fine mind and sharp eyes, he wouldn't have found this place. If another 6 months or so passed, and the grass here grew, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find it either. One can only say that luck can indeed be. What is it? Something that glowed with a faint blue light floated on a small bearing platform. Fang Zhang went forward to take a look. It was an irregularly shaped bead, shaped like a broken heart. He cautiously observed the surrounding before reaching out and taking the bead down. But in just an instant, the bead did not enter Fang Zhang's body and disappeared. Fang Zhang almost cursed. This speed couldn't even be blocked. Heart of the Sea King? This information immediately appeared in his mind. Very immodest name. Heart of the Sea King, the heart of the King of the Sea. Roll. That's it? I had a feeling that I was being punked. However, at this time, there was no time for him to think about it, and the moment the heart of the Sea King disappeared, the water that was isolated immediately lost its support. To put it simply, the membrane broke. The lake water poured down all at once, and the huge impact made it very difficult for Fang Zhang, as if it was going to press him all the way to the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, a force circulated throughout his body from the location of Fang Zhang's heart, and the powerful water pressure instantly disappeared without a trace. It's very comfortable. On top of that, Fang Zhang also realized that he could actually breathe in the water. It was amazing. Underwater, he was also able to walk as if he was on the ground. Could this be the power of the Sea King? West Bank beaches. The people from the Demon Beheading Division have arrived. Director Wang and Peng Tong both joined the fray. With these high-end combatants joining in, it quickly became a one-sided situation. Although the sirens were numerous, they had already collapsed and fled in all directions. In the end, they didn't send too many people to chase after them, but just entered the woods to rescue them. Because of transportation and time, there weren't too many people in the vanguard this time, so the priority was to keep the students safe. Teacher. Fang Zhang and Song Qingling have both disappeared. We need to go look for them quickly. Zhao Jiangshan had an anxious face. Originally, he had escaped with Song Qingling, who knew that almost when he walked out of the woods, he realized that Song Qingling had disappeared. Needless to say, he must have gone to look for Fang Zhang. He was also very anxious inwardly, but the beachside could not spare any manpower at all, and it was not until now that he found the opportunity to let Mo Xiaojun look for someone. Mo Xiaojun frowned. She actually noticed at the beginning that some students have not returned. Even those teachers who went to rescue people have returned, but they still do not see people. But the situation was critical before, and there was no way to arrange for manpower. Now that the big picture was settled, she decided to find out for herself. It's Sword Asker? At this moment, another heavenly eagle flew in, and the heavenly eagle was carrying two people on its back, one of which was the current sword family head, Jian Wendian. Surprisingly, Jian Wendian had to come here personally. Quickly go find someone. Mo Xiaojun instantly had a bad feeling. Zhao Jiangshan hurriedly nodded his head, similarly having a bad feeling. So the two of them entered the woods once again. Song Qingling should have gotten lost in this neighborhood. Zhao Jiangshan said. Any clues? Zhao Jiangshan thought for a moment but nodded his head, then led Mo Xiaojun towards the north. Brother, make sure you don't do anything stupid. Leaving the lake, Founder had a feeling that he couldn't get enough. It turned out that swimming freely in the water was so refreshing. However, he knew that he couldn't continue to stay here and had to leave as soon as possible. I'm afraid that this time the siren came to the island just for the Sea King's heart. If that was the case, he didn't even dare to imagine what would happen if the siren knew about this. However, he wasn't someone who looked ahead, and since he had decided to do it, he wouldn't regret it. But no matter how much Fang Zhang scratched his head, he wouldn't have thought that as soon as he left the cave, he would encounter half a dozen siren squads. What a ing crow's mouth. Fang Zhang's face went black. This was a point phase? If they were able to leave, would he live the rest of his life in the pursuit of the sirens? It was estimated that he would never have thought that because of the humans' counterattack, the sirens had been pushed to the edge and had specially sent a small team over to take away the heart of the Sea King. How could the sirens not expect that? In order not to attract the attention of humans, they deliberately dispersed into dozens of small teams to escape, but were still found by humans to come here. Not true. The sirens suddenly realized that the direction this person had come from was exactly the direction of the crypt. Could it be that this person had already taken the heart of the Sea King? At the thought of this possibility, the sirens were going crazy. This was the hope for the revival of their clan. We can't let them leave by any means. The siren and Fang Zhang both thought so. Chapter 28, I don't want to die. Say nothing to let them leave. Although Fang was thinking this, it was basically a delusion. With his current combat power, it was still possible to fight some unawakened people, but when facing a siren or an awakened person, no number of his lives would be enough to send them away. He only had one equipment skill in his hand, the Divine Shield Chop, which was still on cooldown, and even if it wasn't on cooldown, he couldn't use it. But no matter what, he had to get out of here first. Right now, these sirens probably didn't know that the heart of the Sea King had been stolen yet, and if they did, I'm afraid that they would just do whatever it takes. As soon as Fang Zhang ran, the sirens immediately followed. Just as Fang Zhang thought, they really didn't know, and they also didn't want to have a conflict here. In case the humans found out about that crypt, the consequences would be unimaginable. In order not to attract Fang Zhang's attention, they didn't even send anyone to verify it. Both sides were surprisingly consistent in their thoughts, one running and the other chasing, just not interfering with each other. But what Fang Zhang did not expect was that the best place to go was the place where Jian Xiong died. The terrain here was open, there were traces of a fight, and even if he used the Divine Shield Chop to dump the pot on Jian Xiong, maybe the others would be quick to find this place as well. For the sirens, there were traces of a fight here, and it made sense to have a conflict that wouldn't make the others suspect the crypt side. Once again, both sides were on the same page, and neither had to say anything to stop. What is your purpose? All Fang Zhang could think of now was the word drag. $hashtag added hashtag. This won't work. The several sirens didn't want to talk nonsense with Fang Zhang. They wanted a quick battle. If they were caught up by those human powerhouses, they would only die. This time it is the turn of the sirens to chase. Feng Zhang runs, but when the sirens get serious, their speed is not comparable to Feng Zhang. Feng Zhang's mind was running wild. Could he really die here? Boom! Just then, a fireball flew by and smashed into one of the sirens. The flames instantly covered it, and the siren turned into a fire demon. The siren screamed miserably, constantly rolling, but the flame is not so easy to extinguish. The other sirens are even more afraid to approach. They are born afraid of fire. The high temperature of the flames would evaporate their moisture, and their scales would become fragile, and they wouldn't even be able to use their divine abilities. The sudden turn of events caused Feng Zhang to be unable to react for a moment. But when he saw the visitor, he was even more surprised that his jaw hit the ground. Wasn't this Song Qingling? She's also a pre-awakened? Or an elemental one? The strength of this flame should not be an ordinary flame, but a stronger yen. Feng Zhang, are you alright? Song Qingling came in front of Feng Zhang. It's fine. Is this an inferno elemental for you? Feng Zhang asked curiously. Song Qingling nodded. It should be, father said so. Everyone had yet to have an attribute panel, and it was indeed impossible to determine what ability it was. But it's not too far off. You go first, leave this place to me. Song Qingling turned her back, and an aura rose. Rationally speaking, Song Qingling's words were not faulty at all. Feng Zhang's current state could not deal with the sea demon at all. Staying would only drag his feet. The correct approach was for Song Qingling to stall for time while he went to find help. But he couldn't do it. At the same time, first awakened person, he knows very well unawakened essence force is how much this kind of power skills can use more than twice or considered Song Qingling energetic. This time he left, Song Qingling is not even a little bit of vitality. Feng Zhang shook his head and picked up a spike. Although it was irrational, he still said, I won't leave you behind. Song Qingling's heart trembled. Is that you? The sirens were obviously a little afraid of Song Qingling. The station changed from being together to being evacuated. This was a good thing for Feng Zhang, at least they didn't have to face a one-to-many situation at once. 5 sirens suddenly rushed towards Song Qingling from all sides. Song Qingling hurriedly took a few steps back, and with a wave of his hand, a wall of fire appeared, separating the sirens. Feng Zhang noticed that Song Qingling's face instantly turned pale. The sirens roared angrily and tried to break through the wall of fire, but were blocked from advancing by the hot flames. Feng Zhang's figure was like a ghost, disappearing at some point and suddenly appearing behind a siren. The sneak attack technique had long been played by him. As long as someone attracted his opponent's attention, he could appear unknowingly. The spike stabbed at the siren without hesitation, but they were blocked by the scaly armor, which caused Feng Zhang to frown. This armor was just too thick. The siren was startled and jumped away in a hurry. However, Song Qingling was also a person with a delicate mind. After Feng Zhang's sneak attack failed, her fireball came immediately after, but the size was obviously smaller. With a poof, it hit again. This time they had learned their lesson and tried to use their divine ability to extinguish the fire, but Feng Zhang couldn't let them have their way, and the spikes attacked again. Break! Using the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, it finally passed through the body of the siren, and with the burning of the flames, the siren was instantly lifeless. There were still 4 left. With this kind of coordination, it was only barely enough to take out a siren. The difference in strength was just too far. Seeing their companions being killed, a few of the sirens became even more berserk, but they weren't the type to lose their minds. Rather, they were very clear that Song Qingling was the threat to them. Even more so, they wouldn't rush up in a swarm. Phew! A spike flew out, exactly what the siren had responded with, a long-range attack. Avatars they too could not be used easily, they would consume a lot of energy and had a cooldown time. Song Qingling wanted to dodge, but her feet floated, and just using the skill 3 times was like draining her dry. Stabbing. Avoided the vitals, but still hit. The spike stuck in Song Qingling's shoulder, and the pain made her already pale face even paler. The entire person was so weak that she flopped to the ground. Phew! Shoo! 2 more spikes. Both targeting Song Qingling. No! Everything happened so suddenly, not giving Feng Zhang any time to think of a countermeasure at all, not even enough time to pull the spikes out. Seeing the spike shoot out, this go, Song Qingling would definitely die. His mind went blank, he didn't even dare to gamble on whether his healing technique could save her. Damn it! Feng Zhang's body ran uncontrollably. At this moment, he wanted nothing but to save Song Qingling. What's your name? My name is Song Qingling. You're a few months older than me, why don't you call me sister? Don't cry. I'll beat you if you cry again. Coward, what's so scary about this caterpillar? There are bad dogs here, hurry up and go. You saved me, I'll marry you when I grow up. Founder. Brother Feng. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze and time stood still. Feng Zhang only felt that his chest hurt and his whole body was weak. It was obvious that those sea demons had rushed over, but it was like slow motion. Behind him, Song Qingling had long since cried into tears, yelling something. Strangely enough, there was no sound at all. It's quiet all around. Is this dying? Am I really dying? What will happen to my mother if I die? She must be devastated. What will Song Qingling do if I die? Will she feel guilty? Ugh, it's useless.
It was like this in my dreams and it's like this now. Unwillingly. System. Being. Starting. Chapter 29, Pang Tong accepts a disciple. Super healing power. Unleashed. Body repair in progress. People, founder. Level, 1 mortal realm. Strength, 58. Agility, 48. Spirit, 47. Physical, 52. Talent, divine healing SSS passive, turn to self. Talent skill, power of healing. Equipment, heart of the sea king mutilated. Skills, super healing power passive. Assignable attribute points, 2. Fong Zhang snapped his eyes open. His originally weak and feeble body was suddenly full of strength, and every cell in his body seemed to be transforming. Before he had time to feel the changes in his body, he already saw the siren come before him. Fong Zhang's eyes flinched as he held the spike in his hand and pulled it out with force. The spikes broke through his body. The extreme pain made him almost faint. The spikes slashed horizontally. The strength and speed reached Fong Zhang's limit. His sudden change caused the siren to freeze, unable to react at all. Whoosh! 3 heads fell to the ground in unison. They were unable to comprehend even to their deaths that this human was able to move freely even though he was clearly on the verge of dying. Their eyes were still filled with unwillingness and disbelief. Seeing that the sirens were all broken, Fong Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, so he continued to forcefully pull out the other spike. To be honest, this kind of heart-rending pain, Fong Zhang didn't want to try it again. But there was no way, without pulling it out, the body could not heal. Hiss. Fong Zhang finally finished this in Song Qingling's dumbfounded eyes. After the spikes were pulled out, the 2 bloody holes left behind were surprisingly quickly repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. This surprised even Fong Zhang himself when he looked at it, not to mention Song Qingling. You are a healer? Song Qingling then reacted, but wasn't quite sure, because healers she had also learned about, and there weren't any that could do this level of work without being awakened. Fong Zhang nodded. Can you help me keep my secret? Okay. Song Qingling smiled wryly. Then tell me, are you Brother Fong? Fong Zhang laughed and did not answer. He was clear about Song Qingling's character and was not someone who did not distinguish between light and heavy. Someone is coming. After awakening, Fong Zhang felt that his senses were all sharpened. With that in mind, he drew his shell blade and stabbed it into his hand with force, creating the same wound left by the duel with Kenshiro. Then, footsteps were heard. It was Zhao Jiangshan and Mo Xiaojun. Old Fong. Song Qingling. Are you guys okay? Zhao Jiangshan shouted as he ran and rushed to the duo's side. What is this? Unlike Zhao Jiangshan, Mo Xiaojun was the first to notice the siren on the ground, as well as Jian Xiong. The moment she saw Jian Xiong, her entire being was bad, and she rushed forward to check it out, the last bit of luck gone. She looked at Fong Zhang, her eyes were slightly complicated. She was basically sure that this matter was related to Fong Zhang. The conflict between these two had long reached an irreconcilable point. But to conclude that Fong Zhang had killed Jian Xiong based on this alone was also too arbitrary. Moreover, not to mention whether Fong Zhang's combat power was enough to kill Jian Xiong. Jian Xiong is the second generation of a big family. How could he not have something on his body to save his life? As long as such a thing existed, not to mention Fong Zhang, she might not be able to kill him even if she personally attacked. She had wanted to ask Fong Zhang what was going on, but Song Qingling and Fong Zhang both had different degrees of injuries. Song Qingling's injuries were even more serious, and if she dragged it on any longer, she might not even be able to keep her hand. Go back first. Mo Xiaojun signaled Zhao Jiangshan to help Fong Zhang, while he himself picked up Song Qingling. No one is leaving. At this moment, a low, majestic and cold voice came out, carrying an undoubted tone. Mo Xiaojun's brows were tightly locked, and she knew that this matter was afraid to be difficult to settle. These 2 children have been seriously injured and must be saved as soon as possible. Facing Jian Qitian, Mo Xiaojun was more or less nervous in her heart, but she couldn't do nothing. I'll say it again and for the last time, no one can leave without my permission. Jian Wendian did not give Mo Xiaojun the slightest bit of face. Indeed, with his position, there was no need to care about the face of a mere teacher. He walked towards Jian Xiong without changing his face and never said a word, but Fong Zhang noticed that his hands were shaking. After a long time, Jian Qigong only looked at Fong Zhang and forced down his anger. You say. Fong Zhang had to admire Jian Wendian. Indeed, he was a lord. This emotional control alone had exceeded 90% of people. Let her leave first. Fong Zhang pointed at Song Qingling. Jian Wendian was stunned, then laughed back in anger. You think you have the final say? I won't live long anyway, why would I listen to you? Fong Zhang pointed at his bleeding hand with a dead pig's face. Jian Wendian frowned, feeling his dignity being challenged for the first time. However, what Fong Zhang said was reasonable. With the 2 of them in their current bleeding state, without timely medical attention, they would indeed die for sure. Good. Let her go. Jian Wendian coldly grimaced, and the few attendants immediately loosened their encirclement. No. Song Qingling was the first to object. She guessed that Jian Xiang's death was related to Fong Zhang. If she left, Fong Zhang alone was even more incapable of defense. Fong Zhang simply could not withstand Jian Xiang's anger.
Mo Xiaojun was even more difficult. If she took Song Qingling away and left Fang Zheng alone, then whether he did it or not, there would only be a dead end. Teacher Mo, you take her away first. With me here, no one can make things difficult for my student. At this time, a hale and hearty old man walked over. Behind him were even a few teachers.
Principal Pang, I advise you not to interfere.
Although Jian Wendian was furious, Pang Tong's face could not be ignored. Jian Xiong is my student, and Fang Zheng is also my student, so in all reason, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Pang Tong had a firm attitude, and Jian Wendian was extremely unhappy inside. He knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to use some unconventional means.
Little girl, your name is Song Qingling?
When Pang Tong looked at Song Qingling, his face was full of kindness, just like a grandfather seeing his granddaughter.
Well. Song Qingling was flattered and hastily nodded her head. Is this your talent?
Pang Tong pointed to the marks on the ground that had been burned by the fire.
Well, it's the fire element.
Song Qingling knew that it was impossible to hide it now, so she just admitted it graciously and might be able to help Fang Zhang.
Not bad, green is better than blue.
Why don't you worship me as your teacher? I'll personally guide you. Don't look at me as an old man. I'm also gifted with the fire element. Back then I was ranked in the whole country. Pang Tong is also a fire elemental talent. Just by taking a look at the scene, he probably deduced that this flame is not an ordinary fire. But that alone wasn't enough to make him take him on as a disciple, but to be able to use the skill multiple times in a row and repel a siren before even being awakened was already a superior qualification.
Coupled with advanced elemental talent, as long as it was taught properly, the future was limitless.
That's why he had the intention to take on an apprentice. Chapter 30, A Piece of Nonsense. Pang Tong said lightly, not realizing that his words made a crowd of people fall down. People who know Pang Tong are clear that this is more than a ranking. His strength is comparable to the 24 stars.
Jian Shitian didn't even dare to say that he could beat Pang Tong.
Everyone was incredulous. What kind of luck did this little girl have, knowing that Pang Tong hadn't received a disciple for many years, especially before awakening?
This was definitely an unprecedented first.
As long as she could leave the novice space alive, even if she didn't do anything, she was being robbed of her head by all the major colleges. Song Qingling obviously still some unresponsive, although she is not clear about Pang Tong's strength, but when the principal, no matter the strength of the status will not be bad, and look at the attitude of Jian Shitian can also guess one or two.
If I worship you as my teacher, can you help Brother Fong?
Pang Tong laughed, liking this girl child's character more and more. I guarantee with my head that no one can use severe torture to force him to confess. And as long as he hasn't done it, no one can touch a single cold hair on him.
That's a relief, isn't it? Song Qingling was overjoyed. With these words of assurance from Principal Pang, Fang Zhang would definitely be fine. Okay, then I will worship you now.
There is no rush, you go and heal your injuries first. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we both won't have a master and disciple.
Pang Tong naturally differentiated between priority and urgency. Song Qingling's injury obviously could not be delayed any longer.
Then Grandpa Pang, you can't go back on your word. You and the old man, what people, a word out of a team of horses cannot catch up. Pang Tong Blue who glared. In fact, the heart has long been happy.
After getting Pang Tong's assurance, Song Qingling immediately fainted. Quick, send her to the hospital, take the Sky Eagle.
Pang Tong's face changed drastically, completely losing the face of the kindly old grandpa from earlier.
Yes.
Mo Xiaojun was still shocked inwardly at Pang Tong's words just now, and now she dared not slack off even more. If anything happened to Song Qingling, she definitely wouldn't fare well.
Wait. Jian Wentian said. Jian Wentian. Don't think that old me doesn't dare to make a move. Pang Tong really got angry this time.
Headmaster Pang misunderstood. Now that the sea demons have not been cleared, it's not safe for Teacher Mo to be alone. I'll have them follow in case something happens. Pang Tong frowned. He knew that if he didn't agree, Jian Wendian would definitely have other reasons to stop him. As you wish. Jian Wendian signaled to the people behind him, and immediately two women followed. Only after Mo Xiaojun and Song Qingling left did Pang Tong look at Fang Zhang again, his tone cold. Tell me what's going on.
Fang Zhang's face darkened. This old man was definitely playing Sichuan change face.
Don't worry, the old man promised the girl child that no one will do anything to you.
Fang Zhang organized his language. Actually, things are very simple, not as complicated as you think.
When Jian Xiong and I grabbed the number plate, the siren appeared. That teacher took us away, then we were caught up by the siren. The teacher couldn't defeat and sacrificed himself. Xingling used fire to force the siren to retreat. Jian Xiong went up to the siren and got a sneak attack, provoking the siren and injuring us. They were going to kill Jian Xiong, who knew that Jian Xiong's body was glowing, and he decapitated the siren,
who knew that a siren didn't die and sneak attack Jian Xiong, who couldn't walk away, and then he was stabbed to death. Then you guys came. Crowd? That's some serious bull.
But on the other hand, he's got a good point. There were all these traces at the scene.
Outsiders didn't believe him, let alone Jian Shitian, whose face sank.
He had heard about Fang Zhang, Song Qingling and his son when he arrived. How could these three possibly join forces? But every word of this seemed to be true. Details. He grunted coldly.
So Fang Zheng said it again, this time obviously more detailed, adding quite a few modifiers. He naturally wasn't afraid of his lies being broken down, because what he said had happened, in addition to replacing his own part with Jin Xiong, and even more so portraying Jin Xiong as a hero rescuing a beauty. He merely switched the chronological order, no one else could find fault with it. But the more Fang Zheng said this, the more suspicious Jian Wendian became. Although it made sense, it was impossible for it to happen. Jin Xiong is worthy of being a good student of our first middle school. Our school will definitely praise him greatly for all the teachers and brothers to learn from. Jian Qitian still wanted to ask something, but was interrupted by Pang Tong. Pang Tong's words were almost a characterization of this matter. Jian Wendian was extremely unhappy inwardly. If not for Pang Tong's presence, he would have made sure that Fang Zheng tasted the taste of a stiff upper lip. There's no rush. Although Jian Wendian was unable to use extreme means, he hadn't given up yet. Someone come, search him for me. At once, several big men surrounded Fang Zheng. Although Pang Tong did not say anything, his eyes kept looking at the men and gave Fang Zheng a wink. After Fang Zheng understood, he didn't resist and let a few people search his body. The end result was naturally nothing. Hearing his subordinate's report, Jian Wendian's face became even more ugly. When he arrived at the scene, he realized that Jin Xiong had already used the divine shield chop, but he couldn't find it on him. This meant that whoever had the divine shield chop on them had a high probability of being the murderer. So he dialed the phone again and listened to his subordinate report, instantly turning ashen. The divine shield chop was neither on Fang Zheng nor on Song Qingling. Did it have legs that couldn't walk on their own? Alright. This is how it is beforehand. Look at this child who has suffered a lot of injuries and needs to be treated in time. Pang Tong didn't want to let Jian Wendian fool around anymore. He knew that it wasn't that simple, but saving people was more important now. No way. Jian Wendian immediately refused. Now Pang Tong's face was gloomy. I'm going to take him away right now. Try as much as you want to stop me. Jian Wendian's face was so gloomy that he could drip ink, but if he wanted him to really stop him, he didn't dare. For one thing, he might not be able to win in terms of force, and for another, he had gotten word that Pang Tong had already been internally designated as the next 24 stars, and that coming here to be the principal was merely a matter of brushing up on his seniority, and that he would be taking up his post in the next year or two. Otherwise, he would not have let his son come to this school. The purpose is to mix a familiar face. Now it seems to be a lost cause. Jian Wendian clenched his fists, his nails pinching his palms white. In the end, he could only watch Pang Tong leave with his people. Take the young master's body back. The others, I don't care if you dig up the ground or whatever, you must find me useful clues. Things had come to this. Jian Wendian had no choice but to admit it, but as long as he was allowed to find evidence to prove that it was related to Fang Zhang, even if the 12-star monarchs arrived, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Little friend, is it very touching? This world is like this, as long as you have enough strength, yes and no. Pang Tong said calmly, as if nothing had happened just now, and then left with the others. The matter of the siren had not been fully resolved. He had to go and preside over the big picture. Fang Zhang was also arranged to leave with the people from the Demon Beheading Division in the Sky Eagle. Of course, Zhao Jiangshan also thickly rubbed his nose in it. Chapter 31 Pit Goods. Whoa! Whoa! So tall! So big! So fast! On the back of the Sky Eagle, Zhao Jiangshan was like a country bumpkin entering the city. Although his family was considered rich, a ride like the Skyhawk was not something you could have just because you had money. You had to awaken the beast-taming talent to be able to do so, and this kind of gifted person would basically be monopolized by the state as soon as they appeared. Other families, even if they were rich, would not dare to go against the state. It's the equivalent of forced enlistment in the country's air force. When you guys awaken your beast-taming talents, you'll also be able to have your own heavenly eagle. The owner of the heavenly eagle was a young man in his 20s, and a newcomer who had just joined the Demon Beheading Division. It's too hard, the beast-taming talent is an epic grade talent then. Hearing this, the youth was even more proud, and then lamented, there are still a few days left before the big exam, and it will be 5 years in the next turn of the eye. Right, senior, is there any experience to impart to us? Zhao Jiangshan hurriedly asked. Experience? The great examination has a different format every year. My year was a level-type format, with each level forcibly eliminating some people. The youth recalled. Hearing this, Zhao Jiangshan's face didn't look very good. Forced elimination means to forcefully kill a portion of the people, that is to say, as long as you can't meet the conditions for passing the level, you will have to die. This could be said to be quite cruel. But there's no need to worry too much. Let me tell you a trick. No matter which year's big exam, no matter what form it takes, there will always be a place near the novice village that's suitable for practicing, so as long as you're bold enough and lucky enough, you'll definitely be able to get ahead of everyone else. As the saying goes, one step ahead of the other. Another point is that, in all the years of the great examination, the role played by the points is the same. Usually save when you can, usually in the end, the mall will appear good things, but those things are priced above 10,000 points. If you don't have enough points, spend them early, or else you will end up keeping the points but not being able to buy anything. Even more so, don't believe those rich second-generation people who say they'll give you how much or how little money for your points when they go out. If you believe that, then you'll recognize your own bad luck.
While the youth was talking, Zhao Jiangshan also took out his cell phone to record it, his eyes glittering like he had gotten some secret masterpiece of martial arts. These things, in fact, had been mentioned in so many strategies, people like Fang Zhang who didn't have a cell phone knew about them, and others were even more so. Of course, Fang Zhang did not tear down. After all, there is still a big difference between reading a book and listening to the narration of those who have experienced it firsthand. The speed of the Skyhawk was indeed fast, many times faster than a helicopter, and short distances were indeed very convenient. It didn't take long for the youth to take them to the nearest hospital. Because of the sirens incident, those injured students were sent here, and the entire hospital was suddenly busy. Young man, you have a serious wound here. Looking at the hole in Fang Zhang's hand, the doctor was shocked. It was comparable to the girl who was sent here not long ago. I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover in the short term. Ugh, what's your school doing? Knowing that the big exam is in a few days, you still make these dangerous activities. The doctor spat as he bandaged it. He looked at Fang Zhang with a look of pity. Needless to say, this would definitely affect his results in the big exam, and he could even lose his life because of it. Young man, you'd better be hospitalized for observation. Don't worry about the cost, the school will cover it. Thank you, doctor, no need, I'll be hospitalized when I go back, this place is far and inconvenient. Fang Zhang shook his head. Well, that's also true, then pay good attention, don't touch the water. The doctor once again urged. Fang Zhang expressed his thanks and then left, and the two of them with Zhao Jiangshan quickly poked around to find out Song Qingling's location. Song Qingling's ward had Mo Xiaojun in addition to a few people from Sword Asking Heaven, and when they saw Fang Zhang coming, a few of them were on alert. It made it seem as if Fang Zhang had done something unforgivable. He killed your young master, didn't he? Why are you so nervous? Fang Zhang admitted that he was not a generous person, and the memory of his dream warned him that he should know how to snuff out the danger in advance. If Jian Wendian threatened his own life and the lives of his family, he would likewise not let it go. After exchanging a few simple sentences, Mo Xiaojun advised the two to go back first. Song Qingling would be fine with her looking after her, and Peng Tong would arrange the best treatment for her. Fang Zhang saw Song Qingling's face was still okay, so he didn't force him to stay. If there was no one watching, he might help Song Qingling with her treatment, but now in this situation, he couldn't do anything, so he might as well go back first. Leaving the hospital, he took the special car provided by the school. In addition to the two Fang Zhangs, there were other students in the car, and everyone was quiet, seemingly digesting the events of today. In 2 or 3 hours, everyone returned to the school and then left separately. Tomorrow is the school's wrap-up assembly, and I don't know how many people will not be able to come. Old Fang, let me send you to the hospital. Zhao Jiangshan said. No need, you go back, I'll take care of it. Seeing that Fang Zhang refused so much, he didn't force himself anymore, then gave Fang Zhang his cell phone. Take this first, in case you can't be found. Fang Zhang thought about it. It was really inconvenient to not have a cell phone, and it was troublesome to go and buy it by himself. $2 million had been collected, and he cared even less about this. Okay, thanks. Originally, Fang Zhang didn't believe that the card had $2 million, but after this period of time, he now felt that it was true instead. The two were about to leave when Fang Zhang immediately called out to Zhao Jiangshan. What's wrong? Don't miss me? Zhao Jiangshan laughed. Fang Zhang didn't say anything, but put his hand into Zhao Jiangshan's clothes pocket. What are you doing? Before he could finish, he saw Fang Zhang take out a transparent sword-like ornament from his pocket. What is this? It can't be the thing that Sword Inquisitor searched you for just now. Zhao Jiangshan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Fang Zhang nodding his head, and he was scared to think about it. If just now Jin Qiantian wanted to search him, wouldn't 10 lives not be enough to die? Pitiful bastard. Isn't it okay? The most dangerous place is the safest. Fang Zhang put away the divine shield chop and calmly said. My nigga, when did you put it in? Right when you were asking me with a tear in your eye if I was okay. Fang Zhang said. Calm down, if Jian Wendian really wants to search you, I have other ways. What way? The secret. If this was really the case, Founder would have to tell the truth about being a healer. Luckily, he had gambled right. Zhao Jiangshan looked at Fang Zhang half-heartedly. After a while, Fang Zhang finally sent Zhao Jiangshan away. After that, he didn't go to the hospital, but directly went home. At this time, the wound under the bandage had already recovered as before, and in order to keep people from realizing it, his bandage was only not removed. Leaving home are more than 20 days, or a little Miss Mother. It was the only family he had. After thinking about it, he turned around and went to the food market. Chapter 32, Paying Back What You Owe. The market was full of fireworks, not much different from those of the ordinary world. After some bargaining, Fang Zhang finally returned with a full load. This kind of peaceful life he liked. In the dream world, he was also busy, always traveling on the edge of life and death. If it wasn't because this world was special, he really hoped that he could keep living in peace like this. Who's renovating? Such a big paint odor. Walking on the stairs, Fang Zhang then began to spit. But gradually, his face changed, red paint painted all over the wall, written debt repayment and other big words. His own door, in addition to a large debt collection lettering, was kicked out of the door. Mom!
Fang Zhang's heart tightened, something must not happen.
The home could tell that it had just been cleaned up, the few pieces of worn-out furniture were no longer there, making the house look even more empty. When Fang Zhang saw this, he was even more anxious inside. Well, at this time the door finally appeared that familiar figure, looking at her hands a bag of 2 bags of vegetables, the heart of an indescribable hard. He secretly swore that he could not let her suffer any more in the future.
Xiao Zhang, you're back, why didn't you say something? Didn't you say you'd be back only on the next day?
When Zhang Lan saw Fang Zhang, she was first surprised then flustered. The words on the doorway she hadn't had time to clean up.
Well, something happened. Fang Zhang didn't intend to go into details, instead, he digressed, Mom, our family owes a lot of money? No way, it's from the opposite house, those people recognized the wrong door. Zhang Lan hastily made up an excuse. Ken is back. Pay back.
Right at this moment, as if to slap Zhang Lan in the face, a rough voice rang out at the right time. Zhang Lan's face immediately stiffened, and before she could react, a few strong men at the doorway had already pushed her into the house.
The 3-day deadline has arrived. Pay back the money at speed.
With that, the burly man was about to reach out and hit Zhang Lan, who knew that his hand was suddenly grabbed and stopped steadily in the air.
Brat! Want to die is not.
The strong man struggled hard and found that his hand unexpectedly did not move. This cannot be how to say that he is also a level 8 awakened person. Strength and ordinary people do not know how much greater. The ordinary people here are not only those who have not awakened, but also those who have awakened below level 5. This is because the Empire explicitly states that people at level 5 and below are not allowed to participate in any force organization and can only engage in ordinary work.
Zhang Lan was one of such ordinary people. Let go.
At this time, a man with a scar on his face said, "We don't want to get our hands dirty, it's only natural to pay what you owe.
No matter where you go to complain, we have the upper hand."
Upon hearing this, Fang Zhang also let go of the strong man's hand, and the strong man hurriedly pulled away, feeling like he was facing a flooding beast. Even saying it out loud, he felt ashamed, the other party was clearly only in his teens.
Mom, is everything he said true? Fang Zhang didn't pay attention to the man with the scar, instead, he supported Zhang Lan.
Zhang Lan nodded her head with difficulty, it was impossible to hide it anymore now.
How much is owed?
Principal of $3 million, borrowed for 5 years, interest of $750,000. The man with the scar grabbed the answer as if he was afraid that Zhang Lan would not recognize it. Fang Zhang froze, the money was indeed quite a lot, but the interest, it seemed not too high, 5 points per year, it seemed reasonable.
Little brother, what do you think? We are a regular finance company. If it wasn't for you guys relying on not paying back, we wouldn't have to use this kind of tactic. Fang Zhang was even more confused, the imagined scenario didn't appear, instead it was his own fault?
Brother Chang, it's really not that I don't want to pay it back, but you've seen the situation, my family really doesn't have any money.
Zhang Lan said. Cut the crap, everyone is like you, is our company still in business?
Brother Chang is exactly this person with a scar, he constantly admonished himself, his heart must be hardened, otherwise the company will go out of business.
Alright, here are $2 million, you guys take it. Fang Zhang threw the card given by Zhao Jiangshan earlier to Brother Chang.
There's still 1.75 million left. At this time the strong man said. Fang Zhang pointed at the furniture in the house, the cracked door, no need to pay for it. Chang was visibly stunned.
Am I a black store or are you a black store? No way. Subtract a fraction. Okay.
Chang thought about it, it was already good enough to recover the money, charging 50,000 less didn't seem to be a big deal.
Okay. I'll give you the rest of the 1 million in a couple days. Fang Zhang said. Brother Chang? In asshole. You call that a zero reduction? You're subtracting ahead. No way. Borrow 3 million and pay back 3 million, you think I'm doing a good deed? Kung decisively refused.
Brother Chang, look at the long term, now in this world, it's good to recover the principal, how many bad debts you are not unclear. Upon hearing this, Brother Chang deeply agreed, he even doubted whether he was suitable for this business. Fang Zhang continued, if I don't even pay back the 3 million, what can you do? The worst thing is to kill us, but you won't be able to live a normal life in the future.
Now that you can recover the principal, it's already beyond your expectations, right?
Fang Zhang's words, indeed said to Chang's heart, he had long investigated Zhang Lan's situation, in fact, he was prepared for the rotten debt, not to mention recovering the principal, even if he only received this 2 million, it exceeded his expectation. But think carefully, not right off, I borrowed 3 million out, to recover 3 million, and then add some interest, this is not natural and rightful? When can I get my principal back and be thankful? Ahem. Fang Zhang thought to himself, this dude is not easy to fool, it seems that he has to draw a pie. What's the situation in my house? I believe Brother Chang knows better than me.
Now that I've paid back $2 million, and there's still 1 million to pay back in a few days, aren't you curious about my earning power? Spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to make a friend with me, this favor I will surely remember, there will be benefits in the future will still be less for you? No more, I'll give you the money-making method, you'll earn more than this $750,000. Besides, it's not like you've lost anything. You borrowed $3 million and recovered $3 million, shouldn't you? Fong Zhang's series of cannonballs made Chang speak in a daze. It seemed to make sense again.
In the end, Chang had no choice but to agree first, and as for whether or not to waive the interest, he would have to wait a few days to see if Fong Zhang could really pay back the 1 million before deciding.
Xiao Zhang, it's Mom who caused you harm.
After Brother Chang and the others left, Zhang Lan was filled with guilt.
Mom, I know all about it. Just leave this matter to me.
Zhang Lan was momentarily speechless, choking back a sob or asking, but it's $1 million, and where did you get your $2 million?
Don't worry, this is all what I earned back, absolutely formal channels.
Actually, Zhang Lan was still very worried. Fong Zhang had only been full for a month since he woke up. How did he earn so much money? However, under Fong Zhang's repeated assurances, she had to put it aside for now. Or try contacting those old classmates tomorrow. Many of them were adventurers and a few million was not a big deal to them.
Chapter 33: The Age of Pandemonium. That night, the two of them ate a sumptuous dinner. This kind of cozy day was something that Zhang Lan thought would never be realized again in her life. The two mothers and sons chatted for a long time, and every time they talked about their father, Fong Tianyuan, Zhang Lan could see a long-lost smile on her face. It was in the novice space that she and her father met, and when they met, Fong Tianyuan was already at the peak of the mortal realm, while Zhang Lan was only at the second level. The resources in the novice space were not infinitely refreshed, and could actually only satisfy a small portion of people to upgrade. Most people did not have enough resources to upgrade. Moreover, in their era, the end of the Great Chaos era, it wasn't like now, and many people didn't have the habit of practicing martial arts from a young age, resulting in most people entering the novice space being overwhelmed and not knowing how to upgrade. It took Zhang Lan a long time to level up to level 2, but the resources in the novice area were no longer available, so she could only go to more dangerous places if she wanted to level up. Because of this, Zhang Lan was in danger and happened to be saved by Fong Tianyuan. After that, Fong Tianyuan had the intention to bring Zhang Lan to practice leveling, but the novice space would close in no time. After leaving the novice space, Fong Tianyuan and Zhang Lan went to different universities, but Fong Tianyuan still actively pursued Zhang Lan, and in the end, the two of them got married not long after graduation. Regarding the history of this world, in fact, Fong Zhang had learned a bit about it. 130 years ago, some kind of mysterious power connected the human world to other worlds, and otherworldly creatures invaded, and since then it officially started the era of great chaos that lasted for 100 years. These 100 years were further divided into the period of the Supreme Darkness, the period of the rise of the Grand Xia Empire, and the period of the end of chaos. It could be said that the turning point of humanity being abused to death was the rise of the Grand Xia Empire. In those years, Daxia was not yet known as an empire, and its only advantage was its large population, but they all shared one characteristic: tenacity. It was only with their strenuous fight that this country was not swallowed up by the foreign beasts. Later, geniuses appeared one after another in the Great Xia country. Among them was the generation led by Mo Shu, who hardened the situation of being beaten and turned it around, which led to the period of the Great Xia Empire's rise. Chaos ends, it enters a new era, that is, the current era of coexistence between humans and beasts. This era seems to be peaceful, but in fact, the dark current surging. In this new era, the whole world has entered into a relatively stable social form. In order to allow human beings to keep up with the development in all aspects, there is a law that no one below the 5th level may participate in any force organization. It is also because of this law that the Daxia Empire has realized the blossoming of various industries, such as the network, cell phones and other emerging technologies are the products of these 30 years. Of course, there was a difference between the technical principles and the world in Fong Zhang's dream. What a contradictory world. Talking with Zhang Lan, Fong Zhang understood this world even more deeply, and it could be said to be a world full of contradictions. On the one hand, ordinary people were needed to develop technology, but on the other hand, they were not given the corresponding respect. On the one hand, there is a need for the strong, but on the other hand, there are restrictions on the strong, the most direct example being therapists. But this was not something Fong Zhang could care about. He returned to his room and was finally able to take a good look at his attribute panel. Character: Fong Zhang. Level: 1 Mortal Realm. Strength: 58. Agility: 48. Spirit: 47. Physical: 52. Talent: Divine Healing SSSLV1 Passive, Transform into Self. Talent skill: Power of Healing. Equipment: Heart of the Sea King Mutilated. Skills: Super Healing Power Passive. Assignable attribute points: 2. When the first time he saw his 4-dimensional attributes, he was filled with surprise and thought that his eyes were blurry. According to the book, the normal value should be around 10, but he was as high as 20 or 30, or even 50. That's just not normal. Moreover, his talent was an SSS-ranked Divine Healing with passive effects. Transform into Self passive. When using the talent skill, it will randomly extract the matter of the effector to transform into a part of himself. PS, as the talent level rises, the passive skill also rises, and can extract more matter. After reading the explanation, Fong Zhang probably understood what was going on with this attribute of his.
It turned out that one of the reasons why he could feel stronger every time he helped heal others was this passive skill. There was also this awakening that was equivalent to a shackle. No matter how many attribute points one absorbed, as long as one didn't have an awakening, one would not be able to break through the limits of the human physique.
Power of Healing, Level 1 Natural Skill, Healing the Wounds of the Injured, Cellular Mutation Repair.
This skill was introduced in the book, and a more intuitive explanation would be repairing, but not being able to regenerate. However, this was already quite impressive. The cell mutation repair alone would allow Fang Zheng to be worry-free for the rest of his life.
No wonder so many people spied on the healer. Fang Zheng wondered how much trouble he would cause if his healing talent was publicized.
But his passive had to be activated when he healed, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get stronger, which was too contradictory. Part of the Sea King Crippled contains a portion of the Sea King's power, permanently improves the possessor's four-dimensional attributes by 20 points each, improves physique, enables the possessor to move underwater, improves the possessor's water resistance by 20%, improves the damage of water skills, and is able to completely withstand one mental level attack cooldown 24 hours. After reading the explanation of the Heart of the Sea King, Fang Zheng's jaw was about to drop to the ground. This is a god-level equipment. Alone improving each of the four-dimensional attributes by 20 points is already outrageous enough, but also immune to mental control. Even if there is only one chance per day, as a base card, it can definitely play a role in turning the tide against the wind.
Other effects, not to mention, increase resistance, enhance power, which is not extremely practical. Fang Zheng pressed down his excitement and continued reading.
Super Healing Power on cooldown, a passive skill derived from the Heart of the Sea King combined with the possessor's talent, activated when the possessor is dealt a fatal blow, heals all negative effects, cooldown time 120 hours.
This was another divine skill.
As long as you can't kill it, you really can't die.
Other than awesome, Fang Zheng couldn't even think of a more suitable word. The fragmented Heart of the Sea King was already so strong. If the entire Heart of the Sea King was gathered, wouldn't it be properly heaven-defying?
Just thinking about this, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. But it was impossible for those sirens to give up such an important thing. But for Fang Zheng to give up, that was also impossible. He secretly thought in his heart, when one day he became strong enough, he would directly kill into the sea to snatch the other part of the Sea King's heart. But as soon as he saw that the freedom attribute was only 2 points, his heart cooled down. This growth attribute was too low, only a little bit better than the worst. Maybe there was also the effect of the Sea King's heart to reach 2, otherwise why would everyone be 1 and he be 2? This means that upgrading can only make him stronger, not stronger, and the limitations of the growth attribute make it impossible to learn most of the skills. In a word, the only way to become stronger is to rely on the passive use as your own. Soon, his mind made a set of plans to become stronger. No matter whether it is feasible or not, it is always necessary to try first.
Chapter 34 Fang Zheng's Plan to Become Stronger. The Other Side of Qingcheng.
The Sword Hall, which was known as the landmark of Qingcheng, was still lit up. Jian Xiang's death had spread throughout the entire Sword family lineage, and even the entire Qingcheng, and many people felt the tension of black clouds pressing down on the city.
Pavilion Master, the young master's afterlife has been prepared. Well, that old miscreant Pang Tong wants to handle it in a low profile, I won't. Jian Wendian stared angrily in the direction of the school. Would it be bad for us to sin against Pang Tong like this? Bah! He counts for nothing.
Senior wind-chasing brother already knows about this. He told me to rest assured that he won't let Xiong'er die in vain. The man was slightly stunned. The senior brother wind-chasing in the Pavilion Master's mouth was none other than the Sword Saint Wind-chasing, one of the current 24-star lodges.
That's great, so will Senior Sword Saint be there tomorrow?
Jian Wendian shook his head. He has important matters to attend to right now. He can't get away.
The man nodded and did not speak again. Did you find any clues?
Young Master's divine shield chop was not found at the scene. It should have been taken away. And after our investigation, the young master's death is indeed unusual. The young master has no other injuries except for the wound on his chest, and it was a one-strike death, which I'm afraid that a siren with only half a body couldn't do.
What does this mean?
Young master used the divine shield chop. Although his body's chi is not there, he can still move his body. How can a siren with only the upper half of its body and spikes in its hands, how can it possibly catch up with young master? Jian Wendian nodded, his fist clenched in his hand. Continue. We found some grass in the young master's hand. It should be trying to tell us information about the murderer.
Grass? Botanical? Pre-awakened?
Jian Wendian, who had originally targeted Fang Zheng, was suddenly a bit confused again. My subordinate is ineffective and has yet to find the cause. But it is certain that this matter is related to those two students. Even if they didn't kill them, they are accomplices. Jian Wendian frowned. Although he wasn't afraid of offending Pang Tong now, he couldn't be offended to death. Farting in front of someone and ting on their head were two different things.
That girl can't move yet, I'm afraid. Soon, Sword Inquisitor locked his target on Fang Zheng. The next day, Fang Zheng disguised himself and crouched near the hospital before dawn. That's right. His purpose is to help people with their healing and make money while earning attributes.
Unfortunately, it was not to be. He squatted for a few hours and only a handful or two people were willing to heal him, still for free. It's really not the fault of other people. You are in front of the hospital, suddenly a person sneaky said he can cure you, you pay the money on the line. This is not to call the police or considered merciful. Fang Zheng thought about it, and realized that his thinking is not right. This kind of petty illness, others must ignore you, should find those desperate people. The hospital cannot be cured, so as long as there is a little hope, they are willing to try. But where to find such people? In fact, there was a place that was very much in line with Fang Zheng's needs, and that was the replica space hall. A copy space was a small alien space that could be infinitely refreshed, with independent bosses inside. It was the most common place for adventurers to upgrade. The copy space hall was the place created by Mo Shu, a space system powerhouse, which included the coordinates of all copy spaces, so that one could go directly to the selected copy space by simply going through the teleportation array. It was very convenient, so it also gathered a large number of adventurers. The duplicate space can be refreshed, but the adventurers can't. They won't automatically get better when they are injured, what with broken arms and legs being a common occurrence, which requires a healer. Many times some big families will also send therapists to station to make money. One is to reduce the contradiction of adventurers to their monopoly of therapists, and the second is to make money and collect people's hearts. However, this place was in the capital, and Qingqing didn't have a copy space, and Fang Zheng didn't want to be too flashy for the time being, so he could only retreat and find a target in the hospital. Doctor! Please save my daughter. It's not that we don't want to save her, it's just that there's nothing we can do. I'm afraid only a therapist can cure her kind of disease. Cure? Therapist? Yes, there are 5 hospitals in the entire empire that have healers on staff, you can check there. Fang Zhang was quickly attracted by such a conversation. It seemed that squatting in the oncology department was right. In a world with advanced medicine, cancer was a terminal disease, let alone this world where medicine was not really advanced. Because of the existence of therapists, medicine in this world had not developed to a very high level. Just imagine, no matter what kind of sickness or pain there is, if you just give a few touches to a therapist, you will be cured, then why bother going to the hospital? If it weren't for the fact that the number of therapists was small and monopolized by the major powers, hospitals probably wouldn't even exist. Hearing the doctor's words, the man looked worried. He had naturally heard of those therapists, and had even taken the trouble to inquire about them, but those therapists were not for ordinary people. Even if you had money, it wouldn't work. It was for the great and powerful, in exchange for benefits. A person with no money and no power, people don't even take a look at you. In the end, the man had to leave with his daughter in disappointment. Do you want to cure your daughter? The man had just left the hospital when he was pulled away by a mysterious man. Originally, he wanted to yell, but once he heard the mysterious man's words, he quieted down. You have a solution? That's right, I can cure him. Fang Zhang didn't talk much and went straight to the topic. The man's expression was complex, both surprised and skeptical. Really? Where are you a doctor? The man asked. I'm not a doctor. The man was immediately disappointed for a few moments at those words. But I'm a healer. The man had the feeling of the valley rushing up to the clouds. It was so damn exciting. How am I going to trust you? You don't need to believe me. Anyway, whether it's a success or not is just a matter of a moment. If you can't cure it, you won't be charged is all. Fang Zhang was somewhat speechless. Okay. Please help me cure my daughter. She is my lifeblood. As long as it can be cured, how much money I will give you. The man was very excited, like grasping the last straw. Fang Zheng took a look at the little girl, just under 6 years old. Her face was pale and very weak. Getting a terminal disease so young was definitely a devastating blow to a family. The reason why he wanted to save this little girl, all had the reason of sympathy. Fang Zhang brought the two to a remote place and reached out his hand to touch the little girl's head. Brother, can you really cure me? The little girl's big round eyes looked at Fang Zhang. Don't worry, uncle is very powerful. Fang Zhang replied. Well, thank you, I want to stay with dad. If I'm not there anymore, dad will be very poor. The girl's face was very poor, her speech was a bit weak. When the man heard that, his eyes suddenly became moist, and he turned away from his daughter. Fang Zhang was slightly stunned and nodded. Green light suddenly appeared on his hand. The light instantly wrapped around the little girl's entire body. Chapter 35, I am a healer. Cancer is a type of mutation, and should fall under the category of repair. The founder is also experimenting with this. In the next second, the little girl's face recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her pale face immediately regained its blood color, and her entire body was quite refreshed. Really, did it really work? The man was very excited, although he didn't do the examination. That kind of mental state couldn't be fooled. Fang Zhang nodded, it should have succeeded. His spiritual stats immediately became 1747, consuming 30 points of energy. Thank you, thank you. The man simply didn't know what to say, other than saying thank you or kneeling down and kowtowing, even pulling on his daughter. Quickly kneel down, thank you for the benefactor. The little girl was also very obedient and did as she was told, causing Fang Zhang to be a bit at a loss for words, and hurriedly pulled them up. No need to be so exaggerated, I'm charging for this.
Right, don't worry, Gong, you name a number, I will never pay back. Then, let's make it 100,000. Fong Zheng thought about it, this price shouldn't be outrageous. 100,000? Really 100,000? A little less isn't out of the question. No.
Before Fong Zheng could finish, the man immediately interrupted him. 100,000 is 100,000.
If benefactor needs me, just ask, I'm obliged.
Fong Zheng also did not expect the man to be so exaggerated, urging him to give the money and send him away. When the man left, he was still envious, making him very uncomfortable. However, Fong Zheng was more or less touched inside, perhaps he could do something for this world. He thought of the doctor's words just now, rather than being so passive, he should take the initiative. Taking out his cell phone, he searched the information and reputation of several hospitals in Xinjiang. It seems that this Rinji hospital has the best reputation. A very bold idea was generated in Fong Zheng's mind. Following the navigation address, Fong Zheng quickly found this Rinji hospital, an old hospital that had been established for 50 years. It was indeed very deep and dignified. It took Fong Zheng some time to find the dean's office. Unfortunately, he was stopped by the front desk, saying that he needed to be informed before he could see the dean. Fong Zheng had to convey the information that he wanted to cooperate with the hospital and assured that it would be beneficial and harmless to the hospital, but even then, the receptionist had no intention of letting in. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement, making Fong Zheng a little angry. This is called a good reputation? Just as he wanted to leave, he saw a middle-aged man with a big belly smiling as he sent a few men in suits away. After sending the few men away, the big-bellied man's face went cold and looked at Fong Zheng. You're the one who wants to cooperate with the hospital? He sized up Fong Zheng, his whole body was covered by a big robe, he couldn't even see his appearance, it was not good to make a judgment, so he arranged for him to go to the meeting room. Fong Zheng waited for another 10 minutes before waiting for this dean. Who knew that this dean would be condescending as soon as he sat down? Tell me what you have planned. Fong was about to speak when the dean interrupted again. I don't have a lot of time to listen to your nonsense, just tell me how much profit there is, as well as. You know. Fong Zheng has at least experienced a complete life, how will not know what the dean wants, but he completely when listening to unknown, did not pick up. He originally wanted to walk away, but held the mentality of coming all the way here. I can cure the disease, how much to charge I say, of course I will give back 30% of the hospital. Unexpectedly when Fong Zheng's words came out, the dean's face darkened, nuts. A-ing waste of my time. Come on people. Throw me out, any more people like this come in the future, all of you give me assholes. This dean was furious, since he took over the hospital, no one had ever dared to make this kind of offer, and 30%, you think you're a therapist. Even if you're a therapist, you'll have to kneel for me in my territory. Fong Zheng was invited out of the hospital, but he wasn't dissatisfied, it was impossible for him to help this kind of hospital. However, he still sighed, this is the best reputation hospital? He was thinking about how he was going to implement his plan when his cell phone vibrated, it was Zhao Jiangshan calling. Hello? Fong Zheng. Where are you? Zhao Jiangshan's tone seemed urgent. Outside, something's up. What time is it? Something big is going on. What is it? Jian Wendian showed up at the school with Jian Xiang's corpse, demanding an explanation from the school, along with many of the victims' parents.
The 7 kingdoms are in such a mess right now. It's quite a mess, but the school will handle it, won't it? Swordsman asked for you by name, and now the whole world is looking for you. What did the school say? They won't do it, there's no evidence, wouldn't it be chilling for everyone to hand you over at the risk? Fong Zheng pondered. I gave the phone call to you just to tell you to hide, don't let Sword Asking Heaven's people find you. Fong Zheng suddenly realized a problem, he could hide, but his mother couldn't. If Jian Wendian couldn't find himself, it was inevitable that he wouldn't find Zheng Lan in trouble. Killing intent flashed in his eyes once again. You tell them I'll show up. What did you say? You'll get your ass killed by Sword Asking Heaven if you come over. No, but before that, I need to find Meet Pang Tong. Zhao Jiangshan had a puzzled look on his face, but he also immediately relayed this information to Pang Tong. Pang Tong was first surprised when he heard this, and then also agreed to meet. Soon after, Fong Zheng arrived at the principal's office under Pang Tong's arrangement to avoid the sight of everyone. At this time, Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan were both there. Song Qingling's injuries had already healed, and he couldn't even see any traces of his injuries. Seeing Fong Zheng appear, she was both surprised and worried. I have something to talk to Fong Zheng about, you guys go out first. Pang Tong said. Song Qingling wanted to ask Master to save Fong Zheng, but the words never came out, she knew that Master had already paid a great price to ask a healer to cure her in order to save her. Moreover, Pang Tong had already saved Fong Zheng once, and this time Sword Asking Heaven was coming on strong, running to tear his face off, so if she knew this and still made this kind of request, she would appear to be a bit ungrateful. She struggled extremely within herself. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. How could Fong Zheng not understand Song Qingling's mind? He hurriedly comforted her, not letting her think wildly. Go out. Pang Tong said softly once again. At this moment, he had a high opinion of Fong Zheng instead.
If Song Qingling opened his mouth and begged him, he should have agreed as well, but he would have been disappointed, and even Fang Zhang would have looked down on him, or the master-disciple relationship between the two of them would have stopped there. Although he didn't know what Fang Zhang was playing at, he was at least a man with commitment.
Sit down. Pang Tong brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for each.
Jian Xiong was killed by me.
Fang Zhang picked up the teacup.
When Pang Tong heard this, he wasn't much surprised. He picked up the teacup and gently tasted it as he waited for Fang Zhang to continue. After he came back, he had investigated the matter of Fang Zhang's few people and had guessed it, but what he hadn't expected was that the cause of this was his own disciple.
But thinking about Song Qingling's appearance, this seemed normal again.
In fact, what surprised him the most was that Song Qingling was actually Song Jianghe's daughter. Song Jianghe had been dedicated to researching the evolution of human life, and had disappeared a few years ago, not realizing that he had originally lived in seclusion here. It was indeed interesting. As for Fang Zhang, he couldn't find out anything instead. He only knew that his mother's name was Zhang Lan, and the two of them appeared as if out of thin air. To be honest, he didn't want to help Fang Zhang. After all, he had really killed someone, and because of this, completely tearing his face off with sword asking heaven, it wasn't worth it.
I am a healer.
Chapter 36 The Deal.
Pust. What? Pang Tong Ton spewed out his tea, never having lost his temper so much.
Fang Zhang took out a small knife and cut down on his hand. Blood flowed out instantly, then the other hand touched the wound. A green light. When the hand was removed, the wound had disappeared, leaving the blood that hadn't dried up yet. Pang Tong's eyes were huge. To say that before there was still skepticism, now only surprise remained. Healers hadn't appeared for a few years now, and he knew that it wasn't that no one had awakened, but that they had been controlled by big powers or killed.
These healers simply wouldn't appear in the open.
The therapists known now were all awakened 6 or 7 years ago, and they had a common trait, which was that they were all controlled by big powers, and no matter what they did, they had to get the consent of the powers behind them. Even if the country asks for it, as long as the power behind it doesn't agree, they can't do anything for the country. In this regard alone, the state is at a complete disadvantage.
So why doesn't the state learn from those powers?
That's impossible. If even the state does that, who will trust the state in the future? All they can do is protect the therapists, but unfortunately these forces are so pervasive that if they can't get them, they just destroy them. This instead caused even more casualties, and even if they were kept locked up all the time, they couldn't stop the madness of these forces, and after a few times, the country had no choice but to give up. In Pang Tong's opinion, it's not that the country can't win the fight against the forces, but the country treats therapists as people, and the forces treat them as goods, so how can they play? Moreover, the Holy Dragon Palace had intricate relationships, and even the several elders could not fully control it.
What do you want?
Pang Tong finally realized why Fang Zhang dared to show up. If he casually found a power to tell the fact that he was a healer, I'm afraid that it would be useless for the Sword Saint himself to come over, but Fang Zhang would also live a miserable life in the future.
I want you to keep me safe, at least until the big exam. Fang Zhang said. No problem. Pang Tong resolutely agreed. Protect my mom until the big exam is over. This point was the reason why Fang Zhang felt openly gifted.
Pang Tong thought for a moment. That's no problem. I'll arrange for your mother to come and work at the school. No one will dare to touch her right within the school's boundaries.
Fang Zhang nodded in agreement, then asked, your conditions?
Pang Tong instantly felt that the opposite party was not a student in his teens, but a man who was mature beyond words. He held up a finger. I have only one request. I cannot join any power, even if it means death.
Success.
Fang Zhang smiled. This was the reason why he was willing to tell Pang Tong. Before this, he had gotten to know Pang Tong's information. Pang Tong came from grassroots, without any support. His current achievements were all from killing his way out step by step. Even up to this point, he had not joined any forces.
Even now, he hasn't joined any forces.
And he has no children, no daughter, and he's all in one piece. In folklore, his reputation was excellent, better known as the Fire God. It was impossible for such a person to become a traitor to the forces. Of course, Fang Zhang also admitted that he had an element of gambling. Pang Tong let out a sigh, realizing that he was being counted to death by this youngster. To Fang Zhang, that little promise was no different from a fart, but he was about to take a huge action, even at the expense of offending the Sword family line. He also had to do so. If Fang Zhang fell into the hands of the Sword family line, their power would surely grow again, and then I'm afraid that even a few elders would not put in their eyes.
You wait for me here.
At this point in time, Pang Tong also had to do this. He had nothing else to ask for but for Fang Zhang to keep his word. Pang Tong pushed open the door to the principal's office and a large group of people surrounded him. Song Qingling immediately rushed in, and Pang Tong could only helplessly shake his head when he saw them all. Fang Zhang gave an okay gesture, telling Song Qingling not to worry. After Pang Tong left, Fang Zhang immediately called Zhang Lan and told her that there was a good position at the school and asked her to come over for an interview immediately. He didn't say anything about Sword asking for heaven, but only said how good the job benefits were, and that he could usually see himself, etc.
Zhang Lan, who was still hesitant, was moved and promised to come over immediately. Auntie is coming to school? Well, the principal introduced the job. Founder nodded. I'd better go back first.
Song Qingling was somehow nervous, and Fong Zhang felt a bit puzzled.
My mom came and not your mom? Why are you nervous?
Song Qingling left in such a panic, and Fong Zhang walked over to the window, which happened to be facing the school square. At this time, the square was full of people. In addition to students, there were also many parents.
Today was the school's wrap-up assembly and also a memorial service. Originally, everything was going well until Jin Shitian brought Jin Xian's coffin, along with a group of martyrs, to the school with a bang.
At the moment, there were still some martyrdom ceremonies going on, just like the heroes. However, according to Founder's description, Jin Xiong really deserves the word hero. But you don't believe in it yourself, and you're making this up, so it's obviously disgusting. Now it's even in full view of everyone, asking the principal to hand himself over, which is challenging Pang Tong's majesty. In fact, this kind of situation without evidence, Pang Tong is impossible to hand over Fong Zhang. Jin Shitian is also clear about it, but he still did this. In addition to making Pang Tong look bad, it is also a warning to him. In the school you can bail him out, but outside of the school don't intervene. Originally, Pang Tong thought the same way, but now he couldn't. No matter inside or outside the school, he had to bail him out.
Soon, Pang Tong and Jin Shantian were seen appearing in the square.
Both of them did not look too good.
Principal Pang, are you sure you don't want to hand Fong Zhang over?
Jin Wendian angrily rebuked. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he always felt that Pang Tong's attitude was a bit resolute. After the school's investigation, Jin Xiong's death has nothing to do with Fong Zhang. Why does the Sword Pavilion master need to target him at every turn? Pang Tong said in front of all the teachers and students. His words directly capped this matter.
Jin Shitian felt bad when he heard this. This old man was now clearly trying to protect Fong Zhang. What exactly was this Fong Zhang's origin? Is Pang Tong worth flipping out with himself? Impossible.
My son and Fong Zhang are incompatible. He's the most suspicious at the scene. Sword Pavilion Master is wrong. Besides Fong Zhang, there were other people at the scene, and there was even a siren. How can we say that Fong Zhang is the murderer?
He has a motive. The Sword Pavilion Master has such a deep misunderstanding with Fong Zhang. If something happens to Fong Zhang one day, isn't it certain that the Sword Pavilion Master did it? You.
Jin Wendian secretly said bad. Pang Tong was really an old fox. With these words, he obviously gave Fong Zhang a protective umbrella. Not even the school outsiders could move him.
Crooked reasoning. You are arguing with strong reasoning. Pang Tong pointed to the stage. Isn't the fact that the Sword Pavilion Master held such a grand funeral today a tacit admission of the fact that your son was a hero?
He was assassinated by a siren in order to save all of his classmates. His selflessness is worthy of being celebrated by the entire school.
Those who didn't know Jianxiong were touched inwardly after hearing Pang Tong's words, but those who knew Jianxiong felt strange in their hearts. Chapter 37 Skill Book. Selflessness? Are you really talking about Kenzo?
How could Jin Wendian not expect Pang Tong to seize this point to make an article, even already singing praises? He simply could not refute. His son had already died. Which father did not want his son to go in a decent manner?
Old man Pang, are you sure you want to protect Fong Zhang?
Jin Wendian's voice was not loud this time, but it was full of threatening implications.
Ha!
Him, I'm sure I'll bail him out.
Good. Good. Good.
Jin Wendian laughed in anger, then walked towards Jin Xiong's coffin, knowing that it would be impossible to move Fong Zhang for a while.
Don't worry, Xiong's son, my father will definitely take revenge for you.
Looking at the cold corpse, Jin Wendian seemed to have aged a lot in a while.
After a long time, Jin Shitian's group finally dispersed.
This matter had finally come to an end for the time being, and for this reason, Pang Tong had completely offended the Sword family's lineage, including that Sword Saint's senior brother. Returning to the principal's office, Pang Tong let out a sigh, not sure if it was worth it or not. What is certain now is that his path to promotion will receive a block. I'm afraid that it will delay the Grand Elder's plans. It seems to be necessary to report back.
Thank you, Headmaster, for your help.
Alright, don't talk poorly. If there's something you want to say, if there's nothing, just leave.
Pang Tong didn't have the good sense to say. Like this, my mom is already here. Alright, just tell her to ask for Secretary Lu. It's like this, my mom worked too hard before, plus she didn't rest well. I know, her position doesn't do much, it's just an idle position. That dares to be good, payroll-wise. Brat! Don't give an inch.
I'm just trying to make things better for my aging old mother.
Okay.
Salary and wages are based on a regular teacher.
Thank you, Lord. Pang Tong was dumbfounded. Wait.
Fong Zhang was just about to leave when Pang Tong called him back.
Your Majesty, what are the headmaster's orders? You shouldn't have anything to do these days, right?
Before Fong Zhang could retort, he continued, I want you to go to the hospital to help save people.
Fong Zhang stared wide-eyed, a little disbelieving, really dozing off?
Don't worry, the reward will not be less.
If you're going to say this, I'm not going to be sleepy.
The corners of Pang Tong's mouth twitched a bit, but he still held back and said, this hospital is a state-run hospital, and over the years it has not been able to compete with the private ones, and is on the verge of closing down, so it needs you to step in and save its reputation. This has led to a lot of diseases state-run hospitals cannot see, even if they can see, and not enough manpower, the same price, people naturally will not choose the state-run hospitals. Now that the reputation of state-run hospitals has hit a low point, no one will go there again anytime soon.
When state-run hospitals close down, the consequences are unimaginable, the most immediate being that medical costs skyrocket.
This is not alarmist talk, this has already happened in a number of places. What's even more outrageous is that there are people in the Temple of the Holy Dragon who advocate for the private sector to be outlawed from the state, and there are not a few of them.
But won't this expose my identity? Safety was the first element Fong Zheng considered.
Don't worry, I'll help you disguise yourself and arrange a new identity for you to go in. And it can be guaranteed that no one will see you during the treatment, including the patient.
Oh, you'll know when the time comes. Pang Tong was secretive.
All right. Seeing that Pang Tong was so assured, Fong Zhang naturally agreed, but I have one condition.
Speak.
You know, this training, if not for the siren appeared, I am the first place, first or not I actually do not matter, but that. When Fong Zhang said this, Pang Tong couldn't understand even if he wanted to. It turned out that he was playing with the idea of the skill book, so he sucked in his breath, roll.
Cheap bastard. Fong Zhang ran away in a puff of smoke. The next day,
Fong Zhang once again came to the school. These days the school was on vacation, there were not many people, it seemed very cold.
Under the leadership of Secretary Lu, Fong Zhang came to an underground treasure cabinet.
This was where the school kept its treasures. The guards were quite tight. Without Secretary Lu's lead, even if Fong Zhang found this place by himself, it would be impossible to enter. Fong Zhang said to himself that this old man Pang was really interesting. On the surface he was reluctant, but in private he was still secretly opening the back door for himself. Principal Pang explained that you can choose a skill book inside, as for the rest, you shouldn't think much about it.
Secretary Lu admonished. Okay, Sister Lu, I'd like to ask you, how do you know if a skill book is suitable for you?
Secretary Lu didn't care about Fong Zhang's name, her expression remained cold. The skill book is actually a jade tablet, you just need to pick up the skill book and the relevant introduction and learning requirements will appear in your mind. There is also the fact that if your talent is not suitable for learning, the display will be a bunch of question marks.
Got it, thanks Sister Lu.
You really are a pre-awakened, no wonder the principal would break the rules and let you choose a book.
Secretary Lu said. You, how did you know?
Guess, unawakened talent or unawakened person cannot view the content of the skill book. As for learning, it is even more important to awaken the attribute panel before you can learn. You haven't awakened yet, then there is only one possibility for the first awakened, otherwise coming here would be in vain. Fong Zheng thought to himself that it was so dangerous, he was really unclear. In case he learned the skill in front of Secretary Lu, wouldn't he expose the secret that he was awakened? What he knew, so far no one was able to awaken the attribute panel without entering the novice space. If it was known, it would be strange if he wasn't dragged off to study it. One must be more cautious. Fong Zheng secretly said in his heart. The door of the book depository was cast with huge iron, requiring a password and 2 strong men to open it at the same time. There wasn't a lot of space inside, holding several rows of bookshelves, some of which held what was obviously equipment and some weapons, but none of them were in large quantities. It was understandable though, a local high school would be good enough to have these collections. I've heard that these collections are gifts from past graduates, so it's clear that the level won't be too high. The last row is even skill books, go over and choose. Secretary Lu pointed to the last row of bookshelves. Fong Zheng took a look, and sure enough, there was a jade tablet the size of 2 fingers.
He picked up a piece at random. Skill, sprint, instantly explodes with 5x speed for 10 seconds. Requirements, agility 50 points or more, growth attribute 3 points or more. Seeing this growth attribute, Fong Zheng's face went black. He only had 2, the minimum labeling couldn't even reach it. He looked at a few more books, either a bunch of question marks or a requirement for a growth attribute of 4 or more. Turns out 3 was already considered a low threshold. He had a lifeless face. No wonder people say that healers have no combat power, they can't learn any skills, there's still a hair's breadth of combat power. However, he was still undeterred, still flipping through the books one by one. Chapter 38 Sitting in the Hospital. There's no suitable one? Seeing that Fong Zheng took a look at each book and put it down, Secretary Lu couldn't help but be curious. Fong Zheng's face was like a dead color. It wasn't that there were no suitable ones, and they were basically question marks, the ones that could be read and understood, and the requirements were high. No wonder everyone said that therapists are not suitable for combat. This cannot even learn the skills, but also combat will. There's one last one left. Fong Zheng looked towards the last one and kept praying in his heart. As soon as he picked it up, a line immediately appeared. Skill, decomposition, can split any substance. Requirements, healing talent, growth attribute 2. Fong Zhang was so excited that he almost screamed out. Finally there was a suitable one, or a tailor-made one. Although he didn't know exactly how effective it would be, it was better to have it than not to have it. That's it. Fong Zhang pointed at this jade token, no matter what the benefits were of getting it. Really want this? Secretary Lu was filled with surprise. No?
That's not true. A lot of people have seen this jade tablet and it's all question marks. No one knows what skill it is.
Did you see what skill this is?
Secretary Lu was filled with curiosity.
I don't know. Fang Zhang replied decisively, thinking to himself that it was so close. If he said it out loud, wouldn't he be pushed back to know what talent he had? If you don't say it, don't say it. Secretary Lu obviously didn't believe Fang Zhang's words. Really, if you didn't know, would you want it? Really treat me like a little cutie.
Ah. But there's no rule that says you have to say it, so there's nothing she can do about it knowing that founder is lying. After a while, Fang Zhang left the school full of joy and headed to that hospital that Pang Tong had arranged. Looking at Fang Zhang's footsteps that couldn't hide his joy, Secretary Lu's mouth turned away, still saying he didn't know, lying to the ghost.
In the principal's office. Which piece did he take? The one gifted by elderly Fang.
Oh. If I remember correctly, it's been sitting there for 7 or 8 years and no one can read it.
Did he tell you any skills? He said no.
Ha! Pang Tong thought to himself that this kid has a lot of heart. Looking at the hospital in front of him, Fang Zhang was dumbfounded. This was called Rende Hospital. Don't look at it, and Renji only differed by one word, but it was completely incomparable.
One is grand and the other is infuriating. How could there be such a dilapidated hospital?
If it wasn't arranged by Pang Tong, Fang Zhang didn't even know that there was a hospital here.
Under Pang Tong's arrangement, Fang Zhang smoothly took care of the formalities.
The director of the Rendezvous Hospital was a white-haired old man, and from what he said, he and Pang Tong should be very close friends.
The dean was quite enthusiastic and personally took Fang Zhang around.
There were all kinds of departments here, just no doctors, not even many nurses. Under his arrangement, Fang Zhang had his own treatment room. Looking at the several spiritual power recovery potions in his hands, Fang Zhang was a little embarrassed. Old man Pang, it's not that I took the favor and didn't work, it's that there are no patients here at all.
Fang Zhang was full of smiles as he put away the potions. Looks like this method won't work. Originally, Fang Zhang's plan was to help people in hospitals to improve their strength, but big hospitals didn't cooperate with him, and this kind of small hospitals didn't have any patients.
Doctor? Just as Fang Zhang was still thinking about what to do, an old voice came from an old woman in her 70s or 80s. Fang Zhang was wearing a white coat, a wig and makeup at this time, and looked like a middle-aged doctor. He nodded and gestured for the old lady to sit down. I have a bit of a cold. Fang Zhang was a bit speechless, but in the end, he consoled himself with the statement that a cold was also a disease, and it would be fine if he could get attribute points anyway. He also didn't need to continue listening to the old lady about her condition. He directly touched her head with his hand and the green light directly wrapped around. Transform for yourself activated, successfully transformed 1 point of spirit. The face of the party showed surprise, it was indeed able to transform attribute points. It didn't take half a minute for the old lady's illness to fully recover. The old lady looked incredulous and even more excited. This is a healer? It's the first time in my life that I've seen a therapist. I can't believe there are therapists in our hospital. It's amazing. The old lady said something before leaving. After sending the old lady away, Fang Zhang had nothing to do again. In this one day, he had only seen 5 patients, or all the patients in the entire hospital too. It was really hard for him to understand how this hospital could be run. In the evening, the founder went back to school. This time, he went to the staff dormitory, which was also arranged by Pang Tong. On the surface, it was a benefit, but in actuality, it was to better protect Zhanglan. Moreover, the environment of the staff dormitory was better than where he had lived before, and Zhang Lan was quite happy about it. Zhang Lan was also happy to see Fang Zhang return, and that night was another great dinner. Fang Zhang lived in a family suite with 2 rooms, which was why Zhang Lan was willing to move over immediately. Returning to his room, Fang Zhang formally took out the jade tablet. He had already awakened the system, and there was no problem learning skills. According to the book, Fang Zhang held the jade token in his hand, and the information of the jade token immediately appeared in his mind.
Is it learning?
With that, the line appeared in his mind, and Fang Zhang silently chanted learn. A stream of information was immediately transmitted to Fang Zhang's brain, and the jade tablet was immediately ruptured.
Decomposition has been learned. Character, founder. Level, 1 mortal realm. Strength, 59. Agility, 50. Spirit, 48. Physical, 53.
Talent, divine healing level 1 passive, turn to self.
Talent skill, power of healing. Equipment, heart of the sea king mutilated. Skills, super healing power passive, decomposition. Assignable attribute points, 2. In the skills column, this information was immediately added. No wonder the price of skill books was speculated to be so expensive. This is too convenient. Without skill books, it would be hard enough to learn a new skill without a few years. Fang Zhang casually picked up the book next to him, decompose. With a bang, the entire book suddenly disappeared into thin air. This is certainly not a magic performance, much less a pure maneuver. Rather, it's a breakdown at the atomic level. While Fang Zhang was shocked, he could only say awesome.
But the spiritual power had also bottomed out. After he used a recovery potion, he once again found a smaller object and used decomposition again. This time, it similarly disappeared, but with much less mental energy consumption. Then, he found a larger chair and used decomposition again. This time, the freshly recovered spiritual energy instantly emptied, and part of the chair disappeared with it. The part that disappeared seemed to be random, and there was no pattern to it, as instead of one continuous piece, a small portion disappeared in several places. After some testing, Feng Zhang concluded that this decomposition skill was related to the amount of spiritual power, the complexity of the decomposed substance, or the hardness. That is to say, the greater the spiritual power, the greater the range of the decomposed substance, and under the same spiritual power, the more monolithic and fragile the substance, the greater the range of decomposition. If there was enough spiritual power, I'm afraid that the entire planet could be decomposed. This is simply heifer going up to the heavens, awesome to the heavens. Chapter 39 Recruiting Feng Zhang? The next day, Feng Zhang came to the hospital with a big black eye, but with some disguise, it was not visible. What's going on? Feng Zhang realized that there was a long line in front of his clinic, and people kept joining it. Dr. Zhang. This time our hospital is saved. The white-haired dean excitedly shook Feng Zhang's hand. Dr. Zhang, look, I've called all my poker friends over. Feng Zhang instantly recognized that the woman who spoke was the very same one who had been diagnosed and treated yesterday. Feng Zhang then realized, so it was you who did this, so many people, mustn't you milk yourself dry? We have to hurry up and contact old Pang to send some potions over, 10 sticks? It's all 20 sticks to be safer. Feng Zhang secretly said. Who knows that just after saying the idea, he was scolded by Pang Tong, you think this is plain water, and 20 sticks. 10 sticks at most, not enough for you to figure it out yourself. Old Pang, you asked me to do this job, what can I get out of it? How much mental power can I have as an unawakened person? I have to rest for most of the day even if I look at it once and a half, and there are so many people now, so I can't just tell them all to go back. I'm doing this for the reputation of the state-run hospital, the reputation of the country. The caller was silent for a while before saying, I'll figure out the rest. Feng Zhang laughed, this was sort of a done deal. This mental power recovery potion, which first immediately restored a portion of his mental power and then slowly recovered it for a period of time, was still better for him. As long as he controlled the duration of the visit, he should be able to save a lot of potions. After making some calculations, Feng Zhang immediately walked into the consultation room to greet the first guest. Did you hear? There's a therapist coming to Rendezvous Hospital. Rendezvous? Sure it's not Rendezvous? It's Rendezvous, my sister just came back from there and her cataracts were cured. Really? It should be true, you should take your granddaughter over there, there's finally a cure for her illness. Without further ado, I have to rush over, I heard that there are many people lining up. Okay, I'll inform my daughter-in-law immediately. Conversations like this are happening in many places. Unconsciously, the entire Rinji hospital was already swarming with people, rather like a vacation tourist attraction. After a busy day, Feng Zhang thought that he could get off work, but who knew that when he took a look, goodness gracious, it was full of people outside. So many people, he would like to pick up, but the strength does not allow off. At this time, an old man crossed over the crowd and flew through the air, coming directly in front of the clinic. The air realm was as terrifying as it was. The old man's face was filled with a shocked look. I asked you to help the hospital, but you're good, you directly raised the dead. Not bad. It took a long time before Pang Tong squeezed out 2 words. No wonder healers were a resource that every major power must grab. Old Pang. I can't make it. Feng Zhang's entire face went black. How can you say you can't at such a young age? If you're good, you're on. There are 20 recovery potions here, they should be enough for a while, I'll find a way to bring some more over. Looking at the 20 potions, Feng Zhang instantly felt that it didn't smell good anymore. The cows of the production team didn't dare to make it like this. Still no, you limit the flow of people, don't come for minor illnesses and pains. And it's got to be extra. Okay. I'll talk to the dean. Soon, under the dean's diversion, the flow of people did spread out, and some minor ailments were arranged to other doctors. But he still had a lot of people here. It lasted until 12 o'clock at night, when Feng Zhang really couldn't stand it and repeatedly promised to come back tomorrow. The patient's mood was not so agitated, and he was able to get away. When Feng Zhang took a look at the panel, his eyes bulged out. He was numb in the face of the messages that kept popping up, and only now did he have the time to look at the total. Person, founder. Level, 1 mortal realm. Strength, 99. Agility, 68. Spirit, 0-102. Physique, 87. Talent, Divine Healing SSSLV 1 Passive, Transform into Self. Talent Skill, Power of Healing. Equipment, Heart of the Sea King Mutilated. Skills, Super Healing Power Passive, Decomposition. Assignable Attribute Points, 2. The harvest can't be said to be small. I'm afraid that these attribute points are catching up to the peak of the mortal realm. During this period, Fang Zhang also discovered a phenomenon: the absorbed attribute points didn't seem to be completely random. The older people were usually spirit points, the younger people were physique or strength, and there were fewer agility ones. This was feared to be related to the object of treatment. Because he was so consumed, Fang Zhang returned to the dormitory and fell asleep, because he didn't have to worry about his mother asking about it since he had the principal and his mother to greet him. On the following day, a sharp ringtone woke the founder up. Asshole. I overslept. Only after Fang Zhang's repeated assurances did the white-haired dean settle down. After simply freshening up and disguising himself, Fang Zhang went straight to the hospital. Came to the hospital, although early psychological preparation, but still was startled. These people are lined up to the main road. After taking a deep breath, Fang Zhang quickly entered the consulting room with everyone's respectful gaze. At the same time, Rinji Hospital was a crowded place, the complete opposite of the scene in Rend Hospital. At this time, all the patients who came to Rinji Hospital were those with minor ailments, which could not support the expenses of this big hospital for a day. Bang! A cup was shattered to pieces. The big-bellied dean's eyes were on the verge of spitting fire. Since yesterday, the hospital's turnover had been declining, and today there was even no one. In front of the dean, there are still about 10 people standing, all of them are trembling. The anger of the Earth Realm powerhouse is not a joke. Can someone tell me why Rendezvous Hospital can bring in a healer? Still no answer. Waste. What a waste. Why don't you hurry up and check it out for me? And, no matter how much it costs and by what means, invite the healer over to me. Yes. This time, everyone was finally able to answer. After the others left, the man took out his cell phone. Brother, I found a healer here, let's see which family it is. On this day, apart from Renji Hospital, every other power had gotten wind of it. An undercurrent was surging. Because of Fang Zhang's improved spiritual attributes, today's efficiency was naturally faster, but it still couldn't withstand the endless stream of patients. He felt like he was a machine with no feelings, repeating the same work over and over again. He didn't even know how many people he had received in this one day, and he was already numb. This kid feels more efficient again, it's really strange. Pang Tong came to the hospital again today and kept watching Fang Zhang from the neighborhood. Kid? The white-haired dean was puzzled. Him? Who isn't still a kid in front of us? Pang Tong hurriedly explained, thinking that it was a close call. Or maybe it's skillful. Perhaps. Pang Tong's mouth was saying this, but his heart was full of doubts. The others weren't sure, but wasn't he? Fang Zhang hadn't even awakened the attribute panel yet, he had only awakened his talent in advance, and that mental power was pitifully small, so how could it possibly be improved to the point of efficiency? In the next second, he saw Fang Zhang waving at him, his face went black, needless to say, he ran out of potions again. You really drink it as water. Chapter 40, Hunted. Fang Zhang drank another bottle of potion, that expression was one of peace of mind. Now that the spiritual attribute had increased, the utilization rate of the potion was even higher. Next. At this time, a man over 50 years old walked in, his eyes constantly sizing up Fang Zhang. You are the healer? The old man's footsteps were steady and his breath was like normal, not like he was seriously ill. Fang Zhang nodded and gestured for him to sit down. This old man was a strong person, he should be above the Earth Realm. The old man pointed to his chest, then to his waist and other locations. I have injuries to all my organs, can you heal them? Try it. Fang Zhang put his hand on the old man's chest, and soon a green light completely surrounded it. The old man was so comfortable that he couldn't help but make a sound. It should already be fine, check it. Fang Zhang smiled and said. The old man was stunned and seemed to react. He hurriedly checked, it was indeed better, even his energy was running quite smoothly. He was excited in his heart, this meant that he had another chance to impact the empty realm. But he quickly composed himself, he didn't forget his mission. Besides testing Fang Zhang's authenticity, he also had to pull over. I'm from the Qingqing Zhang family, our family head is eager for you to join. The old man said. The Zhang family? Who is stronger between you and the sword family? Fang Zhang did not immediately reject it and asked in return. The old man was silent for a moment before slowly saying, I understand. After saying that, he left, leaving Fang Zhang with a puzzled look on his face. In fact, Fang Zhang was not calm inside at the moment, because just now, he did not absorb the attribute points, but instead prompted, turned into self-unleashed, successfully transformed electricity talent. Character, Fang Zhang. Level, 1 Mortal Realm. Strength, 128. Agility, 96. Spirit, 82-147. Physical, 112. Main talent, Divine Healing SSSLV1 Passive, Transform into Self. Secondary talent, Electricity FLV1. Talent skills, Healing Power, Electricity Control. Equipment, Heart of the Sea King Mutilated. Skills, Super Healing Power Passive, Decomposition. Assignable attribute points, 2. Fang Zhang hadn't thought at all that it was even possible to steal talents and use them. This passive skill was too unintelligible. He immediately had the feeling that he had hit the jackpot. The number of patients over the past few days, plus the students who were secretly treated during training, should have exceeded 300 people treated before and after. It's only once that a gift has come out, calculating the probability isn't high. But considering that there weren't many gifted people to begin with, if you counted the number of gifted people alone, the probability was quite high. Fong Zhan was happy in his heart, not expecting to have this kind of harvest. It seemed that his plan did work. As long as he treated enough people, he couldn't even be stronger if he wanted to be unchanged. After this, Fong Zhang went back to work, and with the sweetness from earlier, he worked even harder. Until the break, the number of people he treated today was nearly half of what it was yesterday. The following day, Fong Zhang came to the hospital as usual. The number of people today was still large, but the difference was that there were many more people who were not ordinary. There were also quite a few who cast unfavorable glances at him. For this, Fong Zhang didn't pay any attention. As long as old man Pang was there, he wasn't afraid of anyone at all. Pang Tong was also there today, to be precise, except for the first day. He had been watching Fong Zhang for the past few days. With Fong Zhang making such a big scene, Pang Tong naturally knew what the consequences would be. Last night alone, he had solved a few people who were trailing Fong Zhang. It seemed like those forces couldn't sit still. As Pang Tong had said, all the forces had been investigating Fong Zhang's details in the past few days and realized that this person had never appeared before, much less belonged to any of the forces. Thus, they couldn't hold back any longer and sent people out to test the waters. On this day, the speed of Fong Zhang's visits slowed down significantly because in addition to his normal visits, he also had to reject the invitations from various forces. However, the attribute points he received, instead of decreasing, went up a bit. It was then that Fong Zhang realized that the original absorbed attributes were not set in stone, but the stronger the opponent was, the more he absorbed. Many of those who came today were strong in the Earth realm, and he naturally absorbed much more attribute points than those in the mortal realm. This was something to be happy about, but today he had offended too many people, and quite a few of them were even nakedly threatening. Today is the last day. Tomorrow is the time for the novice space to open. Packing up his things, Fong Zhang looked at the date and thought about what was left undone. Zhan Lan had already been placed. As long as her identity as a therapist was not exposed, she would not be in danger for the time being. The money owed yesterday also let Zhang Lan paid back. Remember, Zhang Lan said that the strong brother received money or almost moved to tears, thought they ran away again. The dark night sky, the moon hangs high. This night seems to be particularly quiet. As Fong Zhang looked at the empty streets, his face couldn't help but stare. Ha ha. Thought you were really greasy and not a traitor to Pang Tong. Suddenly, a low voice came from the dark shadows. Fong Zhang took a look. It was a man wearing a black robe. The sense of oppression he gave Fong Zhang was quite large. He definitely had the strength of the Earth realm or above. Who are you? You'll know after you leave with the old man. Fong Zhang knew that this was going to be a black hand. In the daytime, it was bright to pull the strings, and they would all report their family power. And now it's something that is not to be seen in the light of day, so naturally it will not be revealed. What if I refuse? Fong Zhang did not panic. Do you think Pang Tong can still bail you out? The man revealed a contemptuous smile. If I'm not wrong, he should have been lured away by you guys, or maybe there was something that made him have to leave? Fong Zhang said without haste. The man froze slightly. Since you know, why don't you cooperate obediently? Sorry, I don't have this kind of habit. Fong Zhang's expression remained unchanged. Ridiculous. How could the man not expect a healer to be so tough talking? I don't care if you're a decoy or something else, you must join us today. If you don't agree, you must agree. The man's tone was resolute and unquestionable. At the same time, a few black-robed men walked out beside him. Fong Zhang's eyebrows gently frowned. These people were obviously all Earth Realm experts, and the one in the lead was even at the peak of the Earth Realm. His current attributes should be about the same as an Earth Realm beginner, but he had no skills. What a way to spend money! In fact, the black-robed man and so many of them weren't worried about catching Fong Zhang, but were afraid that other forces would go dark. After thinking about it, he decisively scattered his legs and ran away without much nonsense. The buildings in this area are not dense, but there are quite a few of them, and there are many diverging roads, so make good use of them, and you might still be able to avoid them. As long as you go to a crowded place, take off your disguise and blend in with the crowd, then everything will be fine. The black-robed man froze for a moment before cursing. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and chase. A few people reacted before running out. They were still only at the Earth realm and couldn't manage to fly through the air. Is he really a healer? How could he run so fast? The black-robed man looked at Fong Zhang's back, his face full of surprise. Separate and surround. Don't let him enter the city. The black-robed man's figure flickered and appeared more than 10 meters away in a flash. Chapter 41 The Sword Family. The long street, only Fong Zhang's figure was seen dodging continuously. Several times he was about to be caught up. His use of spiritual power was obviously not pure yet. It was all supported by his high attributes. There was no skill to speak of. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of these people, Fong Zhang rushed into an old residential building. The residential building was very old and very few people lived here anymore. You guys guard the other exits, I'm going in. The black-robed man saw into Fang Zhang's intention at a glance. The biggest feature of this kind of building was that there were many exits, and it was connected in all directions, but as long as he guarded the exits, unless he could fly, he would be a bird in a cage. This time, everywhere is extremely quiet, especially this kind of old building. Hallway lights are not, darkness seems more quiet. The black-robed man's face is very bad, did not want to be played by a therapist.
Don't let me catch you, or you're dead.
The words just fell. Suddenly a hand grabbed on his foot, immediately startled, but when he saw that the other party was that therapist, he immediately revealed a cold smile.
There is a way to heaven you don't go, there is no door to hell.
But before he could finish, a heart-rending pain came from his feet, and in the next second his entire body lost its balance and collapsed on the building. It all happened so suddenly. Watching the therapist trying to run, he tried to stand up, but he simply couldn't do it.
The left foot was gone. Ah! What's going on? Immediately after hearing the shouting, someone came. He went that way.
Quickly chase after him.
Beware of deception.
The black-robed man endured the pain and said. A few people sniffed and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but skim. A healer scares you like this, so damn useless.
Due to the dark environment, a few people do not know whether they did not see the black-robed man's broken leg or deliberately ignored it. They just chased after him. It was just a matter of turning a corner and a few more forks in the road.
A few people looked at each other before moving apart again. A few minutes later, another scream came out, with the same tactics. The next few moments were as if the cat and mouse had switched places. Watching his teammates fall one by one, the black-robed men were all too distraught. The black-robed man even endured the pain and cursed the street, clearly called for caution. One by one, they were still pigs. However, at this time, Fang Zhang had already left the old residential building. Originally, he wanted to go back for treatment to gather another wave of wool, but after thinking about it, the risk was still too great, so he gave up. Only just taking 2 steps, Fang Zhang was stopped again. This time, Fang Zhang recognized the person in front of him. When he was on the deserted island, he followed Sword asking Tian.
The aura on you is familiar. The man's eyes continuously sized up Fang Zhang. Fang Zhang did not say anything, only his eyes instantly became cold. Don't worry, I'm only one person.
The man was very wary as he saw Fang Zhang looking around.
I'm not those losers from the Mo family in the capital, one is enough.
The man was quite confident in himself. You only have 2 paths, either die or become a traitor to the Sword family. Fang Zhang did not say anything, and the man's words confirmed that he had not recognized the wrong person.
Ha ha! The man suddenly laughed, a reaction that made Fang Zhang's heart tighten. You really do recognize me. Let me think about where I've seen you before.
The man revealed a cunning smile he had been testing. When he said that he was a Sword family, the other party had no reaction. That could only mean that the other party had guessed his identity. And he had only been transferred from the Sword Saint's side in recent times. Before that, the other party could not have seen him at all.
Was it on that island? The man's thoughts were very clear, his eyes staring at Fang Zhang's every move. Fang Zhang still didn't say anything, but this was the meaning of acquiescence in the man's eyes. Your eyes. Ha ha ha, that's interesting.
It was as if the man had discovered some great secret, and his entire body became excited.
Fang Zhang knew that the man had already recognized himself, but he still didn't shed his disguise. His tone grew colder and colder. Since you already know, then please go to hell. Phew.
Before the words finished, Fang Zhang's body moved first. His speed was so fast that it was difficult to even see his figure in the dark night.
Bang!
A punch was thrown at the man's body, but the situation Fang Zhang expected did not occur. The man did not move at all, while Fang Zhang's fist was blocked by a curtain of water.
Little friend, how insidious.
After saying that, a light flashed across the man's body, followed by an impact of a water column, directly knocking Fang Zhang away a few meters away. Seeing that Fang Zhang quickly stood up, the man's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Wasn't this kid unawakened like the young master? How was it possible that he could still stand up after being hit by one of his water pillars?
In the next second, Fang Zhang was disappearing in place again.
The man froze for a moment, only to see Fang Zhang appear in front of him again, still with an unreasonable punch. Unfortunately, it was still blocked by that water screen.
Fang Zhang was not discouraged and dodged to the side, continuing to throw punches, attacking continuously like rain. However, they were all blocked by the water screen. How is that possible? Both Fang Zhang and the man let out questions at almost the same time.
Fang Zhang was puzzled as to how he couldn't break through this water screen, while the man was puzzled as to why Fang Zhang had this kind of speed and attack power. He should know that he was now at the middle stage of the Earth realm, but he estimated that his strength was not much different from Fang Zhang's. I'm afraid.
This wasn't logical.
You're very interesting. I guess Lord Sword Saint is interested in you.
The man's eyes glowed as if he was seeing a great meritocracy. Water column impact.
With his body's instinctive reaction to danger, Fang Zhang made a backward and horizontal move, just avoiding the water column.
Useless. The man sneered.
Who knew that this water column would suddenly turn a corner and crash into Fang Zhang's back from behind?
Fang Zhang's old blood spurted. The impact was really big. How tenacious.
The man had to praise a sentence, continuously hit by 2 strokes, still able to stand up. The earth realm may not be able to do, but he is even an unawakened person. If he is awakened, how heavily is that?
Unfortunately, if you don't want to be a dog, you can only die.
His eyes glazed over as blue light flashed, and the water under Fang Zhang's feet suddenly rose up, wrapping him completely.
Water prison.
No matter how much Fang Zhang struggled, it was as if he couldn't escape this water mass. It's useless, no one can break free from my water prison.
The man was quite confident as he approached Fang Zhang step by step.
Not to mention just an ordinary person, even if it was a foreign beast, it would be suffocated to death alive.
How is it? Doesn't it feel good to be a dog?
Looking at the constantly struggling Fang Zhang, the man was in a good mood.
Backbone? Is that something you can eat? Fang Zhang didn't reply, but held out a finger, an international gesture. Humph. I'll see how long you keep your mouth shut.
Time passed minute by minute. Fang Zhang's struggling amplitude also became smaller and smaller, and finally stopped struggling, the whole person weakly floating in the water. The man did not immediately put Fang Zhang down, but observed for a few more minutes before putting it down. Such a long time, anyone in the lack of oxygen, it is impossible to live.
Chapter 42 Novice Space 1. Bang!
The water dungeon shattered, and Fang Zhang fell heavily to the ground, motionless. The man stepped forward to check on the founder, trying to tear apart his disguise. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the man's hand, and Fang Zhang's eyes snapped open. Electric shock. This was the first time Fang Zhang had used the electricity talent. Originally he could have used disintegration, but at this time his spiritual power had bottomed out. Even disintegration could not make the man lose his combat power. A tingling electric current passed from Fang Zhang's hand to the man's hand, and in just an instant, the man felt his body being struck by electric current, and his body shivered and convulsed. But it soon stopped. There was no other way. Fang Zhang's energy ran out. Fang Zhang drew out a dagger. This was his best weapon, so he always carried it with him. With a fierce thrust, the dagger stabbed directly at the man's head, but the curtain of water was appearing again, completely stopping the dagger.
Fang Zhang exerted his force. The water curtain was stabbed in some, but it was far from touching the man's flesh. Bang!
The man regained consciousness and the dagger bounced off.
A ruthless look ensued. How could he not expect Fang Zhang not to die in this situation?
He almost burned his whiskers in the old cat himself. He picked up the dagger and looked at the prostrate founder on the ground on his knees, revealing a cruel smile. Since the water can't kill you, let's try what it's like to be tortured to death by a dagger. Death. A knife stabbed down, and surprisingly, there was a familiar feeling. His dagger stopped in the air, only to see Fang Zhang reveal a bizarre smile. Oops. Divine shield slash. The man's face changed drastically, but unfortunately he was too late to make any reaction. A sword chi flew out from Fang Zhang's body, breaking through the man's water screen and directly cutting him off.
What a terrifying might.
This power was definitely several times stronger than when Jian Xiong used it. However, the consumption of physical strength was also really great, as if it drained the entire person dry in an instant.
It really is you.
The man's body was separated into 2 sections, and at this time, his face was already as if he was dead, only relying on one breath to hold on.
Fang Zhang hastily drank a potion, then climbed up and walked over to the man's side and squatted down.
He picked up the dagger and stabbed the man again.
Man?
He ignored the man's stunned expression and gave a handful of treatments.
Man. Turned into self-activated, successfully transformed water talent.
Fang Zhang nodded in satisfaction, so he stabbed the man again. Then another hand of healing. The man glared at the founder, who looked innocent.
He wanted to curse, "Are you a human being?"
But Fang Zhang didn't have any intention of stopping at all, and screwed back and forth 4 or 5 times. Only after determining that he couldn't absorb any more did he helplessly stab the man in the heart.
Man, I.
Before he could finish cursing, he finally broke off, just a little bit unsettled.
Fang Zhang finally returned safely to the school dormitory this time.
He didn't mean to torture that man just now, but was checking whether it was possible to absorb the substance in a person repeatedly. The answer was no, each person could only absorb it once.
That's a bit of a shame, but it's nice to have absorbed the water talent. Character, Founder. Level, 1 Mortal Realm. Strength, 162. Agility, 124. Spirit, 169. Physical, 141. Main talent, Divine Healing SSSLV1 Passive, Transform into Self. Secondary talents, Electricity FLV1, Water DLV1. Natural skills, Healing Power, Electricity Control, Water Defense Passive. Equipment, Heart of the Sea King Mutilated. Skills, Super Healing Power Passive, Decomposition. Assignable Attribute Points, 2.
Water Miku Passive, when attacked, a shield of water will automatically form around your body for defense. The strength and duration of the defense is related to your mental strength. Looking at this introduction, Fang Zhang straight away exclaimed, this skill was simply a divine skill, and it could also automatically defend. However, when he thought of the image of the man's defense being broken by the divine shield chop just now, his heart went cold again. It seemed that he couldn't completely rely on this skill either. It was estimated that when the attack power reached a certain strength, the water defense would be useless, and the defense would still be broken when it was supposed to be broken. After a busy day, Fong Zhang was satisfied and slept. On the other side, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The black-robed man and their backup had arrived, and several of the people in charge of tracking down the healer had bizarrely disappeared by 1 foot. However, they didn't even know the other party's true identity. As for the Sword family's side, it likewise caused a great sensation. It was because Hong Tao, the henchman that Jian Wendian had exchanged back at a huge cost, was killed or was cut off at the waist. The tragic situation was simply the same as those sea demons. This caused Jian Wendian to think of the real murderer who killed Jian Xiong. Jian Wendian was seething at this moment and vowed to find the murderer. Hong Tao's murder had completely disrupted Jian Wendian's plans. How was that copy at the bottom of the lake going to be opened now? This night, all forces went to inquire about the truth, and even began to suspect that the top was going to move them. This therapist is just a bait, whoever touches it dies. Pang Tong, who knew Fong Zhang's identity, was also shocked. He was lured away by some people tonight with the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain, and when he came back, Fong Zhang had already disappeared. When he heard the news again, it was already the news that Jian Shitian's men had been killed. Sword asked Tian, this henchman he knew, called Hong Tao, not high level, but good talent, originally was the people of the Sword Saint, then was transferred to the side of the Sword asked Tian, when in the desert island appeared. That was the first day he was transferred over. Did he recognize Fong Zhang before he was killed by him? Pang Tong felt like he was going crazy. How could he have such a crazy idea? Fong Zhang had not yet awakened. How could he kill Hong Tao? Even if he awakened, a healer, how could he kill him? And it's only level 1. He couldn't figure it out, but if Fong Zhang hadn't killed him, who had moved? August 1st. This is the annual opening day of newbie space for the whole world, and even other foreign worlds. This has been the case for more than 100 years, and has become a tradition. Today, a large number of people gathered in the school square, not only students but also parents, to witness an important moment in their lives. Other schools, too. On this day, the nation even stops all recreational activities to pray for the safe return of all school children. At 9 o'clock, Pang Tong was giving a final motivational speech, hoping that everyone could forget their hatred and help each other through the difficulties. In fact, even if they are not in the school, they will be automatically transported to the novice space, but if they are together, there is a high chance that they will be transported together, and this is the experience summarized over the years. Zhao Jiangshan, have you seen Brother Fong? Song Qingling looked left and right but did not see Fong Zhang appear. No, just now I kept calling him but didn't listen. What's going on? Song Qingling had been arranged for special training by Pang Tong in the past few days, and hadn't even contacted Fong Zhang, so she couldn't help but be a little worried. It's fine, he's cunning. And smart. Feeling Song Qingling's unkind gaze, Zhao Jiangshan quickly changed his words. On the podium, Pang Tong had actually been looking for Fong Zhang's figure. As the principal, he actually had a lot of things to deal with. He simply could not watch Fong Zhang all the time like a nanny, who knew that after a moment of effort without looking, people were missing. Does this kid really not know that it is dangerous for him to be alone as a healer? The novice space was also home to many ferocious beasts, and many times it was a one-hit kill. There was no chance for you to heal. Things have come to this point, he cannot do anything, even if now go to find him, but also too late, everything to listen to the fate of God. 10 o'clock. A ray of light fell at the same time, shining on every student of the right age, and disappeared in the next second. School dormitory. Fong Zhang snapped his eyes open, looked at the time, and gave a dark cry. A ray of light then fell down, just shining on him. Pounce. He's used to sleeping naked. Chapter 43 Novice Space 2. The light faded, and Fong Zhang realized that he was in another world at this time, and the bedding and quilts and everything had disappeared. Surrounded by walls, he was alone. It was dark and quiet, with only a faint glow from the torches hanging on the walls. This is the novice space? Fong Zhang couldn't help but wonder. This place looked like it should be an underground space. As for how this space extended, it was unknown. Welcome to the newbie space. Point system open. Mall system opening. Team system open. A series of prompts convinced Fong Zhang that he had entered the novice space. Opening the attribute panel, there were indeed 2 more columns at the bottom, points, and mall. Character, founder. Level, 1 mortal realm. Strength, 162. Agility, 124. Spirit, 169. Physical, 141. Main talent, Divine Healing SSSLV1 passive, transform into self. Secondary talents, Electricity FLV1, Water DLV1. Natural skills, Healing Power, Electricity Control, Water Defense passive. Equipment, Heart of the Sea King Mutilated. Skills, Super Healing Power passive, Decomposition. Assignable attribute points, 2. Points, 0. Enter the mall. After opening them all, there is another interface with both free trade and system trade. Free trade is where people can put their items on the mall to sell. And system trading is buying items provided by the system. Fang Zhang looked at it. The types of items provided by the system were also quite rich. Apart from daily necessities and food, there were also various potions, equipment, skills, talent classes, etc. But right now, only food and daily necessities were provided, and the rest were in an unopened state. Cooked food was about 5-10 points, and there were other seasonings, kitchenware, etc., which would not cost more than 20 points. At this moment, a pair of fiery red eyes suddenly lit up behind Fang Zhang.
Is this the novice space?
At the same time, the others had all teleported over, and what they were when they arrived was what they were now. Most of the students from Qingqing First Middle School had teleported to the same place, with only a small number of them randomly going to other places.
There's a lot of space. What is this place? A labyrinth? A dungeon?
They were all clustered in a large chamber with walls on all sides and only one exit.
Some of the bold ones were already looking around the room. Every wall was made of huge stone bricks that could not be destroyed by unusual attacks.
It was a huge place, big enough for so many people to live here. The school said before that the collective teleportation points are all safe. As long as we don't act rashly, none of us will be in danger.
Someone said. Everyone nodded their heads, still agreeing on this point. I awakened my talent.
Suddenly one person shouted excitedly.
At this time everyone reacted, yes, did they have an awakened talent? With that, everyone opened the attribute panel as taught in the book, and a segment of hints appeared in their minds. The awakening rate of 1 in 10 was actually not that low, and soon there were people shouting out in excitement one after another. Great, I'm a wind elemental talent. I'm an earth elemental. I am power enhanced.
Some are excited and some are disappointed. Some without awakened talents are quite vulnerable in the early stages, and seek out fellow teammates when possible.
I can't believe I'm ing gaining.
Zhao Jiangshan's face was unbelievable. I'm the man who wants to be the output. Song Qingling also looked at the attribute panel at this time and was slightly surprised. It was the Inferno element, which was a higher level element than the fire element.
It belonged to the second level element.
Also classified as second level elements are wood, ice, and poison, which have a natural suppressive effect on first level elements. The tertiary elements, on the other hand, were light and darkness, which were extremely rare elemental talents and belonged to the legendary level.
I wonder where Brother Fang is. Will he be in danger?
Thinking of Fang Zhang's healing talent, Song Qingling couldn't help but worry. No, I need to find him as soon as possible.
You take the idea.
Zhao Jiangshan's face was ashen. Gain was a supporting talent, now he could only follow Song Qingling, otherwise it would be hard to mix it up by himself. However, if he paired it with a powerful output, the effect would definitely be 1 + 1 is greater than 2. But this was not what he wanted.
He's a man's man, he's supposed to be in the front as a meat shield.
If Jianxiong found out, he'd laugh him to death.
Oh, he's dead. That's okay. Congratulations to Founder, first kill, bonus points 100. Congratulations to Fang Zhang, successfully killed the first level boss Shadow Demon Wolf, rewarded with 50 points. This message prompt appeared in everyone's mind.
All were in a state of confusion.
What the hell? Didn't everyone just come in?
Also, what the hell is the first floor boss?
No, we didn't even understand the system and you soloed the boss?
This is like, we're still playing in the mud and you've already graduated from college.
How is that even fun?
It turns out that the gap between people can really be a galaxy apart.
No, isn't this Dark Knight Demon Wolf a level 3? How did he do it? Someone quickly reacted. The Dark Knight Demon Wolf was introduced in the book.
It was a kind of beast that was extremely fast, specialized in night activities, had a pair of incomparably sharp claws, killed people invisibly, and generally appeared as a novice village boss.
Zhao Jianshan looked at Song Qingling. What did you just say? Is he in any danger? Song Qingling.
She was also confused.
Wasn't Brother Fang a therapist? How did he do it?
We're going to have to find him fast. Don't worry, he won't be in danger. Zhao Jiangshan had a calm face. Even the boss had been killed. What danger could he be in? No, I'm afraid he's gone to the next floor. Obtained Cloak of Darkness, is it equipped? In addition to the 2 congratulatory prompts, Fang Zhang also received this prompt. Without hesitation, he chose to equip it, and in the next second, the cloak appeared on his body.
Fang Zhang looked at it. This is more like a pervert. Level 3 Fae don't seem to be that strong, they don't even give me a chance to heal.
Looking at the corpse of the demonic wolf that was killed by his punch, he couldn't help but spit. Originally, he wanted to try the turn into your own is effective for the beasts, who knows that he was nervous to confiscate the strength. However, it's not bad to have this Cloak of Darkness, which adds 20 points to agility and has a 10% chance of evasion.
For newbies, it's a very powerful piece of equipment.
The hint just now said that this is the first layer boss, so that means there are other layers. Fang Zhang thought about it and decided that he needed to go to the next layer first, lest he be seen by the others. It would be a proper social death.
Crossing over the Shadow Demon Wolf was the teleportation point for the next level. Fong Zhang couldn't help but sigh at his luck. The teleportation point was a door, and going through it was the next level. In fact, the first level of the dungeon is huge, housing newbies from all worlds, and it's not just one teleportation point or one boss. Each boss guards the next level of teleportation, and as soon as the boss is defeated, the teleportation will be activated. Chapter 44 Mutant Golden Serpent. At this time, Fong Zhang had already arrived at the second level, and the portal behind him disappeared, meaning that he could not return to the first level. Seeing the sight of the second level, Fong Zhang was dumbfounded. It seemed to be an infinite forest. At least it seemed so to him. At the same time, he marveled at the power of this novice space to create such a large independent world. You have to find the boss and defeat it to enter the next level. Fong Zhang probably understood the rules of this novice space. After killing the Shadow Demon Wolf just now, he leveled up to level 2 and his attributes went up a bit. Character, Fong Zhang. Level, 2 Mortal Realm. Strength, 167. Agility, 129. Spirit, 174. Physical, 146. Main talent, Divine Healing SSSLV1 passive, transform into self. Secondary talents, Electricity FLV1, Water DLV1. Natural skills, Healing Power, Electricity Control, Water Defense passive. Equipment, Heart of the Sea King Mutilated, Shadow Cloak. Skills, Super Healing Power passive, Decomposition. Assignable attribute points, 4. Points, 150. Enter the mall. Hiss. As soon as Fong Zhang turned around, he immediately saw a thigh-thick yellow snake lunge at him. Golden Snake Elite LV2 possesses a super high agility attribute, and its sharp fangs contain intense poison. Fong Zhang deftly sidestepped and just dodged the golden snake, followed by a punch to the middle section of the snake. But it felt like hitting a piece of paper. The snake was bouncing away, but it didn't take much damage. After the snake stabilized, it instead looked at Fong Zhang vigilantly and didn't attack again. It also felt that this man was extraordinary at this time. Some hesitate to continue. Electrocution. Golden Snake? Z. A current was sent out from Fong Zhang's hand, only 1 finger thick, but it was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it landed on the golden snake. Don't look at the small current. The power was not small at all, and was not something that a mere second-grade alien beast could withstand. The paralyzing effect was overwhelming. Fong Zhang took advantage of this opening to grab the golden snake, grabbing the head with one hand and the tail with the other. Both hands pulled. Tear. The golden snake was instantly separated into 2 pieces. That was close. Luckily, I didn't die. Golden snake? Fong Zhang picked up the snake tail segment and gave a healing spell. The wound on the snake's tail healed and the prompt followed. Transform into self-activated, successfully transformed 1 point of agility. The snake's tail was still moving, but unfortunately without the head, it was no longer offensive. Fong Zhang casually threw it away and grabbed the snake's head segment again, using a healing spell. Soon, the snake head segment wound also healed. Just as Fong Zhang thought that this was the case, the beep sounded again. Transform into self-launched, successfully transformed 1 point of agility. Founder. It can still be like that. At this moment, Fong Zhang looked at the golden snake, and both of his eyes glowed. The golden snake immediately had a bad feeling and kept struggling. It's useless. Fong Zhang revealed a devilish smile. Both hands grabbed one end and one tail again and ripped. Golden snake, I'll set you up, monkey. A few minutes later, 4 segments of the snake's body were transformed in front of Fong Zhang. Having successfully absorbed it 4 times, he had wanted to continue the test, but the snake was not too patient and died after only 4 divisions. He also wanted to ask where its family was so he could send a greeting. What a shame. In the end, Fong Zhang tore off the skin of the golden snake and made a simple fence. This section of the forest was really big, and as Fong Zhang walked, he didn't even know when he got lost. It's really big here. Along the way, he encountered 7 or 8 foreign beasts, all of which were level 2 and 3, but they could only be absorbed once, while the golden snake was not encountered again. A second level one has 20 points, a third level one has 30 points. The experience value is not too clear. Anyway, 7 heads down, he still didn't manage to move up a level. However, the current upgrade didn't boost his strength as much as the passive absorption attribute boost when healing instead. This was what led to him clearly being able to kill the beast in seconds, in favor of crippling the healer before killing it. Who wouldn't say cruelty when they see it? Don't let it go. Hurry after it. If we let it get away, you must be responsible, Zhang Feng. Fong Zhang sniffed. The voice seemed to be coming in his direction. It turned out that someone else had come down. He realized he had spent a lot of time on the other Fey. The golden snake. A golden light quickly flew towards Fong Zhang's side. His eyes immediately glowed. Those were moving attribute points. Immediately afterward, he saw 5 or 6 more figures chasing after him, 1 or 2 of them all holding wooden sticks, all of which were level 2. Fong Zhang realized that it was possible to see each other's level within the original novice space. Front. Quickly stop it. I'll give you money.
The one who spoke was a short-haired girl in a power suit, holding a long stick in her hand in a valiant manner.
Fang Zhang moved to the direction of the golden snake's escape and stretched out his hands.
Seeing this, the golden snake did not dodge and instantly popped up, opening its large round disc mouth, revealing its sharp long teeth.
Don't give in even if you die. Drag it for me.
The short-haired girl chased after it furiously, fearing that Fang Zhang would be afraid to avoid it.
However, he was obviously overthinking it. Fang Zhang never wanted to dodge.
His hands suddenly closed together, just enough to pinch the back half of the snake's head. The golden snake's eyes watched the human right in front of it, but its fangs could never move forward half a point more.
Well done. Give me the snake, heavy reward.
The short-haired girl immediately became excited when she saw that Fang Zhang had the golden snake under control. This was the first mutant species they had stumbled upon when they came to the second floor. Both the experience and the burst rate were extremely high. In order to kill it, the few of them had been grinding for almost an hour before they had consumed its stamina. As long as the golden snake didn't escape, they could definitely kill it. Unexpectedly, because of Zhang Feng's mistake at the last moment, it found an opening to escape. But the end result was also good. Although the man in front of him was dressed a bit perverted, his strength should be there. He could be considered to replace Zhang Feng and become his knight.
No, it's better to be an escort.
Just as the short-haired woman was all smiles, she was about to get the golden snake back from Fang Zhang.
Fang Zhang turned around and scattered his legs.
Of course, there was still a dead grip on the golden snake in his hand.
What's he doing? He's robbing my prey. Don't chase after him yet.
The short-haired girl's eyes were dumbfounded, followed by a violent rage. Stop.
Dare to rob my lady's prey, catch him back, I'll kill him with my own hands. The golden snake was also confused. There was such a good thing? You are really nice.
I'll eat you in one bite later, so you don't have to suffer.
Alas, I am truly the great good snake.
It didn't take long for the men to lose track of Fang Zhang.
Rubbish. Rubbish. How can you not even catch up with a pervert? Search for me. We must find him. Miss, we're afraid you'll be in danger if we go away. A man said. Then go get more people.
Are they all pig brains?
Yes. With Fang Zhang's speed, not to mention these few karamis, even the ones in the Earth realm wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up. It only took a few minutes to completely throw those people far away. Wasn't the reason he took it with him to study it properly? Don't die. Fang Zhang hurriedly put down the golden snake. Golden snake? Chapter 45, I'm not a pervert.
I just got too excited and almost strangled the golden snake to death. Luckily, it was only slightly deprived of oxygen and could be saved. A healing spell went down, and the golden snake immediately came to life.
This human wasn't stupid, was he? What a sick outfit.
The golden snake looked at Fang Zhang incredulously.
It seemed that when he ate him in a while, he couldn't be too rough. Good boy, baby, it doesn't hurt, just bear it and it will pass. Fang Zhang excitedly looked at the golden snake. Golden snake? Why is that saying what I think it is? Never mind, I'm hungry. I'll eat first.
The golden snake opened its mouth and catapulted and flew towards Fang Zhang.
Poof. The two large hands once again steadily pinched its neck. Golden snake. So familiar. Cunning humans. I never thought that I, the golden noble, would fall into his hands twice in a row.
It was about to struggle, but its body suddenly felt a pain and was then split into two.
Hold on. Don't die. I'll heal you immediately now. Golden snake? Mommy I've met a pervert. Snap.
In the next second, the snake's body, which had just been healed, was ripped apart in two pieces again.
Hold on. Don't die. I'll heal you immediately now. Golden snake. Are you sick? Snap. Pop. Pop. Golden snake, which one do me a favor and kill me quickly?
It didn't have to wait long for its claim, and finally couldn't hold on and died after Fang Zhang tore apart 8 segments, providing Fang Zhang with a full 8 points of attributes and 40 points.
You are a good snake.
After Fang Zhang silently mourned a sentence, he skewered each section of the snake's body with a tree branch and then placed it on the fire to roast. This golden snake's vitality was indeed strong. Even the torn body could still move, unlike other foreign beasts, which could not be broken gently. I don't know if there's still a chance to meet your mom and dad's siblings or something.
Fang Zhang looked at the nourishing snake meat and his saliva flowed down indisputably.
At the end of the day, without realizing it, quite a few people had already entered the second level.
This piece of forest slowly came alive. Achoo! Founder wiped his nose.
The forest was colder at night, and this cloak of his wasn't very useful.
Brothers in front run.
Fang Zhang took a look. A few men were rushing over to him, all of them looking panicked.
Run!
There are magic bears behind. A few people saw that Fang Zhang was still frozen in place and immediately became anxious.
Roar!
At this moment, a 2-meter-tall brown giant bear broke the trunk of a tree with a slap and rushed out of the woods. A few people froze. The demonic bear was only a few meters away from them. There was no way to escape.
I blame you. One of them complained at Fang Zhang.
After saying that, he immediately ran towards Fang Zhang's back, and several people also backed up when they saw this.
Not good. This person is scared silly. Fang Zhang faced the demonic bear straight on, not moving a muscle.
The devil bear was a level 4, and although it wasn't a boss in this floor, it was still a small dominating presence. The bear's paw extends a sharp-pointed claw. This next go, I'm afraid that people will be torn apart. Seeing that the demonic bear was almost going to slap off Fang Zhang's head, several people's faces changed. To be honest, this demon bear was something that a few of them had invited back, and it was already wrong to involve others in it. But they didn't expect there to be anyone here either. Even though they were guilty on the inside, their bodies remained but honest, and they were scared by the demon bear's aura and backed away. Both legs were going soft, such a good opportunity to run.
Boom! Several people were all dumbfounded. What happened?
Only to see that when the demon bear was ready to contact the founder, it suddenly looked like it had been hit by something, and the entire bear flew backwards several meters. The huge stomach was dented. The speed was so fast that only remnants were seen.
How is his second level different from theirs?
Thought this body reveal maniac was scared silly, who knew he was the big man. Just one move and he punched the several hundred pounds of demonic bear flying. Who wouldn't shout 666 when they saw this power?
Can't you see the bear's eyes are about to glaze over? It's horrible.
Just as several people were still surprised, Fang Zhang had already arrived in front of the demon bear. The devil bear had just stood up, his eyes were starry-eyed and he was spitting white bubbles, but once he saw this devil in front of him, the entire bear was not well. In the next second, its bear's paw was grabbed by this devil, and it was another slap to its own piece of abdominal muscle.
No pain?
A sudden wave of comfort came from her stomach.
It's healing me?
But it had just finished thinking that when suddenly a fist was slammed into its abs again.
Roar holy!
This time the pain caused the demon bear to wail as if his internal organs had been shattered.
Sure enough, humans were untrustworthy. Bang! In the next second, devil's set of combinations completely cut off its chances of survival.
It all happened in an instant, and the guys looked like the founder approached the devil bear, whacked it with a few punches, and the devil bear collapsed. Several people were too shocked to speak.
He came over. What to do? It's all your fault. What are you scolding him for? Kowtow to Big Brother and apologize.
Yes.
Put.
Several people knelt down in unison with a crisp sound. Big Brother, spare your life.
What?
The founder snapped out a face full of question marks.
What are you doing?
Big Brother, it's because we're blind to what's going on, please spare us.
Get up, I'm not a pervert.
A few people looked at the muscles under the founder's cloak and always felt that that statement was not true.
Got a knife?
Since they were willing to kneel, it was up to them. Fang Zhang didn't bother.
No knife, is a dagger okay? A man said warily.
That's too good.
Fang Zhang was overjoyed. Originally it was just a casual question.
The man immediately took out the dagger behind his back and handed it to Fang Zhang with both hands. He had given up resisting at this moment. If the man in front of him wanted to kill them, he wouldn't need a weapon at all. Killing them with his bare hands was as simple as killing a chicken. Fang Zhang looked at it. The dagger was not very sharp, like a fruit knife that cost $5 a piece in the vegetable market.
But something was better than nothing. He gladly henchman, then asks, how did you get the dagger? Didn't you bring it with you?
The man immediately returned, we found it in one of the rooms on the upper floor. A lot of places on the upper floor have weapons placed in them, and I've heard that quite a few people have gotten their hands on them.
Yes, I have a pocket knife here as well.
The other male said, also pulling a palm-length pocket knife out of his pocket. Fang Zhang nodded, a layer he hadn't searched for. It was normal that he didn't know about it. However, Fang Zhang's behavior was seen by several people as disdain for these weapons. Fang Zhang didn't continue to talk nonsense. Taking the dagger and cutting and scraping at the demon bear's body, he quickly shaved out the entire bear skin. After doing this, he was going to leave directly, but thought that the bear skin was too smelly and had to be cleaned, so he asked, do you guys know where there is water?
Several people immediately nodded, no. We passed a creek yesterday. Which direction? It's a bit farther away, why don't we take you there, Big Brother? A boy with glasses grabbed the lead and said. The other few froze, then responded, yeah, it's far away, let's take you there.
Fang Zhang looked at these few boys who were wagging their tails. The hospitality was too much. Alright, but let me make it clear first, I have nothing to offer you guys. Look at what you're saying, do we look like such people? This is how the world misunderstands us. Alright, hurry up and lead the way. Okay. Chapter 46, Leveling Up. The man with the glasses talked more, and it was obvious that the others were centered around him. His name was Qin Jianming, and his talent was visual enhancement, which allowed him to see objects far away, equivalent to binoculars, and he could accurately see the weaknesses of Fei. A taller one was called Zhang Niu. It was strength enhancement. When Qin Jianming introduced him, Zhang Niu's face was red. What did he call strength enhancement? Compared to Fang Zhang's strength that flew away the demon bear with a single punch, it was like an ant and an elephant. A thick-browed one called Li Fei was wind elemental talent, and was the main output position in a team of several people. The one who gave the dagger the square was a short boy named Sun Tian Tian, with an agility enhancement talent, responsible for pulling and leading the monsters. There was also a boy with fewer words called Qin Jing, a physique enhancement talent, the tank position in the team. They were all students from a high school in the West City and had known each other before they came. After listening to their introductions, Fang Zhang couldn't help but admire that it was possible to find such a perfect combination. Originally, they wanted to use the previous kiting tactic to kill the demon bear, but who knew that the demon bear was so strong that it beat them up in 3 or 5 times? It was also fortunate that they encountered Fang Zhang, otherwise the demon bear would definitely not let them go, and it was only a matter of time before they were caught up.
Compared to their self-introductions, Fang Zhang was much shorter, only saying his name.
With them, Fang Zhang always had the feeling that he was not a student, his soul was like an uncle.
Big brother, why can you be so strong?
Chen held back all the way, but in the end, he couldn't help it.
Perhaps this is fate. That's not the way to play it. You hook to the left. Qin Jing, don't you move around, you're a tank, not a sandbag. Be moving up. Sun Tian, you continue to attract attention.
Zhang Yo, you go, what are you afraid of?
Li Fei, attack. Hit it on the bottom 3. Right. That's it. Continue. Many more combos. Put. An almost 2-meter tall coyote fell with a sound.
Kill, kill. Several people screamed with joy. This was the first time they had killed a rank 4 alien beast. Although the jungle wolf was still quite inferior to the demonic bear, it was still rank 4. It was much stronger than several of them. If it wasn't for Founder's command, they wouldn't have been able to win at all. After a period of time, Fang Zhang felt that these few students were still quite interesting, and under their soft words, he finally agreed to team up with them.
However, he was only responsible for commanding. Unless it was critical, he wouldn't make a move.
At first, he thought that he didn't have to put in any effort and had experience to gain, so why not do it? Who knew that commanding was even more tiring than being on the field himself? In his dream, he had been a policeman and a gangster, and his fighting skills were much higher than those of the students.
Big brother is awesome.
They were also aware that if it wasn't for Fang Zhang's command, they wouldn't have been able to work together so well.
There are still jungle wolves in front of us, let's keep brushing?
One could tell that a few people were still quite hyper.
All right. Fang Zhang didn't bother to think about it, he would just step in if there was danger anyway. Upgraded.
A few people were very excited, they had finally risen to level 3.
It was really too difficult.
In the past few days, under Fang Zhang's guidance, he had brushed no less than dozens of foreign beasts, and he had almost lost track of the number. But even so, the experience bar at the bottom of the attribute panel was still progressing slowly. I had heard before that the foreign beasts in the novice space had all been suppressed, with low experience values, and that it was particularly difficult to upgrade, and at this moment, I finally experienced it for myself, and it really wasn't an ordinary difficulty.
Monsters are hard to kill, and the experience is still low.
If it wasn't for Big Brother Founder, they might not be able to brush a few of them, not to mention brushing dozens of them. Fang Zhang had also risen to level 3 at this time, and it had to be said that the group was indeed much slower for him, but he didn't care about the level, but whether he could absorb the attributes.
So every time he swiped a monster, he pretended to demonstrate that he was going to absorb the attribute points first.
The rest would be given to a few of them, so that they could brush enough and save themselves the time of looking for monsters.
I feel power surging up. Zhang Yo, you're adding all of your assignable attribute points to strength again?
Yeah, I'm a strength talent, adding strength is the only way to maximize it. Zhang Yo said confidently. But if you're like this, your spirit and blood are low, and your agility can't keep up. It's only 5 assignable attribute points, spreading them out and adding them instead has no advantage.
Zhang Yo retorted. Indeed, if only we were like Jianming, we wouldn't even have to bother.
After Li Fei finished speaking, several people looked at Chen Jianming with envy. What are your growth attributes?
Fang Zhang couldn't help but ask. I'm a bit better than him, only 7. I'm only 6. I'm 8. The best of the few of us is Qin Jianming, with 12 points.
Li Fei was quite envious, although Chen Jianming's talent was average, but with high attribute points, he was quite powerful in the later stages. How can I compare my point with the boss? How much are you, boss?
Chen Jianming said.
According to their analysis, those who could have the power to hit and fly a demon bear either had a terrifying skill, an extremely high attribute point, or both. However, everyone was only at level 2 or 3, and their basic attributes were the same, so that could only mean that Fang Zhang's growth attributes were exceptionally high. How else could he have this kind of power?
Ha! Fang Zhang laughed and put on an inscrutable look.
In fact, inwardly, he was slapping his own mouth long ago. Let your mouth be cheap. The attribute points he had saved for 3 levels were not as much as someone else's for 1 level.
Alas! There's more work to be done.
Jianming, go pull more monsters over.
Fang Zhang said. Boss, we've just finished fighting and our status hasn't recovered yet.
What are you afraid of? I'm here.
Chen Jianming thought about it. Indeed, there is the boss, afraid of wolf.
So he farted off to look for monsters. 100 days of novice spacetime had passed almost 20 days without realizing it. Those who were still alive had basically come to the second level, and there were even some powerful teams that had already entered the third level. Originally, Fang Zhang could have entered the third floor long ago, but he was not in a hurry. The more important task at the moment was not to upgrade, but to absorb more attribute points. These days, they had killed more than 100 foreign beasts. Basically all of them were level 2 and 3, and there were a small number of level 1 for Fang Zhang. The other level was not a problem, and the size of the beasts were all eaten. But even so, they were still stuck at level 3. There was still a long way from level 4. Points were earned quite a bit, and in addition to their daily expenses, each of them had saved more than 1,000.
Boss, when are we going to the next level?
The bosses on this level were all level 4, only a little stronger than the demon bear, and the few of them had already had the ability to decimate the bosses. It was just a matter of taking longer. These days they also found that this layer of beasts on their upgrading roll is not big. Rely solely on this layer of beasts, it is really difficult to support several of them to rise to level 4.
So they couldn't wait to enter the next layer.
Naturally, Fang Zhang could also see what a few people had in mind, but he hadn't wanted to go to the next level yet, so he said, "Tell you what, you guys go to the next level first, there's still something on my side."
Boss is waiting for someone? Chen could also see that Fang Zhang wasn't very keen on upgrading, otherwise he wouldn't have teamed up with them. With Fang Zhang's strength, solo upgrading speed was definitely much faster. Fang Zhang nodded and didn't explain too much.
"Alright then, we'll see you on the next level," Chen Jianming said after a moment of discussion among the several people.
Fang Zhang gave an okay gesture and then ungrouped. "Thank you for taking care of me, boss."
Several people bowed in unison.
Fang Zhang smiled. This kid, he was really polite. Chapter 47, Smell It.
After parting ways with Chen and the others, Fang Zhang turned back into himself again and instantly felt that the surroundings were quiet. The reason why he had not entered the next level was because he wanted to look for Song Qingling, and secondly, he also wanted to look for the golden snakes again. He did not believe that there were only 2 of them in such a large place. The reason why he was so obsessed with the golden snakes, besides the fact that the golden snakes could glean attribute points many times, or glean out all the agility, what he lacked the most right now was agility points. After the summary of hundreds of foreign beasts, agility points are the most difficult to burst, the other 3 are relatively average. However, this layer is indeed big. These 20 days, in fact, he met not many people, and all of them are relatively far away. Qingqing's people are not met one.
Let's see for a few more days.
Failing to find it again, Fang Zhang decided to enter the next layer. After thinking about it, he decided that he should go to the place where he had encountered the golden snake before. There were no other targets, so he had to take his chances. It had to be said that all these days had run quite far, but it didn't take Fang Zhang long to go back on his own, and along the way, he even took a few seconds to kill a few alien beasts.
I encountered one here before, and then another one up ahead. Fang Zhang was looking along that neighborhood. Although the second one was lured by the others, it was also in that neighborhood. If there wasn't a nest, it couldn't be such a coincidence.
In the next few moments, Fang Zhang began a carpet search, completely getting on the wrong side of the golden snake.
It shouldn't be.
Fang Zhang sighed, "I should have known not to let Chen Jianming go."
After searching for 2 days, there were absolutely no clues, not to mention the golden snake. Not even snake feces were found.
Chen's visual enhancement was really good. Even at a very long distance, he could see clearly, and could also see details that ordinary people could not see. With him around, finding monsters could save several times the time.
Looks like we need to find someone to help.
In the beginning, they were still able to meet quite a few people, but now the more time passed, the fewer people there were, and it was assumed that they had all entered the next level. Fang Zhang suddenly accelerated as he walked, and disappeared into the woods in the blink of an eye.
People? Where are the people?
After the founder disappeared, a man stepped out from behind a tree, both eyes blank. He was just here. The man's nose twitched and he immediately turned around, in the back. Unfortunately, his speed was still too slow, and a cold knife was directly pressed against his neck.
Immediately afterward, a cold voice came out. "Who are you? What's the purpose of following me for a day?"
The man immediately knew that he had been defeated a long time ago, and thought that he had done a good job. It was really funny. Originally, he still wanted to argue that he was passing by, but once he saw Fang Zhang's icy cold eyes, he immediately lost his courage. "My name is Huang Xiaofeng, someone told me to follow you. I am not sure what the other party is, only know that they call her Missy."
"Missy? What kind of dress?"
"Very pretty short-haired girl with a hot body in a power suit," the man said with both eyes glowing. Fang Zhang's face went black. His mind immediately floated back to the short-haired girl who had been robbed of the golden snake by himself.
"What did she ask you to follow me for?" "She said to follow you after she found you and that someone would be looking for me later."
Huang Xiaofeng was relatively short and overall thin, looking like a weakling. In reality, he was also weak, and until now he was still only a level 1.
Fang Zhang couldn't even kind of see how this person had lasted until now. He suddenly thought of something. "How did you know about me and find me?"
It was reasonable that the few people who were there at the time recognized themselves, but none of the others could have known.
Huang Xiaofeng froze, thinking, is it hard to recognize you in this perverted attire? Isn't it just one more bearskin vest than what they described?
He didn't dare say it though. I'm gifted with the sense of smell. I can recognize your scent. I remembered your scent when they took me over there.
Talent.
Fang Zhang was instantly excited at his words.
Huang Xiaofeng's face twitched. Were all curses so subtle now? Brother, what conditions did she give you? Fang Zheng's eyes glowed. They said to bring me up to level 3. Huang Xiaofeng said.
All along the way, this talent of his was disliked for being of little use and having no combat power, basically unwilling to team up with him. He was able to enter the second floor, in fact, are meticulously over, secretly follow the back of others. Just as they defeated the boss, he also followed into the next layer. But when he reached the second layer, this method didn't work very well. Not to mention that all those people had gotten stronger and couldn't even keep up by themselves. Even if they did, everyone was busy fighting monsters and upgrading. There were too many smells mixed in, and all of a sudden it was a mess. Tried a few times, I followed the smell, accidentally went to the beast, almost could not come back. Overall, there were too many dangers on this level for one to follow. So when those people offered to take him up to the third level and he only needed to follow one person without doing anything, he agreed without even thinking about it. This way, you help me find something, and when you find it, I'll directly take you up to level 4. Fang Zhang said with bravado. Huang Xiaofeng was first delighted, then froze. Almost deceived. You don't even have a 4th grade yourself, and you're talking about taking me to a 4th grade? No, not too good. He didn't dare to provoke Fang Zhang, so he politely refused. What are you afraid of? You're making a solid profit on this deal. You're also following me if you help me find something. It's not like they said no. Fang Zhang wrapped his arm around Huang Xiaofeng, just like a brother he hadn't seen in a long time. Think about it, even if I can't bring you to level 4, there's still them to bring you to level 3, you're making a solid profit. Huang Xiaofeng was silent for a while. Okay, well, what am I going to help you find? Fang Zhang was overjoyed and immediately pointed to his lower gear. Huang Xiaofeng was stunned, now looking at Fang Zhang more like a pervert. I like women.
Fang Zhang. What are you thinking? It's not like I'm a pervert.
I mean this, the golden snake. Founder pointed to his enclosure.
Really?
Huang Xiaofeng looked at Founder's enclosure with skeptical eyes. It was indeed made from the snakeskin of a golden snake.
You smell it?
It was impossible for Fang Zhang to take down the fence, so he could only condescend to Huang Xiaofeng kneeling down to smell it. And you say you're not a pervert?
Smell is impossible to smell. Huang Xiaofeng was resisting in his heart.
For a while, the two of them lived awkwardly, neither of them moving.
I think I know which odor it is.
Seeing Fang Zhang's fierce and perverted expression, fearing that he was going to use force, Huang Xiaofeng hurriedly said. He recalled that at that time, apart from Fang Zhang's odor, there was also the odor of a foreign beast, which should be the golden snakes. Although some time had passed, he would not forget that fishy odor.
Really don't need it? You miss me sniffing? What a word. I'm afraid you won't find a way to waste your time. Chapter 48 Singling Out the Snake King.
With Huang Xiaofeng joining them, the two of them were obviously much more purposeful, unlike Fang Zhang who would only do useless things. It should be this way, the odor is very strong.
Huang Xiaofeng pointed in the direction of a small hill. Go! It's snake! Sure enough, the two soon found snake feces nearby.
This discovery made Fang Zhang quickly get excited. This half a day topped himself for a few days. After walking for a while longer, Huang Xiaofeng pointed at a half-man high cave in front. There should be one inside, that smells great.
Good.
You add me to the group, I'll just go in by myself in a while, you stay here. Fang Zhang operated on the attribute panel, and Huang Xiaofeng immediately received an invitation to team up. Huang Xiaofeng thought about it and agreed as there was no harm in it. The aura emanating from inside was so powerful that he didn't want to go in at all, and if it wasn't due to Fang Zhang's majesty, he would have run away a long time ago. Now Fang Zhang's decision was just what he wanted. If anything went wrong, he would immediately run away. Take care of yourself, don't run too far, in case you can't share the experience, don't blame me. After Fang Zhang finished speaking, he walked towards the cave.
Huang Xiaofeng nodded, but in his heart, he wasn't very optimistic.
Based on the smell, he could guess that there were quite a few snakes inside, and he was afraid that going in would be a gift of experience. But he didn't plan to go far, for one thing, in case he could really get a share of the experience. Secondly, those people had asked him to follow Fang Zhang, so how could he run away now? This cave was not too big and not too small, and the surrounding area was full of weeds, so he couldn't even find it without looking carefully, so if he let Fang Zhang look for it by himself, he really wouldn't be able to find it. The cave was very narrow, Fang Zhang had to squat to get in, the cave wall had some slimy stuff, it was very disgusting. But the more this happened, the more it proved that this was a snake cave. Inside, there were 9 turns and 13 bends. Fang Zhang didn't even know how far he had traveled, it only felt like he had walked for a long time. Finally, the cave was no longer narrow, and Fang Zhang could finally walk on his own. However, at this time, he also realized the movement in front of him. But before he could react, he saw several golden-colored objects bursting out in front of him. The corner of Fang Zhang's mouth smiled, stepping through the iron shoes and finding no place. It was not hard to get there. Shoo shoo shoo. The small knife in his hand was juggled so fast that the 3 golden snakes instantly split into dozens of segments. Hold on, don't die. As he spoke, Fang Zhang had already put away his small knife to go heal. Cool. With 12 extra agility points at once, Fang Zhang felt like he was moving a lot faster. What surprised him even more was still behind. The inside of the snake den was actually full of densely packed golden snakes. What a great guy, each one was as thick as a thigh. Life must be very tenacious. The golden snake swished and looked all towards Fang Zhang, spitting out its snake letters as if it wanted to swallow him alive. Only then did Fang Zhang notice that the innermost one was even thicker than his waist. Knowing that after this period of conditioning, Fang Zhang had long since ceased to be a skinny body, and his physique was no better than that of an adult male. But even so, the largest golden snake swallowed Fang Zhang in one mouthful without bracing. Golden Snake Boss Elite LV5, with super high agility attributes and sharp fangs containing intense poison. Hiss hiss. Fang Zhang clearly felt the anger of these golden snakes. He also couldn't help but frown, so many of them, it was a bit hard to handle. If he accidentally killed them, it would be more heartbreaking than losing a few $100 million. At this time, the Golden Snake Boss gave a command, and 7 or 8 golden snakes immediately flew towards Fang Zhang, their speed even faster than before. To strike like this, there was definitely no time to heal the absorbing attribute. Fang Zhang was struck by an idea. His body shape kept changing, and water streams shot out from his hands, repelling the golden snakes that were flying. Watching him jump up and down, the Golden Snake Boss never had the intention to strike. Soon, the ground had turned into a pool of water. If the golden snakes could talk, they would have said cutie pie. Don't you know that we golden snakes are faster in the water? Sure enough, their speed skyrockets and they are more agile in the water than fish. Seeing this, instead of being worried, Fang Zhang revealed a faintly imperceptible smile. The time is right. Electrocution. Several electric currents appeared in Fang Zhang's hands at the same time with a zip, and in the blink of an eye the electric currents entered the water and ran around. The paralyzing effect of the electric current was quite good, and the several golden snakes that came speedily were all electrocuted to the point of immobility. However, this wasn't enough. There was a need to give all the golden snakes an electric treatment. When it was too late, Fang Zhang immediately increased the current, and that amount of spirit clambered down. His electric shocks were still almost meaningless to deal with the golden snakes, but just making them paralyzed and immobile was not a problem at all. At this moment, although the Golden Snake Boss was not clear about Fang Zhang's purpose, it still swung its long snake tail towards Fang Zhang. It was like a giant tree falling. Fang Zhang hastily dodged, and the entire ground shook. This bit of current was not even remotely useful to the Snake King, and Fang Zhang stopped using it. He drew out his short sword and directly killed towards the Snake King. The Snake King was fast and powerful, likewise the target was also large. Fang Zhang slashed at its body with one slash, leaving a long bloodstain. However, this injury could not play a role for the Snake King at all. It swung its tail in a divine dragon swing and instead slapped Fang Zhang far away. Fang Zhang looked at the dent in the wall behind him. Fortunately the water defense had blocked it, otherwise it would definitely have to take quite a bit of pain. However, judging from the strength just now, the strength was about the same as a human Earth realm almost at the beginning stage, and the overall attribute points might not be as good as his. It was probably the reason why the strength of the novice space alien beasts was suppressed. Just when Fang Zhang thought it was stable, the tip of the Golden Snake King's tail instantly stiffened up like a sharp bayonet. Shoo! Soon. It was only a moment of concentration, and the tip of that tail had already come into sight. Bang! Fang Zhang barely managed to avoid it, but the tip of that tail was plunging deep in the cave wall. This might was clearly no longer something that could be measured purely by attribute points. Drawl. The Snake King spat out its snake letters, and in the next second, its tail moved again. This time, the tail turned into dozens of residual shadows, like rain. Holy! Fang Zhang hurriedly ran away. This was not something he could block at all, even with the water defense. Dozens of small holes immediately appeared in the wall of the cave that was hit. Fang Zhang didn't dare to slow down at all. If he was hit once, his body was afraid that it would turn into a basket case and he wouldn't even have a chance to heal. Shoo! Fang Zhang also transformed into a residual shadow. This was the first time he had exerted all his strength. When he entered the novice space, his body transformed into a phantom. His agility points were not lower than the Snake King's. It was only because of the various limitations of his body that he was unable to reach the Snake King's speed. He couldn't do a machine gun style attack, but a single body sprint was still no problem. Stabbing. When Fang Zhang reappeared, he had already arrived at the middle section of the Snake King, and the dagger plunged into its body, pulling out a long bloodstain. Hiss! The Snake King let out a miserable scream, and even his tail slowed down a few points. Seeing this, Fang Zhang struck the iron while it was hot and boosted his speed. Powerful miracle. Jab. The Snake King was instantly split in two. Chapter 49, Strength Surge. Without the snake tail, the Snake King's threat immediately dropped.
While the Snake King didn't react, Fang Zheng had already arrived at the snake's tail to heal it. The Snake King didn't know Fang Zheng's purpose for doing this, but it wouldn't allow a human to humiliate it like this. It opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Fang Zheng in one bite. However, Fang Zheng had prepared for this and had already had experience after splitting so many golden snakes. Spinning and jumping, I closed my eyes. The dagger landed precisely a few inches below the snake's head. Ah! Fang Zheng lashed out, blood shooting all over his face. Accompanying this was the muffled sound of hundreds of pounds of snake heads slamming heavily onto the ground. The Snake King looked at the human unwillingly, and even his snake letters lost their momentum. Originally, it thought that this human would immediately kill itself, but it didn't expect that he would give himself a healing. Human. If you want to save me, please glue my body together before treating me. You'll only make me live a little longer. But for all of this, Fang Zheng didn't hear it because he was already completely intoxicated in the pleasure of splitting the body. Watching the human in front of him divide his body into section after section. The Snake King's eyes were filled with rage at what he was doing. Humiliating me. If eyes could kill, Fang Zheng was afraid that he had already been killed countless times. It didn't take long for the man to finally finish. Is he coming to finish me? But in the next instant, the human turned toward its descendants and committed the atrocity of splitting the body once again. It didn't understand why humans were so cruel. Even though they usually ate people, they were gentle. Watching its clan snakes being slaughtered one by one, it began to regret asking all of them to guard this place. Was it really worth burying a clan of snakes for those things? Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the Snake King was gassed and killed. As the sun gradually set in the west, Huang Xiaofeng leaned against a large tree outside the cave, yawning. More than 2 hours had passed since Fang Zheng had entered. If it wasn't for the group bar still showing Fang Zheng's blood bar, he would have thought that the other party was dead. That was really long enough. Huang Xiaofeng stretched. What the hell is he doing in there? Ding! A prompt popped up. Huang Xiaofeng's heart tightened. Could it be that Fang Zheng was dead? But when he read the contents, he was dumbfounded. Level up. Current level LV2. What? Before he could react, the message popped up again right after. Level up. Current level LV3. 2 levels in a row. Huang Xiaofeng kept rubbing his eyes, simply unable to believe it. However, the attributes and levels displayed by the attribute panel were true and true. He really had level 3. What the hell did he do in there? He wanted to go in and take a look, but after further hesitation, he let it go. This person was so strong. What could he do if the other party got up a killing intent? It's better to wait obediently for that person to come out. That's when a message was popping up again. Level up. Current level LV4. Huang Xiaofeng's entire body was dumbfounded. 3 levels in a row. What the hell did he do in there? Hollowed out a family of people? Huang Xiaofeng was instantly struck by a vicious chill behind his back, which was about to be wet with sweat. Those people obviously had a grudge against Fang Zheng. If they knew that they had helped him and gained so many benefits, they were bound to kill themselves. Fang Zheng's side was also, if he got the benefits and wanted to kill the silence, then what could he do? After thinking about it, he had already gotten what he wanted, so why wait for them? After thinking clearly, Huang Xiaofeng scattered his legs and ran. The heavens and the earth were the largest, and getting away from these 2 groups of people was the biggest. He just couldn't believe that these people would bother to look for a little person like him. In the snake cave. Fang Zheng was completely unaware of Huang Xiaofeng's thoughts, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He busied himself and finally gated all 30 or so snakes. He absorbed 140 points of agility attributes. And when he was at the Gar Serpent King, he also drew a haste skill that could increase his speed by 2 times. Character, Founder. Level, for Mortal Realm. Strength, 203. Agility, 325. Spirit, 199. Physical, 194. Main talent, Divine Healing SSSLV1 passive, transform into self. Secondary talents, Electricity FLV1, Water DLV1. Natural skills, Healing Power, Electricity Control, Water Defense passive. Equipment, Heart of the Sea King Mutilated, Shadow Cloak. Skills, Super Healing Power passive, Disintegration, Haste. Assignable attribute points, 8. Points, 1995. Enter the mall. The harvest is full. This agility with the sprint skill, although it was only instantaneous, it was still 650 agility. I'm afraid that the high level of the Earth realm might not necessarily have this speed. If he encountered the last group again now, he was confident that he could kill them all. After the golden snake boss died, a door leading to the next level appeared. What's that odor? Fang Zheng originally wanted to directly enter the next level, but he suddenly smelled an aroma that did not belong to the snake cave. He followed the subtle aroma and realized that it was coming from a small hole poked through by the Snake King's tail. When Fang Zheng came closer to smell it, the aroma was simply penetrating and shocking. This Snake King still hid this kind of good stuff? How can it be good?
He thought in his heart, but his body was honest. Digging with the knife was too slow, and he directly blasted down with a fist with all his strength. The wall wasn't very thick, obviously it was patched up at a later stage. It couldn't stand Fong Zhang's punch at all, and it directly burst apart.
Fong Zhang was stunned. This is the herb garden?
In front of him was an area of about 20 square meters, filled with different kinds of medicinal herbs. The herbs here were not the kind of herbs that nourished the yin and tonified the kidneys, and moved the qi in blood. Rather, they are herbs that can make all kinds of enhancement potions. Like the living blood grass can be made into a healing potion, the dragon power grass can be made into a power potion with a permanent power increase of 10, and the moonlight grass can be made into a mental power restoration potion, and so on. It was really hard to understand why there was a medicinal field here. But I'm afraid that's just as likely as a newbie space would appear, and there simply wouldn't be an answer. But it explained why the Snake King clan had all mutated, and that turned out to be the reason.
Who gets high every day and doesn't mutate? But so many herbs made Fong Zhang worried to death.
He didn't have space-type equipment, so he simply couldn't wave his hand and collect all the herbs. If he were to pack all of these, it would probably take a large bag, which would definitely cause countless people to pry. It wasn't practical to eat all of them. Not only were they wasted, they weren't necessarily effective, and if they came across any that had a negative effect, then wouldn't that be a loss? So if he was to eat them all, he wouldn't dare.
I wonder if the passive skill has any effect on these elixirs?
Thinking of doing so, Fong Zhang immediately began to hokey-pokey those herbs.
Transform for self-activated, successfully transformed 1 point of spirit. There's a play.
The herbs that were absorbed immediately withered. It was a bit of a waste, but it was better than rotting in the field.
Fong Zhang managed to convince himself. It moved on to the next herb. Transformation launched. Successfully transformed 1 point of spirit. Turned into my own. Successfully converted 1 spirit point. Turned into my own. Successfully converted 1 point of power. Turned into my own. Successfully converted 1 point of spirit. Chapter 50, Newbie City 1. Transformed for yourself activated. Successfully transformed 1 point of spirit. Turned into my own. Successfully converted 1 spirit point. Self-appropriation activated. Successful enhancement of talent quality. Turn it into your own. Successfully converted 1 spirit point. Turned into my own. Successfully converted 1 point of power. What? It's like something got mixed up. Fong Zhang immediately opened the attribute panel to take a look. Sure enough, the electrical talent was raised from F to E. Power increased by 10%.
Some experts have done statistics. For the same talent, if you set the SSS level to 100% power, then the F level will only have 30% power. Every time you raise a grade, the power increases by 10%. Pills that can raise the quality of talent can be astronomically expensive. Fong Zhang hurriedly looked at the herb called Dragon Blood Grass. Dragon's Blood Grass, spiritual grass nourished by dragon's blood, has the probability to enhance the quality of talent.
This is something. Fong Zhang looked at the dragon's blood grass that had already been hacked by himself before and couldn't help but feel heartbroken.
He looked at the herbs and didn't rush to dig them down, but ran to the Snake King and cut a piece of complete snake skin.
That's right, the fence is the same.
Then dug up the few remaining dragon's blood plants and wrapped them in snakeskin, babying them to death. Even absorbing it like this now could raise the talent quality. If it was made into medicine, it would definitely greatly increase the success rate. As for the other herbs, Fong Zhang also started to check the usefulness of each one, and only after realizing that there was nothing special did he start hokum again.
Another hour later, looking at this deserted medicinal field, Fong Zhang was contentedly wringing his snakeskin bag and left.
Through the portal, a large moon hung in the night sky. The sky was clean, not a bit polluted, and beautiful in a hanging sort of way. The moonlight pierced through the clouds and shone on the earth. Lots of people, so lively. The opposite of the quiet night sky. People were coming and going in front of me, a very lively town. Fong Zhang even suspected that he had teleported to the wrong place. His oddly dressed outfit quickly attracted the attention of many people. Someone teleported over again? I wonder if there are any gifted ones. Ha! Only one person? Probably separated when they teleported. Very oddly dressed. Is this a savage? It looks badass. Kinda handsome, I must say. You're just a nymphomaniac. There's someone else. Right at this moment, all 3 portals behind Fong Zhang lit up. 10 or so people slowly walked out, their expressions a bit bewildered, then surprised. Fong Zhang felt like he was seeing himself just now. These 10 or so people didn't look like they all knew each other. Welcome to Novice City 10015. A man walked up very enthusiastically, and the others saw this and came forward as well. We're from the Tian Ming Guild. Are you interested in joining? Joining us will allow you to rapidly increase your strength. We're the Dark Knight Guild, with strong people and lots of benefits. You'll be right to join us. Nan Nan Guild is the place for you. Our president is a beautiful woman. Skywolf Guild is the #1 guild. You should join us.
If you want to raid the maze, it's still up to us. The 4 major guilds have started snatching people again. Let's hurry. Yes, if we can't recruit anyone else, we'll be criticized again.
A group of people were talking, dumbfounding the 10 or so people.
Fang Zhang, on the other hand, was naturally bypassed and left unattended. Apparently everyone felt that those in the back were better to talk to. At this time, hints appeared in the minds of Fang Zhang and the 10 or so people behind him. Welcome to the 3rd level, Newbie City 10,015. Mall trading is officially open. Personal points trading system is open. Ranking system open. Guild system open. Fang Zhang opened the attribute panel, it was getting more and more like an online game. Open the ranking system. First place, Zhang Tianlang, LV7. Second place, Chu Tinming, LV7. Third place, Zido Nan, LV7. Fourth place, Li Dark, LV7. Fifth place, Sun Xiaoqing, LV7. Sixth place, Wang Badian, LV7. Seventh place, Fan Guangguang, LV7. 46th place, Zhuge Ming, LV5. 88th Founder, LV4. The rankings displayed were only the top 100, and Fang Zhang was a bit surprised that he would appear on it, and even more so, he didn't expect that the only acquaintance he encountered would be Zhuge Ming. At this level, it was no longer possible to see the rank above everyone's head, only the rank information of the top 100 was displayed. Obviously this was protecting the weak, the novice space was still quite humanized. Fang Zhang couldn't help but sigh. Hello, my name is Fina Li, are you a savage?
A girl with long hair smiled and walked towards Founder, followed by a ponytailed girl who looked quite arrogant. They were both wearing cloth armor and had weapons hanging from them, obviously not self-contained.
Fang Zhang shook his head. My name is Zhao Jiangshan. It's a rich second generation. Mimicking Zhao Jiangshan's tone, he added, a few million is not a problem for me. Put. You're funny, laughed Fina Li. Ha 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 ha, you're a cutie. Right.
The ponytailed girl behind Fina Li hilariously laughed, tears coming out of her eyes.
Founder. Are you polite? Don't mind it, Tong Tong meant no harm. Fina Li glared at the ponytailed girl. That rice bucket on the list can't be you.
As soon as Fang Zhang's words fell, the ponytailed girl's laughter came to a screeching halt and the air was deathly silent.
You seek death.
Suddenly a long pointed gun was pressed against Fang Zhang's throat, and the ponytailed girl's eyes were full of killing intent.
Founder. Kinda got it right. Originally, he only looked to see if there was Fina Li's name on the list, and realized that she was the 20th ranked bigwig, level 6.
Right behind her was also rank 6 Fan Tong, and because of her special name, Fang Zhang instantly remembered it. So when Li Fina called the ponytail girl Tong Tong, he blurted it out.
Apologize. Or I'll stab you in the throat. Van Tong didn't look like he was joking at all. Sleepy.
Fang Zhang stretched and yawned, directly bypassing Fan Tong and completely ignoring her.
Stand. Clang.
Just as Fan Tong finished speaking, the crisp clang of metal falling on the ground followed. It was only then that she realized her pointed spear had been split in two.
When was that?
Her face was full of disbelief, she didn't even know when the other party moved, she couldn't even see the movement.
Zhao Jiangshan, someone who wasn't even on the rankings.
Surprisingly, he destroyed his weapon with a light touch.
She simply couldn't accept this fact. Zhao Jiangshan.
Fan Tong had hated her teeth at this moment, she didn't think in her heart that this was Fang Zhang's strength, she must have borrowed some kind of equipment, otherwise how could she not even see the striking movements? Li Fina shook her head, she was clear about her best friend's character, and also knew how much she had spent for this pointed gun.
She definitely wouldn't let it go. She sighed, thoughtfully.
Then pulled Fanboy along again.
Chapter 51 Rookie City 2. The words are split into two. Zhao Jiangshan's side was miserable. Originally, he was grouped with Song Qingling, and fighting monsters and upgrading was quite smooth. With his gaining technique, coupled with Song Qingling's violent output, what monster wasn't a one-move second?
The two of them quickly entered the second level, but unfortunately, the teleportation point didn't have any pattern, and there was no way to know where Fang Zhang was. After searching for some days, the two also successfully rose to level 4. Figuring that Fang Zhang had most likely gone to the next level, the two entered the third level as well. Who knew that the portal was unreasonable and rigidly separated the two? Zhao Jiangshan had neither seen Song Qingling nor found Fang Zhang in this novice city, and had gone to a completely unfamiliar place. Without Song Qingling as a violent output, his role was greatly reduced. His gain talent was F-ranked, and initially, he only had one skill, gain art, which was still boosted by a percentage. That means the stronger the teammate himself is, the more obvious the gain effect is. If the teammate is weak, the gain is better than nothing. But how many of them were as perverted as Song Qingling, so these days he was either looking for a teammate or on his way to finding one. He didn't dare to use his points recklessly even if he had them, and his days were miserable. Old Fang, where did you two go? Sneeze. Zhao Jiangshan, who was sleeping on the street, looked miserably at the bright moon in the night sky. At the same time, Song Qingling's days were the opposite of Zhao Jiangshan's. Her yin talent was originally a violent output talent. A skill that went down for seconds existed. Plus, Pang Tong had been teaching her for a while, so she was at ease as soon as she entered the novice space. The Inferno Force skill was even more comfortable in her hands. While others were still practicing fireballs, she could already turn the flames into the shape she wanted. The manipulation ability of an S-rank talent really wasn't comparable to other qualities. With this, she quickly gained a firm foothold in the newbie city and also gained a bunch of dead fans. Her goal was now only one, the 10th floor of the labyrinth. You just came to newbie city, you should have a lot of doubts, why don't I be your tour guide? Li Fina followed behind Fong Zhang, her voice crisp and pleasant. She didn't mention Fan Tong's incident just now in the slightest, but anyone with a clear eye could see that it was because of the incident just now that she took the initiative to make this request. Fan Tong puffed up, naturally also know to Li Fina why do so, but she did not explicitly say, it is not considered an apology, she cannot be angry.
Fong Zhang nodded his head, now he was indeed confused. There were just too many questions in his mind. Why do so many people sleep on the side of the road, can't these houses be lived in? Fong Zhang walked on the street, both sides were built single houses, and there were quite a few of them, but there were still many people sleeping on the ground.
Some of them even had tents set up. You can stay, but you all need to pay points. And different types of houses require different points, like this hotel-style one is 50 points a night. Li Fina pointed to the 3-story high house in front of her, the overall decoration did look like a hotel. That single-story, more humble one is 100 points a night, while that villa-style one is 300 points a night.
What's the difference in all this? Just different environments?
That's definitely different. The 50 points one only has the residence attribute, the 100 points one provides double the speed of mental power recovery, while the 300 points one has a mental power recovery speed that's 3 times that of the normal one, and also eliminates fatigue, slowly increases experience value, and so on. Originally, 300 points a night, Fong Zhang still felt that it was expensive, but with so much efficacy, it was still worth it. With his current recovery speed, from 0 to full, it would be about a day. If it was 3 times the speed, then he would be able to wake up with full spiritual power again after a sleep. And the point of eliminating fatigue was even more needless to say. Normally one could only rely on sleep and rest, but if the house had this attribute, then the efficiency of doing anything would increase quite a bit. As for the increase in experience value, this point is dispensable, even if the increase will not increase much. As long as the house is empty, you can go in and live in it. When you enter, the system will prompt you to deduct points and bind information. Other people can't enter without your permission. When Li Fina saw Fong Zhang's expression, she knew that he was interested. There is one more thing, the efficacy of the house is only effective for the one who binds the information, others have no effect. Fong Zhang nodded, which meant that other people would only have the residential property if they entered.
This system really was an old crook. How come there are still restaurants?
Fong Zhang noticed a store in front of him, obviously selling fast food, and there were quite a few people lined up.
What a fuss! Fan Tong said disdainfully.
Well, besides restaurants, there are other types of stores that can be rented out, and as long as you have a skill, you can do business, even intelligence business. Li Fina sneaked a look at Fong Zhang and realized that he wasn't angry, then continued, pharmacists can sell potions, weapon refiners can sell weapons and so on. There are also some stores inherent to the system, such as skill bookstores, material stores, and stores that sell experience, so as long as you can afford to pay the points, you can basically buy anything.
You can shop around when you have time.
Fong Zhang was somewhat speechless. The system was good enough to quantify all the data and then use it to sell it.
It was really an old adulterer. But it's really good for people who aren't good at fighting, giving them other ways to get stronger. He was thinking about opening a healing store himself.
Other healers had low mental power, and healing 2 or 3 a day was already the limit, and they might not even be able to earn back the rent of the store, but he didn't have that problem at all. First of all, the recovery speed of the SSS ranked talent was already faster than that of other qualities, and with the amount of spirit he now had that was comparable to that of the Earth realm, it was still possible to heal 30 to 50 a day. I heard that a novice city could hold more than 20,000 people, and even if only half of them had been healed by him, they would all be able to gain more than 10,000 attribute points. By that time, a Heaven Realm level powerhouse would have to hand him a cigarette and call him brother when they saw him. You know, Pang Tong is so strong that he only talks about the empty realm, and the heavenly realm is even higher than the empty realm, so who would dare to hit him? It's quite late, why don't you rest first and come to our guild tomorrow and we'll explain it to you in detail. Li Fina smiled purely and adorably, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze, and even more so, she had a kind of magic power that people couldn't refuse. Okay, you guys go back first. I hadn't thought of looking for you to be a tour guide. I'll spend some points. There should be someone willing to do the same. Professional things are still given to professional people. Fina Li's smile suddenly froze, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer.
This is Yin and Yang have to be this tour guide, but also as an unprofessional?
She couldn't tell if this person had low emotional intelligence or low IQ. Fan Tong also thought he had heard wrong. There really was this kind of cutie in the world.
That's Fiona Li, the goddess of men. If you don't kneel down, you're going to be a jerk to her? It's my first time to be a tour guide, it's really not a good job. Lifina spat out her tongue and gave another sweet smile again. Fang Zhang had to admit that Lifina was indeed very pretty, bringing with her the gentle and lovely temperament, but it was still a bit worse than Song Qingling, and Song Qingling was more natural, while Lifina was a bit more pretentious. Well, it's obvious. Fina Li. I'll work hard. Well, then it's time to give you another chance. Lifina, hashtag. Thanks. Thanks. Chapter 52, Newbie City 3. Thanks to Fang Zhang once again giving this rare opportunity, for the rest of the time, Lifina was a complete tour guide, and I don't know if it was because of the more vigorous reason, but she explained in a very detailed and professional manner. No matter what, all of them said all over the place, who listened to it not to give a praise. It made even Fang Zhang, a first-time visitor to the novice city, feel as if he had settled here for a while. As the sky dawned, the three of them also happened to finish their turn around the novice city. I really worked hard for you two tonight, I will definitely treat you to dinner to repay you when I have the chance. After Fang Zhang finished speaking, he waved his hand and left without looking back. Him. Fang Zhang's behavior of eating and running away made Fan Tong so angry that he couldn't even speak properly. Lifina was also stunned, completely not expecting it to end up like this. Originally, she had planned to take advantage of the dawn just in time to invite Fang Zhang to her guild and coax him to join in the process. I didn't expect Fang Zhang to leave in a hurry, not even giving her a chance to open her mouth, and looking at his attitude, it was like he was afraid that he would rely on him. It's really hateful. Fina Li wanted to get angry, but in the end, she held her tongue and turned around, heading towards the guild. Fina. Is that really the way to count off? I'll go get him. Fina Li could hold back, but Fan Tong couldn't. Lifina waved her hand, signaling Fan Tong to go back. She did not want to say anything at the moment. Zhao Jiangshan. You wait for me. Looking at Lifina's back like a disgruntled woman who had been played and abandoned, Fan Tong clenched both of his fists to the point of cackling. Does it pay 300 points? Yes. Fang Zhang looked at the points on the attribute panel, which were instantly deducted by 300. The house is bound. The statute of limitations is 24 hours. If you need to renew the lease, please pay in advance. Have a nice day. To the right of the entrance of each house there is a setting similar to a doorstop, where you can choose the time and date of rental, etc. After the payment, Fang Zhang twisted the door handle, directly clicked open. Before the payment, he was unable to twist this door handle after a lot of effort. The house was a minimalist style, with all the household appliances inside, as if it had returned to the real world. Fang Zhang still had more than half of his spiritual power at this time, but the wind and food for so many days had made him a bit fatigued. At this time, he only wanted to take a hot bath and have a good sleep. Comfortable. Lying in the large bathtub, Fang Zhang's entire body relaxed. Another good thing about this house was that without his permission, no matter who it was, no one could enter, not even a heaven realm level powerhouse. For more than 20 days, from the time he woke up in a coma until now, this was the first time he had completely relaxed and not thought about anything, and he didn't have to worry about anyone sneaking up on him or anything. This lying down, he fell asleep without realizing it, and when he woke up, his skin was blistering. However, Fang Zhang didn't care, and with a healing spell, his body immediately recovered. No skincare product was as good as this. Fang Zhang moved his body, and his entire body could be described as refreshed. The healing technique could heal every part of the body, it just couldn't heal the spirit, so these 300 points were really worth it in Fang Zhang's opinion. It's time to go out for a spin. Fang Zhang stretched his body, and when he walked out of the house, it was already evening. It was still the same moon and the same stars. There's an indescribable sense of unnaturalness. Fang Zhang renewed 300 points for the house, confirming that his dragon's blood herb was safe before he could leave in peace. Go buy some clothes first. His outfit at the moment was still a bearskin top, snakeskin enclosure, straw sandals, plus a pervert-specific cape, and a group of people looking at him wherever he went made it a little too much for him. Soon, Fang Zhang came to a clothing store. The owner was a long-haired girl, not tall and petite. According to Lifina's introduction, this girl was called Sun Xiaolu. She didn't like fighting and didn't have an awakened talent, so she immediately chose to do business after coming to the third floor. Her family was in the clothing business, so her craftsmanship and design were very good. When she first started, she was always bullied and almost couldn't even stay in business. Later, after joining her guild, she was protected and the store became so large. When Fina Li spoke of this, one could sense that she was quite proud. However, Fang Zhang did not make any comments. In a space where order is lacking, sometimes it's good to collect protection money. Boss, I'll take these 2 sets. Fang Zhang picked 2 sets of sportswear. The price of both was 50 points, which made him suffer for a while. After changing into the clothes, his entire temperament was refreshed and he looked a lot smoother. A total of 100 points. Thanks for patronizing. Sun Xiaolu was very enthusiastic and always had a smile on his face. This business of yours should be good. Fang Zhang asked while Sun Xiaolu was packing. Business is okay, but it won't earn much. Actually, Sun Xiaolu had answered this question many times. No way. Fong Zhang looked at the people who were still lining up to give money, obviously not very convinced.
It was okay in the beginning, but then more and more people chose to do business. The raw materials were in short supply, the price went up quite a bit, and now the dues are getting higher and higher, and not much is really earned. Sun Xiaolu sighed, not caring if Fong Zhang believed it or not.
Thanks. Fong Zhang took the clothes and left.
After Fong Zhang left, Sun Xiaolu looked at the turnover and shook her head and sighed again. Why don't we just go brush the monsters?
The event space on this level is actually the size of Novice City.
However, there was a sanctuary in the center of the city with a labyrinth entrance, and there were 10 floors in total. I've heard that each floor is very spacious, and at least each floor is the size of 5 novice cities.
This is very exaggerated. The novice city to accommodate more than 20,000 people or Zhuozhuo more than the area than some university city is even bigger. Yesterday nighttime they walked horseback, only roughly walked around. There are still a lot of places did not have time to see. According to the rules, you have to find the boss of the current layer in the labyrinth, and after defeating it, you can lead to the next layer of the labyrinth. It was no longer easy to find where the boss was in such a large maze. Moreover, the labyrinth was also filled with all sorts of foreign beasts, making it simply more difficult. To be able to raid to the 6th floor in such a short period of time was truly remarkable. At this time, Fong Zhang had already arrived at the sanctuary, and he didn't go to the equipment store, weapon store, or anything else. Because after a brief look last night, they were all things he couldn't afford. Weaponsmiths and pillsmiths are actually rare professions, and at this level there are even fewer that can make weapons, potions and the like, so none of them would be cheap. Another thing is that the materials needed for refining are also not easy to fight and costly. So many people still use a normal iron weapon until now.
The sanctuary was huge, the size of 2 or 3 soccer fields, and there were no NPCs or people running it, it was all one erected device. In the center was a 3-meter-high portal, with people constantly entering and exiting. Even though it was already late at night, the place was still quite lively.
Chapter 53, Underground Labyrinth.
1 layer of material speed brush, come if you're interested, 3rd class.
3rd floor practice fleet. 3rd class 1. Strength talent preferred. Shortage of fire elemental mages.
3rd class 1 to start.
Tianming Guild's tier 6 raiding team is recruiting. Anyone above level 5 is fine. 2nd floor mining caravan. Come if you can pull monsters. Selling information about hidden rooms on the 5th floor. Guaranteed to be true. The highest bidder gets it.
Fong Zhang came to an erected device and originally wanted to find someone to ask, but who knew that when a person shouted loudly, most of the people ran over.
A hidden room? The intelligence alone is so attractive? Fong Zhang couldn't help but say. Bro, you just came here, right?
A man next to him heard Fong Zhang's words and asked.
Fong Zhang nodded his head, and the man immediately had an expression that said it all.
As its name suggests, it's not visible under normal circumstances, it needs to be triggered by specific conditions before it appears. Some are specific points in time, some are certain kinds of organs, and there's also specific numbers of people and so on. Anyway, the conditions are all different. And the number of hidden rooms on each level is small, and also like the tier bosses, they are non-refreshable. The rewards of the hidden rooms are all very good. I've heard that some people have even obtained the fruit of talent.
The man had a longing face. Then why don't you go take a look?
In addition to the men, there were others who hadn't gone over either.
Isn't this no points?
The man laughed bitterly. This kind of information can be sold for at least 1,000 points or more, and it may not necessarily be accurate in the end. Even if the situation is accurate, the hidden rooms are all very difficult, not at all easier than a tier boss, so this kind of information, is usually fought over by all the major guilds, and has nothing to do with us little people. Next to him, a boy who was still wearing his school uniform heard in the discussion here and also followed to interject.
Brothers, what tier are you guys going to? How else can you choose to go to the first few floors? Fong Zhang was a bit curious after hearing this. Are you new here?
The school uniform boy asked. Right, it should be the first time here. Without waiting for Fong Zhang to answer, the boy replied. No wonder, that device in front of you is the one that can be set up, and we can record the teleportation point in our panel, so as long as you set it up here, you can as much as you can directly reach the record point after entering that portal. The uniformed boy was still more than enthusiastic. Fong Zhang put his hand in front of the device, and after touching it, 2 light screens immediately appeared in front of his eyes. One was his attribute panel, and one was the panel with the number of floors written on it.
1 layer. 2nd floor. 3rd floor. 4th floor. 5th floor. 6th floor. 7th floor not open. 8th floor not yet opened. 9th floor not open. 10th floor not yet opened.
Tap the appropriate layer to display the record points, and each person can store up to 3 record points at the same time. This is just like the game, and there will be the same device in the maze where the record points can be set. Each level has a sub-menu of quests to choose from in addition to record points, some posted by the system, some by others, and all of them earn points anyway. Many people would stop by and pick up 1 or 2 quests before heading out.
While killing monsters and practicing, they can also complete quests along the way.
Fang Zhang looked at it. A lot of them were material quests, monster brushing quests, and there weren't a lot of reward points, ranging from 10 to 200, but when the material was given to the system for recycling, it would also give some points accordingly. However, when the material is recovered by the system, some points will be given accordingly. The more difficult tasks will also reward equipment, skill books, talent experience value, and so on. Talent experience value? Seeing this word, Fang Zhang instantly became interested. It was well known that both talent quality and level could be raised. Quality required heavily materials, while level did not. As long as the talent skill was used effectively, experience could be accumulated and the level could be raised. However, there was no detailed progress bar for this. According to expert statistics, level 1 to level 2 was about 1,000 times, and it varied from talent to talent. And for level 2 to 3, the number of times needed was even several times more. There are exceptions, though, and it largely depends on the individual's understanding of their talent. The equivalent of being able to develop your talent to a stronger stage depends on how well you understand it. Complete the talent trial in the 4th level of the labyrinth to gain talent experience value. This quest can only be taken once per person. Fang Zhang originally wanted to ask the two boys just now, who knew that they had already left. This kind of mission is definitely to be taken. It feels like it's just giving away benefits, but you can't take the risk to take it. How can you maximize the harvest? This is best to understand clearly first. According to Li Fina's introduction, the level of the foreign beasts in each layer of the labyrinth is fixed. The ones in the first layer are level 1, the ones in the second layer are level 2, and the ones in the third layer are level 3, etc. But the foreign beasts here are a little bit stronger than the ones in the previous 2 layers. The strength was probably around 1.2-1.5 times that of the previous ones, and the experience value was also relatively higher. Playing it safe, Fang Zhang decided that it was to go to the 5th floor first. Entering the labyrinth for the first time, Fang Zhang intended to explore and get a rough idea of the situation, so he took on 3 quests to brush the monsters. Of course, there was a maximum of 3 to take on at the same time. After setting up on the device, Fang Zhang arrived at the portal of the labyrinth. At that moment, he just happened to see the 2 boys who guided him just now. They just happened to set off in a group, and when they saw Fang Zhang, they also waved their hands to greet him. "Have you said which floor yet?" After saying that, the uniformed boy felt like a bit of a crapshoot. What newcomer didn't start with a floor first? This point in time just came to the novice city. It is estimated that it is also the 2nd level of the 3rd level. Even if it is a veteran, there is no group will not rush to go to a higher level than their own. Fey beasts of the same level are basically stronger than humans. This wasn't a game. Who would play with their lives? Well, the 5th floor. Right, from the 5th floor? Are you crazy? The uniformed boy seemed to have heard the biggest joke in history. A newcomer even directly into the 5th floor, to know that those people on the leaderboards do not dare to easily enter the 5th floor alone. Although the foreign beasts on the 5th floor are all level 5, there will be quite a few elite monsters at the beginning of this floor, and elite monsters are more than 3 times stronger than normal monsters. The raider group tried to take a detour when they encountered the elite monsters. If you run to the 5th floor alone, I'm afraid you won't even know how to die. You're wrong, it's the 1st floor. The other boy smiled and patted Fang Zhang's shoulder. No, it's the 5th floor. Fang Zhang said in a serious manner. The 2 boys were speechless relative to each other, not knowing what to say. It was just too crazy. I advise you to go and change it. The 5th floor is really not as simple as you think. Hey! Are you 3 going? Don't get in the way if you're not. The 2 boys were still trying to persuade, who knew that the people behind them were already urging. Fang Zhang was also embarrassed at the situation. Sorry, I'll go in now. The 2 of you don't need to worry, I'll exit if there's danger. After saying that, Fang Zhang directly entered into the teleportation portal, leaving the 2 boys wide-eyed. The 5th floor? Hey, that friend of yours went to the 5th floor. He's by himself. Looking for death? After Fang Zhang entered, the portal emitted a cyan-colored glow. Those with experience knew that this was entering the 5th level. The 2 boys were helpless. They couldn't persuade them either. He, should know how to quit, right? The uniformed boy was a little less sure. I'm not sure. The other boy was a bit helpless. Chapter 54, Hidden Rooms. The 5th level of the maze. Upon entering the 5th level, the portal immediately disappears, and it is assumed that the teleportation location is not fixed. Looking at the surroundings, Fang Zhang felt some familiarity. It was similar to the environment that he had just entered the novice space. It was all made up of walls, and the ground was made up of a huge stone. The height of the floor here should only be a little more than 5 meters, and with the dimly lit environment, it made people nervous and depressed. Fire Lizard LV5. Fang Zhang did not expect that he had only been here for less than 2 minutes before he encountered a lizard monster with a body the size of a crocodile and a dark red flame trailing from the tip of its tail, illuminating the surroundings all of a sudden. Hiss! The fire lizard's tail flicked out in a head-sized fireball, and it wasn't slow at all. However, Fang Zhang avoided the fireball with a single acceleration and came to the fire lizard. The fire lizard obviously didn't expect it and didn't react at all. With one punch from Fong Zhang, the fire lizard was heavily smashed on the wall, just struggling and then completely cut off. He was first stunned, not expecting it to be so unbreakable, one punch and it ascended to heaven. Also at level 5, the fire lizard was clearly much weaker than the golden snake king. The fire lizard then dissipated, leaving behind a tiny tail.
Fire lizard tail, material, contains traces of fire element. Points plus 50. It's getting more and more like an online game. Fong Zhang picked up the fire lizard tail and couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Goblin 2020. Centennial Tree Demon 1010. Poisonous Needle Bee 1515. Finally done with the quest. A total of 200 points and 10 free attribute points were rewarded.
Fong Zhang stretched his back, and in this dimly lit environment, it didn't even feel like time had passed. Earlier, he heard Finally say how big the underground labyrinth was, but he couldn't even appreciate it if he hadn't come here in person. This place was more than the size of 5 newbie towns. He felt that he couldn't finish walking all the time, and he hadn't even seen the record points. In this case, to find the boss location, unless the luck is particularly good, or rely on individuals alone, is basically impossible.
Character, Founder. Level 5 Mortal Realm. Strength 255. Agility 345. Spirit 48,262. Physical 231. Main talent, Divine Healing SSSLV1 passive, transform into self. Secondary talents, Electricity ELV1, Water DLV1. Natural skills, Healing Power, Electricity Control, Water Defense passive. Equipment, Heart of the Sea King Mutilated, Shadow Cloak. Skills, Super Healing Power passive, Disintegration, Haste. Assignable attribute points, 20. Points, 5,695. Enter the mall.
Looking at the attribute panel, Fong Zhang was still satisfied with today's harvest. Not only did he complete the quest, but he also moved up a level, and his attribute points increased quite a bit.
This is the end of the day, first go back and have a good sleep. Fong Zhang yawned, his spirit was just too tired. It was then that Fong Zhang thought of a problem, that is, how to teleport back? Opening the attribute panel, there was no option to teleport at all. Go back? Back to the city? Open sesame? Snappy coaxing? What about playing? This is too pitiful. Now we can only find a record point to try.
Fong Zhang had no choice but to continue walking around. He felt like he was in a desert with a lack of water. He should have known that he didn't fight so hard before. He had gone up to burst hammer plus heal almost any time he saw a Fae before, and his physical and mental strength were depleted very quickly.
There's a sound up ahead?
Fong Zhang was certain that the sound in front was not the sound of a foreign beast, but a human voice.
Finally, I ran into someone.
Fong Zhang was so excited, it was like seeing water in the desert. Originally, there were few people on the 5th floor, plus even fewer people at night. The probability of running into someone seemed to be about the same as the probability of buying 10 scratch-offs and getting your money back.
More than one person?
Getting closer and closer, Fong Zhang realized that the sound was not coming from one person, but many.
What's going on? Is it a recording point?
That was the only possibility that came to his mind, as record points were teleportation points, and it wasn't surprising that many people teleported over. Soon, Fong Zhang saw the silhouette, and sure enough, it was just as he had guessed. This was one of the record points on the 5th floor. But what puzzled him was that there were so many people gathered here. And the number was still increasing.
Li Fina?
Fong Zhang saw a familiar figure in the crowd at once. Of course, next to her was Fan Tong.
What's going on? The place was swarming with people, divided into groups, each poised as if they were going to go to war. Fong Zhang took advantage of everyone's inattention and sneaked into the crowd. President. I've already seen Nan Guild's people, they're all at record point 3. Keep on keeping an eye out. Li Fina nodded.
This scene played out in all the other groups.
Are we all here? Finally looked behind her, seemingly a little dissatisfied with the number of people. Report.
All of them have departed. Those who have this record point have arrived. There are still 5 people at record point 4. There are 3 people at record point 2, and there are still 4 who don't have a record point.
No more waiting, leave 2 people down, the rest follow me to record point 3. Li Fina said. Ha! Li Fina also saw the familiar figure at this time. Zhao Jianshan?
Fong Zhang was stunned, and when he saw Li Fina looking at him in surprise, he remembered that his name was Zhao Jianshan.
Why are you here? Li Fina frowned. Don't you just want to fish in troubled waters? Fan Tong was not in a good temper when he saw Fong Zhang. It's not for you to come here, quickly go back. Li Fina came in front of Fong Zhang. What happened? Still playing dumb.
Fan Tong was disdainful of Fong Zhang's words. How could an ordinary person appear in this place at this point in time?
Just say it straight for the sake of hiding the room? It's not like we don't see anyone here who isn't here for the hidden room.
Your behavior of daring to do but not admitting it is very unmanly.
Fan Tong's eyes contemptuously glanced down below Fong Zhang. No balls. Tong. Li Fina also felt that Fan Tong had spoken a bit too much and immediately stopped it. Hurry up and apologize. Humph.
Fantong tightly gripped the pointed gun that only had a long handle left and said, "Impossible,"
and walked away.
"I'm sorry, there's a reason she's so angry. That green satin gun was something she spent 5,000 points to exchange for, and now that it's broken, she's in a bad mood. Forgive me." There was one more thing that Finally didn't say. This green satin gun was a bronze level weapon, one of the few bronze weapons up to this stage. It was something that money couldn't exchange for. In the beginning, apart from giving points, she also helped the original owner to brush the material for several days before exchanging it. After getting the green satin gun, she simply loved it. Fang Zheng shook his head. He never cared about this kind of verbal argument, unless the other party had murderous intentions. For Fan Tong's behavior like this, Fang Zhang would only feel childish, but if she provoked herself again, he wouldn't mind giving her another lesson. Seeing that Fang Zhang really didn't seem to care much about it, Li Fina also didn't continue with this topic. Most of the people who appeared here tonight are in the top 100 of the rankings. I'm afraid that there will be a big fight in a while. None of us can necessarily guarantee our own safety, so I'd advise you to go back first.
Chapter 55 Monarch Class Boss.
Several major guilds had tacitly agreed not to kill, but when it really came to fighting, fists and feet had no eyes, injuries were unavoidable, and there were those who hid in the shadows, and if they weren't careful, their lives would be thrown away.
It's fine, I'll take care of myself.
Li Fina sighed, unable to figure out where Fang Zhang's confidence came from.
With his equipment that could cut off bronze-level weapons?
But equipment is after all an external object, it can't protect him for the rest of his life. Take care of yourself then. Seeing that persuading him didn't work, Li Fina also gave up. As the saying goes, good words are hard to persuade the ghost.
Depart.
A few other guilds had already left, and Finally didn't want to continue wasting time. Just like that, the small group consisting of nearly 20 people also disappeared at the end of the labyrinth.
Brother, you know Chairman Li well?
On this journey, they hardly fought with the foreign beasts in order to retain their energy, and everyone was a bit bored as they kept rushing.
Fang Zhang hadn't been in the group list, so naturally, he had attracted the attention of the others.
If they hadn't seen him chatting with the president, they would have made their move long ago. Who knew if this was a spy from another guild?
Not really. Just helped me as a tour guide for one night.
Fang Zheng thought about it. He only met Li Fina yesterday, and other than being a tour guide, the two had no other interactions.
The man was dumbfounded. Are you sure you're talking about the same person as me? He simply couldn't imagine the goddess as a tour guide. That must have been lovely.
Big brother. The boy's thick glasses can't even cover the stars in your eyes. Fang Zheng froze, somewhat confused as to why this boy was suddenly so excited. He moved slightly closer to Fang Zhang and lowered his voice. Can you teach me how to do that? Alas, I don't know. Called her unwanted, insisted on helping me as a tour guide.
Fang Zheng sighed helplessly. The man's hand that was opening the notebook suddenly froze in the air. Why did that sound oddly obnoxious? What's the origin of this hidden room? Fang Zheng was quite curious about these formations of the guild.
The geek-like man looked around and knew that no one was paying attention to them before lowering his voice. I heard that it's Thunder Tyrant's room.
Thunder Tyrant? You don't know? This is a monarch-level foreign beast. Monarch level. Hearing this, Fang Zhang was surprised.
The foreign beasts were divided into 5 levels: ordinary, elite, general, monarch, and emperor. The golden snake king that Fang Zhang had encountered before belonged to the elite level, and the boss-level monsters in the labyrinth now were basically all elite level. Under normal circumstances, the elite level strength was more than 5 times that of the normal level. In turn, the general grade was 5 times as strong as the elite grade, the monarch grade was 5 times as strong as the general grade, and the emperor grade was 5 times as strong as the monarch grade. In other words, it was highly likely that the monarch level strength was more than 125 times that of the ordinary level. With this kind of difference in strength, even a level 1 monarch would be able to kill a level 30 air realm powerhouse in seconds. It's not like you need to be too nervous. After all, this is a novice space, and the strength of all the foreign beasts will be suppressed drastically.
By our estimation, this Thunder Tyrant's strength should be about the same as a tier boss. No, it should be a bit stronger than a tier boss. Usually hidden rooms are no less difficult than tier bosses. The man added after thinking about it. Would it be a bit outrageous for a monarch-level foreign beast to appear on only the 5th tier? Actually, Fang Zhang still didn't really believe it.
It wouldn't be the case on every layer. The 6th layer hasn't even been discovered so far. I heard that the previous novice space also appeared a similar situation. The time and location of the appearance is random, not the more back only appeared. After all, now cannot fight, later the strength of the strong can also come back to fight, is not it? But this kind of opportunity, there is and only once. Others beat it, it will not be refreshed and will not appear again. That's why the several big guilds are so nervous.
Hearing the geek say this, Fang Zhang had a few moments of belief instead.
The reason why Thunder Tyrant appeared here was not because his strength was suitable for this place, but because he wanted to appear here.
Well, that makes sense. Everyone, hurry up. The Nan Nan Guild's people have already set off, we have to keep up. Finally turned around at this time and said to everyone, President is so handsome.
The geek's 2 eyes began to shine again.
Founder. In the later conversation, Fang Zhang learned that the main information of the original hidden room was bought by Nan Nan guilds.
And some information about the hidden guild was bought by others. Fang Zheng smiled and had to marvel at that person's business talent. The same thing could still be sold separately like this. The intelligence capabilities of the various guilds were also not covered, and soon many people knew about the hidden room, but the only thing that was not clear was the exact location of the hidden room.
I'm afraid that only Nan Nan Guild President Situ Nan knew about it.
However, everyone wasn't worried. As long as they made a move, it would be impossible to hide it from everyone. On the other hand, Nan Nan Guild. They were the top 3 guilds in this newbie town and had gathered over 50 people for this hidden room. When they knew about the hidden room information, they spent a large amount of money on it at the first time, and then started recruiting, and were busy for a full day before they were ready.
This time, the hidden room imperative.
Chairman, actually only we know the location of the hidden room, there's no need to do it now.
That's not true.
If Fang Zhang was there, he must have recognized the boy who spoke as Zhuge Ming.
Only we know? Why did those people in the back show up here?
The boy who initially spoke muttered, "It's not like you made such a big deal out of it.
That's just one of them.
Even if we don't make a move today, they will still show up here."
Do you think the other guilds will give up their hidden rooms to us for nothing? What can they do if they don't want to? The intelligence was bought by us.
Zhuge Ming was speechless as he looked at the man in front of him, also having received 9 years of compulsory education. How come he was the only one whose eyes were filled with uncontaminated purity of knowledge?
Intelligence we can buy, why can't others? Impossible. Isn't he afraid of our retaliation? How naive. This layer of the labyrinth is just this big. What can you do when people say they found it on their own? Kill the person? Do you dare? You can kill one, can you kill everyone? Why not?
Whoever dares to rob this young lady will kill them all.
At this time, a female voice said.
Zhuge Ming was speechless, almost forgetting that untainted by knowledge there was this Lord President Situnan. If Fang Zhang was present, he would similarly recognize this president, the very same short-haired girl that he had robbed of the golden snake in the first place.
Miss, people can certainly be killed, but the master won't be happy.
The boy standing behind Situnan said, Zhuge Ming is right, it's impossible to get a sole copy of something like intelligence. What we're buying is a head start. As long as we're faster than the others, the item is still misses.
Alright, you guys hurry up. If those people in the back are still so annoying, kill them all for this young lady.
Situnan glanced at the hateful flies behind her and cursed. Zhuge Ming was curious as to what kind of god this heaven-defying young miss was.
However, from their conversation, it was certain that this person had an extraordinary background. Chapter 56 Fiasco. The spacious labyrinth passageway became more and more crowded at some point.
At this moment, the people from the 4 major guilds had all arrived, but none of them seemed to be too numerous. Because of Nan Nan Guild's recruitment this time, the other 3 guilds had lost a large number of strong players, and now Nan Nan Guild already had the momentum of being the number 1 guild, and if even the hidden rooms were obtained by them, they would definitely be sitting at number 1. This was something that none of the other 3 major guilds wanted to see. Zhang Tianlang, Xu Tianming, Situnan, and Li Dark were all personally leading the team, so it couldn't be described as anything less than lively. Those foreign beasts that were not open to the eyes were immediately set on fire and killed as soon as they appeared.
Looks like it's here.
Lifina stopped and looked at the crowd in front that was no longer walking.
Everyone be careful, a fight could break out at any moment. The atmosphere of the entire labyrinth was suddenly tense.
Fang Zhang and the others stood relatively far back and could not see what was happening in front of them at all, but there seemed to be quite a lot of movement.
Rumble.
Suddenly a purple-blue electric light flashed, and everyone's hearts couldn't help but tense up. The rumbling sound continued to resonate, and even with Fang Zhang and the others leaning back so far, they could see that a gate had suddenly appeared and was slowly opening.
That's the hidden room?
Facing Founder's question, the geek didn't know how to answer. In his cognition, hidden rooms were hidden in the walls. How could they appear out of nowhere?
This time, the hidden room was not ordinary at first glance.
There was even a faint purple-blue arc of electricity lingering around the main door, looking gorgeous and solemn.
Report. Nan Nan Guild's people have already entered.
I heard that only a maximum of 20 people can enter at a time.
I see.
Finally looked at those people behind her and was also taking stock of which people to arrange to go. Time passed by, and the entire space here was filled with tension and depression. All the people from the guilds were ready and geared up, not knowing whether it was to enter the room or to kill people. The solemn gate seemed to see everyone's nervousness, and didn't let everyone wait for a long time. Before long, it opened again. This time, it immediately caused a huge stir.
They failed.
There was excitement and fear in that voice. The defeat of the Nan Nan Guild was not sure if it was a good or bad thing for everyone. The good thing was that this hidden room was still there and everyone still had a chance. The bad thing was that Nan Nan's guild, which was almost the number 1 guild, had survived less than 5 minutes in there, so just how strong was this thunder tyrant?
Report.
Only 7 of the 20 people from Nan Nan Guild came out, and Situnan was even seriously injured. None of them were shocked when this news was spread. Situnan was the third existence on the rankings, his strength was unquestionable. But such a strong person was seriously injured, how dangerous was it inside? Originally, some people still didn't believe it, but when they saw the Nan Nan Guild's people carrying those people away, everyone was completely convinced. The discount rate was over 50%. Only a few people were left behind to guard the gates of the Nan Guild, everyone else had left. These few that stayed behind wouldn't obstruct the others, it was more like surveillance than guarding. Seeing Nan Nan Guild's people leave, the other guilds hesitated. Some of the smaller guilds immediately beat a retreat. Their strength was much worse than those of Situnan, and even if they entered, it would just be sending them to their deaths. However, the people from the other three guilds didn't leave, they were the ones who had the most hope of passing through the hidden room other than Nan Nan's guild. If they just left, it would be equivalent to not getting any information. At the very least, they had to know what kind of monsters were inside and what attack patterns they had so they could make their strategy accordingly. Let's go! Zhang Tianlang was a handsome-looking boy with a large sword that was out of place with his temperament. Zhang Tianlang was smart enough to re-pick a group of people, this time focusing on agility and speed. He didn't have the luxury of killing the Thunder Tyrant in one go, so this time it was based on testing. Soon, their group walked through the gate. As the gate slowly closed, a tense atmosphere filled the entire labyrinth passage. Inside the room, there was a lot of space, and there were some corpses lying on the ground. All of you, get your spirits up. Listen to my command. Zhang Tianlang and the others' faces turned serious, if they weren't careful, they were going to die. Boom! Suddenly, a huge pale blue figure appeared, thunder and lightning flashed, and the entire space was filled with the aura of death. This is the Thunder Tyrant? The building-like body, coupled with the huge wings, was an existence that covered the sky in Zhang Tianlang's eyes. Go to the safe zone immediately. Zhang Tianlang reacted at the first opportunity. When everyone heard this, they immediately pushed their entire body's energy and exploded with powerful speed. At this point, they had already given up on obtaining information or anything else, and had to escape as quickly as possible. As long as they escaped to a safe area, the boss wouldn't attack, and this time, it would be the end of failure. Boom! A thunderbolt fell with a loud rumbling sound. It was really too terrifying. Zhang Tianlang led the crowd to evacuate, not daring to slack off at all. The safe zone was right at the gate, less than 100 meters from their position. But just such a short distance was already enough to cause despair. 5 people were killed in just an instant. Roar! The Thunder Tyrant let out a loud cry, and the entire ground seemed to shake. Finally, Zhang Tianlang and the others completely retreated to the safety zone before the Thunder Tyrant's figure faded away elusively. I didn't expect to not be able to teach even one move. Zhang Tianlang laughed bitterly, he was too confident before. Ka Long. The gates finally opened, and all the hearts of the people just loosened up. I'm afraid that the terrifying feeling of oppression just now would be unforgettable for life. They're coming out. The appearance of Zhang Tianlang and the others immediately drew the attention of the crowd. They only lost 5 people. With these words, those who were preparing to enter perked up quite a bit. The Nan Nan Guild's more than half of the folding rate did discourage them a bit. Now Zhang Tianlang proved with his actions that the discount rate could be kept below 25%, and it was estimated that it could be lowered even further if properly prepared. Contrary to these exuberant people, Zhang Tianlang was not in the mood at all. Just now the Thunder Tyrant had completely shattered his confidence with just one move. He didn't know how he was going to be able to deal with his opponent. That kind of pressure, I'm afraid that only the Empty Realm could do it. He was thinking of not giving up on this hidden room and forget about it, concentrating on the 6th level of the raid. Getting a tier boss kill wouldn't be too bad of a reward. After making up his mind, he left with the others except for leaving 2 people to continue monitoring. Then, the other guilds also began to prepare their personnel by mimicking Zhang Tianlong's configuration. Are we still going in? Finale was also a bit uncertain at this point. Their guild strength could only fall into the middle of the pack, and even the 4 major guilds had such a high discount rate, let alone them. Even after entering, it was still a death sentence. But she was a bit unwilling to let them leave just like that. Go away. That place is not for you to go. Fong Zhang turned around and left without a trace of lingering. Chapter 57. There's a therapy shop. Just from the several waves of people entering and exiting the time just now, Fong Zhang knew that the foreign beasts inside were not simple, and almost all of them were killed in seconds. In fact, it wasn't just him, everyone present should have been able to notice it, but they just held a hint of fantasy. He now had very little spiritual power left and his physical strength had severely declined, so he might not be a match for the foreign beasts inside. Moreover, there were too many people now, and launching a challenge would only attract vast attention, which would not be conducive to his plan. As for Finale and the others, there was even less to say, going in was just sending them to their deaths, there was no other choice. Coward. Looking at Fong Zhang's back as he left, Fan Tong was very disdainful. Are we still going in? After Fong Zhang left, Li Fina asked again. Of course we should go in, can't you see that all the other guilds have gone in? Fan Tong pointed at the gate with a long line. But our strength. It's fine, we're not going to fight hard, and our main objective isn't to kill the Thunder Tyrant. As long as we collect useful clues, we'll be able to make a big sale.
Fan Tong was confident.
Li Fina thought about it. It was indeed attractive. If she could grasp the Thunder Tyrant's attack pattern, it would definitely make the guild's reputation great, and moreover, she would be able to earn exorbitant points.
As long as one was prepared enough, there shouldn't be any major problems.
In fact, almost every guild was harboring the idea that it was unrealistic to kill the Thunder Tyrant, but it was still useful to gather some intelligence. After a lot of tossing and turning, Fong Zhang finally returned to the sanctuary. It turned out that there were two ways to return. One was to directly pass through the record points on each floor, where there was also the same device as on the side of the sanctuary, through which one could teleport back to the sanctuary. The second was to register one of the sanctuary's devices as a record point, and one could teleport back through the labyrinth at any time. It was noontime when they left the sanctuary. Yawning, Fong Zhang originally wanted to go straight back to sleep, but after thinking about it, he headed back towards the apothecary store.
Healing Potion Elementary 200 points a bottle. Power Increase Potion Elementary 100 points a bottle.
Agility Increasing Potion Beginner 100 points a bottle.
Berserk Potion Beginner 300 points a bottle.
Looking at the small number of various potions on the shelf, Fong Zhang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It was so easy for apothecaries to make money. Regardless of whether it was in novice space or in reality, apothecaries were in existence that could make a lot of money, especially with the scarcity of healers, who wouldn't buy a few healing potions for backup. Although it's not like a healer who can cure all kinds of problems, it's still useful for treating external wounds, general internal injuries, and so on. Other increased potions are not to mention, one of the must-have items for fighting monsters and upgrading.
Classmate, what potions do you need?
These potions are all handmade by me, and their effects are absolutely top-notch.
The owner was a boy wearing glasses. What does this Berserk Potion do?
Of course, it raises the 4-dimensional attributes by about 10%. The boss was quite proud of being able to refine the Berserk Potion. It was a big roll to say the least. With a normal level 5 attribute point, it was probably around 100 points, boosting it by 10. On average, each attribute would only increase by around 2 points. The actual effect didn't seem to be that big. It might as well be more practical to raise all of them to a particular attribute. Fong Zhang consulted some more, but in the end, he didn't buy it and walked out of the store under the boss's contempt.
Oh, family members, I'll help you knock down the price.
After having a preliminary understanding of the potion, Fong Zhang rented a random store. The location was a bit out of the way, but it won out because it was cheap enough, 300 points a day. The stores don't need to be decorated, they are all in a uniform style. After preparing everything, it was already nighttime, and Fong Zhang finally returned to his room to get a good night's sleep. In the middle of the night, Fong Zhang felt that he had only just fallen asleep when he was woken up by the boiling noise outside. After a bit of understanding, it turned out to be that those guilds that had gone to raid the hidden rooms had a large number of injured people, some of which were extremely serious, and if they didn't receive treatment, they would lose their lives at any time. The number of pharmacists is still there, but limited by the technology and materials. They do not have much of the healing medicine, and the effect is not very good. The injuries are slightly heavier, there is no use.
When Fong Zhang heard this, he was instantly energized. Isn't this business?
After changing into the clothes he bought in the afternoon, Fong Zhang came to the store and formally lit up the signboard. There's a healing store. A big sign was even erected at the entrance. No matter how big or small, one treatment, only 100.
Only he waited and waited, but no one ever asked. It shouldn't be. Isn't the sign obvious enough?
Fong Zhang fell into deep self-doubt, but when he walked out of the store, he realized that his store was really a bit remote.
No, it looks like we need to take the initiative.
In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the main street, where people came and went, and it was the way to the sanctuary.
Oi! Little fatty! Come here! Fong Zhang observed the circle and finally found a suitable candidate.
When little fatty heard someone calling him, he was first confused for a moment. His figure was not considered fat, at most he was called vainly strong. He surveyed the person who called him. A black robe, cannot see the appearance, mysterious.
Say what's up quickly.
I'm still in a hurry to buy medicine. The little fatty was a bit impatient. The long bloodstain on his arm was causing him pain, and now only the healing potion could ease his pain. It looked like the efforts of the past 2 days were going to be wasted again.
I can help you heal your arm. Fong Zhang pulled Fatty to a corner and lowered his voice. Really?
Fatty didn't really believe it. After all, he had been in Newbie City for a while and hadn't heard of a healer appearing here.
What's this talk? Bring your hand.
Fong Zhang didn't talk nonsense with him, took the little fat man's hand and started to treat him. The little fatty watched Fong Zhang's movements. His eyes changed from questioning to bewilderment to excitement, not realizing that in just a moment, his arm was completely healed. This was the healer without a doubt. He finally understood why the other party was dressed so mysteriously. If the therapist's identity was exposed, it would definitely lead to great trouble.
Thank you.
Little Fatty was heartily grateful. Although he didn't know what the other party was risking so much to help him, it was indeed a fact that he had cured his arm. You're welcome, but you can't tell anyone. There's a healing store on West Street. No matter how big or small the injury is, each treatment only costs 100. After saying that, Fang Zheng hurriedly left, leaving little Fatty alone in the wind.
Do you want me to tell others or don't you want to?
He quickly got excited though. The healing was several times better than the healing potion, and at only half the price, it was a boon. He immediately remembered his friend who had teamed up with him a few days ago, who had injured his thigh and was still unable to walk around. He's my good friend, so he shouldn't count as someone else.
Little Fatty nodded, his figure quickly disappearing at the end of the street. And I only told him and no one else, no one would even know. Chapter 58 Business is booming.
Just in case little Fatty was too innocent, Fang Zheng found another passerby and repeated the same operation. In fact, he also wanted to charge, but face-to-face transactions would see the other party's name, and the only way to hide his information was to operate in his store, which is why he didn't dare to directly set up a stall. And he also didn't want to attract the attention of people with good intentions on the street to reduce unnecessary trouble. But in the store, the owner was protected, both in terms of privacy and security, and anyone who dared to do so would immediately be punished by the system.
There really is a healing store? Is it okay? 100 points is acceptable.
It should be true, Fatty said it to me himself. Listening to the voice outside the store, Fang Zhang knew that little Fatty was really reliable. It had only been a short while and he had gotten himself a customer.
Is the boss in?
Pushing the door open were two boys, one with a bandaged hand and one with a foot.
Neither was walking very naturally. Please sit.
Fang Zhang gestured for the two to sit down. Heal 100 points once. The two hesitated for a moment, but decided to pay. 100 points wasn't a lot for them, but because of this injury, they hadn't been to the labyrinth for several days and had lost more than a few hundred points. Immediately after paying, a prompt popped up in the founder's system, showing that the two had paid.
Fang Zhang reached out his hand and touched the leg that was wrapped in the bandage, and in the next second a green light lit up before he signaled the boys to unwrap the bandage and take a look. The boy only felt a coolness and the pain in his leg disappeared. He knew even without removing the bandage that the leg was really healed. However, when he unwrapped the bandage, he was still very excited. This leg can't see any traces of injury at all, not even a scar, to know that he was a full centimeter deep wound, almost see the bone. If he hadn't healed it, I'm afraid his newbie space adventure would have come to an end. When the boy next to him saw it, he also regained his hope. Originally he only came to take his chances, but he didn't expect that there was really a healer who dared to come out in public. Your turn.
Looking at the boy with eyes full of anticipation, Fang Zhang didn't say much. With the same operation, just a moment later, the boy's arm was also intact.
Great.
The boy waved his arm, completely unable to see that it had ever been injured.
Thanks. Thanks.
You're welcome, but you guys remember to keep it quiet. I have limited spiritual power. It's first come, first served.
Fang Zhang interrupted the polite words of the two men, and after saying that, the two men left in a sensible manner. Did you hear?
A healing store has opened on West Street, and it only costs 100 points per treatment.
Fake, right? Why haven't I heard about it? It's new. Remember Wang Bin?
Remember, the one who was scraped by a foreign beast a few days ago and almost wasted his leg.
Yeah.
I just saw him already healed, and he was the one who told me about the healing store. That can't be fake. I've seen him walking with support before.
That's right, don't you have a teammate who was also seriously injured? Why don't you hurry up and go? Yeah, I'll go get him then.
Hurry up, the healer should be a newcomer. His spiritual power isn't high. I'm afraid he can't heal more than a few per day.
Right. I'll run back immediately. Have you heard? Have you heard? Heard?
It was like a virus, spreading quickly throughout Newbie City, and everyone, sick or not, wanted to find out.
Are you telling the truth?
The originally silent dormitory room suddenly stirred.
It should be true, it's already spreading outside. Good.
This time Tong Tong is saved. Looking at Fan Tong, who was lying on the bed, his whole body scorched black and unable to move, Li Fina blamed herself very much.
If it wasn't for protecting herself, Fan Tong wouldn't have been struck by lightning at all. Over 80% of her body was burned and most of her body functions were destroyed. Unfortunately, she couldn't do anything herself. Bring in the healer immediately. No. I'll go there myself, no matter what, I'll bring him here. Li Fina clenched her fists. No matter what the cost, she had to get Fan Tong back.
This is the time of year when the therapy store can be described as a hot mess. The long line went from the street to the end of the street, and there was no end in sight. Without the therapists, no one would have known that there were so many old and sick people. The appearance of the therapist was a chance for them to be reborn. Fang Zhang knew what was going on outside even if he didn't go out to look, because he hadn't rested since those two people left initially. Patient after patient, either injured here or there, all of them were very serious, the kind that affected their fighting ability. In order not to waste his spiritual energy, Fang Zhang was treating them all with precision, unlike before when he was treating large areas on a wide scale. However, this was also due to his deeper understanding of the healing arts. Watching the attribute points continue to climb, he was painfully happy at the moment. In fact, apart from those lining up to see the doctor, there were many people monitoring the place and even prying for information about the store owner. Although Fang Zhang was already aware of it, but the other party did not make any further moves, so he ignored it. Please get out of the way. I have urgent business over here. Who are you? It's Fina Li? Everyone from Fina's guild is here. Li Fina's face value was high, her strength was strong, and her fame was a bit higher than Situnan's. Fang Zhang frowned because he had heard the noise from inside and knew better that Fina Li had come. What does she want? To collect protection money? Fang Zhang knew that protection fee this was something he would have to face sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be so fast, and even more so, he didn't expect that the first one to come was Li Fina. Originally, his impression of Li Fina was still good, but now it was simply a big dive. Hello? Please help me save someone. As soon as Fina Li entered the store, she looked quite anxious. Fang Zhang was stunned, not realizing that she was here for this. It's fine, you bring him here. After Fang Zhang finished speaking, he continued to help the person in front of him. She can't come, I won't hide it from you, she is seriously injured and her life is already in danger. So I have to trouble you to make a trip. No, bring him here if you want treatment. Fang Zhang refused without even thinking, only in the store could he guarantee his absolute safety. Moreover, he didn't want to set this precedent, no matter who it was, if they wanted to be treated, they would come to the store. You! A healer so tugging. A man behind Fina Li suddenly exploded in anger, do you know? Before the man could finish, Li Fina immediately glared over, scaring the man into shutting up. Fang Zhang didn't say anything, anyway, his attitude was right here, if you want treatment, you can come to the store, but if you want me to come out, don't even think about it. You guys hurry back and bring Tong Tong here, pay attention to be careful. Li Fina didn't dare to delay any longer, she hurriedly let the people go back, she herself stayed here to watch Fang Zhang, lest the other party ran away. Although it was unlikely, she still felt the need to keep an eye on it. Chapter 59 Second Grade Talent. When Fang Zhang heard Fan Tong's name, he first froze for a moment, then he sent this injured man away as if nothing had happened. Next, his healing speed was getting faster and faster, and his control was getting more and more precise, but he could only treat about 10 people an hour, and if he encountered a troublesome person, the number would have to be even less. Healer, let me help you. Li Fina didn't know if she saw that Fang Zhang was too busy or she wanted to brush off some goodwill, and took the initiative to start helping. She couldn't help with the treatment, but she still had no problem with making tea and maintaining order, and with his guild members around, no one dared to make trouble outside, and the speed was surprisingly increased by quite a bit. In this way, after an hour, Fan Tong was finally carried over with a bed. Physician, please help treat Tong Tong first, she really can't hold on much longer. Li Fina's eyes were moistening again when she saw Fan Tong. Fang Zhang took a look, this was indeed very serious, the whole person was blackened, it was almost impossible to see that there was complete skin. Thunder Tyrant was also too fierce. In fact, Fang Zhang wanted to reject this kind of queue-jumping behavior, but seeing Fan Tong in this state, he was a bit unable to bear it. Just as Fang Zhang was hesitating, Li Fina hurriedly said to the next injured person, sell this position of yours to me for 1,000 points. When that person heard that, he didn't hesitate at all and quickly nodded his head, although the wound was still dripping blood, the other party was giving too much. Healer, please. Li Fina's eyes glowed red, and she almost knelt down. Fang Zhang, alright, you stay, the others go out first. Thanks. Fina is unable to return the favor. After bending down to thank her, Li Fina immediately invited the others out the door. Lift the covers and cut the clothes. Although Fan Tong was struck by lightning, his body appeared as if he had been burned, his skin was all rotten, his clothes were torn and tattered, even stuck to the wound. Fina Li frowned but did as she was told. The two quickly cleaned the clothes off of Fan Tong's body, revealing skin that was all charred and cracked. Saying you don't listen, and you still have a stiff upper lip. When Fang Zhang saw the injuries, he couldn't help but spit. However, Li Fina was not to hear it, as she had already branched out to get a towel and water. He took a deep breath, this was the first time he had performed such a large treatment. And it wasn't even the epidermis, not even the internal organs were spared, and it was a big miracle that this could even be survived. After all this time, he knew that healing arts were not miracles, and that they did not come from nothing, but needed to be backed up by a certain amount of medical knowledge. It was ineffective to unleash a healing spell if you didn't know anything about it. At least know the principle, for example, wound healing, when the body is injured, platelets will coalesce in the wound, thus stopping the bleeding and preventing the blood from continuing to flow out. At this time T cells and B cells, macrophages will produce humoral immunity in cells, thus effectively exerting the immune function to prevent viruses and bacteria invasion. The instruction that there is a wound in the body is detected in various forms, and the cells near the wound then begin to undergo mitosis, which results in the growth of new cells and ultimately the healing of the wound. Knowing this, the appropriate cells can be mobilized to work, which not only saves mental energy but also increases efficiency. If you don't know anything, just like Fang Zhang before in the hospital, simple and rough, no matter what the disease, click a messy treatment, a simple wound have to mobilize the whole body cell work, waste of spiritual energy, but also overdraw the injured cell's self-healing ability, long term is not a good thing. With the increased use and deeper understanding of the healing art, he had a lot more knowledge in this area in his mind. Healing arts weren't as simple as the books made them out to be, nor were they mere repairs. The essence of a first-level healing art is to utilize the injured person's own self-healing ability and give amplification 100 or even 1,000 times to achieve a quick healing effect. Therefore, the smaller and more precise the treatment, the fewer side effects it would bring. Even less will result in a waste of cellular life force. Fang Zhang had also thought about whether he could utilize this to kill people. The result was negative. Even if it constantly overdraws the cell's life force, it will constantly divide and regenerate, even if it can accelerate a person's death. But if he really wants to kill someone, he would have to wait for a dozen or 2 decades, or even longer. Especially the awakened, the life force is so tenacious, to rely on this to kill, it is simply impossible. Phew. Fang Zhang carefully, first repairing the heart position, finally saving Fan Tong's life. It was not so bad that he suddenly lost his breath in the middle of the process. Subsequently is from head to toe, inch by inch repair. If he meets those who do not understand the principle, he will directly come to a rough repair. Anyway, heal first. People cannot die, on the line. With the repair of the body, Fan Tong's skin color gradually regained its luster, and his original muddled appearance was restored as before. Normally wearing cloth armor, it was completely impossible to see that Fan Tong's body was also very materialistic. Well, the kind that was hard to grasp with one hand. That's enough, help her get dressed. If dream experience counted as one life, Fang Zhang was an old virgin who had experienced 2 lives, or had he seen this kind of scene, in order not to let anyone find out, he hurriedly turned around, no longer looking at this fair body. He couldn't even figure out how he was able to endure it when he was an undercover agent in his dream. Divine Healing SSSLV1 Upgrade LV2. The prompt suddenly appeared, and Fang Zhang was a bit in disbelief that this level had been upgraded. Immediately, a stream of information directly broke into Fang Zhang's mind. It was about the reattachment of severed limbs, cellular activation, and so on. At this moment, he felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of the healing talent. The healing power skill seemed to be stronger again. Acquire the Healing Elf skill. Healing Elf creates an elf to follow the target and give continuous healing for 60s. What a surprise! Fang Zhang didn't expect to upgrade his talent and learn new skills. Really? But how come it's not awake yet? Li Fina said anxiously. Maybe she woke up after you brought her back? Fang Zhang suppressed his excitement and hurriedly waved his hand, no longer paying attention. Be faster, don't delay my work. Hearing this, Fan Tong unconsciously raised her eyebrows. Li Fina couldn't help but snicker in her heart when she saw this, so this heavenly fearless BFF of hers also had shy moments. Li Fina guessed correctly. Fan Tong did woke up when Fang Zhang was treating him, and also heard the conversation between the two, and knew even more about what situation she was in now. But she definitely wasn't shy, but was afraid of social death, so she just continued to pretend to be unconscious. Of course, how could this little thought fool Fang Zhang? In order to punish her previous rudeness, he even intentionally accidentally touched her a few times. Thank you, physician. This time it's me, Li Fina, who owes you a favor. In the future, if there's anything you need from me, you can always look for me. After helping Fan Tong get dressed, Li Fina once again bent down and bowed to say thank you. Fang Zhang sneaked a glance. Well, there is tolerance. With the departure of Li Fina and the others, Fang Zhang's healing store once again resumed its previous bustle. Fang Zhang let out a sigh. He should have let Li Fina continue to stay behind to help maintain order. Next. Chapter 60 Programs for Therapists. Business was in full swing on Fang Zhang's side, but the outside world was equally unsettled, as if a bomb had been dropped on a calm lake. It exploded. One by one, the intelligence officers ran back and forth, their legs breaking. And the speculation from all sides never stopped. It's not something a newcomer can do to bring someone back from the dead. Moreover, after treating so many people, he didn't see it stop. This spiritual power was very exaggerated. I'm afraid that it had already reached the 7th level. Healing simply couldn't be completed without a certain degree of proficiency, and it might even be a level 2 talent. If this is really the case, it's very exaggerated. Everyone is only at the 7th or 8th level stage, and your talent is already at the 2nd level. What's the difference between them and the waste in comparison? For a while, everyone was speculating about the true identity of the owner of the healing store, and everyone had their eyes on the leaderboards. There was also the question that the healer was clearly weak in combat, and it was simply impossible for no one to bring them to this floor. So who actually brought them? At first, when they saw Li Fina appear, they all suspected that it was Li Fina, but after investigation, it seemed to have nothing to do with it. A lot of people saw that Fina Li was respectful when facing this therapist, afraid of angering the other party. Inside the Nan Nan Guild's conference room, here sat all of the guild's top brass, all of whom were rank 7 in strength, except Zhu Gaming. He wasn't a high-ranking member, but was present as a military advisor and wise counselor. I just don't understand. What's there to think about? Just tie them over directly. Who dares to stop the person our Nan guild wants?
A muscular, old-looking boy said.
Situnan looked at this boy and remembered that he seemed to be the captain of the Raider 3 group. Although her face was expressionless at this time, but in her heart, she very much agreed with this statement. Who dares to stop the person I, Situnan, want? Who dares to resist?
Feeding so many words to discuss, it is better to directly do it.
However, as the president of her, she could not directly say it out loud, nor could she be too authoritarian. She needed to wait for everyone to speak to walk the form, but she had already silently voted in her heart for this group leader. The others seemed to have the same idea, and offered much the same opinion.
I don't know if they are pandering to this president's persona or not.
After hearing this, Zhuge Ming's face couldn't help but twitch. He knew that he had joined the wrong guild. The IQ of everyone here is so low. If it wasn't for the fact that this Situnan had some relationship with Jian Xiong, he wouldn't have come to this guild even if he was beaten to death.
Master Zhuge, aren't you usually the most talkative? Speak your mind.
Situnan felt that every time he called himself Master Zhuge, he had the feeling of being in charge of the world. It was really great. Zhuge Ming laughed bitterly in his heart. He knew that this would order himself again. Every time this is the case, usually I take the initiative to speak as if I can't hear you, but then I purposely ate myself. It's really boring to the extreme. He had long prepared, neither to offend everyone, but also does not appear to be his own retarded words. This healer, our guild is indeed aiming to win, but we can't do it rashly. Everyone knows that other than Finale, no one from the other guilds has done anything. Why is that? Waiting for a moment, Zhuge Ming was helpless in his heart. Asking himself questions every time was too meaningless. For one thing, everyone can't figure out if there are any forces behind this healer to support him, so they don't dare to do anything at will. Secondly, now that everyone needs this healer, the first one to strike is bound to stir up public anger, and other guilds will naturally be able to take advantage of it. Thirdly, this person is hiding in the store, so everyone can't make a move. So what's to be done? Leave him alone? Zhuge Ming looked at the person who asked the question with satisfaction. This croupier was very good. Of course not. First of all, the surveillance and investigation that should be there cannot be missing. Secondly, throw an olive branch. It's best if you can be recruited. It doesn't matter if you can't. Third, sneak attack. Give some intimidation. Again, it's best if you can be recruited. It doesn't matter if you can't. If the first 3 steps fail, then proceed to the 4th step, which is isolation.
Isolation? Not playing with him? It was the same person who had just asked the question again. Zhuge Ming's heart directly gave this person credit. This croupier's intelligence was simply without any trace of acting. Yes and no.
Everyone knows that a healer's combat power is weak, and no one can even level up without taking him. But if you try to control the healer after growing up, it will be too difficult. Or rather, it's not our turn. It was almost a convention that to control a healer, you had to do it when he was still weak. So, we have to come to an agreement with the other guilds that we can look for a healer to heal, but we can never take him in a group to upgrade, and we won't even allow others to take him. I believe that with the strength of the guilds, it's easy to do that.
But what's the point? The man asked another question. Not bad, I was right about you. Zhuge Ming gave another nod.
Everyone should have a feeling that from the first level of the novice space until now, the number of people we can meet is increasing, and the area is getting wider and wider. From schools to cities to provinces, expanding step by step. I believe that the next layer should be the place where all the people of Daxia and even the whole world converge. At that time, with the strength behind the chairman, it should be as easy as a slap in the face to control a healer.
Seeing Situnan nodding in satisfaction, Zhuge Ming knew that he hadn't guessed wrong again. Not bad, Military Counselor Zhuge said what I wanted to say. Do the others have any comments? Situnan thought of himself as always being very democratic.
Behave yourself, and I'll help you with your revenge.
Zhuge Ming was dumbfounded when he heard this. What, my revenge? I don't have a revenge.
It was Jian Wendian who asked me to contact you to help him take revenge. What does it have to do with me? Still, he said, thank you. I'll leave communicating with the other guilds to you, and as for the sneak attack, let Qingfeng do it.
Yes.
The man who had been standing behind Situnan responded. Zhuge Ming glanced at this man. Every time, he was the one who spoke at the crucial time, and his words would be seriously considered by Situnan. Although this person was only at level 6, it felt like his strength was not weaker than Situnan's.
Besides Nan's guild, other guilds were having meetings with similar content.
That was the attitude towards this healer. At this stage, it was actually unlikely that they could control each other by themselves, unless a few guilds joined forces, but there were many interests involved. Not to mention between guilds and guilds, even within the guilds themselves, there were many conflicts of interest, and there were more or less forces behind them.
How could they possibly watch one of them dominate?
But as long as we find out who they are, there will be plenty of time and opportunity afterward. So when Zhuge Ming contacted them later, they were all happy to cooperate. No one wanted to see an uncontrolled healer appear.
It would upset the balance. Chapter 61 And a Therapist?
A week had passed without realizing it.
Fang Zhang's life was surprisingly regular now.
Opening the store every day during the day and occasionally going to the labyrinth at night to brush the monsters and do quests were all fairly easy. He thought at first that it was just the first few days that business would be better, but he didn't expect it to grow later. Because more people dared to go to the labyrinth after Fan Tong's story spread, even though small guilds dared to challenge the hidden rooms. As long as they didn't die, they could be healed at the cost of nothing more than 100 points. Regardless of whether it was a major or minor injury, it was a total of 100, causing everyone to think in their hearts that major injuries were more cost-effective, and they became even more desperate when brushing monsters. Before this, everyone was very conservative and only dared to go to the labyrinths that were lower than their own, but now, in groups of 3 to 5, they brush the ones that are higher than their own. Especially after the Skywolf Guild successfully raided the 6th level 2 days ago, and the system rewarded everyone in the Novice City with 50 free attribute points, everyone became more courageous. Currently, they were already opening up the 7th floor, and they had heard that this floor was full of difficult dark creatures, and that those with the light talent would be especially favored. After that, Feng Zhang was even busier, and he didn't have the energy or time to brush the monsters at night, let alone the hidden rooms. But this week, his harvest was also huge. Because of the talent upgrades, along with the passive skills, the attribute points absorbed became even more. On average, 150 attribute points came in every day, a full 1,000 plus attribute points in a week. Even more, he had gained the gift of vision and the gift of fire. This gave him a qualitative increase in combat power, but he was still far from his goal of 20,000 attribute points. On this day, it had come to 8 o'clock in the evening, and Feng Zhen closed the store normally after sending off the last patient. But just as he was about to close the door, a mysterious person broke in. He should only be about 1 meter 5 in height, also draped in a large robe, and dressed similarly to Feng Zhang. This really startled Feng Zhang. Crazy fans? I'm closing the store on this side, come back tomorrow if you have anything. Feng Zhan was still relatively polite, after all, he was his own fan. This mysterious person didn't say anything and had no intention of leaving. Feng Zhang couldn't help but frown at the situation. After a while, the mysterious man finally spoke, as if he had been struggling for a long time. His voice trembled slightly. Can I trust you? Female? By the sound of the person's timbre, it was a little girl. Sure. When a girl churlishly asks if she can trust you, as a man, surely there is no hesitation to answer yes. The mysterious man froze for a moment, obviously not expecting the other party to answer so dryly. I heard that you don't have a guild or power. No, not afraid? The mysterious girl asked softly, as if she knew she was being a bit presumptuous, and her voice grew smaller. Afraid, but I also have to become stronger, so strong that others don't dare to hit me. Feng Zhang did not expect the girl to ask such a question, but he also answered without hiding it. To say that he wasn't afraid would definitely be a lie, otherwise he wouldn't have tried to hide his identity. He is not afraid of being harmed himself, but he is afraid that his family will be harmed as well. After the mysterious girl sniffed, she thought for a while and seemed to have made up her mind. She stretched out that white and delicate hand, and while Feng Zhang was still puzzled, she scraped her skin with a knife. However, her next maneuver surprised Feng Zhang even more. She reached out her other hand and touched the wound. The wound gradually closed and finally disappeared. It was the healing talent. Feng Zhang finally understood what the girls meant at this point. Dare I say that you are also a therapist? How can I help you? I want to become stronger too. Can I follow you? The girl whispered. Feng Zhang was first stunned, then he also understood the girl's thoughts. Thinking that we were all therapists, we should be able to understand each other's situation, and it was estimated that there was an intention to embrace the group. Originally, he wanted to refuse. After all, he did not understand this girl, not to mention that he was being followed almost every day these days. If there was one more person, it would probably be even more inconvenient. Besides, with all the attention he was getting now, this girl's identity could easily be exposed, and unlike himself, she obviously didn't have the ability to defend herself. But the words came to his mouth. He could never say, with the difficulty of the novice space, this girl by herself, I'm afraid she can't survive. It was estimated that she was also desperate before she came to herself. After all, everyday life here required the use of points, including eating and drinking. It was almost impossible for an ordinary healer to earn points on his own. It's possible. In the end, Feng Zhang agreed. Another consideration he had was that the repetition rate of treating the injured had increased significantly recently, and the attribute points gained were less. After all, the same person couldn't be absorbed twice. In the future, with this girl around, she could help him deal with those duplicates, giving him more time to heal the others. Although the girl's large robe covered her face, Feng Zhang clearly felt that she was excited. But, Feng Zhang formally said, you have to take off the big robe now so that I know who you are. The girl's body stiffened. If you don't take it off, then I'm sorry, I can't keep a time bomb around. The girl hesitated for a moment and finally made up her mind as she pulled her large robe away, first seeing her pale calves. She pulled it higher and higher, seeing knees, thighs. Feng Zhang's eyebrows furrowed, feeling that something was wrong. Wait. Just when he wanted to shout to stop, the girl had already taken off her big robe in one breath, and directly saw the bitter tea kettle with the bear design on it, and the small and cute pair of A's. Fang Zhang's eyes are looking straight. How to not even wear clothes ah? The girl's looks were of the cute and sweet type, like a loli that came out of an anime. She blushed a bright red, her eyes seemed to have tears pouring out, and her hands covered two important parts of her body. Fang Zhang reacted and hurriedly asked her to put her clothes back on. Sorry. Fang Zhang turned around, not looking at her putting on her clothes. No, it's okay. The girl got dressed and wiped her tears. Turn around. My name is Su Shui, from Yucheng High School. The girl had already put on her big robe, but didn't put on a hat, so her appearance could be clearly seen. In this outfit, it was more like a little loli. Where are your clothes? Su Shui's small face blushed, changed into these clothes. Fang Zhang was a bit speechless, but also understood her mind. In case he did not agree to let her follow, she at least did not show her face and was not in danger. How many levels are you now? Level 3. Su Shui did not hesitate to display her attribute panel. Character, Su Shui. Level, 3 Mortal Realm. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Spirit, 71. Physical, 15. Talent, Healing DLV 1. Talent, Healing Power. Assignable attribute points, 0. Points, 80. Enter the mall. Chapter 62 Severed Limbs Reattached. Su Shui's face was red and ashamed after displaying the attribute panel. When she did this, it was no different from stripping naked, and it was even more of a way to put her life in Fang Zhang's hands. Fang Zhang first froze, and quickly understood why Su Shui did this. From the moment she displayed her healing talent and showed her face again, it was equivalent to putting her life in her hands. Even if she showed her attribute panel now, it was just to give herself a little more leverage. But what it brought was a greater sense of trust. It's safe to say that this girl is pretty smart. But it was also true that in this kind of environment, the ones who were a bit stupid probably wouldn't be able to survive. And it was also obvious from her additions that she knew how to maximize her advantages. It was just a pity that she didn't have the chance. It seemed that her coming to herself was indeed not an impulse. Alright, you'll follow me here during the day to help heal from now on. For everyone you heal, I'll give you 50 points. Is there a problem? Fang Zhang said while signaling Su Shui to put away the attribute panel. No problem. Su Shui's two eyes glowed, not because Fang Zhang gave less, but too much. One had to know that there were only 50 points for hunting a level 5 alien beast, and it was usually still divided among several people. Now she only had to heal one to get it, and it wasn't even the slightest bit dangerous. Even in real life, it was impossible for a boss to give a 50% commission, not to mention that this was novice space. Even if not a single cent was given and only food and shelter were included, she had no complaints. She felt more and more that her decision was incomparably correct. As long as she had the points, she could become stronger. At this level, points could be exchanged for food, but also for some simple potions and weapons, experience beads, and so on. Each experience bead provides 200 points of experience and costs 500 points. She was currently at level 3, and would probably be able to rise to level 4 after eating 4 more. At this moment, she saw hope once again. If you don't have a place to stay at the store and take care of the hygiene. Good, thank you. Su Shui was very excited. She was close to kneeling down. She never thought she could have this kind of treatment. Alright, I should go back to sleep too. Fang Zhang waved his hand and left the store. In his heart he couldn't help but sigh, I'm really a great benefactor. Even though his spiritual power was now close to 500 points, it was a little too much to handle 1 or 200 treatments a day. Thinking back to before in the state-run hospital, one had to rely on spiritual power recovery potions and work more than 10 hours a day before barely treating 100 or so people, but now with nearly 200 people a day, it wasn't even a problem. How long had it been? 30 days. Fang Zhang once again let out a sigh of emotion. I wonder how Zhang Lan is doing now. The next day, Fang Zhang came to his small clinic and was dumbfounded. Was this still his own clinic? Both the floor and the tables and chairs were spotlessly clean, and even the air you breathed was a few shades cleaner. He nodded in satisfaction. It did seem a lot easier to have a female. At least the place was no longer a mess, and it was all much more comfortable to work. Get your masks and hats on and get to work. When they finished speaking, both of them put the hoods of their robes on and their masks on, making them completely invisible. Soon, the first patient was welcomed. It was a boy, with a girl accompanying him, both of whom had varying degrees of blood on them. The boy was pale and his face was contorted from pain. On top of that, the most obvious thing was that his left hand was gone, wrapped in cloth and oozing deep red blood. The severed hand, however, was still on the box the girls were holding, preserved in ice. As soon as the female saw the founder, she almost fell to her knees, tears flowing continuously. Healer. Please save my boyfriend. The male clenched his teeth, the pain made him almost unable to open his mouth. Please. It was actually conceivable that without a hand, it would be nearly impossible to survive in this space. Listening to the words of the two, Su Shui couldn't help but frown. She sympathized with the couple in front of her, but she knew very well that a level 1 healing talent could not do anything to connect a broken limb. Their ability was limited to the realm of simple repair. Amputation splicing needs to do with nerve splicing, muscle repair, etc., which is not an easy surgery even in the modern medical system.
Come in. Fang Zhang gestured for the two to sit down.
Su Shui was very surprised when she heard this. Originally she thought that Fang Zhang would refuse. After all, this was beyond their ability.
Don't force it. She persuaded. It's fine.
After Fang Zhang said that, he let the boys take off their clothes and then took out the broken arm. The wound was flush, it should have been severed by a sharp instrument.
Help immobilize this hand.
Fang Zhang ignored Su Shui's puzzled gaze and directly arranged for her to work. Afterward, he stretched out his hands and placed them on the break. Fang Zhang took a deep breath and focused his attention. This was his first time using the amputation splice technique. It was inevitable that he was a little nervous. Soon, a ball of green light wrapped around the entire wound. Countless thin green threads appeared in the ball of green light. These thin threads continuously penetrated into every tissue, every cell of the wound. It was like a surgical connecting thread, communicating the cells on both sides of the break.
It looks like it's being stitched.
Soon, the broken arm was connected back to the body with these thin green threads. The light cluster then gradually contracted, continuously healing the wounds, and when the light cluster disappeared, the wounds on the arm completely disappeared as well. The air was deathly quiet. It was as if a few people had stopped breathing, their eyes full of unbelief. They too, although they were not very familiar with therapists, they still had a basic understanding. To be able to do amputation splicing was at least a second-level talent. A person who was only the same age as them had actually raised his talent to level 2. Not to mention that they didn't believe it. No one would believe it even if they said it out loud.
Move and see. Fang Zhang ignored the shock of several people.
Oh, good. The boys came back to their senses, almost forgetting that they were here to heal. He moved his fingers, nimble as ever. The arm turned twice without the slightest discomfort. It was exactly as if it hadn't been broken, something the most skillful doctors in the world couldn't do. No wonder all those big powers were rushing to take control of the healers in their own hands.
Thank you, healer. Thank you. Thank you. The couple kept saying thank you. Fang Zhang waved his hand, not paying attention to the two people's thanks. Amputation reattachment, 200. The boys froze, simply unable to believe it. This was too cheap. So he hurriedly paid, fearing that Fang Zhang would back out as if he was going to back out. After sending the two away, Fang Zhang continued to greet the next patient to come in like he was nothing. But Su Shui was not at all calm inside. Even waves would not be an overstatement. She knew better than anyone else how difficult it was to raise the healing talent to level 2. It wasn't something that could be done just by using it more often. It was something that required a sufficient and deep understanding of the talent to have a chance to break through. Obviously, he was only the same age as himself, but he looked like an inscrutable and high-minded person. What kind of monster is this? But she then perked up. She was traitorous out of luck. By following someone so powerful, maybe she wouldn't even have to be bullied in the future. Chapter 63 Talent Trial.
After sending away the first patient, other patients came one after another, and Fang Zhang was afraid that he would spend the day in a busy schedule again. Unlike the calmness in the healing store, at this time, the outside was once again blowing up. This time, it was even more shocking than the time Fang Zhang saved Fantong, and all the guilds could barely sit still. A level 2 gifted healer, who wouldn't want that? But reason ultimately suppressed their impulses. Everyone knew that this was the first one to make a move, and whoever was the first to go out. If they weren't completely sure, they wouldn't make a rash move. Everyone clearly knew that the next level was the key to the showdown, and now was just the calm before the storm. There were open and shut battles between guilds. But other people didn't think about it so complicated. They only knew that this healer who could reattach broken limbs was definitely a boon to this novice city. Before, people weren't afraid of getting hurt, but now they weren't even afraid of breaking their arms and legs. So they raided the underground labyrinth and even brushed the monsters with more vigor, strategizing with less composure and more aggressiveness. Previously, the 6th layer had taken 5 days to find the boss location, but now the 7th layer only took 3 days. Without realizing it, Fang Zhang had actually increased the speed of raiding the entire underground labyrinth by almost half. Su Shui stretched her back. The day was finally over. Sending off the last patient, she felt like she was about to be paralyzed with exhaustion. But she had only treated 10 people today as well.
I can't imagine how the boss treats almost 200 people. Doesn't he ever get tired?
Off duty, have a good rest. Your mental power is still not enough. I suggest you get a refill of the mental power recovery potion so you can heal more people. Because Su Shui's spiritual power was insufficient, it caused Fang Zhang to waste some more spiritual power in time to treat those duplicates.
Su Shui skimmed her mouth. You think everyone is as perverted as you?
She even wondered if the boss was one of the top 10 in the charts, or else where did he get such mental strength? But the boss was busy healing every day. How would he have time to upgrade? Even if he did, how could a healer upgrade so quickly?
Did he buy a lot of experience beads?
Ignoring what Su Shui thought, after giving her today's payment, Fang Zhang was about to leave the store. At this time, a familiar figure appeared at the door.
It was Li Fina.
She was followed by Fan Tong.
Fan Tong couldn't help but blush when she saw Fang Zhang. Team up with us. This was the first thing Fina Li said when she saw Fang Zhang. Fang Zhang first didn't react before asking, why? There's no why. Just go when I tell you to go. Fan Tong huffed. Not interested. Fang Zhang waved his hand and was about to leave. Stand. What do you mean? Fina offended the other guilds for you. What kind of attitude is that? Fan Tong was enraged when he saw Fang Zhang's indifferent attitude.
Although Fang Zhang was in the healing store all day, he understood some of what was happening outside. In fact, it was nothing more than uniting everyone to isolate themselves and not team up with them. This kind of tactic he simply did not care about.
I didn't ask for it. You. Fan Tong was too angry to speak. I'm sorry, sir.
Fina Li pulled away from Fan Tong. Don't take Tong's words to heart. But Mr. should have heard it all the major powers are now eyeing you, especially after you showed your second-level talent.
How many points can Mr. earn from treating like this every day?
Even with points, there is a limit to the number of times the experience beads can be used per person.
Sir, if you keep this up, I'm afraid that by the next level, we won't be able to help you even if we want to.
After listening to Li Fina's words, Fang Zhang silently looked at his almost 100,000 points. It seemed that they hadn't investigated how profitable they were. Seeing that Fang Zhang didn't say anything, Li Fina thought that he was moved. We are going to raid the hidden rooms this time. As long as you team up with us, you will definitely gain a lot of experience after success. Fang Zhang froze, so they were still not dead in the water. During this period of time, there were constantly guilds going to challenge the hidden rooms, and I heard that some guilds had even found the trick to hold on for a while and had already mastered the attack process of some bosses. But those who really said they had hope of killing the Thunder Tyrant, there was none at the moment.
Not interested. Fang Zhang shook his head, still ignoring it. This time is different, we have confidence. Fina Li said. Fang Zhang looked at Li Fina with some curiosity. Why was she so confident all of a sudden? Wasn't it just a level up? Well, good luck then. Fang Zhang said and then left. You. Simply a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Fan Tong scolded.
Forget it, Tong Tong, since Mr.'s mind is made up, there's no need for us to force the issue. Li Fina was a bit angry. She turned around and pulled Fan Tong away. She also had a temper. How could she not be angry when she was rejected like this? Originally, she was thinking of bringing this physician to upgrade so that she could return the favor of that day, but she didn't expect the end result to be like this. Inwardly, she was so angry that she cursed for not knowing what was good for her. Su Shui, who was watching from the back, simply dropped her jaw in shock. She did recognize Li Fina, who was now at the 8th level and ranked 10th. Such a strong person was even inviting the boss to team up.
Isn't a healer not suited for combat? What the hell is my boss?
After returning to his residence, Fang Zhang took off his big robe and changed back into a sportswear. Tonight, he was also going to the maze. The target, again, is the hidden room. There were already quite a few people who had reached level 8, and it was estimated that a level 9 would soon appear, and when they gathered more strong players, they might actually be able to raid the hidden room. However, before going to the hidden room, he planned to do the talent quest first. After all this time, he finally figured out what the talent quests were, which could be described as a kind of test, staying in a specific room and constantly completing the trials posted by the room. For example, the electricity talent would go from simple to complex, allowing you to complete the size, speed, power, deformation, attack alignment, etc. of the current, with one trial and error opportunity for each subtask, and every time you completed a subtask, you would gain some talent experience.
But if one of them is wrong, the quest will also end automatically and can't be taken up again. When all of them are completed, additional experience value will be rewarded.
Soon, Fang Zhang arrived at the sanctuary, and after setting everything up, he immediately teleported to the 4th level's talent trial location. This layer was the same as the 5th layer, still very dim, and the environment was like a cave. The talent trial point was not far from the record point. Fang Zhang had already made a strategy long ago and found it in no time.
So many people.
There was a long line of 10 or so people in front of the trial gate. Originally, he thought that he would have to wait for a while, but he realized that he was wrong. After the first one entered, the next one could enter again every 10 seconds or so.
After only a few minutes of waiting, it was his turn.
As soon as Fang Zhang entered, the surroundings immediately turned into a white room, and he couldn't see the people in front of him, nor could he see the door behind him. Detected that player has multiple talents. Please choose one talent for the trial.
Tip: this trial space only supports first-level talents. Chapter 64 Tyrant Out of Control. Player? Fang Zhang noticed this word. In the information he had read, it didn't seem to have been mentioned. What was going on? Does anyone else know about this? Please choose as soon as possible. Electricity.
The beeps kept urging, and Fang Zhang decided to choose the electricity talent after a short thought. After the selection was completed, a stream of information immediately flooded into Fang Zheng's brain, all about the principles and use of the electricity talent.
It was like a novice tutorial.
The electricity talent doesn't create electricity by itself, but by manipulating the element of electricity in the heavens and earth. Regarding this point, Fang Zhang had also understood it before in the said, only it was not as profound as now.
In fact, it wasn't just the electricity talent, as long as it was a tier 1 elemental class talent, it was all about manipulating the elements in the heavens and earth.
As for level 2 talents, in addition to needing to manipulate elements, they also need to strengthen the corresponding elements by converting their own spiritual power.
In the next second, a target appeared at the end of the room. If you hit the target, you will pass this little test.
This wasn't a problem for Fang Zhang, he had practiced the alignment issue before entering the novice space. So this small test was passed in a flash.
The next level was the power test.
This time, there is also a target, not only to hit, but also to control the power, not too big, not too small, must be within the specified range.
At the same time, the two of them, Li Fina and Fan Tong, had already arrived in front of the hidden room.
The people from the guild had already been waiting here. Together with the two Li Fina, there were a total of 20 people, all level 8s.
Chairman, didn't you go to look for that healer? Didn't come? What's going on? Our chairman personally went to invite him and he didn't come? Don't talk about him, just saying it makes me angry. Fan Tong said angrily.
It's his loss if he doesn't come. Everyone get ready, our goal this time is to defeat the Thunder Tyrant. Finally was full of confidence this time, she asked herself that she had already done her homework this time, purchased a lot of information about the Thunder Tyrant, coupled with many rehearsals, and more importantly, this item that she had obtained on the 7th floor some time ago. As long as she had it, it might actually work.
Final adjustments to the equipment. Hearing this, the crowd also made a final check. Ready.
As Fina Li's voice fell, the door to the hidden room slowly opened once again.
All 20 of them gulped and forced themselves to calm down. Get in there. As the doors closed, the 20 people disappeared from sight.
I don't know how long it took, but it was as if the founder had lost the perception of time in the room, as if a long time had passed, and as if the flow had stopped.
Congratulations on completing the talent trial.
As the beep sounded, Fang Zhang was relieved. Just now he was careful and did not dare to be careless at all. This was followed by another huge amount of information pouring into his mind, which was finally quantified into experience value. Although he had not yet risen to the second level, Fang Zhang felt that his understanding of the electricity talent was not much worse than the healing talent, as if he had used it countless times. With this experience, he felt that he had a few more chances of winning against the Thunder Tyrant as well. This was also the reason why he had picked the electricity talent.
After leaving the trial space, Fang Zhang went straight to the hidden room.
When he came to the hidden room, there weren't a lot of people, nearly 90% less than the first day, and it was estimated that many people had given up.
Rumble.
With a loud bang, the door to the hidden room shook loudly as if it had been hit by something, before it slowly opened.
Run. Tyrant is out of control.
3 or 5 people assisted their bodies, endured the pain, and kept leaving in the direction of the door. The crowd couldn't help but look into the room through the gap opened by the door, where a huge pale blue figure stood proudly in the sky. The huge wings behind it flapped continuously, and even the crowd outside the room could feel the powerful wind.
What's going on? Tyrant didn't disappear. The passers-by voiced their questions.
They were also experienced in entering hidden rooms, and the opening of the room meant that this challenge was over and the boss would disappear, only to appear during the next challenge. But now, with the door to the room open, the boss could still be seen, either the challenge hadn't ended, or something had gone wrong, causing the boss to not disappear.
Roar!
The Thunder Tyrant was furious, his body emitting powerful thunderbolts that continuously left a scorched black trail on the ground through the doorway.
Where's the president?
The others couldn't help but ask as they watched only 3 or 5 people escape the room.
They're still in there. Go to.
That person originally wanted to say to go save the president and the girls, but when the words came to his mouth, he couldn't say anything at all. Such a strong boss, who could save it?
Now whoever goes in is whoever dies.
Everyone kept moving away from the room, not daring to approach in the slightest for fear of being affected by the aftermath.
Although the Thunder Tyrant couldn't leave the room, those thunderbolts could, and as long as they were affected, they would all have to lose half of their lives.
But at this time, there was a shadow flying in the opposite direction of them. That's right, there was no exaggeration, it was as fast as flying, and it entered the room in just an instant. Originally, Fang Zhang could have ignored it, as if he didn't see it, but after all, we know each other, and Li Fina and the girls are not bad people, not to mention that they haven't done anything bad to themselves. They had even helped themselves to drive away quite a few stalkers behind their backs. That alone made it impossible for him to see death.
Zhao Jianshan?
Fan Tong instantly recognized that it was Fang Zhang who came in.
What are you coming in for? Move.
Seeing that the visitor was Fang Zhang, she was despairing inside. What was the difference between him and sending him to his death?
Kalen.
The gate activated again and began to slowly close. Fang Zhang took a look and frowned. Li Fina was lying on the side, unconscious, and Fan Tong was severely injured and had difficulty moving. As for the others, I'm afraid that those who could walk had left, and those who couldn't were just desperately waiting for death. Anyone can see that the Thunder Tyrant is just venting his anger at this time. When the door closes again, those who are still in the room will inevitably be attacked again. Seeing the furious Thunder Tyrant, Fang Zhang wanted to grab Fan Tong and ask them what they had done. But at this time the situation is urgent. Fang Zhang simply can't care too much. From near to far, one hand grabbed the person on the ground is thrown to the door with force. Fang Zhang's speed is very fast, only when he stops to grab people can see his movements. One person was mercilessly thrown out. This maneuver made Fan Tong look dumbfounded. Is he a power talent? How else would the power be so great? Fang Zhang's method seemed simple and rough but not cerebral, but it was the most effective at this moment. Each and every one of them was thrown out the door by him with precision. It might hurt a little, but it was better than losing your life. What are you going to do when we leave? By this time Fang Zhang had already arrived next to Fan Tong. She could also see that Fang Zhang could not leave in time after saving them. However, time was urgent. Fang Zhang didn't talk nonsense with her, grabbed her, and ruthlessly threw her out. Ah! At that moment, Fan Tong had the feeling of a man flying in the sky with his soul chasing behind him. He was taking revenge. Chapter 65 Acquiring Skills. Fan Tong puffed up his stomach like a balloon. No one before him had obviously pushed so hard. In fact, the founder didn't even think so, because the doorway was getting smaller and smaller. Well, the strength was just not controlled for a moment. After throwing 3 or 4 more out, he finally came to the farthest one in front of Fina Li. Fina Li's clothes were all torn and tattered, revealing her white skin. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to appreciate it at the moment. He grabbed Fina Li. Suddenly, a lightning bolt locked onto them. Cold hairs stood up all over Fang Zhang's body. It was a strong aura of death. Can't run away. The speed of the thunderbolt was simply too fast to be compared to Fang Zhang. If he was hit, he would be wasted if he didn't die. Damn it! His brain raced. Fan Tong was even more shocked and speechless at this time. How could she not expect to see both thick lightning flying towards the two Li Fina as soon as she landed? She even imagined the scene of the two of them being blasted into pieces of flesh, and her face instantly turned pale. However, in the next second, she clearly saw the lightning suddenly disappear when it touched the two. What happened? Fan Tong rubbed his eyes again, and the two Li Fina were indeed safe and sound. Was it a hallucination? Before she could think more, a figure grew larger and larger, and finally smashed directly onto her. Zhao Jiangshan. Boom! The hidden room door, once again, closed. There was instant silence outside the door. Looking at Li Fina in his arms, Fan Tong, who was still angry, was now worried. For Fang Zhang, her mood at this moment was extremely complicated. Please don't die. The door to the hidden room finally closes. Inside the room, only Fang Zhang and Thunder Tyrant remained. At this moment, the Thunder Tyrant seemed to have lost its previous irritability as it calmly looked at Fang Zhang. How could it not expect its thunderbolt to be ineffective? What are you? The Thunder Tyrant let out an extremely low sound. Fang Zhang didn't reply. Instead, he looked at this giant dragon-like boss with great surprise. This wasn't the same as what the guide said. The guide describes that every boss is emotionless, like a programmed setting with a set routine. But now how do I look at it? This Thunder Tyrant doesn't even look like a program. Is it time? The Thunder Tyrant didn't wait for Founder's reply and continued to mutter to himself, "Human, I remember you. Come find me at the top of Sacred Thunder Mountain." After saying this, the Thunder Tyrant's eyes seemed to lose their luster, no longer having the spirituality they had before. Same time. On top of a distant mountain, a skyscraper like ancient dragon suddenly opened its eyes and looked into the distance before closing them again. If Fang Zhang was there, he would definitely recognize that this was the Thunder Tyrant, only that the one in the novice space was shrunken by more than 10 times. Around its body, it was covered with thick thunderbolts, connecting the sky and the earth, as if as long as anything dared to fly into it, it would immediately fly into ashes. Are you still there? Don't go away. What did you mean by that? You could at least tell me where Holy Thunder Mountain is. No matter how much Fang Zhang shouted, the Thunder Tyrant did not speak. It felt like it was fuming like a computer restarting and turning on. Saint Thunder Mountain? Fang Zhang could be pretty sure that he hadn't heard of this place. Is it foreign? Roar! The Thunder Tyrant had already finished booting up, and without saying a word, it was a falling thunderbolt that struck towards Fang Zhang. Fang Zhang was stunned. This dragon's temper really stinks, he said to fight at the drop of a hat. However, he was not accustomed to this giant dragon, and with a lift of his hand, the lightning disappeared once again. This was his skill, disintegration. He wasn't sure if he could decompose spells before, but the situation was critical just now and he had no choice but to take a gamble. Luckily, the results did not disappoint him. When the lightning landed on him, it was broken down back into elements in the blink of an eye. Handsome indeed, but blue consuming was also really blue consuming, and half a tube of blue was missing even after using it twice. Seeing this, at this time the Thunder Tyrant is not the slightest bit surprised. A move has not yet been made, another move of ranged attacks. Thunder Force Field. A circular arc of lightning spread out from the Thunder Tyrant with such speed that Feng Zhang jumped up in a hurry. But just as he landed, there was another lightning arc. Unable to avoid it, Feng Zhang was directly electrocuted with a tingle. Luckily, it wasn't very powerful, or else his passive would have been forced to activate again. After giving himself a healing spell, his body immediately returned to its original state. Sprint. Feng Zhang's speed erupted once again, and his entire body almost transformed into a shadow. Boom! His speed, combined with the strength of nearly 600 attribute points, caused an impact that no ordinary Fey could withstand. Even the Thunder Tyrant, which was as massive as a building, had its huge stomach dented in an instant. The Thunder Tyrant let out a miserable cry, and his entire body retreated a few steps before stopping. Thunderbolt Heavenly Tribulation. After it stabilized its stance, it once again gathered electric elements. Dense lightning arcs instantly formed above Feng Zhang's head. A thunderbolt fell as if it was raining. Feng Zhang's eyes went wide. It could still be played like this. With this level of intensity, it was impossible to avoid it. Healing spells. Healing arts. Healing spells. Feng Zhang hit the advance, and basically a lightning bolt hit Feng Zhang's body, and the healing spell followed closely behind. It was a rather unpleasant feeling, the feeling of a mouthful of granulated sugar and a mouthful of. The body is fine, the mind can't take it. But at this point he was clueless. He could only let the lightning strike his body, but fortunately, after dozens of times, his body seemed to have gotten used to it, and the pain was much lighter. The body's cells were constantly being destroyed and reborn, week after week. Even the lightning resistance had increased by a lot. This time? Acquired skills. Power storage. This time, the lightning landed on Feng Zhang's body and did not produce any more terrifying destructive power. Instead, there was a feeling of being infused with energy. Comfortable. The tingling sensation spread all over his body, like a large sword. Soon, though, he felt the charge being filled up and began to feel like it was going to burst through his body. No, it needs to be released. As he was thinking this, his whole body was immediately filled with electricity. As the lightning fell, his mind moved, his body did not move, but the lightning went straight through and landed on the ground under Feng Zhang's feet. He first avoided the lightning and returned to his original position. It was so fast that it appeared as a stump. At this speed, even Feng Zhang himself looked confused. The last time he had seen this kind of operation, it was still in the anime of that world in his dreams. It wasn't just moving fast, even the reaction speed had been raised a few notches. If the Thunder Tyrant was conscious, he probably looked dumbfounded. His own Thunderbolt Heavenly Tribulation couldn't even fly out of a mosquito, but this human didn't even have a single thing to do. Feng Zhang's figure continuously weaved and flashed through the thunder and lightning. Once again coming in front of the Thunder Tyrant, he threw another heavy punch at the previous position. Boom! This punch was surprisingly stronger than the previous one, and in one go, it blasted the giant dragon several meters away. Feng Zhang completely did not expect that storing electricity could still have this kind of effect. Seeing this, Feng Zhang rode the wave of victory. Before the giant dragon could stand still, it landed another anticlimactic punch. It was afraid that it would never expect to receive 7 or 8 heavy punches in just 10 seconds, sending its several-ton body flying back and forth. Feng Zhang had thought that this situation would continue for a long time, but he suddenly fell on his face. Feng Zhang. Chapter 66 Killing the Thunder Tyrant. How could Feng Zhang not expect this to run out of power after only a moment? The whole person, because of no electricity, suddenly lost speed, coupled with the whole body paralysis, cannot move. A moment did not control the body. What's more, I didn't expect that there would be negative effects when the power ran out. I'm afraid this skill can be quite harmful to the body. But to him, it's not a matter. Healing spell. Feng Zhang used a healing spell on himself with difficulty, and his body got better with it. It was just a pity that the situation was critical and it wasn't his turn to repair it cell by cell. The Thunder Tyrant finally stabilized his body this time as well. His eyes were not happy or angry, as if they were devoid of emotion. If they were replaced with the previous ones, the high and low would be shocked for a moment. Without the shock, it always felt like something was missing. It looked at Founder with both eyes and used its skill again, continuously ejecting a huge ball of lightning from its mouth. Even if this lightning ball was big, the key speed was also fast, just like a cannonball. Blistering speed. Feng Zhang wasn't sure if he could absorb such a huge amount of energy. He had no choice but to use his skills to dodge again. Boom! 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 The roar continued, even the ground shook. However, outside the hidden room, it was unexpectedly calm. After all this time, will he be alright? After just now, most of the people had left. Those who were seriously injured were sent away, leaving Fan Tong and a handful of people waiting. Fan Tong's eyes looked at the gate, and inside his eyes were full of self-blame, guilt, and worry. Last time, he almost lost his own life. This time it was Fina's turn, and Zhao Zhengshan's. All because they were too confident. I'll be damned.
Charge complete. Fang Zhang once again revealed an evil smile.
His body moved, and a long arc of electric residue immediately trailed behind him. His speed was once again as fast as it could be. Boom! Just now, he was being coy, but now he's punching hard. Thunderous momentum. At this moment, Fang Zhang no longer held back, constantly leaving pits on the giant dragon's body. Even so, for the thick-skinned dragon, it seemed that the damage was not as great as it seemed. Fang Zhang also realized this point, but don't look at his multiple talents, but not many strong attacks. Decomposition counts as one, but this skill is too blue-consuming. His whole person is not as big as the dragon's toes. The blue depletion, it is estimated that may not be able to replace the other side of a piece of fingernail.
Electricity talent also counts as one, but this talent is completely suppressed by the Thunder Tyrant's thunder, simply can't converge the electric element, not to mention their own this kind of mortal electricity, simply can't hurt the Thunder Tyrant. As for the rest, it's okay to fight small monsters, but it's hard to deal with boss-level beasts. His head was thinking rapidly, and the movements of his hands never stopped. During the stage of accumulating electricity and releasing it, Fang Zhang felt that his entire being was quite awake, and even his thinking was much faster. What was even stronger was that the body was able to immediately follow the thought commands and was able to do many actions that normally seemed impossible. Combined with visually enhanced super dynamic vision, all movements look like they are slowing down to his eyes. Even if it was a giant dragon facing the Fang Zhang who was like a hanged man at this time, it could only take a beating. If not because of its thick skin, it would have turned into a pile of puree long ago. Healing spell. This time, Fang Zhang had experience, and the moment the electricity storage effect disappeared, the healing spell just landed on his body, directly turning the electricity storage skill into zero hard value. Boom! The lightning fell. It was Thunder Tyrant's turn to attack. An action ACT was hardwired into a turn-based system by Fang Zhang. Vice President, let's go back. Your injuries are also very serious and must be treated as soon as possible. A woman walked over to Fan Tong and once again looked at the stretcher that had been sitting there for a long time. All of the injured people had been taken out of the maze, except for Fan Tong. It's been an hour, I'm afraid he's all dead. But the gate is still inaccessible. There might be a bug, after all, it was like that just now. The woman said. But I can't forgive myself. Fan Tong naturally understood what the woman meant. How could she still be alive after a full hour? But without seeing it with her own eyes, she held out a glimmer of hope. The president has woken up. She asked me to talk to you. It wasn't your fault. She was adamant about it. Go back. If you don't, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your leg. The woman was bitter. Fan Tong's injuries have been treated briefly, but it is too serious. The leg wounds are seen bones. If not, emergency treatment really will be wasted. The guild has sent people to find a therapist. Even if they can't find one, there are some people who know medical skills. As long as the emergency treatment is done, it's still no problem to last until tomorrow when the treatment store opens. However, the labyrinth was extremely harsh, no matter the medical environment or tools, so they had to take Fan Tong out of the labyrinth first before they could proceed to the next step of saving him. Seeing that Fan Tong was still indifferent, the woman said, the president said that if you don't go back, she'll have to come down to accompany you. How can that be? Fan Tong knew that Li Fina's injuries were definitely not lighter than his own, and if he didn't recuperate properly, the aftermath would be no worse than his own. You also know the chairman's temperament. The woman had a helpless face. Fine. Fan Tong looked at the hidden room again, and eventually climbed onto the stretcher. Inside the hidden room, a healing spell falls. The gargoyle's nails are repaired. Transformed for yourself activated. Successfully transformed Thunder Talent. Fang Zhang's eyes widened. It wasn't in vain that he had been grinding for so long, finally drawing out the Thunder Tyrant. Same attribute talent detected, merging soon. Merger successful. Additional passive Thunder Seal. Character, Founder. Level, 5 Mortal Realm. Strength, 577. Agility, 613. Spirit, 34,554. Physique, 526. Main talent, Divine Healing SSSLV2 passive, transform into self. Secondary talents, Thunder BLV1 passive, Thunder Seal, Water DLV1, Vision ELV1, Fire ELV1. Natural skills, Healing Power, Thunder Control, Water Defense passive, Visual Enhancement, Fire Control. Equipment, Heart of the Sea King Mutilated, Shadow Cloak. Skills, Super Healing Power passive, Disintegration, Haste, Healing Elf, Electricity Storage. Assignable attribute points, 70. Points, 96,295. Enter the mall. Thunder Seal, Thunder Talent skills that hit the opponent will leave a mark on their body. Each mark lasts for 10 seconds and then produces quantitative explosion damage. Multiple marks stack, the total damage is geometrically increasing. After reading the introduction, Fang Zhang was dumbfounded. This passive effect was too strong. That is, if one Thunder Seal damage is 100, then with 2, the damage is 200, with 3, the damage is 400, with 4 it's 800, and with 5 it's 1600. As long as you keep stacking the Thunder Seals before the first one explodes, you can generate huge amounts of damage.
Originally, Fang Zhang wanted to try it with this dying dragon, but there was not much blue left, and he could not necessarily even release his lightning skills. In the end, he gave up on this idea, took out his dagger, and gave the giant dragon a hard time.
Chapter 67, Forming a Team.
Congratulations to Fang Zhang for killing the Thunder Tyrant level 1. Reward the Slayer with 400 points of assignable attributes.
Reward everyone in the new town with 50 points of assignable attributes.
These 3 announcements were service-wide notifications, and everyone was shocked when they saw them. Almost everyone subconsciously opened the leaderboards to look for this person called Founder. But after searching around, they couldn't find this person. This is away from the original spectrum. That's right, Fang Zhang had neglected practicing during this time and had fallen out of the top 100, so it was impossible to find him by looking at the rankings alone. It couldn't be that the system had reported a mistake.
This became a question in almost everyone's mind.
A person after 100th place was able to kill the hidden boss that all the bigwigs were unable to kill.
How does that sound unreliable? Who is Fang Zhang? What about Zhao Jiangshan? Is he dead?
Fan Tong, who was lying on the bed, also received this prompt, and then his mind was filled with question marks.
No way, I'm going to check it out.
Fan Tong tried to get up, but unfortunately, he couldn't get up without assistance.
No, there will be someone else to testify. Fina Li in the hospital bed next to her gave a meaningful smile.
As for the party concerned, Fang Zhang, both saw these 3 tips, but this point of reward was not much excitement. Instead, the first tip gave him the urge to explode.
After half a day, he had only defeated a baby. It's only level 1, what's a baby if not a baby?
At this time, the prompt appeared again, but this time only Fang Zhang could see it.
Kill Thunder Tyrant, gain 10,000 points. Gained the Tyrant God Thunder talent. Tyrant's Claw. Same attribute talent detected, merging soon. Merger successful. Additional talent effect shock. A series of prompts, looking at Fang Zhang was once again confused. Thunder BLV1 passive, Thunder Seal talent was directly upgraded to Tyrant Divine Thunder SLV1 passive, Thunder Seal effect, Tremor. How could he not have imagined that killing the Thunder Tyrant would not result in much experience, but the other rewards were quite generous. Based on this Tyrant Divine Thunder talent alone, it was already worth the price of the gate ticket. After the prompt ended, the body of the Thunder Tyrant then dissipated, leaving behind a hand-sized sharp claw. This is the Tyrant Sharp Claw? Tyrant's Claw can be used for weapon enhancement with a lightning effect. This is also good stuff.
No wonder all those people were rushing to raid the hidden rooms, the rewards were just too much.
Who wouldn't be envious if they looked at it?
The door to the room opened again, and Fang Zhang instantly unleashed his extreme speed, leaving the hidden room in an instant. One could imagine what kind of sensation the others would cause when they received the hint. He thought to himself that he wasn't strong enough right now and had to keep a low profile and develop obscenely.
Just as Fang Zhang thought, shortly after he left, a group of people came, but unfortunately they pounced.
As of this moment, after who was the healer, there was one more unsolved mystery in Novice City 10015, who was Fang Zhang.
Returning to his residence, Fang Zhang could finally drop all his defenses.
Beautifully helping himself to add points to his 4-dimensional attributes, after thinking for a while, he decided to directly raise his agility to 1000 points. The rest were added to spirit and physique respectively.
Character, Founder. Level, 5 Mortal Realm. Strength, 577. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 607. Physical, 566. Main talent, Divine Healing SSSLV2 passive, transform into self. Secondary talents, Tyrant Divine Thunder SLV1 passive, Thunder Seal effect, Shock, Water DLV1, Sight ELV1, Fire ELV1. Natural skills, Healing Power, Thunder Control, Water Defense passive, Vision Enhancement, Fire Control. Equipment, Heart of the Sea King Mutilated, Shadow Cloak. Skills, Super Healing Power passive, Disintegrate, Haste, Healing Elf, Thunder Storage. Assignable attribute points, 0. Points, 106,295. Enter the mall. It's still quite a bit short of 20,000 attribute points, so we need to speed up the healing efficiency to make it work. Thinking of this, Fang Zhang immediately made a note in his heart that it seemed like he needed to help Su Shui improve her strength as well. Early in the morning of the first day, when Fang Zhang arrived at the store, he saw that Li Fina and the others were already waiting. Fang Zhang was quite helpless, these people could really ing toss and turn.
Thinking of this, it strengthened the determination to raise Su Shui's strength. Early in the morning began to rescue these people, yes, indeed is to rescue, one by one are fast left half-life, Fang Zhang are afraid of slow step these people will be hiccups. Just like this, it was another busy day. This day seemed to be even busier. I don't know if it was stimulated by Fang Zhang, but those on the leaderboards were more active in raiding the labyrinth, and even the others were more daring. However, after such a day, the income from attribute points unexpectedly dropped instead of rising. It was the same group of people who came and went, and some of them had become regular customers. On this day, during Su Shui's free time, he would instill the knowledge of healing in her, making sure that she would be able to share her work as soon as possible. Su Shue's appearance these days also attracted more and more people's attention. Although her ability was not as good as Fang Zhang's, she had already been targeted by quite a few people and was even regarded as an object in the bag. If Su Shue was unable to raise her strength when she reached the next level, or when she was not there, she would inevitably become a fish on the board of others, to be slaughtered. Come with me to a place tonight and change your clothes, don't wear this big robe. Fang Zhang instructed after transferring the points to Su Shue. Ha! Don't hurry up and go change your clothes. 1 hour later, Novice Street and so on. After saying that, Fang Zhang left. Boss, he wants to? Su Shue's small face flushed. There were many hotels over on Novice Street. She then shook her head again. What are you thinking? The boss is so rich, what women cannot get? But what if the boss just likes flat ones? Ugh. Where am I flat? Humph. Why should I listen to him? With that thought, she turned around and closed the store door behind her and walked towards the clothing store. An hour later, that is, at 7 p.m. sharp. Beginner's Street, as the main road leading to the sanctuary, was at its busiest at this time of the day, where there were hotels as well as restaurants, and various entertainment stores and the like. Don't look at everyone as still students, but where there are people, there is a jungle, but many of the stores are actually run by guilds or related to guilds. The points earned also became the main funding for the guild's operations. In the crowd, a petite and cute girl in a dress looked left and right, not knowing what she was looking for. Stinky boss. Novice Street is so big, and you don't tell people where to wait. Su Shue's cheeks were bulging, obviously sulking. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of her. The man sized her up. Wearing this? Never mind, come with me. Su Shue froze, the voice had an inexplicable familiarity. Then look at the back. Is this the boss? Is he that handsome? After following the man for a while, Su Shue finally couldn't help but ask, are you the boss? Seeing that there were already a lot less people over here, the man stopped and nodded, then sent out an invitation to form a team. Chapter 68, Cooperation. Su Shue almost screamed out when she saw the name of the invitee, Yu Fang. Fortunately, Fang Zhang was prepared and immediately covered Su Shue's mouth and made a shhh gesture. Su Shue stared with big eyes and immediately understood the meaning. When Fang Zhang let go of his hand, she hurriedly covered herself, afraid of screaming out. After calming down for a while, she still didn't quite believe it. Boss, are you really Fang Zhang? Don't see that she usually doesn't talk much in the store, but in reality, she is very gossipy, and every day, in addition to treatment, she eats melons. The biggest gossip of the day was naturally Fang Zhang, who had killed the Thunder Tyrant. She had heard all the rumors about Fang Zhang. Some people said that it was a system character and didn't exist. Others say he's not human and is one of the races mistakenly assigned to the human novice area. What's even more outrageous is that Thunder Tyrant's real name was Fang Zhang, and because of an unknown error, he obliterated himself. Seeing this legendary character now, it always felt a bit unreal. Didn't you see it? Fang Zhang pointed to the group information. There was no way to lie here. But you're a healer, how can you be so powerful? Even so, Su Shue was still half convinced. There was no way, this was just too weird. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? If you have hands, you can do it. Su Shue had a black line on her face. The boss was really good at Versailles. This pretense is not silky smooth at all. Cut the crap and hurry up to practice. Old boss, you mean take me to practice leveling? If the information that the owner of the healing store was Fang Zhang surprised Su Shue, what Fang Zhang just said was even more unbelievable to her. It was as if it was the biggest joke under the sky. Seeing Fang Zhang's face as usual, not at all like a joke, Su Shue swallowed her saliva. Really? Aren't you talking nonsense? I came out in the middle of the night just to walk you off. If I don't level you up as soon as possible, I'm going to be exhausted. Fang Zhang thought to himself. Su Shue's suddenly red eyes, since entering the novice space, in addition to the beginning of her friends with upgrading, but because of their own incapability, always be disliked. But later, after the two were separated, she could only rely on herself, and other teams simply would not want her as a burden. Originally, when she thought that this level was already the limit, she met Fang Zhang. He gave himself hope to live. Now it's even more important to bring yourself upgraded. This was something she couldn't even think of before. Thanks. Su Shue choked. Thank you, Hammer. You'll have to work for me later. Fang Zhang's big hand originally wanted to slap on Su Shue's shoulder, but in the end it gently landed on her head and rubbed it. Let's go. Aha! Su Shue nodded heavily, seemingly making some sort of determination. Ah! After only 2 steps, Su Shue suddenly shrieked again. What's wrong again? Fang Zhang was indeed startled. Why was this child always startled? No, you quickly help me clear my memory. Su Shue had an anxious face. Fang Zhang? Boss, you worked so hard to hide your identity. Now that I know, I'm afraid I can't keep it. Su Shue was flustered, taking the initiative to say that it was impossible. She was afraid that she would be caught or set out by other means. Fang Zhang thought it was something, so it was about this. Since I chose to have to let you know, naturally I'm not afraid of you making it public, but it's naturally good to be able to conceal it for a moment longer.
With his current strength, he could definitely speak up and say, "Who else?" Of course, it was limited to within the novice space. And there were still a lot of benefits to him hiding his identity, at least it wouldn't affect his big plan of healing gathering attributes. Besides, by not disclosing it, he was actually doing it for the good of those bigwigs, lest those ungrateful ones who offended himself be casually exterminated. Oh. Su Shui nodded as if relieved. But Fang Zhang came closer to her, almost face to face, with a ruthless face. "If I know that you're the one who told me, then you'll..." He made the motion of cutting his neck as he spoke. Su Shui immediately covered her neck and swallowed heavily. Seeing Su Shui's flustered appearance, Fang Zhang was satisfied with this bad taste of his. After arriving at the sanctuary, Fang Zhang found a device to view various quests and information. He was now mainly looking for quests that rewarded attribute points. These types of quests were considered to be more sought after, and were basically snatched up as soon as they came out. As a result, a new profession was born, called robber, which is specially responsible for robbing missions. Because the rewards of the task are shared equally among the team, these robbers will find some strong people to complete the task together. After robbing the task, not only can collect a certain amount of money, but also can follow the upgrades to enjoy the rewards. It is definitely a beautiful job. After looking around, he couldn't find any, and finally Fang Zhang took 2 tasks of brushing materials and 1 of sending experience. "Just the 2 of us?" Su Shui didn't seem to have reacted and asked stupidly. It wasn't that she hadn't come to the sanctuary, she had even come several times, it was just that no one was willing to team up with her. Except for some boss battles, basically it was 3 to 5 people who formed a team, so as to ensure that the benefits were maximized. It is rare to see 2 people or even a single brush. Fang Zhang blankly glanced at her, not wanting to explain at all. Lousy can even decimate a monarch level, still need a teammate? Even though it was only a level 1, you don't care, a level 1 monarch is still a monarch. Su Shui then realized how stupid her question was. She also realized what Fang Zhang meant by what he said at the beginning, daring to come over as a mascot. Thinking about her dress code and her previous thoughts, her face swished and reddened again. It's really embarrassing. Fang Zhang ignored what Su Shui was thinking and walked directly to the teleportation door. Today's goal was to help Su Shui to level up by 2 levels, he had to hurry. According to non-professional statistics, to level up from level 3 to level 5, roughly 80 level 5 alien beasts needed to be killed. With 2 people teaming up, it would be 160. Zhao Jiangshan. Fang was about to enter the portal when he suddenly heard this familiar name. For a moment he thought Zhao Jiangshan had come. But he quickly reacted, and now he is Zhao Jiangshan. Without looking, he knew who was calling him. Such a big newbie town, how come he kept running into them? Looking back, it was indeed Li Fina and Fan Tong. "I want to talk to you." After approaching Fang Zhang, Li Fina said. Fang Zhang sniffed and realized that it wasn't a coincidence at all, it was squatting himself, right? There's nothing to talk about. Fang Zhang didn't really want to care about these 2. Li Fina did not feel surprised when she heard this. Instead, she came to Fang Zhang's ear and whispered, "Fang Zhang." Fang Zhang's face suddenly darkened, very unhappy. "What do you want?" "Don't misunderstand me, I don't have any malice, I just want to talk about a cooperation with you." Li Fina revealed a harmless smile. "Cooperation?" "That's right, and I can assure you that it will do you absolutely no harm." Fang Zhang thought for a moment and finally nodded. Li Fina's face revealed joy. "Then why don't you come to our guild to discuss in detail?" She was afraid that Fang Zhang would resent it. "It's not far ahead, where at least no one will disturb us." Chapter 69, Cooperation 2. Fang Zhang looked at the surrounding crowd. Although he wasn't afraid of being exposed, the later he was exposed the more benefits he would get, so he agreed. Li Fina and Fan Tong led the way in front. Fan Tong had a puzzled look on her face. She had originally thought that Zhao Jiangshan would still refuse, but she didn't expect the attitude to change because of Fina's words. She was curious as to what this bosom friend of hers had said. But she knew Li Fina, what she didn't want to say, it was useless to ask herself, so she chose to be silent. At the same time, she was curious, when did Zhao Jiangshan escape from the hidden room, and did he see Fang Zhang when he came out? Ah. My head itches. Fang Zhang and Su Shui followed behind Li Fina, keeping a certain distance. "Boss, you're still called Zhao Jiangshan?" Su Shui tried to lower her volume as much as possible so that no one else could hear. "I know La. Safety is important when you're floating in the world, so you need to use a smaller number?" Fang Zhang didn't say anything, but just made a gag. Su Shui puffed out her cheeks. There was no need to swear even if she didn't listen. Soon, they arrived at Fina Li's guild. It was a small 3-story building with a large area, and on the first floor, there was a large meeting room that would not have a problem accommodating 20 to 30 people. However, Li Fina did not intend to talk here, and went straight to a study on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was obviously the living area, with quite a few household items placed there. "Tong Tong, you entertain this person outside. My name is Su Shui. Well, entertain little sister Su Shui." Li Fina smiled gently, then greeted Fang Zhang as he entered the study. Fan Tong was dumbfounded. This bosom friend of hers would never let a man come up to the 3rd floor, let alone enter the study. What's wrong with her today? A man and a woman are drying out. No way? Fanton's gossipy heart was immediately ignited.
She wanted to stick to the door and listen to the battle inside, but when she thought about it, this person's little girlfriend was still there. It wasn't very nice. So she reluctantly went to pour water. Inside the room, there was only Feng Zhang and Li Fina, and the dim light was full of ambiguity. Li Fina didn't speak, which made Feng Zhang embarrassed.
Is that your little girlfriend? Li Fina suddenly said. No.
Feng Zhang didn't intend to explain, and after he finished speaking, the room was returning to its silent state.
Li Fina nodded her head, seemingly a little dissatisfied with this answer. How about you join our guild?
Li Fina finally got to the point, but the moment she said this, she made Feng Zhang not feel too comfortable.
You don't have to reject it in a hurry.
Sensing the change in Feng Zhang's attitude, Finally followed up, actually, joining the guild is not a bad thing for you.
Tell me about it.
It was true that Feng Zhang was not in a hurry to reject, as long as the benefits were attractive enough, joining the guild was not impossible. Hearing Feng Zhang's words, Li Fina once again had a smile on her face. She knew that as long as the conditions she offered were attractive enough, she would be able to make him join. Our guild has a lot of resources, whether it's materials or equipment, or even quests. As long as they are from our guild, they can be purchased at a low price. There are also corresponding rewards for completing raider group missions.
Do you think I need these?
The face of the party was expressionless, not interested in any of this. You don't need to try, just say what you have.
Li Fina was first stunned, then she laughed. I need you to help us fight the boss. Reason?
The boss locations are all extremely hidden. It's impossible for an individual to find them alone without a raiding group, and even if you do, you'll waste a lot of time. We now have the manpower but not the strength to pass the bosses, so we need your assistance. After escaping death twice, Finally was also seeing a bit of reality. With these strengths alone, they had almost no chance with the boss. Their guild did have quite a few people right now, but there weren't many high-end combatants. The last time they raided the hidden room, some of them were still borrowed from other guilds.
Seeing that Feng Zhang didn't say anything, Li Fina continued, we'll help you find the boss location, and you'll kill it. What's in it for you guys?
The rewards for killing a boss were quite rich. No matter what Feng Zhang thought, it seemed to be Mingyi's own.
He would never believe that someone would spend time and effort, and in the end, give away the benefits. As long as you are in our guild and you kill the boss, all of the guild will be rewarded with additional attributes. Li Fina didn't hide it, after all, it was well known. And that was just the visible ones, there were also the invisible ones. When the guild is famous, it attracts more people to join, rating speeds up, and you get more supplies and such, definitely creating a good cycle. What else do I need to do? If you can, help bring someone upgraded, of course, it's not mandatory, it mainly depends on your mood.
Finally had actually thought of quite a few conditions, but she couldn't say any of them at this moment. Even the one proposed was temporarily changed to non-compulsory, at Feng Zhang's will. She knew that it wasn't Feng Zhang who needed them now, it was they who needed Feng Zhang.
What if I don't agree? Feng Zhang said. Li Fina smiled bitterly, that's okay, we're still friends.
Feng Zhang had thought of a situation where Li Fina used her identity to threaten. If that happened, he would not be polite. But Li Fina didn't, it was considered that she had saved her life.
Okay. Feng Zhang thought about it and agreed. Li Fina was stunned and immediately overjoyed. Happy cooperation.
Don't be happy yet, to join you can, I have 3 conditions. Finally didn't have a trace of displeasure, instead, she felt that this was normal. Please speak. 1. Although I join the guild, I won't do anything for the guild, let alone try to kidnap me with that identity.
Finally nodded, as long as she was willing to join, this was nothing.
2. I won't be involved in the management and I won't manage it, don't disgust me with that workplace stuff or I won't mind making this guild disappear.
Li Fina still nodded her head, she knew that Feng Zhang was definitely capable of doing it.
3. This layer of identity is limited to this layer.
No problem.
Without thinking, Li Fina directly agreed.
Happy cooperation.
The 2 men shook each other's hands and formalized their cooperation.
Aha! Are all women's hands this soft? Wait.
Seeing that Feng was about to leave, Finally hurriedly called out.
Something else? Didn't we already talk about cooperation?
It's time to get to work, said Li Fina with a winning smile.
Founder.
Damn, 1,000 precautions, but still counted.
We actually have the location of the boss room. Feng Zhang froze, knowing that Li Fina should not be telling lies. You guys don't want to try first?
After all, you guys won't be able to get the boss reward if I make a move. Li Fina helplessly shook her head. Why wouldn't we want to? But we know that we are not strong enough. With our current strength, it's impossible to pass the level.
Chapter 70. You're a tease sent by the enemy army.
Finally was telling the truth. Their guild wasn't that big, whether it was the personnel or the high-end battle power, it only belonged to the middle of the pack.
It might even be a bit lower.
The other thing is that Fan Tong is strongly against it, and since last time she has become much more cautious and less impulsive than she was before. I don't know whether this transformation is good or bad, but it's always right to be cautious. This is not a game, it's another reality. It's true that you can lose your life. Then you can practice leveling again. If you can't beat it at level 8, then practice to level 9. If you can't do it at level 9 again, then
it's useless.
Before Fang Zhang could finish his sentence, Li Fina interrupted. Let's not talk about how difficult it is to raise level 8 to level 9 now. After such a long period of time, the other guilds will find it as well.
With the strength of the Sky Wolf Guild, if they find it first, we'll be basically hopeless.
So, we only have one chance.
After saying that, Fina Li was even more determined in this decision.
She had to realize the bend.
And the founder is her drain.
If Fang Zhang hadn't appeared, she was planning to sell this information to one of the guilds.
Alright, give me the location.
Fang Zhang thought about it. It was just practicing anyway. It was faster to upgrade by fighting bosses, and there were also a lot of rewards.
You wait.
Hearing Fang Zhang's words, Li Fina hurried to the desk drawer and found a hand-drawn map.
The map is small, but it looks pretty detailed.
This is the boss's room. Fang Zhang received the map and took a look. The route was clear, with more detailed labeling of what foreign beasts were there, what materials could be brushed, and other information. It could be seen that a lot of care had been taken.
Okay.
Putting away the map, Fang Zhang left the study, only to see Fan Tong talking and laughing, while Su Shui lowered her head and blushed as she listened.
Let's go.
After Fang Zhang finished speaking, Su Shui hurriedly and obediently followed.
Looking at the back of the two leaving, Fan Tong asked, "What do you think? What is their relationship?"
Not quite sure.
What? Jealous? What am I jealous of? I haven't said anything about you yet. What's a man and a woman chatting about in there for so long? Secrets. Humph. Let's see if you've lost your virginity.
The room was filled with the ambiguous sounds of two people playing around, but unfortunately Fang Zhang could no longer appreciate it at this point. What did you guys just talk about? Fang Zhang and Su Shui spoke almost simultaneously. Su Shui's face flushed. She asked.
You won't expose your identity, right? No.
Su Shui hurriedly said.
Well, that's good, let's go. Oh. Su Shui somehow had a feeling of loss.
Soon, the two of them, Fang Zhang, once again came to the holy temple and directly teleported to the 7th floor.
Ah. This is the 7th floor?
Su Shui then reacted. She had never thought that she would dare to come to the 7th floor when she was only level 3. To know that any random monster here could kill her with one hand. No need to be nervous, just follow me. The 7th floor was still a labyrinth, only the walls on this floor were made of very large bricks. The environment was very dark, and there was only an occasional glowing crystal on the wall, which was embedded in the wall and couldn't be gouged out, or else it would have been gouged out long ago. Because of this, the brightness of the crystals is insufficient, and the range that can be illuminated is very small. To be able to make a decent map in such an environment was truly commendable.
Ah!
Su Shui suddenly jumped in fright. She was startled by the torch in Fang Zhang's hand.
How could there be an extra torch for no reason?
I didn't see him carrying any tools when he came in just now.
Don't startle. Fang Zhang was speechless. When would he break this bad habit?
Oh, Su Shui lowered her head in shame. Take it. Fang Zhang handed the torch to Su Shui, while he himself took out the map. This torch has a really special shape. Su Shui took the torch. It didn't look like wood in any way.
What's so special? It's just bones. Fang Zhang replied while looking at the map. Ah.
When she saw that the torch turned out to be a bone, Su Shui was so directly frightened that the torch fell to the ground.
Fang Zhang. Come on, it's a hard bone to just light. Breathless, he picked up the bone and lit it again.
Su Shui also knew that she was making a bit of a fuss, and hurriedly picked up the torch again.
Where did you find the bones?
After being shocked, Su Shui was again curious.
The torch took a bit, couldn't see too well. Fang Zhang opened the map, but the light from this bone torch was too weak to see.
Su Shui brought the fire closer to the map, and only now could Fang Zhang see clearly. We are now at about this position.
He found the record point marked on the map. What did you just say?
Oh, where to find the bones?
Is that hard? Fang Zhang didn't even lift his head. There are quite a few under your feet. Ha!
Su Shui looked down. It's not bad if you don't look. You can't stand it if you look. There are bones under your feet, or they're still sticking to the flesh.
Ah!
Su Shui trembled in fear. This was clearly a human being.
The bones were human. At that thought, her hand released the torch uncontrollably. This release landed directly under the map. Instant ignition.
The founder was confused.
You are a comedian sent by the enemy.
He rushed to extinguish the flames, but unfortunately the map had burned a large hole right through the center of the route.
Founder. Pitfalls. Without the map, when do we have to find it? Go back now? Definitely not.
He just promised to go back without doing anything, and said that he burned the map. No matter if Li Fina believes it or not, he doesn't have the cheat to do so.
Besides, this kind of hand-drawn map doesn't always have a backup. What to do?
Su Shui also knew she was in trouble.
What else can I do? Find it yourself. Fang Zhang did not have the good sense to say. Right, sorry.
Su Shui hurriedly apologized. Fang Zhang waved his hand. Forget it, but your startled personality really needs to change. Su Shui bristled, but did not retort.
It's not because you scared me. Luckily, the map founder had looked at it a few times and had a little impression.
Plus, it was only the middle part that was burned, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Fang Zhang picked up the torch and the two of them set off again.
He was still relatively confident in recognizing the road and his sense of direction. An hour later, Fang Zhang took the map and looked left and right. Well, where is this now?
I just made a couple turns and a couple circles, how come it's not the same as the maps?
Fang Zhang couldn't even figure out where his orientation was.
This underground labyrinth looked all the same, every wall, every twist and turn, all looked the same.
After walking through a few places, it felt like I had just walked through it.
I'm so damn impressed with the raider groups.
Why don't we take a look this way?
Su Shui pointed to the left-hand side of the three-way road ahead.
The left side doesn't look like it. Fang Zhang picked up the map again and looked. It should be the right side. This direction is definitely correct. Chapter 71 done 4. I'm surrounded by skeletons. 3 forks of the road again?
Fang Zhang seconded a skeleton warrior and casually tossed it aside, looking at the 3-forked road in front of him, his head spinning.
The beasts didn't overwhelm him, the bosses didn't overwhelm him, instead it was his teammates who overwhelmed him. Geez. Why don't we go straight and take a look?
Su Shui said softly, afraid that Fang Zhang would get angry.
Go, listen to you.
Fang Zhang's lifeless look directly put away the map. Anyway, can't find the location, just go.
He didn't believe that this small labyrinth could still trap him. Another hour later, this night, Fang Zhang took Su Shui around the 7th floor. It seems like this place hasn't been here before.
Su Shui looked at the walls and hadn't found any markings yet. Some of the previous walls could be found with markings left by others.
Yes? Fang Zhang once again took out the map and tried to fix it in his mind. This location? What's wrong? Su Shui asked.
This place should be in this part of the map that burned down. I remember it seems to be marked nearby. I forget what it is.
Fang Zhang pointed at the black hole in the center of the map. What was the mark?
Su Shui was still checking the ground and walls with the torch. As long as she found the mark left by the others, she should be able to find the location as well.
It seems like a human head? Fang Zhang thought about it and never remembered. A skull? Su Shui asked. It seems like it, I can't remember. Fang Zhang just finished speaking, then thought of something. How do you know? It's here. Ha?
Fang Zhang looked at Su Shui in confusion, only to see that she had bent down and was touching the skeleton with her hand. As he rushed over, he shouted, "Don't touch." At this moment, he finally remembered what the map had marked. It was the skull marking of danger with the word trap written on it.
What? Ah.
Su Shui turned around and was startled by the rushing Fang Zhang, just in time to sit on her but on the skull.
Ka-ching.
Before Fang Zhang had the chance to speak, a black hole immediately appeared on the ground, and the two men fell down without even having time to react.
Fang Zhang.
The 3rd floor of the Fina Guild headquarters. Fina Li had just finished her bath and was reading a book in her study again, which was her bedtime habit. For some reason, she could never get into a book tonight, or the one she had spent a lot of points to buy back. Pulling out a drawer, she pulled out another map. I wonder if he found the boss room yet. Oops, forgot to tell him that.
But it's such an obvious sign, I don't think we'll run into it.
It's fine even if it touches, as long as it's not too hard.
Well, it should be fine. Fina Li was a little distracted as she looked at the skull mark.
There was an unknown trap there, not like those hidden rooms before, where you could still come out if you couldn't beat them, but with this trap, none of those who had gone in had been able to walk out, not even the bodies. This had been classified as a forbidden place by all guilds.
Boss? Is the boss here?
It was pitch black all around, to the point where you couldn't see your fingers. Su Shui in her heart panicked tight, and did not dare to be loud, can only scream softly.
I'm underneath you.
Fang Zhang was very speechless. He didn't understand why he would still fall underneath and become a meat cushion when he fell at the same time.
Ah.
Sorry. It took Su Shui a moment to realize that she was sitting on someone and moved away in a hurry.
What is this place? Boss? Are you still there?
When Su Shui saw that Fang Zhang didn't say anything, her heart started to panic again.
Shoo.
Fang Zhang covered Su Shui's mouth. He obviously felt that this place was weird.
Put. A torch suddenly lit up at the wall, followed by dozens of torches, illuminating the entire place.
The room was huge, estimated to be as big as a soccer field, and the floor was full of skeleton bones. In addition to some skeleton bones, there were also several human corpses. At a cursory glance, there were no less than 50 people. What's even more horrifying is that none of them are intact, all of them have been chopped into pieces. Su Shui was so scared that her mouth widened in fear, and she covered herself to death to keep from making a sound.
Be careful. Fang Zhang reminded. LOL.
Click, click, click.
Crunch.
What's that sound? Su Shui's voice was even shaking.
Fang Zhang did not speak, always maintaining an extremely high level of concentration. Ah. Bones are moving.
Su Shui's hands were shaking so much that they were making stumps. Fang Zheng frowned as the bones on the ground really started to move, automatically combining into a skeleton. These skeletons were tall and small, and did not resemble human ones. Legions of skeletons. In just the blink of an eye, the entire room was filled with skeletons, densely packed like an ant colony. And they all had weapons in their hands. There were knives and swords and bows and arrows. This kind of configuration is not even found in humans. Within the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton, red lights suddenly lit up, all locked onto the two Fang Zhangs. Finished. I'm surrounded by skeletons. Follow me, don't get separated. Fang Zhang said in a hurry. It was better to strike first. With an extreme speed, Fang Zhang had arrived in front of a skeleton, followed by a heavy punch. Boom! That skeleton instantly crumbled, and all the bones flew around. Luckily, these skeletons weren't strong. Just as Fang was thinking this, the bones that had just been disintegrated by his punch were pooling together again, reassembling into skeletal warriors. Fang Zhang. Lean. He wanted to swear. Boss. By this time, Su Shui had already been surrounded by skeletons. Fang Zhang rushed over and with just one punch, he dispersed 2 or 3 skeletons. Soon a passageway opened up and hurriedly pulled Su Shui towards the clearing. But there were skeletons everywhere. Where was there any open space? Fang Zhang was extremely fast. Using his hands and feet, he barely managed to break up the nearby skeletons, but only for a short while. These bones were assembled again. How? What to do? Su Shui was a pure healer, the kind that had no combat power at all, and at this moment, she had long been scared out of her mind. Come closer to me. Founder raised his hand, falling thunder. Boom! Several bull-thick thunderbolts continued to fall, and any skeletons that approached Fang Zhang were blasted into pieces. Ordinary lightning might not have much effect on these skeletons, but Fang Zhang's lightning was accompanied by a shocking effect, and every lightning that fell could cause a spatial shock, directly shattering the skeletons into smithereens. Seeing that it was effective, Fang Zhang increased the power of the thunderbolt, and the whole room continuously echoed with a roaring sound. The originally densely packed skeleton army was now being blasted out one by one into a pit. The number was sharply reduced, and this room immediately appeared empty. Boss, you, aren't you gifted in healing? The situation improved. Su Shui then reacted. His boss is a healing talent. How can he use electric skills? And it wasn't even ordinary electricity. It's a long story for later. Fang Zhang had no intention of explaining. Su Shui knew that this was not the time to talk about this, but how did this always feel immodest coming from the boss mouth? Chapter 72 Mysterious Treasure Chest. Time passed by. The room was unconsciously filled with broken bones, but the skeleton warriors only decreased in density. The number was always maintained at an equilibrium. No matter how much Fang Zhang killed, it was as if he couldn't finish killing. By now, he could feel a hint of exhaustion, and this was the first time he had bottomed out mentally from fighting since he entered the novice space. If this continued, it would only drain him alive. What's going on? He didn't believe that these skeleton warriors could be endlessly reborn. The room was just this big, it couldn't accommodate so many skeleton warriors. But the truth was that these skeleton warriors kept appearing, long exceeding the capacity of the room. You hold me tight. After Fang Zhang finished speaking, he pulled Su Shui onto his back and directly carried her. Su Shui was startled by Fang Zhang's maneuver, but she also immediately reacted and hugged him tightly. Sprint! Fang Zhang held the thunderbolt in his hand, sparking with lightning all the way, killing from the South Heavenly Gate to Panglai East Road without blinking an eye. Look at how the skeleton warrior can keep appearing. Hearing Fang Zhang's words, Su Shui also nodded heavily. As Fang Zhang cleared the skeleton warriors, he utilized the height of the skeletons to jump up so that Su Shui could see more clearly. Jump again, 4 o'clock. Su Shui hurriedly said. Fang Zhang sniffed and immediately used his bouncing power, coupled with the skeleton warrior's borrowed power, and jumped to a height of 4 or 5 meters in one go. Looking in the direction indicated by Su Shui, he also found the end. The skeletons over there were particularly dense, and there was clearly no passageway, yet a steady stream of skeletons were coming out. After landing, Fang Zhang drank the second bottle of spiritual power recovery potion and immediately rushed towards the direction of the dense skeleton group. The lightning in his hand kept shooting out, but the effect was getting worse and worse. It wasn't that the power of the skill had gotten weaker, but the strength of the skeleton warrior had gotten stronger. With just a few simple touches, Fang Zhang judged that these skeleton warriors had basically reached level 7. The hardness of the bones had even increased a lot. You go farther away, don't get too close to me. Fang Zhang put Su Shui down and raised his hand, falling thunder. Su Shui frowned. From Fang Zhang's attack just now, it could be seen that the lightning had produced much less. Before a single thunderbolt could kill 7 or 8 skeletons, now 3 was barely enough. A thunderbolt fell. Su Shui couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It seemed that the boss couldn't do anything about it. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before the 2 of them were killed. I didn't realize that my first trip down the labyrinth was going to be a fatal one. Hit. Missed? Su Shui obviously froze. The direction of the thunderbolt's descent was not the skeleton warrior, but Fang Zhang himself. Damn. The bull-sized thunderbolt landed impartially on Fang Zhang's body, and Su Shue's entire heart almost came to a halt. It was only when she saw that Fang Zhang was still standing and was fine that her heart relaxed. But at that moment, she heard another falling thunder, and for some reason, the moment she heard this sound, her heart involuntarily lifted. No, it won't miss again. Boom! Just as she expected, the thunderbolt landed on Fang Zhang again. But that wasn't the end of it. Immediately after that, there was another thunderbolt falling, all of which landed on Fang Zhang's body. Crazy! Crazy! The boss is crazy! Su Shue's entire body was bad, almost desperate. Even the boss had given up on himself. Storing up thunder. Release. Su Shue was about to give up when she suddenly saw Fang Zhang's entire body bubbling with purple-blue arcs of electricity, as if he was in the midst of thunder and lightning. Boss, what is this? Boom! Before Su Shue could react, she heard a sound like an explosion, and when she looked at Fang Zhang, she realized that he had disappeared at some point. In the direction of the explosions, rows of skeleton warriors were blown to smithereens. Instead of dust, bone shavings flew in the sky. Terrifying as hell. Su Shue's large Kazran eyes stared round, standing dumbfounded, as if it was her who was struck by lightning just now, her mouth open, unable to utter a word for a long time. Only to see Fang Zhang entering and exiting, coming and going as he pleased, like a bolt of lightning scurrying across the ground. Wherever he went, he was bound to raise a piece of bone shavings. Too strong. No words could describe to Su Shue's mood at this moment. She knew that her boss was strong, but she never thought that it would be so outrageously strong. It was as if what stood in front of him was not a skeleton warrior, but a domino. Not to mention Su Shue, even Fang Zhang was a bit surprised. When he used the lightning storage skill at this time, the power was much stronger than before, and with the shocking effect of the lightning, it was simply a case of God blocking God's way and Buddha blocking Buddha's way. The original dense skeleton group was instantly cleared by Fang Zhang. Although they were still coming out, they obviously couldn't keep up with Fang Zhang's killing speed. What is this? After clearing the area, Fang Zhang vaguely saw a chest, which was golden in color and emitted a faint glow. And it was constantly gathering bone fragments around it, which were then integrated into bones and then combined into skeletal warriors. He never expected that the source would be this. Without saying a word, Fang Zhang directly rushed towards the box at this moment. Right at this moment, the golden light of the chest lit up, and a wall made of bones suddenly rose up, trying to force Fang Zhang to stop. But this obviously underestimated Fang Zhang's power at this moment. With just one impact, the bone wall burst apart. The next moment, before Fang Zhang could relax, all the skeleton warriors surrounded him. One layer after another, before Fang Zhang could break it up, dozens more surrounded him, and in just less than a minute's time, it was wrapped up into a large bone ball. Boss! Su Shue shouted in shock, but no response came from underneath those bones. Boom! With a sudden loud bang, a pillar of thunder shot up into the sky, and all the skeleton warriors were rushed and scattered all over the place. Fang Zhang crawled out from the pile of bones, his face already showing quite a bit of fatigue. That strike just now had consumed at least 60 to 70% of his power, and even his spiritual power was almost exhausted. It couldn't be delayed any longer. He once again burst into speed and instantly arrived in front of this box. The chest was suspended in mid-air and was made of golden material. At this time, the box tried to glow again, and Fang Zhang grabbed it with one hand. Glow your mom. Boom! Fang Zhang viciously whacked the box on the ground, smashing out a big pit. Ka-ching! It was as if the sound of a box cracking was heard. If the box had feelings, I guess the high and low would have to curse. At that moment the box began to glow again, and the bones around it were like a parade, coming together again. Fang Zhang looked at it, drew up the box, a big backhand, and hammered it heavily on the ground again. The whole ground burst open. The cracks of the box cracked from the bottom directly to the very top. At this moment, the protective array on the box was as if it was nothing. No one would have thought that someone would have hardened the protective cover of the chest by smashing it open with brute force. Fang Zhang smashed it again with force, and the box immediately split in two. This operation directly confused Su Shue. True, violent unboxing. Only then did Fang Zhang satisfactorily open the box, revealing a pitch-black shiny dagger. Just this? Chapter 73, Greedy Greed. Fang Zhang picked up this ebony dagger and a prompt immediately appeared. Greedy Griddle LV0. Provide attribute points to unlock and upgrade and unlock an ability. Provide 500 attribute points to upgrade to LV1 and unlock the additional passive ability. Passive attachment. Attach any of the host's passives to greed, giving it the same passive effect. Greedy Griddle? That's the name of the dagger? Fang Zhang picked up the dagger and an icy coldness spread throughout his body. This dagger had a very unique shape, the sword body with a little curvature, different from traditional daggers, like it was molded in one piece, without a handle. The body was pitch black, and the blade was filled with a faint cold light. It was very comfortable to hold in one's hand, as if it had been customized for oneself. Is it upgraded? This prompt immediately appeared when Fang Zhang moved his mind. The 500 attribute points should have been deducted from his 4-dimensional attribute points.
This is really, as the name suggests, greed. But if it's true that you can attach your own passive to the dagger as described, does that mean you can activate the turn into yourself ability without healing? If that was the case, what was 500 attribute points? Thinking this way, he immediately agreed to upgrade. Fang Zhang immediately felt as if his body was being pulled away from something, and the values of the attribute panel clattered down. Power, 477. Agility, 875. Spirit, 502. Physique, 461. Looking at this value, he was more than a little heartbroken. How many days and nights had he struggled to get this? Greedy Griddles upgraded successfully. Please host choose passive attachment. Note that only one can be attached and cannot be removed. Please host choose carefully. Turn it into your own. It would be disrespectful to this passive if the founder hesitated for even a second. Attachment successful. Fang Zhang looked at the dagger. Other than the level becoming LV1 and the quality becoming silver grade, there didn't seem to be any difference. Ah. Boss, help. Fang Zhang secretly said it was bad, almost forgetting about Su Shui. At this time, Su Shui had already been surrounded by the skeleton warriors. Fortunately, the skeleton warriors were not fast, otherwise she would have already died. Fang Zhang made an acceleration and directly killed a bloody path through the skeleton group. Just in time, it was possible to try if this dagger was so divine. Turned into my own. Successfully transformed 1 point of physique. Turned into my own. Successfully converted 1 point of constitution. Turned into my own. Successfully converted 1 point of constitution. The prompts kept ringing. Fang Zhang was ecstatic in his heart. It was really possible. He then tested it a few more times. It was that he needed the dagger to slash the opponent to trigger the passive. If he attached thunder or other to the dagger could not be activated without direct contact. This is the same as the talent passive. You need to activate the talent skill in order to trigger its passive. Now attached to the dagger, it is also necessary to play the role of the dagger's damage in order to trigger. However, Fang Zhang didn't really care about this. After all, he wasn't very good at attaching magic or anything. In just a moment, he had cut down the skeleton warriors that surrounded Su Shui. It had to be said that this dagger was indeed sharp. With one slash, the bones were all cut straight through. There was no feeling of a stuck blade at all. Without the roll of the box, the skeleton warrior can no longer be restored. A dagger cut over, immediately split in two. Even if not dead, mobility is greatly reduced. Together with his lightning filler, the cleanup was quite fast. Even so, by the time he was all cleaned up, he was so tired that he was close to collapsing. This was the first time he had fought at such a high intensity, and even the 3 bottles of mental power recovery potions he had prepared earlier had been used up. Too strong. Su Shui looked at Fang Zhang, both her eyes emitting little stars. This must be at least 200 skeleton warriors. If Fang Zhang knew what Su Shui was thinking, he would definitely have to retort that this was more than 200, it was almost double. However, this was good. The attribute points that had just been spent had already returned most of the money. Ah! Su Shui suddenly shrieked again. I've upgraded. It was only then that she realized her level had risen to 7, jumping 4 levels in a row. The points were even split to over 10,000 points. That's too fast. To know that she used to work hard to earn less than 100 points, originally thought that after working part-time with Fang Zhang, every day can have 501,000 points has been very scary, but far from expecting, it turns out that those are the younger brother. This is the big head, a night to earn more than 10,000, those big guilds may not earn a day down it. Boss, let me give you all the points. Su Shui was a little weak about taking this sudden amount of points. After all, she didn't do anything except shout for help in 666. You keep it. Fang Zhang waved his hand, not caring in the slightest. Whether it was upgrades or points, it was a small amount in his opinion. Only 22 points of attributes were added for a level up. He had more than 100 points from a day's healing, and the points were, over 10,000 a day casually. It was the points in Su Shui's hand that didn't make him think. Moreover, the purpose of bringing Su Shui this time was to make her stronger and help him share the pressure of healing. What is this turning around and taking away other people's points? Putting the cart before the horse? If he really had this idea, why didn't he brush the monsters himself? Wouldn't it be more efficient? But this is a bit unsettling for me to hold. Su Shui's eyes suddenly lit up. Why don't I give you a dance? Fang Zhang. Kowtow? No, better eat a. Founder? He was speechless. He could tell that Su Shui was overexcited and was incoherent. Let's go, too much time is being delayed here. Fang Zhang ignored Su Shui's babbling and soon found the exit not far behind the previous box. This exit was quite obvious. It shouldn't have been thought that someone would come out from here. After returning to the labyrinth, the two of them finally found the boss room with the markings left behind earlier and the tattered map. This time there were no surprises, and after opening the door, what appeared was a 5 or 6 meter tall skeleton king warrior, holding a large sword and a round shield that looked extremely hard. It was 3 in the morning and Fina Li was still awake, tossing and turning in her bed. According to her estimation, Fang Zhang had already found the boss room long ago. How could the defeat prompt be delayed? Could it be a failure?
It shouldn't be, even the Thunder Tyrant could defeat it, a tier boss wasn't so difficult to defeat.
Unless the Thunder Tyrant wasn't defeated by his strength, but with some kind of prop?
Before Fang Zhang, she was using a special one-time prop called the disorientation crystal, which could put the target in a short-lived state of disorientation, similar to a coma, with her body completely out of control. This allowed them to take advantage of this opening to launch an onslaught. But to her surprise, instead of being affected, the Thunder Tyrant became even more furious. If the previous Thunder Tyrant was like a program in a game with set attack routines, then the later ones were like having a consciousness, with all the attack patterns unqualified and having their own thoughts. The difficulty of having an autonomous consciousness and not having an autonomous consciousness could be completely different at a level, much less comparable. So there was no doubt that they had failed miserably and had buried almost all of their lives. Luckily, the tyrant didn't bother to deal with them and kept pounding on the door of the room, so they were saved. Fina Li left the bed and looked out the window at the moon. Was she really in a hurry? Congratulations to Fina's guild for killing the 7th floor guardian. Everyone in the guild is rewarded with 50 points of free attributes.
Chapter 74 Fina's guild makes big profits.
Congratulations to Fina Guild for killing the 7th floor guardian. Everyone in the guild is rewarded with 50 points of assignable attributes.
Reward everyone in Newbie City with 50 points of assignable attributes.
The beeps kept ringing out. It wasn't just Fina Li who heard it, it was something that everyone in the entire novice city could hear. Quite a few people were still sleeping, and when they saw the prompts they hurriedly climbed up. The most pleasantly surprised were the people from Fina Guild. It was like pie falling from the sky. They didn't even know that there was a raid on the boss tonight, and they were inquiring if it was the president and the girls who did it. The corners of Fina Li's mouth rose, and she hurriedly changed her clothes and went out. On the other side, Fang Zhang had kill tips in addition to those 2 tips. Killing the 7th level tier boss rewarded the team with 400 points of attributes, and a team of 2 people would be 200 points each.
There are also 1,000 points, 500 per person.
In other words, Fang Zhang and Su Shui each gained 300 attributes and 500 points, and Fang Zhang, as the killer, also gained a pair of shadow boots, which increased his movement speed by 30% when moving in the shadows. Su Shui looked at her attribute panel and was simply blissfully confused. If she had upgraded normally, even when she reached level 10, her attribute points would be less than 300 points, and she really never thought that she could have such a big change in one night. At this moment, her gaze towards Fang Zhang was filled with little stars.
Let's go, don't gawk. Fang Zhang stretched his waist as if he was just warming up just now.
In reality, this tier boss really wasn't enough. It wasn't as strong as that skeleton room. What was most puzzling to Fang Zhang was that such a high-intensity room only ended up popping out a dagger, or one that wasn't very strong.
If this dagger hadn't fallen into Fang Zhang's hands, it would probably have been waste. Who could come up with 500 attribute points to upgrade it, and after upgrading it, it only had a passive attached to it, so how can you look at it? The payoff is not proportional to the gain. Without the upgrade, this dagger was nothing but sharp. When we go back in a while, you find Fina Li to deal with the weapons in the skeleton room.
Fang Zhang yawned, as if commanding something that wasn't important. Looking at Fang Zhang's attitude, Su Shui didn't even bother to spit it out. If it was anyone else they would definitely treat this as a top priority, or even deal with it personally. But when placed in Fang Zhang's place, it seemed to be quite normal.
What about you?
Back to catching up on my beauty sleep, of course. Su Shui. When they returned to the sanctuary, the 2 founders didn't expect to see Fina Li. She was still slightly disguised and couldn't be recognized without a serious look.
After explaining a few words, Fang Zhang left. Su Shui and Li Fina were left to butt heads.
When Li Fina heard Su Shui's words, her first reaction was disbelief, but she had no reason to lie to herself at all.
Hundreds of weapons. Fina Li hadn't expected so many surprises for her tonight.
Subsequently, she was also immediately nervous. If it was just as Su Shui said, such a large amount of weapons must have attracted quite a lot of attention, and there was also the need to prevent the supervisors from stealing.
Although it was only some black iron equipment, it was enough to drive many people crazy.
Fang Zhang trusted himself so much and gave himself full authority to handle these, there was absolutely no way he could make a mistake. Next, she needed to race against time to make a detailed plan before the others realized it. She immediately called all the top brass of the guild for a meeting. In fact, there was no need for her to call them. Everyone else had already rushed to the guild. After all, none of them had received a plan to raid the boss before, so how did they suddenly succeed in killing it? Among them, the most confused still belongs to Fan Tong. She is the vice president, but did not know anything. The other people asked her mouth dumb. Fortunately, at this time, Li Fina also came back. When she saw Li Fina, Fan Tong's eyes were filled with resentment. Alright, you'll hear the explanation later. For now, let's call everyone together for the meeting. After saying that, she went to the meeting room, and by this time, there were already quite a few people waiting. It didn't take long for all the top brass to arrive.
Just as everyone was waiting for Fina Li to explain, Fina Li was speaking out of turn.
Team Leader Chen Hongjun of Team 3, Deputy Leader Li Hui of Team 7, and Deputy Leader Zhang Mingjun of Team 8. She read out 5 names in a row, and the ones named all looked at her curiously. From now on, none of you are part of the Fina Guild, please leave immediately.
What? What do you mean? Who are you to kick us out? Finally sneered, just on the basis that you guys are undercover agents of other guilds, is that reason enough?
A few people sniffed and thumped in their hearts, while the others were first stunned and then looked at these people angrily. Originally, they still wanted to make a few wisecracks, but by this time, someone had already surrounded them. Anyone who knew Fina knew that she wouldn't say anything for nothing, she must have gotten hold of evidence before she said anything. After sending off the 5 people, Fina officially started the main topic. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for both Fina Guild and the other guilds. The next day, Fong continued to come to the therapy store to set up store. Seeing Fong Zheng arrive, Su Shui immediately excitedly talked to him about last night's events, and it was obvious that she hadn't slept at all last night, wearing large dark circles under her eyes. Saying how Fina cleaned up the traders, transshipment of weapons, shocking the members, lulling the pie and a series of other operations. She chattered non-stop, still very excited, simply treating Fina as an idol. Hearing this, Fong Zhang also nodded his head. To be able to become the president, it was obvious that he also had some means.
Do you want to take a rest? No. Su Shui immediately refused, such a good opportunity to earn points, how could it be used to sleep? Okay. Fong Zhang opened the door and started another day's work. This day, the number of duplicates was quite high, basically all of them were handed over to Su Shui to deal with, except for some particularly tricky ones he would only help treat the duplicates. He sat on a chair, drinking coffee, looking at the busy Su Shui, very pleased. Not in vain he worked hard to bring her one night. However, this leisurely situation, maintained until noon and then ended, because Su Shui's spiritual power ran out again. Fong Zhang sighed, it's not enough yet.
On this day, besides Fong Zhang's side being busy, the entire novice city was in a busy state. Because they were robbed of the 7th floor boss by Fina Guild, the other guilds were even more active in raiding the 8th floor. At the same time, they also recruited new members more actively, especially after hearing that Fina Guild had gotten a batch of new weapons. All the guilds felt as if they were experiencing an earthquake. If this news was true, then the power of this novice city would have to be reshuffled. The happiest ones were undoubtedly the members of the Fina Guild, as the guild had obtained a large number of weapons, which they could exchange with the guild on a priority basis with their points, and at a lower price than those outside. Based on this alone, many people were attracted to join the Fina Guild. The rise of the Fina Guild was already predictable. Thanks to the increase in members, they were able to speed up their rating quite a bit more. Everything was moving in a good direction, and it was only because Fong Zhang had joined the Fina Guild. Thinking of this, Fina made up her mind to befriend Fong Zhang and fulfill all his requests. Chapter 75 Grid's New Form. That night, after the healing shop closed, Fong Zhang originally wanted to let Su Shui rest for the night, but Su Shui insisted that she wasn't tired, so Fong Zhang had to continue to bring her to upgrade. When the two arrived at the sanctuary, they found that Fina was already waiting for them. She didn't know where Fong Zhang lived and didn't have any contact information, but there was no use having it. Fong Zhang wasn't even wearing clothes, let alone a cell phone. In fact, when entering the novice space, in addition to personal clothes, one could carry a small amount of items, roughly 1 kilogram or less. Because in the novice space, cell phones still work in the same area, there are also experts who believe that this space is actually on the blue planet as well, but the most agreed upon statement is still that the entrance to the novice space connects to every world, and because the entrance is in this world, the signal can only be passed over. However, the technological principles of this world were different from the dream world, and Fong Zhang was too lazy to investigate. This time, there was only one person, Fina, and her purpose of looking for Fong Zhang was simple: to give the points from the weapon sale back to Fong Zhang. There are a total of 327 weapons, 121 of them are broken. This part can only be sold for 100 points apiece, the rest are 300 points. A total of 73,900 points were sold, let me transfer them to you now. Fina opened the trading system after she finished speaking. Fong Zhang froze when he heard this, not expecting that these equipment could still be sold for more than 70,000 points and so quickly. Because they were all black iron equipment, that is, other than being a bit sharper, there wasn't anything special about them. And the ones that need weapons are generally more reliant on the ones that don't have talents, and the ones that do, have a lower need for weapons. So this causes the selling price to not be too high. If it's bronze level, it's basically 2,000 points or more. In fact, the division of weapon and equipment levels was very simple. White plate equipment was basically black iron level, and bronze level equipment had some kind of characteristics, such as mental strength recovery, strength increase, agility increase, and other effects. Silver level is with passive skills, gold level is with active skills or contains a variety of passive skills, platinum level in addition to active skills also has passive or has some kind of effect. On top of that there are diamonds and dark gold, both of which are extremely rare, and the only known diamond equipment is owned by a Heaven Realm powerhouse in Pretty Country. As for dark gold, it had been called a divine artifact and had not yet appeared. Turn 60,000, and take the rest as your hard-earned money. Fong Zhang said. Fina was stunned, then revealed a flirtatious smile. Thank you boss Fong then. Hearing this name of Fina, Fong Zhang's heart trembled, she couldn't have known something. But thinking about it carefully, he didn't seem to have demonstrated a connection with healing, so it should be that the appellation was just a coincidence.
Under Li Fina's wry gaze, Fong Zhang's face was as normal, as if he hadn't understood the appellation.
It has been transferred to you. Next time Boss Fong has this good thing, remember to find us. Li Fina smiled and said.
No problem.
After saying that, Fong Zhang took Su Shui to look for the mission again. Looking at the back of the two leaving, Li Fina had a complex expression. Fong Zhang did bring her many surprises this time. In addition to killing the tier boss, he was also able to pass the skeleton room. I'm afraid that no one in the entire novice city would be able to surpass him in this strength. After the other guilds received the news, they actually thought the same as Finally, although Fong Zhang's ranking is not high yet, but his strength is undoubted. He is the proper number one. However, there were those who were unconvinced. Only Situ Nan of Nan Nan Guild was unconvinced. When she first heard Fong Zhang's name, she looked for Zhuge Ming to confirm it. Of course, Zhuge Ming didn't dare to be sure. He didn't know much about Fong Zhang's strength and hadn't seen the person before, so how did he know it wasn't the same name? These days, they had all sent quite a few people to probe Fong Zhang's whereabouts, but it was like he had evaporated from the earth, and it wasn't until today that there was news of him again. The matter of killing the 7th floor boss had already spread out, and many people regarded him as an idol. When they learned that he had joined the Fina Guild, they even signed up to join. Therefore, Situnan hated Fong Zhang to the bone. Regardless of whether he was the one who killed Jian Xiong or not, she would not let Fong Zhang go. In the conference room, Zhuge Ming couldn't help but frown when he heard Situnan and the others' plan. Honestly, he didn't want to offend Fong Zhang.
It didn't matter if he knew that one or not.
Even Jian Xiong dared to kill, definitely a ruthless person. He could not afford to mess with an ordinary person. The newbie city of this is even more fierce, not only to kill the Thunder Tyrant, but also through the 7 layers of boss. The strength of this is even more not he can provoke. He thought that he didn't have a deep grudge against Fong Zhang, so in this rare meeting he didn't put forward any opinions or plans, but rather thought about how to get out when the time came. On Fong Zhang's side, he had already arrived at the labyrinth, and this time, he didn't come directly to the upper levels, but went to the first level first. His idea was that whether it was a low-level monster or a high-level monster, the attribute points he absorbed were the same, and the lower the level of the alien beast, the more he killed. The second was that after thinking about it for the past 2 days, he felt that he should raise Su Shui's overall strength. Otherwise, if he only relied on himself to feed his attribute points, when he went to the outside world, he would only be controlled. So he also had to teach Su Shui some fighting skills, and the first floor was the best place for that. The overall attributes of the monsters here were only about 20 points, and standing and letting them fight wouldn't kill Su Shui. Arriving at the first level of the labyrinth, Fong Zhang gave Su Shui a knife and let her try to kill the monsters on her own, while he just guided her from the side. The twisting and turning movements really made Fong Zhang somewhat unable to look at her, and those girl gangsters in the dream fought harder than her. After some guidance, Su Shui's movements were only a little more normal. After observing for a while and confirming that Su Shui would not be in danger, Fong Zhang acted alone. This level basically wouldn't be visited by anyone. The most crowded now was the 5th and 6th level, both of which were places for quick leveling and brushing points. So on this level, no one was stealing monsters from Fong Zhang, but they were killed easily and casually, effortlessly. In just over an hour, he had gone through this layer and killed nearly 200 foreign beasts. It could be said that this layer had already been killed through by him, and if he wanted to continue, he would have to wait for a refresh. When he found Su Shui, she was already able to easily deal with a level 1 Fey beast, so Fong Zhang also decided to go to the second level. The second level was all second level Fey beasts, again not too difficult. It was the same operation. After confirming that Su Shui was not in danger, Fong Zhang went solo again. The monsters on this level were significantly more numerous, and the space was also a bit larger. This time it took Fong Zhang more than 2 hours to walk through it. However, the harvest was also greater, transforming over 400 points of attributes. It was just so much more efficient with greed. But it's just that daggers don't work so well for frontal combat and are better suited for sneak attacks. When he was a gangster in his dreams, he liked to carry a short knife with him, but when it came to a real fight, it was still a watermelon knife that worked well. Provides 2000 attributes, can be upgraded to LV2, unlocking the sword form. Chapter 76, Sword form is as terrifying as it is. Provides 2000 attributes, can be upgraded to LV2, unlocking the sword form. As if sensing what Fong Zhang was thinking, an upgrade reminder immediately appeared on grid. Fong Zhang was first stunned, then he cursed Blackheart. 2000 points. Do you think anyone can get them? It's only been upgraded to the second level, and the offerings are fully quadrupled. A dark store can't be this dark. As if he couldn't hear Founder's tirade, Grid never gave any more hints. But the sword really works. Looking at the attribute panel, Fong Zhang gritted his teeth. It looked like he wouldn't be able to sleep again tonight. When he found Su Shui, she was also used to this floor, so she headed to the third floor with Fong Zhang. The third layer were all third-level monsters with total attribute points between 60-80, and below level 5, there would be no elite monsters except for the tier bosses, so he was still very relieved about this layer. As long as Su Shui didn't die to pull 7 or 8 monsters at a time, there shouldn't be much of a problem.
After teaching some more basic skills, Fong Zhang once again acted alone.
This layer of the labyrinth was the same as the last two layers, just as singular, but the space was quite large, estimated to be twice the size of the second layer, and the foreign beasts began to appear in twos and threes, almost never seeing a single one left alone.
Fong Zhang was bitter inwardly. Why did he have the feeling of working for someone?
Early in the morning, Fong Zhang and Su Shui finally walked out of the sanctuary, and it was evident that both of them were exhausted. Su Shui hadn't slept for 2 days, coupled with the strenuous exercise throughout the night. She had long been exhausted, but it was worth being proud of the fact that by her own ability, she had earned 350 points. Originally quite happy when she saw the total number of points, inwardly again a burst of powerlessness. Yesterday Fong Zhang brought her a night brush more than 10,000 points, today their own brush a night, only 350 points. The gap is also too big. But thinking about it, this is the norm for ordinary people. Not everyone is as perverted as the boss. Thanks to the fact that Fong Zhang didn't know what she was thinking, or else he would have definitely struck a blow that this wasn't the normal for ordinary people either.
Level 7 could basically swipe 500 to 1000 points a night.
If you are diligent in one night, it is still not a problem to brush 70,000 to 80,000 points. Tonight, he barely rested. The third layer brushed more than 1,000, more than 30,000 points. After brushing the third layer and went straight to the fourth layer, almost 1,000, more than 40,000 points. Together with the first and second layer, it was about 80,000 points. At this time, his points are almost 300,000. But finally, he was able to raise his grid to level 2, becoming gold level, and at the same time unlocked the sword form. The sword form and the dagger form could be switched at will. Right now it was just a dagger, and as long as Fong Zhang wanted to, it could turn into a sword at any time. In addition to this, the active skill Airblade Slash was also added. Airblade Chop, attach sword chi with cutting power to the blade, increasing attack power by 100% for 20s, during which time the target is hit. The sword chi level is increased, increasing attack power by 100% again for 10s, during which time the target is hit again. The sword chi level is increased to full, increasing attack power by 200% again for 5s, and during which time it can send out a sword chi with an attack power that is 100% of the full level sword chi. Physical attack power in this world is related to strength, and is generally calculated as own strength plus weapon base attack power. Taking Grider as an example, in sword form, the base attack power was 200. When Fong Zhang was holding a sword, his base attack power was 905 points of strength plus 200 points of attack, or 1105 attack power. However, the skill's boost to attack power works on the weapon's own base attack power. According to the description of the skill, the first stage of the sword chi, with the attack bonus, has an attack power of 400, the second stage is 800, the third stage is 1600, and the sword chi emitted is 3200. Together with Fong Zhang's own strength attribute, it meant that the maximum power of this skill could reach 4105 attack points. It was important to realize that the attack power of a black iron weapon was usually around 10 points, silver around 50 points, and gold around 100 points. And you reach over 4000 points in one move. I'm afraid that Thunder Tyrant Reproduction is going to be seconded. The only drawback is that it requires 500 points of mental energy. His current mental power was just over 700, so he could only enter Sage Time after one shot. Let's rest for half a day and open the store again in the afternoon. Fong Zhang yawned. He was indeed exhausted this night. Originally, he also tried to help Grid to rise to the third level to take a look, but in the end, when he took a look at the 8,000 points of attributes, he immediately lost his desire, so it was better to shuffle off to sleep. Su Shui skimmed her mouth and cursed an unscrupulous boss. Novice City 9764. 10th floor of the maze. Dragonitis. The dragon flames curled around this half-man, half-bull boss, delivering the final blow. The double-axe bull demon also fell to the ground with a miserable scream. The women maneuvering Fire Flame finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been raiding day and night, finally defeating the 10th floor boss and obtaining the qualification to go to the next floor. The boss disappeared and a huge door appeared. After the crowd straightened up, the giant door slowly opened, and the blinding white light made it almost impossible to open one's eyes. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone couldn't help but rub their eyes with a look of disbelief. This is Novice City 10015. At this time, it was already noon, and Fong Zhang leisurely arrived at the healing store. Ever since he had greed, he wasn't that keen on healing. Especially when it had taken so long to convert a few talents. So most of the time it was left to Su Shui to handle, unless he was too busy to take over. At night, after Fong Zhang and Su Shui changed their clothes, they once again headed to the sanctuary. This night, he aimed for the 4th and 5th floors, but this might be a bit difficult for Su Shui. So he spent more time and energy guiding, and it wasn't until the second half of the night that he acted alone. In the 5th floor, as long as she didn't encounter elite monsters, Su Shui was still able to handle it, especially after Fong Zhang taught many techniques. Su Shui didn't disappoint Fong Zhang. As long as she could make good use of her advantage of having more attribute points, she would be invincible. But the prerequisite was that the opponent did not have a weapon. What if the opponent had a weapon? Then flee without looking back. Those were the founder's exact words. This night, Fang Zhang was a little less efficient and only swiped less than 2,000 attributes and less than 80,000 points. With this efficiency, it would take another 4 days to brush enough for 8,000 points. However, his level had come to level 8, 62nd on the leaderboard. The top 10 had all reached level 9, and from what I heard, the progress of the 8th level of the raid was already more than halfway through. In the past 2 days, those small guilds had either disbanded or merged into the big guilds. In the entire Nava city, there were now only 6 or 7 guilds left, with the first few having more than 2,000 members, and when the forces were more centralized, the progress of the raid naturally sped up quite a bit. Just like this, 3 days passed without realizing it. This was the 37th day after coming to the Nava space. News of the 8th tier boss had finally arrived. It might be a bit troublesome this time, everyone in the guilds except ours knows about it. Now that the Skywolf Guild's people have attacked for the second time, Zhang Tianlang himself seems to have a good grasp of the situation. Li Fina waited for Fang Zhang for a day in the sanctuary and finally waited for him to come. At this point, she had long been anxious. Chapter 77, Goodbye Situnan. Fang Zhang nodded, you guys lead the way. This time he had learned to be smart, it was fastest to just let someone lead the way. Well, you come with me. Li Fina said. Fang Zhang was a bit stunned, he didn't expect that Li Fina would personally lead the way, it seemed that this boss battle was very important to her. However, with Fina leading the way, the few people quickly arrived at the boss room. Fang Zhang couldn't help but look at Su Shui with eyes that seemed to say, look at you. Su Shui immediately understood in seconds and hummed. Li Fina glanced at the two and didn't say anything. Outside the boss room, besides the people from Fina's guild, there were also people from several other guilds, filling up the empty space around them. Ah! How could you be here? Fan Tong saw Fina Li come over, and the first thing she saw was Fang Zhang. Fina, didn't you go and call Fang Zhang over? Why did you call Zhao Jianshan over? Is he also from our guild? Fan Tong's series of questions made it hard to know how to answer. Seeing that neither Li Fina nor Fang Zhang said anything, Fan Tong sized up Fang Zhang again and quickly realized, oh. I know. Fina. You still say you're a good sister, you're hiding this from me. Fan Tong puffed her cheeks. Actually, I don't know how to tell you. Li Fina had an apologetic face. What's there to not know how to say, isn't it just that he's familiar with Fang Zhang? Fan Tong's face was full of smugness, his wise eyes seemed to see through everything. You and Fang Zhang are very familiar with each other, right? Last time it was also Fang Zhang who rushed to save you, am I right? Fan Tong stared at Fang Zhang with a smug face. Fang Zhang. Fina Li. Fang Zhang, on the other hand, was speechless, forget it, whatever you say is what you say. Li Fina is embarrassed to the extreme, his girlfriend is good at everything, but the IQ is lacking a little. Just at this time, the boss's door also opened, and a group of people walked out holding each other. At the head of the group was none other than Zhang Tianlang, with a face of regret and self-blame. From his expression, it should be a failure. Given their current situation, a second raid would not be possible in a short period of time. Whether it was Zhang Tianlang or the others, they could all see obvious wounds and were mentally exhausted, so it would not take a moment to recover. Seeing them come out was both exciting and hesitant. The excitement was that they still had a chance, but even a combination as strong as Zhang Tianlang had failed, could they succeed in one raid? But when they turned their eyes to see Li Fina, they were immediately nervous again, now who didn't know that Fang Zhang was the person from Fina's guild, as long as he was there, the others were afraid that they wouldn't have a chance. Ha ha! A female voice suddenly laughed out loud, you're even here. The crowd looked towards the owner of the voice, it was none other than the Nan Nan Guild president, Situ Nan. She was coldly looking at Fang Zhang at this moment, taking a step forward, what a surprise! Thought it would take quite a bit of effort to find you. Fang Zhang was also sighing at this moment that fate was really marvelous, so many people hadn't encountered her. Chairman, you know him? Zhuge Ming was confused, somewhat unable to understand the situation. Of course, even if it turns into ashes, this young lady will still raise him. Today, I'm going to let you know what happens when you rob this young lady's prey. Situ Nan's eyes were all cold, killing intent. How could Zhuge Ming not expect that there was this kind of grudge between the two of them, and after thinking about it for a long time, he decided not to reveal Fang Zhang's identity. Looking at Situ Nan's attitude, whether she said it or not, she would not let Fang Zhang go. If Situ Nan won, he could say that he thought Situ Nan knew. If Fang Zhang won, he hadn't dismantled his identity, at least he hadn't offended to death, and it was Situ Nan's own attempt to trouble Fang Zhang, it had nothing to do with himself. Thinking this way, he unconsciously took a step back and stood behind Situ Nan's guard Qingfeng, hoping that Fang Zhang didn't see him. Miss, this person is not simple. Qingfeng ignored Zhuge Ming's small movements and whispered beside Situ Nan. Hearing Qingfeng's words, Situ Nan was slightly stunned. If anyone else had said this, she would have disdained it, but when Qingfeng said this, she had to consider it. Although Qingfeng's rank was low, his strength was not low at all, and he was even much stronger than herself. Although it was only a visual talent, it was S-ranked and had reached level 2, awakening the visual transcendence skill, which allowed him to see all of his opponent's movements and even prejudge them. More importantly, his growth attribute reached 18 points, almost reaching the peak level known to mankind. Secondly, it had to be admitted that his level of swordsmanship was much stronger than her own, and since she was a child, she was very envious of it, so out of all the subordinates, she only listened to Qingfeng's words.
If it's you, is there any certainty? Situnan exchanged in a whisper. No. Qingfeng said. If he was just stunned just now, this time he was shocked, even Qingfeng wasn't sure?
But the words had already been spoken, it was impossible to take them back, and Qingfeng wasn't always right.
This person in front of her, she was bound to kill. No one has ever been able to bully themselves and still be alive afterward.
Seeing Situnan's icy eyes, Qingfeng couldn't help but shake his head. It seems that Miss has made up her mind.
Miss, why don't you leave it to me? Qingfeng said.
Situnan agreed after a moment's thought, yes, but I'll kill him with my own hands.
Miss, I have a request.
Aha!
If I lose, can this matter be put to rest? Qingfeng said. No way. You can't lose.
Qingfeng smiled helplessly, he knew this would happen.
Friend, I'm sorry.
In an instant, Qingfeng's eyes flinched as he drew a sharp sword from his waist. Fang Zhang hadn't said anything and looked at them quite helplessly. It turned out that he didn't want to cause trouble or expose too much of his strength. However, things went against his wishes. The moment Qingfeng came out with his sword, the crowd dispersed, consciously leaving enough space for the two.
Leave him alone. Li Fina took a step out and stood in front of Fang Zhang.
She knew that Fang Zhang didn't want to reveal too much of his strength, and she herself didn't want Fang Zhang to show too much and make people miss him.
Seeing Li Fina's stance, Situnan frowned, very unhappy. You're a big man, why are you so shameful? Oh, almost forgot, you even rob women's things, you're not a man at all.
As expected, after Situnan finished speaking, many people cast contemptuous gazes. Before Fang Zhang could speak, Li Fina jumped ahead of him. I don't care what grudges you guys had before, now that he's a member of our guild, if you're looking for trouble with a member of our guild, shouldn't I take care of it?
Could it be that there's a difference between men and women when it comes to you protecting your members? You. Situnan was dumbfounded by the dislike and was so angry that he called out to Zhuge Armsmaster. Zhuge Ming's face went black at once, this ing could also cue to himself.
Originally, he wanted to dodge, but with Situnan calling out like that, he obviously couldn't dodge.
He walked out with an awkward smile. What are your orders, miss? Commands? Don't you usually talk a lot?
Dislike her for me, dislike her to death. Situnan was simply furious. Wasn't this Zhuge Ming usually very smart? Why was he stupid at this time? Zhuge Ming could be said to be riding a tiger now, his head was racing. He could be sure that this Fang Zhang and the Fang Zhang who killed the Thunder Tyrant were the same person, this kind of big brother. How could he afford to mess with him? All schemes are based on similar strength, the strength gap is so big, even more clever is useless.
How can we do it without offending both sides? Chapter 78 8th Floor Guardian. Are you guys still fighting? Don't delay us from painting the boss.
Just as Zhuge Ming was scratching his head, someone in the crowd shouted, followed by more and more urging sounds as well. Zhuge Ming had a bright idea, and immediately whispered a few words next to Situnan, who could be seen struggling, unwilling to let Fang Zhang leave just like that.
Qingfeng, what do you think? Situnan looked at Qingfeng.
Qingfeng nodded. He was not a pedantic person, he would never use difficult methods if he could win easily.
To be honest, Fang Zhang gave him a very dangerous feeling, and he didn't dare to act rashly. If it wasn't for Situnan, he definitely wouldn't want to face such a person.
Situnan didn't say anything, and it was obvious that he was still struggling inside, and it took a while before he turned around and left. Once she left, Qingfeng and the others had no reason to stay and all followed. The people from the other guilds who had wanted to watch the fun were all confused. Why did they run away while talking?
Is this person that Finally brought with her really that strong? Even the always overbearing Nan Nan guild was afraid of him?
If Situnan knew that other people were looking at her like this, she would go back and fight to the death, no matter what she said. But Zhuge Ming knew Situnan's character well and would definitely not let this happen. He kept on pulling away from the topic to distract her. There was no hustle and bustle to watch, so everyone continued to do what they were supposed to do.
As for what we were doing?
Naturally, they were waiting in line to enter the boss room.
Zhang Tianlang looked at Fang Zhang with a complicated expression, sighed, and left with the guild.
Challenging bosses was basically sending out the guild's highest combatants, the number one lineup. There was no such thing as sending a few small scum to try out.
Here is not a game, dead is really dead.
Even Zhang Tianlang had failed, and it would be impossible for the Skywolf Guild to raid again anytime soon.
As soon as they left on the front foot, someone entered the boss room on the back foot. We're next. Finally had someone take up a position here early, if they don't make it.
Finally was a bit worried because the one who just went in was the Tianming Guild, with Chu Tianming as the highest combatant. They didn't split up into two groups to test the waters like Zhang Tianlang did, but instead gathered the highest battle force and directly poked and prodded. Chu Tianming, who had long held the second place in the rankings, had heard that he was the son of a big brother in a military region and liked militarized management and was also more precious than precious for guild members. Don't look at their members as the least of the 4 major guilds, but their strengths are all very strong.
Especially in terms of high-end combat power, I'm afraid that even the Skywolf Guild was inferior to them. In the first 7 floors, 3 of the floors were captured by them, while Zhang Tianlang only accounted for 2 floors, and the rest was 1 floor each for Nan Nan Guild and Fina Guild. 20 minutes in, Chu Tianming and the others had yet to come out, and everyone present got nervous. This time made them uneasy.
Even Zhang Tianlang and the others only had 10 minutes, but Chu Tianming and the others had held on for 20 minutes, so they might really have a chance to pass the level.
Everyone was thinking this in their hearts.
The atmosphere at the scene became tense and depressing. It was clear that everyone would be able to add attribute points if they passed the level, but everyone wanted it to be them who passed the level.
Boom!
At that moment, the boss room door slowly opened.
There was no prompt.
Everyone noticed this, which meant that even Chu Tianming had failed. They were first happy, but when they turned their heads, even Chu Tianming had failed. Did they have a chance to succeed? Chu Tianming led the crowd out of the room with a limp. Everyone had serious injuries on their bodies, several of the body armor they wore had dented a large area, a few even needed to be carried out. Although they didn't see the process, they all knew that it must have been quite intense inside. However, it could be seen that Chu Tianming wasn't discouraged. In his eyes were excitement and regret. This time the failure was in the lack of intelligence and being defeated by the boss's second stage.
It was only a little bit short. Losing is really a bit unwilling.
But no matter what, they had already been disqualified in this competition. As he left, he also looked at Fina Guild's side. If it wasn't for Founder's sudden appearance, he would have been more prudent and wouldn't have been so adventurous.
Why do I feel like they're all looking at you? Do you recognize them?
Fan Tong looked at Fong Zhang with clear eyes.
Probably looking at you. Fong Zhang replied casually.
Humph. Fan Tong felt that Fong Zhang was just being perfunctory.
It's our turn. Fong Zhang said. Well, do you want to get ready again? Li Fina saw that Fong Zhang was empty-handed, and he was not wearing any equipment on his body. It was still a sweatshirt.
No need, don't waste time. After Fong Zhang finished speaking, he wanted to bring Su Shui to enter. Li Fina hesitated for a moment, but still called out to Fong Zhang and the two of them, wait.
Fong Zhang looked at her, and Fina Li was a bit embarrassed and stammered, finally saying, can we bring a few more people? I won't let you bring them for nothing, we can discuss what you want.
Afraid that Fong Zhang would misunderstand, Li Fina hurriedly explained.
Fan Tong on the side was confused. What did it mean? Isn't he Zhao Jiangshan?
Fong Zhang thought for a moment. Alright, but first things first, the items swiped out are mine.
Really?
That's for sure.
Also, what do you want? Is it anything? The corners of Fong Zhang's mouth rose. Li Fina blushed, a little embarrassed. In the Dream Founder, this time should be difficult to do? I don't think we should do it.
But now he was Fong Zhang, a good citizen, consider it a favor you owe me. Fong Zhang thought that this Li Fina should not be an ordinary person either, perhaps there would be a use for her in the future. After saying that, he asked Li Fina to hurry up and arrange for someone. Li Fina moved quickly and picked 4 people at once. Together with her and Fan Tong, there were 6 in total. All of them were the main backbones of the guild and her beloved ones. She knew Fong Zhang's strength. How many people she brought would be the same, but the more people there were, the thinner the rewards would be divided, and although the others had agreed, they themselves couldn't be unintelligent. Fong Zhang looked at a few people. They were all female, and none of them had a bad figure. In fact, the Fina Guild was all about females, with the number of males accounting for less than 1/3. After glancing at them for a few moments, Fong Zhang sent out an invitation to form a team.
Fong Zhang? You're Fong Zhang? Aren't you Zhao Jiangshan?
Fan Tong looked at Fong Zhang incredulously. That surprised expression didn't look like a fake at all.
Fong Zhang. Are you really founder? Good for you, Fina. Not even me. When did you two hook up? Go.
The crowd was speechless for a while as Fong Zhang walked directly towards the boss room, followed by the chattering Fan Tong.
Boom.
The gate slammed heavily. Fan Tong's voice also came to an abrupt end. It was quiet, and the breathing of several people seemed to be heard. Hiss. Hiss. A supergiant green snake appeared in front of the crowd. The snake's letter that was spat out was as tall as a person. The pale-winged green snake.
Chapter 79 Second Kill. Do you guys think the Fina Guild can do it?
After Fong Zhang and the others entered the room, everyone else started talking.
Definitely not before, it's hard to say now.
Yeah, I heard that founder joined.
Is that guy Fong Zhang?
It should be. Look at them, there are only 6 of them.
So confident?
I think it's arrogance, that's right. I think so too, although I don't know how he defeated the Thunder Tyrant, but it certainly wasn't by himself. Yeah, he's over 60 on the leaderboard. As we all know, ranking is not equal to strength, it's just the order of upgrading.
If you don't believe me, let's bet. I'm sure they won't last 5 minutes. 5 minutes? You're looking down on them too much.
Even if Fong Zhang is strong, but there are only 6 of them, I'll blindly guess 2 minutes. The group of people were arguing more and more intensely. On the other hand, Situnan and the others didn't actually leave, they just were walking behind the crowd and reappeared when Feng Zhang and the others went in.
Army Master Zhuge, this is not the same as what you said. Situnan's tone was a bit dissatisfied.
Just now, if it wasn't for Zhuge Ming saying that he had a good plan, there was no way she would have let Feng Zhang leave just like that.
Zhuge Ming was also a bit confused, it was really different from what he expected. Shouldn't there be a full complement of 20 people entering the boss room? And it's only right that it's the guild's highest combatant.
But Feng Zhang and the others were only 6 people, although they were all the highest combatants, there was a big difference between 6 people and 20 people. His original plan was to wait for Feng Zhang and his men to challenge the boss, whether successful or not. When they came out they were the weakest, as long as he and his men grasped the opportunity, they could definitely deal a heavy blow to Feng Zhang and his men. Although it was despicable, but in this world who cares? The winner is the king, the loser is the enemy. As long as they solve Feng Zhang and the others, and receive the members of Fina Guild along the way, their Nan Nan Guild would be the #1 guild, and who would dare to say that they weren't at that time? With their guild strength, it would not be easy to take down Fina Guild under fair conditions.
But if the Fina Guild's main force was injured, taking them down wouldn't be a piece of cake? Not much of a problem.
Zhuge Ming thought for a moment. Although only 6 people went in, they are all the Fina Guild's top combatants, and with injuries, their overall strength is just as greatly reduced. Just to make sure, I've just communicated with the Dark Knight Union, they'll help us if necessary. Worthy of being a Zhuge military counselor.
Situnan sniffed and also revealed a satisfied smile.
Xingfeng secretly sighed in his heart. After this matter, he was afraid that their guild would become a public enemy for all. Sneaking up on someone while they were at their weakest after challenging a boss was never something a gentleman would do. But also, as the master said, those who achieve great things should not be benevolent to women.
Boom! A loud sound instantly attracted everyone's attention.
The door to the boss room gradually opened.
What's going on? It's only been in there for less than 2 minutes? It's really a false name, I knew he couldn't be this strong. What a waste! Can't even last 5 minutes.
Funny, you're still learning how to lead a girl, you'll be seconded. Congratulations to the Fina Guild for killing the 8th floor guardian. Everyone in the guild is rewarded with 50 points of assignable attributes.
Reward everyone in Newbie City with 50 points of assignable attributes.
The beep suddenly sounded, and everyone's words came to a screeching halt as they reached their mouths. Then there was a long silence.
Everyone looked at the direction of the gate with disbelief. It was a hell of a sight.
If the hints are correct, doesn't that mean they killed the 8th boss in less than 2 minutes?
How is that possible? You know Chu Tianming couldn't even win after 20 minutes.
Skepticism, disbelief, and other emotions filled the brains of the crowd. The gate continued to open, and 6 figures walked out from it, walking with a light step, nothing at all.
How is that possible?
After seeing a few people clearly, everyone was dumbstruck.
Not only did they win, but they were also unharmed? Geez. Is this a dream?
But when they looked at the attribute panel, the increased attributes definitively told them that it was true.
Wow.
The silence was followed by an outburst. In fact, not only these people outside, even the few people who followed into the room were equally dumbfounded. They hadn't even reacted to what had happened. They had thought that there were only 6 of them, and that they would definitely have to go through a tough battle, and they even thought it was impossible for them to win. Who knew that when they went in, Feng Zhang told them to stand to the side and not to move around? They were still unconvinced and wanted to retort, but when they turned their heads, Feng Zhang rushed up and slashed the boss in seconds.
That's right, you didn't hear it wrong, it's just one slash.
With just one slash, the dozen-meter-tall pale-winged green serpent was directly broken into 2 halves from head to tail. None of them had seen what happened, and they hadn't even seen where Feng Zhang had pulled out a dagger from. Anyway, it was an instant, a breath of time. If it wasn't for the boss taking some time to appear, I'm afraid it wouldn't even take a minute. Those people looked at themselves incredulously, and how could they not? They realized that it was so easy to pass the boss. No wonder that Su Shui, from start to finish, was like she was on vacation, without the slightest bit of tension. If he had this kind of teammate, he would still be nervous my ass, and would definitely be even more arrogant than her. Defeating the tier boss, in addition to the public rewards, their team also gained 500 attribute points, split between 6 people, each person still had more than 80 attribute points and more than 100 points. They didn't even have time to shout 666 from start to finish, this reward was really insubstantial.
You don't want to eat, eh?
Looking at a few clueless teammates, Su Shui secretly snickered, this feeling she was familiar with. In fact, in addition to these basic rewards, there was also an item called green snake scales, which could be used to strengthen equipment. This item was naturally pocketed by Feng Zhang, and no one would have a problem with it. It's still early, let's go around first, I'll leave this place to you guys. Feng Zhang did not feel like he had just finished a great battle at all. Okay. Li Fina also only just reacted, it was the first time she had seen Feng Zhang make a move, and she completely didn't expect this outcome. It was really simple and rough. How high are his attributes? Or is that weapon strong? Since everything happened so fast, she didn't see the weapon in Fang Zhang's hand, only knowing that it was a black dagger. The sharpness could not be described as sharpening iron like mud. Could it be that the Thunder Tyrant was also killed by this short dagger? She realized that she couldn't see through Fang Zhang at all. The enigmatic man. Tong Tong? Tong Tong? Finally nudged Fan Tong, who was still in a daze. Fan Tong's face reddened for an instant, thinking that earlier he had blurted out that he wanted to take revenge and kill Fang Zhang. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. It was really an old monkey trekking down the tree wrestling, humiliated to the core. Chapter 80 Qingfeng's Strength. Military Master Zhuge. Situnan's two eyes carried an icy killing intent. What do you say now? Zhuge Ming's forehead was sweating coldly. He was not expecting Fang Zhang to be strong enough to directly kill the boss in seconds. But he was also glad that he hadn't offended Fang Zhang to death. He is the Fang Zhang who killed Jian Xiong, right? Situnan's tone was calm, but cold. No wonder you're so afraid of him. Zhuge Ming immediately panicked at his words and hurriedly said, Miss, listen to my sophistry and explain. No need, wait for me to kill him, then you can slowly explain. After finishing her sentence, Situnan immediately walked to Fang Zhang's path of departure and stopped in front of him. This maneuver directly confused Zhuge Ming. No. You know he's founder, he can take down the 8th floor boss in seconds. With that kind of power you still want to mess with him? No matter how special your identity is, it depends on who you're dealing with. Will Fang Zhenggong be used to you? Zhuge Ming obviously felt that it wouldn't. But now in this situation, he knew he couldn't be persuaded. Stop. Seeing that Fang Zheng ignored her, Situnan immediately ordered people to surround him. Situnan! Don't go too far. At this time, Li Fina and the others also rushed up, and the two parties were at swords drawn. Finally, this is our personal matter, I advise you to stay out of it. He's from our guild. Hee, does your Li family really want to be enemies with our Situ family? Situnan laughed coldly. The identities of the heads of several large guilds, everyone had long investigated clearly, so all along, there would be no major conflicts, no one wanted to offend each other to death. So when Situnan said this, Li Fina obviously hesitated. Although their Li family had a little bit of power, it was completely inadequate compared to the Situ family. Situnan's master was the Sword Saint, who was known as one of the strongest 24 Star Lords nowadays, and his father was one of the 12 Star Lords. It could be said that when the Situ family stomped the ground, the entire Great Xia Empire would be shaken. What do you want? Li Fina didn't directly answer Situnan's question, but she didn't want to give in either. It's simple, I just want him to die. Or work for me. Fang Zhang and the others were stunned at his words. No one had expected this big lady to make this kind of request. Zhuge Ming was even brighter, originally thinking that Situnan was just a big chest without a brain, but now it seemed that she still had ideas. But she was too naive. No way. When Fang Zhang didn't speak, Li Fina spoke first. Li Fina. There is no place for you to speak here. If you say one more word, don't blame my Situ family for being merciless. Situnan glared fiercely at Li Fina. The moment Situnan said this, Li Fina's face instantly turned ugly, and she originally wanted to argue a few sentences, but was immediately pulled back by Fan Tong. Fan Tong is Li Fina's best friend, whether in the real world or here. She really knows too much about the situation of Li Fina's family. If she is targeted by Situ family, it will definitely be a disaster. Not only Fina, even her fan family would end up the same way. What if I choose neither? Fong was expressionless and said coldly. Then I'll choose for you. Situnan followed up with, this is between us and Fang Zhang. If anyone else interferes, then they are enemies of my Situ family in the capital. As soon as her words fell, the people from Nan Guild quickly separated the others from Fang Zhang. With just a single hesitation, Finally was pushed away by more than 10 meters. Once a person was deflated, they had more things to consider, and once they had concerns, it was impossible for them to be as daring to fight for their lives as they were before. Capital Situ family is not just a family so simple, it represents a lot of things. As long as you know the name, you know very well what it represents. Even for those who hadn't heard of it, others would immediately popularize it. Everyone didn't need the Nan Guild's people to do anything, they just consciously stood far away. Don't push me. I won't leave. Su Shui pushed away the people from the Nan Guild and kept standing behind Fang Zhang. Li Fina shook her head and didn't dissuade her. Situnan was a bit curious as to who this girl was and what her relationship with Fang Zhang was, but none of that mattered. If she wanted to die, then let's die together. Originally, she didn't want to use this kind of overkill, but when she knew that Fang Zhang could kill a tier boss in seconds, she clearly knew that if this person Fang Zhang couldn't be used for herself, then she couldn't stay. If he stayed, this person would definitely become his archenemy in the future. Zhuge Ming sighed in his heart. His evaluation of Missy was that she had a brain, but not much. If he were to be allowed to manipulate the situation, this kind of face-tearing behavior, unless he had the confidence to kill in one blow, he would never consider it. You're not leaving? Fang Zhang looked at Su Shui with considerable interest. Not leaving, wherever the boss goes I go. Su Shui firmly said. Fang Zhang smiled, not knowing if this was smart or stupid on Su Shue's part. Simply by looking at how she was acting now, there was inexplicably a little more trust in her heart. But having been an undercover agent, he certainly wouldn't trust someone completely.
Xingfeng.
Actually, there was no need for Sitanan to call out. Xingfeng was already ready. He held his longsword in his hand and his eyes slowly opened. From the moment Sitanan made his decision, he was preparing, constantly improving his concentration. He understood very well that a lion fighting a rabbit also used its full strength, especially when facing an expert like Fang Zhang.
When his eyes were fully opened, Xingfeng's entire aura was completely different.
At this moment, the sword in his hand was like emitting a gust of cold light, as if it had a life.
This is sword intent? Situnan recognized Xingfeng's current state at a glance.
She couldn't help but praise in her heart that it was worthy of being senior brother Xingfeng. Xingfeng was the name that the sword saint had changed and was one of his favorite disciples. Ever since he was a child, Xingfeng had been gifted and learned everything faster than anyone else. The sword saint had once said that he himself only realized the sword intent when he was 20 years old, and now Xingfeng was only 18 years old and had mastered the sword intent. Sword intent was not a skill yet, it was better than a skill, it was a realm, and only when one had mastered sword intent was one good enough to say that they were initiated in the sword Tao. So Xingfeng has been hiding his strength. Originally, she was still a bit worried that Xingfeng was not Fang Zhang's opponent, but after seeing Xingfeng mastering sword intent, she was immediately filled with confidence. Sitanan even felt that the Xingfeng at this point in time, killing tier bosses in seconds wasn't an easy task. After mastering the sword intent, you will be able to utilize the maximum power of the sword, and you will be able to utilize the original characteristics of the sword. No move is better than a move, everything is from the heart, and the human sword is united. Xingfeng's face was clear and cold, couldn't tell what he was thinking, he kept his posture and didn't move, seemed to be waiting for Fang Zhang. Fang Zhang pushed Su Shui back a few steps, he also noticed the change in Xingfeng's body. Especially that sword, from its original flatness to its current chilling light, it was like it had been transformed. The sword was still the same sword, but the aura was worlds apart. He drew his dagger from his waist, but he didn't dare to underestimate the person in front of him. When Xingfeng saw this, he laughed coldly in his heart, it seemed that he was still being underestimated.
Build up momentum. Ah.
Xingfeng held his sword in his hand, his body aura rising in vain once again. Sitanan's mouth was wide open like it was stuffed with something, she had never seen Xingfeng in this state before. However, she knew clearly that this was a skill in sword Tao. Fang Zhang frowned, this person in front of him was not simple.
Shoo! Xingfeng activated and disappeared in place. So fast. Boss, watch out. Chapter 81, killing 2 people in a row. So fast. That was all that was left in everyone's mind. That sword light blew by like a gust of wind, carrying an awe-inspiring chill. Poof! A black object flew out, spinning silently in the air. A pair of bright eyes flashed. The sky is spinning, the earth is spinning. The familiar body suddenly collapsed to the ground in a weakened heap. He had lost. The price was life. Xingfeng's head smashed on the ground without any dignity, and to his death, he didn't even know how the other party killed him. He couldn't even see the movements. The difference in strength was too great. The scene is dead quiet, it's like watching a movie, full of expectation, but you just finished the credits, the end of the closing credits, this gap who can stand off. Everyone thought it would be a battle between the dragons and the tigers, but in reality it was a landslide victory with no suspense at all. The difference in strength was more than a few galaxies. Self-appropriation launched. Successful transformation of sword intent. Fang Zhang was slightly stunned, not expecting that even this kind of ideology could be transformed. I'm afraid it's a credit to the secondary talent. Xingfeng. Senior brother Xingfeng. Situnan was the first to react, she couldn't figure out why this was happening. Clearly, Xingfeng had the advantage, but why was he the one who died? Impossible. No way. Situnan cried out inwardly, but Xingfeng's still unsettled head in front of her told her that it was the truth. What the hell have you done? You must have used some despicable means. Otherwise, how could you have won over senior brother Xingfeng? Situnan all of a sudden seemed to have less support, and his entire body looked much more maniacal. It must be that dagger. That's right. There's no way you're stronger than Xingfeng. It must be the dagger that did it. After saying that, Situnan's eyes became a bit more hot. As expected, once she finished speaking, the others all noticed Fang Zhang's dagger. At a glance, this dagger knew that it wasn't a mortal item, it was at least bronze, no, silver or above. Many people looked at Fang Zhang with a bit more greed. If it wasn't for their scruples, I'm afraid that they had already rushed up to rob him forcefully. Fang Zhang didn't say anything, coldly looking at these people. If they really dared to make a move, he didn't mind sending them to reincarnation. He admitted that Xingfeng's strength was indeed strong, but under the absolute suppression of attribute points, everything was floating clouds. Hand over the dagger. I can leave you with a whole body. Situnan shouted. Fang Zhang found that he really couldn't understand this Situnan, was she that confident?
Situnan drew a sword. The quality of this sword was obviously much better than Qingfeng's, it should be silver level. It was also silver equipment. She did not believe that she would lose to Feng Zhang. It turned out to be so. Feng Zhang realized that her bottom line turned out to be from this silver weapon. Seeing that Feng Zhang did not answer, Situnan thought that he was afraid. Last chance, hand over the dagger. Come and get it if you have the ability. Apart from letting Situnan know, Feng Zhang also wanted to make it clear to everyone that his Feng Zhang's things were not so easy to take. If you want to take it you can, then be prepared to exchange it with your life. Unconscionable. Situnan had the same stance as Qingfeng, but his aura was not even half of Qingfeng's. Wind force. Situnan's feet generated wind, and his speed was surprisingly no weaker than Qingfeng's. Unfortunately, no matter how fast the speed was, it couldn't escape these eyes of his. Bang! Feng Zhang looked rather casual as the dagger steadily stopped the sword's attack. With just a single collision, Situnan's sword was sent flying out, spinning a few times in the air before being firmly planted on the ground. The crowd looked at the sword with greedy eyes, but no one dared to go forward. Just kidding, if you have the life to take it, you must also have the life to use it. Feng Zhang shook his head. This strength compared to Qingfeng is really too far away. Empty speed, all broken, even the sword cannot be grasped. He lightly stabbed the dagger towards Situnan's throat. Stop! You can't kill her! As the dagger reached Situnan's throat, this voice rang out in time, and the one who spoke was none other than Li Fina. She is a member of the Situ family in the capital. You will be in good trouble if you kill him. Li Fina hurriedly rushed forward, fearing that Feng Zhang would do something stupid. No matter how much Situnan deserved to die, it was not something they could kill. The current head of the Situ family is one of the 12 incumbent star monarchs, and her master is the sword saint of the 24 star constellations. They won't let you off the hook if you kill her in a moment of whimsy. Afraid that Feng Zhang didn't know the seriousness of the matter, Li Fina hurriedly explained once again. I know. Feng Zhang said he knew on his lips, but the movements in his hands did not loosen at all. Ha 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 ha. That's right. If you kill me, my father will definitely take revenge for me, and at that time, whether it's you, or you guys, and your family, all of them will have to. Z. Before Situnan could finish her words, she felt a burst of hot water gushing out from her throat. She instinctively covered it with her hand, but no matter how she covered it, the hot blood couldn't be stopped. She looked unbelievably at Feng Zhang, who was full of indifference. Was he not afraid of retaliation? It was only at this moment that she felt immense regret, so it turned out that in this world, there were really people who were not afraid of themselves. It's over. Everything happened so suddenly that blood splattered all over Finalee's face, but she was in no mood to deal with it. Watching Situnan slowly fall down and finally unable to move, her entire body was paralyzed as well. Don't worry, this is something I did personally, it won't involve you guys. Feng Zhang shook off the blood on the tip of the knife. His eyes didn't even look at Situnan, directly bypassing her. She should never, ever, use his family to threaten herself. He pulled out Situnan's sword and put it away. Everything was so natural. Afterward, he hesitated for a moment and rummaged through Situnan and Qingfeng one after another. Quite a few people looked dumbfounded. Asshole. That's still hot. Although licking the bag is a tradition, you shouldn't do it so brightly. Feng Zhang naturally ignored the gazes of these people. He would not let go of any of the ones he should lick. However, apart from a thumb-sized jade tablet, there didn't seem to be anything else of value, which inevitably made him a little disappointed. After dealing with these, Feng Zhang left, and when the others saw this, they all consciously made a path. Although Feng Zhang had quite a few good things on his body, they simply could not afford to have a single intention of snatching them. That was a devil who killed without blinking an eye. Boss, wait for me. Seeing Feng Zhang leaving, Su Shui hurriedly caught up. Seeing Su Shui follow, Feng Zhang didn't say anything else. Just now he intentionally didn't call on Su Shui, just to let her make her own choice. After all, following himself would mean being subjected to the retaliation of the Situ family. Li Fina reached out her hand, eager to call out to Feng Zhang, but the words never came out. It couldn't be helped, there were just too many facts that she was concerned about. On the other side, Zhuge Ming's heart was extremely complicated at this time. Feng Zhang's behavior was really as he expected. This person simply did not follow the rules, did not care how thick your background was, and killed when he said he would. But thinking about it was one thing, seeing it with his own eyes was another. It's the kind of shock that you just can't get out of your head. He looked at Founder, and Founder was likewise looking at him. There was a sudden bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, when Feng Zhang came to his side, he patted his shoulder with his bloodstained hand and said, "Tough job, brother." When Zhuge Ming heard this, tens of thousands of grass mud horses instantly raced in his heart. Chapter 82, Harvest. Zhuge Ming's entire body was bad. It's pitiful. At this time, when everyone looked at Zhuge Ming, their eyes were filled with vigilance, and the people next to him subconsciously moved away from him. Zhuge Ming and the originator, Feng Zhang, had leisurely teleported back to the holy temple by this time. Founder has quit the guild. Su Shui has quit the guild. Seeing the prompt in front of her, Li Fina felt a pang of bitterness, as if her heart was empty, with an indescribable unbearable feeling. Fina.
Phantom squatted down and hugged the lost Lifina. Did I really do wrong? Tears were welling up in Lifina's eyes.
Phantom shook his head. If it were me, I would have done the same. From the moment they were born, they were destined to not be able to do as they wished, and everything they did was for the sake of the clan. But why do I feel bad?
Ugh. Boss, what are we going to do next?
Although she decided to follow Fang Zheng all the way to the dark, Su Shui was also confused in her heart.
Pack up your things, next, we won't leave the labyrinth.
After killing Situnan and Xingfeng, 1/3 of their points and experience value was directly transferred to him, directly rising to level 9. Now that the points were nearly 400,000, it didn't mean much if he opened a healing store or not. With greed, killing monsters and absorbing attributes was a bit more efficient, so he decided to spend the rest of his time raiding the labyrinth to improve his strength as soon as possible.
Su Shui nodded and didn't ask why.
The two of them then went off to pack their own things and prepare the necessities for the next few days.
Fang Zhang returned to his residence, took a shower and changed his clothes.
Too many things happened today. The Sword Saint's side was considered completely offended, and now there was another Situ family. He urgently needed to become stronger, or the day he left the novice space would be the day of his death. Drinking a glass of water and paralyzed on the sofa, it was only at this time that he had the time to take out Situnan's piece of jade and study it. The jade was a little smaller than a thumb, with strange runes carved on it. He didn't really know what purpose it served, and tried to drop blood to recognize it, but there was no response. If only Song Qingling was there, she would have known what it was. Speaking of Song Qingling, I don't know how she is. I hope nothing happens, otherwise he doesn't know how to talk to his mom.
Fang Zhang pulled his attention back to the jade tablet with a cool feeling.
He realized that when his spiritual power came into contact with the jade tablet, it actually had a strange fluctuation. So he concentrated even more, and his spiritual energy was like a wandering thread of chi constantly trying to contact the jade plate, and every time it did, the jade plate fluctuated a little bit, as if there was a big door shutting it out. And every time his spiritual energy touched it, it was like he was banging against this door. With constant attempts, he began to gradually grasp the trick, and his spiritual power changed from the branch trick at the beginning to a tree trunk slamming against the door. Under his powerful spiritual power, with a furious cry and a bang, the door of the jade sign shattered. Space jade. Fang Zhang was pleasantly surprised. This jade was actually connected to a small space. It should be 3 or 4 cubic meters, and there were quite a few potions, food, and daily necessities inside. No wonder he couldn't find anything on Situnan's body. It turned out that they were all put into the space jade. There were even chips, coke and other snacks inside, which even more stunned Fang Zhang. This stuff wasn't even in the novice space. The only explanation was that it was brought over from the real world. Fang Zhang frowned. There was a high probability that this space jade was also brought in from the outside world. It seemed that many rules of novice space were unknown to ordinary people like him. No wonder those guild presidents, and even those at the top of the rankings, were the sons of certain large families. What a good tactic. Being from a grassroots background, he was very disgusted by this kind of behavior. After trying a few more times and confirming that there was no problem with the space jade, Fang Zhang put all his things in it and then left the house. When he came to the sanctuary, Su Shui was already waiting. Fang Zhang's appearance had attracted the attention of many people. His infamous reputation as a murderous devil had long spread throughout the entire novice city, and everyone who saw him quietly moved out of the way, not daring to mess with him at all.
Are they all ready? Fang Zhang looked towards a small backpack behind Su Shui.
Su Shui nodded. She didn't have much stuff in the first place. If she didn't have to prepare some food, she was afraid that she didn't even have much to bring.
Well, let's go.
Fang Zhang arrived in front of the teleportation portal and was about to leave when he heard someone keep calling out to him to wait.
Zhuge Ming?
When he saw Zhuge Ming, Fang Zhang was full of doubts and really couldn't think of a reason why he came to find himself. Zhuge Ming was afraid that Fang Zhang had left and rushed over, not realizing that he had waited so long and almost let a pea go astray.
Brother, how can you just say leave, don't even wait for me? Zhuge Ming's hand naturally rested on Fang Zhang's shoulder.
Who is your brother?
Fang Zhang swept away Zhuge Ming's hand, a black line on his face.
What? This is what you said yourself. Now in the entire newbie city, who doesn't know that I'm your brother?
Zhuge Ming sounded like a complaining woman. Now that you ran away by yourself, what can I do?
Fang Zhang. Have something to say. Why are you crying? Seeing Fang Zhang twisting his head and leaving, Zhuge Ming hurriedly stopped. Take me with you.
Don't bring. I'm Pepsi. No band. I can wash and cook. Don't bring it. I'm light, I can protect her.
Fang Zhang sniffed and finally stopped. Zhuge Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like he had made the right bet.
Why are you following me? Fang Zhang's tone was flat.
Big brother, you've gotten me into this situation. How can I live if I don't follow you? Speaking of this, Zhuge Mingdu had a belly full of resentment. The original good life was all messed up because of Fang Zhang's words. Although Situnan is dead, there are still many Situ family forces in the Nan Nan Guild. They don't dare to look for trouble with Fang Zhang, but it doesn't mean they won't look for him. Because of Fang Zhang's words, the people of the entire novice city shunned him and even threatened to kill themselves to help Missy take revenge. Now he didn't dare to go out without dressing up himself. Founder. You're responsible for me. Su Shui sniffed and surveyed Fang Zhang and Zhuge Ming with odd eyes. Fang Zhang didn't immediately agree as he weighed the pros and cons. This didn't rule out the possibility that the Situ family's people were sent to be undercover agents, but this didn't make much sense. After all, after leaving the novice space, they would all appear in their original places. If they wanted to retaliate, there was no need to specifically find someone to keep an eye on them, they couldn't run away. However, even if it is an undercover, he is not afraid. Without exaggeration, even if the empty realm appears, he also has the ability to fight. A mere Zhuge Ming he did not place in his eyes. If it was really an undercover agent, he might even be able to extract some useful information. Moreover, he really lacked understanding of this world and needed someone to help him with his confusion, and he really needed someone to protect Su Shui right now, who had been brushing monsters at a low level before because he was taking care of her. Now that he wanted to raid the higher levels, he naturally needed someone who could protect Su Shui for a bit. Fang Zhang thought about it for a while, but still agreed. Thank you, big brother. Zhuge Ming was very pompous. He could also tell that Fang Zhang didn't trust himself, but it didn't matter, why wouldn't he? In this world, using each other was the most normal thing. Fang Zhang had a use for him, and he needed Fang Zhang, it was as simple as that. As for what would happen after leaving the novice space, he couldn't care less, the most important thing now was to live. Chapter 83, The Fourth Floor. Just like that, Fang Zhang brought Su Shui and Zhuge Ming to enter the labyrinth once again. Instead of immediately choosing to enter the ninth floor, Fang Zhang went to the fourth floor. His purpose was simple, it was to let Zhuge Ming and Su Shui cooperate a bit, and in the meantime, to see Zhuge Ming's strength, and one more thing was to let Su Shui go and complete the talent trial. He lent Su Shui the green cold sword, which was exactly the one that Situnan had, to increase Su Shui's self-protection ability a bit. The green cold sword belongs to the silver level equipment, the attack will be attached to the freezing effect, can cause the opponent to slow down the effect, the actual combat effect is still good. Zhuge Ming is indeed a light talent, the light system has little killing power in the early stages, except for dark creatures, but the defense is good. After Su Shui entered the trial room, Fang Zhang and Zhuge Ming went their own way. He wasn't worried that Zhuge Ming would go after Su Shui alone, at least not now. Moreover, the group bar could see their respective statuses and approximate locations, so as long as there were any abnormalities, he could also rush back immediately. After Fang Zhang left, Zhuge Ming instead had a bit of nothing to do, for the simple reason that the monsters on this level were too low level and didn't have much experience, so brushing them would be for nothing. With his current level 8, to rise to level 9, brushing hundreds or thousands of them would not necessarily be enough. I also don't know what Fang Zhang is trying to do. Zhuge Ming clearly saw that Fang Zhang was still on the fourth floor. How did he suddenly have so many more points? It had only been a short while, and the points had already increased by several hundred. Knowing that this was still split between 3 people, wouldn't it mean that Fang Zhang had killed dozens of alien beasts in just a little while? Even if it was their guild's points rating group from before, there was no way they could have this speed. Truly terrifying as hell. Zhuge Ming seemed to have a new understanding of Fang Zhang's strength. The rest of his time was spent in impossible and fake it. The sun rose as usual the following day. Last night's incident between Fang Zhang and Situnan had already been fired up, and the severity of the incident continued to fester. The Nan Nan Guild had even gone so far as to offer a high reward for the capture of Fang Zhang, Su Shui, and Zhuge Ming. Everyone dared not move Fang Zhang, but Su Shui and Zhuge Ming could. For a while, the whole city seemed to be looking for these 3. Aside from that, there was something even stranger, and that was the fact that the therapy store was closed. Without any signs, and no one knows why, it's like these people just evaporated. On the other hand, Fina Guild. Fina, it's just like you thought, the healing store isn't open anymore, and now there's a lot of complaining out there. A lot of people went to line up early and waited until now without seeing a healer. In the study, there were only Fan Tong and Fina Li. Li Fina pondered for a while, she didn't believe that there was really such a coincidence in the world. Tell you what, you find 2 of them that are similar in stature to the healers, do the same dress up, and then show up in our neighborhood for a bit. Then you spread the rumor that the healers have joined our guild. This is why. Fan Tong clearly didn't understand Fina Li's arrangement, which was tantamount to pushing the Fina Guild against everyone. Not only would other guilds come to ask for people, but they were afraid that their own guilds would ask for people, so what would they hand over with then? Don't ask, hurry up and do it, remember to find 2 reliable and trustworthy ones. Li Fina exhorted, also, keep this a secret. Got it. Fan Tong huffed and laughed. Fina Li came to the window and sighed, I'm sorry. The 3 still in the labyrinth obviously didn't know what was happening in the outside world, but even if they did, there was nothing they could do to change it. At this time, the 3 were resting in the labyrinth, preparing to head to the 9th floor. Although Su Shui hadn't lasted until the end of this talent trial, she had still gotten a big boost, and according to her, was very close to the 2nd level. Speaking of this, Zhuge Ming was quite proud of himself. Not only did he successfully persevere to the end, he also raised his talent to the second level. For this, Fong Zhang was a little surprised. This person's qualification can be it. After resting well, Fong Zhang directly came to the 9th floor through the record point. On this layer, the space was obviously not that depressing, and it was not much bigger than the previous ones, which also meant that this layer would have a lot of space.
Let's go. Fong Zhang led the two of them and disappeared into the long corridor once again.
The words are in two parts. The 4th level of the novice space. It was a huge city, a superb city that could hold tens of millions of people. In the middle of the city, there was a steel prison like a giant beast. Surrounding the prison was a giant space spell. What was imprisoned inside was not some super ferocious beast, but a single human with black hair and yellow skin.
Shang Ling.
I can't hold on much longer. The girl's face was haggard, almost as if she was about to collapse.
Hold on, Brother Fong will definitely come to save us,
the other girl said. The girl let out a sigh, wanting to tell her that this Brother Fong wouldn't be able to save them even if he showed up. From the first day they were imprisoned, the girl was convinced that the Fong brother she spoke of would come to save her, but so many days had passed, and more Daxia people had been imprisoned, but they had never seen that Fong brother. He hadn't entered the 4th level for such a long time, and his strength wouldn't be strong enough to go anywhere, and even the strength of the novice city he was in was only average. But with this amount of strength, how could it be a match for those demons?
He will definitely come.
The girl clenched her fists, her eyes firm. Who the hell are you people? At that moment, several more Daxia people were escorted in.
If you guys do this, aren't you afraid that our great Xia Empire will start a war? A few blue-eyed and blonde-haired crooked countrymen laughed out loud at his words. War?
Your great Xia Empire is in trouble with itself right now. Besides, let's say you guys can leave alive.
Damn it.
What the hell is this? A few Daxia people kept struggling, but it was no use at all.
Useless.
A few crooked countrymen roughly threw them into the cell. I advise you to be good, otherwise, I'll send you to God. Without realizing it, it was already the 3rd day since Fong Zhang and the others disappeared. There were rumors that they had been seen in the 9th floor. In reality, Fong Chang was actually on the 9th floor, and even with Zhuge Ming, a superb brain, it took quite a while to find the boss room. However, this also had to do with Fong Zhang, who wasn't in a hurry to clear the level, and had cleared almost the entire level of monsters. Because of this, all 3 of them leveled up, and on the leaderboards, Fong Zhang was already in 1st place, the only level 10, while Zhuge Ming and Su Shui were both level 9. In the past few days, Zhuge Ming's talking until his mouth is dry, how he did not expect, just 3 days' time, he has nearly 100,000 more points.
The door of the boss room slowly opened, and Fong Zhang went in. Fong Zhang comes out.
It didn't take more than a minute before and after.
This efficiency shocked Zhuge Ming so much that he couldn't even speak.
If it wasn't for the notice prompting him, he would have doubted whether Fong Zhang had gone in or not.
It's really too scary, even the 9th floor boss is not enough in his eyes?
Fong Zhang wasn't surprised by this. If he couldn't kill it in one slash, he would be truly wasted. He had brushed his total attribute points to over 9,000 in the past few days, and with another day or two of brushing, he would be able to upgrade Grid. In fact, he had thought about whether or not to help Grider upgrade. After all, he needed 8,000 attribute points. With this attribute, he himself had become an attribute monster. But his current strength is the strength of the flesh, is the strength of brute force. His skill power is not enough. If he encountered those thick-skinned generals or even monarchs, he might not even be able to break their defenses. Taking the Airblade Chop as an example, right now, although one's total attributes had reached more than 9,000 points and the strength attribute had more than 2,000, the maximum attack power with bare hands was only more than 2,000. But his previous strength was only 900 or so, and his Chi Blade Chop could explode with an attack power of more than 4,000. The difference was not just half a star. So after thinking about it, he still decided to help Greed upgrade to level 3 and unlock other forms and abilities.
Chapter 80 for the strongest hidden boss. Greedy Greed's upgrade is successful. Bow form unlocked. Unlocked skill, Psychic Arrow. Unlocked passive skill, Spirit Thirst. Spiritual Power Arrow, spiritual power generated spiritual power arrow, shot from Greed bow form, 100% hit. If an elemental talent exists in the host, the spiritual power arrow can be converted into an attribute according to the talent, with different effects attached, and the attack power is 10 times the amount of spiritual power consumed. Spirit Thirst, if a spirit arrow kills a target, it will extract 1/10 of the target's current spirit power to feed back to the host. After reading the skill introduction, Fong Zhang couldn't help but exclaim God's weapon. It was not in vain that he had spent 2 days to earn enough attribute points. The effect was still worth it. If one were to use all of his current mental power cap of 935 points to fire spiritual arrows, then the attack power could reach 9,350. Who wouldn't be alarmed by this power? Air realm powerhouses come to be like papier-mâché. Bow form.
Fang Zhang's mind moved, and the dagger in his hand immediately opened up into a strangely shaped bow, thick at the top and thin at the bottom, similar to the sword form, also black in color, but the bow had some extra strange writing, like some special runes. Just right, use you guys to try your hand. Looking at the 10 or so flying shadow beasts in front of him that were moving nimbly in the air, Fang Zhang sneered. These flying shadow beasts were extremely fast, as if all of their attribute points were added to agility, plus they were able to disappear into the dark shadows, causing Fang Zhang to waste a lot of effort. He pulled open his bow, and a black arrow automatically formed on his bow, but it wasn't a solid arrow, it was like countless black currents twisted together. As he watched the spiritual power value continue to decrease, the black arrow grew larger and larger. When the mental power consumption was nearly 100, Fang Zhang immediately let go and the black arrow instantly shot out, like a long rainbow slicing through. The flying shadow beast was originally still in a flirtatious state, but when the black arrow was shot out, its overall color changed drastically, the terrifying pressure directly locked onto it. It couldn't wait to immediately drill into the black shadow, but the speed of the black arrow was no longer comparable to it. It passed through its body in just a moment until a large hole was left in the wall at the back. The powerful impact even blew the flying shadow beast's body into pieces.
Fang Zhang watched and his mouth dropped. The power of this was a bit too much.
The other flying shadow beasts saw this and hurriedly disappeared. But how could Fang Zhang let them leave? His hand speed is extremely fast, there is no need to store power. This kind of beast 10 points 20 points of spiritual power is enough to kill.
Black arrow shot continuously. Decades of hand speed wasn't practiced for nothing. A dozen arrows were shot almost simultaneously.
In the blink of an eye, all the flying shadow beasts were all shot one by one, even the ones that had already disappeared into the shadows were not spared.
100% hit. It's horrible. Character, Founder. Level, 10 Mortal Realm. Strength, 1040. Agility, 1095. Spirit, 939. Physique, 1017. Main talent, Divine Healing SSSLV2 passive, transform into self. Secondary talents, Tyrant Divine Thunder SLV1 passive, Thunder Seal effect, Shock, Water DLV1, Sight ELV1, Fire ELV1, Strength DLV1, Agility DLV1.
Natural skills, Healing Power, Lightning Control, Water Defense Passive, Visual Enhancement, Fire Control, Strength Enhancement, Agility Enhancement.
Equipment, Heart of the Sea King Mutilated, Shadow Cloak, Greed LV3.
Skills, Super Healing Power Passive, Disintegration, Haste, Healing Elf, Thunder Storage.
Assignable attribute points, 0. Points, 623,084. Enter the mall.
Opening the attribute panel, I found that even the spiritual power that was originally already left before was filled up again.
Really outrageous. Fang Zhang sighed. Alas, how does this make other people play? After trying the bow form a few more times, Fang Zhang probably mastered the technique and put it away. Holding it all the time was too flashy, and it would not be a good influence if other people saw it. Well, I'm a good person. In the past 2 days, he had basically run through the 10th floor already, and hadn't found any hidden rooms, and there shouldn't be any on every floor either. Since this was the case, there seemed to be little point in lingering here anymore, and he realized that since his strength had exceeded his opponent's by too much, his passivity had never been transformed into talent again. It was also unknown if it was just his own illusion. But even the transformation of attributes had become less. Originally killing a Fey could transform 1 point of attributes, today it started to be almost 3 Fey before the highlights came out. Su Shue's and their blood quantities are decreasing rapidly? Fang Zhang suddenly realized that in the group R, Su Shui and Zhu Geming's blood levels were rapidly decreasing. He immediately felt uneasy inwardly. Su Shui and the two of them were both level 10, and Zhu Geming also had super strong defense. It was impossible for any of the foreign beasts on this level to make them deduct blood so quickly. Even the others were impossible. Besides, Su Shui had a healing technique, so it was definitely no problem to lift the blood when it mattered. But why did the blood level still keep dropping? Was it a fatal injury? Fang Zhang ran wildly. His speed was so fast that he was like a burst of light rapidly traveling through the labyrinth. On the other hand, the depths of the 10th layer of the labyrinth. It was a huge open space in front of the boss room. They had explored this empty space before and there was nothing special about it. So Fang Zhang let the two of them, Su Shui and Zhu Geming, wait for themselves here. After all, bringing the two of them to brush the monsters affected their efficiency. But Su Shui and the others couldn't have imagined that just because of Zhu Geming's pee, a giant beast was attracted, almost giving away their lives. Su Shui had collapsed on the ground at this point, not moving. Her breathing seemed weak. She was covered in a light frost, just like an icy beauty. Su Shui! Su Shui! Don't die ah! Zhu Geming was right in front of Su Shui, in a half-kneeling stance, with a golden shield of light unfolding in his hands, but his cries didn't have a single effect. In fact, his condition at this time was not much better than Su Shui. His whole body was covered in frost, and it was very difficult for him to move. And directly in front of them was a huge incomparable white tiger, which opened a pair of holy white wings, just like a holy angel.
The white tiger opened its huge mouth, and a beam of light was coalescing, targeting none other than Zhuge Ming and the two of them.
Damn it!
Zhuge Ming cursed. This tiger's attack was too bizarre, almost ignoring his defense and directly attacking the soul in general. He only felt a splitting headache now. His entire head was about to explode, as if it was about to explode. If it wasn't for his high mental strength, he would probably already be lying on the ground just like Su Shui. Looking at the beam of light from the white tiger's mouth, he knew that it was impossible to block it with his ability, but once he left, Su Shui was definitely dead. Zhuge Ming used his best efforts to open his light shield, and his headache almost made him faint.
Fang Zhen. It's you who owes me.
Seeing the beam of white light shoot out, he closed his eyes, ready to accept death.
Death, for him, might be a relief. Mom, is that you picking me up? Ming, Mom. I'm sorry. Even if in the future, you are the only one left. Have to live on.
You're so smart, Mom knows you can.
Silly boy, don't cry. I'm going to stay with your father. Be well. Live. Chapter 85 New Talent, Underworld Ice Flame. Bang!
Like the sound of breaking glass came.
Zhuge Ming had a splitting headache and finally couldn't hold on and collapsed.
Only a large hand suddenly picked him up, like picking up a chicken, followed by a high-speed movement.
Zhuge Ming opened his eyes with difficulty. It was that familiar yet annoying face.
Then he fainted, completely losing consciousness. Fang Zhang immediately applied a healing spell to the two, and their frost gradually disappeared and their skin regained its blood color. Seeing this, he was finally relieved, but for some reason, the two still did not wake up. Roar! At this time, the white tiger once again let out a roar. Fang Zhang's behavior of saving the two in front of it had completely angered it. Fang Zhang knew that now was not the time to check the injuries of the two. The might emanating from the giant white tiger in front of him was obviously not comparable to an ordinary boss.
Hidden Boss Ice Flame Sacred Tiger. Rank 5.
Fang Zhang frowned. This Ice Flame Sacred Tiger gave him a rather familiar feeling. It was the aura of a monarch level. The strength was feared to be above the Thunder Tyrant.
More importantly, its eyes were out of place, full of spirituality and not as dull as the Thunder Tyrant's. Human. You actually have the aura of a saint beast on you, interesting.
The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger opened its mouth, and a low voice like that of a middle-aged uncle came out. Fang Zhang couldn't help but be stunned. This was the first foreign beast that he had encountered in the novice space that could speak. The feeling he gave himself was dangerous. But I hate the aura you carry, so go to hell. The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger's eyes suddenly became stern. Roar!
Ice flame beams once again coalesced in its mouth.
Fang Zhang frowned. From the traces of the attack just now, it could be seen that it didn't seem to have much power, but why was it able to give people a feeling of trembling in their souls?
Quickly use the bow form. Founder was stunned. Who was this talking? There's no time. Quickly use the bow form. Hurry.
The founder was puzzled, but still immediately drew his dagger. Bow form. A black longbow immediately appeared in his hand. Pointed at its mouth and used the spirit arrow with all your strength. Fang Zhang he couldn't find a way to deal with the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger's attack at this moment, much less dodge it, because behind him were Su Shui and Zhuge Ming. He also did not suspect any fraud. The situation was critical. The arrow was on the string and had to be sent. Spiritual Power Arrow. Boom! Black and white. The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger beam shot out, and Fang Zhang was forced to fire his spiritual arrows as well. The two powerful energies collided, and the surrounding air was sucked in like a weird turbulence. Instantly, like fireworks exploding in the air, black and white light shot out in all directions, and then dissipated in the air. Very strong. Although Fang Zhang had just stored his power for a short period of time, he had consumed a full 300 points of mental power, which converted into a full 3,000 points of attack power. If you replace it with any layer of bosses, it would be enough to kill them in seconds. But this was just a tie. Grider! The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger once again let out a low voice. The legendary Seven Sins Divine Artifact has actually submitted to a human. Ha!
Founder?
You don't have to pretend to be deaf and dumb. I know you've unsealed. Old Piker, I don't need you to point out how I choose. Fang Zhang was surprised. It turned out that the voice just now was coming from Gridley. Old me is just pitying for you, only just unsealed, you're going to sleep again. The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger's tone was all disdain.
Is that so? If you have the ability to take out your real body and touch it. Ha! If the old man's real body were here, I'm afraid you and your little master would be torn to pieces. Who doesn't know how to brag? Bring out your real body.
I'm going to be in my side state, and the tiger's balls will cut yours.
Founder. This guy is a dead duck.
Ha! You live first.
It's not like I'm going to die, it's just him who's going to die. Founder. Listen for yourself, is this human language?
But then, I'm in trouble if he dies, so it's better for you to die, old Piker.
Humph.
The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger stopped talking, seemingly realizing that it was pointless to fight with this guy.
How many more cannons can you take from me?
After saying that, the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger opened its mouth once again. Fang Zhang frowned. Just as the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger said, he didn't have much mental energy left to catch it at all.
Kid.
You have to do your best this time, or you will die. Grid's voice appeared again, only this time, only Founder could hear it.
What do I have to do?
Fong Zhang naturally knew this, but even if he fired at full power, he might not be able to win against the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger.
Listen to me, Grid said seriously.
Fong Zhang had no other choice at this moment, once again tightly gripping the black bow, his hand pulled, and the black arrow immediately appeared. When the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger saw this, the corners of his eyes clearly revealed a smile.
Not yet, continue. The black arrow grew larger and larger, like a cannonball ready to fire.
Fong Zhang watched as his spiritual power bottomed out, but he couldn't see much chance of winning.
Prepare. It's now, convert the thunder attribute. Fong Zhang instantly reacted, and the black arrow instantly converted into a purple-blue color.
The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger obviously showed a hint of panic, but Fong Zhang's timing was just too good. At this time, it was spraying beams of light from its mouth, and its body was unable to move, so it simply couldn't dodge.
Boom! The two energies collided again, this time it was a white and a blue. This energy?
The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger unexpectedly lost its own energy to the other party this time. The violet-blue energy engulfed the white energy like a flame and slammed directly into the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger.
Kid, I'll remember you.
The spiritual power arrow with lightning, in addition to its own attack power, also came with the passive of the thunder talent as well as a paralyzing effect. The berserk energy impacted the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger, making it unable to move. A spell attack power of up to 6,000 plus was enough to kill everything in this space, and with divine lightning specializing in the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger, it didn't have any room for resistance at all.
After viciously leaving behind a sentence, it disappeared.
Fong Zhang was so aggrieved inwardly, the Thunder Tyrant wanted to remember himself, and the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger also wanted to remember himself. Nima, in the past, this sentence was only said by himself, how could anyone dare to say it to himself? Now that it is being missed in 3 days, it seems that the strength is still not good. Congratulations to Fong Zhang for killing the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger level 5.
Rewarding the killer with 500 points of assignable attributes. Reward everyone in the new town with 50 points of assignable attributes.
Seeing this prompt, Fong Zhang was instantly unhappy. Don't look at the fact that killing the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger only took a short amount of time, but the difficulty was definitely much higher than that of the Thunder Tyrant. Just now, if he had reacted a little slower, the one who would have died would probably have been himself. If he reacted slowly just now, he might have been the one to die. But the reward for being so dangerous was only 100 more than the Thunder Tyrant. It's really too pitiful.
Self-appropriation activated. Successfully transformed the Ice Flame of the Underworld talent.
Acquired Heart of the Sacred Tiger.
If you have this, I won't be sleepy. What a long-lost talent.
Originally, it really wasn't a misunderstanding on his part. There was no way to transform a talent when the gap in strength was too great.
Chapter 86 The Great World. With regards to the Spectral Ice Flame talent, Fong Zhang really didn't have the slightest understanding.
It was the first time he had heard of it before this.
Ice Flame wasn't like an unusual elemental talent, this was more of a spiritual talent. You kid is lucky. Grid's voice sounded again. Do you know what this is?
Fong Zhang had gotten quite accustomed to Grider's presence. Of course. The Underworld Ice Flame and the Tyrant Divine Thunder both belong to saint-level talents that only the 4 saint beasts in the world can possess. Spectral Ice Flame is not an unusual talent, all the skills target the soul.
And it ignores any physical defense.
It's useless even if the physical body is cultivated, it's trash in front of the Spectral Ice Flame. Just like the Ice Flame impact, not only can it cause freezing damage to the physical body, but more importantly, it directly attacks the soul. Upon hearing this, Fong Zhang sucked in a breath of cold air, but he himself did not have any skills that could withstand soul attacks. If he didn't have Grid, he would already be singing cold at this moment.
Fong Zhang instantly realized something, and his face turned ugly, then numb. Wait for death. Grid was cold like an emotionless weapon.
Fong Zhang hurriedly cast another healing spell on the two, but the flesh had long since been unharmed, it just never woke up.
No way. There must be a way. Fong Zhang checked the two people's bodies, their functions were all normal. It's impossible to be hopeless, you definitely have a way, right?
Grid let out a sigh. It's not that there's no way, but it's difficult.
Fong Zhang sniffed and immediately sparked hope. If there is, it's fine. Tell me.
There is a plant called Underworld Soul Refining Grass that can repair and strengthen the soul. If it's in the underworld, maybe I can still find it, but I can't do anything about it in the novice space.
How long can they last?
With the current situation, it is estimated to be less than 10 days.
Grid answered truthfully, if they hadn't majored in spiritual power, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to hold out for 3 days.
Fong Zhang's face was even more ugly now, that is, they couldn't hold on until the end of the novice space. Even if they returned to the outside world, he wouldn't be able to find the underworld. I've heard that the novice space is connected to all worlds. Does that mean I can find people from other worlds from the novice space?
Find them and ask for the Underworld Soul Refining Grass? Theoretically, it is possible.
Novice space is a space created by someone, and the substances inside are automatically adapted to the player's current world, so if you can find people from the underworld, you should be able to find this specialty as well.
Grid replied after thinking for a while. Good.
As long as there was still a chance, Fong Zhang did not want to give up.
Are you serious? Are they that important to you? Grid let out a soul-knocking question.
Yeah, he hadn't known Su Shui for a long time, and he didn't even know her identity and background. Zhuge Ming was even more so. Before these few days, the two were not even nodding acquaintances.
Did one really need to risk so much to save them?
Reason told him it wasn't even worth it, and no one would know if he left them both here. But he couldn't make that decision. In his dream, he was an undercover cop specializing in betraying his friends and brothers. I remember one time, the society was working on a big deal. He notified the police in advance, and there was a firefight between the two sides. His brother was shot to cover his escape, but unbeknownst to him, the police would not arrest him at all, and the escape was just an act. Could have saved the brother, he didn't. The society made themselves kill an unrelated mother and daughter on the street to prove their innocence in order to find the mole. He could have saved the mother and daughter, and he didn't.
Because it wasn't worth it. Because he didn't have a choice.
But now, he didn't have to choose, or weigh whether it was worth it or not.
As long as he wanted to, it was worth it. Seeing Fong Zhang's firm attitude, Grid sighed and did not continue to persuade him. Actually, there is another method. After a moment of silence, Grid said. What method?
The novice space is divided into the small world and the big world. What we are in now is the small world. The big world has actually become a world of its own, even if it changes every year, but all changes are the same. The big world has almost replicated all the world materials, and also turned them into various quest rewards, clearance rewards, boss rewards, etc. As long as you can find the corresponding quests, you can get what you want. However, the clues to all the quests are hidden, and it takes quite a bit of time to find them. Fong Zhang understood what Grider meant. Just like these hidden rooms, hidden bosses, all of them would not appear directly, and it would take a lot of time and material resources to explore. If it was a quest that specified a certain kind of reward, it would be even more difficult, like finding a needle in a haystack. Whether it was searching for the underworld or finding out the reward quest, it was almost impossible, which was why Grid said to wait for death in the beginning. Fong Zhang nodded, then carried Su Shui behind his back, picked up Zhuge Ming in his left hand, and walked towards the boss room.
Grid sighed, how greedy. Boom!
The gate opened, and inside was another very empty space. As Fong Zhang entered, a flaming lamp lit up, and in the center, a half-human, half-bull beast with a huge axe in both hands appeared.
10th floor guardian, giant axe bull demon.
The giant axe bull demon was 7 or 8 meters tall, its entire body was bulging with muscles, and its 2 axes were immense, with the axe handles alone being as tall as a person. An axe smashed down, the ground was afraid to leave a gully.
Moo! The giant axe cow demon didn't have any emotions, but that didn't stop it from attacking the other party. Sword form. 5 minutes ago.
Congratulations to Fong Zhang for killing the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger level 5.
Rewarding the killer with 500 points of assignable attributes. Reward everyone in the new town with 50 points of assignable attributes. Everyone in Novice City received this prompt.
Even their souls trembled when they saw the name Fong Zhang. There was no way the name Great Demon had impressed them too deeply. But after the fear, there was a cheer.
A city-wide reward, that was a real benefit.
Some people were happy and some people were sad, and I'm afraid that the one who was most sad right now was the Fina Guild. Originally, Fong Zhang was their guilds, and in addition to the citywide reward, there was also a guild reward. But now that Fong Zhang had left, the guild rewards had no share with them. What was even more ironic was that they were having a meeting to discuss how to eliminate the effects brought about by Fong Zhang. Although Fong Zhang had already left, there was no guarantee that the Situ family would not spread their anger on them. Everyone, don't think about it, which is more important in terms of a few dozen points of attributes versus our situation? People from Nan Nan Guild have come to warn us several times. If Fong Zhang were still around, there would definitely be no peace.
That's not necessarily true. With Fong Zhang's strength, he'll kill through Nan Nan Guild in minutes.
When these words came out, the dozen or so people were dumbfounded.
Indeed, with this kind of powerful strength, who would dare to come looking for trouble?
Congratulations to Fong Zhang for killing the 10th floor guardian, rewarding everyone in Newbie City with 50 points of assignable attributes.
Chapter 87, Legendary Talent.
Congratulations to Fong Zhang for killing the 10th floor guardian, rewarding everyone in Newbie City with 50 points of assignable attributes. Originally, he wanted to argue a few words, but when he saw this prompt, everyone fell silent once again. If they had only felt sorry just now, but this time they really regretted it. They had missed out on a full 100 points of attributes, which was equivalent to going up 5 levels, not counting the other hidden benefits.
If they were firmly on Fong Zhang's side, would he take everyone to brush up on their experience?
Unfortunately, everything was a floating cloud now.
Finally sighed, she was no longer in the mood to continue this meeting, dismissed.
Congratulations to Novice City 10015 for completing the labyrinth exploration. The door to the next level will be open soon. Please travel to the next level of the world within 5 days. At that time, this world will disappear. Seeing this prompt, this time everyone panicked. It meant that within 5 days, they had to find the door to the next world, which was the boss room on the 10th floor. Even if they didn't have to face the 10th floor boss, the foreign beasts on the 10th floor weren't good.
Tong tong.
Contact the other guilds immediately, we need to join forces. Li Fina said decisively. Standing in front of the gate leading to the next world, Fang Zhang did not realize at this moment that the entire Novice City was in a panic because of his speedy attack. But even if he knew, he would still do it because there was no time to wait any longer.
The doors slowly opened and a blinding light shone into the room.
Passing through the gate, the eyes opened up and the sunlight shone on his face, soothing his entire mood.
Stand. All freeze.
Fang Zhang found that a fence had been constructed outside the main gate and it was filled with people in armor. At a glance, they did not look like Disya people. Besides them, there were several other people coming out of the gate, in 2s and 3s and dozens of people, all kinds of people, including Disya people in many crooked countries.
All freeze.
The men on the fence shouted again, all of them raising their staffs, bows, arrows, greatswords, etc., as if they were about to attack at any moment. Everyone was in a daze, completely confused as to what was happening.
This city already belongs to our pretty country, Lord Dracula, and everyone must pay points to enter the city.
Now, Disya people stand on the left, the rest stand on the right. The one who spoke was a blonde-haired man whose rank should be at least at the middle stage of the Earth realm. The aura he emitted was comparable to Mo Xiaojun. The crowd was unsure, but looking at the gawking people on the fence, they didn't dare to squeak and obediently divided into 2 main formations.
Very good.
The blonde man was satisfied with everyone's cooperation. Those on the left, each person will hand over half of their points, and they can enter the city. Many people cursed loudly, why should I give it to you? For a while, there was a lot of noise. The blonde man sneered, shoot arrows. An arrow instantly shot through the head of the man who had just led the resistance. The speed was so fast that no one could react at all.
After the arrow passed through the man's head, it disappeared.
This speed and power was clearly not comparable to a bronze-level weapon, it was at least silver or above. There were at least a few hundred people on the fence with this kind of weapon. There were also some with staffs that emitted a faint glow and looked as if they were even more powerful.
Anyone else object?
The blonde man said again. This time, the voices of resistance were much smaller, but most people were still unconvinced in their hearts. But they don't look at the number of people, but the strength of the head of those who are strong. Even they don't resist, the others, how dare to say, can defeat the 10th floor boss or all rely on these people. In fact, they do not want to resist, but the person who was shot just now is one of their strongest, even he was easily killed, they suddenly did not have the courage to resist.
Very good.
The blonde man once again said with satisfaction.
Hey! Foreigner, what do you want? Quickly let us go. Dasha's side could no longer hold back. As a Dasha person, being threatened by these crooked countrymen could definitely be considered a strange shame.
Ever since the rise of the Great Xia Empire, when the Great Xia said one, other countries would never dare to say two. On the side of the crooked nation, there is already a team of people wearing fine equipment heading to collect the points, one by one, which does not allow for forgery. They will ask the other party to open the attribute panel.
In other words, all your information would be exposed.
Fang Zhan watched these crooked countrymen operate with a frown on his face. There was no way he was going to hand in his points or show people his attribute panel. Kill. At the blonde man's command, several arrows strangely appeared on the Dasha man who had just spoken, killing him instantly.
Rubbish.
The blonde man's eyes were ice cold. If you guys don't want to die, don't do any fearless resistance. The disdain for the Dasha people could be seen in his eyes.
Foreigner. Aren't you afraid of Dasha's retaliation?
Kill. The blonde man's face was expressionless. Several more arrows pierced through the man's head at the same time. Although he had been mentally prepared, surprisingly, he still couldn't react. The arrows appeared as if out of thin air, killing whoever he wanted to. The original dissatisfied situation, after seeing this situation, all calmed down quite a bit. With this kind of power, it must be a silver level or higher equipment. Moreover, all of these people were above the earth realm, and most of them were still at the mortal realm. All of them were a long way behind in strength.
Great summer pigs. Hand over all your points and I can keep you alive.
The blonde man was filled with loathing as he looked over to Dasha's side. Hearing the blonde man's insulting words, many people couldn't sit still, and directly stormed up to go up and kill each other, but suddenly an invisible gravity suddenly appeared, and pressed all of them down on the ground, unable to move. Of course, except for Fang Zhang, with his current attribute points, 100 times the gravity may not be able to overwhelm him. However, Fang Zhang was quite curious about this talent. This should be the gravity talent.
One of the legendary talents recorded in the book. Unsuspecting Dasha pig.
The blonde man said coldly, kill all those people. What the blonde man wanted to kill was naturally the group at the head, although they would lose a lot of points if they died, but killing them would make it easier for these Dasha talents to be soft.
The blonde man suddenly realized that there was someone else standing in here. He had already used the second gravity, 100 pounds of people equivalent to 2 tons of weight on the body. This can still stand up? 2 tons of gravity pressing on the body and lifting a 2-ton weight were two completely different concepts. Even the peak of the Earth realm might not be able to do it. How did he do it? It's impossible. This man must not be kept. Triple gravity. Setting note, levels 11 through 30 are collectively referred to as the Earth realm, with levels 11-16 being the beginning level of the Earth realm, levels 17-22 being the middle level, levels 23-29 being the high level, and level 30 being the peak level. For normal upgrading, the total attribute points at level 10 are roughly between 200-400 points, and after experiencing the labyrinth rewards, it is roughly between 200-1400 points, so the difference between the same level can be huge. Chapter 88, The Crisis on the 4th Floor. Triple gravity. How could the blonde man not expect to use triple gravity against a newcomer? To come to this floor only now at this point in time, what was it if not a newcomer? The group with the strongest strength had already arrived here a month ago. Compared to them, one was considered slow. Those who only entered now were already recognized by them as trash and had no value to pull in, so even if they were all crooked, they still had to hand over 50% of their points to enter. As for the Dasha people, there is no such favorable treatment. The blonde man's forehead was oozing cold sweat. Triple gravity was indeed a huge drain. However, the power is also really strong, equivalent to twice the second gravity. If not awakened, this pressure down absolutely turned into mush. Even these mortal realm, also quite bad. If the second gravity, when their fingers can still barely move a little, that triple gravity, blood can spit out a few liters, let alone move. The blonde-haired man was proudly about to announce that he was going to deprive the Dasha people of all their points when he realized that the man was still standing still. Only to see the man raise his hand, and there was suddenly a bow in his hand. He was surprised to be able to move freely under triple gravity. This strength was afraid to be the same as that lord? How could it be? Fang Zhang was really interested in the gravity talent, but there was not much time left, so he could not waste any more time. He opened his bow continuously, and a black arrow appeared one after another, and this kind of arrow formed by spiritual power was not affected by gravity, and its power was not reduced in the slightest. Continuous fighting, his spiritual power had long since bottomed out. Don't look at his spiritual power value is high, but the recovery ability is only at the 10th level. Even with the addition of the recovery potion can't catch up with the rate of depletion. He had to fight quickly. The strongest arrow was given to the blonde man, and the rest were shot at the archers guarding the gates. The blonde man went from originally disdainful to horrified. The black arrow was too fast for him to completely dodge. His left hand was shot and turned directly into a smash. He covered his arm in pain. It was unthinkable that he, whose total attributes were as high as 2000, would be injured in such a sorry state. Transform for yourself. Successfully transformed the gravity talent. When he saw this prompt, Fang Zhang was slightly stunned. This was too European. However, he didn't have time to examine too much right now. Sword form. The gravity disappeared. Fang Zhang immediately carried one person and hugged another, directly rushing towards the fence gate. Although he didn't have spiritual power, his power wasn't at all small, directly splitting the gate open. The others also started to resist when they saw this. Asking them to hand over all their points was worse than killing them. If no one took the lead, they might obediently do as they were told, but once someone took the lead, they were definitely going to follow suit. Stop them. The blonde man didn't care about the pain. If these people escaped, he would be heavily punished. The other guards then reacted, shooting arrows towards the crowd and even using their skills to attack. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Fang Zhang had already disappeared without a trace. As for the others, even though they are also Dasha people, he can't do anything at this moment. After a fierce battle, the melee finally ended. The blonde man's face was terribly gloomy, because the damage this time was too severe. Not only did his side die quite a few people, even those Dasha people died more than half of them. At this level, after killing someone, the points would not be transferred, and the experience would only be transferred by a third. In other words, with so many people dead, the points were all wasted. It's all his fault. The blonde man was so angry that his veins appeared, and blood seeped out again from his left hand that had originally stopped bleeding. Tie up all these Dasha pigs. Give me a hard beating. Don't beat them to death. I want to make their lives worse than death. When Fang Zhang reappeared, he was already in the street far away. He changed his attire and wore up his wide robe. As for Su Shui and Zhuge Ming, he found a house to hide. This city is indeed very large, more than 100 times larger than the novice city, divided into 5 major districts of the southeast, northwest, and the center, each of which is subdivided into 20 neighborhoods, and each of which has a teleportation array that can be transferred between the 5 major districts, or can be teleported outside of the city. The place where they were stopped just now was exactly the center area, which was also the most prosperous section. Originally, there was no wall there, and all those who passed through the portal could enter the city directly. However, those crooked people had built a wall to encircle the portal. Fang Zhang had already arrived at the eastern district at this time. Of course he didn't use the teleportation array or else he would have been discovered.
Those crooked country people seemed to be uncomfortable with the word East, and this district had fewer people, all of them had Oriental faces. Thanks to this, he could easily find a room that no one was using.
Fang Zheng planned to take advantage of the time when his spiritual power recovered to gather as much information as possible.
What was the situation of the other Daxia people now? However, he was most worried about Song Qingling's situation, and with the attitude of the crooked nation just now, he had a bad feeling about it. But he didn't dare to blatantly poke around. Right now his dress was just too otherworldly, and it would instantly attract the attention of others. Don't look at this side of the eastern district wasn't very prosperous, but Fang Zheng came across several teams of people wearing the same armor inspecting in just 1 hour. Seeing that he couldn't pry too much information at all now, he had to go back first and come out again at night. The place Fang Zhang looked for was an inconspicuous house. The rules here were the same as the third floor, providing points to live, but now the system mall no longer provided any food and water. It was impossible to live here until the end of the day. However, the mall also unlocked quite a few things for sale. In addition to equipment, there are all kinds of potions, and even attribute points, skill books, talent awakening books, and permanently enhanced growth attribute points for sale. But the price is not cheap at all. Single attribute point is as high as 10,000 points a point. The primary class skill book is 100,000 points a, is not guaranteed to learn, is with probability. As for the talent awakening book is more expensive. 10% probability of awakening is 500,000 won, 50% probability of awakening is 5 million won.
And this is still ordinary talent. More rare talent price is more expensive.
As for the permanent increase in growth attribute points that Fang Zhang valued, this was even more expensive, requiring 500,000 points to raise 1 point. Originally, Fang Zheng thought that he had a lot of points, but after seeing the mall, he realized that it was really too far.
It's not even worth spending money on.
Closing the panel, Fang Zhang once again looked at Su Shui and Zhuge Ming. They still looked like they were sleeping, but after before, their breath was obviously worse again. Moreover, they were still in the mortal realm. Their bodies were all mortal flesh. They would die after 3 days of not drinking. They simply couldn't support themselves after 10 days. This creates a problem. He wants to go to find the underworld soul refining grass alone will be more convenient, but no one to take care of Su Shui and they cannot. The best way is to find a trustworthy person to take care of them, that is, Song Qingling or Zhao Jiangshan, or Li Fina, they can also. But the situation here, not to mention them, even the Daxia people were hard to find.
So the first order of business was to resolve the conflicts in this city. Fang Zhang felt a big headache just thinking about it. Time was quite tight. Chapter 89 Premeditation. Evening. Fang Zhang's spiritual power had recovered quite a bit, and his actions were naturally relatively bolder. Taking advantage of the darkness of the moon and the wind, when he saw a patrol soldier who was alone, he quickly knocked him out and took him away. The whole action was not needed for a second, no one could even notice. Turning back to the residence, Fang Zhang took off the hood of this patrol soldier, again blonde hair and blue eyes of the crooked countryman, but this time it is a female, which makes Fang Zhang unexpected. They were all wearing silver, white and blue checkered knight armor, and it was impossible to distinguish their gender from their appearance. Originally, he thought that these armors were something good, but he realized that they were all black iron equipment. This equipment wasn't sold by the system mall, it was obviously artificially created. Hiss-ah! The blonde woman finally woke up, only feeling a throbbing pain in the back of her head. She wasn't at all sure what had happened, but when she saw the Daxia man in front of her, she was shocked. She wanted to scream, but when she felt the gust of coolness against her throat, she forced herself to hold back. Fang Zhang was satisfied with her performance. If she didn't cooperate, he didn't mind killing her to find a new one to torture. Anyway, at this point in time, there was no need to think about international friendship. Please let me go, I don't know anything.
The blonde woman's face was horrified, and she just realized that she was knocked out while wearing her armor, enough to prove that this person's power was very great. But she was an awakened herself, and wasn't going to be intimidated by this, showing her vulnerability on the surface, but in reality, she was already calculating how to counterattack. You don't need to rush to answer. Fang Zhang grabbed the blonde woman's helmet with one hand, and crushed this into smithereens with a little force.
This action directly stunned the blonde woman. Crushing the helmet with one hand.
It was already not easy to flatten the helmet, but to crush it as well. I'm afraid the captain, who was gifted with strength, couldn't do it. If this power was placed on her skull, there would be no room for survival. As she thought of this, she immediately put away her excess thoughts. At least now was not the time.
Fang Zhang nodded. This was exactly what he wanted to see. What's your name? Which country? I'm Lena, from a pretty country. The blonde didn't dare to hide it.
In fact, Fang Zhang could directly let the blonde woman light up the attribute panel, but he was afraid that the blonde woman would jump over the wall. He didn't mind killing it, but finding a new one would take time and be troublesome after all.
Why are you guys patrolling? We're the knights, to keep the peace, and what else?
Also, capture the Daxia people. The blonde woman sneaked a look at Fang Zhang and realized that the other party didn't have any major mood swings, then she sighed in relief.
Who told you to arrest the Daxia people? Why are you arresting us?
It was ordered by Lord Kira. As to why, I'm not sure. I only know that it was already like this when I came to this city.
Kira?
Well, it's the leader of our order, also with blonde hair.
The guy who uses gravity?
Yes. The blonde wasn't curious as to why the other knew about Kira, since he was the one guarding the gate walls and basically everyone who came in had seen him.
Where are the captured Dasha people?
There was clearly some killing intent in Fang Zhang's eyes, which was clearly directed at the Dasha people.
In the prison tower in the central district.
After the blonde woman finished speaking, Fang Zhang remembered that he did see a strange tower in the central district during the day, controlled by a special power.
Tell me everything you know. Fang Zhang's dagger against the blonde woman's neck went in a little further.
The blonde woman was silent for a while and finally said, "Actually, I don't really know a lot. I only know that it's all Lord Dracula's orders." Feeling the cold aura from Fang Zhang's hands, the blonde woman didn't dare to hide anything anymore. "I heard that every 10 days, Lord Dracula will kill a group of Dasha people. As for the reason, I'm not sure." Fang Zhang's brows had a tight frown. If what this person said was true, then this Dracula was obviously not just targeting the Dasha people as simple as that. If he really wanted to target, he would just kill them directly. Why would he need to fix the time? Tomorrow is exactly the 10th day. I heard that there are hundreds of thousands of people this time, the largest number, and Lord Dracula is heard to show up. Speaking of this Dracula, the blonde woman's face was also a bit dissatisfied. Although Dracula targeted the Dasha people and took away a lot of points, but he wasn't much kinder to them, and took away half of the points as well. Then blackmail them to help Dracula work, and then send points to give rewards.
Rounding up equals rewarding yourself. Hearing the amount of several 100,000, Fang Zhang couldn't help but stare. Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know what the concept of hundreds of thousands of people is?
If you say that hundreds of thousands of people can't cut down spelling CC for a penny, I believe you, but if you say that hundreds of thousands of people can't cut down one person, how can that be possible? Seeing Fang Zhang's disbelieving face, the blonde woman then said, "Don't believe me, I heard that Dracula is already in the empty realm strength and has high attribute points. There are also rumors that he's not human." Hearing this, Fang Zhang was even more nonchalant. The empty realm was also level 30 to 50. The basic attributes were already 2,000 points to start with. If the growth attributes were high, plus the rewards from the various levels of the labyrinth, the total attribute points were at least 5,000 or more. To know that he worked so hard to brush attribute points, only more than 4,000, this is also too horrible.
But that's not enough, that's a human, not an ant.
Fang Zhang still didn't really believe that a sea of hundreds of thousands of people would be able to consume him to death.
And with so many people working together, what kind of iron prison could be trapped? Is it useful to have many people? According to you, what use is the Himalayan prison located in your country?
There are more than hundreds of thousands of prisoners and alien beasts there, and all of them are far more powerful than us.
Fang Zhang was immediately confused by such a question. The Himalayan mountains she was talking about should be the Himalayas, but there was a prison there? And hundreds of thousands of criminals trapped there? Seeing Fang Zhang's appearance, the blonde woman was also confused. You really don't know, or you don't know? As the largest member state of the Awakened Association, the Great Summer Country naturally has this power to imprison criminals all over the world. How is this done? This is a high martial alien world? Can a strong person really be shut down? The blonde woman saw that Fang Zhang didn't look like he was pretending, so she said, "There is a rare ore on the Holy Island, and the holy stone made after purification can instantly empty the awakened person's spiritual power, and if it is then arranged into a formation, it can at most suppress the awakened person's ability by more than 90%. If one possesses the holy stone, wouldn't they be invincible?" The blonde woman blankly glanced at Fang Zhang. "You think holy stones are easy to get off? Alone wanting to enter the Holy Island at least requires more than the empty realm, and the empty realm to enter, 10 deaths without a chance of survival. Secondly, holy stones are very rare. There aren't many in the entire Holy Island. I heard that the holy stones in the Himalayan prison still have to enter the Holy Realm to find them. Plus there's the issue of purification. The effect is greatly reduced if the purity is not high. I guess the holy stone of the Ion prison's suppression of the Earth Realm will be much smaller. All in all, this thing has a price, and it's not always possible to find much of it by lifting up the country." Fang Zhang nodded. This was in line with the setting. If anyone could get it, the human race would have died out long ago. However, he also noticed that the blonde woman said sacred island and sanctuary. These two words did not seem to be mentioned in the textbooks. For that Dracula to have such things, it was obvious that he had planned it. I'm afraid he's got big plans. Chapter 90, Breaking Through the Earth Realm. Originally, Fang Zhang wanted to ask further, but the time was running out, and there were less than 5 hours left before the blonde woman said the execution time. He confiscated all of the blonde woman's equipment and weapons, then tied them up with a rope, covered her mouth, and made her stay in the corner. She couldn't be released just yet, so she had to be disposed of like this for now, though it didn't always work. But he didn't care. The blonde woman was only at the level of 12 or 13, and posed no threat. After taking care of that, he sat down on the ground and started meditating. In fact, when he defeated the 10th floor guardian, his experience value was already full and he could break through to the Earth Realm, only the situation was rather urgent.
Now that he was idle, Fong Zhang followed the tutorial in the book and began to try to break through the mortal realm. The mortal realm, which was the realm of mortals, the body was still mortal flesh. But the earth realm is different. The biggest difference is the metamorphosis of the body, becoming more powerful and as hard as the earth. In short, the body is more durable. Every breakthrough in the realm is also a metamorphosis of the body, and it takes time.
Fong Zhang's whole body was relaxed, but his mental power was highly concentrated, and invisible mental power was impacting his brain.
He began to try to channel his spiritual energy, transforming it from intangible to tangible. In no time, one could already feel the spiritual energy flowing into his entire body like blood. This was the signal of moving from the mortal realm to the earth realm, getting baptized with spiritual energy. The body started to change along with it, as if every cell was getting stronger. The blonde woman was bored and curiously looked at Fong Zhang, originally thinking that he was doing something, but after observing for a while, she realized that he was breaking through. Because she had also just broken through a few days ago, this feeling was quite familiar, there was no mistaking it. She herself was clearly in the earth realm, and she was surprisingly powerless to fight back in front of the mortal realm.
Who would believe this if he said it out loud?
As she was thinking about how she was going to sneak away, she realized that a vortex had appeared beside Fong Zhang and couldn't help but open her mouth wide. When the mortal realm broke through to the earth realm, a very important point of success was whether or not one could draw the spirit into the body. Spirit here refers to the spiritual qi in heaven and earth. After entering the earth realm, the body would open up a new sea of qi, at which point one could inhale the spiritual qi and store it as one's spiritual energy. Spiritual energy and spiritual energy were essentially the same, but spiritual energy was generated by oneself and could not be provided by the outside world, while spiritual energy was provided by the outside world.
The earth realm's upper limit for absorbing spiritual energy was the same as its own upper limit for spiritual energy, which was equivalent to an additional blue bar. When spiritual energy ran out, one could directly absorb spiritual energy to recover, and the recovery speed was much faster than spiritual energy.
However, if the spiritual energy is not full, it is not possible to directly recover the spiritual energy. One has to restore the spiritual energy to full by oneself, and then one can inhale the aura to turn it into spiritual energy. So when the blonde woman saw Fong Zhang inhaling spiritual qi in such an exaggerated manner, she couldn't help but be surprised. Just how high was this spiritual power of his? It was only after a while that Fong Zhang stopped absorbing, and the cyclone around him disappeared.
Character: Fong Zhang. Level: 11 Earth Realm. Strength: 1240. Agility: 1295. Spirit: 1239. Physique: 1117. Spiritual power: 1239. Main talent: Divine Healing SSSLV2 passive, Turn to Self. Secondary talents: Tyrant Divine Thunder SLV1 passive, Thunder Seal effect, Shock, Spectral Ice Flame SLV1, Gravity ALV1, Water DLV1, Strength DLV1, Dexterity DLV1, Vision ELV1, Fire ELV1. Natural skills: Healing Power, Lightning Control, Ice Blast, Multi-Gravity, Water Defense passive, Visual Enhancement, Fire Control, Strength Enhancement, Agility Enhancement. Equipment: Heart of the Sea King Mutilated, Shadow Cloak, Greed LV3. Skills: Super Healing Power passive, Disintegration, Haste, Healing Elf, Thunder Storage. Assignable attribute points: 204. Points: 625,084. Enter the mall. From the mortal realm to the earth realm, the free attribute points directly increased by 200 and the growth attribute points doubled. Originally, the breakthrough was a happy one, but when he saw that the growth attribute had changed from 2 to 4 points, he was immediately unhappy, and the gap had been widened again. Still have to keep working hard,
But apart from the change in attribute points, the most intuitive thing was the enhancement of the physical quality, and there was more of a feeling that the shackles had been lifted.
As the day dawned, Fong Zhang took Lina and left the room, and looked for an opportunity to grab a set of knight's clothing.
This kind of night costume of his had a helmet that almost covered his face, which really suited Fong Zhang.
Originally, Fong Zhang's plan was to kill Lina after the interrogation, but Lina was so cooperative that she didn't even move when he broke through, which made him a bit clueless.
And thinking that he still needed Lina to cover up, he kept her.
The two of them walked down the street, and with Lina as a knight, no one really paid any attention to them. Because of the time, Fong Zhang planned to go over to the center area directly from the teleportation array. The Eastern District's teleportation array was located right in the center of the Eastern District, and the teleportation array was not only able to teleport to the various districts of the town, but also outside the city. Outside of the town was a rather large world with forests, lakes, mountains, deserts, etc., and it was also connected to other worlds. Of course, the outside of the city is also filled with exotic beasts, unlimited in level, and no longer suppressed by the novice space, restoring normal strength and experience. In other words, the novice protection period had disappeared. So many people. Is it usually like this? Fong Zhang asked in a low voice.
Lina shook her head. No, it should be because today is going to be.
That's why there are so many people.
She didn't dare to say it, but Founder understood what she meant. Here today, besides the people watching, there were also many so-called knights, who all wore the same equipment and were very recognizable. Be careful, they should be looking for you. Lena had realized that the Dasha man the captain had spoken of yesterday would be this man. Fang Zhang froze. I didn't think you cared about me. Who cares about you? If you get caught, I'm dead too. Lena knew that she was already in the same boat with this Dasha man. If Dracula and the others knew that she was helping the Dasha man, she would also be dead. Although there were a lot of people here, because of Lena's status as a knight, the two didn't need to queue up and came directly to the teleportation array.
20 points per person. The knight on guard said coldly. Lena skillfully paid the points, and the two of them went straight into the teleportation array.
The teleportation array glowed brightly, and the person standing in the teleportation array was instantly wrapped in the light and disappeared in the next second.
Fang Zhang felt a wave of dizziness. This felt different from the teleportation portal in the labyrinth.
The portal in the labyrinth was like two spaces spliced together, and by opening the door, one could go directly to another space. And this teleportation array was more like establishing a passageway between two spaces, which connected the two spaces together with a mysterious power. In reality, the recopy space hall was utilizing this kind of teleportation array to teleport between different copy spaces, saving the trouble of long distance. It was said that maintaining these teleportation arrays cost a huge amount of money every year.
Chapter 91, Dracula. The center of the city was huge, and all of the buildings were of that grand and atmospheric style, and when a person was in the middle of it, he or she had a feeling of being small. At this moment, the entire central square was full of people, and the most central was exactly that kind of dozens of meters high iron prison tower. Looking from below, one could still see the densely packed people in the iron prison tower. Aside from these, more conspicuous were the people in knight's armor, forming circle after circle of human walls. There was even a constant stream of Dasha people being escorted to the iron prison. Fang Zhang could see clearly through visual enhancement, and among them were people like Li Fina and Zheng Tianlang.
Although the strength of these people was not bad, they were clearly not enough to face all the knights above the earth realm, and the number of knights was not less than them. After they were sent inside the iron prison, they immediately lost their ability to resist. This made Fang Zhang very curious. By all rights, this kind of artifact should not appear in this space. If it wasn't prepared by Dracula, it was modified by him. Whichever was possible, it showed that this person was not simple. Soon, a man clad in a black cloak appeared on a high platform, and in this instant, it was as if the entire space had quieted down, and even Fang Zhang felt a hint of oppressive force. I'm afraid that this man's strength was not below his own. Just as Fang was thinking, the man revealed a wry smile. My people, I'm glad you're all witnessing history with me today. The Great Summer Country, a barbaric and backward land, a country with no human rights and no autonomy, is arrogant and domineering, repeatedly interfering in our country's affairs, and attempting to annihilate and control countries such as ours, which is truly abominable. They are nothing more than having more people and good luck. They happen to contribute during the era of great chaos, but times have changed. It's the era of the elites now. So what makes this kind of lowly race able to overpower us, and what makes it the most powerful country?
Our pretty country has the only diamond-grade equipment, the strongest heaven realm awakened person. What do the great Xia people have? Starting today, we're going to subvert Dasha's dominance. Let all the great Xia pigs bow down to us from now on. Now, I'm going to make it so that all of you can become noble blood clans. Become the strongest race in this world. After saying that, everyone chanted Dracula. Fang Zhang was speechless. He really couldn't understand the brain circuits of these people. He even thought that they had IQ problems. They were so easy to fool. At this time, a red light lit up under the iron prison tower, and a circular formation appeared out of nowhere. Ha ha! Tyrannical Eclipse Gertoni.
I didn't expect to meet him here. That's when Greed's voice rang out, sensing the scent of his kind.
Overreading Gertoni?
That's right, that loser who specializes in boundary formations. Fang Zhang couldn't help but furrow his brows. As the owner of the grid, he knew best how powerful the Seven Sins artifact really was. It definitely wouldn't be the waste that Grider had spoken of. The red lights under the iron prison tower were like shooting stars in the deep night sky. They flashed and sped along the established tracks. These circular formations, each of which seemed to possess life, emerged from the void as if they were ancient and mysterious runes, each of which exuded a powerful energy aura.
Everyone in the iron prison tower watched everything in amazement.
Their eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. At this moment, Dracula leapt up and came directly to the top of the iron prison tower. He was clad in a black cloak and had a deep, standard crooked nation face. The people at the bottom were like fervent believers, constantly shouting, Lord Dracula. Dracula stood at the top of the tower with a deep gaze, his cloak fluttering in the wind as he revealed a ghostly smile. He looked down, and below him was a sea of fervent believers, who shouted his name at the top of their voices, that voice full of worship and awe. Lord Dracula. Their shouts seemed to stir up the fervor within Dracula, and he raised his voice to the sky, his voice filled with endless dominance. Ah! Ah! Inside the iron prison tower, a scream rang out as a thread of red seemed to be drawn out of their bodies and continued to converge on the top of the tower.
What is he doing? Fong Zhang immediately had a bad premonition. Getoni is absorbing power, life force is the source of his power.
Grid's tone was cold, not the slightest emotion could be heard, as if that was normal.
Ah. I'm a member of the Dasha Zhang family. You can't do this. Release me.
I don't want to die here, please, just let me go, I'll do anything.
You can't. Let me go. Let me go. I don't want to die here. Damned pretty countryman, we Xiao will not let you go.
They shouted, cried, and struggled, but no one paid any attention at all. A thread of red in their bodies seemed to be drawn out and kept converging on the top of the tower, that was their life force.
Agony. Face twisted. Lord Dracula. Please spare us.
Someone shouted loudly, their voice filled with endless pleas.
However, Dracula acted as if he didn't hear them, his gaze firm and cold.
He continued to wave his fingers, asking for more people's life force to be drawn out. At the same time, the people underneath kept chanting, "Long live Lord Dracula." At that moment, a large blood-red ball rose from the top of the tower.
Lowly humans, open your arms and accept this brand new power. Dracula smiled coldly, as if everything was within his grasp.
He was going to raise the strongest legion of blood clans to conquer this world of the heavens.
The Blood Clan welcomes you. Another earth-shattering roar rang out as Dracula's power completely exploded.
Huge balls of blood erupted in all directions like needle-like blood spikes, shooting at everyone.
Boom!
While the crowd was cheering, a blazing firebird sprinted towards the huge blood ball, and its powerful impact destroyed the blood ball instantly, turning it into a roiling blood mist. This sudden change caused everyone's cheers to instantly come to a screeching halt as they sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked to the rear with expressions of horror and surprise.
At this moment, a voice shouted, "Who is it?"
The voice was as hoarse as a coyote's and sent shivers down one's spine. Dracula's face, which was originally wearing a smile, also instantly became stiff, and his gaze coalesced on that knight holding a black bow.
What man? Without hesitation, the knights standing below also drew their weapons one after another, pointing them at the knight holding the black bow.
Their eyes were filled with vigilance and hostility, as if they wanted to take down this uninvited guest completely.
Daring to disrupt his lordship's feast, you really don't know how to die.
They roared, their voices filled with threats and anger.
Take it.
Finally, they roared in unison, their voices echoing in the sky of red light, as if they wanted to involve the entire world in this fierce conflict.
Chapter 92 10,000 Elephant Heavenly Attractor. Dracula quickly regained his cold face, eyeing what was happening below and not stopping it.
Knights in armor surrounded the founder, afraid that he would run away.
Crazy? Lina looked at Fong Zhang in disbelief. Do you realize how many people are here? It's not an exaggeration to say that there are hundreds of thousands of people gathered here without 100. Among them, there are several thousand knights if not 10,000. And all of them are Earth Realm experts. What kind of concept is that? Any one of them back in reality is an elite-level existence. Even a Heaven Realm powerhouse would be enough for him to drink a pot of water. Thousands of tens of thousands of Earth Realm experts erupted their auras at the same time, and Lina only felt an invisible pressure pressing down on her. Her legs were weak and she almost fell to her knees, her eyes filled with despair. Had he known that this man was crazy, he would not have agreed to him by any means. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now, and she had already imagined the tragic situation of being hacked alive. However, the scene she imagined did not appear, only to see Fong Zhang's black bow continuously shooting out white arrows, but the ones that were shot fell to the ground in pain one by one, but there was not even a single wound on them. In just an instant, a large number of them had already fallen. What kind of divine means is this? An Earth Realm expert is actually afraid of your spiritual arrows? Above the Earth Realm, spirit power materialization wasn't difficult at all, but the damage was really average, because the spirit power stored in the body needed to be compressed and then elicited out of the body. The amount of spirit power in the Earth Realm wasn't very high, and the power was naturally limited. But the spirit power arrow in Fong Zhang's hand didn't seem to be the same thing. Fong Zhang was quite satisfied with Greed's bow form at the moment. It wasn't bad that he had spent so many attribute points to upgrade it. Grid's spiritual arrow was of course different from ordinary spiritual arrows. Grid's spiritual arrow only needed to spend a small amount of spiritual power to produce 10 times the power, and with the additional spectral ice flame talent, it was simply an unbeatable combination. The spectral ice flame ignored all physical defenses and directly attacked the soul. Although it couldn't do as much as the ice flame sacred tiger to heavily damage the soul, it was still easy to subject the opponent to the pain of soul burning. Moreover, with the existence of the effective spirit thirst, it could continuously replenish spiritual energy, rounding up to the equivalent of no consumption. What's even more outrageous is that he can absorb attribute points to enhance himself every time he attacks. The more others fight, the more tired they get, but the more he fights, the easier it gets. The tragic screams of the knights rose and fell, instantly calming down the others, who stopped in their tracks and didn't dare to move forward again. Rubbish! At this moment, a blond man stepped out from the crowd, his eyes almost spitting fire. It's Harris. Lina was even more desperate now that it was the son of gravity himself.
Fang Zheng immediately recognized him. It was the man who used the gravity talent yesterday. He clearly remembered that he had clearly broken the blonde man's left arm yesterday, but now that he had both arms intact, it seemed that he had some kind of regeneration means.
You still dare to come? Very good. Harris laughed in anger. Because of Founder, he lost his left hand, and in order to be able to regenerate his left hand, he became a blood clan, a monster that feeds on blood, and even worse, his soul was enslaved by Dracula, and he lost his freedom from then on. To say that he didn't hate Founder, it was impossible. When he saw Founder appear again, he wanted to tear him apart with his own hands. I'm going to try. Stop. Harris's eyes were on fire. How could this guy be so mean? How dare he keep attacking while others were talking? Although Harris said to stop, but Fang Zheng didn't spoil him, the movements of his hands didn't slow down for a second, and his bow and arrows kept shooting out. Just kidding, these were all attributes. Spread out, all of you. All of you, hurry up. Seeing that Fang Zheng still kept attacking, Harris kept calling for people to stay away, itching to go up and drag these people away. Founder didn't care either. Those who walked slower were shot to the ground by him. Harris was so angry that he jumped to his feet. How can this Fang Zheng be so shameless? He couldn't help but yell, stop. But Fang Zheng continued to shoot arrows as if he didn't hear him, and said coldly, stop when you say stop. How old are you? Harris was so angry that his eyes were almost glaring out. I'll see how long you keep your mouth shut. The people had already evacuated and Founder and Harris were left in the large circle. Seeing that those knights had all run quite far out of range, Fang Zheng had no choice but to stop. For gravity. Harris roared, finally offering his big move. His patience with Fang Zheng had been exhausted. The original triple gravity was already his limit. However, after being empowered by the power of the Blood Clan, he had once again broken through his boundaries and was able to perform quadruple gravity. When the heavy pressure of the gravity force field that looked like Tarzan descended on Fang Zheng's body, the ground under his feet instantly collapsed, and the earth around him drastically dented as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Lena, who was standing at the side, was unable to withstand this force and spewed out a mouthful of blood, her entire body sticking to the ground, unable to move. The armor on her body was squeezed to the point of being deformed and twisted, as fragile as paper mache. In comparison, Fang Zheng's condition was much better. Although the 4 gravity was incredibly powerful, after being strengthened by the Earth realm, it didn't feel much stronger than the 3 gravity to him. He firmly stepped forward, each step causing the earth beneath his feet to instantly sink. He didn't stop until Lena was out of gravity's range. Lena was motionless at this point, alive or dead. She was so stupid. If she had just pretended that she didn't recognize Founder and spread out with the other knights, she wouldn't have ended up like this. However, at this moment, Fang Zheng didn't have time to care about her. You really are strong. Harris grimaced and said slowly, but do you think that's all? Harris grimaced as he had to admit that this person was much stronger than he had anticipated. But he couldn't lose again no matter what. Only Harris stretched out his right hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. At that instant, Fang Zheng felt the gravity on his body instantly disappear without a trace. He had a confused look on his face, unable to believe that Harris would withdraw his hand so easily. Sure enough, at this moment, Harris had a smug smile on his face. Clearly everything was in his reckoning. This is my bottom card, gravitational field. After Harris finished speaking, a handful of extra steel balls appeared in his hand, scattering them at Founder with a brain. Fang Zheng was really confused. This light attack, looking down on who? However, in the very next second, he realized that he was wrong. Those steel balls suddenly accelerated and shot towards him at bullet-like speed. Fang Zheng had no doubt that these steel balls would cause a direct penetration when they hit his body. He could even imagine the scene of them passing through his muscles. He was trying to move, but he realized that his feet were as hard to move as if they were stuck to strong glue. Seeing that the steel ball was about to hit him, the bow in his hand immediately turned into a sword. Bang! Not the sound of a steel ball hitting, but the clang of a sword striking itself. Fang Zheng then realized that the original gravity field had not disappeared, but had been transferred to himself. Wasn't this the Wanxiang Heavenly Guidance? Chapter 93 Airblade Chop. How many floors does a bag of rice carry? Fang Zheng realized that wasn't this a low-profile version of the Wanxiang Tianin? The only drawback was that it couldn't be used at will. After all, it was inflicted on oneself by the enemy. At this moment, not allowing him to think too much, the strength of his arm exploded, and Grid instantly broke free of the gravitational force, swiftly swinging his sword to slash at those steel beads. 5 gravity, it was indeed powerful, especially when it only targeted one person. The sword in Fang Zheng's hand seemed to instantly become as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The weight seemed to pull his arm towards the center of the earth, causing the strength of his sword swing to be greatly restricted. With a crisp crash, a steel ball was deflected and crashed to the ground. However, what was unexpected was that after landing on the ground, these steel balls, as if they were alive, bounced back up and clung to Fang Zheng's body. Although these steel balls no longer had their original power, the feeling they brought to Fang Zheng was indescribably uncomfortable. Harris was only slightly surprised and recovered as usual. Next, he was going to fire more marbles and even other weapons. Just now was just an appetizer.
Fang Zheng frowned. When he saw Harris take out more steel marbles again, he felt bad.
Power reinforcement.
Twice the strength of his legs erupted, and he could no longer take a beating in place. Seeing that Fang Zhang was able to walk and rush towards him, Harris's face immediately turned ugly.
Fang Zhang raised the sword in his hand and was pointing it at Harris.
Suddenly, Harris's entire body was restricted by gravity. He wanted to run, but unfortunately it was too late. Founder was following him closely, not giving him a chance at all. As the two of them got closer and closer, the more Harris was subjected to the gravitational force, and in the end, his entire body was attracted by Fang Zhang.
Chi blade slash. A white sword chi instantly wrapped around Grider. Disarm.
Seeing this, Harris's face turned green and he was so anxious that he directly undid the gravitational field on Fang Zhang. Fang Zhang suddenly felt that his hands and feet were much more relaxed, revealing a smug smile.
What a wimp.
This Fang Zhang's evaluation of Harris, he would use practical actions to tell Harris that disarming the gravitational field was his worst decision. After disengaging the gravitational force, Harris immediately powered up, trying to escape from Founder's attack range.
Unfortunately, he was fast, but Fang Zhang was even faster. Bang! Harris was suddenly pulled hard.
The tip of Founder's sword just managed to break through Harris's armor, only leaving a bloodstain on his chest that wasn't deep or shallow.
Enough!
6 men appeared in front of Harris, one of whom had just yanked him away. These 6 people wore the same armor as Harris, the same blue and white hue, but much more advanced than Fang Zhang's.
7 holy riders!
Lena exclaimed. How could she not expect the 7 holy riders to come out at the same time?
You guys get out of the way. Don't intervene.
Harris roared at the 6.
Ha, you think I want to save you?
You're no match for him.
No way. I just made a mistake.
The boss is watching, so shut up if you don't want to die. The boss has lost his patience, he won't allow anyone to disturb the feast. Once these words came out, Harris really shut up, only looking at Fang Zhang with unwilling eyes.
This person is very strong, let's strike together.
Standing in the center, the tallest boy among the 7 said. It's so meaningless, it's surprising that the 7 of us have to join forces, said the beautiful woman with long blonde hair and big turquoise blue eyes.
We've lost enough face. The tall boy said.
Harris sniffed and blushed even harder, the words were clearly meant for him.
I know. Be careful with his weapon.
The tall boy looked towards the sword in Fang Zhang's hand. The white sword chi had turned yellow at this point, giving off a very eerie feeling. The feeling was familiar, but couldn't recall it at once.
Humph.
Just that punk, give me another chance and I'm sure I can kill him. Harris was clearly unconvinced, but he didn't rebel against the boss's orders. They had taken out their respective weapons, and it was clear that they were going to get real. The tall boy's weapon was a giant hammer that was taller than he was, looking both huge and heavy, as if it was a destroyer's hammer that could destroy everything. On the other hand, the beautiful woman's weapon was the Ame Stinger. This double-edged short sword danced in her hands as if it had turned into a flexible viper, ready to bite the enemy at any time. The other people's weapons were more normal, some were holding staffs, some were long swords, and some were huge shields. All of their weapons exuded the unique pressure of silver grade weapons, and it was clear that they all belonged to the silver grade. When the 7 holy riders revealed their weapons, the atmosphere of the entire arena boiled with cheers. 7 holy riders. The cries of 7 holy riders were endless. The joining forces of the 7 holy horsemen made them both shocked and excited, remembering that the last time they joined forces was the time they faced the mountain beast. At that time, that mountain beast was like a mountain standing at the city gates, and how many adventuring teams had died tragically under its feet, leaving the crowd helpless and unable to get out of the outer city at all. In the end, they relied on the 7 holy riders to join hands and kill the mountain beast, so that they could go to the outer city to carry out their adventurous quests. That experience was undoubtedly an unforgettable memory for all those present. It was also that battle that established their position as the 7 holy riders. Now that they were facing a mere Earthrealm primary, they were actually asking the 7 Saint Riders to join forces, undoubtedly causing the crowd to feel puzzled and shocked. However, they also believed that since the 7 sacred riders had stepped in, it was time for this farce to end. Lena couldn't help but worry when she saw this. She didn't even understand why she was worried. It was obvious that they were in a hostile relationship. Suddenly, Fang Zhang's figure flashed, instantly appearing in front of the 7 holy riders, and swung his sword down, completely not giving them time to think. This action caused the crowd to be stupefied and shocked in their hearts.
How dare he? That's the 7 holy horsemen. The strongest warriors in this city besides Dracula.
This scene was seen by everyone on the Iron Prison Tower, and they all shook their heads. This man was just too irrational. Although it was good for them that someone dared to defy Dracula, but if you are so impulsive, what is the difference between giving it for nothing? Even if they hadn't heard of the reputation of the 7 holy riders, they could see that the strength of these people wasn't simple, and it wasn't something that could be matched by one person single-handedly. The hope that the crowd had managed to raise was immediately extinguished.
Boom!
With a loud bang, a figure suddenly flew out backwards like a meteor, drawing a long arc in the air and eventually falling heavily onto the ground far away.
It was not Fang Zhang.
Rather, it was Harris. There was still only a bloodstain on his chest, but this time he was surprised to see internal organs. That bright red blood flowed all over the place in an instant. How is it possible? Everyone present gasped out in shock as they gazed at the scene in the center of the field with incredulous gazes. This all came too suddenly, leaving them unprepared. That was Harris, one of the 7 holy horsemen. Now that he's been hit one after another, is he a loser? Obviously not. But this unbelievable thing happened before Harris could even react to how fast it was. You seek death. The tall man was completely furious now. If he hadn't reacted quickly and pushed Harris just now, I'm afraid he would have turned into 2 halves by now. However, at this time, a cold voice rang out. Third stage open blade. Success. Chapter 94 Powerful Strength. The sword chi wrapped around Grider had now turned from yellow to dazzling red, emitting a suffocating pressure. When Grid was upgraded to LV3, the sword form base attack power was also raised to 400, which means that the sword power just now reached a staggering 1600, together with Fang Zhang's own power, that was an attack power of 2800, and if Harris hadn't been pushed away, he would have definitely been split in 2. Now that the Chi Blade Slash had reached the 3rd rank, his casual strike could reach over 4000 attack power, and if he sent out his sword Chi, it was even more than 7000 attack power. Terrifying as hell. Unfortunately, this state could only be maintained for a period of 5 seconds, and Fang Zhang obviously wouldn't waste every second. Just as the tall man cursed out, Fang Zhang's figure moved again. Watch out! The tall man shouted in a hurry. This time he no longer dared to take it lightly. Fang Zhang was as powerful as a rainbow at this moment. With his current state, he could arrogantly say, "Who dares to receive a sword from him?" A sword slashed down. The target was exactly the man with the big shield. He moved the slowest, but his defense was the highest. Seeing this, the tall man let out a cold laugh and thought smugly, "It's not good to hit anyone, but I chose the Shield King with the highest defense among them." However, he didn't have time to rejoice for long, only to see a gush of blood as the huge shield was torn right through like it was made of paper, and the man was also split into 2 halves without any surprise. His face was filled with horror, and I'm afraid he couldn't believe this fact until the last moment of his life. How is it possible? The tall man's face was also filled with disbelief. But how would Fang Zhang allow them to think more? After resolving one, he arrived in front of another with great speed, a girl with a staff that emitted an ethereal blue glow. Her face was not ugly, but the freckles on her face made people feel a little sorry for her. At this moment, her face changed drastically, from disdain to horror. She originally thought that choosing to attack the Shield King was the most foolish decision, but who would have thought that the Shield King wouldn't even be able to last a second, and she was still in a state of shock at this moment. Fast, just too fast. So fast that you can't even feel the pain. So fast that the field of vision turns out to be really cut into 2 images. It all happened so fast that the Shield King's body had just landed on the ground, and the freckled girl had already been split in 2, not to mention her, even the tall man. I'm afraid he couldn't react. Looking at the scene in front of them, they stroked their hearts and asked themselves, if this sword cut on them, could they block it? The answer was obviously no. Thinking about this, they actually had a feeling of having been robbed of their lives. However, before their shock ended, a blood-red sword chi flew towards them. The target was surprisingly the tall man. Having only secured 3 of them, Fang Zhang also felt pity, but there was not enough time for him to do so. The last sword chi originally he wanted to leave for Dracula, but he was standing at the top of the tower. It was too far away, so he probably couldn't reach it, so he had to retreat and second the tall man who seemed to be the strongest. The tall man had already realized that the sword chi coming towards him was incomparably strong, and it was impossible to avoid it. He subconsciously raised his sledgehammer in defense, but when he thought of what happened to the Shield King, he instantly became somewhat desperate. The power of this sword chi clearly far exceeded the previous attack, and wherever it passed, it left a deep gully in the ground. However, just when he thought that he was about to be killed in the Yellow Springs, a change occurred. The man wearing a black cloak, like a messenger of the night, appeared in front of him in an instant, and even opened a golden boundary defense in the nick of time. Bang! With a deafening thud, the sword chi collided with the boundary, generating a powerful impact that instantly sent dust flying around the area. The tall man only felt a huge force coming at him. His body was like being hit by a huge wave and flew out backwards, ruthlessly falling to the ground. He felt a wave of dizziness, as if he had just retrieved a life from the death line. Dracula didn't feel good either. His figure swayed slightly and his face was ugly. I didn't expect that the golden boundary could barely block this sword chi. Just how strong was this power? At the same time, he was also shocked. If he had been one step slower, I'm afraid that the tall man would have already died. At this time, the sword chi had already dissipated, leaving a gully several feet deep on the ground. The soil at the edge of the gully was blown out in all directions, revealing the gray-white rock below. The great power of this sword chi was evident. The tall man slowly rose from the ground, a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. He was shocked, guilty, and a little grateful, as he hadn't expected Dracula to save him. He hung his head low and said to Dracula, "I'm sorry, boss." "Waste. Stand down." Dracula frowned and cursed unwillingly before deciding to ignore the tall man. If it were anyone else, he would never have come to his aid, but he was in need of manpower right now, and the Caesar family was still quite influential in the pretty country, so he still needed Caesar's help. Therefore, he had to hold back for the time being. Who the hell are you? Dracula's face was grim as he looked at the man in front of him who was wearing the lowest level of knight's suit. Because of his appearance, this feast had to be suspended. From the moment Dracula decided to save the tall man, the red array stopped functioning. The large venue was silent at the moment, for one thing, due to Dracula's pressure. Secondly, they have not reacted from this change, it all happened too suddenly. Don't look at the water has been 2 chapters, but the whole process, in fact, only as short as 10 to 20 seconds. Lena's heart was like riding a roller coaster, all kinds of thrills and spills. She never expected that the man in front of her would have the strength to fight against Dracula. Even the 7 holy horsemen combined were not his match. If she didn't say anything, who would have thought that this person had only broken through into the Earth realm last night? Their country originally had a complex of worshipping the strong, which was probably why they were willing to serve Dracula. Now, this man was displaying strength beyond imagination, his every movement, every strike, seemed so confident and calm. It was really too strong, too handsome. She even looked at Feng Zhang with more than a hint of admiration at the moment, even forgetting about the dissatisfaction that Feng Zhang had threatened her with earlier. In the Iron Prison Tower, without the torment of the Red Formation, the crowd was also finally able to see what was happening below. How could they not expect that the one who saved them from hell was a man in a knight's suit? But who the hell was this man? The crowd was stunned, but no one recognized it, simply because the man wore that standard helmet from start to finish. Xingling, if you ask me, this is the real man, this is the man worth trusting for life. Which one is like the brother Fong you're talking about? Where is he? Where was he when you were dying? After experiencing the death gate, this woman looked at the man holding the black long sword, really how she looked at him. At the same time, she was even more dissatisfied with the brother Fong that Song Qingling spoke of. The same man, how can there be such a big difference? Chapter 95 The Power of Overeating. Song Qingling was on one of the floors in the Iron Old Pagoda at the moment, and she was able to see the situation below clearly. After hearing Su Xiaoping's words, she, who had originally felt familiar with the man below, instantly became more than a little annoyed. Pretentious. It's really too pretentious. It's comparable to your own brother Fong. Brother Fong must have been delayed by something, and Su Xiaoping was really the woman who had just said that Feng Zhang was bad, and was also Song Qingling's bosom friend, comrade in arms, and vice president. She immediately became dissatisfied at her words, and what? Song Qingling shook her head, she finally held back from saying that Feng Zhang was a healer and not suitable for combat. It's all just an excuse. I won't allow you to talk about brother Fong like that. Okay, the strongest and most handsome person under the sky is your brother Fong, okay? Only after hearing this did Song Qingling nod in shame. Seeing this, Su Xiaoping cried out for help. She really wanted to meet this brother Fong. What kind of god was he, that he had charmed Song Qingling, a white rich beauty, to the point of being confused? No, she couldn't let her best friend go on like this, she had to let her know what a good man was. At this moment, both the people on the Iron Prison Tower and the crowd of onlookers were focused on the 2 people in the center. This duel seemed to determine the fate of these people. Feng Zhang looked at Dracula with a slightly surprised gaze. This person was able to resist this move, his strength was truly not to be underestimated. That defense shield just now was the power of tyrannical eclipse? Feng Zhang was a bit surprised. Yes, including his sudden appearance as one of tyrannical eclipse's powers. Grid replied. Feng Zhang thought to himself, this tyrannical eclipse is quite strong, he can actually do instantaneous movement. What are you thinking blindly? Grid was dissatisfied this time, this place is just within the range of his boundary, that's why he can move around casually, and this kind of instantaneous movement will use up a lot of his energy. Hearing this, Feng Zhang only slightly put his heart down, if he could really just move instantly, then what's the point of playing a game? Has he awakened just like you? Grid sensed for a while, no, the weapon level has to reach LV3 before we can awaken. This guy, Tyrannical Eclipse, is different from me. Every time he activates a skill, he needs to consume a large amount of energy, so naturally he doesn't have so much energy for upgrading. Hearing this, Feng Zhang also wanted to spit out, you aces aren't much better. Ask anyone under the sky who can afford to give you 8,000 attribute points to upgrade. And it's 32,000 for the next level. With these attribute points, I'll be able to walk across the entire Blue Star. Grid snorted coldly, this point he didn't refute, after all, in Blue Star, an ordinary god realm only had more than 30,000 total attribute points. But this side of the world, it wasn't like Blue Star was the only one. Blue Star could only be considered a weaker party in this world of the heavens. However, there was naturally no need to say this to Feng Zhang, after all, his current eyesight had not yet reached that level. Feng Zhang and Dracula stared at each other, neither of them making any easy moves. At this time, Feng Zhang also looked at his attribute panel. When he attacked the tall man just now, a prompt came through to transform the talent called Giant Strength, directly replacing the Strength talent. Character Feng Zhang. Level 11 Earth Realm.
Strength 1549. Agility 1395. Spirit 1339. Physique 1217. Spiritual power 1339. Main talent Divine Healing SSSLV2 passive, Turn to Self. Secondary talents Tyrant Divine Thunder SLV1 passive, Thunder Seal Effect, Shock, Spectral Ice Flame SLV1, Gravity ALV1, Mega Strength ALV1, Water DLV1, Dexterity DLV1, Vision ELV1, Fire ELV1. Natural skills Healing Power, Lightning Control, Ice Blast, Multi-Gravity, Water Defense Passive, Visual Enhancement, Fire Control, Super Strength Enhancement, Agility Enhancement. Equipment Heart of the Sea King Mutilated, Shadow Cloak, Greed LV3. Skills Super Healing Power Passive, Disintegration, Haste, Healing Elf, Thunder Storage. Assignable Attribute Points 0 points, 625,084. Enter the mall. Mega Strength ALV1 permanently increases strength attribute by 300 points. Super Strength Enhancement enhances strength attributes at will, up to 3 times, and can be freely applied to any part of the body, consuming 200 spiritual energy each time. After reading the introduction, Fang Zhang's face changed. This talent is also very strong, not to mention the permanent increase in attribute points. This alone strengthening 3 times is already horrible enough. The first level of strength strengthening is only 2 times. Moreover, the power reinforcement is unable to control the reinforcement of that part. It is the whole body power reinforcement, while the huge power can be accurate to the point. The same power, when applied to a point and a surface, could not be a concept at all. I see that you are also a smart person. Put down your weapon and I will leave you alive. Seeing that Fang Zhang did not speak, Dracula continued. From that strike just now, he could be sure that the weapon must be gold grade, or else it couldn't possibly have this kind of power. If Fang Zhang knew what Dracula was thinking, he would have said that he had never seen the world. Grider was already gold level at LV2, and platinum level at LV3. In fact, this is not to blame Dracula. Blue Star only how many platinum level equipment? Any platinum level equipment placed on Blue Star would be snatched up like crazy. So in his perception, with Earth Realm strength, to have a gold level weapon was already a stroke of luck in tops. You should have consumed quite a lot with that move just now. It was at this time that Fang Zhang slowly opened his mouth. Dracula frowned. How did the other party know? Wasn't the main point of killing the Daxamites every once in a while to help energize overreading? This time, he had made such a big scene, and apart from boosting his own strength, the main thing was to upgrade Storm Eclipse's level and make it stronger. However, he quickly regained his cold face. It seems like you're very confident. He was confident that with all the energy consumed by Tyrannical Eclipse, the opponent's weapon was similarly depleted. And he was even more confident in his own strength. He had already reached level 31, the real deal, the Empty Realm. The total attribute points is as high as 4,600 points, in addition to those perverts, who is his opponent under the same rank. Confidence dare not say, just now that move, I can still use it 10 times, I don't know if you can top it. Fang Zhang was very confident, completely unable to see that he was making it up. As expected, Dracula couldn't help but frown after hearing this. He had a deep understanding of his own strength. But the power of that move just now was indeed beyond his expectations. That sword chi was so powerful and unparalleled that if it wasn't for the presence of Tyrannical Eclipse, he wouldn't have been able to block it. If he really could use it 10 more times. Dracula was really thinking about this. He quickly returned to his normal self though. That's going to be a try. Naturally, Fang Zhang wouldn't think that he could scare him just like that. As long as he planted the thought in his mind, when he made every move, he would think about it. While speaking, Dracula also had an additional long whip in his hand. At a glance, it was clear that this long whip was not simple. Chapter 96, He Must Die. Long Sword versus Long Whip. The great battle between Founder and Dracula was imminent. Bang! The long sword and the long whip intersected in the air, making a sharp metallic clash sound. Fang Zhang held the long sword, his figure nimbly dodging Dracula's attacks while continuously launching counterattacks. Dracula, on the other hand, waved his long whip like a snake coming out of its hole, strangely and swiftly attacking Fang Zhang. The two were extremely fast, and many people could not keep up with their speed just by looking at them. Dracula's long whip seemed to be able to extend indefinitely, and every time he swung it, it carried an invisible force, as if it could tear the air apart. On the other hand, Fang Zhang's long sword sliced through the air like a dragon's roar, each swing carrying an overpowering killing aura. Very strong. Everyone present seemed to have only this one thought left in their heads. The 4 holy horsemen even had their jaws dropped. They knew very well Dracula's strength, arguably the strongest person in this city. But now this knight was actually fighting back and forth with Dracula, or in a situation where his weapon was restrained. Long whips were suitable for mid-range combat, but swords were only suitable for close range, and as long as they kept a good distance, the sword's advantage would not be utilized at all. And because of the flexibility of the long whip, the sword basically can't be blocked. But this knight didn't even see that it was at a disadvantage. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Fang Zhang suddenly made a false move, and Dracula's long whip instantly attacked his right side.
However, Fang Zhang had already anticipated this, as he quickly leapt to his left side, while bullying his way closer to Dracula, his long sword violently swept across. Dracula looked surprised. He didn't expect to be set up, but now it was impossible to retrieve the long whip. He hastily retreated, but how could Founder let go of this opportunity, controlling the distance in his comfort zone? Bang! The sound was crisp. The sword did not slash at Dracula as Founder expected, but was blocked by his boundary defense shield. Fang Zhang frowned, but didn't give up. The sword in his hand quickly produced static shadows, constantly outputting on this boundary defense shield. Getting a chance to catch her breath, Dracula hurriedly retrieved her long whip and swung a whip flower in front of her body, forcing Fang Zhang to retreat back and forth. Seeing that the attack was fruitless, Fang Zhang had to retreat to find a new opportunity. He sort of understood that if he couldn't break Tyrannical Eclipse's defense, all attacks would be futile. Ha ha! You can't break my absolute defense like this. At this moment, Dracula once again revealed a smile. It was just as he had guessed. As long as his sword couldn't hit someone, he couldn't use that powerful sword chi. Absolute defense? Fang Zhang smiled, a skill that was so nostalgic. However, two pillars had already proved that there was no absolute defense. Fang Zhang stood his sword in front of his chest, his entire aura changed in vain. If Qingfeng was there, he would definitely recognize this stance. Storing up momentum. Fang Zhang had a feeling that the sword was like a part of his own body. Dracula seemed to realize something, and his long whip swung out violently, not allowing his opponent time to prepare at all. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Fang Zhang dodged the long whip with a sidestep and attacked again with his long sword in hand. This time, it was as if he was a different person, flexible beyond words, and the sword in his hand was even more dexterous. Dracula also attacked more fiercely this time, the long whip like a spirit snake, as vigorous as flipping, and like a wild storm. But even in the face of such an attack, Fang Zhang also managed not to touch a single leaf, and every time he swung his sword, he was able to accurately hit the tip of Dracula's whip, so that he was unable to utilize the advantage of the long whip. Without realizing it, Fang Zhang actually approached Dracula again. How did he do that? The crowd's mouths were so wide open that they didn't seem to close. They couldn't even understand how this knight had suddenly gotten the upper hand again. Is this your true strength? Lifina was also imprisoned in the iron prison tower. She naturally recognized Fang Zhang's weapon, and at this moment, her heart was like overturning a bottle of 5 flavors. Perhaps more than anything else, it was regret. If she had stood firmly on his side that day, would it be different now? Boom! This time, Fang Zhang's sword was smashing heavily on Dracula's defense shield again. Ka-ching! The defense shield surprisingly made the sound of glass shattering. It's not that hard. Fang Zhang revealed a triumphant smile. With this strike, he used the ability of the giant power talent and smashed the defense shield open hard. Dracula's face changed drastically as he backed up. He really couldn't figure out how his opponent did it. But how could Fang Zhang let go of this opportunity? 1 sword. 2 swords. 3 swords. Bang! Absolute defense shattered. Fang Zhang sneered. With this sword, I'll tell you to go up in smoke. Feeling the pressure of this sword, Dracula could no longer maintain that calm face. Transfer. Phew! Falling through the air. As everyone watched, Fang Zhang's sword unexpectedly fell short. Dracula also disappeared in place. When everyone thought that Founder would fall into disappointment, he unexpectedly turned up the corner of his mouth with a small smile. His figure was instantly like an arrow off the string, swiftly charging forward, aiming straight for that tall boy. The tall boy's face changed in fear. He never thought that the other party would still be thinking about him. Moreover, when had he gotten so close to him? Everyone hadn't noticed that it turned out that just now, Dracula and the tall man were exactly in a straight line, and Dracula's sudden disappearance made the tall man an immediate target. The tall man couldn't help but want a curse in his heart. What hatred, and what grudge! However, Fang Zhang would not give him any chance. When Dracula reappeared, he was already dozens of meters away, and there was nothing he could do to save the tall boy. And it was impossible to use instant transmission multiple times in a short period of time. He roared, "How dare you! No one can save you this time," I said. Fang Zhang swung down his long sword and coldly looked at Dracula, more like a provocation, as if to say, "Come and save him." The tall boy was desperate. He couldn't react in time, let alone defend, but even if he did, it was impossible to block the sword. Shoo! Split in 2. Everyone was shocked beyond belief. Especially those who were familiar with the 7 saint riders. Who would have thought that one of the 7 holy horsemen, who was known as the strongest, would die just like that, or in such an undignified manner? After resolving the tall boy, Fang Zhang swung his long sword, and all that blood splashed from the tip of the sword to the ground while lighting up with a yellow glow. Open blade. Success! Fang Zhang said coldly. I'm going to tear you. Dracula's mood at the moment could be described as furious to the extreme, and he realized that he had originally been set up by his opponent at the very beginning. The real target of the other party was not himself, but Caesar. This feeling of being played with made him very unhappy. He vowed to make this person's life worse than death, worse than death. Chapter 97 Dark Boundary.
Fang Zheng's behavior was undoubtedly provoking Dracula, as if saying, "The person you want to save, I prefer to kill."
At this moment, Dracula's anger had reached an extreme point, and his body was actually emitting a red mist. This time, Dracula flew directly towards Fang Zhang, taking the initiative to attack. That's right, he was using flying, his cloak spread out as if it was a large wing, flying at a height of a dozen centimeters above the ground at an extremely fast speed. Fang Zhang raised his sword to meet him. This was exactly what he wanted, otherwise he wouldn't have intentionally provoked Dracula. After all, the second order chi blade slash only had a short 10 seconds, it must not be wasted. Dracula's long whip danced, each swing was accompanied by a gut-wrenching whistling sound. He suddenly exerted his strength, and the end of his long whip recoiled as nimbly as a viper, speedily attacking Fang Zhang. As for Fang Zhang at this moment, he was not willing to show any weakness, not dodging at all. Seeing the right moment, he made a forceful chop at the end of the long whip. With a bang, a fierce collision occurred.
Fang Zhang's hand was shaken to the point of being vaguely numb, and with the same amount of strength, the long whip's outburst strengthened even more.
However, its disadvantage was also obvious, that is, generating power required a process in time. Just like after that collision just now, the long whip would lose its power and would need to be brewed again. Fang Zhang quickly bullied his way forward. This sword cut directly at Dracula's body, but unfortunately, he also reacted extremely fast and did not leave multiple injuries.
Turned into my own, successfully transformed shadow talent. The prompt rang out, and at the same time, his third-ranked open blade succeeded once again. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Fang Zhang once again launched his attack with only 5 seconds to spare. Facing Fang Zhang's overwhelming attack, Dracula simply couldn't dodge it, and once again forcefully activated Tyrannical Eclipse's boundary ability. At this time, the wound on his chest also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fang Zhang couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Soon, Dracula only felt unbelievable at this moment. He was like a false air realm, being forced into such a desperate situation by an earth realm. What was even more terrifying was that he realized that his speed was even inferior to his opponent's. It was important to realize that he was a noble blood clan, and aside from his regenerative power, the thing he was most proud of was his speed. But now he was actually ruthlessly crushed by a human. He felt nothing but shame and indignation. Damn it! I am the noble blood prince of the Dark One, Dracula. How could I lose to a mole like you? Bang! The boundary shattered.
At the same time, his hands formed complex spell seals, and then a powerful dark force surged out from his body, instantly enveloping the surrounding space in darkness. That power was powerful and evil, as if it wanted to devour the entire world. Fang Zhang felt bad and sent out his sword energy while pulling away. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. Not only did Dracula merge into the darkness, but even the surrounding area, a few kilometers around, was shrouded in darkness. Not only Fang Zhang, even some of the people watching were enveloped in this darkness. What happened? It was a clear view from the iron prison tower, and the people on the ground were suddenly sucked in by a black ball. In fact, not only them, but even those who followed Dracula didn't know that he even had this kind of ability. Inside this dark sphere, there was not a single ray of light, and even if Fang Zhang had vision enhancement, he could not see clearly. Fang Zhang tried to leave, but no matter which direction he went, he was always inside this darkness. Moreover, it was clear that he had absorbed many people in, but he couldn't hear anyone else's voices. What is this situation? Fang Zhang guessed that Grider should know something. There's no need to look for it, there's no exit. After a while, Grid's voice slowly sounded. This is one of Tyrannical Eclipse's abilities. It can combine the user's talent ability to generate a boundary. Then what should we do to get out of this bounded space? The only way to leave is to defeat the user. Fang Zhang felt speechless. This kind of thing was easy to say, but now that he couldn't even find the shadow of the user, how could he defeat it? You need to move faster. Tyrannical Eclipse is already sucking your life force. Grid had the attitude of a bystander. Only then did Fang Zhang notice that he was losing his spiritual energy and his body was starting to experience fatigue. However, he didn't panic. I know you have a way, so quickly say it. Brat, is this the attitude of a beggar? Grid was furious, as one of the 7 sins artifacts, that user wasn't treating himself with respect. Fang Zhang was also a bit dissatisfied with Grider, although sometimes he would provide some key information, but most of the time he just watched from the sidelines, as if his own death or life had nothing to do with him. We are in a cooperative relationship. I provide you with attribute points and you provide me with power. There is no such thing as who begs for who. Grid froze. Ha, who do you think you are? Just with you also want to be on par with this great master? Fang Zhang sniffed and simply sat on the ground. If he didn't teach him a lesson today, would there be a place for him to talk in the future? What are you doing? Grid was puzzled at the sight. I have no choice, wait for death. The founder spread his hands, giving up on the struggle. What do you want? Grid knew that founder was making a deal with himself. It's simple, I'll give you attribute points and you give me all the power, including you know what. We have a cooperative relationship. Fang Zhang emphasized these words. Aren't you afraid that I won't care about you? It won't be hard for me to replace you. Grid was unconvinced. What's wrong with that? Just replace it. If I'm not wrong, I should be able to change your ownership when I die, but you'll also fall asleep again until you're raised to LV3 again. Grid didn't retort because what founder said was right. When the user died, they would only become unowned again, and that was when all the abilities would be cleared and fall into a deep sleep until the next user appeared. And this user would also have to be recognized by them before they could be bound. I'm sure it's not hard to raise you to LV3, but to raise you to LV4 or even LV5, there's not much hope in this world except for me, right? Taking more than 10,000 attribute points out, many people should be able to do it, but if it was more than 30,000, or even more than 100,000, such a large amount of attribute points, who would be able to take it out? Fang Zheng's words really hit Grider's pain point. He didn't even know how many years he had been asleep, just because he hadn't been able to find the right person. When he was the strongest, he was only boosted to LV4, but because of the loss of a large number of attribute points, the user's strength was greatly reduced, instead of being able to support his strength. It didn't take long for him to be killed by other strong people. However, although there were many people who had gotten him later on, they didn't care to provide attribute points, and they didn't know how many hands they had passed through, and they were eventually thrown into the novice space by those guys. And he had existed in the novice space for an unknown number of years, and it was only now that he had met a fully compatible user. If he were to awaken the next time after detaching from the founder, it would be unknown how many more years would pass. Thinking of this, he was also a bit abashed. Alright, seeing as you're sincere, I'll recognize you as a collaborator. Fang Zheng smiled cheekily and immediately popped up. Then don't be too quick to tell me the method, I'm about to run out of spiritual energy. Grid mentally cursed A. It's simple, I can sense where Overeat is. Chapter 98, Broken. It's simple, I can sense the location of tyrannical eclipse. And since you have the shadow talent, you can naturally blend into this darkness as well. Grid's voice was obviously a bit proud. Understand after that. Understood. But it's too understandable. I can find you, but you can't find me. The relationship between offense and defense is interchangeable. No. Isn't this inside his boundary? How could he not find me? Fang Zheng thought carefully, but it seemed wrong again. You're so stupid, this is tyrannical eclipse's boundary, not that blood clan's boundary. To generate such a large boundary, you need at least a third level talent. That blood clan is afraid of others knowing that he's a shadow talent, so how could he have a third level? You've been in for so long, have you seen him sneak up on you? It's still not relying on overeating's ability to consume you. Being said so by Grid, Fang Zheng immediately understood how difficult it was to raise the talent level. He knew it best. For such a long time only the healing talent had risen to level 2, the rest was still level 1. Those so-called experts, what they said was all bull. If overeating had awakened then you'd just have to wait for death, but he hasn't awakened and this is your chance. It really needs to be soon though. You don't feel anything yet because there are so many people, and when the number of other people decreases, you'll be consumed more and more. Tyrannical eclipse's sucking amount was fixed. When there were many people spread out, each person would only siphon off a little bit. When the weakest batch died, the remaining people's consumption would naturally intensify. And my sensing range is only 500 meters. Fang Zheng was speechless. It's not my fault, tyrannical eclipse hasn't awakened yet, his breath is too weak. Grid was afraid that Fang Zheng would call him wasted, so he hurriedly explained and set aside the relationship. Fang Zheng had no other way at the moment, and in the next second, he disappeared into the darkness and vanished. At the same time, in the real world, in the Qingqing Sword Museum, Sword Asking Sky just hung up the phone, and his face suddenly became grim. Pavilion Master, what happened? I've been asked from above to support the coastal war. Jian Wendian stood up, walked to the window, and looked in the direction of the coast. This month, the Sirens had suddenly launched a fierce attack for some reason, and it wasn't just their southern side of the sea, but the entire sea of the Grand Xia Empire was under fierce attack. And the reason is unknown. I heard that the above for this matter, but also deployed the 24 stars, serious places, but also arranged 12-star ruler support. Such a coincidence? The news of Pang Tong traveling to support was just announced, and the above arranged for you, Pavilion Master, to go over as well? Well, I suspect that it's this old piker Pang Tong who's messing things up. The more Jian Wendian thought about it, the angrier he became, but there was nothing he could do about it. His Jin family was somewhat powerful in Xinjiang, but when looking at the whole country, it was nothing. In the entire Great Xia Empire, except for those few clans who would dare to explicitly go against the will of the nation. Even if he wanted to turn to Wind Chaser for help, he couldn't, because Wind Chaser was also busy because of the siren thing. Moreover, if he went to trouble his senior brother over this matter, how would people look at him? Never mind, what did you just say you found out? Didn't the Pavilion Master ask his subordinates to find out the whereabouts of that healer earlier? Any news? The man shook his head. No, but my subordinate found something quite unthinkable. It is the time of his appearance and the time of his disappearance. Elaborate. My subordinate found out that healer's first appearance was not at Rendezvous Hospital, but near Rendezvous Hospital. Continue. Jian Wendian couldn't help but get serious. The day before the healer appeared at Rendezvous Hospital, he had rescued a little girl near Rendezvous Hospital and collected $100,000 in payment.
Impossible.
Sword asked the world to realize, how could a healer charge so cheaply? Is this matter really true? 1,000 times true, my subordinate has already verified it, it's impossible for that father and daughter to lie. Moreover, my subordinate has also looked for the director of Rinji Hospital to confirm that there was indeed a man wearing a big robe and behaving strangely who approached to talk about cooperation on that day. Because of some reasons, the two did not cooperate successfully. Jian Wendian frowned deeper this time. This was just too counterintuitive. Therapists still needed to take the initiative to find hospitals to work with? Obviously, his behavior was trying to hide his identity, but why did he dare to make a big deal out of treating patients at Rendezvous Hospital later on?
Because of Pang Tong? Jian Wentian's eyes suddenly widened. You mean this person took the initiative to find Pang Tong before appearing at Rendezvous Hospital? Precisely, Pavilion Master is as good as God in anticipation.
When the healer appeared at the Rendezvous Hospital, someone noticed that Pang Tong was there as well, which could confirm the Pavilion Master's suspicions. Jian Wentian waved his hand. Continue. Also, the healer disappeared quite suddenly. After Hong Tao's death, he disappeared and was never seen again. Jian Shitian nodded. He was aware of this. They were previously guessing that the therapist was afraid of being retaliated against, that's why he never showed up. I don't know if Pavilion Master has realized that the day after Hong Tao's death is the day after
the 100-day trial.
Jian Wentian's entire body trembled. This conjecture was just too crazy. Moreover, the time when the healer first appeared was also the day after the end of the field training in Qingqing First Middle School.
Impossible. Jian Wendian almost blurted out.
My subordinate also discovered one more thing, which is that the suspect who killed young master didn't have a record of attending any hospital.
Hearing this, how could Jian Wendian not know what his subordinate was trying to say?
Fang Zhang had suffered such a serious injury, but he didn't even go to the hospital for treatment. The only explanation was that he had already been cured, but the therapist that Pang Tong had hired to help him only helped Song Qingling and didn't help anyone else at all. That meant it was Fang Zhang who he cured himself. Previously, when my subordinate investigated Pang Tong in this direction, I found that Fang Zhang's mother had also entered the school to work. Originally my subordinate wasn't sure, but Pang Tong had just been transferred on the front foot and the Pavilion Master had followed him, so my subordinate can be sure that Pang Tong was there to protect this woman.
As far as my subordinate knows, Fang Zhang and Pang Tong did not know each other before.
Jian Shitian slapped his palm down, and the solid wood desk directly turned into smithereens. One thing could be said to be a coincidence, but altogether pointing to the same person, it would not be as simple as a coincidence. My subordinate suspects that the young master was killed because he knew Fang Zhang's identity, and the grass he was holding, represented as green, is the very color of the healing talent.
Very good. Very good. Fang Zhang. Pang Tong. Deceiving my sword family has no one, right? Jian Wendian laughed back in anger. Everyone in the sword family, listen to the order. Follow me to kill that old piker. Pavilion Master. It must not be done.
This is all speculation on our part, there is no substantial evidence.
What evidence is needed for this?
The current situation in the country, coupled with the fact that Pang Tong is the commander appointed from above, if the Pavilion Master goes to kill him now, whether he kills him or not, there will be a lot of trouble afterward.
Then what to do? Do I have to watch my enemy get away with it?
Pavilion Master, my subordinate thinks that now is not a good time, and the 100-day trial is not yet over. If we find Pang Tong troublesome, we will only scare the snakes. More importantly, this will give Pang Tong the opportunity to cure us of our crimes, and then we will be even more unable to kill Fang Zhang. There is still half the time until the 100-day trial. We can think long and hard, and Pang Tong has already left. It is the best time to catch Fang Zhang's mother. When Fang Zhang comes out, his mother is in our hands, not until Fang Zhang doesn't surrender obediently. Jian Shitian was silent for a moment before nodding. At this moment he also sobered up quite a bit. Be careful with everything, there is only one chance. Pang Tong, this old piker surely has a backhand. You guys must not be exposed. Don't act rashly before being absolutely sure of what you are doing. I will try to drag Pang Tong as much as I can to keep him from leaving the battlefield.
Yes. Chapter 99, Research that will change the future of mankind. Still at the same time, somewhere in the blue planet.
It was a steel castle as if it were a secret room, with all sorts of experimental devices placed inside, and there were constantly people in white coats and masks coming and going. There were also a lot of people in black suits standing and were monitoring these white ones. At this moment, one of the ones in white was heading towards the entrance of the steel castle. He didn't want to stay here for a moment longer.
Dr. Song, have you really thought this through?
A masked person wearing loose black clothes slowly followed, and from the sound of her voice, she should be a mature woman.
At those words, Song Jiang's footsteps paused and his heart thumped. How exactly can you guys let me go? I really can't do this research. Dr. Song, is this research something you can't do or don't want to do?
The black-clothed man's voice was flirtatious, but it had a cold and icy feeling.
Song Jianghe didn't say anything, still walking towards the gate.
Since Dr. Song's mind is made up, then we won't stop him. After saying that, the man in black waved his hand, and the impenetrable gate immediately opened slowly. The blinding bright light as well as the cold and bone-chilling wind also surged in with the opening of the gate.
When he saw the outside, Song Jung-ha trembled. The outside world was white, and he could not see the end. Where is this? Song Jung-ha immediately had a bad guess in his heart. And why is Dr. Song pretending to be confused? Isn't this what you wanted to confirm? The highest place of your great Xia Empire.
The man in black was in no hurry, as if he had anticipated Song Jung-ha's reaction.
Crazy. What madness. Song Jung-ha cursed. What a bunch of lunatics, to build an experimental base on the Himalayan mountains. It's home to the Himalayan prison, which is known as the strongest and most heavily defended in the world. If you get caught. And so on. Song Jung-ha's pupils dilated as he immediately turned around to look at the black-clothed man. You're the people from the World Awakened Association? It's better not to ask too much about things you shouldn't know, you'll invite the trouble of killing yourself. I'm really stupid. I should have guessed that with so many human test subjects, how could a mere cult organization possibly do it? Song Jung-ha suddenly laughed out loud. While the black-clothed man's tone suddenly became serious, I wonder if Dr. Song has ever entered the sanctuary? No. Song Jung-ha didn't understand why the man in black suddenly brought this up. Unfortunately, I entered once. The man in black said.
When Song Jung-ha heard this, his face immediately became grave. He had never been to the Holy Realm, but he was aware of it. It was a cracked space that appeared on the Holy Island. Many people thought that the Holy Domain was named because of the Holy Island, but in fact, it was the opposite. The Holy Island was named because of the Holy Domain. The Sacred Island was an island that suddenly appeared in the center of the Western Ocean, surrounded by prohibitions that made it impossible to enter with a realm lower than the empty realm. But even for the Sky Realm, entering the Holy Island was dangerous, let alone the Holy Domain. If the man in black wasn't lying, then she was at least above the Heaven Realm. That is truly a sacred place, gathering species from all worlds, but we are just like ants in front of these monsters. They can kill us with just one finger, and we are powerless to fight back. The black-clothed man became more and more agitated as he spoke. When Song Jung-ha heard this, his face also stared. If everyone above the Heaven Realm was powerless to fight back, just how strong were those monsters? You say, if those monsters launch an attack on our world, how long can we last? Song Jung-ha didn't answer, because the answer was too terrifying. If that day really came, I'm afraid that human beings wouldn't be able to last even a quarter of an hour. The world calls us a cult, but how many people know that what we do is for the future of humanity? For the sake of our world. At this moment, Song Jung-ha hesitated. He didn't know if what the other party said was true, but if that day really came, it would definitely be a disaster for humanity. However, if the research on the guide is successful, it will be like Pandora's box being opened, which will trigger more unknown risks and disasters. He now had some regrets. If he hadn't published that article, The Connection Between Talent and Character, if he hadn't put forward the concept of bootstrap, then Old Fong wouldn't have found him. If Old Fong hadn't found him, he wouldn't have gotten that USB flash drive, he wouldn't have discovered the secret of the bootstrap, and he wouldn't have been targeted by these black-clothed men. If nothing had happened and he knew nothing, wouldn't he have been able to lie at home in peace and enjoy the afternoon sun? But it happened. Who's to blame? Old Fong? He only got this flash drive by chance, and didn't know who to give it to before he gave it to himself. Old Fong took his life because of it, and he himself lost his freedom because of it. Thinking of this, Song Jung-ha also couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was really a difficult brother. But if the guide object was really successfully researched, then human talent would no longer be randomly awakened, much less have to be awakened only in the novice space. And it could stimulate those who had already awakened to gain new powers, stronger powers. This is undoubtedly a revolutionary change for mankind. The problem lies in the fact that this bootstrap is refined through the human body. Hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of innocent people need to be sacrificed to have a chance of refining a little. This was something Song Jung-ha couldn't accept, and because of this, he gave up his research. Dr. Song, you should know that the piece of information in your hand was lost to us here, and if you don't study it, we're more than capable of arranging for someone else. Only, it's not up to you to decide who to find as a test subject at that time. The man in black said casually, but his tone was full of a sense of threat. I heard that your daughter is also a pre-awakened person. I don't know. I'll just do it. At this point, Song Jung-ha also gave up struggling. Very well. Even though the man in black was masked, he could feel her smile. The gate then slowly closed, and this experimental base once again disappeared into the blanket of snow. Novice Space, Level 4, Town Center Area. At this moment, everyone was focusing on this huge black ball. On the iron prison tower, Su Xiaoping clasped her hands together and kept praying, handsome guy, you're not going to die. Song Qingling was speechless. You haven't seen him, how do you know he's handsome? Needless to say, someone this strong must be handsome. Su Xiaoping said with certainty. I think you're the love brain. Song Qingling said disdainfully. I admit it, who wouldn't like such a strong person? Do you have to like Brother Fong? Brother Fong, he's strong too. When Song Qingling said these words, her mind could not help but conjure up Fong Zhang's back, a figure that helped her stop the vicious dog when she was a child, and a figure that defied the sea demon to help her block the attack. Fong Zhang's strength might not be strong, but what he gave was all he had. Su Xiaoping blankly glanced at her. She could not understand Song Qingling's emotions towards Feng Zhang. She only felt that she was stupid, letting the world's handsome and strong men go without her in favor of this man who had no power, no influence, and no strength. After sighing, she once again focused on the black ball. Chapter 100, and don't say thank you. Within the dark boundary, all of one's senses seemed to be stripped away. Whether it was hearing, sight, or any other sense, the person in it seemed to be in a silent ocean, surrounded by nothingness. Here, people seem to have lost all sense of direction and existence, and seem to be left with endless darkness. Finally caught you. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Immediately afterward, a dull crash sounded, and it seemed as if some object had been thrown heavily to the ground. Ah! Immediately followed by a mournful scream, the black sphere ruptured like a balloon and instantly dissipated without a trace. Out! As the dark boundary dissipated, everyone immediately turned their eyes to the scene. However, the sight before them left them in disbelief. Only to see that knight holding a long sword, he had actually directly pierced through Dracula's body, pinning him firmly to the ground. Other than these two, everyone else was lying motionless on the ground, and it was unknown if they were dead or not. Dracula frantically struggled, but then the knight had another sword in his hand, stabbing directly into Dracula's heart. Ah! The extreme pain twisted Dracula's face. I won't let you go. This point of injury with the ability of Dracula's blood race can be quickly recovered. It will not take his life at all, it is just a little bit of pain. However, Feng Zhang was expressionless. Do you think I can't kill you? Instead of acknowledging it, Dracula threatened, if you kill me, you're an enemy of the entire pretty country. My people will avenge me. Stuff! Founder said and stomped on Dracula again. If other people heard this from Dracula, I'm afraid they would be scared, but this is Feng Zhang, he has more enemies than mosquitoes out there. Who the hell are you? Besides, I'm in Daxia. How can you come across the ocean to kill me in a beautiful country? Do you really think that powerful people don't need to report their entry? Do you even know who I am? I've never shown my face. You get your mother's revenge. Dracula was a lot more honest when he felt his insides churning and a few broken ribs. This was the devil. Don't give me a chance, or I'll make sure you don't die. Give you a chance. Feng Zhang suddenly said with a smile. Dracula's eyes lit up at the words while expressing disbelief. Transfer all the points to me and not kill you. No way. Dracula refused without even thinking. You'll agree. After saying that, a white flame rose in Founder's hand. Dracula's pupils contracted. This flame gave him a bizarre feeling to the extreme. It was clearly a flame, but it was as if it didn't have any temperature. But when he saw this flame, he was unconsciously afraid deep in his soul. What do you want? Dracula's voice even trembled a little. Of course it's to let you experience the taste of having your soul seared. Remember to thank me more later. Founder said the most terrifying words in a harmless voice. At this moment, although he couldn't see Feng Zhang's face, Dracula felt that the other party was smiling quite horribly, a true demon. Compared to him, he was considered kind. At least he himself kills people with aplomb and doesn't torture them, except for sucking blood and using binge eating. And everything one does is for the sake of the pretty kingdom, for the greater good, and is done by angels, not to mention demons. Unlike this man, who did it entirely for his own selfish desires. What the hell, it's still stupid at this time. Feng Zhang struck the ice flame in his hand directly into Dracula's body. Ah! Dracula suddenly suffered a violent headache, as if some force was constantly tearing at his soul. He was tempted to curl up and try to turn from side to side, but the two swords stuck in his body held him firmly in place, and he hated the thought of just tearing his body free, as if that was the only way to feel better. He kept slapping his head with both hands, itching to stick his fingers into his head and rip a crack, letting his soul fly out. This agonizing feeling couldn't even be compared to any physical pain. Dracula's screams sent a chill down the spine of everyone in the room. The extreme pain could be felt just by hearing his voice. At this moment, when they looked at that knight again, a few moments of awe were added to their eyes. After several minutes of agony, Dracula was finally freed from the pain of his soul tearing apart. He felt as if he had died once, and the pain brought him to the brink of unconsciousness many times. However, each time the pain spurred him on and made him worse than dead. How's that? This taste isn't bad, right? Feng Zhang's voice was like a devil, making Dracula feel even more fearful. You're the devil. Devil. You're so rude. You don't even say thank you, and you're cursing? After saying that, Feng Zhang did not hesitate to hit Dracula with another ball of ice flame. Dracula's face changed drastically, followed by a heart-rending pain. Does he know what he's doing? Someone else has already conceded defeat and still wants to be tortured. Isn't he afraid of affecting the prestige of my great Xia Empire? Some people on the Iron Prison Tower were surprisingly indignant at Feng Zhang's behavior. They even thought that it was damaging the interests of the great Xia country. The other party is the pretty country's blood clan. If he does this, he'll only cause the pretty country to move against us. My hallowed great summer empire would be afraid of the pretty country? Immediately afterward, there were people who opposed it. It's not a matter of being afraid or not. It's that we need to be generous and show the demeanor of a great nation, but that person is simply a villain. That person continued.
Snap. What are you hitting me for? Aren't you trying to be generous? Snap. You still hit? Generosity. Snap. You. Fong fan. Snap. Enough. Enough your mom. I'll kick your ass. Get your ing big, sassy ass out of here.
The man directly on the fist to open was originally locked in is enough to harbor anger, but also encountered this kind of, do not beat him to death or not relieved of anger.
Well, still not saying thank you to Brother Roughly? Fong Zhang inquired in a concerned tone, while the ice flame in his hand unconsciously rose again.
Dracula seemed to have exhausted all his strength like a dead dog, however, when he saw the ice flame, his body instantly tightened up. Thank you, Brother Roughly.
Good boy. Fong Zhang smiled in satisfaction. Can the points be turned around?
Dracula sniffed and had the heart to die, but he knew that the other party wouldn't let him die so simply.
After giving you the points, will you really let me go? Dracula was breathless. At this moment he didn't want to experience that kind of pain anymore.
As long as he didn't experience that pain anymore, it was fine to let him die. Of course, that tall man knows best, I'm the most trustworthy.
Fong Zhang pointed at the tall man who was split in two.
The corner of Dracula's mouth twitched.
Chapter 101, Making a Killing. Fong Zhang's smile was filled with killing intent and impatience. Dracula's heart thumped and he quickly said, I believe. I believe. I believe. Smart. Then why don't you show your attribute panel?
Dracula just felt a rush of air and a mouthful of old blood almost spilled out. But he didn't dare to resist, so he obediently displayed the attribute panel.
Character, Dracula. Rank, 31 Empty Realm. Power, 957. Agility, 1268. Spirit, 782-1529. Physical, 986. Spiritual power, 03058. Talent, Shadow SLV2. Skills,
Shadow Escape, Shadow Control.
Equipment, Jertoni LV2, Blood Whip.
Skills, Regenerative Power Passive, Blood Burning, Shape-Shifting Bat, Blood Sucking, Mental Manipulation.
Assignable attribute points, 0. Points, 187-1845. Enter the mall.
After displaying the attribute panel, Dracula felt as if he was stripped naked, with no secrets left. Especially when she saw that the other party had been staring at her, it was as if the little secret in her heart had been seen through. Fong Zhang couldn't help but call out good guy after reading this. What kind of monsters are you brushing? It's not as fast as people robbing to score points.
Nearly 2 million points, or use the rest.
What a waste. Fong Zhang immediately operated the mall and shelved a bottle of potion. Purchase it. His voice was unquestionable, and Dracula trembled and operated the mall as well.
Spent nearly 2 million points to purchase a bottle of potion.
At the 4th level, the mall function was further opened up, allowing online anonymous transactions, which was much more convenient.
Watching his points break through 2 million, Fong Zhang was in a much better mood.
Right at this moment, with a poof, Dracula's large body unexpectedly turned into a palm-sized bat, frantically flapping its small wings.
Fong Zhang sneered, casually a bull-sized thunderbolt, a steady hit. What speed can be faster than lightning?
Even if you use a transfer, as long as the distance doesn't exceed the lightning casting distance, you'll still hit without fail. The bat that was struck by lightning completely froze, the pair of small wings could no longer flap, and directly fell to the ground, emitting faint black smoke, and directly changed back to human form. Dracula's whole body is trembling, obviously was electrocuted not light, he scratched his head did not want to understand, the other party will also be lightning skills.
Fong Zhang pulled out the 2 swords, walked over to Dracula and plunged them in again according to the original position.
The wound that had already begun to heal was opened wider by Fong Zhang.
Not honest.
After saying that, Fong Zhang struck Dracula with another ice flame.
Originally, Dracula's soul already had a shaky feeling, and when Fong Zhang landed this blow, he merely screamed miserably and didn't move.
Just this?
Fong Zhang was slightly surprised. He didn't expect his opponent to be so impatient. He completely went limp after only a few strokes.
Dracula's situation seemed to be more serious than Su Shui's girls, but Fong Zhang didn't intend to leave it unattended, and after scavenging the supplies, he directly burned it to ashes with a large fire. Everyone present was stunned, the Desya side was fine, but the Dracula camp was truly shocked beyond belief. Dracula's identity was clear to them, it was one of the oldest families in the pretty country, and the controller behind the pretty country, and Dracula's status was really that of a prince of the family, being the current head of the family's own son. Killing Dracula, I'm afraid that the entire pretty country and even the entire world would tremble. Is he crazy? Really not afraid of reprisals from the Dracula family? But they also quickly came to their senses. Now was not the time to worry about others, it was more important to worry about themselves. But some people are also very calm. The presence of not hundreds of thousands of onlookers also have more than 100,000, of which the knights also have 1 or 2 million. Really want to kill them all, these people. Beautiful country will absolutely crazy, is crazy revenge.
This is the anger that no one can withstand.
Besides, so what if he was stronger? With so many people here, he could kill them all. After Dracula's death, the onlookers were ready to disperse. After all, no one wanted to gamble on whether or not the other party dared to kill them, especially the knights, who were already sneaking away.
I said, can you guys leave now?
Fang Zheng's cold voice rang out, his voice echoed in the air, causing everyone present to feel a chill. They were shocked by his aura, and no one dared to take another step forward.
Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Zhang at this moment.
Fang Zhang looked at the knights. Please line up in order and transfer your points. His tone was calm but unquestionable. He did not force everyone to hand over their points. After all, there were literally hundreds of thousands of people here, and united, they really weren't opponents. And with so many people, it was impossible for him to collect them one by one.
In fact, those onlookers had already been deprived of most of their points by Dracula and the others, and they didn't have much themselves.
Pushing them too much might cause them to fall into despair and then act irrationally.
No way. A knight immediately objected loudly. Who are we to turn to you? Kill all of us if you have the ability.
He pointed towards the people around him, trying to pull them down as well.
Yeah. I'll not turn. Kill us all if you can. Another person chimed in.
It didn't take long for a number of people to object. Fang Zhang looked at these people coldly. Anyone could feel the killing intent on his body, but he didn't stop these people. Don't look at the number of opponents, but they were basically those knights. People are not connected to each other's sorrows and joys.
Honored ones, are they all done?
Fang Zhang's voice revealed an icy seriousness, without the slightest sign of an outburst.
Everyone present kept silent and did not dare to respond to Fang Zhang.
All of the points that were objected to just now are forwarded over, while everyone else receives a 70% discount.
Sure enough, when Fang Zhang said this, everyone stared wide-eyed, and the voices of opposition immediately became much less. No. It's not fair. I won't turn.
This time the one who objected was still the same knight from the beginning.
Although they all knew that the other party couldn't kill everyone, who dared to guarantee that the one who died wouldn't be themselves? Why choose to die when you can live?
Just as he finished speaking, a tree-trunk-thick thunderbolt fell straight down, blasting the man to the dregs.
Fang Zhang spoke again. Is that all clear? I don't want to say it a third time.
He looked at those who hesitated. 50% off for the first 100 who turn up, 60% off for the first 200, and 70% off for the rest. As soon as the words fell, after a second of silence, everyone suddenly scrambled over.
All line up. Fang Zhang shouted angrily, a faint lightning arc lingering on his body.
When the crowd saw this, they really all quieted down, and one by one, like frightened kittens, they obediently lined up.
Fang Zhang's hands were fast, and he shelved a bunch of junk in the mall.
In half a day, the talent was a little less, and those who turned in their points fled like they were leaving, fearing that the other party would backtrack.
Other onlookers also left 7 or 8, the same fear of this goddamned not satisfied. Chapter 102, Subduing Tyrannical Eclipse, Obtaining the Sacred Stone. Points, 1485748838. Over 100 million points.
A splash of riches. Looking at the points, Fang Zhang's heart almost jumped out of his chest.
It was all the people's money.
It would surely be far more than that if those grandsons hadn't used a lot of it. But the rest of this was enough for him to splurge for a while.
After collecting the points from these knights, Fang Zhang didn't bother with them. There were plenty of people to clean up afterward anyway.
He came to the iron prison tower, and the entire tower was wrapped in a boundary, making it impossible to enter or exit.
Is this Jertoni's knot as well? How do I disarm it? Asked Greed when in distress.
Well, it's simple. Break it violently, drain the energy to eliminate it naturally, and Jertoni unravels it on his own. Don't even think about the first one of this Gitoni's best knots. You can't break it with your current abilities. Fang Zhang sniffed and was a bit surprised. Grid meant that even a third-ranked Shi-Blade Chop couldn't break it, so it was pretty sturdy. Grid continued, this one creates this kind of boundary, consumes a lot, but the consumption to keep it running is very small, and with Jertoni's character, he must have absorbed the life force of the creatures inside to use to maintain the boundary. That is to say, the boundary won't be disarmed until all the people inside are dead. Seeing that Founder didn't say anything, Gridside said, that leaves the last method, you recapture Jertoni. Fang Zhang took out that necklace that he had seized from Dracula's side, but he didn't know how to do it. The necklace dangled around, blood-red gemstone, and beyond the gem was a tiny, sharp claw? Teeth? It looked like black, bloody mouths biting into the gem. At this point the gemstone didn't react, it was like glass and nothing special could be seen. What's it going to be? Like taking in, no, like being recognized by this great master. Slamming hard into the ground? Grid was speechless, but there was no way to refute it. It was true at the time. He was in no way expecting someone to be able to break open a treasure chest the hard way. Of course, it wasn't that he was weak, it was just that he had consumed too much. Well, that's just it. But this method obviously won't work for Jertoni. You try communicating with him? Convince him to recognize you. I thought he didn't awaken. He's conscious even if he hasn't awakened. Fang Zhang always sounded a bit theatrical, just say a few words. But there was no other way now. He held the gem in his hand and concentrated, trying to connect it. Overreading? Jertoni? Is there someone there?
Is it there? There was no response. Dracula was killed by me. Still no response. Greed has submitted to me. At that moment, Feng Zhang clearly felt a fluctuation. His face rejoiced, there was an opportunity. He followed me already awakened.
You also come to follow me, to ensure your future abalone ginseng, fins and maws, great wealth and prosperity.
No response.
After coaxing for a while longer, still no response, Feng Zhang had lost his patience.
Overeating. Don't refuse to eat the penalty wine. Only put my words here today, you either follow me or die.
Don't think that just because I can't dismantle your gems now that I can't do anything about it. When greed upgrades, I'm bound to shatter your gems.
This time, a very obvious fluctuation came from the gem. Disobedience?
Then I'll throw you into the storage space and break it so that you can't come out for the rest of your life. The fluctuations of the jewel became even more pronounced.
That's when Greed spoke, older brother overeater, do you think that old brother can't clean you up?
The gemstone fluctuation stopped, and it took a while before it jumped a bit.
What does that mean? He agreed. Feng Zhang was overjoyed, and then he saw the prompt. Overeating Gitoni LV0. Provide energy to unlock an upgrade and unlock an ability.
Provide energy to upgrade to LV1 and unlock the boundary ability.
Boundary, use energy to form a specific boundary.
Energy, overeating can absorb various forms of energy such as life force, mental energy, spiritual energy, etc. for its use, as well as convert its own stored energy into a specific form of energy to supply to the user.
Awesome. It's like a mobile rechargeable battery. Mom no longer needs to worry that I don't have enough blue bars. Feng Zhang immediately provided all of his remaining mental and spiritual energy to Tyrannical Eclipse. Eclipse's Gitoni has been upgraded successfully and has unlocked the boundary ability. Sure enough, just as Feng Zhang thought, level 0 to level 1 didn't require much energy. He once again came to the iron prison tower and touched the red boundary, solve. With that, the entire boundary turned into bits of light dust and disappeared. The people in the iron prison tower were all pleasantly surprised, having waited for half a day, originally thinking that the knight no longer cared about them, leaving them to fend for themselves. Many of them even cursed. But in the end, he really unlocked the knot. Immediately, they all felt a lot of their strength coming back. A huge cheer then erupted. Seeing this, Feng Zhang was also ready to leave, but then an egg-sized transparent stone fell from the air, so he caught it. The moment he touched the stone, Feng Zhang immediately felt a wave of weakness. This is a holy stone?
Feng Zhang was overjoyed, although the stone was not big and its suppression power was not strong. When combined with the ability of overreading, it was simply a heaven-defying existence.
Hundreds of thousands of people were all photographed and pressed to death.
Hurriedly stuffed the holy stone into the space jade, then left. The rest of the grudge, let them solve their own.
Great God! Great God! Wait for me!
Lina saw that Feng was about to leave and hurriedly followed. Feng Zhang paused at his words. Originally he didn't want to pay attention to Lina, but after thinking about it, he still led him away. Now that only Lina knew her identity, keeping her here would be dangerous for both her and himself. We'd have to wait for this to die down before we could let her go. And the two of them, Su Shui, still needed someone to take care of them, so taking her away was still necessary. Soon the two disappeared from sight.
Who exactly is that great god?
After the people of Dixia left the iron prison tower, their physical and mental strength began to recover, and they discussed the identity of that powerful knight. The people who had originally entered the fourth floor with Feng Zhang should have been able to guess some of them, but most of those people had been killed by Harris, and the rest were not too sure, and not wanting to cause trouble they all chose to hide it and not say anything. So the identity of the knight also became a mystery. Of course, there was no one here except for a few people who had profound contact with Phenoli, and they naturally had their own plans when they chose not to say anything.
Doggone pretty countryman. Shameless crooked countryman. I won't let you go.
More and more people began to curse. Although the one who started it all was dead, those of his men were still alive, and those same people bullied them quite a bit. Especially being robbed of all their points, this was something they couldn't stand. So a new storm was about to open. At this time, Feng Zhang and Lina had already returned to the Eastern District, and after taking off their knight's armor, they were no different from ordinary people. The news of Dracula's murder had spread, and in order not to be retaliated against, they had all taken off their knight's armor.
Chapter 103, Epic Reinforcement.
Returning to the room, Feng Zhang checked on Su Shui and the two of them. There was no difference, only that they were a few points weaker than before.
Feng Zhang looked at Lina. Do you know why I took you away?
Yes, it was for my protection.
Lina answered after a moment's thought.
Feng Zhang smiled, secretly saying that this woman was really smart, knowing what to say and what not to say. His killing intent was so heavy that it was almost written on his forehead. There was no way he couldn't feel it.
So what are you going to do?
Lina's heart loosened a bit at that, knowing there was still a chance of survival. Stay here and don't leave until you have the next command. Great God. Very well, I want to kill someone without even having to do it myself, so you better not have any bad thoughts.
Lina nodded heavily. She didn't doubt Fang Zhang's words in the slightest. If Fang Zhang's identity was exposed, the one who died would definitely not be him, but herself.
With his strength, who would dare to find him in trouble, at least not at this stage. But she is different. She is now a 2-5, or beautiful country people. Crooked people cannot tolerate him. The people of Daxia also cannot tolerate her, so she is at this stage the best place to stay instead of Fang Zhang here.
Without Dracula's interference, it's time to start looking for the underworld soul refining grass.
The founder was unfamiliar with this layer, so he had to ask Lena. She thought for a while, but still didn't have any impression. You can check out the information exchange and the quest hall.
The information exchange?
Yes, this is a place unique to the 4th floor, where everyone can sell and buy information. If you have any special insights, you go there to sell them, and the system automatically monitors the authenticity and the level of importance and grants points accordingly. If someone is selling, they can naturally buy it, and in addition to the information posted by everyone, the system will also refresh all sorts of information from time to time, and many people have found great opportunities with this information. So when you don't have a clue, you can all go there and try your luck. As for the quest hall, it's actually similar to the sanctuary on the 3rd floor. In addition to the quests released by the system, there are also quests from other people, so there might be quests related to the item you're looking for. Fang Zhang nodded. Indeed, he could go to the information exchange and try his luck. As for the quest hall, he then did not hold much hope. The underworld soul refining grass was obviously not an ordinary item, and the possibility of placing it on a quest item was not high. After determining the place, Fang Zhang sat aside to rest. He had consumed a bit too much today and needed to recover. And now that he had so many points, he naturally had to plan properly. He opened the mall and first found the page of growth attributes.
Growth attribute points, 500,000 points point.
It was indeed expensive, but for the current him, it was just a sprinkle. Let's start with 30 points.
15 million points.
The growth attribute was now the most important thing for founder to learn the skill threshold without being unable to comprehend the skill because of it. The other thing is that the growth attribute is also very important in the later stages. When the realm rises, the growth attribute will also skyrocket. After the operation, Fang Zhang felt as if he hadn't changed anything, and as if everything had changed, there was a mysterious feeling. He used to call this feeling a psychological effect, self-compassion. After that, he spent another $23 million to upgrade each of the 4 talents, Tyrant Divine Thunder, Spectral Ice Flame, Dark Shadow, and Gravity, to SSS rank. It took 1 million points to raise at talent level 1 to level 2. Cheap. Without hesitation, Fang Zhang directly upgraded all of his talents to level 2, spending 9 million points. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3 required 10 million points. Founder. He did the math and realized that the points were surprisingly not enough, so he had to raise Divine Healing, Tyrant Divine Thunder, and Spectral Ice Flame to level 3 first.
Comprehend Divine Healing.
Divine Healing, cure all negative effects and restore the body to its full strength, consumes 1000 spiritual power. When he saw this prompt, Fang Zhang wondered if he could get stuck in a bug, thinking that he would find time to experiment with it, and then the prompt continued to ring again.
Lightning Mastery increased. Magnetic Storm Force Field comprehended. Magnetic Storm Force Field generates an electric field with a certain range of paralyzing power.
Using a lightning-based skill within the Magnetic Storm Force Field increases its power by 150% and generates additional explosive damage.
Ice Flame Shock Reinforcement. Ice Flame Protection.
Ice Flame Protection generates a shield on the target's soul, can counteract 80% of the power of soul-type attacks, can counteract 3 attacks, consumes 500 spirit energy. The other talents leveled up, and the skills all changed accordingly, the most obvious being that the understanding and control of that talent was upgraded by 1 level. Taking the elemental talent as an example, at level 1, the control talent is almost always wide open, unable to achieve fine control, and at level 2 it can. After dealing with these, Fang Zhang put his eyes on the skill book column again. He did have quite a lot of skills now, but they were all talent skills mainly, they were all basic skills, and there weren't many advanced ones. Therefore, Fang Zhang didn't consider the primary skill books either, and mainly looked at the intermediate and advanced ones. The intermediate ones were $500,000 apiece, and the advanced ones were $1 million apiece. The base probabilities are 20% and 10% respectively. If there is a talent corresponding to the skill, the probability is increased by 10% to 70%. Fang Zhang looked at it. If he learned the skills of the 3 of Divine Healing, Tyrant Divine Thunder, and Spectral Ice Flame, the probability could reach 90% and 80%. In the case of the Shadow and Gravity skills, it was 80% and 70%. Both pretty high probabilities.
As for the growth attribute restriction, it was completely out of Fang Zhang's consideration. Fang Zhang rummaged around, and surprisingly, there weren't many skills related to the healing department.
Healing Ray Intermediate, launch a ray of light to connect to a target unit limit 5, causing it to receive continuous healing, consumes 300 spiritual energy. Purification Aura Advanced, purifies the target of negative effects and immunizes them for a sustained period of time, consumes 300 spiritual energy. Life howling technique divine, stimulates the body's potential and comprehensively enhances overall strength, but causes varying degrees of damage to the body's cells, consumes 1000 spiritual energy. Stage 1, boosts 50% strength. Stage 2, boosts 100% strength. Stage 3, boosts 200% strength. Stage 4, boosts 400% strength. Stage 5, boosts 800% strength. Note, when this stage is turned on, all the cells will die rapidly after 1 minute.
Fong Zhang froze. 8 Gates of Recluse? It's a transcendent divine skill.
Fong Zhang bought these skill books without hesitation. The life magnificence technique could be used without using it, but not without it. Having spent 4.5 million points, there was no surprise that there was no wasted money. Afterwards, he bought the skills of the lightning system. Stance Thunder Flash Intermediate, consumes 100, Divine Thunder Punishment Formation Advanced, consumes 800, Lightning Chain Intermediate, consumes 300, and Silent Thunder Dragon Divine Level, consumes 3000. There are also Shadow System skills. Shadow Binding Intermediate, consumption varies. Dark Realm Advanced, consumption 1000. Seal Beginner, consumption 50. Shadow Divergence Advanced, consumption 500. Shadow Bionic Technique Divine, consumption varies. Having spent over 2000 points this time, it was surprising that the Shadow department had failed. It was a pity that the Spectral Ice Flame surprisingly had no skills that could be purchased, not even beginner. This wave of strengthening spent nearly 100 million points. Originally Fong Zhang wanted to continue strengthening, but the other faculties were not of a high grade and were prone to failure.
So he first kept it to see if he could awaken some other stronger talents before upgrading. Chapter 10 for the Great Dark Rift. Character Fong Zhang. Level 13 Earth Realm. Strength 1849. Agility 1397. Spirit 1339. Physique 1219. Spiritual Power 1339. Main Talent Divine Healing SSSLV3 Passive Turn to Self. Secondary Talents Tyrant Divine Thunder SSSLV3 Passive Thunder Seal Effect Shock Spectral Ice Flame SSSLV3 Shadow SSSLV2 Gravity SSSLV2 Mega Strength at LV2 Water DLV2 Dexterity DLV2 Sight ELV2 Fire ELV2. Natural Skills Healing Power Thunder Control Shadow Bird Ice Flame Blast Gravity Manipulation Water Control Vision Transcendence Fire Control Super Strength Transcendence Agility Transcendence. Equipment Heart of the Sea King Mutilated Shadow Cloak Greed LV3. Skills Super Healing Power Passive Disintegration Blast Healing Elf Lightning Storage Divine Healing Magnetic Storm Force Field Ice Flame Protection Healing Ray Purification Aura Life Howl Thunder Flash Divine Thunder Punishment Formation Lightning Chain Silent Thunder Dragon Shadow Binding Dark Realm Seal Shadow Split. Assignable Attribute Points 0 points 49474838. Enter the mall. Fong Zhang put away the attribute panel and was very satisfied, except for the huge power boost that added 300 points of strength again. None of the other attributes had increased, but his strength had definitely taken a qualitative leap. As for the equipment, those, he didn't buy a single one. The system mall sells all the standard products, the advantage is not big. If he met Dracula now, he could have 100 ways to make the other party not survive. That's how cocky it was. Fong Zhang set up another boundary around the two Su Shui afterward, which should last for about 2 days. It wasn't that he couldn't trust Lena, but it was a matter of defense. He also promised Lena that as long as she took care of these two people, the benefits would definitely not be lacking. I left a mark on you, go to the ends of the earth, I can find you, so it's best not to have any crooked thoughts. After saying that, Fong Zhang left. He believed that Lena was a smart person and knew how to choose. The information exchange was located in the central district, not far from the Iron Jail Tower, and Fong Zhang quickly arrived using the teleportation array. Along the way, any person could feel that low-pressure cyclone. The two formations of the Daxia people and the Crooked Nation people were in opposition to each other. The Crooked Kingdom people didn't dare to move the Daxia people now because they were afraid of the Black Sword Knights, and the Daxia people couldn't move the Crooked Kingdom people because they didn't have enough strength. The Daxia people are now superior in numbers but have less top strength, while the Crooked Kingdom people are the other way around, but this situation should begin to gradually shift as the Daxia people familiarize themselves with this layer of the environment. At that time a new storm will officially open, and I fear it will carry over into the real world. However, these Fong Zhang naturally couldn't care so much. If he wanted to care, with an order, he could immediately replace Dracula. It was just that this wasn't what he wanted. He preferred to be free and unconstrained. The information exchange was very similar to the sanctuary on the third level, putting in many computer-like devices that could automatically connect with the user's system when trading, directly deducting the corresponding points. Within the exchange, most of the users were Daxia people. After a period of waiting, Fong Zhang finally found a vacant machine. The machine's interface was designed to be simple and clear, and was mainly divided into two functions, buying and selling. The selling function was similar to posting news. The user only needed to fill in the title and content, and the system would automatically recognize the keywords, extract useful information, and determine the selling price.
Users can choose whether to accept. If not, the system will be sent in accordance with the original and the seller's intention to pricing, but will be marked as unaudited status, so that even if the price is low, no one will buy.
Fang Zheng entered the purchase page. The interface was similar to a posting, displaying countless titles, each followed by the corresponding price.
The purchaser could only view the specifics after the purchase. These messages are also categorized into two types: regular and disposable. Disposable messages are automatically erased after purchase, while regular messages can be purchased by different people. Due to the excessive amount of content, Fang Zhan was unable to view them one by one. So he entered the search page and typed in "Underworld Soul Refining Grass," and soon a message appeared, and it was the only one.
It was an entry that was regularly refreshed by the system and sold for 20 points.
Underworld Soul Refining Grass, often grown in places with strong darkness, it can be used for soul repair and strengthening, and can effectively enhance spiritual power. A specialty of the underworld realm, it is now being transplanted to other worlds as well. After purchasing it, this message appeared on the interface.
Fang Zhang once again typed in "Darkness-Rich Place."
The first place in the list was Dark Rift Valley. The Dark Rift, located 300 kilometers south of the city, the Dark Rift is a 1,000-mile-long rift valley named after the fact that the bottom of the valley cannot be illuminated by sunlight and is always dark.
The Dark Rift Valley, the extremely cold peak, the magma cave, and the desert of extinction are known as the 4 major dangerous places in the newbie space.
Fang Zheng frowned and checked the other 3 places in passing. The closest desert of extinction was more than 2,000 kilometers away from them. Luckily, the Dark Rift Valley wasn't too far away, otherwise he would have had to give up on going to these places. He then looked at the other words. The other places with strong darkness were obviously not as reliable as the Great Rift Valley, and they weren't close. If he could only choose one place, he was more confident that the Dark Great Rift Valley would show up with the Underworld Soul Refining Grass. Having decided, Fang Zhang also stopped looking at other places and continued to search for information about the Dark Great Rift Valley. There wasn't much information about the Great Rift Valley, but one piece of information titled "Dracula's Journey to the Dark Rift Valley" caught his interest.
1,000 points.
The content is displayed immediately after purchase, and is supposedly written by one of the men who traveled with Dracula. They pass through the suburban plains, the psychedelic forest, and the blazing rocklands before going to the Dark Rift, which is 200 to 300 meters wide, of unknown length, and of unknown depth. East of the Great Rift Valley, there is a section of craggy path through the strong wind layer. Strong wind with wind blade, powerful but very dense. It is recommended to have wind talent or defense talent accompanied to go. Then you can go down to the middle of the Rift Valley, the weak wind layer zone. This place is a very long slope, dangerous, coiled a large number of level 20 and above beasts. Further down should be the windless layer and the dark layer, but we did not reach the windless layer and then returned, because the supplies have been exhausted. After this, the person also briefly introduced the situation of the suburban plains, the psychedelic forest, and the fiery rockland. After Fang Zhang read it, he felt that this information was indeed worth 1,000 points. The method of entering the Great Rift Valley alone saved him a lot of time. If not for Dracula's death, he would have wanted to ask about the specifics, but unfortunately, this information was all sold anonymously, and it was impossible to find the seller. He then checked the other information, which wasn't very useful. It was mainly all about the direction to the Dark Rift, the time, the distance, and so on. After reading these, he probably had a bottom in his heart.
Brother Fang? Brother Fang.
Fang Zhang had just left when he heard a familiar voice call him back.
Chapter 105, Blazing Rocky Ground 1.
Fang Zhang turned back to look. In fact, he didn't need to look. He knew that it was Song Qingling. Other than her, almost no one would call themselves like that. Only to see Song Qingling running over, her face full of excitement, he was more or less touched inside.
Finally, I see you. See you. Song Qingling hugged Fang Zhang, his tone somewhat choked.
Fang Zhang's hand was just about to stroke Song Qingling's head, but he suddenly stopped again and pushed it away. I'm really not any Brother Fang. In fact, he wasn't wrong. What Song Qingling thought was Brother Fang should have already been replaced by him. I also don't know if it was chauvinism, but he always had the feeling that he was shouting at other men. And it was true that he couldn't identify with Song Qingling yet. After all, he hadn't figured out the purpose of the man in black yet, and exposing his identity would easily bring danger to Song Qingling. However, Song Qingling did not know this. After being pushed away by Fang Zhang, her body obviously stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal.
Humph. If it's not, it's not.
Song Qingling's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness, then puffed up her cheeks like a combative Deng Ziki, and muttered again in her heart, don't say that I don't keep my promises when the time comes.
Fang Zhang smiled helplessly and did not respond. Wow, so you are the legendary Brother Fang?
3 little friends came forward. One of the girls sized up Fang Zhang carefully, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Apart from being handsome, there's nothing special about him.
How in the world did he mesmerize you? Song Qingling's cheeks were like a blooming peach blossom, instantly turning red.
She hastily reached out a hand and covered Su Xiaoping's mouth, her eyes filled with panic and embarrassment. But soon, she let go of her hand again, seemingly forcing out a smile. It's not him.
Somehow, Fang Zhang's heart seemed to be stabbed.
Su Xiaoping also stopped joking when she heard this, and Fang Zheng's impression became even worse. Obviously just now, Qingling was still very excited and happy. When that man who followed him saw Song Qingling's behavior, a trace of displeasure flashed across his face, and he said with dissatisfaction, "Linger, why don't you introduce yourself?" When Song Qingling heard this, she instantly became cold as ice as she replied indifferently, "I'm not familiar with you, and I'll get people to misunderstand if you address me like that." The man's face instantly became somber, like a sky that was suddenly covered in dark clouds. But soon, he regained his original cheerfulness, and with a hint of a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, he said, "We have gone through life and death situations together, and we have passed through moments of distress together, so how can we say that we are not familiar with each other?" Now Song Qingling's frown deepened, obviously not wanting Fang Zheng to misunderstand. She immediately explained, "It's just that we were imprisoned on the same floor in the iron jail tower."
Don't you say these ambiguous words.
The man was even more pleased. "Doesn't this precisely show that we are destined to be together?" Song Qingling wanted to retort, but the man didn't give him a chance and looked directly at Fang Zhang. "This friend, how many floors are you locked up in?"
I wasn't imprisoned. Fang Zhang was a bit speechless. Was this something to brag about? So this friend is a first-timer. My name is Prince Song, what's your name?
The man smiled even more at his words. Previously, all the Daxia people had been locked up in the iron prison tower, and if they hadn't been locked up, then they were bound to be newcomers today. And the stronger the strength would be imprisoned in a higher tier. At that time, he was precisely imprisoned on the top floor with Song Qingling and some others. It just proved that they were the strongest group.
This person only entered the 4th floor today, there's no difference between him and a waste, right? Fang Zhang faintly said.
"Friend, you only entered the 4th layer today. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask us for advice. It's okay to be almost as strong as you are. I hope you can continue to work hard and catch up with us soon."
Prince Song laughed. Fang Zhang said.
"Pust." Song Qingling wanted to scold Prince Song, but she was amused by Fang Zhang's sudden words, which restored some blood color to her face. An inferior person is an inferior person, without any quality. Prince Song's face turned blue. Having received higher education since he was a child, he never expected that someone would say such vulgar words in public. Song Qingling's face turned ugly when she heard this. "The two of us grew up playing together. If you say he has no quality, then I also have no quality. I don't deserve to talk to you. Please get out of the way." After saying that, she directly pulled Fang Zheng away. Fang Zheng smiled bitterly. This girl had already decided that she was her childhood playmate. It seems to be looking for an opportunity to talk to her clearly. Children's words spoken in childhood do not have to be taken seriously, lest she fall deeper into it. He also could not understand. The memory of the two children had most often play together, help her drive a few times, but most of the time he was the one being bullied, a lot of times also because of the argument who was the big brother and big sister in fight.
How to grow up on their own feelings.
However, Song Qingling did look very good, watery. The only bad thing was that he was bullied too hard when he was a child, as if there was a feeling of bloodline suppression.
Fang Zheng, you team up with me.
As soon as she left the information exchange, Song Qingling opened her mouth, a little anger in her voice, not knowing if it was because of Prince Song or because of Fang Zhang. I still have some things to do." Before Fang Zhang finished his words, Song Qingling's face changed a little. "Are you going to reject me again?"
How did that turn into another rejection? Didn't you just push her away? Is a woman's mind so jumpy? Su Xiaoping was instantly displeased. "Qingling, we are going to the Blazing Rocklands. How dangerous is it there? Isn't bringing him a drag?"
"I know you want to bring him to upgrade, but it also depends on the time. Wouldn't it be better to help him upgrade when we come back?"
You guys are saying that you are going to the Blazing Rocklands?
Fang Zhang immediately frowned. He had read the information about the Blazing Rocklands. Although it wasn't as dangerous as the Dark Rift Valley, it was still a treacherous place.
All the level 20 alien beasts that walked all over the place.
Moreover, the level here is not the same concept as the previous level. The third level still exists novice protection. The strength of the foreign beasts are suppressed, but this level is unprotected.
But the points and experience are a lot more.
Moreover, this level was one that had elite level, general level, and even monarch level, and any one of them was not something Song Qingling and the girls could handle.
Where to do what? Shut up. There's nothing for you here. Su Xiaoping was very dissatisfied with Fang Zhang. What strength he had was not clear off.
Fang Zhang's explicit level at this time was only level 13, clearly killed Dracula. Even if there was only 1/3 of the experience, it should be enough to rise to level 20. According to Grid, it was that Dracula had absorbed quite a lot of energy by the overreading, causing the strength to be false.
Experience is also energy that quantifies values.
At that time, Fang Zhang was puzzled as to how Dracula had some backbone, especially when he was in the dark boundary. He was powerless, so it turned out that he was using overreading excessively.
Thinking of this, Fang Zhang was a bit flustered when he looked at the tyrannical eclipse necklace. No need to say, I've already decided.
Song Qingling looked at Fang Zhang at this time. You say, to go or not to go? Her voice was cold, but Fang Zhang could hear a hint of humility. Su Xiaoping gently sighed. She knew that Song Qingling had entered the more vigorous mode. Once in this state, it is not possible to pull back the 9 oxen. So she looked at the source of the problem, Fang Zhang, with a slightly dissatisfied look. In her heart, she secretly hoped that he could be a bit colorful and take the initiative to withdraw. Today out aerial photography measurement, the plane flew a big mountain. Alas, tomorrow morning still have to go up to the mountain to find the plane. Not in the mood at all.
Chapter 106, The Fiery Rocky Ground 2.
Go. Fang Zhang blurted out. He didn't want to reject Song Qingling anymore. Upon hearing this, Song Qingling only had a few more smiles on her face, but only a moment later, she regretted it. You'd better not go. After her head cooled down, Song Qingling realized how excessive her request was. The Blazing Rocklands was an extremely dangerous place even for her. Bringing Fang Zhang along would only put him in danger. Su Xiaoping was overjoyed when she heard this. Her best friend finally came to her senses. I told you. That Fang, what's right, you'll stay here. We'll both go on this mission first. Next time it'll be easier to group you.
Just the two of you?
Song Qingling and Su Xiaoping's aura was only at level 16 or 17, which made it impossible for Fang Zhang to be assured that these two would go.
What? Looking down on us?
My wind coupled with Qingling's fire, killing monsters across levels is not a problem at all. Su Xiaoping was very proud. The two of them had relied on this kind of cooperation to raid most of the bosses on the last level.
Qingling, I'm really sorry. Just now, Prince Song didn't mean it, and he didn't mean to target you.
At this time, Prince Song and another woman walked over, and the woman helpfully apologized. This woman's name was Chen Falon. She was also someone she met when she was off on the same floor. I heard that she was also a rich girl, but she was very nice to talk to. That's why they became friends.
Qingling, I didn't mean it. I really don't know.
Prince Song had a guilty face, but a trace of ruthlessness still flashed in his eyes when he looked at Fang Zhang.
Qingling, didn't you just say that you were going to the Blazing Rocklands?
It just so happens that Prince Song and I are both going. Let's team up. We'll have something to look after along the way. Chen Farong held Song Qingling's hand at the right time, her voice a little crispy. Together, don't look at me and Prince Song like this. We're both very strong. I'm a light talent, good at defense, and Prince Song is a lightning talent, with amazing attack power. Definitely won't drag you guys down.
Fang Zhang.
Yes, Qingling, it's just too risky to have only the two of you in such a dangerous place.
Prince Song agreed. Song Qingling frowned. Chen Farong's words did make sense. With their help, the success rate would definitely increase greatly.
Su Xiaoping also said at this time, what Farong said makes sense, more people more power, only the two of us are indeed risky. Then she whispered, Prince Song is a bit nasty, but his strength is indeed strong, and with Farong majoring in defense, he can save a life when it matters.
Song Qingling fell silent. The optimal choice, indeed they should be brought along.
But this place, the Blazing Rocklands, was just too dangerous, and if she wasn't careful, she would lose her life. Originally she had planned to go on her own, but only agreed to come along at Su Xiaoping's insistence. She was considering it not because Prince Song was a nasty person, but she didn't want to involve too many people in because of her own business. If it was just the two of them, with their tacit understanding, even if there were dangers, they would still be able to get out in one piece, but with two more strangers, it was hard to say.
Forget it, it's better not to go. Song Qingling squeezed out a smile. Fang Zhang, let's go and practice. Why don't we go? Didn't you say that you want to get stronger as soon as possible to help your father?
Well. Before Su Xiaoping could finish, she was again covered by Song Qingling's mouth and glared at her before she obediently shut up.
Fang Zhang noticed the change in both of their expressions. Could it be that something had happened to Song Jianhe? Actually, what are you guys going to the Blazing Rocklands for? Fang Zhang asked without moving.
Su Xiaoping sighed, we found out the news that the Blazing Rocklands will have inflammable heart appearing in the next few days, which can help Qingling to significantly increase her battle power.
Inferno heart?
As soon as Prince Song and Falcon Shan heard this, a glint of light flashed in both of their eyes. Fang Zhang also understood when he heard this. This thing was also introduced in the book. It could increase the quality of the fire elemental system talent by quite a bit, and it also came with a passive, so its value was quite high. Qingling, if you don't go, the two of us can go on our own law. I don't want to miss this once in a lifetime opportunity.
Chen Farong said unabashedly. Yeah, even if we don't get it, it's good to see it. Wang Zitsong said. Go ahead, you'll regret missing this opportunity.
Su Xiaoping said. It's really dangerous there, I'll get it back for you. As soon as Fang Zhang's words fell, the three of them simultaneously looked at him with disdainful gazes.
How many dishes ah? Drink like this. No need.
Song Qingling shook her head. She knew that it was no longer a case of her saying no, and it was estimated that more and more people would be traveling in the next few days as well.
After some deliberation, it was finally decided that 5 people would travel together.
The reason why they brought Fang Zhang with them was because Fang Zhang was resolute, and secondly, Song Qingling was also afraid that Fang Zhang would sneak over by himself. Several people made preparations individually and agreed to wait at the city gates of the southern district. The founder's destination was not just the Blazing Rocklands, but the Dark Rift Valley, which had to be properly prepared. I heard that if you left the urban area, you would not be able to trade in the system mall. Whether it's true or not, at least prepare enough food and water, as well as various potions.
Because the system mall didn't sell food in these, it became less convenient.
He then returned to his room in the Eastern District and bought a few experience stones to keep the boundary running. No wonder Dracula consumed so much. Just to maintain such a small boundary required top-tier experience stones, which were much more expensive than experience beads, experience orbs. After exchanging a few words with Lena, Fong Zhang headed to the Southern District. When he arrived at the city gates, Song Qingling's few people had already arrived, and if it wasn't for Song Qingling's insistence, it was estimated that they had already left Fong Zhang behind and ran away on their own. Hee, those who don't know thought that you were the main force.
Prince Song scoffed.
Seeing that Song Qingling seemed displeased, Chen Fulong hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Alright guys, let's get going. Thus, the group set off towards the south side of the city. Su Xiaoping deliberately slowed down her pace and walked side by side with Fong Zhang.
Are you really Qingling's childhood friend? She asked curiously. Fong Zhang smiled and didn't say anything.
Anyway, I don't care what your relationship is, just don't make things difficult for Qingling.
If you encounter danger, you have to run first, understand? Then you guys?
You don't have to worry about that, I've cooperated with Qingling many times, I know how to deal with danger. You don't need to worry about the other two guys either, they're even stronger than us.
In short, you just mind your own business, don't try to be strong, understand?
Su Xiaoping admonished again. Fong Zhang didn't respond, which made her very upset.
The group continued to move forward and soon came to the outskirts of the city.
There was a wide grassy area here, a suburban plain, which was the best practicing ground for the mortal realm. The level of the monsters over here were generally not high, basically below level 10, and occasionally one could see elite monsters, but they were not too ridiculously strong. Passing through the suburban plains is the slightly more dangerous psychedelic forest. This area is very large and somewhat similar to the second-tier world. The monsters here won't be very strong either, below level 20, but the danger lies in the fact that the trees are almost the same, and the mist lingers all year round, making it impossible to tell where to go. The airplane was finally found. The feeling was cooler than a big sword, otherwise it would really cost a lot of money, and a few workers worked hard. Without them climbing the mountain, it was really impossible to find.
Chapter 107, Blazing Rockland 3.
In front of the psychedelic forest, Song Qingling's few people all took a deep breath. The next step would begin to be a dangerous place. Not only was there the possibility of being attacked by foreign beasts, but there was also the possibility of being lost inside.
Let's go.
A few people had done their rundown before they left and were mentally prepared. Just after entering the psychedelic forest, still ate a shock. In the outside look does not think that this fog is how big, but came in only to find that they are still too naive. That fog is too heavy to be true. 10 meters away are already white.
This was still broad daylight. If it was night, wouldn't the visibility be even lower? No wonder it's called the psychedelic forest. Everyone stay close, be quick and get out of here before it gets dark.
Chen Fulong was no longer in a playful mood at this point. Before this, she was giggling like she was going out for a picnic. Several people nodded, all realizing the seriousness of the problem. Fei Chan walked at the front. Her light could properly show everyone the way, and her defense could be the first to protect.
However, Fong Zhang frowned. Hadn't any of these people heard of the Dark Forest Law?
In the psychedelic forest, a few of them moved forward quickly and cautiously under the leadership of Falcon Shen. But this fast was only relative. In fact, it was not known if they had traveled 20 kilometers in an hour. It was true that Fei Chan was strong, but she was a human after all, and using her skills all the time had its moments of fatigue. Fong Zhang stood at the end, and had already resolved 5 Fei beasts without moving. Their strength was around level 15, not considered strong. They were all killed by him in a single strike.
Chen Farong, take a rest first, I'll take the lead. Song Qingling walked to Chen Fulong's side and said softly. Chen Farong nodded, you be careful. Song Qingling glanced at Fong Zhang, and there was nothing unusual before walking to the front.
Fong Zhang had reminded her of the law of the forest before, but after thinking about it for a while, she still lit up the fire for fear that Fong Zhang would get lost. She knew Fong Zhang's strength. It was only a healing talent with almost no attack power, and it was already a great luck to be able to come to this 4th floor. If they encountered a surprise attack, they might not even have a chance to heal, so they wanted to place Fong Zhang in the center at the beginning, but unfortunately they were rejected, and the middle seat was given to Prince Song, because his lightning talent was destructive and fast, and he could support the front and back in time. At this, Fong Zhang did not bother to argue and walked to the end of the team. Chen Fulong stepped back from the leader and wanted to stand at the end, but was called by Prince Song and told her to stand in the center position.
Farong has consumed too much and needs to rest. Standing at the end can't keep everyone safe.
Prince Song continued, I'll stand at the end. Chen Farong originally retorted, Fong Zhang was fine for so long before the team, what danger could there be?
But after she was glared at by Prince Song, she didn't say anything.
When Song Qingling heard this, she naturally agreed. She didn't want Fong Zhang to stand last. The danger of that position wasn't less than the first at all. After some discussion, the team became Song Qingling at the front, followed by Su Xiaoping, Chen Fulong, Fong Zhang, and Prince Song. After seeing that he had convinced everyone, a cold smile flashed across Prince Tsung's face.
Fang Zhang detected it and smiled coldly in his heart at the same time. This guy wanted to make a fool of himself and let him do it. After reorganizing the team, a few people continued to set off again, but did not go far. There was a thick giant snake leaped out, almost biting on Prince Tsung's body. Prince Tsung's strength was still there, with a weird stance just dodged, except for Fang Zhang. Several people's face changed, because before this, they were not able to notice it at all. This giant snake was only level 15, its strength was not strong, it was only by taking advantage of the terrain that it was able to succeed in its sneak attack. Of course, this was from Fang Zhang's point of view. In fact, if he made a move, the giant snake didn't even have a chance to show itself. Although Prince Tsung dodged, but his face is not much better. If he reacts one step slower, he will become a giant snake dinner. He angrily summoned a lightning bolt to hit the giant snake, which was instantly paralyzed and slowed down, followed by a flame from Song Qingling, which was instantly roasted into a dried snake. Song Qingling's yin talent was indeed much stronger than the fire talent. Whether it was the intensity or temperature of the flame, it was a cut above, otherwise it would be impossible to burn the giant snake to death so quickly.
Prince Tsung, not bad, fast enough reaction. Chen Farong gave a thumbs up in praise. Prince Tsung reacted from the palpitations, and was instantly delighted. That's for sure, if it was someone, they would have been eaten just now. Ha, fortunately I switched places with you.
Chen Farong laughed. I didn't mean you. Wang Zitsong looked embarrassed.
It's fine, speaking of which, you also saved my life.
Chen Farong laughed, clearly not taking it to heart.
We need to get out of here as soon as possible. The commotion just now was a bit loud, it might attract other foreign beasts. Su Xiaoping and Song Qingling looked at each other before urging everyone to leave.
A few people sniffed and rushed off as well.
Fang Zhang looked at the panel. There was no hint of any kills. He heard that the group experience rules for this level had changed. It was to share the experience according to contribution. No wonder the others didn't react to the few alien beasts he had just killed. This rule made people feel that this place was a game that had been carefully designed.
Simple jerks are doomed to fail.
Both survival and elite rates are guaranteed.
Next, it seemed as if luck ran out for the several-member squad. They could encounter an attack every little way, and although they could handle it, it was easy to get annoyed after a number of times, and the consumption of skills was also quite high with frequent use of them. It's getting dark, let's find a place to rest as soon as possible. Looking at the afterglow through the mist, Song Qingling had no choice but to stop. This situation was no longer suitable for rushing. The forest at night was the scariest.
For this, several people naturally had no opinion. They also did not expect the second half of the journey to be so tough, and it was strange to say that it seemed like the situation had been constant from the moment Prince Tsung stood at the end of the line.
Prince Tsung's luck was so damn bad.
The three women all looked at Fang Zhang and Prince Tsung in unison.
Based on appearance alone, Fang Zhang was indeed much more handsome than Prince Tsung. Brother Fang Zhang, you are better at wilderness survival, where should we have to spend the night better? These words were naturally said by Song Qingling. She could see that everyone else was very dissatisfied with Fang Zhang, especially the few times just now when Fang Zhang didn't make a single move, and was always in a state of watching the show. She wanted to change everyone's attitude by showing Fang Zhang's specialty. Fang Zhang was very outgoing during the wilderness survival training, which was why she had this proposal.
Just him?
Before Fang Zhang could speak, Prince Tsung said disdainfully, "This is the psychedelic forest, not a school game of playing house. Look at him, he can't even walk when he sees a foreign beast, just like that he's still good at wilderness survival? I can't trust the place he found."
"If you can't trust it, go find a place yourself."
Song Qingling frowned. She was really becoming more and more annoyed with Prince Tsung as a person now.
"Qingling, although Prince Tsung's words are hard to hear, they are reasonable, and it's not that we haven't found a good place yet. Let's all work together and propose together to see if there's a suitable place." Su Xiaoping said. "I can do it all, I'm exhausted, I want to rest off." Chen Farong unfolded her arms and stretched her waist, showing off her proud peaks. "I just noticed that there is a small lake over there, the terrain is flat, camping should be no problem."
Wang Zitsong said. Song Qingling looked at Fang Zhang, who spread his hands and said it was fine. Chapter 108 Fiery Rocky Ground 4.
Normally, wild camping did require finding places near water, with a wide view, downwind, and flat terrain.
But as Prince Tsung said, this is the psychedelic forest, not ordinary camping.
The proximity to water means that other Fae also drink and rest here.
Open view means easy to spot and impossible to hide. Flat terrain means that enemy attacks are unimpeded.
This was simply the three elements of a black spot, yet the place Prince Tsung said was completely in line with the three elements, and it could be said that anyone with a brain wouldn't pick this place.
This place is beautiful. It's so cozy.
Hearing Chen Farong's praise, Prince Tsung instantly became confident. "Of course, you don't look at who found the place. According to me, this is the perfect resting place." Su Xiaoping nodded. A place with water was indeed much more convenient. Their space and location was small, and the food they had stocked up was limited, so they could save as much as they could. Song Qingling on the other hand looked at Fang Zhang once again, waiting for his opinion. If Fang Zhang objected, she would definitely be the first to follow. Fang Zhang knew Song Qingling's thoughts, but he also didn't want Song Qingling to be embarrassed. Even if he voted in the end, he didn't have an advantage. Since that was the case, he would just let them be. Anyway, the foreign beasts here couldn't even hurt a hair on his head. He nodded his head, and at the same time, he also thought about how to utilize this advantage to glean a wave of attributes since this place could attract foreign beasts over. The first level passive was converting 1 attribute point each time, and at the second level, it would occasionally generate a storm to convert 2 attribute points, and now that he had risen to the third level, it was already steadily converting 2 attribute points, which made Fang Zhang even more enthusiastic about gleaning attributes.
Alright then, let's stay here tonight, let's discuss the vigil allocation. Song Qingling said. Hearing Song Qingling's words, Prince Song became even prouder. Surviving in the wild isn't that hard.
Chen Farong gave him a blank look, then took out the tent, a very small one, sold for 20 points in the mall. The others also took out their tents when they saw this, only Fang Zhang froze in place.
The mall still has this for sale? Seeing this, Song Qingling immediately came over.
Fang Zhang, you can use this one of mine, I'll squeeze it with Zhaoping.
I don't want to squeeze.
Su Zhaoping grinned. Song Qingling's little face instantly reddened to the base of her ears, and regardless of whether Fang Zhang agreed or not, she dropped the tent and chased after Su Zhaoping to fight with her.
Fang Zhang.
Chen Farong watched the two playfully, her face seemed to show a hint of sadness, sighing, it's so good to be young, in a month, I'll be 19 years old.
Fang Zhang. Prince Song, on the other hand, glared angrily at Fang Zhang and muttered, where is the tent expensive? You can't even afford a tent. There are times when you look for your own reasons. After so many days, have the points gone up? Have you been seriously brushing monsters? Fang Zhang. What a bunch of people this is. The sun went down and the whole forest was instantly dark and eerily quiet. Several people did not dare to make a fire, and after arranging the order of the vigil, they returned to their respective tents to rest. After returning to their tents in the night, Fang Zhang disappeared into the darkness. Yawn. Su Zhaoping sits in front of a clearing of several tents and fishes. Ha! Who is it? She suddenly felt something knock on her head, but when she turned her head she couldn't see anything. Can sleepiness also produce hallucinations? So real. Su Zhaoping rubbed the back of her head and continued to be dazed after she couldn't figure it out. At this time, a shadow behind her quietly entered the forest. More than an hour later, Song Qingling replaced Su Zhaoping. She looked at the founder's tent, then looked at the dark sky, not knowing what she was thinking. This night seemed to be excessively quiet. Since entering the novice space, it seemed that there was no attempt to be so relaxed in the wild for the whole night, not to mention the foreign beasts, not even a larger animal was seen. She stared wide-eyed and focused on the night sky, as if the whole world had disappeared. She didn't know how long it took, but suddenly a figure sat down next to her, scaring her so much that she almost jumped up. Whoa! Founder! You're going to scare people to death by suddenly appearing. Song Qingling exclaimed. Ha, you didn't even react when I called you, I thought you were asleep. Fang Zhang laughed. But, how can you scare people like this? Song Qingling's cheeks flushed, clearly embarrassed by her negligence, that she didn't even realize that someone was approaching. Ha, next time for sure. Fang Zhang couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at Song Qingling's cute appearance. Just now, he did intentionally use shadow escape to approach, and as a result, this silly girl thought that it was a problem of her own negligence. Humph. You're still as annoying as before. Song Qingling said with a scowl. Fang Zhang smiled and did not respond. The two looked at the night sky without speaking. It was awkward. The two gazed at the night sky in silence, and the silence was a bit awkward. Suddenly, Song Qingling broke the silence with a relaxed tone, you've changed a lot. Fang Zhang nodded. He had indeed changed a lot from the first time he met Song Qingling. At that time, he was as thin as a monkey due to malnutrition, but now he had slowed down, and his body had vaguely grown a bit taller. You too have matured a lot. Fang Zhang sneaked a look at Song Qingling's figure. It had grown quite a bit again. Song Qingling was silent for a while longer, and spoke, if one day, I offend a certain power, will you still treat me as a friend? Or help me? Fang Zhang shook his head, only to see Song Qingling's eyes instantly grow a bit more dim. He followed up with, I will exterminate that power, and wait for the world to know what happens when they offend you. Song Qingling's cheeks were once again tinted with a blush, and she gently flashed a smile before lightly humming as if to express her dissatisfaction. She pouted, I don't believe you, you don't have a serious look all day. She followed up with, you've really changed, if it was before, you would have said. She switched her tone, unless you promise to be my daughter-in-law, I'll help you. The other way around, right? I don't care about you, I'm going to sleep. Song Qingling pouted. Sleep at my place, I'll call you when it's time. Fang Zhang said. This kind of tent was very small, it was barely enough for one person to sleep, two people were indeed cramped. Song Qingling thought, Su Zhaoping had only just fallen asleep a short while ago, and she was going to wake her up again if she squeezed in, so it was better to let her sleep a little longer. After she entered the tent, she quickly fell asleep. Somehow, it was clear that Fang Zhang was not strong, but his words put her at ease. It wasn't until the next morning that she woke up with a start. Where is Fang Zhang? Song Qingling hurried out of the tent and found Fang Zhang washing by the lake.
Only then did she settle down inwardly and walked behind Fong Zhang and complain, "Why didn't you wake me up? Where did you sleep last night?" Before Founder could say anything, the energetic Chen Farong revealed a wry smile. He doesn't need to sleep, it's enough for him to be a flower protector. Prince Song was very dissatisfied at the side, licking dog. He then picked up a bucket of water and handed it to Song Qingling. "Qingling, I fetched water for you, here. Lick the dog." Fong Zhang and Chen Falong said at the same time. Chapter 109 Blazing Rocky Ground 5. Song Qingling coldly said no, then squatted next to Fong Zhang and used her hand to hold some water to briefly wash her face. "Qingling, where did you sleep last night? Who did you go and squeeze?" Su Xiaoping laughed badly. "Was it you, brother Fong?" Song Qingling's face instantly turned red, looking for death. "You. Ugh, it's good to be young beside Chen Farong. I'll soon be a 19-year-old auntie." Founder. Within a short time, several people once again set off towards the blazing rocklands. Because of the defeat in the morning, Prince Song continued to brag, "If you don't say that I found a good place, where is the danger for the whole night? According to me, leashing a dog is enough. What psychedelic forest is treacherous, is other people's rumors. You guys say is not." Prince Song saw that everyone had stopped and had a puzzled look on his face, but when he looked in the direction of Chen Falong's finger, he was immediately stunned. A dozen or so corpses bigger than bears were lying sideways and upside down. This place was not even 300 meters from where they camped last night. 2. What the hell happened? A few people's hearts palpitated. If these alien beasts rushed towards the camp, they wouldn't be able to deal with them. Su Xiaoping immediately clasped her hands together. "Thank heaven for blessing." Fong Zhang muttered in a low voice, "I wouldn't dare to bless you." This night, he had killed nearly 100 fey beasts, almost emptying the area of fey beasts. Where else would they have slept so peacefully? However, what Fong Zhang didn't know was that this maneuver of his would result in many people entering the blazing rocklands. After freezing for a second, Prince Song instead said excitedly, "Wealthy, let's see if there are any valuable materials." But when he gleefully ran over to check out some, but found that slightly worth a little money, canned to the material or dug away, he could not help but curse, "God damn, even the soup does not leave a mouthful." Fong Jing secretly laughed behind his back. "If it wasn't for the fact that the corpses couldn't be moved, the hair wouldn't even be left for you. This wasn't our stuff in the first place. Hurry up and leave, lest someone finds out." Song Qingling urged everyone to leave quickly. She knew the reasoning of being guilty of harboring a child. If someone saw them now, it would definitely lead to trouble. Except for Prince Song, who was a bit unwilling, everyone else agreed with this and quickly left. Chen Falong quietly slowed her pace and walked alongside Fong Zhang. She smiled and asked, "Do you think this could be the work of some infatuated flower protector?" Fong Zhang's face changed slightly when he heard this, but then he smiled. "Do you think it's possible? It's also true that the only one who can do such a thing, besides Dracula, is that Black Sword Knight." "What are you guys talking about? I think I heard Black Sword Knight?" Su Xiaoping's two eyes glowed, as if she had heard something extraordinary. "Oh?" The two women immediately found a common topic and started chatting feverishly again, while Fong Zhang seemed to have become airborne. For the next half day, the traveling speed was much faster. The beasts they encountered in this half day were not as many as the ones they encountered in an hour yesterday afternoon. Gradually they had come to the edge of the psychedelic forest, where the fog was obviously reduced, visibility was also much clearer, and along with it, the temperature was also raised a lot. Then walk a little further, they left the forest area, followed by a barren area, all red rocky land, without a little green plants. The two different zones were just weirdly connected. As soon as he entered the blazing rocklands, he could immediately feel the hot air that pummeled his face. "It's so hot this should be 40 degrees." Fei Chan immediately took off her jacket, leaving a thin shirt. The others also took off their outerwear one after another, as if they had returned to the height of summer in an instant. Fong Zhang could not help but sigh a sigh of relief. Song Qingling had indeed changed a lot, well, a lot. Chen Fei Rong is not bad either. Her body is also first class, her look and features are also very nice. It is her face that has a lot of spots, deducting a lot of points. And Su Xiaoping look can also reach 8 points. As for the body, and her name is the same, small, flat. Seems to feel someone staring at them. The three women all turned back almost at the same time. "Bro, you're too lewd, your eyes are about to bulge out," Fong Zhang said to Prince Song with disdain. Hearing Fong Zhang's words, Prince Song was dumbfounded. "No, what qualifications do you have to say about me, who was the one who was looking at his mouth just now?" Prince Song was about to argue, when he felt the disgusted gaze of the three women, as if they were looking at a pervert. "You go to the very front." I don't have. Don't you say anything." Being shouted at like this by Song Qingling, Prince Song immediately shut up and reluctantly walked to the front. They simultaneously turned their gazes towards Fong Zhang again, but he was good and laughed, saying, If you guys don't want me to look, I'll just stand in the front." Looking at Fong Zhang's sincere gaze, Song Qingling glanced at the two girls before saying, "Alright, you'll stand at the end." They actually didn't wear anything revealing, just normal summer clothes. Maybe the sweat made the clothes a bit permeable. It is not a female fist, it is not possible to look at a few eyes because you have to curse, but Prince Song that eyes, really a little lewd, let a person look at it is not comfortable. Prince Song originally wanted to see Fang Zhang's joke, but as a result of Song Qingling saying this, he immediately exploded with anger.
Not fair. He obviously watched it as well. Where? Look at the breasts.
As soon as Wang Zizong's words left his mouth, the three ladies immediately covered their key parts with both hands, and their eyes at him all took on a look of disgust.
As Fang Zhang watched Su Xiaoping's actions, he couldn't help but spit in his heart. You don't have any, what are you blocking? Prince Song.
He looked viciously at Fang Zhang, knowing that he had been dug in.
You wait for me.
According to the system, the blazing rockland was several times larger than the psychedelic forest, and the closer to the center area, the higher the temperature.
When exactly will this inferno heart appear?
The heat was a little too much for Chen Farong to bear. Song Qingling shook her head. I'm not sure about the exact time, the news only says it's within these 5 days. We spent 2 days in the psychedelic forest, it should appear within these 3 days.
It's going to take 3 more days. I can't stand even 1 day of this damn weather. Fei Chan had already been sweating for a long time.
Except for Fang Zhang and Song Qingling, who had some resistance due to their fire talent, everyone else was in a similar situation, and they had even drunk bottle after bottle of water. Fang Zhang frowned. This kind of heat was definitely abnormal. If an ordinary person came over, they would have already been unable to support themselves. In his estimation, this place was still a good distance away from the center area. Moreover, the information they had now was still too little, where and how Yen Xian appeared was all unclear, and even the time of appearance was only a range. Let's go to the center area first. The birth of such a heavenly treasure can definitely trigger a vision.
Fang Zhang said. Aha! You're right. Okay, Ajk now. See what you can do. Chapter 110, The Blazing Rockland 6. Quickly spread out and run. Explosive flame wolves specialize in teamwork, we can't beat them together. Prince Song shouted as he ran away in the other direction. There were 7 explosive flame wolves in front of him, almost 2 per person, it was impossible to beat them. Moreover, he wasn't wrong, the explosive flame wolves were packs of exotic beasts, specializing in team fighting, and when they were together, their combat power could be doubled several times over. As he ran, he meditated, don't have too many following him, all go after Fang Zhang. Turning his head to see that only one came after him, he instantly revealed a smile. Fortunately, this male is smart and was the first to run. Seeing this, the crowd also realized that scattering and escaping was the only option. With Prince Song not present, it was even more impossible for them to fight against the 6 explosive flame wolves. Fang Zhang, come to my side. Song Qingling shouted loudly, yet Fang Zhang didn't seem to hear it and ran straight in the other direction.
Just as Song Qingling was planning to catch up with Fang Zhang, an explosive flame wolf suddenly stood between them, blocking her way. This group of explosive flame wolves were quite intelligent and obviously knew their plan, but they were confident enough that even if they separated, they would not lose to these humans. These explosive flame wolves displayed an extremely high level of intelligence, clearly recognizing their tactics. Even if they spread out, they were confident that they could still defeat these weak humans. As level 18 explosive flame wolves, both their speed and strength were far superior to humans of the same level. Get lost! Song Qingling roared angrily, then released a fiery fireball. She took the lead in this battle. Fang Zhang sped away, skillfully keeping the explosive flame wolf at a certain distance at all times. When he managed to get out of the sight of the others, he immediately stopped in his tracks, a chilling aura emanating from his body. The 2 explosive flame wolves originally thought that they were about to capture their prey, but when Fang Zhang released his powerful aura, they surprisingly stopped in their tracks as well, and even entertained the thought of running away. Too late. Fang Zhang coldly said, then a black sword quickly slashed across their bodies, blood splattering everywhere. The 2 giants collapsed with a bang. The whole process actually took less than 2 seconds. How could the explosive flame wolf have never imagined that this seemingly weakest human could explode with such power? Song Qingling's side was on fire, all types of flame attacks fell on the explosive flame wolf. Su Xiaoping also joined Song Qingling at this time, joining the fray and releasing his strong wind blade. This perfect combination of wind blades and flames significantly increased the speed of the flames, forming extremely lethal flame wind blades. They attracted 3 explosive flame wolves, but the 2 of them were fearless. Not only were they able to slice through the enemy's torso, but they also triggered flame explosions and sustained burning damage. Even fire-attributed exotic beasts would have trouble withstanding this kind of pain. Song Qingling and Su Xiaoping cooperated well as their attacks became increasingly fierce. The flames intertwined with the wind blades to form a roiling fire blade, restricting the 3 explosive flame wolves to death. The 3 explosive flame wolves let out angry roars as they struggled frantically, constantly trying to attack. However, no matter how much they struggled, they were unable to escape the pursuit of the flaming wind blades, much less approach the 2 by half an inch. Song Qingling and Su Xiaoping's cooperation was becoming more and more powerful, constantly unleashing more powerful attacks. Flame tornado. The 3 explosive flame wolves were sucked in by the terrifying flames and rose high into the air, and they were constantly scorched by the high temperatures inside, as if they were chicken in an oven. In the end, the tornado dispersed, and the 3 wolves smashed heavily on the ground, emitting a burst of roasted meat flavor. The two of them gasped for breath. Although the attack just now was powerful, the consumption was also quite large.
Quickly, you go help Fei Rong, I'll go find Fang Zhang, Song Qingling said urgently.
However, at this time, Fang Zhang ran over with Falong Chen. Song Qingling and Su Xiaoping were also quite surprised when they saw this. They remembered that Fang Zhang had lured away two explosive flame wolves, and Chen Falong had to deal with one as well. These two were even faster than them? When asked, Chen Farong half-jokingly said that she had used up all the treasures she had pulled out of her box. Song Qingling and the two of them nodded at this, but Fang Zhang was not convinced, because he had seen with his own eyes that Chen Farong was able to summon a huge lightsaber to pierce through the explosive flame wolf and kill it directly in seconds. With such ease, how could she have pulled out her box? As for Fang Zhang, he was even more outrageous, saying that he ran fast and threw off the two wolves. The three of them had black lines on their faces. This reason was indeed outrageous, but they didn't pursue it. Gotta get out of here quickly, I just heard other wolves barking, Su Xiaoping said. Several people's faces changed drastically. This situation was obviously the wolves calling out to their companions. If they didn't run, they wouldn't be facing 6 or 7 explosive flame wolves, but 60 or 70 of them. Hurry! Go this way! Chen Falong led a few people to quickly leave. Boom! A thunderbolt fell, finally resulting the explosive flame wolf. Prince Song proudly looked at his battle record, thinking that he should be the fastest at this speed. With a heart full of pride, he envisioned a glorious scene of valor and saving beauty as he sprinted in the direction Song Qingling had fled, but unfortunately, he didn't see anyone. Where did Qingling go? Hasn't the battle started on her side yet? Just as he was thinking this, a ground-shaking roar suddenly came from behind him. He hurriedly turned around, only to see smoke and dust rising in the distance, and a large group of unidentified objects were rapidly approaching. Prince Song's face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth, obviously terrified to the extreme.
This is a ing stab in the wolf's den.
Without hesitation, he turned around and ran, not realizing that this direction was actually the exact direction that Song Qingling's few people had left. The four founders had already run a short distance, and because the air was so hot, they began to gasp for breath in no time. Chen Farong wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "It should be safe by here. Definitely can't catch up, they can't see our silhouettes and have probably given up." Su Xiaoping's face was full of thieving smiles, with the excitement of successfully stealing from her family. But at this time, Fang Zhang's face suddenly changed. With his eyesight, he could see things at a super long distance. A cloud of dust raised in the distance, gradually revealing a black pressurized group of foreign beasts.
"It's already chasing after us," Fang Zhang said.
A few people looked at Fang Zhang doubtfully, not believing it because they couldn't see anything. But not for long, even they could feel the ground shaking, and the dust in the sky was even more clearly visible in the distance. But it wasn't long before they too felt the ground vibrate, and the dust in the distance covered the sky like a dark cloud. All three of them revealed expressions of horror. Oh my god, so many foreign beasts.
Was it 100? 1,000? Or 10,000?
Chen Farong was so angry that she jumped to her feet. Prince Song, this big fool.
How come it's him?
Several people were black-faced. This was great, all the trouble was caused by him.
Let's spread out and escape.
Everyone be careful, don't get caught up, see you in the center area,
Fang Zhang decisively said.
The three women were also panicked. Seeing Fang Zhang come up with a plan, they also immediately agreed. The current situation, running together was too big of a target, they definitely couldn't escape. Spreading out was indeed a way out of no way.
Help! Prince Song shouted. Run away! Everyone be careful!
Prince Song's voice was like a signal, and the four of them sniffed and immediately fled in different directions.
Chapter 111 Blazing Rocky Ground 7.
When Prince Song saw the crowd fleeing in all directions, a sinister look immediately appeared on his face. All of them are women.
And that Fang Zhang.
You guys wait for me. His eyes stared sharply at the direction Fang Zhang had fled. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. You asked for it. After saying that, he ran towards Fang Zhang's direction without hesitation. And the army of explosive flame wolves behind him followed closely. Soon, Prince Song captured Fang Zhang's back, and the corner of his mouth hooked into an eerie, cold smile. You're dead this time.
Dare to steal a woman from me, this is the end.
Fang Zhang had stopped at this time. The reason why he told everyone to separate and escape was naturally for the purpose of this army of explosive flame wolves. Seeing this, Prince Song thought that Fang Zhang was too scared to walk. He immediately accelerated his pace and directly rushed towards Fang Zhang. He did not disguise himself in the slightest. You go to hell. In your next life, remember not to offend the surname Wang. At the same time, the jade he was holding tightly in his hand instantly shattered and looked provocatively at Fang Zhang. However, Fang Zhang did not have the slightest bit of panic on his face and instead looked at himself coldly.
What madness!
Prince Song cursed himself in his heart because just now, he was actually a little afraid of Fang Zhang. The next instant the light wrapped around him and disappeared in place.
Something, Fang Zhang faintly said. Originally, he had no intention of paying attention to Prince Song.
He didn't expect that the other party had also used 10,000 points of transfer jade, which could allow him to instantly transfer to a place 300 meters away, and could be said to be a life-saving artifact. However, this thing was disposable and quite expensive. Fang Zhang did not chase after him. Although Prince Song was already on his must-kill list, his life was actually not worth as much as an explosive flame wolf. There was no way he could leave these explosive flame wolves alone to go after Prince Song.
In the next second, the dagger in his hand suddenly turned into a longbow. For multiple targets, it was more opportune to use a bow. With a pull of his longbow, a purple-blue arrow immediately appeared, and once he let go of it, the arrow accompanied by the characteristic roar of thunder and lightning crossed the sky like a meteor, steadily hitting the explosive flame wolf. With a wail, the explosive flame wolf collapsed to the ground, without even a hint of struggle. The total attributes of an 18th level ordinary explosive flame wolf was just over 800 points, while Fang Zhang's spiritual arrow made with 100 points of spiritual power had a power of 1000 points, and with the addition of the level 3 Thunderbolt talent, killing an explosive flame wolf in seconds was not a matter of concern at all. Fang Zhang stood in place without moving, his hand movements kept on pulling and releasing, an arrow was shot out. At this moment, he was like the god of death coming down, reaping the life of the explosive flame wolf without mercy. Tyrannical Eclipse. Absorbed to your heart's content. He continued to shoot the explosive flame wolf while urging Storm Eclipse to absorb its soul. As everyone knew, souls were an elusive existence that was difficult to collect without a specific container. However, Storm Eclipse was different, as he possessed the special ability to directly absorb various forms of energy and transform them into his own power. After absorbing the souls and converting them into spiritual energy, Tyrannical Eclipse would then transfer them to Fang Zhang, giving him a constant supply of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy arrows were shot out like they didn't need any money, and one after another of the explosive flame wolves fell. The brutal and belligerent explosive flame wolves actually stopped in their tracks at this moment, and their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Fang Zhang. His arrows were like the scythe of the god of death, each fall could take away a piece of life. They are scared of being killed. Woo-hoo! The wolves actually tried to retreat. However, it was already too late. Fang Zhang wouldn't be soft at all when faced with this army of explosive flame wolves, and it was all attribute points, resources for Grid and Tani's upgrades, so how could he possibly let them get away? He smiled coldly, the longbow in his hand was once again drawn, the bowstring quivered, and a lightning arrow whistled towards the explosive flame wolves. The explosive flame wolves had already lost their desire to fight and fled, but it was already too late. The arrows cut through the night sky like meteors and accurately penetrated their bodies. Fang Zhang didn't need to aim at all, 100% hit wasn't a cover. Miserable screams echoed in the air, accompanied by a thick smell of blood. Fang Zhang's eyes did not have the slightest bit of pity, only endless coldness and killing intent. The explosive flame wolves gradually collapsed. They looked at this human in terror, their eyes filled with fear and despair. How could they have never imagined that a battle that originally occupied the right place and time would turn into a one-sided massacre? Finally, the last explosive flame wolf collapsed to the ground, never able to get up again. At this time, the system also transmitted an upgrade prompt. This way he directly rose to level 15, with more than 3,000 more attributes and more than 500,000 points. It had already been half an hour since he and Song Qingling had dispersed to run, and it was almost impossible to find them. As for Prince Song, he had already left a dark mark on him and couldn't run away, so there was no rush to find him. So he took out his dagger. Exploding inflammation wolf's inflammation pouch is a good thing. It's only the size of a fist, the explosion rate is about 1%, it can be used to build fire attribute equipment, and it can also be used to refine fire resistance potions, and it can even be used to enhance the power of fire skills. Even if he didn't sell it, it would be good to stay and use it for himself, or even worse, he could give it to Song Qingling. After working for another half an hour, I got lucky and dug up 20 inferno bags, which could also be sold for a few tens of thousands of points. After dealing with these, Fang Zhang felt that the temperature was a bit of a problem. It was really ridiculously high. One could even smell the aroma of roasted meat from the explosive flame wolf. Today was the 4th day after departure, and according to Fang Zhang's estimation, he had actually entered the range of the center area, and could vaguely see a towering mountain in the distance. It seems that these explosive flame wolves didn't gather here for no reason. It's probably because of the climate change in the center region. Fang Zhang could already imagine the heat there simply by looking in that direction. He suddenly noticed that Prince Song seemed to be moving towards the center as well. A cold smile flashed across Fang Zhang's face. It was really a narrow road. On the other side, Song Qingling had already met up with Su Xiaoping. As for Chen Farong, they were nowhere to be found, and it was unknown whether they had gone to the central area or left. The two of them thought about it, but they still ran directly towards the center area, because they also felt the weather anomaly, and they were afraid that Yen Xin was about to come out. In fact, not only them, other people also began to head towards the Blazing Rockland. Slightly stronger also came to the Blazing Rockland. It is estimated that it will not take long to reach the center area. Mr. Kenjiro, this inferno heart must be yours. There was a group of people who had arrived at the edge of the center area, and not far away was none other than a towering volcano.
The man named Kenjiro was carrying a long sword. If Fang Zhang was there, he should be able to recognize the sword. It was the weapon of one of the 7 holy horsemen. After Dracula's death, the knights immediately disbanded, and while the Black Sword Knights were collecting their points, he and the other 2 holy knights took advantage of the chaos to escape. As it turned out, they had gambled correctly. There was no way that Black Sword Knight would give up tens of thousands of points for the sake of the 3 of them. Now that they had changed back to their own identities, due to their strength here, many people continued to look up to them, and this force had already risen in secret. Kenjiro smiled. As long as I get the Inferno Heart, my fire talent will become even more powerful. There will be no shortage of benefits for you guys when the time comes. And those Dacia pigs, make sure they pay. Chapter 112, Blazing Rocky Ground 8. Kenjiro paused. Originally he was going to say that the Black Sword Knights were nothing more than that, but after thinking about it, he couldn't say it. Their group of 12 people, all from the Sakura country, had all been part of the Dracula Knights before, and had naturally seen the strength of the Black Sword Knights, the men who had rubbed Dracula on the ground. If they really wanted to say something like that, instead of increasing their prestige, they would be despised. Don't worry everyone, we can definitely regain the glory of the day. Kenjiro encouraged. During this period of time, the Dacia people were just too arrogant, targeting them at every turn. That's right, when the time comes, we'll definitely have those Dacia pigs locked up. This person immediately ushered in a burst of contempt after he finished speaking. You think the Black Sword Knights are dead? That's obviously a Dacia person, otherwise they wouldn't have been so tolerant of the Dacia pigs during this period of time. Ahem. Kenjiro formalized, it's getting late, we need to speed up our journey so we don't get shortchanged. Kimura, you continue to scout ahead. Jano, you continue to gather information. Yes. The closer you get to the center area of the volcano, the higher the terrain gets, and it's clear that there's a sense of climbing, and I'm afraid the ground temperature is already over 60 degrees. With the exception of a very few fire-loving creatures, all others have fled outward. Prince is with Fei-chan at this time. Originally, he wanted to go to find Song Qingling, but he didn't expect to run into Fanny Chan, and knowing that they were both heading to the center area, he followed them. Just now almost got us killed, you know? Chen Farong also knew Prince Song in reality, and spoke less politely. Chen Farong, did I give you face? What? You want to beat me? Others are afraid of your Wang family, but I'm not. Chen Falong angrily disliked. In vain, she also helped him to speak before, the key time to sell the teammates, and then pit the teammates. The parents also said before how Prince Song how good, really blinded their eyes. This is not nothing? Prince Song Chi suddenly impotent. He and Chen Falong are small families in the capital, are not a big force. Bullying civilians can still be bullied, the status of about the same, he really cannot help. If I don't chase you, I will also chase others. Chen Falong had seen with her own eyes how the explosive flame wolves came in force, how could she possibly give up? You won. Chen Farong suddenly thought of something, take Fang Zhang as a scapegoat, right? So what if he is? He deserves to die. Prince Chung didn't feel any shame about this, instead he showed a ruthless look, a loser still wants to steal a woman from me. You're really perverted. Stay away from me. Chen Farong's face was full of disgust, she was really blind, she even helped him chase Song Qingling before, no wonder people didn't like him, who the hell would like this kind of underhanded man? You flipped out on me for a loser? I'm familiar with you? It's not just that we've met a few times at the family gathering, talking as if we're on good terms. Prince Song's face immediately grimaced, his mouth didn't say anything, but in his heart, he cursed, ugly monster, stinky cousin, pretend your mom pretends, you wait, there will always be a time when you kneel down and beg me. Boom! The volcano shook, and a crack unexpectedly appeared on the surface of the ground. The temperature of the ground surface unexpectedly reached 70 degrees, not to mention ordinary people, even the earth level awakened felt uncomfortable. Song Qingling and Su Xiaoping were already sweating like rain, all of their clothes were soaked through as if they had been drenched in rain. Xiaoping, you go back first, your physique can't support it. Song Qingling said. Su Xiaoping gasped for air, her throat rolling like fire, and said with difficulty, what if I leave you? I have a strong fire resistance, I can still withstand it, for the time being it won't even be a problem. If I feel like I can't stand it, I will leave immediately. Song Qingling said. And if you see Fang Zhang, the others, tell them not to come up. They were already on the volcano at this point, still some distance away from the mountainside, but not anyone could stand the temperature anymore. Su Xiaoping thought for a moment, actually, Yan Xin isn't necessarily up there, there's no need for us to take the risk, it's still not too late to leave. Song Qingling shook her head, I can feel a powerful force up there, a very pure fire element. I need this power very much. Su Xiaoping sighed, no one could persuade Song Qingling in her current state. No, there was another one, and that was Fang Zhang. Thinking of Song Qingling's decision to cancel the trip earlier in order to prevent Fang Zhang from risking his life, Su Xiaoping instantly had an idea in her heart. You be careful. I'll wait for you at the bottom of the mountain. Su Xiaoping said as she walked towards the bottom of the mountain. She really couldn't stand the temperature here, and she also wanted to find Fang Zhang as soon as possible to persuade the cow. Father, what the hell happened to you? Song Qingling's eyes immediately became firm, although she was not sure exactly what had happened to her father. Her father's abnormal behavior the day before he left made her feel that he was hiding something from her. Later, she found the threatening email on her father's computer, which made her even more convinced that something had happened to him. That's why she had to get stronger, much stronger, in order to help her father.
Boom! The entire volcano shook once again, and then a truck-sized flaming fist could be seen falling.
It smashed a deep crater in the ground, with burning flames still hanging from it.
There's a fight up there.
As long as one stood a little farther away, one could see that on the mountaintop, a flaming giant, a firebird, and a flaming rock serpent fought in 3 directions. For a while, flames were constantly falling from the mountain, and those foreign beasts that couldn't escape were killed by mistake. Kenjiro and the others had their faces darkened. These behemoths were at least of the general level. Their strength was terrifying.
Mr. Kenjiro, do we have no chance? Kenjiro looked at the mountain, showing reluctance. No. Let's wait for them to lose both before we strike. In the end, the victory will definitely be ours.
Mr. Kenjiro is wise.
Your bodies can't take this heat, so go to the bottom of the mountain first and keep an eye on the others for me. Don't let them get the treasure first. From the mouth of Stripes Wild, he learned that there were already 2 females up there, with a man and a woman on their way behind them. As for the rest of the team, they were all farther away and posed no threat. Yes. We won't let them interfere with Sir's grand plan.
After saying that, several people quickly left, and soon Kenjiro was left alone. He smiled coldly. In other places, he might not be the strongest, but here, he was sure that even Dracula would not necessarily be his opponent. This place was simply the best venue for the fire talent. He could feel it getting stronger even after being here for a while. This was the benefit of the elemental talent. As long as one was in a place where the elements were concentrated, the corresponding elemental talent could be strengthened along with it. If it wasn't for the time constraints, he would have wanted to cultivate here for a while.
Black Sword Knight? Ugh. One day you'll die by my hand.
Kenjiro sneered. The fact that a treasure that could be fought over by 3 generals was definitely something good filled him with confidence.
Chapter 113, Blazing Rocky Ground 9. Rumbling, the volcano continued to emit a roaring sound.
The sky was filled with black dust. The surface temperature at the volcano was a terrifying 80 degrees. Those who are not gifted with fire can't even get close to the volcano and can only watch from the edge.
It's Su Xiaoping? How come she's the only one?
Chen Farong squinted her eyes and saw that someone was coming down from the mountain.
No good. Her eyes suddenly widened as Su Xiaoping was followed by about 10 other people. Quickly go save her. Chen Farong glared at Wang Xiaochong, but the latter was unresponsive. You. Chen Farong was really disappointed in Prince Tsong. Save what? It's too late to leave. The one in the lead is from the knights.
Prince Tsong instantly recognized the one in the lead. He was the one who had put himself in the iron prison tower in the first place. Chen Falong frowned. Not every single one of the knights was strong. The worst level 13 were there, but the one that could make Prince Tsong fearful was definitely above him in strength. Su Xiaoping utilized her wind ability to constantly accelerate herself, but the other party seemed to have a wind talent as well, and the distance between the two kept closing. Chen Farong was anxious in her heart. She knew that although Su Xiaoping's strength wasn't bad, she didn't have much of a chance of winning against the knights, especially the one who was leading the group.
No, if this continues she will be caught.
Chen Farong gritted her teeth, and an extra crystal stone appeared in her hand, while she also ran towards Su Xiaoping's direction. Prince Tsong shook his head. He didn't want to go to his death. He turned around and immediately fled. He couldn't let Chen Farong get herself involved. And at this moment, Su Xiaoping's speed had already reached its limit, but the man leading the way was still in hot pursuit. The pressure emanating from his body made Su Xiaoping feel that it was difficult to breathe, and a wave of despair could not help but well up in her heart. Right at this moment, a light curtain barrier lit up and just appeared behind Su Xiaoping. Su Xiaoping's heart rejoiced and she immediately increased her speed to the extreme. When Stripes Wild and the others were stopped by this light screen, they were all on alert. This way. Su Xiaoping called out to Chen Falong to wave her hand and immediately ran towards her side. Chen Falong immediately pulled out the transfer jade and threw it to Su Xiaoping. The latter understood and both of them crushed the transfer jade at the same time, and after the light wrapped around them, the two of them immediately disappeared. Stripes Wild seemed to have realized something as well. He roared angrily and accelerated his speed of pursuit. Unfortunately, it was already too late. These two people had pulled the distance apart at once, and it was almost impossible to catch up. When they came to the edge of the volcano, a few of them stopped. They had to guard here, otherwise it might not be impossible to catch up. Baka! Looking at the two women's backs as they walked further and further away, Juno couldn't help but curse out, seemingly losing a lot of fun. Thank you. Su Xiaoping gasped. Seeing that those people didn't catch up, she was relieved. I'll return the points to you? You're welcome, but the points really need to be returned. It's something I usually don't even bother to use. Chen Farong laughed. Su Xiaoping gave an okay gesture, then became bitter. What are these people guarding the bottom of the mountain for? Prince Tsong said that those were the people from the previous nights. My guess is that they are trying to be the yellow bird. Chen Farong said after thinking for a while.
Then isn't Qingling in danger? Su Xiaoping instantly became nervous. You mean Song Qingling herself is up there? Chen Farong revealed a look of surprise. Alas, she's just a cow. Su Xiaoping was all a bit regretful that she hadn't forcefully pulled her back. What should we do now? We're no match for those people. Chen Farong no longer had any transfer jade on her, and purchasing those two had already used up her points. Didn't you just say Prince Song? Where is he? Su Xiaoping was only thinking about more people and more power at this moment. Don't mention it. Chen Farong briefly talked about Prince Song. Scum! After hearing this, Su Xiaoping gritted her teeth in hatred. In vain, you treated him so well before. Chen Farong? Is this some kind of misunderstanding? Fei Chan was about to retort, but her face suddenly changed as she made a quick sideways backward jump and quickly drew out a short knife. No need to be nervous, it's me. Fong Zhang slowly walked out from behind a boulder. When Chen Farong saw Fong Zhang, her face changed from nervousness to panic. Su Xiaoping also just reacted, ah, you human or ghost? Just now, Chen Farong said that Fong Zhang was the scapegoat of Prince Song, but the next second she saw Fong Zhang, no one else could believe it. Aren't you dead? Chen Farong said. Dead? It's not that easy. It's him who will die first. Fong Zhang laughed. Still able to joke, it seems like you're really fine. Chen Farong sighed in relief. Fong Zhang sneered in his heart, joke? No, what I said was true. What were you guys talking about just now? Fong Zhang had just approached and was discovered by Chen Farong. It seemed that this woman was really sensitive to light and shadow. Su Xiaoping told Fong Zhang everything about Song Qingling and what had just happened. Although she knew that Fong Zhang was not strong enough to even help, she just couldn't help but tell him. Fong Zhang frowned. I'll go find Qingling now. No, you'll be caught by the little dayman if you go over like this. Su Xiaoping immediately objected, and the temperature up there is too high, you won't be able to withstand it. Don't worry, they can't catch me. Fong Zhang faintly said. Su Xiaoping frowned, looking at Fong Zhang's unconcerned expression. She was a little angry in her heart. What a time to be pretending. Those are the knights. Even Prince Song is not their opponent. How are you going to hide? I have a way. You guys just wait here for me. Fong Zhang wanted to leave after saying that. No way. I'm going to follow you. Su Xiaoping was clearly uneasy. You don't even have spiritual power. What can you do if you follow me there? Fong Zhang was nonchalant. Su Xiaoping immediately fell silent. She had indeed finished consuming it. She was pulled back by Fei Chan when she wanted to say something else. Maybe he really does have a method. No, even you believe him? Su Xiaoping was quite surprised by Chen Farong's words. What else can I do? Chen Farong was actually impervious to Fong Zhang's strength. She remembered that on that night in the forest, Fong Zhang did not keep watch and went off somewhere. And just now, he could even approach himself silently and colorlessly, so it was evident that his strength was not what other people said. Su Xiaoping frowned. You. Be careful. Don't make Qingling sad. Fong Zhang ran towards the volcano with an okay gesture. It was only a moment before he lost sight of it. He's so fast? No wonder he could evade the wolves. Su Xiaoping was surprised. You haven't seen his strength? Chen Farong was a little curious. No. Su Xiaoping thought about it. It seemed like she had learned everything about Fong Zhang from Song Qingling's mouth, and it seemed like she hadn't seen Fong Zhang put up a fight at all during this period of time. Chen Farong is a bit speechless. Then you guys still open your mouths and say people are weak, aren't you sick? She observed Fong Zhang's expression just now. If he wasn't an egomaniac, then he had absolute confidence in himself. She was instantly curious about Fong Zhang. Where exactly did he get his confidence from? Chapter 114 Blazing Rocky Ground 10. It didn't take long for Fong Zhang to arrive at the foot of the mountain, and just as Su Xiaoping had said, a small class of day people were guarding there. If one started from the city and headed towards the volcano, they would basically pass through here, unless they made a big circle and went up the other two sides of the volcano, but that would waste a lot of time. Fong Zhang naturally wouldn't do such a stupid thing. He directly rushed towards these small day people. Stand! What kind of person is it? Stripes Wild was the first to spot Fong Zhang. Seeing the other party foolishly charging from the front, he only thought he was a cutie. Nor did he know anything about sneak attacks. But the other party was stupid, they weren't, and took out their weapons. Go! Stripes Wild shouted. Suddenly, a black sword appeared in Fong Zhang's hand, instantly causing Juno and the others to freeze. This black sword was too damn familiar. Black sword in hand, about 1.85 tall, Dasha, male. This immediately gave Juno and the others a bad feeling. It can't be such a coincidence? Everyone, there is no need to be afraid. So what if it's a black sword knight? There are so many of us. Pust. A head instantly flew into the air. He didn't even finish his sentence. It was ridiculous that he thought that the number of people would be able to defeat the Black Sword Knight. He also didn't want to think that when tens of thousands of knights couldn't help Founder, and were instead pressed to the ground and rubbed, there were only a mere 11 people here. How much did he drink to say that?
The other 10 people's confused. This speed, this strength, absolutely is the Black Sword Knight undoubtedly. Ah! With just a moment of concentration, a few more heads landed on the ground, as easily as stepping on an ant. Damn it! Despair, grief and anger, regret, powerlessness. All sorts of emotions filled their hearts, and it was ridiculous that they had previously thought of reviving the knights and exterminating the Black Sword Knights. It turned out that people didn't kill them in the first place, they just didn't want to waste their chi. They picked up a life and still don't know how to cherish it. This time, they have nothing to gain from coming out, and they have to take their own lives. They wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy, but Fang Zhang didn't give any chance at all. In just a moment, 11 people, none of them survived. After clearing all these, Fang Zhang was not in a good mood. After killing 11 people, only one Wind Talon came out. If it wasn't for his black face or the fact that he was too much stronger than the other party, if it was the latter, he probably wouldn't be able to transform his talent anytime soon. Fang Zhang rushed towards the mountain while thinking about what he had to do to balance his strength. If he wanted to upgrade greed, he would need 32,000 attribute points, which was just too much of a difference. If he were to upgrade greed, he didn't have that much energy to offer. Really annoying. Thinking on the side, he soon saw the alien beasts that were mingling on the mountain. General level? If they absorb all of their souls, tyrannical eclipse should be enough to rise to the second level. Fang Zhang looked at the 3 general level alien beasts and revealed a greedy look. I'm such a good bigot. Greed. The closer they got to the top of the mountain, the more they could feel the general's level of pressure. The earth shaking and the mountains shaking was the state of the volcano at this time. Where does this cave lead to? Kenjiro walked to the mountainside. He didn't dare to go further up for fear of being caught in the wave. He wanted to find a place to hide, but he didn't realize that this cave seemed to have a different place. The deeper you go, the narrower the cave becomes, and finally only half a man's height is left, so you have to crouch to walk. So hot. Kenjiro felt that his body was as hot as steam, as if he was at the exit of a boiling boiler, with waves of hot air constantly invading him. He hastily activated the spiritual energy in his body and tried his best to protect himself so that he would not be baked until he was cooked in this steaming hot air. Not knowing how long he had been trekking, Kenjiro gradually felt that the heat wave was getting hotter and hotter, almost drowning him. He pushed his spiritual energy with all his concentration and struggled to move forward. In an instant, a blinding red light came into view. Where are the rats? How dare you? A deafening roar roared in his ears, causing Kenjiro's heart to tremble. Passing through the red light, Kenjiro's eyes opened up. A huge cavern unfolded in front of him, covered in lava and blazing hot. In the center of the cavern hovered a ball of light, burning like a blazing sun. Kenjiro's eyes flashed with a touch of greed, but he quickly hid his inner excitement and cautiously probed. I wonder what your name is? You are not qualified to know. As long as you help me unlock the prohibition, I will grant you endless power. That voice replied back in a low voice. Kenjiro was ecstatic in his heart, but he remained outwardly calm and wasn't overwhelmed by joy. I have no doubt in my mind, I just don't know how senior can prove your strength. You junior actually dare to doubt me. I will naturally convince you. As soon as the words fell, a point of light actually separated from that ball of light and flew straight towards Kenjiro. Could this ball of light be the main body? Kenjiro didn't have time to think about it. The point of light then merged into his body, and a majestic power instantly surged through his body. His natural quality continued to climb until it became the peak of the SSS rank before stopping. Incredible! Feeling this powerful force, Kenjiro's face showed arrogance as he felt that his strength at this moment was no longer inferior to Dracula's. Thank you for your gift, senior. May I ask how I can be of service to you? Naturally, Kenjiro would not be satisfied with his current strength. His goal was to surpass Dracula and the Black Sword Knight. He aspired to become the strongest existence and regain control of the city. Black Sword Knight, you only have to wait for death. All the Dacia pigs will become my slaves. Kenjiro thought arrogantly in his heart. Humph. The voice snorted coldly, humans, they really are all greedy rats. Kenjiro wasn't the least bit offended by this statement. All you have to do is... On the other side, there was also a surge of power being born on the mountaintop. The 3 general great heads were even more crazy and did not hold back. Before they were just testing each other, but now they were really moving for real. They knew that whoever won would get this power. A few kilometers away from the mountaintop, Song Qingling frowned tightly as she sensed that Yan Xian was about to appear. But in this situation, she couldn't even get close. Should she just watch them take it away? Song Qingling was so anxious inside at this time. I'll lure them in, you go and collect the Yan Xian. Who is it? Song Qingling's heart thumped as she quickly turned around and took a defensive stance. When she saw that it was Fang Zhang, her heart settled down and she snapped, people scare people to death. Fang Zhang laughed bitterly. This time he really didn't do it on purpose, calling her twice with no response before approaching. What? Not much. It's too dangerous for you. Song Qingling showed her disagreement. Don't worry, trust me. Fang Zhang's eyes were firm, seeing Song Qingling still hesitating. It's not like we're fighting them, we're just drawing them in. I'll be fine.
But, no need for buts, time is running out, you be careful. After Fang Zhang finished speaking, he ran towards the top of the mountain. As he did so, you seized the moment. Fang Zhang, you're putting yourself up for it again. Song Qingling just wanted to catch up and realized that Fang Zhang had unexpectedly disappeared. The speed was ridiculously fast. His strength? Chapter 115 Blazing Rocky Ground 11. Song Qingling raised her head to look up at the top of the mountain. Her heart was like a churning wave, both wanting to stop Fang Zhang from taking the risk, but at the same time, there seemed to be a hint of ineffable anticipation. This, really succeeded? Song Qingling exclaimed out in shock as she realized that those three general ranks had actually turned around and left, chasing towards the foot of the mountain. What the hell is going on here? How the hell did he do that? Song Qingling was full of doubts. Those were general level. How could they just walk away, so easily lured away by Fang Zhang? When the opponent felt that you were not a threat, there was no way they would pay attention to you, and even a single skill could kill you in seconds. She really couldn't imagine how on earth Fang Zhang had managed to do this. However, it was no longer possible for her to think too much now, and after the general level left, she immediately rushed towards the mountain. She could already feel the surging power building up, and at the same time, the ground was shaking as if something huge was about to burrow out of the earth. On top of the mountain, there really was a huge crater just as they expected. Looking down from above, the boiling magma looked like a fiery red snake writhing. In the midst of those churning magma, a stream of hot air began to gather, and they converged together to form a bright point of light. That point of light was like a black hole, and all the heat around it converged towards it. The surroundings should have been blazingly hot, but near that point of light, there was actually a hint of coolness. Is that the Inferno Heart? Song Qingling's eyes lit up as her entire attention was drawn to that mysterious point of light. In less than a moment, the magma in the crater had cooled and turned into a single black stone, and Song Qingling ran over there in 3 or 2 steps. As soon as she reached out, she realized that the Inferno Heart unexpectedly had a powerful suction force that was absorbing her power. Not good. Song Qingling's face changed drastically as she kept controlling her spiritual energy to keep from losing it. Damn it. At this moment, she only felt 2 forces pulling continuously. Father. Founder. Hooray! The 3 general classes let out a roar and looked towards the top of the mountain at the same time, as they finally realized that they had been teased by the human in front of them. He was stealing their inflamed hearts. They no longer wanted to pay attention to Fang Zhang at this moment. After looking at each other, they seemed to have reached something. They all rushed to the top of the mountain. They had to remove all the thieves. Too late. Fang Zhang laughed coldly, probably guessing that Song Qingling had already started to contact Yan Xian. With his black sword in hand, he arrived before the flaming rock serpent with a single sprint. Chi blade slash. A set of consecutive slashes, all 3 swords landed on the flaming rock serpent, directly turning into red gas blades. But even so, the flame rock serpent didn't die, only a long crack was added to its body. Fang Zhang took a deep breath. The general level was really powerful, although it was only level 15, the total attributes could be as high as over 10,000 points, which was twice as high as Fang Zhang. If it wasn't for his perverted skills, he probably wouldn't even be able to break the opponent's defense. Transformation launched. Successfully transformed rock talent. Boom! The flame rock serpent was clearly enraged, and its long rocky tail smashed towards Fang Zhang, directly smashing out a large pit. But even so, it didn't want to pay attention to Fang Zhang, as both the firebird and the flame giant were heading towards the mountain, with no intention of stopping. His eyes were filled with anger, saying that we should be united, but you guys are stealing home. Superpower Mega. Sword Chi. The red sword Chi came out of the sword and flew straight towards the flaming rock snake. It was only at this time that the flame rock snake's face showed more colors of panic. He had to give up the chase at this point, and his entire body skinned all the way to hard stone. But after multiple strengthened sword chi, the power has been more than 10,000. Even if the flame rock snake whole body attributes are strengthened in defense, this move can break open a big mouth. Not to mention that it was impossible. As the sword energy swept past, the flame rock serpent's eyes finally lost their luster. He couldn't figure out how it was possible for this human to burst out with such terrifying power. Tyrannical Eclipse. The ruby necklace glowed, and a powerful suction directly absorbed the soul of the flame rock serpent into it. Overeating Tanyi's upgrade is successful. Transfer, spending a certain amount of energy within the boundaries of the tone boundary allows for spatial transfer. Talent boundary, combine the user's talent to generate a boundary formation with corresponding power. Gravity boundary. Fang Zhang had no other choice but to directly unleash Tyrannical Eclipse's natural boundary. With a roar, a powerful boundary formation instantly blocked the firebird and flame giant tightly. Fang Zhang's gravity talent was utilized to the extreme under the ability of Tyrannical Eclipse, causing the gravity within the boundary to plummet to more than 10 times its original level. The firebird was unable to withstand this tremendous force and smashed heavily into the ground. The flame giant was also hardened into the mountain, unable to move an inch. Seeing this scene, Fang Zhang was all jaw-dropped. It was too strong. However, the cost was also great, directly exhausting all the energy absorbed from over 1,000 explosive flame wolves.
What surprised him even more was that he stepped inside the boundary, only to realize that he had not been affected in the slightest.
However, in the next moment, Fang Zhang's face also began to become grave.
He realized that his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. It had to be resolved as soon as possible. But this is a general level, which can't be solved just by saying so. Just as he was getting a headache, Grid then said, "You can just use the underworld ice flame to re-injure their souls, and then let tyrannical eclipse absorb it."
You don't have to kill them to absorb them? Fang Zhang was instantly puzzled. If this was really possible, wouldn't tyrannical eclipse be invincible?
That's of course not possible, but after the soul has been heavily traumatized, it's possible. Don't underestimate tyrannical eclipse's ability. Although Fang Zheng didn't quite understand at this point, he could only continue to do as he was told. The impact on the soul from the third-level spectral ice flame, with the additional 10 times the power of the spiritual power arrow, was extremely great. This was not a child's play, but a heavy blow to the depths of the soul. Fang Zheng heavily drew his longbow, his spiritual energy continuously injected, pure white flame arrows sped out, instantly startling the firebird to the point of turning pale, if it had a face. With a roar, the firebird desperately waved its wings, obviously enduring a great deal of internal damage and pain. At the same time, another spiritual power arrow followed closely, aiming straight for the flame giant. The latter similarly felt the arrow's power, and his soul trembled violently. The firebird and flame giant cried out in pain. Although they had no injuries on the outside, the pain on the inside was no less than the heavy injuries to their flesh. This kind of power was far beyond their imagination. They were general level, the overlords of this land. When would they ever think of being killed by a human? But at this moment, their souls trembled, feeling unprecedented pain. At the same time their strength was disappearing, their life force was draining away. It was as if something was draining their bodies, but because of the pain in their souls, they were unable to resist. At this moment, the stronger the tyrannical eclipse glow became, it seemed very excited, and the suppression of the firebirds and flame giants became even stronger. Finally, under tyrannical eclipse's strong consumption, their life force was also sucked up and turned into bits of starry fire, disappearing.
Chapter 116 Fiery Rocky Ground 12. Turned into my own. Successfully transformed the skill Burning Fist.
After seeing the powerful ability of tyrannical eclipse, Fang Zhang couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Sure enough, none of the 7 sins artifacts were vegetarians. If he didn't have the shadow talent, had Grid to show him the way, and Dracula consumed too much energy from Riot Eclipse on the Iron Prison Tower, I guess in the end, he really might not be able to win against Dracula. He asked himself that if he was trapped by this boundary, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. However, tyrannical eclipse wasn't without its drawbacks. That is, he couldn't directly absorb life force or souls. He needed the opponent to be hit by a certain amount of heavy injuries or depletion, and could only absorb it when his will was not strong. Just like the scarlet boundary that Dracula had set up in the Iron Jail Tower, both of them consumed the person to a certain level before they started absorbing life force. Fang Zhang took a breath and realized that both his spiritual energy and spiritual energy had bottomed out. It seemed that the consumption of overeating was indeed exaggerated.
However, after tyrannical eclipse absorbed the souls of the firebird and flame giant, it was able to convert them back into spiritual energy for Fang Zhang to use. But then, there was no telling when he would be able to raise Storm Eclipse to level 3. Boom! At this moment, a deafening boom suddenly came from the ground, and a powerful source of energy surged forth. Fang Zhang's gaze turned to the top of the mountain. Originally the energy fluctuation that he had detected earlier had disappeared without a trace, and now a new force had appeared. What was going on here? Could it be that Song Qingling had already lost the battle? With his mind racing, Fang Zhang immediately sped towards the top of the mountain. Soon, he found Song Qingling lying in the center of the crater, and the originally black rocky soil around him was gradually turning red. Sprint! Fang Zhang instantly accelerated, his body transformed into a residual shadow and quickly rushed to Song Qingling's side, picking her up and quickly leaving the crater. However, right at this moment, that force underground finally accumulated to its peak and instantly erupted. It was like a giant magma dragon rising up into the sky. The sound was horrifying. Fang Zhang. Song Qingling weakly opened her eyes and realized that she was being held by Fang Zhang. Fa, what happened? Shoo! Don't talk! The magma dragon behind them seemed to have locked onto them and kept launching attacks, and Fang Zhang was holding Song Qingling, so he really didn't have time to explain too much. His figure constantly shifted. However, the blazing magma poured down as if it was a torrential downpour, and every drop that landed formed deep flaming craters. His speed was extremely fast, but the magma dragon seemed to possess life, following closely behind and continuously launching fierce attacks. Fang Zhang spat out Fun, but he didn't dare to slow down at all. This lava was targeting himself. Founder! This way! Fang Zhang took a look. Wasn't it Su Xiaoping and Chen Farong? He immediately ran towards the two of them and shouted, "Next!" Su Xiaoping was startled, but her eyes were quick to catch the person Fang Zhang threw over, which was none other than Song Qingling. That's right, thrown over like a sandbag. Chen Farong was also a bit speechless. Aren't these two a couple? So rough? Run!
Fang Zheng urged loudly while raising his fists high as the fire element continuously gathered in the air above.
Burning fist.
Suddenly, a huge flaming fist appeared out of thin air, as if it had drawn power from the sun, and it was incomparably powerful.
There was a loud boom. The magma giant snake was unexpectedly smashed hard into the ground by this huge flaming fist.
When Su Xiaoping noticed the movement behind her, her eyes were as wide as bronze bells, full of unbelief.
He's fire gifted? Didn't you say he was weak? Chen Farong was dumbfounded. You call this weak?
The horror of the magma dragon they have just seen with their own eyes, that is the magma spewing out of the volcano, up to hundreds of meters long, and wherever it goes, it is burned to ashes. That kind of mania was like a crazy beast, yet Fang Zheng hardened his fist and pushed it to the ground. I'm afraid this strength was not even comparable to Song Qingling.
If this is called weakness, then what are they? Garbage? Quickly take Qingling and get out of here.
Before Su Xiaoping and the two of them could return to their senses, Fang Zheng urged them to leave again.
What about you?
Su Xiaoping said.
Don't worry about me, quickly take her away. Otherwise everyone doesn't have to leave.
Fang Zheng clearly felt that this thing was being manipulated, not knowing whether the target was Song Qingling or himself. If the two of them went together, they would definitely not be able to escape.
You said it yourself.
After saying that, Su Xiaoping hurriedly pulled Chen Farong away.
You really don't care about him? Chen Farong asked. How can I care? Is your fist as big as his? Or can you stop that lava? Weren't you worried just now?
That was me being ignorant. Don't worry, he can escape more easily without us.
Su Xiaoping recalled the previous incident where Fang Zheng was chased by the explosive flame wolf.
Chen Farong thought about it, and it was true. With the strength Fang Zheng had shown, the two of them would only be a burden. Just as they left, the magma that was scattered all over the place once again gathered together and reformed into a magma dragon. The magma from the crater continued to gush out, causing the magma dragon to grow even bigger.
Fang Zheng frowned. According to this situation, wouldn't this magma dragon be undefeatable? Ha ha ha. Now that's power. Great summer pigs. Today is the day you die.
At this moment, someone from the magma dragon unexpectedly stepped out from it, his entire body wrapped in magma, like a flaming demon. Magma faded, revealing a small dayman face, openly laughing. This whole body full of power feeling is too wonderful, as if everything in the world is under his control. No wonder Dracula wanted to gain power even though he wanted to offend the Grand Xia Empire. Kenjiro looked at the founder in front of him with contempt, as if he was looking at an ant.
Hand over the Yen Xin. The power of the ball of light had basically been liberated, and the only thing missing now was the key, Yen Xin. As long as we obtained Yen Xin, the ball of light could be completely released from the seal. At that time, he would gain even more power. Founder didn't say anything, just made an international gesture to Kenjiro.
Kenjiro's face instantly darkened. How could he not expect that this person would dare to provoke himself when he saw such a terrifying power?
However, he soon also sensed that Yen Xin was not on this person.
Griffin. He grimaced coldly, and with a gesture of his hand, the magma dragon instantly transformed into a huge palm, in unison with his movements.
With a casual wave of his hand, that magma giant hand violently struck towards Fang Zheng. Burning fist.
Fang Zheng's ability to control fire was naturally not as strong as Kenjiro's. After all, his fire talent was only at level E. Originally, he was able to dodge it easily, but in doing so, he had fallen behind in terms of his aura. The huge fist collided with the giant palm of magma, and blazing waves of energy erupted.
What's happening up there?
Su Xiaoping's few people had already been walking for a while, and surprisingly, they could all feel the terror of that airwave.
What a terrifying power. Is he really the loser you say he is?
Chen Faron looked at Su Xiaoping.
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Su Xiaoping was like a spiteful woman. Surprisingly, she had been vanquished by her best friend, and the dumbest of herself had believed it. Saying something about how he wasn't strong in combat, his talent was average, and he wasn't suitable for fighting.
Do you want to look at what you said yourself? Chapter 117, Blazing Rocklands 13.
The two forces collided madly and eventually scattered to the ground like fireworks. Kenjiro looked at the man in front of him, his face was one of unconcealed surprise. He simply hadn't expected that someone could catch this move of his.
In addition to the fire talent enhancement, this magma was also one of the powers gifted to him by the Orb of Light. What are you?
As far as he could remember, it seemed like there hadn't been such a strong fire talent awakened on this floor before, because if there had been, the 7 sacred horsemen wouldn't have had their place.
What kind of person is related to you?
Kenjiro stood on a lava pillar and towered over him, arrogant.
Since you don't want to talk, go to hell.
Ever since he got his power, his mindset had changed, and he only felt that everyone was trash and had to follow his orders. Even if Dracula was in front of him now, he wouldn't put it in his eyes.
With a lift of his hand, the blazing magma converged again and split into countless arrows.
As the arrows flew, the air seemed to burn, carrying high temperatures and blazing wind pressure that made breathing feel difficult. Fang Zheng's face did not change, his feet stepped on the ground, his body rushed out like an arrow, and in his hand there was also an additional black sword, colliding with the magma arrows.
Boom!
Explosions continued to ring out, waves of air tumbled, and with each collision, the air around them instantly vaporized, while Fang Zhang was rapidly approaching Kenjiro. Kenjiro's face changed drastically, he recognized the black sword at the first moment.
Black Sword Knight. He was first horrified, then immediately turned excited. Do you remember me? Founder, who?
Kenjiro's face darkened as he pulled out his long sword. Ring a bell? Seeing Fang Zhang frown, Kenjiro's face soothed a bit. It seems to have come to mind.
Can't recall.
Kenjiro's face was so grim you could wring ink out of it. Then remember that the one who killed you was the flaming Ronin Kenjiro.
Heavenly Burial Flame Rain.
He then roared. This was his newly acquired skill. The air around him instantly tumbled and boiled, endless blazing temperatures pouring towards Fang Zhang. A rain of fire rained down from the sky, mixing with the magma arrows, and at first glance, the sky was filled with red.
Ha! I'll see how you can block it. Boom boom boom.
Explosions continued to ring out, and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. It only felt like the entire mountain was on the verge of being blasted into flat ground. For the first time, Fang Zhang's face changed drastically, and there was no way to dodge with his shadow skill because there wasn't even a shadow at this point.
Thunder Flash.
This was an intermediate level stance, but it was low consumption, fast, penetrating, and could also produce a certain amount of lightning damage if there was an obstruction in its path, but the drawbacks were obvious as well, and it could probably move about 100 meters each time it was used. Fang Zhang transformed into a thunderbolt and kept weaving through the flames, avoiding Kenjiro's attack with great speed. Kenjiro's brows furrowed. Just how many talents did his opponent have? Why could he use fire attribute skills and lightning attribute ones? It seemed that there was also the shadow attribute.
Multiple talents? How is that possible?
But at this moment, it wasn't up to him to think about it. Fang Zhang had already approached him by using Thunder Flash continuously. However, he had prepared for this, and with a lift of his hand, a pillar of magma fire broke out of the ground and continuously exploded under Fang Zhang's feet, and in just a few seconds, the ground became a magma hell. Although Fang Zhang also had a fire talent, he was simply unable to resist such high-temperature magma. He had to admit that this was the toughest enemy he had encountered so far, as it was surprising that most of his so many skills could not be used.
Even the opportunity to use spiritual arrows was not given by his opponent.
Kenjiro's attacks were just too intense, and with the magma attack in addition to his own skills, it was harder than a 1-2 punch.
Fight! Life Hojutsu. Fang Zhang felt his body let out a booming sound as all the shackles were unlocked. First stage. Second order. Fang Zhang's body immediately emitted a white mist, like his body was being vaporized. Power 5730. Agility 4978. Spirit 3926 3926. Physique 3530. Spiritual power 2926 3926. He leapt high into the air, but Kenjiro sneered. This was a death wish. An earth realm, unable to fly, unable to change position in the air, is simply a living target. But in the next second, Fang Zhang unexpectedly suddenly flew at him, and the black sword in his hand even emitted a cold chill. How is it possible? Alarmed, Kenjiro controlled the magma column to move its position. But what made him even more stunned was that he was not as fast as his opponent. Naturally, Fang Zhang wasn't really flying, but his wind talent was forming a wind cannon behind him, using the power of the explosion to allow himself to do air movement. Normal people wouldn't dare to do this. In order to push people, the power of the wind cannon is not small at all, and it will blow themselves up in minutes, but with Fang Zhang's current attributes, this amount of damage is no different from scratching an itch. After accelerating many times, Fang Zhang arrived in front of Kenjiro, and chopped down with his sword, but the feeling was like chopping on the air. Kenjiro laughed coldly, and his body unexpectedly turned into flames. It became a true fireman. At that moment, Kenjiro's magma dragon also suddenly appeared, slamming hard towards Fang Zhang's back. Boom! When Fang Zhang was hit like this, his body completely lost control, and his entire body was ruthlessly smashed into the magma, emitting thick black smoke. This time you should have a long memory, Kenjiro said coldly. Black Sword Knight? Unbeatable. In the next second, he flew towards Yin Xin. He didn't believe that an earth realm could survive under a magma that was over 1,000 degrees hot. Divine healing. Body in repair. The body is being hardened. Overeating is absorbing energy. Careless. If it wasn't for the life magnificence technique that strengthened his body, plus the fact that he ended up using the wind, fire, and water skill buffer in succession, this blow would have surely knocked him out of his passive. Fang Zhang climbed out of the deep pit of lava, and surprisingly, there was no damage to his body except for the fact that he had no clothes on. Having lost Kenjiro's control, Tyrannical Eclipse was also absorbing the power of the magma to its heart's content. He quickly put on his clothes and immediately sped off in the direction Kenjiro had left. However, because of that blow just now, the second rank of his life magnificence technique was surprisingly interrupted, but he also verified a problem. His own divine healing seemed to be able to cure the side effects of the life magnificence technique as well. In that case, did it mean that except for the 5th rank, which was uncertain, he could use the previous 4 ranks at will? Another thing that was unfortunate was that the spiritual energy consumed by divine healing could not be replenished, which also meant that it could not be recovered indefinitely by a card bug. Hand over Yan Xin. Kenjiro arrived in front of Su Xiaoping's group with the appearance of a flame demon king. Su Xiaoping and the others were shocked that someone could manipulate the fire talent to such an extent. Song Qingling opened her eyes with great difficulty. Her power had been draining away for some reason, and her body seemed to be summoned by something. This feeling was especially strong after seeing Kenjiro. Her body unconsciously floated up at that moment and flew in front of Kenjiro. What are you doing? Su Xiaoping had just tried to stop it when she was blown away by a flame cannonball a dozen meters away. Count yourselves lucky. Kenjiro had a disdainful look on his face as he directly flew towards the cave with Song Qingling. Chapter 118 Blazing Rocky Ground 14. Where's Green Spirit? Fang Zheng chased all the way and didn't see Kenjiro, but saw Su Xiaoping and the two of them. Both of them, Su Xiaoping, were slightly injured, but were not seriously hurt. Captured by the Flammers. Over there. Su Xiaoping pointed in another direction, where traces of lava flowing through the ground could be seen quite clearly. What happened? Chen Farong asked. I'm not sure, you guys hurry up and get out of here, leave the green spirit to me. After saying that, Fang Zheng turned into a phantom toward the magma. Su Xiaoping, Fei Chan. The two of them looked at each other speechlessly and smiled helplessly and bitterly for a bit, not knowing what they were thinking. Fang Zheng followed the lava trail all the way to a cave. The cave gave off an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Monarch level. This feeling was all too familiar. He only felt a tingle in his scalp, and he was certain that the monarch level inside was much stronger than any he had encountered before. Master, I have brought the Inferno Heart. Inside the cavern, Kenjiro stood respectfully at the edge, and in the middle was a 10-meter-tall phoenix. Too slow. The phoenix, radiating a blazing temperature, was somewhat dissatisfied. Master, forgive me. My subordinate encountered a little trouble, but it has been resolved. Kenjiro immediately knelt down at his words, without complaint. Song Qingling was surprised beyond measure at this. She was aware of this flame man's power, but he was only as humble as a mole cricket in front of this phoenix. How powerful is this phoenix? Well, is this power satisfactory? There was a hint of teasing in the phoenix's tone. This person was pretending before, but now he was directly submitting, so it seemed that he had experienced the power of this power. Satisfactory. Far beyond my expectations. Kenjiro couldn't hide his excitement at all on his face. It was really too satisfying. How can you not be satisfied? You didn't see the Black Sword Knight being held down and rubbed against the ground. He was like a lost dog, while I stood tall and controlled his life and death. It was a wonderful feeling. I thought that reaching Dracula's level was already the pinnacle, but I didn't realize that this was just the beginning. After helping the phoenix liberate its power, the latter bestowed himself with new powers, and although his realm was only the middle stage of the empty realm, which hadn't improved much compared to before, both the power and manipulation of the fire talent had been raised by a few notches, or else he wouldn't have been able to become one with the flames. Not to mention a few god-level skills and the ability to freely manipulate magma. Very well then, unseal the seal and I grant you even greater power. Yes. After saying that, Kenjiro was about to throw Song Qingling into the magma below the phoenix. As the phoenix watched Yan Xin about to fall into the magma, it revealed a strange light and a long-suppressed excitement. Tendo dog. So what if you have sealed me for hundreds of years? Today I will come out all the same. You wait for me. A few hundred years ago he was defeated and seriously injured by the heavenly Taoist, and after that he was sealed here all the time, treating himself like an animal, his strength falling from emperor to monarch, and his realm rank even dropping all the way down to the earth realm today, not even as good as the human in front of him. This revenge is not shared by all, he will never be able to forget it for eternity. He was thinking all the time about how to break the seal, and Yan Xin was his only hope. The Inferno Heart was a power that had only been birthed by the volcano over the past few hundred years, and as long as it was placed at the core of the seal, its power coupled with his would surely be able to destroy the seal. Suddenly, his face sank while a figure swept past and carried Song Qingling away. Who is it? Phoenix almost stormed off, right down to the last point. He shouted angrily at Kenjiro, "This is the little trouble you've already solved?" Kenjiro's heart was filled with horror when he saw the figure reappear. Wasn't that the Black Sword Knight? Wasn't he already dead? You seek death. Kenjiro almost shouted. Fang Zheng's entire body was emitting a red mist at the moment, a symbol of having used the fourth stage of the life hull technique. 1 minute. The phoenix said indifferently. Kenjiro's heart tightened, knowing full well that the phoenix's dissatisfaction at this moment had reached the extreme. If he was unable to defeat his opponent within 60 seconds, the phoenix was afraid that it would withdraw the power granted to him. No need, just give me 10 seconds and it will be enough. Kenjiro was filled with confidence, determined to strike with all his might as a way to prove his worth. Boom! His entire body burned with blazing flames while magma converged on his body, forming impenetrable magma armor.
At this moment, he displayed an unrivaled and strongest stance.
Ice flame impact. Fang Zhang didn't even want to bleep with him and directly started fighting.
With a lift of his hand, it was a white flame holy light that crashed into Kenjiro, who clearly froze for a moment and made no defensive moves at all. It was a skill he remembered quite well, the same skill that had caused Dracula so much pain back then, and it seemed even more powerful this time. He didn't think he could dodge the move, and was ready to scream in agony, but when the light passed through his body, nothing happened, which rather embarrassed Kenjiro a bit.
You actually have the skill of a tiger?
But unfortunately, it's too weak to break my burning ashes armor.
There was some surprise and some disdain on the phoenix's face.
The most powerful thing about tigers was that they weren't afraid of physical attacks and the ability to directly attack their opponent's souls, but they themselves were good at spell attacks, as well as having the armor of burning ashes that could restrain the white tiger's attacks. Of the 4 sacred beasts, he and the Ice Flame sacred tiger were natural nemeses.
Ha ha!
Kenjiro smiled and immediately burst out laughing. His own stand was too wise. Even the Black Sword Knights were powerless against themselves. The world was still not up to itself. But suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Kenjiro, too fast.
Kenjiro couldn't react again and again. Laugh your ass off.
As soon as the words fell, Fang Zhang's sand cooker-sized fist struck him, knocking him heavily into the air.
With 400% enhancement, plus super strength mega, who could receive a punch from him?
Furthermore, Founder's attacks didn't stop there. He jumped up right after Kenjiro, using the walls of the cavern as well as the force of the wind to constantly change directions to attack Kenjiro, and in just a few seconds the latter was attacked dozens of times. The seemingly tough and incomparable Burning Ashes armor also cracked and fell off layer by layer.
Impossible.
The one who exclaimed was not Kenjiro, but Phoenix. How could spell attacks and physical attacks be cultivated to be so strong at the same time? The principle of the armor of Burning Ashes was to repel all non-fire elements with the extreme overbearing flames, nullifying those elements and achieving the effect of resisting spell attacks.
Physical attacks, on the other hand, ignored this rule and were something that could be destroyed by physical attacks. It was also for this reason that he enhanced the physical defense of the Burning Ashes armor, which was not something that could be broken casually. This man had actually broken the Burning Ashes armor with just a dozen punches. How terrifying was his power? Thinking deeper though, it was still Kenjiro who was too much of a waste to be of any use. After the Burning Ashes armor shattered, Fang Zhang immediately used Ice Flame Impact. Kenjiro screamed madly in pain, all the flames on his body faded away, turning back into his flesh body and smashing heavily on the ground. In this state, it was impossible for him to put on the armor of Burning Ashes again, as it was required to withstand extremely high temperatures. Kenjiro was in agony, looking at Fang Zhang in despair. All his illusions were all shattered in this instant. At this moment, his heart was complicated, there was unwillingness and regret. What's your name?
He didn't want to die without even knowing his opponent's name at the moment of death.
That would be quite undignified in Sakura Nation.
Moreover, he inwardly wanted to stall for time, hoping that Phoenix would step in and save himself.
Killer, Founder. Pust. Kenjiro obediently didn't react as a black sword pierced right through his head. 10 seconds.
Fang Zhang drew his longsword and was cold.
Chapter 119 Fiery Rocky Ground 15. 10 seconds. Phoenix.
He knew that the other party was provoking himself, and in his heart, he immediately had a judgment about this person's character, holding a grudge. Kenjiro to death could not have imagined that he died in such a hurry, so it was because of this sentence.
I am one of the 4 sacred beasts, named Burning Ashes Fiery Phoenix.
The phoenix slowly opened its mouth. Without Kenjiro as a beater, a replacement had to be found as soon as possible, and the man in front of him was the best choice.
As long as you are willing to help me. Shut up.
Fang Zhang hugged Song Qingling and set her aside before giving himself a shot of divine healing.
Are you alright?
After Fang Zhang applied the healing to Song Qingling, he realized that it didn't have much of an effect, and that she hadn't suffered any damage to her flesh. Song Qingling was so shocked that she could not speak for a long time. She looked at Fang Zhang with both eyes wide open. She could not believe that the person in front of her was still not the Fang Zhang she knew. Although she hadn't personally experienced it, the strength that Fang Zhang had just displayed definitely surpassed most Air Realm powerhouses, but wasn't he only in his teens? How was it possible? Only after looking at Fang Zhang's eager eyes did Song Qingling say with difficulty, I'm fine. It was true that her physical body was not injured, it was just that the Yen Xin was extremely unstable right now, requiring her to suppress it with all her might. Moreover, under the influence of the phoenix, the inferno heart seemed to be about to burst out of her body, thus having to spend more energy to suppress it. Suddenly, just as she had finished, she let out a cry of pain, followed by falling to the ground and passing out.
Qingling? Qingling. Don't worry. She's fine, I'm just letting sleep for a while.
The Burning Ashes Fiery Phoenix's tone was slightly disgruntled.
What did you do to her? Just sleeping for a while.
So that she will not be able to affect the communication between the two of us.
Fang Zhang coldly looked at the Burning Ashes Fiery Phoenix. If you have a fart, let it go.
The face of the burning ashes fiery phoenix was ugly to the extreme. No one had ever dared to be so disrespectful to himself. If he didn't need this person's help, he would have killed without hesitation. Let's have a deal between us. You help me lift the seal and I'll grant you power. How? Burning ashes blazing phoenix knew that this person was different from the one before and could not be used in a hard way.
No how. Fong Zhang remained cold.
Why? The burning ashes fiery phoenix's face turned cold, not expecting that there would even be a human who would refuse his request. If I'm not wrong, unlocking the seal will require the use of Yen Xin, but Yen Xin she wants it.
Fong Zhang's meaning was obvious. He would not hand over the Yen Xin.
Stupidity.
What does Yen Xin count for? As long as you help me unseal it, I grant you even greater power. What about her? Fong Zhang pointed at Song Qingling, but the latter was silent.
He had guessed correctly. Taking out the Inferno Heart, Song Qingling would most likely die. A mere woman, if you need it, the Holy Maiden I can just as well catch for you to toy with.
Ha!
Fong Zhang naturally will not believe the other side of the ghost words. Do not look at what he is now begging for. Their own promises can be made, but once after, cannot be honored to say. I am afraid that their own life and death to look at the other side of the face. Moreover, from Kenjiro fly to go to the battle, no, this kind of power although powerful, but the root floating, simply cannot completely control. Furthermore, the power being given has the risk of being withdrawn, and one simply cannot use such methods if one wants to become stronger.
You don't want to become stronger?
Yes, but you can't satisfy me.
The latter half of Fong Zhang's sentence directly caused the face of the burning ashes fiery phoenix to be horribly gloomy.
This was an explicit and implicit dislike of his strength.
Ignorant human. Since you don't want to, then go to hell.
The burning ashes fiery phoenix knew that this person was different from the previous minor characters, and that it was impossible to easily make it submit with just a few words. In order to make him willingly obey, he must be made to taste enough bitterness. The size of the burning ashes fiery phoenix was not remarkable, and compared to the thunder tyrant, it was obviously a few points smaller. However, when it vibrated its wings, it seemed as if the entire cavern would collapse for it, and its power could not be underestimated. Just that aura alone was enough to inspire fear. As a result, Fong Zhang's face turned cold as he realized that the other party's strength might be far beyond his expectations, and was truly terrifying. The burning ashes fiery phoenix let out a low roar, flame of burning ashes. A miniature phoenix then spread its wings from its body. This phoenix exuded a frightening might, clearly possessing extreme destructive power.
Boundary. Fong Zhang didn't even think about it and immediately unleashed Tyrannical Eclipse's ability. A boundary wrapped him in Song Qingling. In the next second, a huge explosion was deafening. Even the Tyrannical Eclipse boundary dimmed for a few moments. It's horrible. If he had been one step slower, Song Qingling might have vaporized. He didn't expect the other party to be so despicable. It's amazing that you can possess the Seven Sins divine artifact, but it's a pity that it will only go to waste in your hands. The burning ashen blazing phoenix had a bland expression and wasn't much surprised. Although the Seven Sins divine artifact was a divine artifact, it was too costly to use, and even the heavenly Taoists were unwilling to touch it. A mere human, even if he possessed the Seven Deadly Sins divine artifact, so what? It was still unknown whether or not it would be possible to awaken the divine artifact. Even if the artifact was awakened, how many % of its power could be utilized was also a mystery. Fong Zhang ignored him and coldly stepped out from the boundary. The energy of tyrannical food was not enough to maintain such a high-intensity boundary for much longer, so he had to fight quickly. Silent Thunder Dragon. Boom!
The cave was suddenly densely covered in thunder and lightning, and the raging thunder and lightning actually spelled out the appearance of a thunder tyrant. The huge pale blue figure was like a god descending from the heavens, and the powerful power of thunder continuously raged within the cave, seemingly destroying the entire world. This was one of Fong Zhang's strongest skills, if he normally didn't have enough mental strength to use it, but after the 4x enhancement of the Life Magnificence technique, it was naturally not a problem to use this skill. At this moment, the face of the burning ashes blazing phoenix finally changed from calm to surprise. He never expected a human to be able to use such a powerful skill. He couldn't care about majesty or anything at this moment, and hurriedly controlled the magma to form the burning ashes armor. In just a moment, it was as if he had changed his mecha skin, full of technology.
Fong Zhang frowned. This firebird really dog.
This burning ashes armor was so much better than Kenjiro's in both appearance and quality. He didn't need to try to know that there was no way he could destroy it at this moment. However, his Silent Thunder Dragon wasn't a mere spell attack. Because of the concussive effect attached to it, its physical attack power was similarly not to be underestimated.
Boom!
The raging thunder and lightning converged into a beam of destructive light cannons.
Chapter 120 Fiery Rocky Ground 16.
The burning ashen blazing phoenix also didn't dare to receive it hard, and at the same time, he gathered berserk flame power in his mouth.
Boom! Red and blue collided and the ground shook.
If it wasn't for the seal, it was estimated that this kind of volcano would be leveled. Fong Jing secretly said that it was not good, did not stand properly, since ancient times against the wave, when the left will lose. Sure enough, the burning ashes blazing phoenix's burning ashes shock was a bit stronger. He decisively leapt up in the air and punched towards the belly of the incinerating ashes martyr phoenix.
Bang! A powerful punch.
A long crack immediately appeared in the burning ashes armor. The face of the burning ashes blazing phoenix was gloomy to the extreme. Although this kind of attack couldn't hurt him fundamentally, it was disgusting to him. With a flap of his wings, his feathers flew out and turned into a flaming arrow. Fang Zhang was in the air, there was no time to dodge. He could have activated the water defense passive to generate a water screen defense, but in a battle of this level of defense would not work at all, and would only be a waste of spiritual energy. Just like before when he was sneak attacked by Kenjiro, he didn't even bother to use this skill. He made a defensive stance and took the move hard, not enough to cause serious injury with his current attributes. After a healing spell, his status was immediately restored.
The burning ashes fiery phoenix was surprised to see this. What was wrong with this human? Why could he master so many skills of different talents?
It might be possible to shake up the Tendo man. However, he quickly shook his head. He must be crazy, otherwise how could he possibly have such thoughts? But if humans could really threaten the Heavenly Taoist's position, then the Heavenly Taoist's face must have looked very wonderful.
Kid, as long as you submit to me, I will definitely bring you to dominate the worlds in the future. The burning ashes fiery phoenix said. I have an idea. Why don't you be my mount, and in the future I'll bring you to dominate the worlds.
When the burning ashen blazing phoenix heard this, it immediately became furious. How dare you?
How dare you ask me to be your mount? How arrogant! Do you think I don't dare to kill you?
Whether you exist or not, I can lift the seal just the same.
Since you are unwilling to submit, then go to hell.
He roared, and the dazzling shockwave directly annihilated the silent thunder dragon.
At the same time, the magma under his ground was as if it was alive, transforming into 9 giant dragons that rushed up into the sky.
Fang Zhang's face changed drastically as a muffled sound was heard within his body, and all the shackles were completely unlocked. The red mist turned red and black, and Fang Zhang's face appeared distorted due to the pain. The entire person's picture changed abruptly, just like a crimson beast. Fifth order.
Boom!
Fang Zhang violently stepped and leapt high, the ground rocks instantly crumbling, holding the black sword like a rainbow light.
The 9 magma dragons with blazing heat continuously tore towards Fang Zhang.
However, the 5th stage Fang Zhang, all the attributes were increased 8 times, and the total attributes exceeded 90,000. His strength had long undergone a qualitative change. That magma giant dragon was no different from a mosquito in his eyes. He swung out his long sword, as if even space was torn apart, and in an instant, the 9 magma dragons fell down.
However, utilizing the magma dragons as a stepping point, he was already close to the burning blaze phoenix, Chi blade slash.
As the sword fell, the burning armor directly broke open, revealing the burning blaze phoenix's true form. The burning ashen blazing phoenix was inwardly shocked and continuously stirred its wings to avoid it, but unfortunately, the space here was limited, so it simply couldn't open up the distance. Even if his strength dropped any further, he was still a level 15 monarch, with a total attribute of over 80,000, and with the protection of the armor of burning ashes, his defense was even more terrifyingly amazing. To break through his burning ashes armor with a single sword, even the heavenly Taoists wouldn't necessarily be able to do it, right? What kind of person was this? The burning ashes fiery phoenix was cold on the outside, but he was under tremendous pressure on the inside. He could say that he didn't even have this kind of pressure when he faced the heavenly Tao man back then. He wanted to pull away and attack from a distance, but Fang Zhang would not do as he wished, and with the help of his powerful strength, he kept flying through the air. With every sword fall, the sword chi changed to color, and in just a few seconds, the burning ashes armor was already full of cracks, and pieces of it were falling off. At this moment, the burning ashes blazing phoenix looked at Fang Zhang, and it was a demon. A demon that was even more terrifying than the heavenly Taoist. Fang Zhang could already feel the life force draining away, as if he was going to die in the next second. The next sword would be the final sword, either the opponent would die or he would die. The red sword chi, coupled with the 8-fold reinforcement of the life magnificence technique, this sword would have an attack power of nearly 30,000, and he didn't know what the consequences would be after he swung it. Boom! The red sword chi came out of the sword, emitting a black light, and it was even bigger than the phoenix's body. The burning ashes fiery phoenix continuously manipulated the magma to attack the sword chi, but everything was in vain. Wherever the sword chi went, everything was reduced to pieces. This sword chi seemed to have a powerful attraction. The burning ashes life form felt like he was locked in. The terrifying aura of death came to his face. He finally clammed up. Don't! I'll be your mount. It's too late. Fang Zhang's entire face paled a few shades, his voice breathless. The sword chi cut through the burning ember's fiery phoenix, and it was as if everything in this world was quiet. Self-appropriation activated. Successfully transformed the talent Flame of Ashes. A talent with the same attribute has been detected and will be merged. Merger successful. Additional talent effect Blast. A prompt rang out. Fang Zhang only felt his body getting weaker and weaker. His consciousness seemed to be pulled into a void, and his body was getting out of control point by point. Super healing power unleashed.
Body repair in progress.
Fang Zhang's eyes lit up as he heard this voice, and he was relieved to know that he had made the right bet again. The world said that betting on dogs should not be housed, but everyone was a betting dog. This repair, it took a long time. Fang Zhang felt his body being injected with power little by little. The cells were repaired little by little. I don't know how long it took. He finally took back control of his body. He rotated his body and realized that there were no abnormalities before he truly let go of his heart.
This magma?
Fang Zhang realized that the temperature around him, instead of decreasing due to the disappearance of the burning ashes fiery phoenix, had increased quite a bit, and the magma underneath the ground was even rising at a terrifying speed. He couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat. If his restoration had taken a little longer, wouldn't he have been scalded alive by the magma? Thinking of this, he immediately carried Song Qingling up and fixed him. Because of the rising magma, that exit from before had been sealed, he had to look upwards for an exit. The magma soon flooded the spot they had just landed on.
What's that?
Fang Zhang realized that there was a white object floating in the middle of the magma, and such a high temperature didn't even dissolve it, so it was definitely not an ordinary object.
He kept searching for a landing spot, even utilizing his rock power to create a temporary landing spot. This is an egg? Picking up the white object and taking a look, it was a human head-sized egg.
Fang Zhang didn't care what kind of egg it was. He casually wrapped it in a piece of clothing and hung it on his body, immediately accelerated his speed and fled to the top of the mountain. Magma seems to be no seal suppression, to completely eruption outbreak general, speed faster and faster, forcing Fang Zhang do not dare to stay for a moment.
Chapter 121 Fiery Rocky Ground 17. Boom!
The volcano erupted, the magma surged into the sky, and the sound was as loud as booming thunder shaking the sky. Such scenes are rare, even from afar, can also clearly witness this magnificent extraordinary natural wonders.
What's happening over there? Where's Yan Xin? Did it show up?
The edge of the blazing rocky ground was filled with people who could not enter the hinterland because the temperature was too high, so they could only wait at the edge. There were also some who had entered the hinterland but couldn't stand it and ran out again.
What an exaggerated eruption! So hot! A wave of heat came to their faces. They didn't expect to be able to feel the heat when they stood so far away. If they were in the center, wouldn't they have evaporated on the spot? Do you think those people who went in could escape?
I don't know, but those people are all fire gifted with high fire resistance, so maybe they can escape.
I wonder who has the Inferno Heart. Will that plan of ours really work?
There were only a dozen people up the mountain when I left, so I guess it will end up in the hands of one of them.
Is this plan really going to work? Don't worry, I recognize all those people. None of them are too strong, and with so many of us, are we afraid that they won't work?
Then it's all up to Brother Wang. As long as the Yan Xin arrives, it will definitely fetch a good price.
But I have one condition: a female must be left to me.
Haha, no problem. I can't imagine that Brother Wang is still a man of nature. Then it shouldn't be a problem for the other female to be given to us brothers to play with.
That's for sure, but those two are not good, either flat or ugly. It's okay, none of the brothers are squeamish. Time a little earlier ago.
Fang Zhang rushed out of the crater with Song Qingling on his back and ran all the way down the mountain.
Run! What are you guys doing? Didn't I tell you guys to hurry up and run away? Why are you still here?
Arriving at the mountainside, Fang Zhang realized that Su Xiaoping and Chen Fulong were surprisingly still there.
Isn't this worrying about you guys? Worried dara. You're just adding to the ing mess. Fang Zhang was so angry that he was about to lose his temper.
At this moment, there was a rumbling sound, and the entire volcano shook violently, followed by a red light rushing into the sky and black dust falling from the sky. Fang Zhang's face changed greatly, and hastily copied one in each of his right and left hands and clamped it on his waist, like a person who rushes to catch a train that has already departed with a left bag and a right bag on his shoulder. Blast! His speed increased dramatically, raising thick dust under his feet.
This side is not the direction back to the city? Su Xiaoping looked at the direction where Fang Zhang was gradually moving away from the psychedelic forest. Go back to Adir City. Look at all that lava.
Su Xiaoping looked back and realized that those magma really did flow mainly in that direction of the city. Fang Zhang was also helpless about this. Why would he not want to put these hind legs in the city? But he had just consumed so much, his mental energy had long been exhausted. Sooner or later, he would be caught up by the magma. Moreover, looking at the situation of the volcano, it would at least erupt for some more time. If he was cut off by the magma, he didn't know when he would be able to cross over the blazing rocky land to the dark Great Rift Valley again. Now that 5 days had passed, time was already quite rushed. As it turned out, Fang Zhang was right to go in this direction. Although the volcano was still erupting, the lava flowing this way had slowed down, and after he ran for a bit more, he was completely safe. Then, can you put us down now? Fei Chan's voice was a bit weak, like she was shy. Oh, right. With Fang Zhang's current power attribute, lifting up a few people was similar to lifting up a few humanoid balloons. Except for taking up space, it was of no consequence. Speaking of which, Fang Zhang was actually a little embarrassed, because just now in the heat of the moment, he directly lifted up the two people and left. There was no time to adjust the position. These two people's posture should be very difficult. To be able to endure until now, it was already considered to be taking the big picture into consideration. But he soon realized something was wrong. The right hand felt different, it seemed excessively soft and large.
Instinctively, he squeezed. Snap. A very crisp and decisive clang.
The air became awkward for a while. Chen Farong was shy while organizing her clothes, while Su Xiaoping was looking at Fang Zhang with a smile on her face.
Right, sorry.
Looking at the palm prints that surfaced on Fang Zhang's face, Chen Farong became even more embarrassed.
Humph. You're still apologizing to him, he even grabbed you. Su Xiaoping really hated it.
It was fine if she didn't say it, but once she said it, Chen Farong's face was even more directly red to the roots of her ears.
He didn't mean it. Who knows?
I think it was on purpose. Touching it all the way wasn't enough, he had to scratch it. When Qingling wakes up, we must tell her to be careful of you, this colorful wolf.
Fang Zhang.
Oh my god, someone please come and sew her mouth shut.
Ahem. Quickly see how Changling is doing?
Chen Farong walked behind Fang Zhang with a red face and carried Song Qingling down. I've seen it before, she should be fine, I just don't know why she hasn't woken up yet.
Fang Zhang said. Su Xiaoping was uneasy and checked. Song Qingling was indeed not injured, but why does her expression look so painful? It might be related to the Inferno Heart. Fang Zhang wasn't very sure, it was just that his healing talent could only heal physical injuries and was ineffective on the spiritual level, so he couldn't judge it well.
You said that she got the Yin Heart? Su Xiaoping's voice had raised a few degrees.
Fang Zhang nodded his head.
Su Xiaoping's entire body became excited and firmly said, then she will definitely be fine. She was clear about this BFF's thirst and obsession for this power, and since she had obtained it, she would definitely not let herself die just like that, as there were still very important things waiting for her to accomplish. Fang Zhang and Fulong Chen were both a bit puzzled by what they heard, but when they were about to ask, Su Xiaoping chose to shut up and not mention it again.
I've just been paying attention to this for a long time, what is it from?
Su Xiaoping sidetracked the topic and pointed at the bulging bundle next to Song Qingling.
Right, I don't know.
Su Xiaoping mentioned it, and Fang Zhang then had time to study it. Opening the clothes, what appeared was indeed a white egg, similar in appearance to a goose egg, only a bit larger in size.
Is this an egg? Chen Farong gently stroked it, the texture was indeed similar to an egg. An ostrich egg? It's very big.
Su Xiaoping drooled, I don't know if it's good, I haven't eaten an egg in a long time. By Su Xiaoping's words, all three of them unconsciously gulped. It had indeed been a long time, and without realizing it, half of the novice space had already passed. The first few levels here only have some simple food for sale, to eat meat but also rely on their own to fight. To this level, the food is rich, but also some basic food. Compared to the reality of a variety of food, this is simply a food desert. Fang Zhang picked up the egg and looked left and right, swallowed his saliva, very nutritious looking. Just then, the giant egg emitted a flickering dim red light like a breathing light. At the same time, a blazing temperature came from a very familiar feeling.
Chapter 122, Traveling to the Dark Rift Valley. Phoenix Egg. This thought immediately flashed through Fang Zhang's mind.
At this time, the temperature of the egg was getting higher and higher, just like a red-hot stone, so hot that Fang Zhang had to put it down. However, as soon as Fang Zhang put it down, the egg immediately cooled down and stopped flashing red.
Fang Zhang. Solid hammer, no doubt. What a ing Phoenix Egg. Turning into an egg is still hostile to you. Very well.
Fang Zhang sneered, originally, I was thinking about whether to eat it or not, but now if
not. It's hot.
Before he could finish, he saw Su Xiaoping and Chen Fulong hugging the phoenix egg together. The two of them were not fire resistant, and with the high temperature of the phoenix egg, they could instantly burn through the two of them.
The egg is so cute, how can you eat it?
The two women hugged the phoenix egg with a doting face, not feeling hot at all.
Fang Zhang. This egg is still screwed against.
Obviously, when Su Xiaoping's two touched the phoenix egg, it did not emit high temperatures.
This egg is an old man, it's cute there. Fang Zhang was speechless. Fart. You're the one who's an old man, or a bad old man.
Su Xiaoping said.
You were the one who said you wanted to eat it just now.
I didn't know there was life inside. Su Xiaoping retorted.
Aha, it's a baby inside.
Chen Farong hugged the egg tighter. No, that old man is not a good thing. Fang Zhang thought about it, although the phoenix had now turned into an egg, keeping it was always a danger. Su Xiaoping was afraid that Fang Zhang would directly snatch the egg away, and directly shove the egg into Song Qingling's arms. Qingling wouldn't agree either.
You don't want to eat the egg, I'll let you grab it again at most.
Chen Farong had a red face and a pitiful look.
Fang Zhang. Greiter, what's the deal with this phoenix egg?
Seeing that he couldn't argue with the two, he stepped away and exchanged words with Grid.
Just as you thought, this is the phoenix egg.
The phoenix is one of the only 4 holy beasts that does not die or perish, and every time it dies it is actually reborn.
This Fang Zhang was puzzled, since he doesn't die or perish, what was he afraid of just now?
Immortality is just his physical body. Every rebirth is a complete new birth, including the physical body and memories, so the reborn phoenix is no longer the original phoenix. It would be strange for him not to be afraid. Saying this, Fang Zhang instantly understood, but why is this egg still hostile to me? It should be a feeling, maybe the hatred towards you in the last life was too great, just reborn, this feeling still remains, after a long time, it should disappear. Grid replied after thinking for a while. Then, doesn't it mean that you can train him as your own mount? It should be possible in theory, but the four holy beasts are all extremely haughty and may not be willing. Grid said. It's fine, if they won't, they'll fight until they're willing. How awesome it would be to have a phoenix as a mount. Grider. Hey! Fang Zhang, come over and take a look. Su Xiaoping suddenly exclaimed. Fang Zhang's heart thumped, there wouldn't be anything wrong. But when he saw a few people, he realized that nothing had happened. What the hell? Look! Su Xiaoping pointed at Song Qingling, she looks much better. When Fang Zhang took a look, it was indeed true, Song Qingling's face had returned to its normal color, and there was no longer the pained look from before. Is it? At that moment, Fang Zhang also noticed that the phoenix egg was in Song Qingling's arms, emitting another breathing light type of red light. Yes. I just tried it. Once I took this egg away, Qingling started to show a pained expression again, but once I put it back on, it was fine. Fang Zhang frowned and did not say anything. In this situation, the phoenix egg definitely couldn't be killed now. It seems that it can only be left to observe for a while before saying anything. He looked at Chen Farong, what you just said counts. Fei Chan. Su Xiaoping. Ahem, just kidding. Su Xiaoping, doesn't look like it to me. Fei Chan. Ahem. Fang Zhang turned his head, since you're all fine, I have other things to do and have to leave first. You guys can go back after those lavas cool down. Ha! Su Xiaoping exclaimed, you're just going to leave? One is unconscious, one is a bear, and there's an egg. You want me to take care of them by myself in such a dangerous place? Fang Zhang sized them up. What Su Xiaoping said was not unreasonable. There was another one that lacked intelligence. It was indeed more dangerous in this place. What do you want? Take us with you. No, I'm going to the Dark Rift. Bringing you guys will only make it more dangerous. Are you serious? This time, not only Su Xiaoping, but even Chen Farong was quite surprised. They had also heard of the fierce reputation of the Dark Rift Valley. It was one of the most dangerous places. But at the same time, it was also one of the places with the most treasures. This place was definitely a place that every adventurer with a quest would want to visit once. Seeing Su Xiaoping and Chen Falon's eyes glowing, Fang Zhang immediately had a bad premonition. What do you guys mean? Big brother, no, big god. Begging for a belt. Su Xiaoping excitedly held Fang Zhang's hand, almost looking like she was about to kneel down. No, you guys will die. Fang Zhang refused. This is the junction of the Blazing Rocklands and the Dark Rift Valley, level 20 and above alien beasts abound, and we will die without you. Good point. Instead of that, it's better to follow you and have a chance of survival. It's not that serious. Su Xiaoping became even more agitated, pointing at a few of her people, lack of intelligence, a bear with no brain, comatose and stupid. Where is it serious? Fang Zhang. Good point. I can't believe I'm speechless. Fei Chan actually nodded along at this point, yes yes yes. And she was afraid that Fang Zhang would not agree. Why don't I let you scratch it again? Right. You scratch her again. If that's not enough, I'll let you grab mine too. Xinglings for you to catch too. Founder. What words of wolf and tiger? Is that what the I am? Am I because of this? It's really dangerous there. 2 down. I really didn't mean that, you guys are mistaken. 3 times. No more. Founder. Good buddy, don't push me. Alas, since you guys insist, don't say I didn't warn you if there's danger when the time comes. Also, listen to me in all your actions. No problem. Su Xiaoping hurriedly agreed. They had all seen Fang Zhang's strength and had long been convinced. She raised her eyebrows at Chen Farong, as if to say, look how smart I am, I knew he was like this. For her part, Fei Chan lowered her head in shame and said in her heart, oh my god, 3 strokes, he has such a strong hand, it won't be deformed. Chapter 123 The Dark Rift 1. The Dark Great Rift Valley was less than 50 kilometers away from the Blazing Rocklands, and it could be said that the two were in a connected state. The foreign beasts between the two places were indeed many and strong as well, and I don't know if it was because of the volcanic eruption, but quite a few of the foreign beasts appeared more frequently than what the guide had introduced. For Fang Zhang, they were actually all just a bunch of scum, unable to catch even a single sword, but for Su Xiaoping and the others, they were just unbeatable existences. This was not to say that Su Xiaoping was weak, but these beasts always appeared in groups of 3 to 5. For them who lacked the ability to kill in seconds, it was extremely unfavorable. Once they entered the war of attrition, they would only be slaughtered. Therefore, Fang Zhang was also secretly glad for his decision. If he had left these few people alone there, it was estimated that their bones would have been chewed clean by now. Soon, the few people saw the Dark Great Rift Valley. Seeing it with their own eyes was far more shocking than the written description. The bottomless Rift Valley seems to be an impenetrable moat, cutting the continents on both sides apart. Standing at its edge, human beings seemed so insignificant, as small as dust.
Wow! So big. So deep.
Like a little girl, Fei Chan's eyes were filled with little stars. So big and deep indeed. Even though Fang Zhang had lived 2 lives, this was the first time he had seen such a shocking sight, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Pervert!" Su Xiaoping looked at herself and cursed quietly. A few people kept walking along the eastern side of the edge of the Great Rift Valley, not to mention that it was only the edge, but it was a rather strenuous walk. This Great Rift Valley has a strange phenomenon, that is, all around the wind are constantly blowing to the inside of the Great Rift Valley, as if the Great Rift Valley is a black hole, sucking all the surrounding air in. And people walking on the edge, naturally all the time by the influence of the wind, as long as the slightest carelessness will be sucked away, fell to the Great Rift Valley.
Look! Isn't it that road? Su Xiaoping pointed ahead, very excited.
However, at that moment, a strong crosswind blew by, and Su Xiaoping's face changed drastically as she felt her feet leave the ground and she was directly weightless. She hastily used her wind defense to counter it, but unfortunately it was too late, and her entire body flew straight up.
Ah!
Her position was only 10 meters or so away from the Rift Valley, and it would only take a second or two for her to fly into the abyss, and she couldn't help but scream out as she had even imagined the horror of falling into the Great Rift Valley.
Pat!
Suddenly, a large hand grabbed her steadily.
Bro! Can you save someone's ass? Fang Zhang directly yanked Su Xiaoping down with force.
Thanks. Su Xiaoping squatted on the ground for a while before she slowed down. Hearing Su Xiaoping's words, Fang Zhang was instead a bit uncomfortable. This woman unexpectedly did not retort. It seems that this time she was really scared.
Is it alright? Do you guys still want to follow down? It's not too late to regret. Fang Zhang said.
Once he said this, it was rare that he didn't hear the two retort, but instead, there was a moment of silence. The outer perimeter alone was already so treacherous, and the situation inside could be imagined.
But if they left like this, they were not willing to do so.
Don't look at them like this, but along the way, their strength was at the top of the pyramid, and there was more or less some arrogance in their hearts. Without Fang Zhang's reminder, they all knew that the Dark Rift Valley was dangerous. Not only them, everyone knew that, but everyone knew even more that there were quite a lot of chances inside, and the wind stone inside alone could make the wind talent quality increase quite a lot. Not to mention other known and unknown heavenly treasures. The two of them, after a mental struggle, finally nodded heavily. Of course we'll go down there, we've paid the protection fee.
Fang Zhang. I'm warning you not to talk out of your ass.
I'll sue you for libel, you know. I'm suing you for libel. The trail that Su Xiaoping found should be the craggy path to the bottom that the guide said. The path was only about 2 meters wide, which was quite wide if it was on flat ground, but for this place, it was so narrow that two people side by side were afraid of falling down. As the guide said, having a teammate with wind talent or defense talent here would be a lot easier. Su Xiaoping took the initiative to carry the banner in order to show her role, skillfully constructing a wind barrier that successfully diverted the direction of the strong winds blowing from above, significantly reducing the pressure on the team. After walking for not long, several people officially entered the strong wind layer.
How did they know that?
Because the direction of the wind here had obviously changed, and where the wind was originally top-down, it had now shifted to sweeping east-west. What was even stranger was that this wind direction was not constant, but constantly switched between east and west. This variability in wind direction posed a severe test of the caster's ability to keenly perceive wind power. Once the direction of the wind was misjudged, the entire team could be instantly blown away by the strong wind. Su Xiaoping did have a bit of strength, not just a mouthful. In terms of wind element perception, Fang Zhang thought that he was inferior to her, so when she proposed to hand it over to her, Fang Zhang did not object. The gusty wind continuously emitted a whistling sound, and its sound haunted the ears like a ghost, giving people a sense of eeriness. Several wind blades swept past, carving deep scars on the rock wall, clearly visible. Su Xiaoping no longer had the cheeky attitude she had before at this moment. Her spirit was highly concentrated, and because of this, she was soon sweating profusely, and her spiritual energy was being consumed extremely fast.
You take a break, let me do it. Chen Farong said.
Chen Farong's talent was the light talent, majoring in defense-related skills, so this also happened to be in her area of expertise. Su Xiaoping nodded after thinking about it, and knew that this was not the time to show off. Her wind barrier was put away, and Chen Farong's light shield immediately appeared, isolating all of the wind. The few people kept exploring downwards, feeling like they had traveled for a long time but not much distance, always remaining on this side of the strong wind layer.
What's that? A gale bird?
Fang Zhang squinted his eyes and realized that there was something in the distance that seemed to be rapidly approaching this way. Both Su Xiaoping's faces changed when they heard this. Gale birds were generally at level 15 to 20, belonging to the wind attribute, and their single strength was not outstanding. However, they are characterized by group action, and have a violent and fearless personality. These birds often adopted aggressive tactics in battle, attacking their opponents recklessly, and were therefore also known as crazy birds. In the real world, gale birds were not common, but I never thought that they would appear here.
It is indeed a gale bird.
After seeing it clearly, the flukes in the hearts of several people were all gone. Moreover, this gale bird was not just 3 or 5, but a large group that was densely packed. Stick to the wall. Fang Zhang gave an order, and several people quickly pressed their backs against the wall, and then he immediately used his rock talent to create a wall to cover them. Don't talk. Seeing that Su Xiaoping and the two of them were looking at themselves in surprise and seemed to have a lot of talking to ask, Fang Zhang immediately made a gesture of silence. Bird-like exotic beasts were usually very sensitive, and any slight movement could attract their attention. Fang Zhang had just seen clearly that there was a cave just a few hundred meters away from them, which should be the habitat of the gale bird. Chapter 124 Dark Rift Valley 2. How many gale birds there were, Fang Zhang didn't actually see them. Anyway, he knew that there were a lot of them, in huge numbers. If it was on flat ground, he would not hesitate to strike at these birds. However, they were currently on a narrow path that was less than 2 meters wide. If the other party kept bombarding their landing spot, I'm afraid that in less than a moment, this piece of cliff would turn into dust, and the few people would immediately fall into the abyss, and without the ability to fly, they would surely die. That was why Fang Zhang was thinking of hiding and waiting for them to leave before coming out. But after waiting for a while, he gradually realized that things were not right. How come the movement was getting louder and louder? Have you been discovered? There was a dull roar from the perimeter. The cliffs behind them seemed to be trembling slightly. Fang Zhang peeked out a crack to look at the sky. It was better if he didn't look at it, but immediately his scalp went numb. In the sky, flocks of gale birds were hovering and flying, covering the sky. A fierce battle did break out between them, but it wasn't infighting, nor was it directed at them. Fang Zhang fixed his eyes and realized that at a similar location on the opposite side of the cliff, there was a group of silhouettes dressed in exotic winds, about 7 or 8 of them. This fierce battle was precisely between them and the gale bird. Spells flickered in the air, and every now and then a gale bird fell and disappeared into the deep darkness. Those people were under the same heavy pressure, suffering from the fierce attacks of gale blades and tornadoes, the cliffs almost collapsing. Suddenly, Fang Zhang's pupils contracted violently as he exclaimed, "Run away!" A huge fireball was originally aimed at the flock of gale birds, but it changed its trajectory under the effect of their powerful winds and rushed straight towards Fang Zhang and the others. The rock barrier instantly dissipated, and they hurriedly fled towards the bottom. The fireball slammed into the rock wall, causing a loud noise, and debris continued to fall. Chirp! Crisp chirps rang out, followed by one after another. The crowd of gale birds suddenly turned their gazes towards Fang Zhang and the others. This group of... Fang Zhang cursed, and he didn't know if the opposite side heard him or not. Anyway, at this time they all looked over to Fang Zhang's side as well. He made an international hand gesture, and the people on the opposite side obviously froze for a moment. The gale birds split into 2 groups at this time. One group continued to attack towards the other side, while the other group began to attack Fang Zhang's side. Fang Zhang and the others were immediately in a mess. They had to defend against the sweeping of the cross winds, dodge the attacks of the gale birds, and pay attention to the safety of their feet. As they ran, the gale birds chased and attacked, not intending to let them go at all. "You guys run first." This managed to piss me off. Fang Zhang was enraged. With his strength, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Su Xiaoping originally wanted to say something, but she shut up decisively after seeing Fang Zhang's eyes. "Be careful." After the two of them finished speaking, they carried Song Qingling on their backs and continued running downwards. Lightning chain. Seeing that the gale bird still wanted to chase downwards, Fang Zhang decisively struck out. A lightning bolt flew out like a chain, constantly bouncing back and forth between the gale birds, stringing them together at least 7 times before stopping. The lightning chain wasn't very powerful, but it could attack multiple targets at the same time each time, and the denser the target, the more times it attacked. Combined with the characteristic paralysis of lightning, it could instantly slow down the movements of the gale bird, and with the 2 effects of thunderseal and shock, the damage was also considerable. At the same time, Fang Zhang also took out his greed bow form. He had a fast hand speed, and used only a small amount of spiritual energy to shoot spiritual arrows. The spiritual energy he had consumed previously had not yet fully recovered, so he saved as much as he could. His spiritual power arrows were only for absorbing attribute points and stacking thunder seals, not a means of finality. Fang Zhang's attack wasn't very strong, but it made the gale birds very angry, like a mosquito buzzing around them all the time. The people on the opposite side looked at Fang Zhang and seemed to be a bit surprised as well. They couldn't figure out why such a weak person would dare to come to the Dark Rift Valley. Or was it that the people from the opposite world were generally this weak? But right now, they didn't have much heart to pay attention to the people on the opposite side of the world, and even though those people had attracted some of the firepower, the pressure they were bearing was still very high. The gale birds' wild bombardment had forced them to think of ways to change. And the best way to do that was to focus the enemy's attention on other people, and the people on the opposite side were the best bait. Fang Zhang kept counting the lightning marks on the gale bird, attacking frantically through the lightning chains and spiritual arrows, the least of which had stacked 3 layers, but it was obviously still far from enough. Right at this moment, a ball of light unexpectedly appeared in front of Fang Zhang, and after he let out a cry, the ball of light directly adhered to him. It could not be shaken off.
Can't get rid of it at all. Fong Zhang instantly became the brightest boy on the street.
The glittering him seemed to have an inexplicable attraction, and all the gale birds stared at him as if secretly mesmerized.
Don't be like that. Hovering within the gaze. You will perceive that I am simply lonely.
Fong Zhang was made uncomfortable by the look, but he could do nothing about it, because he was already a firefly in the pitch blackness at the moment, so distinct and outstanding. Sure. All the gale birds rushed towards Fong Zhang at once, as if they all wanted him to find the money for last night's overnight expenses.
Lightning chain.
Fong Zhang kept using the lightning chain. At this moment, he could no longer allow him to slowly consume it. The spiritual energy that he had managed to absorb back just now had been consumed for the most part again at once. After slowing down the gale bird's speed, he used the spiritual power arrow to stack the thunder seal again.
Bang!
The thunder seal on a gale bird suddenly sprouted a blue light and exploded as if it was strapped with explosives. This explosion was a pulverization of the body, and the power startled even Fong Zhang. With the first one exploding, the others followed one after another, like a chain reaction. But even so, Fong Zhang still didn't dare to stop the attacks on his hands, because there were constantly gale birds flying towards him, and the people on the opposite side. Where are the people?
What the? It's all gone.
Fong Zhang had already silently made a note of this revenge in his heart. Don't let yourself meet them down there.
Transform into your own.
Successfully transformed the skill gale blade.
Turned into my own.
Successfully transformed into wind tornado. I don't know how long it took. Fong Zhang couldn't remember how many beeps sounded. Originally he was already numb, but when he heard that he had transformed the skill, he was still a little excited. The gale birds kept falling, just like rain. The scene was quite terrifying and spectacular. Fong Zhang didn't even know how many gale birds he had killed. He only knew that the sky that had originally covered the sky was now like the top of an uncle's head that had lost its hair, so sparse that it was heartbreaking. Sure. The gale bird that was not afraid of the sky and the earth, and the general level dared to peck on its mouth now even had the intention of retreating. This was being killed by Fong Zhang hard and cold, killing out of fear.
If they didn't run, they would be exterminated. Chapter 125, The Dark Rift 3. The light on Fong Zhang's body finally disappeared, and the gale birds stopped attacking and fled. In response, he had no desire to chase after them, and even if he wanted to, he didn't have the conditions to do so. At this time, his body was already covered with large and small wounds, the surrounding rocky soil had been plowed over, all potholes, and even several sections of the road had disappeared. It took a few healing spells applied to himself for his body to recover, but he still couldn't get rid of the fatigue in his hands. It was as if the craftsman had emptied himself. Only after a moment's reprieve did Fong Zhang set off again. At this point he needed to be more careful, and even needed to use his rock talent to create a landing point to get through. Fortunately, the rest of the time was uneventful, and after walking for some distance, he finally caught up with Su Xiaoping and the girls. The first time she saw Fong Zhang, Su Xiaoping was startled, because at this moment, Fong Zhang was like a bloody man, his entire body was bloody red. Where is the gale bird? Su Xiaoping made a defensive gesture and looked around, realizing that there were no gale birds chasing after her, before she breathed a sigh of relief. Rest quickly, I'll get something to stop the bleeding. But they still panicked when they saw Fong Zhang like this. With this amount of bleeding, even a cow would have to die. Fong Zhang waved his hand. Don't worry, the gale birds are all dead, this is all their blood. The two women's mouths opened wide. No wonder the gale birds fell like rain just now, so they were all killed. It was really too strong. Who are those people across the street? When they were walking, they also saw someone on the opposite side dealing with the gale birds, and naturally assumed that they were all taken out by the opposite side. Fong Zhang looked at what he looked like. It was indeed weirdly creepy. So he used water royalty to flush himself all over, and then used the flames to dry himself out. Both women. Watching this series of operations by Fong Zhang, they were indeed too shocked to speak, as if they had 1,000 words, but they didn't know where to start. You have 3 talents? Su Xiaoping had actually wanted to ask when Fong Zhang had displayed the rock talent, and now that there was an additional water talent, this had indeed shocked her. It wasn't true that those born with double talents were rare, but as for 3 talents, they were even more rare. And it's not unheard of to purchase a talent after birth, but it's definitely more difficult than being born with one. 500,000 points could only buy a talent awakening book with a 10% awakening rate, or an ordinary talent. Just ask how many of them can have 500,000 points. And with so many points, what wouldn't it be good to buy? So either way, the 3 talents were extremely rare, and this would definitely be a state of cajoling if people knew about it. Fong Zhang nodded. There's nothing to be surprised about, my talents are just 1,000,000,000 points more. Looking at his breezy appearance, Su Xiaoping instantly felt like whacking him to death. How did he manage to be so pretentious? Of course, she wanted to whack Song Qingling even more. This brother Fong was clearly strong as hell, yet he acted as if he was weak. It seems like she's always said that brother Fong is strong. Only that she doesn't believe it herself? Damn colored glasses. You seem to have gotten stronger again? Chen Farong sized up Fong Zhang.
Fang Zhang nodded once again, and in his heart, he was a little surprised at Chen Furong's keenness. He had only just risen a level before he was detected. It's not too fast for you to upgrade. At this time, Su Xiaoping also noticed Fang Zhang's change. She still remembered that before she set off, Fang Zhang was only at level 13 or 14, and now he gave off a feeling that he was almost the same as herself. What was even more detestable was that he also had 3 types of talents, and there was no problem at all with crossing a few levels to fight against each other. It's true that people are more angry than people. Fang Zhang smiled helplessly. In fact, with the amount of monsters he had killed, he couldn't even say that he hadn't risen by 2 levels, but he had no choice but to share some of his energy with Tyrannical Eclipse, which led to a reduction in all of his own experience. However, Fang Zhang didn't feel pity about this, usually feed it to the fullest, so that it won't fall off the chain at the critical time. A few people did not rest much, and continued to set off towards the lower layer, and not long, finally could feel the wind weakening. Apparently they had entered the weak wind layer, which was also the middle of the dark rift valley. When they arrived here, a section of the road became much wider, like a large platform. According to the guide, the weak wind layer was incredibly treacherous, with a large number of level 20 plus alien beasts present, so after dark, this place would become even more dangerous. Whereas their location was the junction of the strong wind layer and the weak wind layer, it would be relatively safer. After Fang Zhang's intense battle this day, although his mental strength was still there, his body's fatigue was obvious. Su Xiaoping and Chen Fulong were even more so. The consumption of the two was not low at all, and they were basically the ones who had to fend off the crosswinds along the way. Seeing that the sky was already dark, the few people discussed and decided to rest for the night first, and then continue after tomorrow's dawn. After the tents were set up, several people also began to arrange for the night watch. Fang Zheng came to Song Qingling and realized that there was nothing physically wrong with her, but she was still unconscious. What's going on here? He couldn't figure it out. However, it could be seen that the phoenix egg had indeed alleviated a lot of Song Qingling's pain. She seems to have a fever? Su Xiaoping touched Song Qingling's forehead. Fang Zheng shook his head. It shouldn't be. Just now, he had used his healing technique to see that everything was normal in Song Qingling's body. This heat was not a fever. Wow, it's so hot. Is she going to be alright? Fei Chan also touched it, and Song Qingling's body rolled like it was hot. Fang Zhang was not sure. The only thing he was sure of was that her body was fine. As for her body being hot, it seemed to be that the energy in her body was undergoing some kind of change. He comforted the two for a few moments, and everyone rested. Qingling, don't be alright, otherwise I don't know how to explain to Zhang Lan. Fang Zhang said softly. The sun rose the following day. Fang Zhang was in the weak wind layer, which was in the middle of the Great Rift Valley, and there wasn't much sunlight coming in. It wouldn't seem very bright. After packing up his things, Fang Zhang once again carried Song Qingling on his back. At this time, the temperature emanating from Song Qingling's body had already reached a terrifying state, and no one else could stand it except for Fang Zhang. For this, Fang Zhang was even more convinced that Song Qingling was undergoing some sort of metamorphosis under the effect of the Inferno Heart. As they continued along the path, the scenery around them gradually became strange and spectacular. The air currents in the weak wind layer seemed to be constantly shaping the surroundings, creating many strange landscapes. Sometimes huge stalagmites appeared on the sides of the Rift Valley, and sometimes they encountered patches of mist, as if they had entered another world. These are wine stones? Suddenly, Su Xiaoping's 2 eyes glowed as she realized that the ground was surprisingly littered with one green-colored stone, and she had a familiar feeling as soon as she touched it. This is definitely the Stone of Wind, there's no mistaking it. Su Xiaoping was very excited and thrilled. Compared to Su Xiaoping, Fang Zhang was much calmer. He remembered that Dracula and the others had arrived at the weak wind layer, so this section of the road should have been here as well, and when they encountered such a windstone, it was impossible for them not to take it away, and there was still so much left for the others? Dracula is not this kind of rotten good guy. Could it be a trap? Chapter 126 The Dark Rift 4. The windstone was a natural stone that could enhance the quality of the wind talent, which contained varying degrees of the wind element, but the cheapest ones were 50,000 points apiece, which was even higher when converted into the Great Xia currency. In the real world, this kind of thing could only be obtained by going to other worlds or copy spaces, and the level of danger was not at all lower than here. If it wasn't for the fact that the novice space restricted strong people, it would actually be easier here compared to other channels. Su Xiaoping couldn't walk on her legs when she saw these wind stones. It was something that she had been longing for. Chen Farong was equally excited. It was good to sell this thing for other resources if you don't use it yourself. Be careful. Fang Zhang said. Seeing Fang Zhang's gloomy face, Su Xiaoping and Chen Fulong were also much more cautious. The two walked along, collecting the windstones on the ground along the way, while Fang Zhang followed the two closely, ready to strike at any time. Fang Zhang carefully observed the surrounding. This section of the road didn't seem to be anything special. Why would there be so many windstones here? He glanced up and instantly felt familiar. This was the Gale Bird Resting Underground party? Boom! The sound rang out suddenly. Just as Fang Zhang was looking upwards, the rocks on that crag unexpectedly moved. Wind Rock Earth Beast LV-25 Elite Level. A rocky beast jumped out of the crags, and the system popped up a prompt at the right time. Su Xiaoping and Chen Fulong froze for a moment. They obviously saw that prompt as well, and it was actually elite. The overall value of the elite level was 5 times that of normal. The total attributes of a 25-level elite class were already over 6,000 points. Yet they were even around 2,000. How could they fight with this more than 3 times difference? The Wind Rock Earth Beast opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow the 2 women in one gulp. Its movements were too fast, in a single breath, as if it had practiced a million times, not allowing its prey a chance to react. The 2 women's hearts were in despair. That mouthful of teeth made of all rocks must be very painful to bite down. However, a sudden loud bang came, and the head of the Wind Rock Earth Beast even lifted up violently, embedding itself deeply into the cliff. This sudden turn of events made time seem to stop, and it was terrifyingly quiet. What are you still staring at? Hurry up and get out of here. Fang Zhang stood right in front of them and shook off the dust on his hands. At this scene, the 2 women were shocked beyond words in their hearts. They clearly saw that just now, Fang Zhang just punched and sent the giant beast that was like a big truck flying. The opponent was still an elite level. It was an extremely difficult existence wherever it was placed. Are you still a human being? Are you really only a 10 or so level instead of a 30 or so? The 2 women didn't even know how they moved to a safe place behind them. Anyway, they were in a constant state of shock inside. They even thought they were dreaming and slapped each other. This is really elite level? The 2 watched as Fang Zhang whacked the Wind Rock Earth Beast to near death in 2 or 3 punches, and finally a dagger slash directly killed it. Where did it look like there was a fierce fight? It was completely a one-sided suppression. If it wasn't for the system hinting that it was elite level, they would have thought it was an ordinary beast. But even if it was an ordinary Fey beast, it was still a level 25, a full rank higher than Fang Zhang. The key was that Fang Zhang hadn't used any talent, just his bare hands. Is this really something a human can do? After collecting the attribute points, Fang Zhang was satisfied and let the Wind Rock Earth Beast die. His current strength attribute was nearly 4,000. Even if the Wind Rock Earth Beast's skin was even stronger, it could not withstand a single blow from him. Sometimes he didn't want to look too perverted, so he could only restrain himself a little. How did you do that? This alien beast should weigh several tons, right? Confirming that the Wind Rock Earth Beast was dead, the 2 women dared to get closer to check it out. That size was no different from a heavy truck. Standing up was a transformer. I'm only a billion points stronger in power. You guys can do it if you work out harder. Fang Zhang was like saying something insignificant. I can do it too. Seeing Fang Zhang speak so sincerely, Su Xiaoping was a little skeptical that there was something wrong with her 3 views. Put. Fei Chan couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was only then that Su Xiaoping reacted to the fact that she had been tricked by Fang Zhang. Nima. You said that above is the nest of the Gale Bird? While Su Xiaoping and the girls were picking up the wind stone, Fang Zhang voiced his guess. These wind stones did not appear here for no reason, but were thrown down by the Gale Birds. But why did they do that? Su Xiaoping didn't really believe it. It's simple, the wind stones help the Wind Rock Earth Beasts to attract prey, and the Wind Rock Earth Beasts help them to stop the other alien beasts from climbing up. Sort of using each other. Su Xiaoping thought about it carefully. It was indeed like this. The Gale Bird's nest was halfway up the crag. Apart from flying in through the air, the only way to get in was to climb the crag, thus the Wind Rock Earth Beasts were needed to help them intercept it. The Windstone beasts were too big and slow to be hunted easily, so they naturally needed a bait, so the 2 of them hit it off right away. It was just that I didn't expect that this model that had been developed for an unknown number of years had been hollowed out by Fang Zhang single-handedly. Actually, I'm not saying all this to say how good their ecology is, but to say that there should be more windstones in the Gale Bird's nest. 2 girls? You even want to empty people's home base? However, Fang Zhang also slightly regretted, it's a pity that I can't fly, it's too risky to climb up from here. As he said, the Gale Bird's nest was located in a strong wind layer, and if he wasn't careful, he would be blown away, and if he fell from such a high place, even he would surely die. And now that time is rushing, he can only think of a way later. After storing all the wind stones on the ground, the few people continued to walk down. The winds of the weak wind layer were all very soft, like a pair of hands gently caressing, but from here, the path became quite steep. A few people walking on it felt like they were on a slope. This kind of place, not to mention the presence of foreign beasts, even if there weren't, it would be just as treacherous. Moreover, along the way, it was true that foreign beasts kept appearing. If it wasn't for Fang Zhang, Su Xiaoping, and the 2 of them wouldn't know how many times they would have died. For this point, Raider really did not say anything wrong, here less than the empty realm to come in fact, and send to death is not much difference. Under the weak wind layer is the windless layer, where there is very little light left. Dracula and the others hadn't come to this area in the first place, so everyone knew nothing about it. Try to see if you can use wind skills? Fang Zhang felt that this place was very strange and had an indescribable feeling. Su Xiaoping froze for a moment, but soon understood what Fang Zhang meant, so she did as she was told. But no matter how much she tried, there was not a single wind element converging on her hands, so she could not use the wind skill at all. It's really like this. This place is truly a windless layer. No wonder I felt uncomfortable as soon as I entered. Su Xiaoping was precisely wind-gifted and was quite sensitive to the wind element, so when she entered the windless layer she all felt strange, she just didn't react as fast as Fang Zhang.
No, you don't have a wind talent, how did you know? Chapter 127 Dark Rift 5.
I'm a person who's rather sensitive, yes, rather sensitive, so I noticed the abnormality.
Facing Su Xiaoping's question, Fang Zhang's brain was running at high speed.
In fact, with Fang Zhang's current strength, back in reality, it also belonged to the top batch, at least when facing Pang Tong, he was not weak, but there were still numerous strong people on top of that. It's not that he doesn't trust Su Xiaoping and the two of them, but it's better to do more than less, and try to keep a low profile if you can, and obscene development is the way to go. Sometimes there are too many talents, too many skills, instinctively used out, exposed that cannot be helped, anyway, or that sentence, it is better to be late than early.
Pervert. Su Xiaoping cursed and then didn't look into it further.
Apart from the lack of wind, the windless layer was also very different from the two zones above. The cliffs above were relatively flat under the erosion of the wind, but when it came to the windless layer, the entire terrain became irregular. The crags were pitted, with spikes protruding from time to time, and even more outrageous was the fact that there was no longer a path to walk on underfoot, so you could only climb along the crags. What was even more outrageous was that because there was no wind, the air here was all much thinner, which made it quite a bit more tiring than usual. Although the terrain in this area was difficult to walk through, because of this, there were also far fewer foreign beasts. Fang Jing's several people followed the cliffs and kept climbing downwards. It didn't take long before they entered the dark layer, where there was not a bit of light that could shine in. It was impossible to climb this kind of concave and convex cliffs without a single bit of light in a place where one could not see one's fingers. Luckily, Chen Farong was a light talent and could steadily create a small ball of light for illumination, or else they would really be blind. However, there was also a big problem with this, and that was that it was easy to gather monsters. But Fang Zhang couldn't care about that much and could only see walking steps.
Speed up a bit, I feel something approaching our side. Fang Zhang frowned, having a very bad premonition inside.
When Su Xiaoping and the two of them heard this, their faces also turned a little pale. They knew that Fang Zhang wouldn't joke about something like this. As soon as Fang Zhang's words left his mouth, he heard the sound of answer, answer, answer. The sound felt like it was coming from all directions, making people's bones creepy.
Fei Chan, quick, light up the surroundings.
Chen Fulong sniffed and decisively threw out a ball of light, and suddenly the ball of light exploded like a flashbang, illuminating all the surrounding space of tens of meters.
Without seeing it, it was a shock.
They had started to be surrounded by spiders at some point. It was a dense swarm of large spiders. Each one was about the size of a three-headed lion, and their legs were longer than a man's height.
There were too many to count. Just a simple glance was enough to make one's scalp tingle. How, what to do? Su Xiaoping's entire body was shaking, even her voice was trembling.
Fei Chan didn't say anything, but she was also terrified inside. When had she ever seen such a scene? Those spiders were super huge in size and so numerous that they exploded. In comparison, the flock of gale birds that they had encountered before were simply weak. If you put it in a game, it's definitely a big video card burner. For Fang Zhang, 1,000 or so hundred foreign beasts was a routine operation, but now the venue was no good. They were all climbing on the cliffs, and there weren't many places to land, so they couldn't walk around flexibly at all.
What was the difference between this and a living target? Fang Zhang quickly climbed next to the two. Hold on to me. I'm going to jump.
This,
jumping here?
The two women were startled by Fang Zhang's words. This place was an unknown number of meters away from the ground, so jumping off at the risk of death was different from sending them to their deaths.
If you don't jump, how will you deal with them?
Su Xiaoping fell silent. Although she didn't see the number of spiders, there were definitely quite a few of them, as the entire cliff was covered in them. Not to mention that she couldn't use her natural skill right now. Even if she did, dealing with one or two was fine. Dealing with hundreds or thousands, it was simply impossible.
Don't worry, I just tested it, it should be fast to the end.
Fang Zhang, this was not a lie. Before he had thrown the stone down and tried it, he could hear the echo. The time interval was not too long.
Then there is no other way.
Chen Farong nodded, then she hugged Fang Zhang tightly and hung onto him. Seeing this, Su Xiaoping had no other choice.
Hold on tight. Founder shouted, then took a handsome leap of faith. Ah!
The two women suddenly felt weightless and screamed in fear. Hold your breath. Fang Zhang shouted, followed by stretching out his hand. Water Imperial. A large water ball instantly wrapped the few of them, like a huge inflatable protective shield holding the few of them tightly. In this pitch-black environment, as if all five senses were deprived of the same, only knowing that they were constantly falling, what was below was not clear, when to touch the bottom was not clear. At this time, it was as if the only way to find that hint of security was to hold Fang Zhang tightly. Bang! The water balloon smashed into the ground, scattering into countless splashes. Fang Zhang landed steadily on the ground holding the three people and the egg. At this moment, he felt as cool as a superhero, but unfortunately, there was no audience or applause. Cough, cough. Fang Zhang put the two women down, and they immediately weakened on the ground, coughing continuously, supposedly choking on the water.
Too good, death over rebirth. Su Xiaoping had a feeling of having survived a robbery.
Chen Farong nodded heavily, agreeing very much with this statement. Her chest continued to rise and fall, obviously not yet calmed down. Compared to this one, it felt like all those previous adventures were weak, those weren't even as good as going through the motions. At the same time, the way she looked at Fang Zhang became a little different. Don't get too happy too early. When Fang Zhang said this, it immediately frightened the two girls to immediately close to him, almost becoming an instinctive reaction. Seeing this, Fang Zhang smiled helplessly and bitterly. We made such a big commotion just now, it will definitely attract a lot of foreign beasts over. When the two girls heard this, they both leaned closer, itching to hang on Fang Zhang. On one side was a washboard, on the other side was a balloon, and on the other side was a hand warmer bag, and Fang Zhang was being attacked on 3 sides. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. After saying that, they left the scene gently and quickly. At the same time, Fang Zhang also quietly used his shadow split. Shadow divergence was an advanced skill in the shadow talent, which could transform into a shadow doppelganger with 1/10 of the original body's attribute value, but was unable to use any skills. The shadow doppelganger was completely at the behest of the original body, and was mentally connected to the original body, and everything it experienced, the original body would know. This skill was very suitable for pathfinding here, and being shadow made, there was no need to worry about being discovered. However, only a moment after the doppelganger had left, Fang Zhang heard the sound of answering from behind him. Several people could not help but change their faces. And at that moment, the change regenerated. Song Qingling's body temperature suddenly climbed and emitted a red light as if it was wrapped in flames. Chapter 128 Dark Rift Valley 6. What to do? Su Xiaoping's entire body tensed up. Fang Zhang didn't say anything. He first put Song Qingling on the ground. Her flame at this moment was a bit strong. If he continued to carry it, it was likely to burn all his clothes and hair. After all, it wasn't his flame, it wasn't controlled. He soon felt the spiders approaching from all sides. If it was just him, he wouldn't be afraid of any more of these spiders, but now there were 3 other people, and he was afraid that they would be attacked if he moved a little bit farther away.
Chen Farong, you protect them.
Chen Fulong sniffed and hurriedly opened her defense shield. Fang Zhang was not assured, and imposed another layer of boundary, and instructed the shadow doppelganger to protect it in the dark. The boundary was more hidden, and Chen Fulong did not discover it. After doing this, Fang Zhang directly rushed into the darkness, and the next second there was the sound of killing. He held the black sword and tried his best to kill in one hit, not wanting to attract more foreign beasts over.
Xing Ling. Green Spirit.
On the other side, Song Qingling's body seemed to be undergoing another change, and the flames around her body grew stronger and stronger, as if she wanted to burn everything to the ground. The two of them, Su Xiaoping and Chen Fulong, were simply unable to get close at this point.
Answer.
Through the faint light, some spiders had been seen approaching them. Chen Farong looked at these spiders and were so nervous that her palms were sweating. She didn't know how long her defense shield could last. At this moment, all hope could only be placed on Fang Zhang. Fang Zhang's side also sensed, but at this time he also lacked the ability to separate these spiders at least 20 levels above, no elite level, but the number of as many as hair. There is a kind of endless killing, a lifetime cannot finish the feeling of killing.
Just after clearing out a piece, the back immediately filled in again. Magnetic Storm Force Field.
Boom! Fang Zhang's feet immediately unfolded a blue light formation as if it was a phalanx. The light formation was not big, the radius was only about 10 meters. Within the range it was so obvious to see lightning arcs of light jumping. Magnetic Storm Force Field unfolded. Fang Zhang in the equivalent of a field. In this range, all of his lightning system skills power will be increased, and the enemy is not only slowed down by the effect of electricity, after death will also produce a similar effect of corpse explosion. Combined with his passive Thunder Seal, it is definitely a harvesting weapon. On the other side, the spiders were already constantly attacking the boundary, and although Chen Farong didn't see what was holding the spiders back, she wasn't at all at ease in her heart. The sound of clicking and clacking seemed to challenge the mental capacity of the two, making their heartbeats beat as wildly as drumbeats. Ah! A sudden muffled thud behind them startled the two men so much that their hearts nearly flew out of their throats. They hurriedly turned back, only to see Song Qingling's eyes suddenly snapping open, jerking upright like a zombie, bizarre to the extreme.
Qingling? You're awake?
Su Xiaoping was a bit stunned. However, Song Qingling seemed to be caught up in her own world, indifferent to everything in the outside world. The flame elements on her entire body began to converge, transforming into a pair of dazzling flame wings. In the next second, she appeared outside the shield and came into the spider swarm, the flame dragon in her hand tumbling out like a raging wave, illuminating the entire battlefield. Boom! 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 A huge explosion rang out as flames and black mist intertwined together, forming a picture of doom. Chen Farong and Su Xiaoping's eyes widened in disbelief that this was the power of Song Qingling. Song Qingling kept releasing flaming dragons to travel through the dark night, and wherever he went, a ball of flame was bound to ignite. A spider was burned to ashes in its painful struggles. The number of spiders decreased rapidly, and the spiders that had originally surrounded them heavily were instantly reduced by half. Who? Seeing this, Jin Falong finally let out a long breath and was able to loosen her taut nerves.
Is this the power of the Inferno Heart?
Su Xiaoping sighed, it's really too powerful. It was only after a while that Song Qingling fell from the air and the flaming wings behind her gradually disappeared. Song Qingling half kneeled on the ground, his chest constantly rising and falling as he breathed in large gulps of air.
Qingling? What's wrong with you?
Su Xiaoping hurriedly rushed to Song Qingling's side and helped her up.
Where is this?
Song Qingling's eyes regained some of their luster, and it was clear that her consciousness had become much clearer than it was just a moment ago. It's a long story, but how do you feel? Is your body alright? Song Qingling shook her head, it's just that the power is a bit out of my control, I should be fine after a rest.
Hearing Song Qingling say this, Su Xiaoping finally sighed in relief. You were so cool just now.
Song Qingling laughed bitterly, that power was indeed powerful, but she understood in her heart that with her current abilities, she was not able to fully control that power.
Answer. Answer.
The familiar voice came again once more. Before the three of them could be happy, their faces immediately became gloomy again. Chen Farong reacted extremely quickly and immediately opened her defense shield again.
How can we not finish killing them? Su Xiaoping was on the verge of collapsing. Clearly Song Qingling had already killed so many. Could it be that these spiders were really endless? You guys, back off. Song Qingling struggled to stand up.
Although she wasn't clear on what was going on, she had to stand up now, or they would all die.
But, Qingling, your body. Song Qingling waved her hand, signaling that she was fine.
She struggled to adjust her breathing and kept gathering fire elements in her hands.
But in the next second, several people's faces were filled with fear.
In addition to those small spiders, there was actually a supergiant spider in the center. That size was even more gigantic than the Wind Rock Earth beast.
This is the Spider Queen. General level. Surprisingly, it's a general officer level.
The three of them sucked in a sharp breath of cold air at the same time, and were instantly in despair.
What the hell kind of ING place is this? Woo! Fei Chan burst into tears, are we going to die here? I don't want.
Oh, I haven't tasted the bitterness of love yet. Oh, I don't want to die ugly. I don't want to die being treated as ugly. Chen Falong really broke the defense, that is the general level. The existence of a party bully, Air Realm experts encountered have to retreat 3 feet. She cried and wiped the spots on her face, and miraculously these spots were able to be wiped off by her, revealing an exquisite face. At this point, her appearance surprisingly didn't lose much to Song Qingling. Before entering the novice space, her family had urged her to not wipe off the spots and to know how to protect herself, as the human heart was unpredictable. But when she thought that she was going to die and have to die so ugly, she was immediately reluctant.
Do I look good?
Chen Farong revealed a smile with difficulty.
Good looking. As fellow girls, Su Xiaoping and the others obviously understood Chen Farong somewhat.
If Fang Zhang saw it, he would definitely regret it as pretending to be a decent person. Every time I see him looking at you, he stares at your bear, letting him touch it and not daring to. What a hypocrite.
Su Xiaoping's spiteful words eased everyone's despair a bit.
Chen Farong's face brushed red again when she was spoken to in such a way. In a small voice, she muttered, if he can save me, it's not impossible to give him a few scratches.
Song Qingling.
She listened in confusion, always feeling like she was missing something.
But was this the time to talk about it?
The Spider Queen closed in on the trio, its razor-sharp claws swinging wildly as if it wanted to tear them to pieces.
Song Qingling's brow furrowed as her hand tightly gripped the flame, ready to attack at any time.
However, she understood in her heart that even if she launched an attack, it would be nothing more than an exercise in futility. The power of a general level was enough to completely tear them apart in an instant.
Boom! Suddenly, a fiery red ball of light fell from the sky. It cuts through the silent night sky, like a burning meteor, heavily smashing into the Spider Queen. Chapter 129, The Dark Rift 7.
A fiery red ball of light descended from the sky. It smashed heavily on the Spider Queen. A powerful shockwave instantly spread out, and a huge amount of energy erupted around the Spider Queen, instantly igniting the surrounding air and forming a sea of fire. The Spider Queen's huge body was instantly blown apart and blood and flesh flew under this force. This strike not only took away the Spider Queen's life, but also left a huge pit tens of meters deep in this barren land. The surrounding plants and rocks all turned into pieces under this force and disappeared without a trace.
Song Qingling, Su Xiaoping, Fei Chan.
This scene was like a meteorite impact, leaving the three of them unable to calm down for a long time. It was too shocking.
What kind of divine means was this? General level. The general officer level that makes people scared. That's the general leader class that dominates the area and is the head of thousands of foreign beasts. To die just like that. Just die without honor. How could this not shock anyone?
The three of them trembled as they looked towards the creepy giant pit. You guys are okay. At that moment a male voice came from the giant pit, a voice so familiar that it felt unreal.
Fang Zhang? How is it you?
Su Xiaoping opened her mouth wide and her eyes were wide open.
Chen Farong, on the other hand, was much calmer and muttered in a low voice, he shouldn't have heard it.
Song Qingling compared to the two, although her face didn't show it, inside she was extremely shocked, only feeling that the Fong Zhang in front of her was somewhat unfamiliar.
Aren't you a healing talent? How come you can use fire again? What happened in the cave?
Her heart was filled with doubt, and she only felt that a lot had happened in the past few days that she had been unconscious. It made her feel very strange. However, she didn't make a sound, for fear of exposing Fong Zhang's secret. Su Xiaoping looked at her best friend's behavior and became even more certain that she knew about Fong Zhang's triple talent, no wonder she trusted him so much.
However, she immediately had a new doubt. Fong Zhang was so strong, why did he come to the fourth floor so late?
In the end, it was still the Black Sword Knight who was stronger.
What would be a good name for the child of me and the Black Sword Knight? What's all this fooling around with?
Fong Zhang cleaned the dirt off his body and realized that the three females were all standing in place dumbfounded, not knowing what they were thinking about. He realized that he seemed to have used a bit too much energy just now, and the first time he used the Burning Ashes talent, the power was a bit beyond his expectations. This was still the most basic skill. If he had learned an advanced fire skill, wouldn't the power be even more explosive? He had just stolen the poison talent from the Spider Queen, but he hadn't had time to study it yet. He jumped out of the pit, and the rest of the spiders stayed out and didn't attack any further.
Apparently the Spider Queen was dead and their desire to attack was low. Still want to continue?
Fong Zhang faced the spiders, his tone was cold to the extreme, with an inexplicable might.
The spiders didn't respond or attack, they just watched from a relatively long distance away. Fong Zhang's eyes were slightly cold, these spiders were really smart.
They seemed to have changed their strategy and no longer attacked directly. He felt this way just now when he was facing a swarm of spiders, and at the back, the spiders all stopped entering the range of his magnetic storm force field, causing the killing of the monsters to slow down a lot.
Let's get out of here first.
It wasn't clear what exactly these spiders were up to, but all in all, it was right to stay away from their control. The three of them sniffed and quite agreed, and the few of them immediately walked towards the depths of the dark Great Rift Valley. Even though they had already reached the bottom of the valley, the terrain seemed to extend downward in a never-ending manner, making one wonder just how deep this Rift Valley was. After a while, those annoying spiders finally stopped chasing after them, and the hearts of the crowd relaxed a little.
Actually, what did you come to the Great Rift Valley for?
It was then that Su Xiaoping asked curiously. She also asked out the questions of the others. The Dark Rift Valley could be said to be the biggest copy here, and with their current levels, it was impossible for them to come into contact with it. At this time, Fong Zhang also took the opportunity to let everyone take a break, so he revealed about the underworld soul refining grass. To be honest, he himself wasn't sure where exactly this grass grew, and since there was strength in numbers, it was better for everyone to keep an eye out. Several people nodded their heads and said that they would keep an eye out. Everyone nodded in agreement, saying that they would pay close attention to the news of the underworld soul refining grass. It was only after they were out of danger that the crowd was in the mood for idle chit-chat. Su Xiaoping also told Song Qingling exactly what had happened after she fell unconscious. After hearing this, Song Qingling's big watery eyes looked at Fong Zhang doubtfully for a while before saying, "So, I still owe you 3 strokes?"
Fong Zhang? That's all you heard? Ahem, well, you know, I'm a decent man. Fong Zhang's face did not change color. Is that so? Song Qingling's eyes were clearly disbelieving.
When he was a child, he had to threaten himself to be his daughter-in-law before he would even help himself drive a dog away, and when he saw that he wouldn't do it, he even said that it would be fine for him to be his daughter-in-law.
This is not at all convincing.
I was thinking that I don't want to owe you, so I'll give you a few touches and forget about it. Since you don't need it, forget about it.
Song Qingling teased Fong Zhang with a face of pity. Fong Zhang.
He's not a child, he doesn't believe in this fishing crap. Don't look at Song Qingling talking so lightly, but in reality, she is a very traditional woman.
If you really believe it and go to touch it, you will definitely be beaten. He likes big ones.
Chen Farong suddenly said shyly.
Crowd?
Song Qingling's eyes were slightly cold, no wonder it's unwilling, so mine isn't big enough.
She aggravated her tone on the word big. Founder. He felt like he was a bit unable to keep up with their thinking. Ahem, it's getting late, let's continue to the front.
Although Fong Zhang had never been in love, he had still seen a lot of certain sounds, and this kind of giveaway question could not be answered positively.
So, he chose to ignore. Ha! Song Qingling was a bit displeased. Scum.
Su Xiaoping said. What followed was a somewhat awkward atmosphere for the 4 of them, mainly because no one spoke much.
Song Qingling seemed to still be angry.
In fact, she did get angry, but not for that little thing. She and Fong Zhang had practically played since they were kids, and if it wasn't for that car accident, they wouldn't have been separated in the past few years.
She naturally understood Fong Zhang's character. On the surface he looked unreliable, but in reality he was a very reliable person.
Even more so, he had saved her 3 or 4 times without regard to his own safety. She couldn't be angry with these alone. She was angry at herself, angry at why she was so useless, why she had to have someone else save her every time. Why she had obviously obtained the Inferno Heart but was unable to utilize its power. If the one who had obtained the Inferno Heart was Fang Zhang, he would have been able to fully control it. Although it wasn't said, she was very unwilling. Seeing that Fang Zhang was getting stronger and stronger, it also aroused the desire to win within her. Chapter 130 The Dark Rift 8. The bottom of the dark Great Rift Valley was more than 100 meters wide and stretched all the way down, feeling like a long slope. On the two sides, there was only one road besides some hidden caves. Several people walked for quite a while without encountering any major dangers, but they didn't find the underworld soul refining grass either. However, they didn't come up empty-handed. This place was indeed a big treasure trove, and all along the way they picked up a lot of herbs, spirit stones, and materials such as the foreign bones of large foreign beasts. Anyway, even if they went back now, they wouldn't lose money. This egg is very sticky to the green spirit. Su Xiaoping originally thought that this egg was cute, but when she went up to hug it, it got hot and wouldn't let her hug it at all. Abominable. Humph. I should have let Fang Zhang eat you in the first place. I told you, eating it would also be a great tonic. Fang Zhang said with great disgust. Just as he finished speaking, that egg emitted a red light again, as if it was protesting. The phoenix egg was indeed only clinging to Song Qingling, and the other two women were scalded by its heat when they tried to hug it. Although Fang Zhang could accept that heat, he didn't want to hug it at all. He always felt that it was an old man inside, and his heart was diaphoretic. Song Qingling was also helpless. She wanted to return the phoenix egg to Fang Zhang after she knew where it came from, but Fang Zhang didn't want it, and the phoenix egg didn't like Fang Zhang, so she had to take care of it for him. She felt that this phoenix egg wasn't as disgusting as Fang Zhang said, instead it was a little cute. What? Not convinced? Believe it or not, I'll smash you? Seeing the phoenix egg glowing, Fang Zhang threatened viciously at it. In the next second, the phoenix egg's light also dimmed quite a bit, but it was still flickering, wimpy and unconvinced. Look, it's scolding you. Su Xiaoping said. Phoenix egg. Suddenly, it stopped lighting up completely and was playing dead. Hee hee, little cutie. Fang Zhang had a disdainful look on his face. Song Qingling, Fei Chan. They were not expecting that this phoenix egg would be so afraid of Fang Zhang. Exactly what had Fang Zhang done to it? There's a sound? Suddenly, Fang Zhang stopped in his tracks. His sense of hearing seemed to be better than all the others. A few people sniffed and also stopped, holding their breath and listening. Sure enough, they also vaguely heard a faint sound. Go take a look. Fang Zhang led a few people and quietly moved forward. As they gradually approached, the sound became clearer and clearer, a disorganized sound. In the darkness of the Rift Valley, a glimmer of light gradually appeared. The crowd quickly recognized that it was the light from the release of the combat skill. There are others? A few people looked at each other and immediately reacted that they should be the ones they saw on the opposite cliff earlier. Su Xiaoping and Chen Fulong's faces changed slightly. They were well aware that those people were powerful, killing the gale bird like rain. If they ran into them, would their own people be able to beat them? However, they did not notice that a hint of viciousness flashed under Fang Zhang's calm face. The four of them slowly approached and finally saw the situation in front of them. Those people did have a strong resemblance to human looks, but they were definitely not Blusterians. Their ears were thin and long with sharp tips, and their eyes emitted a faint blue light at night. Their bodies were tall, with the shortest of them being at least 2 meters tall, and their skin tone was a light greenish color. Their clothing was brightly colored and exotic. Now Fang Zhang could be sure that it was the same group of people. Very good, he secretly said in his heart. At this time, those 8 tall people were fighting a reptile-like alien beast. This foreign beast was huge, with a black body, no eyes, and a mouth full of dense, sharp teeth. What's even trickier is that the body of this beast can secrete a slippery mucus that will quickly solidify once it leaves the body. This was Fang Zhang's conclusion after observing it for a while. The overall strength was not strong, but the slime was quite troublesome. The main reason why those 8 people were unable to achieve victory despite facing 5 such alien beasts was because of those slimes. These slimes seemed to possess a certain elemental resistance, able to resist some of the elemental damage. It wasn't known how long the battle had lasted, but it certainly wasn't short, and the surrounding alien beasts seemed to have been attracted by the commotion here. Their faces became increasingly ugly as they kept gabbing and exchanging words. Fang Zhang vaguely felt that these people seemed to be looking their way from time to time. Sure enough, in the next second, these few people began to move towards Fang Zhang's side and theirs. They did it subtly, seemingly without thinking, but how could this trick be hidden from Fang Zhang? In fact, whether they did it on purpose or not, it was intentional in Fang Zhang's eyes. The reason why he hadn't made a move was because he wanted to see how strong these people were. They are approaching us. Su Xiaoping obviously noticed this as well. Suddenly, a mysterious light enveloped Fang Zhang and his companions. Through the light, Fang Zhang realized that those 8 people had also gathered together, similarly surrounded by the light. When the light dissipated, Fang Zhang felt a strong wave of dizziness. He struggled to stabilize his stance and found that something surprising had happened. Their positions with those 8 people had actually switched. Shift and change. The The three females let out a terrified cry almost simultaneously, extremely startled by the unexpected appearance of the giant beast in front of them. They had been hundreds of meters away just a moment ago. How could they suddenly appear here? The huge beast in front of them was like a reptile, its bloody mouth open, its teeth dense and terrifying, as if it could easily tear a person apart with a single bite. Boom! The behemoth suddenly flew high into the air, then smashed heavily into the cliff with a deafening thud. Only to see Fang Zhang's entire body violently ignite a blazing fire, illuminating everything around him. His face was calm, but anyone could feel that rage in his body. A very strong flame. Song Qingling's small mouth opened wide. I'm afraid that this flame was even stronger than her inferno heart. Fang Zhang's flame was the flame of burning ashes, the flame of the four sacred beasts' phoenix body, which could be called one of the most powerful flames in the fire elemental realm. The loud ringing sound caused those 8 people to stop their escaping steps, and they couldn't believe it as they looked at the scene in front of them. That human had managed to send the giant beast flying with a single punch. At the moment, he was like a flaming demon. They couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. Flames were useless against these behemoths. However, the next second completely overturned their perceptions as the flame demon once again rushed towards the behemoths and delivered another heavy punch, causing the behemoth's entire body to be surrounded by blazing flames. How is this possible? They couldn't know more about this giant beast. The slime on its body had the property of reducing elemental damage, especially the flames, which couldn't be ignited at all. However, the scene that took place in front of them refreshed their knowledge. What on earth is he? Their faces immediately changed from fluky to fearful and uneasy. Quick, lure the other foreign beasts over. Chapter 131 Dark Rift 9. Quick, lure the other fey beasts over. A man looked at the flaming fiend with a very nervous expression. The other 7 members of the team were confused at first, but quickly came back to their senses. In their hearts, they were all a bit unimpressed. Wasn't it just a low-level race? They didn't believe that this human could stay in this state. It must have used some secret method. Moreover, there were 8 of them. Couldn't they still beat a guy who was running out of steam? Besides, there were also spatial talents among them, so they could still run if they couldn't beat him. Going to great lengths to lure the other alien beasts over, it would be a question of whether they could run when the time came. But in the end, they didn't object, because this man was a captain, or a son of a big family. They couldn't afford to offend him. Hurry up! What are you waiting for? The man urged again. Only then did the 7 men reluctantly run out. After a few people left, the man's expression was still a little tense. He didn't want to gamble on whether the other party would seek revenge on him. He wanted to eliminate this potential danger before it was too late. On the other side, Fang Zhang's rough means of attack caused all 3 females to frown. Although this type of attack was simple and effective, the consumption was equally huge, and they were worried that Fang Zhang's spiritual energy and physical strength would not be able to keep up. However, as they watched the several giant beasts fall one by one, they also knew that the worry was just redundant, because at this speed, it wouldn't take a while for Fang Zhang to take care of all of them. What is that sound? Song Qingling suddenly became alert. Her intuition told her that this was not a good sign. The pattering sound grew louder and louder, and one could hear it in one's heart. Not good. The other foreign beasts are coming our way. Song Qingling's complexion changed drastically, and the 2 of them, Su Xiaoping, finally saw at this moment that it was actually a dense army of foreign beasts. Fang Zhen. Retreat quickly. A group of fey beasts is approaching. Song Qingling shouted in urgency, but Fang Zhang acted as if he hadn't heard them and continued to pound away at the slime giants. Oh no, he's on top. Su Xiaoping despaired. Once they were surrounded by an army of these foreign beasts, it would be difficult for them to escape. Soon, the last giant beast was sent flying under Fang Zhang's flame-heavy punch, and then fell heavily in the same direction they were originally standing. With a loud boom, the behemoth that had been burned into a blazing flame fell steadily, precisely blocking the way of the otherworlders, whose faces were instantly all ironic. This was a provocation to them. It's a warning to them. What does he mean? Soon, several of the otherworlders were angry. How dare a lowly race challenge them so blatantly? Don't they know the consequences of doing so? The face of the man leading the group was even darker like ink, originally thinking that when things were done and left quietly, the other party would not be able to react at all. However, the reality is that the other party has long been aware of, and even did not bother to respond to their small movements. The other party's behavior clearly told them, small moves you can do, but want to run? No way. Fang Zhang coldly looked at the direction of the otherworlders. Knowing that he couldn't hide it, the man in the lead walked out without fear. In the midst of the otherworldly people's disorganized conversations, their gazes turned to Fang Zhang, and after switching between several languages, Fang Zhang finally understood their words. The Fey army is rapidly approaching. If you don't want to die, let us go. One of them said coldly, it's not too late for you to leave now. Fang Zhang exuded a disdainful look, and in the next second, he appeared in front of the man who spoke like a bolt of lightning, and with one hand, he just happened to grab his throat. A loud bang followed, and the man was viciously slammed into the ground. You. The man only felt a sweetness in his throat as blood gushed out, and it was as if the bones in his entire body were broken and falling apart.
Noisy.
Suddenly, Fang Zhang blasted his fist on the man's head under everyone's gaze, and in that instant, red and white all splashed out. When the otherworldly man saw this, his face turned as white as paper. This person was a devil. The man in the lead instantly became furious. Do you have any idea what you're doing?
We are from the Elven realm.
As soon as the man's words fell, the three of them, Song Qingling, who were still feeling relieved, instantly changed their faces drastically.
This was the Elven realm people.
The Elven realm was one of the few otherworldly spaces that had a direct connection to the Blue Planet. It was an independent world that was not as large as Blue, but the aura was rich and the overall strength was unknown how much stronger than the Blue Star realm people. In the age of great chaos, the Elf realm people were relying on the advantage of being connected to the Blue Star to plunder and loot in the Blue Star, and I don't know how many Blue Star people died tragically at their hands. Until the rise of Daxia Empire, the situation is a little better, but never be able to expel the Elf world people completely, and finally in the beautiful country under the leadership of the land connected to the Elf world, that is, the southern border of the Rainbow Country ceded to them, signed an unequal treaty, in exchange for the chaotic era of the end. Although after that, they surrounded that area and prevented the Elf realm people from entering the rest of the Blue Planet, it can be said that this is a shame for the entire Blue Planet people. Even now, there are still detailed records in the Blue Star history books. No Blue Star people are allowed to enter the area under the jurisdiction of the Elven realm people in any form, while the Elven realm people are allowed to enter the Blue Star area with the relevant formalities. No Blue Star people shall harm or kill Elf realm people in any form, and Elf realm people shall be submitted to the Elf realm for disposition if they violate Blue Star people's laws. If a Blue Star people violates a treaty, the Elven realm people have the right to demand a reasonable explanation from the Blue Star people and station their troops in the Blue Star realm.
The Elven realm people have the right of final interpretation.
This is the article in the unequal treaty that was signed back then, and it is the humiliation of all human beings. At that time, as the largest member of the Association of the Awakened, the Grand Xia Empire was firmly opposed to it, but the neighboring member states and some of the member states could not withstand the pressure, and it was finally passed with a majority of votes in favor. After that, although the Grand Xia Empire was still the largest member, the power of speech had been tilted towards the beautiful country. In recent years, the pretty country has even begun to unite with other member countries to overshadow the Grand Xia Empire. That's why a few of Song Qingling's faces changed drastically when the Elven realm people were mentioned, and this was a hurdle that all Blue Star people couldn't get past. It was still in existence that the Blue Star people couldn't afford to offend. Shen Farong gently pulled Fang Zhang, afraid that he would do something stupid on impulse. As a member of the nobility, she naturally knew the fearsome nature of the people of the Elf realm, and even more so, she knew what other ordinary people were not aware of, and if they really wanted to offend the people of the Elf realm to death, the ones who would regret it would definitely be them. At that time, the world would not hesitate to put pressure on the Grand Xia Empire in order to quell the anger of the Elf realm people, and it would be hard to say whether the Grand Xia Empire would protect them at all costs. Seeing the fearful expressions of Song Qingling and the others, the leading man's face only eased a little. Blue Star people. If you don't want another otherworldly war to break out, behave yourself. You kneel down for me. I'll kill you. At this point, they finally regained their arrogance, and their previous fear was gone.
Chapter 132, The Dark Rift 10. You kneel down for me. I'm going to kill you.
The one who spoke was a woman with some sadness in her unusually angry eyes that seemed to have a special relationship with the man who had just been killed. The man in the lead wore a weird smile. You three are not bad looking, be my playthings from now on, I can spare your lives. Then he coldly looked at Fang Zhang. As for you, you heard it too, be good and suffer death, or else the Blue Star realm will have to weigh whether it can withstand our wrath.
Finished?
Fang Zhang's face did not change, his voice was still cold to the extreme.
What?
Hearing Fang Zhang's words, the man was stunned for a moment, almost thinking that he had heard wrong. The woman came in front of Fang Zhang and raised her hand about to slap Fang Zhang in the face. Rubbish!
What kind of state are you in?
However, before she could finish her sentence, her entire head turned like a gyroscope and ended up hanging at a weird angle. Her two eyes widened as she stared straight at the several people behind her.
Finished?
Fang Zhang's voice was frozen, as if he had just killed a chicken casually. You! The man in the lead had wanted to say a few harsh words, but once he saw Fang Zhang glaring at him, he immediately shut his mouth. Shen Farong was even more directly shocked by Fang Zhang's behavior. She completely did not expect Fang Zhang to be so impulsive and dare to make a move while knowing that the other party was from the Elf realm. Her mind was running fast, thinking of how to handle this appropriately. But in the next second, her heart almost jumped out of her chest, only to see Fang Zhang suddenly catch the man's head with one hand and heavily press it to the ground.
Did I ask you to finish? Fang Zhang suddenly roared angrily, a far cry from his calm demeanor just now.
The man completely did not expect the other party to be so unmartial, and did not react at all. He was already in the empty realm at this moment, and his physical quality and strength were absolutely top-notch, but being held down by this man, he couldn't even move. What kind of power is this?
Did I ask you to finish? Are you deaf?
Fang Zhang lifted the other party's head and slammed it heavily on the ground again, and the entire ground seemed to vibrate for a moment.
Are you deaf? Are you deaf?
The other party didn't answer, and Fang Zhang lifted his head again and slammed it down heavily again.
Say, finish. The man finally realized that this person was simply a madman. Shang Ling,
quickly persuade him. Chen Fulong was really anxious now. If this was spread out, a few of them dying would be a small matter, and I'm afraid it would involve the entire Blue Star. Only when she looked away, she realized that at this moment, Song Qingling's expression was not the slightest bit flustered, but instead revealed a smile.
Crazy. Chen Farong looked at Su Xiaoping. Xiaoping, you quickly persuade them. Persuade what? I wanted to beat them up long ago. Fang Zhang punched them well.
Instead of persuading, Su Xiaoping became even more excited. The first time she felt so relieved.
What to do? Chen Farong was desperate. They would definitely be the guilty party. Don't worry, just kill them, won't it be fine? Song Qingling's voice was slightly cold.
When Chen Farong heard this, her expression also grew cold. Indeed, they no longer had any other path to choose from. Today it was either their death or their own death. At this time, the three of them became incredibly serious expression. No matter what the cost, cannot let the other party anyone to escape from here.
I'm asking if you're deaf.
Fang Zhang once again heavily pressed the man to the ground once more. The man's incisors were smashed and chipped. The other 6 people gradually turned from anger to panic inside. This person was simply unreasonable. He had to be killed, or else he and the others would have to die. Kill him. A few people suddenly stormed out, their skills glowing brightly, but seemingly in fear of injuring the man. None of them used their wide-range skills.
On.
Song Qingling's trio also reacted, directly rushing up to start a melee. Song Qingling's strength wasn't weak, and with the power of the Inferno Heart, he was surprisingly able to fight with the other party even at this moment. Su Xiaoping was unable to use her skills, so she could only rush forward to fight in close combat. Chen Farong's light talent was not superior in terms of combat, but her defense was extremely strong, and her opponent could not help her in a short period of time. The man's companion resisted, which seemed to give him quite a bit of confidence. However, before he could finish, he was once again held down by Fang Zhang, causing the pit on the ground to immediately expand by a few points. Fang Zhang looked at Song Qingling and the others. His complexion was a bit complicated. It wasn't that he didn't know about the Elf Realm people, but he didn't care. Originally he wanted to bear the consequences alone, so he hadn't asked Song Qingling and the others to make a move. But if that was the case, he would feel disappointed again. Man, what a strange animal. Obviously, I don't want to involve them in my heart, but when I see them take the initiative, I feel some relief in my heart. This world was not as bad as it could be. Suddenly, Fang Zhang's eyes flinched. The other 3 people surrounded Song Qingling and attacked. Originally the number of people was superior, and their strength was not weak at all. Song Qingling was quickly losing ground. One person saw Song Qingling's break, holding a thunderbolt was about to pierce Song Qingling's chest. However, the next second the whole person was fixed, unable to move. Song Qingling's reaction speed was extremely fast. The other person was only delayed for a second, so she seized the opportunity. The flame in her hand turned into a phoenix and pierced straight through that person's heart. The other 2 were very puzzled. How did it suddenly go the other way? However, as they were about to attack, their bodies also instantly stiffened, seemingly bound by something. Although it was only for a second or two, it was Song Qingling who seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. It was as if those 2 people had seen a ghost, how their movements stiffened every time they attacked, not to mention that it was only for a moment and a half, but it had partially affected their offense. Soon enough, Song Qingling was like a godly aide, fighting back from an absolute disadvantage. Song Qingling looked towards Fang Zhang. She naturally knew that this was not something she could do with her own power. There must be someone who was secretly helping, and this person, most likely, was Fang Zhang. The question was, how on earth did he do it? Seeing Song Qingling look over, Fang Zhang gave a thumbs up, very frankly, and didn't explain anything. Since Fang Zhang didn't want to say, Song Qingling didn't ask in detail, she turned around and went to help Su Xiaoping and the 2 of them. The 2 of them faced the other 3, and apart from being beaten there was no chance for them to fight back at all. Luckily, one of the opponents was also a light talent, specializing in defense, so the 2 of them didn't immediately lose the battle. With Song Qingling's addition, along with Fang Zhang's harassment, the battle quickly turned around. Fang Zhang did not engage in the battle head-on. It was because he knew that this man was spatially gifted. As long as he relaxed a little, this person would definitely be able to escape. That's why he had been catching this man in death. Don't look at the man, seems to have suffered a lot of injuries, but Fang Zhang is very clear. Just now those few times, only the first time to hurt this man, the latter he was acting. Rumble. Rumble. The corner of the man's mouth revealed an imperceptible arc. Chapter 133 The Dark Rift 11. Rumble. The ground was actually shaking. The alien beast army in the distance gradually approached and was clearly visible, and the alien beasts on the crags were crawling downwards. Seeing this scene, not only Song Qingling's few people, even the other three people's faces changed drastically. If it wasn't for these lower races stopping them, they would have fled long ago. However now, surrounded by enemies on all sides, there was no way they could escape. Ha ha ha. Let's all die together. The man who was originally being pressured by Song Qingling's few people suddenly let out a loud laugh and even gave up resisting. You trash, do you really think that no one will know if you kill us? The man continued to laugh arrogantly. My clan will definitely find out. Chen Furong's face changed slightly when she heard this. Really? Then let's find out and talk about it. Song Qingling was calm and didn't bother to consider whether what the other party was saying was true or false. At this point in time, there was no other path to choose from. The flame in her hand directly struck the other party, burning bones. The flame seemed to disappear instantly after hitting the opponent, but in the next second they started burning from the inside out. The man was in agony, only feeling his internal organs burning violently. It didn't take long for the man to completely lose consciousness, leaving only the flames slowly burning until they turned into ashes. After losing one man, the other two were quickly taken care of. What now? Returning to Fang Zhang's side, the three women felt somewhat secure. However, in the face of so many foreign beasts, I am afraid that Fang Zhang could not do anything about it. Ha ha ha, now you know you're scared? The man suddenly opened up. Let me go now, or I can take you guys away. Shut up. The founder held him down in the ground one more time. This time the man completely stopped pretending. You can't hurt me at all. Char may not be able to find out when he's dead, but I definitely will once I'm dead. If you guys let me go now, I can forget about it. Really? Chen Furong's eyes flickered. Fake. Chen Furong's fluke was dashed in the next second by Fang Zhang's merciless response. How old are you, and you still believe in this? The man's face was grim. Do you really intend to go all the way to the dark? Didn't I tell you to shut up? Fang Zhang suddenly had an extra dagger in his hand and directly stabbed into the man's body. However, the moment it touched the man's skin, the dagger unexpectedly could no longer penetrate the slightest bit deeper. Fang Zhan was not surprised by this. This was roughly in line with his guess. The man had applied a layer of spatial power to his body surface, forming a protective shield. Ha, said you can't hurt me. The man let out a loud laugh. Is that so? Fang Zhang's eyes rippled, but they were cold. I wonder if this punch of mine can break through your spatial defense. After saying that, a powerful aura emanated from his body, and the air around him seemed to freeze. The flames on his body continued to converge onto his fists. Life Magnificence Technique First Order. Ultra Strength Megatronization. This punch was over 30,000 power attributes. Around the fist, it was as if even space was distorted. The man's laughter came to an abrupt end as he looked at Fang Zhang in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. You, how could you possibly possess this kind of power? The man's face finally lost its previous calmness. This time he was truly scared. He even began to regret why he had to provoke this demon god. Tell me, what are you doing here? Fang Zhang's tone was bland, but there was an undoubted aura. This great master is happy, perhaps I can let you off the hook. The man hesitated for a second, afraid that if he said something wrong that fist would fall directly on his head. I heard that there is a stone here that can enhance spatial power. Where? No, not sure. Is that so? Fang Zhang said indifferently, then his fist slammed into the ground. The ground instantly cracked, and the powerful concussion caused the surrounding trees to shake madly. Now, tell me. The man's face paled and his body trembled uncontrollably as he finally realized that the spatial power he had relied on before did not seem to be enough in front of this demon god. In the underground cave. The man swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty. Good, so obedient. The man almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never tried to be so humiliated. He was high up in the elven realm. Then can you let me go? The man had more dissatisfaction in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. His voice was vaguely pleasing. I promise not to pursue this. Fang Zhang sneered. How old is the man? Still believe in this? The man's face changed, his eyes hardened and he roared, don't bully me too much. I am the elf realm. I am Kenjiro the Flaming Ronin, come and get me if you can. I remember. Before the man could finish his words, a powerful force rushed straight to his back, and the immense pressure caused his spatial defense to instantly collapse. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out. His entire body sank into the ground in a strange position, and he no longer seemed to be able to feel any other parts of his body. Flame. Ronin. Ken. Jiro. The man felt extreme pain with every breath he took, but even then he was chanting that name. Finished. Fang Zhang's devil-like voice came again, and in the next second, a black dagger pierced right through the man's throat. The man stared at Fang Zhang unwillingly, as if he couldn't believe that this person still had to make up for it even at such a time. However, this wasn't the end of it as a ball of flames landed on him once more. The man was in agony, but he couldn't make a sound, and his entire body was instantly drowned by the flames. A charred smell filled the air, sickening. A moment later, the flames gradually dispersed, and the man's body had turned into a black charcoal. At the same time, the army of foreign beasts had arrived in front of Fang Zhang and them, less than 20 meters away. Song Qingling's several people had complex expressions. Although they had expected it, they were still at a loss for words when they were actually faced with it. That aura was just too terrifying, and as far as the eye could see, it was full of densely packed foreign beasts. They all wondered if the entire Great Rift Valley's foreign beasts had gathered here. Protect yourselves. Fang Zhang had just mastered the spatial talent, but he was not familiar with it at all. He needed a little time to practice, and he could not guarantee everyone's safety in the meantime. When Song Qingling's few people heard this, their expressions instantly became serious. Chapter 134 Dark Rift Valley 12. Fang Zhang's eyes turned cold, and while the effect of the Life Magnificence technique was still in effect, he directly rushed into the group of fey beasts, while the three of them, Song Qingling, formed a triangular formation with their backs to each other. The strength of these foreign beasts varied, the lowest level 15, the highest level 25, almost all of them were ordinary foreign beasts. Their strength was not ridiculously strong, it was just that the number was a little too much, so dense that they could not see the end. Fang Zhang entered the group of alien beasts, like a mud cow entering the sea, instantly drowned. Song Qingling's trio's hearts instantly lifted, but the next second they saw flashes of fire and one miserable scream after another. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, and Su Xiaoping couldn't help but say, perverted indeed. At this time, they no longer had the time to pay attention to Fang Zhang. Even though they had Fang Zhang's shadow doppelganger helping them in the dark, the situation on their side was still much more dangerous than Fang Zhang. Song Qingling was the main turret output, Chen Farong was heavy on defense, and Su Xiaoping took out her longsword to prevent the enemy from getting close and fighting. The tacit understanding between the three gradually became better, and although the situation was not completely better, it was not as bad as it could have been. Fang Zhang was holding the black sword, constantly weaving and killing in the group of foreign beasts, and surprisingly, he had a feeling of pain. Before the end of the Life Magnificence technique, his mental power and physical strength were quite sufficient, and even more so, it was a constant flow of energy, and during this period, he was simply killing God in the face of God. Fang Zhang utilized the Burning Ashes flame for wide-range damage, and then used Greed to harvest. The foreign beasts instantly fell piece by piece. The originally dense group of foreign beasts became a mountain of corpses. However, Fang Zhang's attributes were also increasing by leaps and bounds. What a pervert! When Song Qingling's trio looked at Fang Zhang, they were all stunned by the scene. The three of them had barely managed to settle a few foreign beasts, but Fang Zhang's side had already fallen in droves. What was even more outrageous was that because of Fang Zhang's ferocity, the fey beasts were constantly gathering towards his side, and the pressure on their side was greatly reduced. Cheer up everyone! Song Qingling encouraged. A few people nodded, but their hearts were not in the right place. Obviously they were still a bit higher in level, but their combat power was far inferior to Fang Zhang. At the beginning, they thought how weak Fang Zhang was, but in fact, from the beginning to the end, he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Overeating Tanyi's upgrade is successful. Ability transformation, absorbed energy can be transformed into more forms. Multiple boundaries, up to 5 different types of boundaries can be generated simultaneously. Boundary enhancement, casting distance, boundary range increased. Ha ha ha. This Grand Master has finally awakened. A hearty laugh came out from Founder's necklace. But fortunately, the sound was noisy here, so other than Fang Zhang, others basically couldn't hear it. Ha, so many souls. Give it all to me. Give it all to me. Getoni drooled indisputably, and those who didn't know thought he was the greedy one. You can eat them if you want to, you fix them for me. Founder didn't spoil him at all. Getoni was silent. Isn't that making it hard for me to overeat? Getoni specializes in boundary formations, and at the current stage, they are basically all functional, and large killing power formations with the current him have not been able to do so. Can't do it, then you shut up. Fang Zhang said. Ha 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 ha. Grid burst out laughing, thinking that he had also suffered a lot of defeat at Founder's hands. Now he was in a good mood watching Getoni suffer. Besides eating, what else can you do? Say something useful. Fang Zhang knew that now was the right time to give a downward spiral. If he didn't temper it properly, in the future, this guy would definitely dare to on his head. There was a long moment of silence before Tanyi spoke slowly. I can help you with your talent prime. Really? At this, Fang Zhang was a bit overjoyed. He was currently covered in talents, but most of them were D rank and E rank, and there would be more in the future, and upgrading these would become a difficult task when the time came. If he could really upgrade his talent quality, it would be simply unbeatable. That's right. Raise the talent quality. Although he didn't see Tanyi's expression, Founder could feel that his nose had turned up to the sky. So what's it going to be? Just absorb lots and lots and lots of souls. How much does it take to get from F to E level? Tanyi was silent for a moment. 100. Too many. Fang Zhang vetoed without hesitation. 50? 20. Fang Zhang said. Impossible. How can it be 30? Fine, 30 then. Fang Zhang smiled. He just happened to have transformed an F-ranked hearing talent that he could use to test it out. Tanyi. Ha, this kid has a lot more heart than you do. Grider laughed. In the blink of an eye, Feng Zhang cleared another batch of fey beasts, and the number was already over 30. Tan Yi looked a little dumbfounded, having never seen someone kill foreign beasts like chickens. And one that was still several levels higher than itself. At that moment, a thumb-sized green light spot began to float up from the corpse of the alien beast.
Is that the soul?
It was the first time for Feng Zhang to see a soul, although he would absorb it before, it would not materialize, it only felt like he was just absorbing some kind of energy. Now it could be seen with the naked eye that the green points of light were constantly being sucked into the necklace gem. After binge eating awakened, his sucking efficiency and speed had significantly increased. Soon, the batch of souls had been absorbed.
You choose a talent enhancement. Hearing. Feng Zhang didn't even need to think about it because only the hearing talent was F ranked. Okay.
After Tyrannical Eclipse agreed, Feng Zhang instantly felt a force enter his body, continuously impacting his body's veins, and finally stopping at the ear position, feeling like doing ear picking, itching and itching.
In the next second, in the talent column, hearing FLV1 immediately became hearing ELV1. Sure enough, it worked. Feng Zhang was overjoyed. It seemed like full SSS level talent was just around the corner. As soon as he thought of this, Feng Zhang's entire body was filled with power, as if he had inexhaustible strength. Originally, he was still thinking that he would almost use the power of space to teleport away, but now it seemed like, go? Go what? This is all treasure. After a healing spell, Feng Zhang collected some spiritual energy from Togni and immediately opened the second stage of the life hull technique. The sword in his hand immediately turned into an electric fan like, spinning non-stop, killing wherever he went. The densely packed army of foreign beasts was unexpectedly emptied of a piece by his hard kill. Why have you all stopped? Song Qingling's brows furrowed as both Su Xiaoping and Chen Fulong suddenly stopped attacking. There's still a fight going on, they're all killing well for Feng Zhang. Su Xiaoping pointed to Feng Zhang's side.
He was simply a human slaughterhouse, killing down a piece in a few minutes, dozens of times more efficient than the three of them combined. In comparison, the three of them were vegetables and chickens. They all sit at the children's table.
Yeah. Chen Faron looked at Feng Zhang and didn't know what she was thinking.
Song Qingling sighed, she also understood their feelings very well, in fact, she was the one who was the most devastated. She had barely managed to obtain the power of Yen Xian after 9 deaths, but she didn't feel that she had become stronger at all.
Forget it, people are more angry than people. No way. How can I not go and rub some experience in it?